Upon awakening, Lincoln found himself transported to 1940s New York. Still grappling with his bewildering situation, he instinctively intervened to rescue a frail, young man, Steve Rogers, from the clutches of bullies. To his astonishment, the sunlight in this realm invigorated him, enhancing his strength continuously. However, he faced the predicament of being an undocumented individual, subjected to scrutiny even for the purchase of a simple soda, and needing to part with $25 to obtain an identification card, only to be swindled by a compatriot. Observing the local gang's arrogance, Lincoln pondered, it was high time to demonstrate what it truly meant to be a forebear. As a superhero descended upon the battleground of World War II, even the mighty Thanos would find himself at the receiving end of a few formidable blows. Chapter 1. A First Encounter. In the era of World War II, New York lay under a dimly lit projection hall where black and white war mobilization advertisements flickered before the audience. Whether with reverence or disdain, all eyes were glued to the screen, none noticing the sudden appearance of an outsider in an otherwise vacant corner seat. The English chatter enveloped him, and as Lincoln gazed at the sharply featured faces illuminated by the flickering shadows, he fell into a contemplative silence. Mere moments ago, he had been reclining on a soft sofa, only to find himself inexplicably transported to this vintage cinema hall, in a foreign land no less. The monochrome imagery, war propaganda, and the sight of a scrawny youth being dragged away by a towering thug made his predicament all too clear. Coincidences could be rationalized, but a series of them belonged to the realm of fantasy. Yet, the world he now inhabited was indeed a fantastical narrative. Lincoln, unaccustomed to the black and white cinema style, rose and discreetly exited the screening room, unnoticed by the audience. The moment he stepped outside, he felt a multitude of eyes upon him. His attire, anachronistic, and his Eastern visage drew curious and skeptical glances. With a slight twitch of his face, Lincoln lowered his gaze, hastened his steps, and soon emerged onto the street. The sunlight, though subdued, pierced through the clouds and, upon contact, birthed an extraordinary power within him. His body transformed from within, akin to raw iron being forged into tempered steel. What is this? Lincoln marveled, his eyes gleaming with wonder as he rolled up his sleeves to admire the newly defined muscle contours. He gazed towards the sky, pondering the power of a superhero. Filled with a mix of joy and anticipation, he scanned the crowd, ultimately focusing on a wall. With a concentrated gaze, he attempted to employ his newfound ability to see through the solid barrier. Yet, before he could fully penetrate the wall, he perceived enigmatic lines beneath its surface. A faint golden glow pulsed along one gray line, gradually tinting it in gold. In an inexplicable instinct, Lincoln sensed that if he could fully envelop this line, he would be able to traverse to another world. Although the process appeared slow, it offered a glimmer of hope. He surmised he was akin to a superhero, yet perhaps more suited to be a patriot or even an ancestor. The golden line represented a promising opportunity. Redirecting his focus from the time-consuming line, Lincoln effortlessly saw through the thick wall, and simultaneously, he heard the dull thuds of fists meeting flesh. Observing the frail figure being repeatedly knocked down, yet resolutely rising again, Lincoln contemplated before stepping into the alleyway. Enough. He seized the hammer poised to strike Steve once more, effortlessly tossing the assailant to the ground. Towering over the man, who bore a look of indignation, Lincoln chuckled as he clenched his fist. Care for a practice round with me? The man struggled to his feet, glancing at the dirt-streaked Steve and then at Lincoln, who appeared formidable. Anger flickered in his eyes. You better keep an eye on your little friend. Is that so? Lincoln replied, picking up a crumpled metal lid and bending it with ease, the sound of twisting metal echoing. He held the crumpled mass aloft, smirking at the now dumbfounded man. Do you wish to end up like this? You. The man stammered in disbelief, inching backward against the wall until he bolted away with a cry. Monster. Monster. Unlike the panicked man, Steve, observing Lincoln's distinctly Eastern features and the crumpled metal, harbored bolder thoughts. Is this martial arts? Can you tell me how to achieve such prowess? This is not martial arts, Lincoln replied, shaking his head as he discarded the metal ball into a trash bin. As for the method, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every day, regardless of winter or summer without air conditioning, for 3 years. Perhaps anyone could attain such a level. Steve, bewildered, took this as a jest. Straightening his clothes, he extended his hand earnestly. Steve Rogers, but you can call me Steve. Lincoln glanced at him, smiling as he shook hands. Pleasure to meet you, Steve. My name is Lincoln. Lincoln? Steve's expression shifted slightly. That reminds me of a great person. Perhaps, Lincoln replied noncommittally. Just then, a figure in military attire, James Barnes Bucky, appeared behind them. I suppose my presence is no longer required here. No, you're just in time, Steve smiled at his longtime friend. This is my new acquaintance, Lincoln. He just helped me tremendously. Lincoln? Bucky raised an eyebrow, mirroring Steve's expression. That brings to mind a remarkable individual. Regrettably, I am not the great man you envision. Lincoln shook hands with Bucky, smiling. But I assure you, I will become someone of renown. With that, he waved farewell. You seem to have matters to discuss. Please continue. I hope to cross paths again. Without affording them a chance to detain him, Lincoln's figure quickly vanished from sight. Bucky, deep in thought, remarked, I sense he is extraordinary. Steve glanced towards the trash bin, nodding in agreement. I think the same. I wonder if he will enlist. The likelihood is rather low, Bucky replied, shaking his head. His shoes are quite peculiar, something I have never seen before. Shoes? Bucky's observation captured Steve's attention. After a moment's contemplation, he abandoned the notion, only to notice Bucky's green military uniform, his expression turning solemn. Have you received orders? Helping Steve was merely a whimsical act by Lincoln. The notion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress is a rare occurrence, and the beauty he saved was none other than the true embodiment of American valor, Captain America, renowned for his formidable physique. Such encounters are not commonplace. Knowing Steve did not imply that Lincoln's circumstances would significantly improve. The enhancement brought forth by sunlight is both abundant and enduring, yet time remains the paramount factor. Insufficient time has hindered him from achieving full enhancement thus far. The majority of the sunlight has primarily fortified his physical attributes. The external manifestations are evident, as all capabilities rooted in his physique are on the rise. Defense, physique, speed, strength, and sensory perception, among others. In terms of physical prowess, he has surpassed the majority of normal humans across the globe. However, as the initial focus was on bodily augmentation, he has yet to attain abilities such as the biofield. It is also possible that he possesses these abilities, but they are so feeble that he remains unaware of them and how to wield them. Lacking the influence of a biofield, he cannot fly, nor can he mitigate the significant noise and destructive potential that may arise from high-speed movement. This predicament forces him to navigate the streets like a shadow, evading inquiries from the New York police. The status of Chinese Americans in this era is not particularly elevated, and coupled with his anachronistic attire, he is bound to attract the attention of the police. He seeks a way to assimilate into this society, aspiring to possess an identity that would allow him to purchase a soda without fear of scrutiny. In this time, computers have yet to be invented, which means that information recorded on paper can be manipulated in various ways. However, given that information exists only on paper, fabricating a living identity could prove more arduous than in an era with computers. At present, Lincoln is not capable of achieving this. After much contemplation, he ultimately fixated on the local Chinese gang. Perhaps these fellow countrymen could offer him some assistance. Join the army? Are you serious? Lincoln regarded the man before him, who bore yellowed teeth, with the expression of an elderly subway passenger engrossed in his phone. I don't even have an identity, and you expect me to enlist? To march into gunfire? What's wrong with being undocumented? We have plenty of that here. As long as you enlist, I can find a way to get you in. When you return from the war, that little card will ensure no one can question you. I'm telling you, this opportunity is once in a lifetime. If it weren't for those Americans rallying the nation for conscription, even if you wanted in, it would be difficult. Think about it. With that, the man patted Lincoln on the shoulder and moved past him, clearly busy with other dealings. As the figure of the fellow countryman receded, Lincoln remained seated in contemplation, his heart stirred by the proposition. What he sought was quite simple, a form of identification to spare him from incessant questioning regarding his status. As a modern individual, he finds it challenging to navigate society without its conveniences. If possible, he would prefer to bask in the sun within a community rather than chase the sun like a wild man in the wilderness. While he could endure a life devoid of enjoyment prior to gaining his abilities, now that he possesses them, it would be a pity to squander the opportunity for enjoyment. The prospect of acquiring legitimate identity through a brief sojourn to the battlefield of World War II seemed exceedingly attainable. With his steel-like physique, he harbored no fears of mortality. Since arriving in this world, his body had fortified to the point of withstanding bullets, and with time, it would take a nuclear bomb to bring him down. With no concerns for his safety, he welcomed the chance to witness the realities of war. Moreover, a significant motivation lay in the fact that this was the first world he yearned to engage with the unfolding narrative. Seemingly perceiving Lincoln's thoughts, the fellow countryman returned, cup in hand. So, have you made up your mind? Yes, Lincoln replied, gazing intently at him. What do you require? The man grinned, revealing a mouthful of crooked yellow teeth, and made a pinching gesture with his fingers. I want this. How much? Not much, just 25 will suffice. 25. Lincoln regarded him, scoffing. Do you think I'm ignorant of prices? That's outright extortion. Hey, look at it this way. The fellow countryman clapped Lincoln's arm. This 25 includes the fees for arranging a fake identity and getting you into the army. It's a bargain, especially since I'm giving you a discount for being a fellow countryman. A discount indeed. More like a surcharge of 12-fold. Fully aware of the dangers of exploiting one's compatriots, Lincoln regarded the man before him with a cool demeanor, yet he nodded. Fine, 25 it is. But if you deceive me, I will invest another 25 to procure a firearm. As the saying goes, the foolhardy have nothing to lose. Lincoln's bravado momentarily startled the man, who then beamed with a wide smile. With so many people here, how could I possibly swindle you? Rest assured, once the money is in hand, we can proceed smoothly. Lowering his voice, he inquired, So, when do you plan to pay? In a moment, Lincoln shot him a glance. Do you know where the prominent gangs in the area are located? Of course, just not far from here. The fellow countryman, caught off guard by the sudden change of topic, pointed in a direction. Lincoln then stepped outside. As the doorbell rang, the man finally grasped Lincoln's intentions. A young bull is unafraid of tigers. Another fool has arrived. It seems the alley's garbage bins will soon be hosting more corpses. Lincoln had no interest in the tavern owner's musings. His focus was solely on the local gang. He was intimately familiar with this realm. Countless genuine transmigrators had amassed their fortunes through underhanded dealings. Now, he too would follow suit. Thanks to the rigorous education of high school and the pressures of university-level exams, coupled with the enhanced learning capacity bestowed by sunlight, Lincoln found no struggle in grappling with illiteracy. He successfully located the local gang's hideout and was promptly intercepted by a scowling member. What do you want? Lincoln pondered briefly before responding. I heard I could borrow money here. Chapter 3. The Repair Maestro Borrowing Money? It seemed as though a keyword had been triggered, prompting the gang member to scrutinize Lincoln with keen interest. While furtively glancing at the oblivious crowd around them, a notion swiftly formed in his mind. Borrow money? Relying on an agent to repay? It would be far more prudent to simply sell him off, an endeavor devoid of risk and ripe for quick profit. Why bother with loans? Just as Lincoln was poised to engage in a game of black against black, the local gang he had attracted was likewise preparing to execute a scheme of ruthless exploitation. As the ominous sound of the door slamming shut resonated through the room, the atmosphere, once somewhat tranquil, instantly became charged with an air of malevolence. Observing the unsavory figures encroaching upon him, Lincoln quickly discerned their intentions. He had intended to engage in a game of subterfuge. Yet these individuals were bent on a no-risk venture, creating a direct confrontation. With a subtle shift of his feet, ensuring that everyone remained within his line of sight, Lincoln relaxed his garments and surveyed the crowd with calm resolve. Is there anyone who wishes to leave before things escalate? Get out of here. A voice boomed from the back, igniting a cacophony in the once placid room as the throng surged toward Lincoln from various corners. In the confined space, emboldened by their confidence, they harbored no thoughts of using firearms. Instead, they charged forward wielding rudimentary tools, crowbars, wrenches, and steel pipes. They believed that sheer numbers would easily overpower him, convinced that even if Lincoln were a master of martial arts, he would inevitably be subdued. The gang's profitless venture appeared sealed. As Lincoln's figure was engulfed by the advancing crowd, gang leader, Josh, could not suppress a grin. Shall we place a wager? How long do you think that fellow can last? The elder spoke, and the younger members had no choice but to comply. $1 says he won't last half a minute, lying on the ground like a dead dog. Half a minute? That's far too generous. I wager 10 seconds. Suddenly, amidst their banter, a figure plummeted from a distance, crashing down with a resounding thud that shattered the table before them. Gazing at the bloodied figure sprawled among the wreckage, Josh understood the grim reality. The individual was beyond saving. His expression turned icy as he peered into the throng, only to behold Lincoln, contrary to his expectations of being easily overwhelmed, now appeared as if descended from the heavens. Each punch and kick Lincoln unleashed bore immense power. Even the most unremarkable of his strikes sent hapless adversaries sprawling to the ground, their ability to rise dependent solely on the whims of fate. In contrast, the gang's minions, though wielding steel pipes, crowbars, and wrenches with vigor, found their efforts utterly futile against Lincoln's formidable presence. unable to even draw a grimace from him. In less than half a minute, the ground was indeed littered with the bloodied and moaning forms of his attackers, yet conspicuously absent was Lincoln himself. Gazing at the serene-faced Lincoln, Josh felt a flicker of hesitation at the corners of his eyes. Though his mind wavered, the weight at his waist provided a semblance of reassurance. His palms stealthily brushed against the gun's grip as he coldly regarded Lincoln. "Those who invade my territory and strike at me shall meet their demise today. I shall encase you in cement and let you sink to the ocean's depths. Is that so?" Lincoln, with his uncanny perception, was acutely aware of Josh's furtive attempt to draw his weapon. Yet, this revelation elicited no trace of fear within him. "Why not give it a try?" "Oomph," Josh scoffed, springing to his feet. In that fleeting moment, he drew his pistol and aimed it at Lincoln. "I said you're as good as dead. Kneel and surrender, and perhaps I'll allow you to remain whole." Blinded by greed and the confidence that wielding a gun instilled, Josh believed that Lincoln-esque skills could fetch a higher price. Yet, he failed to comprehend that the very shield he relied upon bore no weight in Lincoln-esque eyes. Confronted by the dark muzzle of the gun, Lincoln smiled faintly, surveying his surroundings until he picked up a wrench from the ground, weighing it thoughtfully in his hand. He then turned to face the gang leader. "I believe your mind is clouded. Fortunately, I possess a tool that can assist you. Allow me to make some repairs." With that, he boldly advanced towards the gun's barrel. Unaware of his impending doom, Josh's eyes glimmered with a chilling hue. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire boomed, echoing through the room with an intensified resonance. The cacophony of gunfire ignited Lincoln's senses, and in an instant, the world slowed to a crawl. With superhuman reflexes, he could distinctly observe the golden bullets spiraling forth from the barrel, approaching him in a languid manner. Too slow. With a confident smile gracing his lips, Lincoln extended his hand, effortlessly plucking the bullet from the air between his fingers. With the threat neutralized, the world resumed its natural rhythm. The metallic clinking of bullets hitting the floor resounded as Josh stood frozen in disbelief. He stared vacantly at the bullet, then at Lincoln, his eyes betraying a palpable panic. He was afraid, truly afraid. For the first time, he encountered someone capable of catching bullets with bare hands, an experience that far exceeded his expectations. It felt as though he had stumbled upon a superhero from a comic book, perhaps becoming a target for this hero's noble endeavors. Yet, he could not fathom why this superhero was of Asian descent. As thoughts raced through his mind, laden with fear and despair, he desperately pulled the trigger repeatedly, unleashing a torrent of bullets. But, just like before, it was futile. No, it was even worse. Josh watched in astonishment as Lincoln's hand moved like a phantom, the clanging sounds reverberating as the bullets were deflected as if striking an impenetrable shield. In the depths of his being, he seemed to hear the ominous chimes signaling that his attacks had failed to penetrate the armor of his adversary. He discarded the iron block, now devoid of ammunition, in search of a new weapon. Suddenly, a gust of wind heralded Lincoln's presence, who stood before him in an instant. In the final moment of his life, all he could perceive was the glinting wrench drawing ever closer. A thought flickered through his mind. I should have lent him money, although I might never see it again. At least my life would have been spared. Bang! The skull shattered. Healed. Wiping the blood-stained wrench clean, Lincoln surveyed the disarrayed yet surprisingly tidy room, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Picking up the bullet marked with his fingerprints, Lincoln exited through the back door, carrying the gangster's remuneration for the repairs. This was a flawless maintenance operation. No one would be able to expose him. Henceforth, he shall be known as the Master of Repairs. Chapter 4. The birth of a captain in the tavern. The local muttered to himself, calculating that Lincoln's venture had likely gone awry. However, before he could finish his drink, a crisp sound echoed as a blood-stained $25 bill was slapped onto the table before him. Looking up at Lincoln and then back down at the bloodied currency, his face involuntarily twitched. Having spent some time in this establishment, he had encountered many unruly gangs and individuals. Yet he admitted that he had never met anyone as audacious as Lincoln. He had just learned the gang's hideout and promptly procured the bloody cash, all while remaining unscathed and composed. This local was indeed a formidable character. The local scrutinized Lincoln closely, and any disdain he had previously harbored was entirely quashed. One must be ruthless to stand firm. After witnessing Lincoln's ferocity, who would dare underestimate him? He had imagined that Lincoln's experience involved a fierce battle, yet in reality, Lincoln's actions were far less arduous than the local had envisioned. As he departed with the bills tainted by the blood of villains, he could confidently assure himself that there were no eyewitnesses to this operation, unless the deceased and the comatose could somehow rise again. No clues, no witnesses, and a unique method of operation made it exceedingly difficult to pinpoint a suspect. Based on these factors alone, this heinous crime could easily become a cold case. The tavern owner might have been able to provide the New York police with some useful information, should he be willing to risk his own life in the wake of Lincoln's elusiveness. However, it was evident that this money-hungry local was a clever man. He would not engage in such folly, which further ensured Lincoln's safety. Not only was Lincoln secure, but the multitude of corpses would also deter the local from harboring unwarranted thoughts, compelling him to prepare an identity for Lincoln and send him off to the European front. He received the money, Lincoln acquired an identity, the New York police tackled crime, and the residents enjoyed a peaceful existence. Aside from the local gang that had thrived for too long only to be inexplicably eradicated, everyone was quite content. The tavern of the fellow villager was evidently unsuitable as a residence. However, this was of little consequence. In a vast expanse of New York City, there were ample places willing to offer a modicum of assistance to a stranger who had lost his identification, motivated by the allure of currency. After all, at that time, the dollar was still referred to as the greenback, the kind that could be directly exchanged for gold. Professional matters were best left to those with expertise. Lincoln was unaware of how that villager operated, yet within a few days, he received good news. "This is yours. Take it." The man, seemingly anxious, glanced around before producing a paper envelope from his coat and handing it to Lincoln. "As for the enlistment, you will need to wait a while. A letter will arrive." "A letter?" Lincoln pondered for a moment, pointing to the ground. "Delivered here?" "Delivered to me," the villager replied, "and then it will be brought to you. Therefore, it is advisable to remain in a place where I can locate you." "How long until I receive the letter?" "That is uncertain," the villager mused. "It depends on the efficiency of those Americans. However, it should not exceed a month at the latest. I have heard the situation there is not particularly favorable." There were undertones in the villager's words. If Lincoln had produced a bill at that moment, perhaps he would have been more inclined to divulge certain information. Yet, seeing that Lincoln remained unmoved, the villager realized he was dealing with a formidable individual and departed in disappointment. Lincoln held no interest in the so-called intelligence the man spoke of. One could easily deduce that a Chinese tavern owner would possess little of significance to capture Lincoln's attention. At present, Lincoln's primary concern was not the war on the European front, but rather the super soldier enhancement program being prepared by the Strategic Scientific Reserve in New York City. To be frank, he was quite intrigued by the super soldier serum. Although it held no practical value for him, it could serve as a noteworthy collectible. After bidding farewell to the tavern owner, Lincoln returned to his room, discarding the newspaper emblazoned with the words "World's Fair" into the trash. He then picked up the glass bottle filled with cola on the table and exhaled gently. With a crisp, crackling sound, the once room temperature cola transformed into a chilled beverage. His body's capacity to absorb and enhance sunlight was beyond imagination. He had now acquired all of Superman's abilities, including, but not limited to, biological manipulation, super strength, super speed, heat vision, ice breath, enhanced vision, and extraordinary intellect. His eyes had developed the ability to perceive the microscopic composition of matter, yet he typically refrained from employing this microscopic vision on humans. The thought of seeing bacteria and mites in such detail diminished his quality of life significantly. Out of sight, out of mind, as long as he did not witness it. He could convince himself that it did not exist. As for his superintelligence, while it conferred a crushing advantage in IQ, it also rendered matters rather mundane. As he swiftly analyzed and discerned the trends of change, the near future transformed from an enigma into a realm of clarity. However, the almost omnipotent experiences afforded by his extraordinary powers began to rapidly strip away the joys of life. Thus, he imposed certain restrictions on his superintellect, allowing it to flourish only in exceptional circumstances, while in ordinary moments, he remained an ordinary man endowed with superhuman abilities. This approach enabled him to derive greater pleasure from life. The tavern owner had allotted him a month, the longest time frame possible, yet Lincoln remained unconcerned. For the date of June 22nd, the day Steve would undergo the super soldier transformation at the Brooklyn Antique Shop, loomed ever closer. Before formally departing with the identity of a soldier, he might even fulfill his plan to collect the super soldier serum. Time flew by, and on the fateful day of the 22nd, amidst the thunderous roar of an explosion and gunfire, the creator of the super soldier serum, Erskine, fell to the ground. In the ensuing chaos, few could impede the Hydra agent, who was desperately fleeing with the last remaining vial of serum, save for Steve, who had just undergone the serum injection and transformation. The cacophony of gunfire and the growl of vehicles rendered the streets a tumultuous scene. Yet, neither the ordinary crowd, the Hydra agents, nor Steve, who was fervently pursuing them, were aware that another pair of eyes silently observed from the shadows. Manipulating the biological force field, Lincoln loomed like a deity, his gaze impassively fixed upon the chase below, penetrating the Hydra agent's attire and honing in on the vial of super soldier serum. Chapter 5. Good Deeds on the Streets of Brooklyn. Fred, a Hydra agent, sped through the thoroughfare in a taxi, glancing at the figure clinging to the rear of the car in the rearview mirror. His expression akin to one who had seen a ghost. Could a mere mortal, powered only by legs, truly match the speed of a vehicle traveling at 80 miles per hour? Fred pondered, his thoughts increasingly fixated on the vial of super soldier serum in his pocket. Having witnessed the entire enhancement program firsthand, he fully comprehended the serum's significance. Its acquisition would enable the mass production of super soldiers, propelling Hydra into the position of true world dominion. As a fervent acolyte of Hydra, brainwashed and resolute, he vowed to retrieve the serum at any cost. It was his mission. Fred's thoughts raced, solidifying his determination, but the weight and impact reverberating from the car's roof jolted him into the realization that circumstances had shifted. Damn it! Recalling the distance to the harbor dock, Fred cursed inwardly and swiftly drew his handgun, aiming at the roof and pulling the trigger. Hope still lingered. If he could reach the dock and board the submersible, he would accomplish his mission. Long live Hydra! He rallied himself. Meanwhile, at the harbor dock, various vessels lay anchored here, while in the depths where light scarcely penetrates, a submarine of unparalleled technological advancement quietly floats. This uniquely designed vessel, enveloped in silence, appears as though it is a creation from a fantasy narrative, a drone submersible that ought to remain concealed beneath the waves until summoned by its rightful master. However, the unexpected arrival of an uninvited figure disrupted all plans. At the dock's edge, Lincoln, having taken an unconventional route, stood waiting, having not delayed for Fred and his companion, who were in hot pursuit. The extraordinary clarity of his vision rendered the murky waters impotent against his gaze, allowing him to discern the submarine's unconventional shape with striking clarity. He cast a glance backward, his sight piercing through the crowd and walls, as two figures drew ever closer. After a moment's contemplation, he turned away, only to return moments later, eyes fixed on the can of red paint and brush he held. A gentle smile graced Lincoln's lips as he mused. I suppose this counts as a good deed. He refrained from entangling himself directly in the matter concerning the super soldier serum and the potential overreaction from the Strategic Scientific Reserve and the American military. Though unafraid, he was merely a step away from acquiring a legitimate identity, and he deemed it unnecessary to complicate matters further. Thus, he resolved to employ alternative methods. Harnessing a biological force field, Lincoln found the seawater repelled, allowing him to labor diligently beneath the surface with the red paint can in hand. In a short span, he emblazoned a large Hydra symbol upon the submarine's hull. The stark contrast of black and red rendered the colossal emblem unmistakably visible to all but the blind. A masterpiece of artistry, indeed. After admiring his handiwork, Lincoln surfaced, gauging the trajectory of Fred and his companion, before resolutely making his way towards them. Suddenly, a collision was inevitable when a determined superhero crossed paths with an unsuspecting passerby, beyond Fred's control. The force of their encounter sent Fred sprawling to the ground, his eyes narrowing in fury as he glared at Lincoln before raising his weapon and unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. The click of an empty chamber left his expression frozen, watching helplessly as Lincoln's silhouette vanished around the street corner in mere moments. Consumed by rage, Fred discarded the spent gun, neglecting to check the status of the serum in his pocket, and staggered towards the nearby dock. He pressed the remote control button nestled in his pocket, awakening the submerged submarine's core. Dr. Zola had extracted energy from the Tesseract for various applications, including this extraordinary vessel before him. The advanced energy core rendered the submarine nearly silent and devoid of vibration. Yet upon seeing the red emblem on its black hull, Fred's eyes widened in astonishment. He was unaware of the identity of the benevolent soul behind the charitable act. All he knew was that he was seething with rage, to the extent that he momentarily halted to hurl an expletive at Steve, who was relentlessly pursuing him from behind. Fred trembled with agitation, but at that moment, he had no time to ponder the precise cause of the icon's appearance. The transparent hatch opened, and he dashed inside, taking 3 steps at once, then flooring the throttle, propelling the submersible out of the harbor like a swift blade. Due to the presence of water, the submersible could not match the speed of a car. Even that taxi, which could barely exceed 80 miles per hour, was far swifter than this avant-garde vessel beneath him. Thus, Fred's only chance to evade Steve lay in descending. He intended to submerge to a sufficient depth before Steve could close in, thereby rendering the submersible invisible to his pursuer. He thought this and acted accordingly. On the shore, a frantic Steve watched helplessly as the dark submersible plunged swiftly into the undulating waves. Yet, even in that fleeting moment, the vivid, red Hydra emblem was indelibly etched into his mind. He dashed to the edge of the dock, then, without hesitation, prepared to dive into the sea with a perfect somersault, but a muffled thud halted him. At the clock tower on the pier, Lincoln gently swayed the test tube in his hand, the potent azure liquid within swirling enigmatically, akin to the unfathomable depths of the ocean. Securing the vial containing the serum, Lincoln smiled as he observed the submersible rapidly descending beneath the churning white foam, glancing at his newly acquired watch. 3, 2, 1. Boom! The resounding explosion captured everyone's attention. In a classic case of substitution, Lincoln had replaced the super soldier serum with a cleverly timed explosive. The high-grade bomb, developed by his superhuman intellect, unleashed a destructive force far exceeding its size and appearance. Even with the immense water pressure bearing down, the energy released was ferocious. The powerful shockwave disintegrated the entire submarine, scattering its remnants across the ocean floor, while the previously placid surface erupted into a towering wave several meters high. There was no need for further investigation. Under such overwhelming explosive force, Fred stood no chance of survival, and the super soldier serum he had carried was lost without a trace. On the shore, witnessing the roiling waters, Steve, who had not yet entered the sea, felt a chill creep down his spine. Chapter 6. My talents have been concealed as site investigation had become an unnecessary endeavor, given the force of the explosion. Even a steel submarine had been torn asunder, and Fred, along with the serum he bore, had been obliterated beyond recognition. Due to Lincoln's intervention, the Strategic Scientific Reserve's mission had ended in utter failure. The creator of the super soldier serum, Erkins, was dead. The technologically advanced submersible lay in ruins. The serum had vanished, and Hydra's agents were left in tatters. Aside from an emblem painted in red by Lincoln that Steve had noted, the American military had garnered no significant intelligence. However, this was not entirely accurate. With that singular symbol, they had ample reason to deduce that Hydra harbored further conspiracies, which could be exploited for offensive maneuvers. Yet, given their nature, it was highly improbable they would act overtly, at least not with grandiloquence. After all, it was their established practice to let allies bleed while they feasted. You have been assigned to the 107th Infantry Regiment. Take your weapon, soldier. Lincoln. To be candid, although Lincoln harbored thoughts of feigning effort, was not the 107th Regiment where Steve's comrade Bucky served? Hadn't this unit been scheduled to deploy to Europe long ago? Why was he being assigned to them now? Could it be that the casualties necessitated reinforcements? Clueless about the military strategy, he boarded the troop ship, and after a tumultuous journey, he successfully arrived on the European battlefield. The World War II he had learned about in history books was markedly different from the one existing in this realm populated by superheroes. At least, the analysis of the warfare was undoubtedly distinct. After all, in this world, Hydra existed, and if things were the same, it would be a miracle. The reality was as Lincoln had previously surmised. The 107th Infantry Regiment had suffered considerable losses during an unexpected engagement, prompting the dispatch of new recruits, among whom was Lincoln. Thus, Bucky, upon seeing Lincoln's perplexed expression, broke into a delighted grin. I never imagined I would encounter you here. Indeed, I too did not foresee this meeting. Lincoln nodded, somewhat resigned, reflecting on the unpredictability of fate. The conversation between Bucky and Lincoln piqued the curiosity of the others in the barracks, who gathered around. Bucky, do you know him? Of course. Bucky replied with a smile. He once rendered me significant assistance by dissuading a friend of mine who could engage the enemy for an entire day. As he spoke, he winked at Lincoln. That's right, isn't it? Acknowledging Bucky's goodwill, Lincoln could only nod in agreement. Indeed, that is accurate. With Bucky's endorsement, no hostility or exclusion transpired within the 107th Infantry Regiment. In a situation where one could be called to arms at any moment, Ostracizing a comrade would be an act of sheer folly, even though Lincoln's background was somewhat unconventional. Following a brief introduction, Bucky pulled Lincoln aside. "Curious, have you seen Steve recently? I haven't received any word from him in quite some time, perhaps due to confidentiality protocols." Lincoln replied casually, "I saw him just before my departure. You wouldn't believe the changes he has undergone." Intrigued, Bucky inquired, "Could you share more?" "He has grown taller." Lincoln gestured. "He should be about your height now, and he has become considerably more robust." "Wait, has he grown taller? Has he become more robust?" Bucky blinked in surprise. "Although my education is somewhat limited, Steve should have already passed his growth phase." "You must be mistaken." Lincoln shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You might still see him. When you do, you will undoubtedly be astonished, and then you will realize that I speak the truth." Bucky gazed intently at Lincoln, attempting to discern any hint of jest upon his face, yet ultimately found nothing. A flicker of skepticism danced in his eyes as he endeavored to envision his friend's transformed stature. Suddenly, he chuckled, thinking perhaps he was merely succumbing to the weight of stress, leading him to believe Lincoln's words. The possibility of magic existing in the world seemed far more plausible than the notion of Steve becoming taller and stronger. Their conversation reached a temporary lull when a seasoned soldier approached Lincoln after finishing the cleaning of his firearm. "Hey, newcomer, what skills do you possess?" "Skills?" Lincoln glanced at him, remaining silent. The veteran laughed heartily, gesturing toward the others in the barracks. "Each of us has our own unique talent. My marksmanship is quite commendable. Jack excels at long-range shooting. Bucky may not be the most accurate shooter, but his hand-to-hand combat is impressive. What about you, newcomer?" Lincoln pondered for a moment. Then a radiant smile illuminated his face. "To be honest, I excel at explosions. Just provide me with the materials, and I shall show you what true artistry looks like." Demolitions were among the few skills Lincoln had thoroughly mastered. While he was busy absorbing the languages and scripts of this world with his super intellect, he also delved into the intricate art of explosions, allowing his extraordinary intelligence to elevate this craft to unparalleled heights. Given sufficient materials, he could even fabricate a nuclear bomb by hand. Lincoln's declaration rendered the veteran, Dugan, momentarily speechless before he clapped Lincoln on the shoulder. "I hope you speak accurately. Perhaps we shall find your talents indispensable in the near future." With the influx of new recruits complete, a brief respite followed, and the next campaign commenced. As a contingent delving deep into the heart of Europe, the 107th Infantry Regiment faced numerous battles. Albeit most were conventional encounters that offered little opportunity for Lincoln to showcase his exceptional demolition skills. However, his marksmanship flourished remarkably. With a steady supply of ammunition, diverse humanoid targets, and bolstered by his formidable physical and mental resilience, he became renowned as a sharpshooter within the 107th Infantry. Whether wielding a pistol, rifle, or any other firearm, his proficiency in claiming lives with a single bullet became his standard practice, earning him the moniker Reaper. In contrast, his explosive talents remained shrouded in obscurity. Snipers were invaluable assets, synonymous with precision and lethality, whereas demolition was often perceived as the realm of brutes. How could one squander a gifted individual on such brutish tasks? Such a notion was indeed imprudent, a failure to utilize one's potential to its fullest. As the soldiers of the 107th Infantry Regiment charged into battle with their rifles in hand, Lincoln merely needed to position himself at the rear with his sniper rifle, occasionally pulling the trigger to eliminate two unfortunate souls. Bolstered by his ironclad physique and the protection of a biological field, he found little incentive to change his location. As long as the enemy refrained from deploying nuclear weapons, he felt impervious, considering even a single hair loss to be a defeat. The notion that his unusual presence might be noticed by others was rendered moot. Only the most foolhardy would stand beside an exposed sniper, akin to seeking death while holding a lantern in a restroom. The current situation diverged from Lincoln's initial expectations, yet serendipitously, his aimless existence in the rear was achieved. Chapter 7. Brainwashed Warriors? Imbecilic Soldiers. The days of idleness were pleasurable. While other fervent American soldiers charged towards the enemy with rifles raised, Lincoln merely stood at a distance, watching. If the situation was not dire, he could even fly to a nearby, far miles away to procure some fresh fruit. Despite his leisurely demeanor under his oversight, the 107th Infantry Regiment surprisingly suffered no significant casualties, save for a few unfortunate souls who met their end in the explosive chaos. However, as time progressed, The 107th Infantry Regiment, delving deeper into the front lines, ultimately faced a moment that would irrevocably alter the course of history. The soul of Hydra, Schmidt, dispatched a unit to launch a surprise attack on Azano, aiming to capture more prisoners for enslavement and to disrupt the Allied front. Over 200 soldiers of the 107th fought valiantly, but without Lincoln's intervention, the tide of battle inevitably veered away from its destined historical trajectory. Klausberg, a fortified factory stronghold established by Hydra between two mountains. Shielded by the mountains and the front line, this location became nearly untouchable by Allied forces. Even the most skilled pilots feared the artillery power here. It served as Hydra's clandestine factory, producing various energy weapons capable of directly altering the war's course. The immense demand for energy weapons rendered the Hydra forces perpetually short on labor, yet their victory in the Azano campaign provided a fresh supply of slaves. These individuals would be drained of their last vestiges of strength and sent to laboratories to become test subjects in Zola's hands. During the prisoner transport period, a cacophony erupted in the lower levels of Klausberg. The sounds of footsteps, curses, whips, and cries of agony intertwined, punctuated by indifferent conversations that seemed to discuss potential means of self-rescue. Above, in the laboratory, a figure with a vacant gaze was firmly bound to a medical bed with leather straps, appearing as a severely afflicted mental patient, continuously murmuring and repeating a rank and a number. The plight of the test subjects failed to elicit any sympathy from the Hydra soldiers. Enveloped in their full-body combat suits, one soldier spoke in a tone as cold and mechanical as a machine. "Doctor, the new batch of captives has arrived, excluding those incapacitated or unable to work. There are 23 remaining." Dr. Zola contemplated for a moment, gazing at the soldier lying numbly on the medical bed. "Bring one individual out. I have use for them." "Yes," replied the soldier, heading towards the lower confinement chamber. "Lynn, how did you end up here?" Duggan exclaimed, astonished to see Lincoln. "Aren't you a sniper? Did they manage to encircle you?" "Close enough," Lincoln mused. "I was initially positioned at the back, but when the enemy charged, I found myself elsewhere." Duggan nodded, reflecting on the outcome of the battle, and then struck the steel cage forcefully. These damned, squeaking sounds followed, seemingly drawn by Duggan's curses, as the soldiers dispatched by Zola directly opened the cage where the two were held. Their gaze fixated on Duggan, but upon noticing his exposed muscles, the Hydra soldier hesitated before shifting his attention to Lincoln, whose attire concealed his physique. "You come with me," Lincoln responded with confusion. A few minutes later, in the laboratory, Zola furrowed his brow at the sight of Lincoln, who appeared remarkably composed. His experiments revolved around the destruction of mental fortitude and brainwashing. Theoretically, the more haggard a subject, the more suitable they would be for his purposes. How could a superhuman like Lincoln possibly be weary? Despite his dissatisfaction with these foolish brainwashed soldiers, Zola refrained from requesting a replacement and instead gestured towards the medical bed while turning to adjust the equipment. Behind him, a crackling sound erupted behind him, causing Zola's finger to halt on the button. He inhaled sharply, detecting the acrid scent of charred flesh and grilled meat. Realizing something amiss, Zola slowly turned around and immediately beheld Lincoln, his eyes glowing with an ominous red hue, gradually fading. His peripheral vision caught sight of the ground behind Lincoln, where, under the searing heat, two Hydra soldiers bore gaping holes in their chests. The combat suits melted and burned under the terrifying temperature, emitting an orange-red glow and intense heat, while their blood and flesh were thoroughly incinerated, leaving no trace of blood behind. In an instant, the two soldiers equipped with energy weapons were obliterated. "Care to enlighten me on the nature of your intended experiments?" Lincoln inquired, a smile gracing his lips, his aura exuding a terrifying presence akin to a demon from the depths of hell. The lifeless bodies on the ground remained with their eyes wide open, and the red glow in Lincoln's eyes instilled fear in Zola, prompting him to take 2 steps back, stammering, "WWII, wash brain experiment." "Brainwashing?" Lincoln glanced at the corpses on the ground. "Are these the fruits of your brainwashing efforts?" "Why, yes, indeed." Zola nodded cautiously, then carefully adjusted his glasses. "Germany cannot provide us with a sufficient and capable military force, which is why Schmidt has instructed me to establish an army he can control in this manner." Lincoln pondered for a moment. "Is your brainwashing reversible?" "Generally, it is not," Zola replied, sensing Lincoln's temporary reluctance to end his life. He relaxed slightly. "Due to the inadequacies of the technology, successful brainwashing fundamentally relies on the destruction of the original mental will. Then, can you subject them to a secondary brainwashing?" "Secondary brainwashing?" A hint of confusion crossed Zola's face. I do not know. No one has ever attempted it. Let us find someone to experiment on, Lincoln said, glancing around before fixing his gaze on the laboratory's entrance. I believe there are 2 guards outside. Bring them in. Zola appeared perplexed and attempted to explain, but I said, bring them in. Lincoln insisted, his eyes narrowing, the crimson glimmer within them silencing Zola's remaining words. Resigned, Zola shouted towards the door, people outside, come in. Zola felt a profound sense of helplessness. Schmidt still harbored a certain wariness towards him, and those outside, who claimed to protect him, were in reality monitoring him. From the perspective of brainwashing, those individuals would not genuinely obey his commands. Identify the enemy. Open fire. Upon hearing the command from beneath the black mask, Zola, who had taken refuge behind the desk, was overtaken by a wave of exasperation. These brainwashed soldiers lacked any semblance of human adaptability, acting rigidly like automatons. Chapter 8. What have you brought back? The familiar sound of energy weapons firing reached Zola's ears, and the next moment, a thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the laboratory. The energy from the cosmic cube is nearly inexhaustible, yet that does not imply it is inherently docile. Once the energy from the battery was channeled and unleashed, its destructive capacity far surpassed all forms of energy currently harnessed by humanity. In the face of this force, the human body crumbled effortlessly. Even steel would meet a fate of melting and piercing. Yet amidst the cerulean beams and blinding explosions, Lincoln stood immovable, a towering figure akin to Mount Tai. The energy capable of tearing apart iron struck Lincoln without leaving a single trace on his attire. The sweeping shockwave and flames left the room in disarray. Even as Zola buried himself behind the desk, he emerged disheveled and covered in dust. With trepidation, he peered out, only to see Lincoln, unscathed, standing before him. Is this all there is? Lincoln said, waving away the floating debris. His expression remained serene as he regarded the Hydra soldiers before him, his eyes glowing with growing intensity. You shall meet your demise. In an instant, a cerulean energy beam erupted from the muzzle of his weapon, simultaneously with a searing red ray emanating from Lincoln's eyes. 2 beams of energy collided in midair, and in an instant, the blue beam was ruthlessly torn apart. The intense and violent energy was unleashed once more. And amidst the flames and shock waves, the crimson laser mercilessly reduced the 2 Hydra soldiers to cinders. With 2 resounding thuds, the charred remnants fell, exuding the stench of burnt flesh. Gazing at the room engulfed in flames and toxic mist, Lincoln furrowed his brow slightly. His lips moved, and with a breath exhaled. A bone-chilling coldness immediately spread throughout the chamber. A frigid gale, capable of freezing all it touched, swept through the room, extinguishing flames and causing the previously floating dust to fall, encased in ice crystals formed from the condensing vapor. In mere moments, the once searing room, reminiscent of a battlefield, transformed into a polar wasteland enveloped in snow and ice. The biting chill posed no threat to Lincoln, but Zola, clad only in a simple suit, trembled uncontrollably, even a thin layer of frost adorning his brows. His hands and feet were cold, not merely due to the room's low temperature, but because of the overwhelming power Lincoln had displayed, withstanding energy beams, tearing through them with heated vision, and transforming the room from fiery inferno to a polar expanse with a single breath. Lincoln's might appeared to Zola as akin to that of a divine being pursued fervently by Schmidt. One question consumed his mind. How could such a person have been captured at Klausberg? Those foolish, brainwashed soldiers, what have you brought back? Crouched behind a desk that had been completely destroyed, Zola stared apprehensively at Lincoln's silhouette, utterly unable to fathom how such a terrifying energy could be contained within the human form. As he pondered, Lincoln's voice suddenly resonated. Aren't you going to come out? How long do you intend to hide? You are in deep trouble. Zola raised his hands and emerged, pointing to the damaged room. Schmidt has installed cameras everywhere. Nothing here can escape his gaze. If you do not leave quickly, in a short while, hundreds, even thousands of soldiers will surround you. You stand no chance. Is that so? Lincoln chuckled, an expression of fearless amusement in his eyes. Then let them come. But first, you must undergo a little reprogramming. I cannot do that. Zola shook his head, declining Lincoln's proposition. Reprogramming requires a suitable environment and ample time. He glanced around the frost-laden room, his tone making the implications quite clear. Lincoln was unaware of the prerequisites Zola mentioned for reprogramming, but observing Zola's frozen state and the icy crystals adorning the chamber, he nodded in agreement. This frigid environment indeed seemed ill-suited for such purposes. Nevertheless, it was of no consequence. He had a second location in mind. Lincoln's pupils adjusted their focal length, activating a perspective that rendered the solid concrete structure of Krausberg nestled within the mountains as ephemeral and translucent in his vision. The density of human figures became starkly visible to him, and he could distinctly perceive the radiant energy core within a secluded chamber. Undoubtedly, Lincoln had ample reason to believe that this dazzling energy core was the cosmic cube harboring the space gem, and the shadowy figure beside it was none other than Schmidt, the true master of Hydra. Mind control necessitates an appropriate environment and sufficient time. In this regard, what place could be more suitable than Schmidt's command room? Without a moment's hesitation, Lincoln seized Zola by the collar, dragging him from the room that had been reduced to rubble. In the upper command room, the shockwave from the energy explosion, despite being mitigated through multiple layers, remained formidable. Feeling the tremors beneath his feet, Schmidt immediately ceased his activities. He activated the surveillance equipment in his office, capable of overseeing the entirety of Krausberg, and there he beheld the ruins of the room and Zola being forcibly removed by Lincoln. Damn it! Schmidt, upon a cursory glance, was oblivious to the specifics of the situation, but was certain of one thing. An intruder had infiltrated his factory. Moreover, this wretched intruder had abducted Zola, who possessed vital energy technology and, more critically, was approaching Schmidt's very office. Such a challenge to his authority and position was intolerable for Schmidt. Without further hesitation, he pressed a button on the control panel, and his voice resonated through the speakers, reaching the barracks. Everyone, arm yourselves and secure all passages to the command room. I want that damned individual captured and brought before me. Unfamiliar with Lincoln's capabilities, Schmidt made a grave error in judgment. Meanwhile, as he gazed at the Hydra soldiers who had completely filled the corridor, a hint of amusement danced across Lincoln's face. Killing? It was a trivial matter for Lincoln, who possessed numerous methods at his disposal: heat vision, super speed, and super strength, all of which could be executed with ease. Yet, he had no intention of resorting to such bloody means. He gestured subtly towards the surveillance camera overhead, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. With a sound reminiscent of the onset of an ice age, everything froze in place. As Lincoln calmly traversed the lifeless ice sculptures, Schmidt, observing the myriad frozen figures on the monitor, seemed to be ensnared in a similar fate. What on earth have I encountered? This was the singular thought racing through his mind. Chapter 9, Red Skull. I shall find myself a father, and for Zola as well. The frigid aura spread throughout the corridor, as if the ancient ice age had returned, freezing everything in its path. If Lincoln willed it, the chilling breath he exhaled could indeed disrupt the transmission of electricity and signals. However, considering that Zola would also perish in such frigid temperatures, he ultimately moderated the temperature slightly. Rows of Hydra soldiers clad in black protective gear found their bodily functions entirely frozen. Yet Zola moved among them with the ease of a normal man. Lincoln had mastered the art of temperature control. Witnessing Lincoln's remarkable prowess, once more, Zola's reverence deepened, and he fully acknowledged Lincoln's formidable identity. Just as he had defected to Hydra under the threat of Schmidt's gun, it was evident that he could just as easily betray Schmidt now, swayed by Lincoln's exhibited power. Before Lincoln could utter more words or take further action, Zola spoke first. We must hasten our movements. If Schmidt discovers us, he will undoubtedly activate the self-destruction system, and Klausberg will be obliterated. Do not worry, Lincoln replied, lifting his gaze towards the room where Schmidt resided, a faint smile gracing his lips. He is incapable of such a feat, and he will not act upon it. In the frigid corridor, an unending stream of icy air slithered through concealed conduits, freezing everything it touched. In a terrifying cold, even metal became brittle, shattering with a delicate sound as the once smooth passage began to falter. What? Zola remained oblivious to the happenings in the shadows. Yet upon noticing the ice sculptures surrounding him, he chose silence. He was the weaker party, unable to comprehend the extraordinary capabilities of the powerful beyond his imagination. In the upper control room, observing the screen as Lincoln and Zola advanced towards him, Schmidt's eyes turned frosty, a sinister smile twisting his lips as he decisively pressed the self-destruction button. With a soft click, Schmidt's gaze became vacant. He looked down at the unresponsive console, disbelief and suspicion swirling in his eyes. Click, click, like a man possessed by the allure of a button that promised a billion with a mere press. Schmidt's palm struck the red self-destruction button with frenzied desperation. Yet, regardless of how many times he pressed it, the self-destruction system remained unresponsive, as if malfunctioning. No, Schmidt roared, his face contorting into a mask of madness, but suddenly, an icy breath surged from the crimson button. A sudden sense of crisis washed over the Red Skull. Instinctively, he withdrew his hand from the button, but in that fleeting moment of contact, the leather glove had already formed a layer of frost. Looking down at the button, now completely frozen and rendered unpressable, he exclaimed, "Damn it! How is this possible?" Schmidt removed his glove, staring at the encroaching frost on the console, his expression shifting dramatically. As a well-educated scientist, although he sought the power of the divine, when the means to achieve such godlike strength presented themselves before him, he found himself engulfed in disbelief. His pursuit of the divine was not to find a master, but to acquire celestial power to assert dominion over the world. However, the emergence of Lincoln led circumstances to unfold in a direction he most dreaded, rendering any hope of reversal futile. Crackling frost continued its relentless spread across the console, and as the pervasive chill threatened to extend beyond its confines, Schmidt finally grasped the gravity of the situation. "I shall remember you." He seethed, his jaws clenched tightly, his gaze filled with unbridled fury as he beheld Lincoln approaching on the screen. Without hesitation, he turned towards the energy output device housing the cosmic cube. He resolved to abandon Klausberg, deeming it no longer a suitable refuge, and before departing, he intended to take the cosmic cube with him. He reached for the metallic handle. Yet before he could withdraw the gleaming blue cosmic cube from its vessel, a voice echoed ominously behind him. "If I were you, for the sake of your life, I would consider releasing your grip." The calmness of the voice delivered a jolt of shock to Schmidt. His pupils dilated sharply, and the muscles of his face twitched uncontrollably. Even the human mask he wore could not conceal his turmoil. In an instant, he pivoted to confront Lincoln. "Stop. If you dare take another step, I shall shatter it. You will perish as well." "What a foolish notion," Lincoln replied, unfazed by Schmidt's threat. He sauntered over to the table where a bottle of fine liquor awaited. His fingers circled the neck of the bottle, sharp nails slicing through the glass with the precision of a diamond blade. Pouring the pale, yellow liquid into a glass, Lincoln gently clinked it against the table, a wave of frost rising from below, freezing the liquid in an instant. Yet, in the next moment, a flicker of crimson light ignited in Lincoln's eyes, and amidst Schmidt's convulsions, a flame erupted from the rim of the glass. Leisurely sipping the fiery ice wine, Lincoln leaned against the table, nonchalantly swirling his glass. "Go on. Do your best to throw it. I fear you may not shatter this cube, after all." "You." Schmidt stared at Lincoln, both astonished and enraged. He had intended to wield the cosmic cube as a threat, but Lincoln's demeanor shattered that notion entirely. Should it fall, the outcomes were limited to either destruction or preservation. Yet regardless of the fate of the cosmic cube, his own demise was inevitable. Schmidt did not wish to die, yet he lacked the fortitude to wield the Infinity Stones. Thus, even with the cosmic cube enveloping the Space Stone in his possession, he stood before Lincoln as defenseless as an infant. Lincoln understood this, as did the Red Skull, yet he was unwilling to concede. When he realized that Schmidt's threats posed no real danger to Lincoln, he sought a scapegoat, directing his ire towards Zola, who had been lurking in the shadows. "It is you. You have betrayed me, Zola." The method employed by the Red Skull caught Zola off guard, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. He glanced from the furious Red Skull, whose rage seemed to demand his own flesh, to Lincoln, who stood nearby, sipping wine and observing the spectacle. Zola fell into silence. Neither the superhuman Lincoln nor the all-powerful Red Skull were adversaries he, as a mere scientist, could provoke. If one were to say that the Red Skull had become a paternal figure to him, then now Zola found himself with two such figures looming over him. Chapter 10. Humanity has its limits. Having come to this realization, Zola felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Yet, with power above him, he dared not voice his dissent, choosing instead to lower his gaze, unwilling to intervene in the confrontation between two titans he could not contend with. Zola's submissive demeanor left Schmidt with no outlet for his anger. He turned his attention back to Lincoln, who wore a faintly mocking smile, leaving Schmidt to feel utterly powerless. "I shall grant you 3 seconds," Lincoln declared, placing his wine glass upon the table and revealing a ticking watch. "Should you fail to make a choice by then, allow me to assist you in making one." 1. Schmidt glared at Lincoln with unyielding fury. 2. Schmidt remained sufficiently enraged, yet the defiance in his eyes was supplanted by deep contemplation. 3. With a decisive clap, as if driven by instinct. Upon the utterance of the third character from Lincoln's lips, Schmidt relinquished his grip on the glowing cosmic cube, allowing it to return to its rightful place. He raised his hands high, stepping back to signify his harmlessness, and inquired of Lincoln, "Who are you? And who am I?" Lincoln adjusted the insignia on his uniform, replying, "Do you not see? I am now a soldier of the United States, unfortunately captured by your forces. Spare me the theatrics, Schmidt retorted coldly, his gaze fixed on Lincoln. If all American soldiers were like you, or even just one, Hitler would have long since met his defeat. Moreover, your appearance bears little resemblance to those Americans. You may consider me a soldier, at least for now, as I still receive a military stipend. Lincoln shrugged nonchalantly, turning his attention to Zola. Well then, I have found the location you requested. It is now your turn to perform. Did you truly betray me? Zola faced Schmidt, whose eyes were filled with a predatory glare. His expression was conflicted as he stepped forward, only to retreat half a step under Schmidt's intimidating gaze, before finally beginning to explain. He demanded I conduct a brainwashing experiment. But your men blew up my laboratory. So you took him to my office? Schmidt regarded Zola with disbelief, as if seeing for the first time this short-statured, cunning subordinate. After a moment of contemplation, Zola posed a question. If I were to say this was merely an accident compounded by coincidence, would you believe me? Schmidt remained silent, his cold gaze fixed on Zola, the meaning clear as day. Realizing this, Zola let out a resigned sigh, refraining from further explanation, and instead spoke in a half-commanding tone. I require a team of soldiers along with the necessary equipment to conduct my experiments. Therefore, Schmidt, allow your men to enter. How dare you command me? Schmidt roared. But upon catching a glimpse of Lincoln, who was tinkering with the console nearby, he inhaled deeply and conceded, I shall cooperate with you fully. It was a classic case of dogs biting dogs, neither Zola nor Schmidt being paragons of virtue. Lincoln relished their antagonistic exchange. In contrast, should they find common ground, he might be compelled to take further measures. Of course, such measures would not involve murder, a task devoid of sophistication, but rather crafting hatred and division through alternative means, such as forcing them to choose between severing their own vital parts or those of one another. However, such drastic actions were unnecessary at present. As for why he did not eliminate Zola or the Red Skull, the answer lay in their utility. Zola was a potential subject for mind control experiments, capable of implanting novel ideologies in the minds of those outside, perhaps yielding some peculiar outcomes. The Red Skull, on the other hand, was destined to be transported to another planet via the Space Stone, disappearing for decades. Yet, these were not the most pivotal reasons. The crux was that neither individual had engaged in any repugnant actions towards Lincoln. At the very least, they had not insulted him verbally nor attempted to take his life, with the Red Skull previously only seeking to capture him alive, thereby granting Lincoln a chance to survive. Moreover, they were woefully inadequate, so weak that they did not warrant Lincoln's attention. Their potential to be killed was inconsequential. Neither Schmidt nor Zola grasped the true nature of Lincoln's principles. Yet considering that this American soldier tacitly allowed Hydra's actions and his own mind control experiments, they speculated that Lincoln might possess no moral boundaries. The most elusive and uncontrollable beings in this world are indeed those devoid of limits. Recognizing the vast disparity in power, Schmidt relinquished any futile thoughts of revenge. Accepting the reality of his fall from the apex of Hydra's hierarchy, coming to terms with the emergence of this imposing figure above him. Meanwhile, Zola quickly resumed his mind control experiments using the rudimentary technology characteristic of this era. The subjects placed upon the medical table were not the captives languishing in the lower cells, but rather Hydra soldiers who had already undergone a round of brainwashing. Their origins were obscure, but having lost their sense of self, they were hardly remarkable in any aspect, making them ideal expendables. Embracing the quintessentially dark technological flair of the Marvel Universe, Zola employed a form of mind control that Lincoln could not fathom. A cacophony of colors, images, and sounds, along with a series of fragmented messages, would once again dissect and reshape the realities of the Hydra soldiers, implanting within them an entirely new will in accordance with Lincoln's desires. Everything was proceeding smoothly until Zola let out a sigh of relief when suddenly a dramatic turn of events transpired. As if witnessing something horrifying in the realm of the mind, the heart of the Hydra soldier began to race uncontrollably, and his pupils dilated in sheer terror. Zola, in a flurry of panic, administered the serum, but it was futile in saving the subject's life. Within mere minutes, the convulsions ceased. Had such a situation ever occurred before? Standing nearby, Lincoln, endowed with the gift of insight, observed the unfolding events. He discerned not only the terror in the subject's eyes, but also the profound changes occurring within his body. Zola could not perceive these underlying details, yet, with his extensive experience in conducting experiments, a flicker of confusion crossed his features. This was not how it was supposed to be. Zola explained, even in failure, The subject's fate should result merely in madness, either as a deranged lunatic or not, but not in this manner. It seems as though he was frightened to death, Lincoln remarked, narrowing his eyes. Moments earlier, in a fleeting instant imperceptible to human senses, he had seen a glimmer of energy flash within the subject's brain. Initially, he thought it a coincidence, but now it appeared otherwise. Perhaps conducting further experiments could capture this energy, yet Lincoln resolved against pursuing it any further. He understood that the Marvel universe was rife with inexplicable phenomena and decided to bide his time until he became invincible, at which point he could seek out the source of this energy for a proper discussion. As for now, he thought it best to leave things as they were. Turning to Zola, he stated, "The human psyche has its limits. A second round of brainwashing is impossible. The experiment must be halted." Chapter 11. The visit of the Ancient One in an indescribable, unknown dimension, chaos and vibrant hues served as the sole backdrop. Suddenly, an eye composed of twisted space and pulsating energy emerged, gazing out into the boundless void, where 3 golden nodes formed a barrier, faintly visible. The dimensionless demigod of the earth cast its gaze upon the world of the azure planet, filled with longing. A thought stirred, unleashing an inexplicable force that surged toward the barrier. A humming sound resonated, golden ripples expanding across the surface of the barrier, and in the next moment, a figure clad in a yellow robe materialized. With a gentle gesture, she quelled the tremors of the barrier. Only then did the Ancient One lift her gaze to the indescribable void. "You have crossed the line." The dimensionless demigod remained silent, its star-like eyes locking with hers. After a prolonged silence, it gradually receded, murmuring, "I shall wait for the day you depart. When that time comes, they will still belong to me." The power of the demigod was formidable beyond measure. Even the Ancient One could only contend with it through the array left by the Vishani and the magical energy contributed by Dormammu. Yet she knew that as long as she remained alive, the threat posed by these demigods was of little concern. The silhouette returned to the Kamataj Sorcerer Academy, where the Ancient One stepped into a mirror realm, independent of reality. The space transformed under her will, with figures appearing like reflections in an infinite prism before her. As she scrutinized the phantoms, the Ancient One ultimately fixed her gaze upon the sound emanating from a figure in Klausberg. She exhaled softly, extending her hand to bridge the mirror realm with reality. In Klausberg, Zola's secondary brainwashing initiative faltered before it could commence. Observing the lifeless Hydra soldier being dragged out from the medical bed, Zola looked at Lincoln, bewildered. What should I do next? Conduct experiments related to the Tesseract. Lincoln approached the apparatus designed to continuously extract energy from the Tesseract. Tapping its steel exterior, "I need you to devise a new structure that can output its energy in a more gentle manner. It must at least reach a point where it does not react upon contact with matter and release energy instantaneously." Lincoln's request not only perplexed Zola, but also altered Schmidt's demeanor. "No, I still require it to manufacture energy weapons. I offer you a chance to reorganize your language." Lincoln gazed calmly at him, a crimson glimmer igniting in his eyes. "What did you just say?" "And nothing." Schmidt, predictably, faltered once again, just as Lincoln extended his hand to retrieve the Tesseract. Emitting a blue glow from its container, a sound reminiscent of shattering glass suddenly echoed in his ears. A peculiar sensation swept across him, causing Lincoln's brow to furrow slightly. The Ancient One. Releasing his grip, Lincoln turned towards the source of his heartbeat. Even though it was empty, "Since you have come, why not reveal your true self? You possess considerable knowledge." In a moment of disorientation, the space he was staring at flickered to reveal the Ancient One's form, her expression serene. "May we converse?" "I find it unnecessary." Lincoln pointed to the eye of Agamotto hanging around her neck. "My knowledge does not surpass what you glean from that artifact, and it merely represents one possible future. Yet you, the guardian of dimensions, neglect to confront those dimensional deities, turning your attention to a mere speck like me. You are no mere speck." The Ancient One smiled lightly. "You have altered every future I can observe, rendering all beyond my control. If you're a mere speck, then strange is even less significant. You cannot control me?" Lincoln observed the astonished expressions of the two outside the mirror realm, affected by his disappearance. Mirror realm, time loops, thought exile, corporeal confinement. Each should pose no challenge to you, yet they ultimately lead to the worst outcomes. The Ancient One interrupted. "In the infinite futures, I have employed these methods. But regardless of the means, after a certain point in time, you will vanish and return in a more formidable form in the future. This will not merely be a calamity for Earth, but rather a catastrophe for the entirety of the dimensional reality. Fortunately, the future has yet to unfold. so I am prepared to engage in a thorough discussion with you. Lincoln stroked his chin, remarking, "Your words remind me of what Strange said when he approached Dormammu with the Time Stone. Thus, the Time Stone is not sealed within the Eye of Agamotto." Ancient One gently shook the chain around her neck, stating, "I have secured it in another location, equally safe. Are you not concerned about Caecilius' potential treachery?" His gaze focused on the Book of Cagliostro, which contained accounts of Dormammu that would surely capture his attention. "That is not necessarily the case." Lincoln reached out, retrieving a bottle of liquor from the real world into the mirror dimension. "If it were me, with the Time Stone before me, resurrection or immortality would be achievable. Why bother with such forbidden arts? Thus, this distinguishes you from ordinary sorcerers." Ancient One smiled. "Caecilius betrayed me, yet he did not betray himself or the magic. TSK. Your words always echo those of charlatans." Lincoln shrugged. "So what do you wish to discuss?" "The first matter. Refrain from conducting perilous experiments, such as secondary brainwashing." "Secondary brainwashing? Dangerous?" Lincoln regarded Ancient One with a peculiar expression. "If memory serves, hasn't Bucky been brainwashed countless times in his original future?" However, the distinction in the hosting subjects results in varying degrees of scrutiny from the dimensional demigods. With a simple gesture, Ancient One traced brilliant lines in the air. Just as the same act performed by a beggar and a president would attract different levels of attention and impact, your existence incites those individuals to remain restless. I presume you do not wish to confront them prematurely. That is indeed true. Lincoln recalled the fleeting power that had flashed through the soldier's mind, pondered for a moment, and nodded. "Very well. I shall summon them to engage when I am more assured. Where you may choose to assume the mantle of the Sorcerer Supreme and work for yourself and Kamar Taj," Ancient One suggested. Lincoln retorted, "Such a boon would be better sought by Strange. I am utterly disinterested. However, if you are willing to showcase magic before me, I might find an inclination to learn." Chapter 12. Establishing a hotel. Ancient One remained silent, merely smiling at Lincoln. Their eyes locked. Lincoln suddenly spoke. "Alternatively, I could wait until your dutiful apprentice Caecilius stabs you. Then consult Mordo or Strange, unless you intend to take matters into your own hands to alter the future." The smile on Ancient One's face stiffened. She understood that Lincoln was entirely capable of such an act. She also recognized that if she did not intervene actively to alter the future, Lincoln's plans would likely succeed, with the uncertainty of failure contingent upon whether Mordo or Strange would perish prematurely. "Very well." Ancient One exhaled. "I can grant you access to the library of Kamar Taj, but under one condition. You must not remove any books from Kamar Taj. Would you consider obtaining a library card for me?" Lincoln inquired. "Unless you can assure me that you will not remove those tomes from our present reality," replied the Ancient One, regarding him with a discerning gaze. "In that case, never mind." Lincoln waved his hand dismissively. "The volumes housed within the Kamar Taj library are not mere books, while ordinary spellbooks may suffice. The forbidden tomes are far more than simple pages. They serve as vessels. The established truth is that the Infinity Stones cannot be removed from this universe. Yet these books are different. No one has yet attempted such a feat, however. It is evident that a future version of Lincoln has tried, resulting in some undesirable occurrences that the Ancient One wished to avoid, leading her to decisively block this avenue. Given that these books cannot be taken from this world, the discussion of removing them from Kamar Taj becomes moot. With Lincoln's intellect, if necessary, he could memorize the entire library in a remarkably brief span, rendering a single visit equivalent to perpetual access. The Ancient One did not engage in hypothetical scenarios regarding whether Lincoln would pilfer the books posthumously. Instead, she continued, "It is paramount that you refrain from initiating communication or attracting demonic entities. As for the remainder, consider my counsel." "What if I choose not to heed your counsel?" Lincoln inquired, curiosity piqued. "Advice is merely advice," the Ancient One replied, her demeanor unruffled. "I merely propose. Your acceptance is not contingent upon me. Pray tell, what is your suggestion?" Lincoln pressed. The Ancient One nodded slightly and began, "My suggestion is..." Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass interrupted him, and in that instant, he found himself back in the realm of reality. In a fraction of a millisecond, Lincoln expanded his senses to their utmost limits, faintly perceiving the Ancient One's figure receding rapidly. At that moment, he comprehended the situation. The Ancient One had intentionally left her statement unfinished before departing. He was uncertain from which future she had gleaned her insights, but she had indeed succeeded. Lincoln felt a disquieting discomfort, so much so that his gaze toward Schmidt and Zola shifted uneasily. "I have already formulated a preliminary design concept," he stated. Zola raised his hand enthusiastically. Through the use of constraint modulators, we might slightly alter the nature of energy, preventing it from reacting violently with matter. Well done, Lincoln acknowledged, turning his attention to Schmidt. And what have you accomplished? Schmidt stammered, at a loss for words, inwardly lamenting. How am I supposed to know what you want me to do? I am not a mind reader. If you wish for my demise, you could simply say so. After a prolonged silence, Schmidt struggled to articulate his thoughts. Lincoln scrutinized him, realizing that this ambitious individual might indeed lack the practical skills required. While he could likely excel in espionage and military tactics, beyond such endeavors, Schmidt appeared to possess no outstanding talents. Oh, he seemed to hold the title of scientist, yet the reality was that his scientific acumen paled in comparison to Zola's. In the absence of Lincoln's aspiration to command Hydra in unifying the world, Schmidt's role was indeed limited. Lincoln gazed at Schmidt, pondering for a moment, before issuing a command that seemed absurd to Schmidt. You shall establish a covert force to procure assets in Europe and America for my future indulgence. Procure? Schmidt's eyes brimmed with confusion as he stepped forward. We can unify the entire world. Everything will then belong to us. I harbor no fondness for the ideologies of Hydra. Lincoln replied, fixing his gaze on Schmidt. Whether it be German supremacy or any of your other doctrines, I have no inclination towards them. Do you grasp my meaning? Upon observing Lincoln's countenance, Schmidt suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation, a cold sweat breaking out upon him. Under both Hydra and Schmidt's policies, individuals like Lincoln would undoubtedly be among the first to be eliminated. Schmidt could envision that if he persisted in his ambitions, he would meet his demise long before achieving his goals. Realizing this, he wisely refrained from further folly and promptly nodded in agreement. Understood. I shall dispatch agents to establish a new system independent of Hydra in key regions worldwide, aptly named the Continental Hotel. Lincoln casually conjured a name from his memory that aligned with his expectations. Main operations will encompass the hospitality sector, including hotel models and all pleasurable industries, while secondary operations will involve assassination. Schmidt's expression hardened, discerning Lincoln's implication. Zola had appropriated his cosmic cube, and now the Continental Hotel aimed to seize a considerable portion of his clandestine forces, making his quest for world domination increasingly arduous. Yet, he still perceived a glimmer of opportunity. The resources within Klausburg were sufficient to wreak havoc across Europe and America, allowing him to partially realize his prior plans. A glint of conspiratorial ambition flickered in Schmidt's eyes, which Lincoln noted, aware that the likelihood of Schmidt's success was exceedingly slim. The reasoning was straightforward, just moments ago. While he employed his senses to locate Ancient One, he had glimpsed a figure bearing a shield approaching. Should Klausburg be destroyed, Schmidt's failure would be inevitable. Lincoln had no intention of altering this outcome, for a world under Hydra's dominion would be monotonous. A singular power ruling the globe would invariably be dreary. Having received his orders, Schmidt did not cast another glance at Zola, who was fiddling with the cosmic cube. He swiftly exited the room to organize personnel for the establishment of the Continental Hotel. Lincoln, too, chose not to disturb Zola. Instead, he reached for a battery storing the energy of the space gem and activated it. The structure of the battery, designed by Zola, was so unique that opening it would not disrupt the internal energy. However, as Lincoln made contact, an alteration occurred. Biological constraints emanated from within, restricting and confining the dispersal of spatial energy. That seemingly gentle energy began to seep into Lincoln's being upon contact with his skin. Chapter 13. The Space Gem, the Infinity Gems, each one a source of energy that can be harnessed and manipulated by living beings, possess a remarkable compatibility with life. However, due to the immense power of the gems and the frailty of the beings that encounter them, no one on Earth can withstand the energy of even a single gem. Dr. Zola fails to comprehend the profound reasons behind this phenomenon, yet he has adeptly leveraged this characteristic of gem energy. Even a mere fragment of spatial energy extracted from the gem exceeds the limits of ordinary life forms, resulting in instant disintegration into ash upon contact. Yet Lincoln stands apart. He is an exception. Having resided in this world for several months, Lincoln has not pursued power recklessly like a moth to a flame. Instead, his abilities have been enhanced to an astonishing degree. While the spatial energy is lethal to an ordinary individual, Lincoln can endure it, especially since the energy reservoir contains only a modest amount. The azure spatial energy permeates his skin like water absorbed by a sponge, coursing through his muscles, veins, and even the intricate patterns of his bones. Observing the bizarre hues that manifest at his fingertips under the influence of spatial energy, Lincoln's eyes glimmer with intrigue. He can sense the incredible fortification that this energy imparts to his cells, alongside a subtle, almost imperceptible pressure. This pressure bears down simultaneously on both body and soul. Yet Lincoln's formidable strength renders the force, which could obliterate an ordinary person in an instant, trivial. Constrained by the rudimentary materials of this era, the battery crafted by Zola contains only a meager amount of energy. The sensation of turbulence emerged fleetingly before dissipating once more. Nevertheless, Lincoln is now assured of one thing. His physical resilience is sufficient to withstand the onslaught of the spatial gem's energy. With Schmidt having departed, Lincoln gazes at Zola, who remains preoccupied with the instruments, his brow furrowing. He reaches out and seizes the cosmic cube, which houses the space gem, extracting it from the apparatus. No! Zola's horrified exclamation comes too late, as Lincoln's right hand grasps the cosmic cube. In the next moment, a soft chime resonates, and a dazzling, radiant light erupts from the surface of the cube. This blinding illumination shines forth like the sun in full bloom, overwhelming Zola, who struggles to shield himself from the searing rays that permeate the room. He retreats step by step until his back collides with the cold, unyielding wall, halting his flight. As the brilliance before him gradually wanes, he stares, transfixed, at Lincoln, who holds the cosmic cube. This is impossible. Zola's eyes widen in disbelief. His steps faltering as he approaches, filled with incredulity. No one can endure such volatile energy. How can this be? In truth, all things are possible. Lincoln grasped the cosmic cube with a single hand, feeling the continuous flow of energy coursing through his being. This overwhelming sensation instilled in him a sense of boundless power. He was aware that this was a mere illusion, yet it was not entirely so. At the very least, with the cosmic cube in his possession, he could manipulate space at will. In the realm of spatial dominion, he was indeed omnipotent. Even Ancient One's magic struggled to challenge his mastery over it. Engaging Ancient One with the cosmic cube was not in Lincoln's contemplation. He gazed out at the window, filled with the sight of snow-capped mountains. And with a gentle gesture of his unoccupied left hand, he beckoned forth. Buzz! Blue ripples reverberated throughout the room as space was distorted and altered by Lincoln's will. The frigid ambience of steel and concrete swiftly dissipated, replaced by a vast and starry cosmos, sparkling with celestial light. As he instantaneously transitioned from his office to the expanse of the universe, Zola found himself utterly bereft of speech and movement, while the meteoric fragments that occasionally zipped by relentlessly assaulted his perception of reality. How beautiful it was! Immersed in the celestial splendor, Lincoln sincerely marveled, then turned his gaze towards a distant yellow star. He extended his hand and gently tugged, transforming the once feeble luminescence into an intense beam capable of incinerating worlds, striking Lincoln with unparalleled force. Yet this light, potent enough to obliterate all of humanity's creations, bore no weight upon Lincoln. On the contrary, it only served to amplify his strength. In the starry expanse, witnessing that terrifying beam failing to annihilate Lincoln, Zola was left in a state of shock. As he observed the light bending and reshaping, enveloping Lincoln as if cloaked in a layer of armor, he found himself uttering incoherent sounds. Zola's spirit had been thoroughly shattered, but thankfully, the nonviolent nature of this defeat allowed him to swiftly reconstruct a new framework of beliefs. Gazing upon the figure encased in golden radiance, the fear and reverence in his eyes faded, replaced by fervent, loyal zeal. Lincoln remained oblivious to the fact that his actions had transformed Zola into a fervent and devoted follower. Even if he were to learn of it, it would matter little to him. Within a realm composed of sunlight, aided by the wondrous properties of the space gem, every cell in his body absorbed copious amounts of sunlight. In mere seconds, the transformation of his being rivaled the progress made over the preceding months. This surging power rekindling within Lincoln a sensation of absolute control. A wondrous feeling. The golden brilliance reflected in his pupils. Lincoln merely loosened his cerebral constraints slightly, and an overwhelming influx of information emerged in his mind. He was omnipotent, all-knowing. Cloaked in golden light, Lincoln cast a brief glance towards Zola, and in that instant, he comprehended everything about him. In the starry sky, the divine figure of Lincoln inspired awe in Zola, and the golden pupils, which even the resplendent sunlight could not obscure, evoked reverence. A mere glance made Zola feel as though he were laid bare before Lincoln's penetrating gaze. The complete transparency did not incite anger within him. Rather, it deepened his loyalty and fervor. He knelt upon the ground, humbly exclaiming, "O God, great God!" Zola's fervent cries failed to stir Lincoln. He merely averted his gaze with indifference, contemplating the nature of faith. In this world, belief exists, yet Lincoln finds no necessity for it. The sunlight alone suffices to elevate him beyond the divine. He understood that he could indefinitely bask in the sunlight's enhancement until he achieved transcendence. However, the sudden glimmer of golden threads diverted his attention. The golden light in his eyes swiftly faded, replaced by an expanding wave of blue. As the starry sky was once more shrouded by cold steel and concrete, everything reverted to its previous state, save for Zola, who remained prostrate on the ground. Chapter 14. Confronting the sorcerer, the resplendent sunlight had vanished, but its augmenting effects lingered within Lincoln. The surge of power significantly elevated his control over the space gem, allowing his gaze to pierce through the confines of space and a magical array to behold the meditating Ancient One within Kamartaj. The unmasked spatial fluctuations instantly alerted the Ancient One. She opened her eyes and, despite the vast distance separating them, exchanged a glance with Lincoln. Shaking her head, she waved her hand, obscuring her presence once more. This was not a spatial maneuver, but rather an illusion. As Ancient One's figure faded from view, Lincoln could not help but smirk. How petty, not even granting me a glance. Why, I looked at you. I did not deny you the same courtesy. Nevertheless, he refrained from pursuing her further. Instead, his gaze shifted towards the depths of Kamartaj, specifically to the library. With a single step, he traversed the vast distance. Kamartai, true to the stereotype held by many, served as a sanctuary for sorcerers, providing a tranquil atmosphere. The Kamartaj library, abundant with a plethora of tomes, was particularly serene. Ancient One had established numerous protective arrays to safeguard the precious texts from theft, yet these defenses proved futile against the space gem. Within the tranquil library, azure ripples danced through the air, casting enchanting light, but this ethereal hue immediately caught the attention of the librarian. He slipped his fingers into the suspended ring, and with a mere thought, magical light surged forth from his palm. Without hesitation, the orange-yellow glow coalesced into a whip-like manifestation, surging through the fabric of space towards Lincoln. With a resounding clash, the sound of metal striking metal echoed. Golden magical whips deftly ensnared Lincoln's arm. The librarian's hand trembled as he released a surge of magical power, an invisible force traveling along the whip to compress Lincoln's form. The librarian before him was not the King Lincoln once knew, but he sensed that this seemingly frail elder sorcerer possessed greater prowess. As an ancient overseer, devoid of leisure, the elderly man had devoted his time solely to the pursuit of knowledge and the practice of sorcery. His insights may not rival those of the future sorcerers. Yet when it comes to the study of spells, this seemingly aged figure is capable of employing a myriad of extraordinary techniques. Were it a common individual, the moment they bore the brunt of the whip's peculiar force, they would have undoubtedly succumbed to helplessness. However, Lincoln is different. He even finds the time to savor the power transmitted through the lengthy whip. The elder? The state exhibited by Lincoln transcended his comprehension. Observing the composed Lincoln, a glimmer of astonishment and gravity flickered in his eyes. Having been isolated from the world for years, he was oblivious to its developments. Yet he recognized that the individual before him was a formidable adversary. Resolutely, he decided to hold nothing back. Grasping the whip ensnared around Lincoln's arm, his withered hand suddenly struck down in the air. Crash! A shattering sound erupted, and in the next moment, Lincoln felt the world turn upside down. The reality before him instantaneously fragmented into shards of a shattered mirror. Once again, it was the mirror space. Lincoln chuckled, drawing azure energy from the cosmic cube. He slightly raised his foot and then gently set it down. Thud! A resonant boom echoed in the elder's mind, and in the next instant, he witnessed cerulean ripples expanding at an incredible speed from beneath Lincoln's feet. The ripples were astonishingly clear, yet their rate of propagation was terrifying. In an instant, the entire expanse of the mirrored space within his line of sight was engulfed, under the unique influence of spatial energy. The entirety of the mirrored space was augmented to an unfathomable degree by Lincoln's will, rendering even the mighty sorcery of the Emperor Veshan utterly ineffective against it. Like a card stuck in place, the previously intricate and perilous spatial phenomena froze midair. How is this possible? The elder's palm danced frantically before him. Yet, irrespective of his efforts, he could not instigate even the slightest alteration in the mirrored space. Conversely, as Lincoln absorbed and utilized more spatial energy, even without mastering the spell of mirror space, the ethereal realm began to shift under his command. The mirror space of sorcerers adheres to profound mathematical principles. allowing them to expend less energy and manipulate space with greater simplicity. Yet Lincoln required none of that. The energy within the spatial gem was boundless, and the limits of his superhuman form were astonishing. Orchestrating a realm according to his whims was an effortless endeavor. Thus, in the incredulous gaze of the administrator, the once orderly mirrored space began to operate in an inscrutable manner. Mathematics and order became obsolete, and the chaos of thought emerged as the prevailing theme. One moment, his foot was firmly planted on solid ground. The next, he was soaring through the air. The randomness of space and the reconfiguration of matter had Lincoln not deliberately restrained himself. The guardian of the library would have surely been entombed within the molten depths of the earth. Even with Lincoln holding back, the administrator found himself in an utterly disadvantageous position. The chaotic shifts in space and environment rendered him incapable of launching any effective attacks. Even if he wished to dispel the mirrored realm, his hands would suddenly become ensnared by earth and stone, the flow of water constraining him further. Steel, water, earth, air, everything in this world seemed to conspire against him. The disordered sights before him left his gaze bewildered, and he felt himself helplessly tumbling within all. By the time calm was restored, his figure had been completely ensnared by Lincoln. The long whip remained coiled around Lincoln's arm, but with a slight tremor. It dissipated into primordial magical energy. "Who are you?" Despite his diminished combat prowess, the mage remained defiant in his predicament. "Why have you intruded upon the library? Did Ancient One not inform you?" A glimmer of amusement flickered in Lincoln's eyes as he moved his right hand, releasing another wave of energy. "Ancient One, you have betrayed your own, the Sorcerer Supreme?" The mage furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by Lincoln's actions. "Do you know the Sorcerer Supreme?" Of course, Lincoln nodded, and then a familiar figure materialized from the space. "Ah, you finally arrived. This is a misunderstanding." Ancient One did not regard Lincoln, merely waving her hand to dissolve the mirrored space, allowing the others to return to reality, and began explaining to the library administrator. "He is a friend I met outside, possessing reading privileges in the library. I forgot to mention this earlier." "Very well." The elderly mage stretched his limbs, scrutinizing Lincoln closely before shaking his head and walking towards the table. "Since he is a friend of the Sorcerer Supreme, feel free." Chapter 15. The Mystique of Magic. The elderly mage muttered as he walked away, turning briefly to glance at the two, ignoring the administrator's somewhat resentful gaze. Ancient One turned to Lincoln, her attention immediately captured by the cosmic cube in his grasp. "How does it feel?" "Quite well," Lincoln replied, understanding Ancient One's intent as he lifted the cosmic cube. "This container restricts the energy of the space stone, allowing me better control over it." At this juncture, Lincoln paused, then grinned. "At least it's quite suitable for dealing with the mirrored realm." "Indeed, it is quite fitting." Ancient One's voice remained calm, undisturbed by the revelation. She turned slightly, a portal unfurling before them. "Since you have arrived, please make yourself at home. Will you not entertain your guests?" Ancient One hesitated for a moment, then turned to Lincoln with a slight smile. "A guest unfamiliar with this place would not casually use the space stone to enter the library and engage in a scuffle with the administrator. Since you have taken the initiative, my guidance is no longer necessary." With that, she waved her hand, causing the portal to spiral closed, and her figure vanished alongside it. Possessing the space stone, Lincoln naturally had the power to prevent the closure of the portal. However, he chose instead to watch as the figure of the Ancient One vanished. Shifting his gaze to the myriad volumes before him, the sorcerers of Kamartaj exhibit several distinctions from their counterparts in other realms. Yet they share a profound similarity in their relentless pursuit and application of knowledge. Even the seemingly illusory spell of the mirror dimension finds its connection with mathematical principles, echoing the intricate essence embedded within countless other spells. To assist future practitioners in mastering the esoteric arts, former spellcasters meticulously documented their insights in a series of instructional treatises. These scholarly works were curated by the Ancient One and other mages into a compendium, which gradually evolved into the present-day library of Kamartaj. These tomes are treasured artifacts of Kamartaj, designed to aid novices in swiftly and effectively grasping the arcane arts. However, Lincoln's dependence on these texts was minimal. Yet, now that he was here, a flicker of thought ignited within him, and spatial energy emanated from the cosmic cube resting in his palm, releasing tendrils of azure light that danced through the air, imbuing the secluded library with an aura of enigma. Guided by his will, the spatial energy caused the books, which had previously stood silent upon the shelves, to detach one by one. The covers flung open as if stirred by a gust, the pages rustling in a symphony of motion. Dozens, even hundreds of volumes swirled around him, encasing Lincoln in a cocoon of knowledge. His pupils reflected a glimmer of golden sunlight, and in an instant, the minuscule text was captured and etched into the depths of his memory. Suspended by the force of biology, he floated amidst a sphere formed by the convergence of countless books. The pages continued to flutter as volumes extricated themselves from the sphere, while new ones streamed in from the shelves, including those forbidden tomes bound by chains. In this boundless realm of reading and retention, Lincoln's comprehension of magic expanded at an astonishing rate. As his superintellect began to manifest, papers he had previously deemed inconsequential clashed fiercely in his mind, their words fracturing and reforming into profound analyses. 1 minute, 10 minutes, half an hour, Lincoln devoted considerable time to the memorization and understanding of magic, until the day's training concluded for the acolytes within the sanctum of Kamar Taj, at which point the golden light in his eyes began to dim. The books returned to their rightful places, yet the knowledge contained within had been wholly absorbed and deciphered by Lincoln. The spells and powers documented within were sufficient to drive an ambitious soul like Caecilius to madness. However, to Lincoln, they seemed rather inconsequential. As previously stated, the sorcerers of Kamar Taj diverge fundamentally from conventional spellcasters, their abilities rooted in the powers of dimensional deities. At this juncture, Lincoln had no desire to engage with those dimensional beings. Thus, he resolved to modify the foundational spells he had acquired. The source of energy must undergo a transformation. Compared to those deities, he believes that the stars and himself are commendable choices. Modifying spells is no trivial task, unless he unravels the constraints of his mind once more. Given his current circumstances, considerable time will be required to complete the spell modification. In his former self, Lincoln might have opted for a more convenient approach without hesitation. But now, things have changed. His power has become sufficiently formidable, and without seeking other endeavors, life would grow monotonous. The alteration of spells is not insurmountably difficult. It merely demands time, which is precisely what he has. Where do you hail from? Returning the book. Lincoln had not yet retracted the spatial energy when he noticed the administrator standing before him. What is the state of the outside world? I cannot say, Lincoln replied after a moment's silence, shaking his head. You may venture out to see for yourself. Venture out? The elder fell silent, and, after a long pause, he sighed and shook his head. I have grown old and can no longer walk. I fear I am not brave enough to see. Without waiting for Lincoln to respond, he turned his back and departed, murmuring, never mind, never mind. Lincoln remained silent, simply gathering the spatial energy and vanishing amidst a flicker of light. In the Klausberg office, upon witnessing Lincoln's return, Zola's eyes sparkled with delight. You have returned. Indeed, I have, Lincoln casually replied, returning the cosmic cube to the apparatus. I have exhausted its use. I shall leave it here for now, and I will retrieve it later. Are you departing? A hint of reluctance flickered in Zola's eyes. Yes. Lincoln nodded toward the now fully illuminated golden strings, poised to vibrate at any moment. However, I shall remain here for a while longer. A few days should suffice as I prepare for a performance. Zola was unaware of Lincoln's intentions, but as a devoted follower, questioning or inquiring was never his role. His purpose was simply to obey and listen. Waving away the ever-present Zola, Lincoln approached the window, gazing at the sun hanging high in the sky. He extended his right hand, eyes gently closed. Magic manifests in various forms of spells, yet at its core, it remains a force of magical energy. The diverse natures of magical power from different dimensional deities influence the efficacy and intensity of spells, necessitating corresponding sacrifices. Lincoln was unwilling to borrow or pay such costs, thus necessitating a reformation from the outset. The first step was to replace the original borrowing subject. In the cosmos, there exists a plethora of entities brimming with immense energy. Yet few meet the criteria. Lincoln himself could serve as a source of power, but the sun above presents a more conspicuous target. Chapter 16. The actor Lincoln absorbing sunlight has now become an instinctual ability for Lincoln's body. He can autonomously draw energy from the sun without conscious control. However, after his deliberate guidance and control, everything transformed. As if the dust that obscured his vision had been meticulously wiped away, Lincoln, despite having his eyes closed, found the world before him becoming increasingly lucid, to the extent that even the beams of light appeared remarkably distinct. The rays illuminating Lincoln's form would, in a fleeting moment, incite a reaction within his cellular structure, subsequently propelling a series of intricate processes that incessantly fortified his physique. The sunlight, while not entirely absorbed, saw a considerable portion reflected and refracted, allowing Lincoln to remain visible, rather than merely a silhouette of pure darkness. However, with Lincoln's experimentation and modification of the sun's energy through sorcery, his body gradually began to lose its hue, inching closer to the abyss of darkness. Were it any ordinary individual, such a transformation might elicit a scream of terror, yet Zola remained unfazed. Understanding the essence of sunlight and vision, he widened his eyes and directed his detection apparatus towards the encroaching darkness. A miracle, a divine phenomenon. Stars possess no will of their own, yet they harbor immense energy, potent enough to be released in a stable manner. Leveraging the inherent affinity of his superhuman physique for sunlight, Lincoln successfully achieved the initial phase of his objective, completing the first transformation from stellar fusion energy to magical power. The energy thus converted was pure, reminiscent of the sun itself. Heat, light, and fire. These are the attributes of the solar-derived magic, making the casting of spells related to these elements considerably more effortless. A stable and effective conversion method was devised, allowing Lincoln's figure to resurface from shadows. A conduit transcending time and space was established, enabling a continuous influx of energy to be absorbed and transmuted into refined magical power. Remarkably, he employed no specialized techniques. The magic coalescing in his palm bore the capacity to obliterate a mountain. While the quantity of this energy might sound formidable to the sun, it was trivial. The solar radiation received by Earth constitutes merely 1/22 billionth of the total radiation emitted by the sun into the cosmos. Yet, this infinitesimal fraction serves as the principal energy source for atmospheric dynamics on Earth, as well as the primary origin of terrestrial thermal energy. In the face of such vast energy, even if Lincoln were to unleash his magic to obliterate the Earth, the energy expended would be insignificant to the sun. The resplendent star stands as a natural repository of nuclear fusion energy, and humanity's prior efficiency in harnessing it was alarmingly low. However, the circumstances had now shifted. Gazing upon the luminous sphere brimming with colossal energy in his grasp, a smile crept into Lincoln's eyes as he lifted his gaze to the distant mountains blanketed in snow, propelling the orb of light forward. Whoosh! The intense heat instantaneously melted the glass, creating a scorching orange breach, while a fierce gust of wind surged through the room. That diminutive speck of light ascended defiantly against the frigid gale, soaring towards the heavens. The serene, snowy mountains lay in silence, but after a brief moment of stillness, that tranquility was shattered. Boom! Like a miniature nuclear explosion, light, heat, and a formidable shockwave obliterated the snow atop the peaks, while the surging air currents and rampant waves of force shattered the glass supported by steel frames in an instant. A warm breeze, laden with moisture, swiftly enveloped the entire office in a dense mist. Indeed. Observing the distant mountaintop as the snow melted away to reveal its true colors, Lincoln's face broke into a satisfied smile. He exhaled a breath of icy air, and the crystallized ice ascended among the steel framework, sealing the exposed office once more. As the tumultuous airflow gradually calmed, Zola, with his ordinary physique, cautiously approached. Ever since that pure orb of light had been conjured by Lincoln, he had retreated. Despite lacking the instruments to gauge the energy contained within the magical sphere, a primal instinct compelled him to tremble inwardly. Choosing to hide behind cover, he could only watch in awe as the seemingly inconspicuous orb unleashed its tremendous power. Its minute size belied the vast energy and immense destructive capability it released, an achievement he could not accomplish even with energy weapons. Yet Lincoln managed to control this terrifying force with but a single hand. Zola was not alone in his observation. Schmidt, who had departed earlier, was acutely aware of the events unfolding. As an ambitious individual, he had installed surveillance throughout Klausberg, including within his own office. The monitor displayed everything with clarity, from Lincoln wielding the cosmic cube single-handedly to the terrifying light sphere he had conjured. Schmidt's muscles trembled, his heart gripped tightly by an invisible hand. As he experienced a suffocating sensation, Lincoln's might left him with no semblance of a chance for resistance. The psychological burden of wanting to retaliate yet feeling utterly powerless loomed over him like an oppressive mountain, threatening to crush him. The initial phase of the magical energy plan proceeded with extraordinary success, far exceeding Lincoln's expectations. With the foundation laid, the next step was to make specific modifications to the remaining spells based on this magical energy. For instance, adjusting the spell of the Scarlet Chains of Sadarak, which required Sadarak's power to harness the energy of sunlight instead. This endeavor might require time, yet Lincoln was in no hurry. He could afford to take it slowly. Presently, Before designing new spells, he needed to stage a performance. The script was already established. The unfortunate sniper from the 107th Infantry Regiment had been chosen for the experiment. During the procedure, he was compelled to interact with the cosmic cube, but instead of meeting the same fate as others and perishing, he vanished in a flash of light. Zola's assessment of the experiment. The cosmic cube indiscriminately annihilates nearly all life that approaches it, yet a portion may not have perished but merely gone missing. This performance would be meticulously recorded and stored, subsequently leaked to Captain America through Bucky and other channels of design. Perhaps Steve would take this videotape and apply for a grant, later recalling a brilliant idea to utilize the cosmic cube in his confrontations with Red Skull. Lincoln would obliterate all videos related to himself, save for this one that attests to his disappearance rather than his demise. This would constitute a flawless scheme, for no one would suspect the alliance between the highest ruler of Hydra, Red Skull, and Zola orchestrating a grand performance. He had no intention of performing before Steve. Rather, he was impatiently eager to pluck the golden strings and witness the unfolding events. The allure of the first time is always captivating to a man. Chapter 17. A delightful encounter. The golden strings vibrated, releasing an endless cascade of golden light that engulfed Lincoln's surroundings. After several seconds, the brilliance began to wane, and the sounds of bustling streets filled his ears. A new world. Standing on the street, Lincoln inhaled deeply, absorbing a myriad of scents that flooded his senses, while a vast array of information surfaced and unraveled in his mind. The interplay of sound, smell, and sight coalesced, and he swiftly grasped his environment. The Republic era, Tianjin. Which world is this Republic of Tianjin? Hey, don't just stand there blocking the way. Lost in thought, Lincoln was interrupted by a voice from behind, accompanied by a subtle rush of wind. Without a moment's hesitation, he slightly shifted his body and casually extended his hand, seizing the wrist that reached out towards him with a grip as firm as an eagle's talon. Bare-chested, clad in a coarse vest, and adorned with a headscarf, the man with the cart was immediately identifiable as a laborer. Lincoln's strength was considerable, even without any intent to harm. The force in his grasp was enough to elicit a cry from an ordinary laborer. He paused for a brief moment, and soon, a group of laborers encircled him. Who are you? Blocking the street and injuring people. Let go. Ignoring their outcry, Lincoln squinted at one of the laborers in the crowd. Gung Liangshin? Upon hearing this name, the leader of the laborers was taken aback, turning to a fellow worker. Xiao Gung, do you know this person? I don't know him. Gung Liangshin replied, bewildered. Indeed, he did not recognize me. I had merely encountered him once before. Lincoln chuckled softly, pushing away the laborer who was on the verge of kneeling. Be more mindful next time. Don't just push anyone you see. Lincoln had retained the vast majority of his strength, yet that remaining fraction was sufficient to leave the already aching laborer in a state of disarray. As he beckoned his subordinate back, the leader of the laborers was momentarily lost in contemplation. Boss, what's wrong? There is nothing much, merely a sense that the fellow is quite extraordinary. Jiang Liangshin, still engaged in his foot business, has yet to embark on the unfolding of this narrative. Lincoln gazed upward, lost in contemplation, before reaching out to grasp the arm of a nearby vendor. Do you happen to know where Qi Shilin is? Indeed, I do. It's located on Zhongjia in the German concession. Oh, that sign shines brilliantly. Lincoln, however, did not allow the vendor to finish his entire statement. With his pockets devoid of any coin, he seized the opportunity to slip away while the vendor was engrossed in his enthusiastic explanation, leaving no trace behind. By the time the vendor regained his senses, Lincoln had vanished, leaving him bereft of interest, even spitting disdainfully on the ground. Not a single cent given. In all fairness, Lincoln's reluctance to offer a tip was not due to stinginess, but rather his impoverished state. But that is not entirely accurate. He did possess a few dollars, emblazoned with the year 1940, as he walked amidst the throngs of people, observing the ebb and flow of the crowd around him. Lincoln couldn't help but feel a pang of wistfulness. How splendid it would be if a pickpocket were to come along and relieve me of my funds. Just then, a voice called out, "Excuse me," coming through. Almost instantaneously, a diminutive figure jostled past him, vanishing into the sea of humanity. Though their encounter was but a fleeting moment, a smile crept upon Lincoln's lips. Here comes. At the street corner, a short individual known as Xiao Si glanced out over the crowd, before hastily opening his hands to inspect the spoils he had managed to procure. Small change, perhaps? No bullied? He pulled out a wad of foreign currency. Observing the bill in his hand, marked with a 20, Xiao Si paused, repeatedly scrutinizing it in the sunlight. since entering this line of work. He had pilfered quite a number of times, yet he had never encountered currency as exquisitely crafted as this. Could it be that this 20 represented 20 silver dollars? The thought sent a shiver of excitement down his spine, and he spread his hands to count, unveiling several notes. 300? 300 silver dollars? Xiao Si was utterly bewildered. He glanced outward once more, hurriedly stuffing the money into his coat, curling his body as he scurried back to his hideout. In this day and age, one must band together. Even a thief cannot thrive alone. He belonged to a syndicate, and he needed to return to report to the higher-ups. Unbeknownst to Xiao Si, who believed himself to be discreet in his actions, the individual from whom he had stolen was quietly observing his performance from above. Xiao Si, why are you back so early today? Did you snag a big catch? Xiao Si looked up and peered into the courtyard. Where's the boss? Inside. However, he's in a foul mood today. If you haven't brought in anything substantial, you might find yourself in trouble. Nonsense. Xiao Si scoffed, crossing his arms as he stepped inside. The hearts of men are not aligned. Even among those sharing the same den of thieves, there are rifts. Moreover, due to the more direct economic interests at play, their relationships tend to be far more contentious than those of ordinary individuals. As Xiao Si stepped through the door, the man blocking his path became increasingly convinced that he had indeed struck gold, his eyes reddening while his lips curled in disdain. What a show-off. It's merely a stroke of luck. What can you possibly gain from that? Inside, the commotion from outside had long since reached the ears of the leader. As the curtain was drawn back, he took a leisurely puff from his pipe and gazed at Xiao Si with a contented expression. So, what have you brought me that is so remarkable? Xiao Si approached with an air of sycophancy, retrieving a bundle of 15 foreign banknotes from his pocket, exactly 15. All of foreign currency. Foreign currency? Upon hearing Xiao Si's words, the leader perked up, snatching the bills and scrutinizing them under the light. The more he examined them, the more astonished he became. A thief's fundamental skill lies in discerning valuable items, just from the feel and design. The leader recognized that these banknotes were undoubtedly of high quality, their texture and appearance exquisite. Although he had yet to notice the dates printed on the bills, he was already convinced that they were, for the most part, genuine. Is it only 15 notes? No hidden stash? No. Xiao Si quickly shook his head. How could I dare to hide any? If I were caught, it would mean certain death. Caught. The leader scoffed disdainfully. Even if the king of heaven himself came, I could make him prostrate in this den of thieves. Is that so? Chapter 18. Is this martial arts? Before the person arrived, their voice preceded them. The question, is that so? Instantly put the leader on high alert. He seized the banknotes and stuffed them into his own clothing, then cautiously peered outside. Who is it? Step forward. Shouldn't it be you who steps forward? With one hand firmly gripping the throat of a thief left behind to guard, Lincoln appeared remarkably composed, as if he were not the one encircled by a throng. Upon hearing this, the leader finally realized his faux pas. Recognizing his loss of composure in front of Lincoln, he furiously kicked open the door and emerged, immediately spotting Lincoln surrounded by his gang, anger boiling within him. You, the blind fool, dare to trespass in my territory? You took my belongings. How can you claim that I intruded upon your domain? I merely came to reclaim what is rightfully mine, Lincoln replied with a light chuckle, casually waving his hand. The thief whose throat he had seized was suddenly flung into the air, crashing into a pile of debris with a resounding thud. One of the thieves cautiously approached to check the fallen comrade's breathing before turning to the leader. Boss, he's still alive. Hearing that his subordinate was unharmed, the leader's expression improved slightly, yet only marginally. Confronted by Lincoln, who had intruded into his domain, he was not inclined to extend an olive branch. The slight display of strength from Lincoln had earned him a modicum of respect, but with all his men surrounding him, how could he possibly lose? With that thought, the leader surprisingly found himself unworried. Given your demeanor, you must be a martial artist, trained in the arts of combat. A martial artist? Trained in combat? Upon hearing the words of the thief leader, Lincoln fell into a moment of silence. However, his silence only served to reinforce the thief leader's suspicions, invigorating him further. He had long heard tales of the formidable abilities of martial artists, and though he had never encountered one before, he was now eager to witness their prowess firsthand. You lot, charge at him. Finish him off. The audacity of a lowly thief wishing to slay a martial artist filled him with exhilaration, causing him to tremble with excitement at the mere thought. Yet, immersed in his own fantasies, he remained oblivious to the subtle change in Lincoln-esque gaze. Lincoln firmly believed that power should be restrained, and thus he had always imposed such limitations on himself to prevent a descent into the realm of comic book villains. However, there are moments when such constraints are lifted, as was the case now, when a throng sought to encircle and eliminate him. The thief leader assumed Lincoln was merely a martial artist, but to put it bluntly, Lincoln regarded those practitioners with disdain. Who was he? A Superman. A Superman who had basked in the sun for an extended period. Over that time, his body had been enhanced to an extraordinary level, signifying more than just physical prowess. The human body, by its very structure, is destined to possess both weaknesses and strengths. Martial arts are merely techniques designed to exploit those weaknesses. As a Superman endowed with an extraordinary intellect, Lincoln could effortlessly intercept attacks and target vulnerabilities, even relying on his instincts to dominate ordinary humans. While humanity has its limits, a Superman does not. Whether it was the weapons in their hands or the crowd that emboldened them, a fierce shout erupted from the thief leader, and the trio, typically relegated to petty theft, lunged at Lincoln like rabid dogs. Yet in the next instant, they realized the stark disparity between man and Superman. Lincoln made no grand gestures. He simply expanded his biofield slightly, and everyone watched in horror as their weapons rebounded as if they had struck an invisible wall. The immense force left their hands numb with pain, but Lincoln now sprang into action. Moving with the swiftness of a breeze, he became a mere blur, and in an instant, darkness enveloped their vision as they lost all control over their bodies and collapsed to the ground. From a moment the thief leader spoke to the conclusion of the skirmish, a mere 3 seconds had passed. The battle concluded so swiftly that overwhelming seemed a more fitting description. It was only when the last standing thug staggered and fell that the thief leader jolted back to reality. Before him lay a scene of his fallen subordinates, and the fervor he had previously possessed was extinguished, leaving not even a spark. Gazing at Lincoln, he trembled, his mind consumed by one singular thought. Was this what martial artists had become? Had I been forsaken by the tides of time? Staring at Lincoln, the thief leader, gripped by fear, found himself unable to utter even a complete sentence. His face bore the expression of a loved one's passing, a forced smile that was more grotesque than tears. Raising his hand, he struck his own face. I truly am blind to the value of things. I am at my wit's end. Lincoln gazed at the thief with a tranquil expression, as if regarding a corpse devoid of emotion. The money you owe me must be repaid. All right, all right, all right. The thief nodded vigorously, extending his hand to retrieve bills to offer Lincoln, his legs weakening to the point of nearly kneeling. Are you trying to deceive me? Lincoln did not even glance at the bills in his hand. This is a 1940 U.S. dollar bill. What year is it now? You took 500 silver dollars from me, and now you try to fool me with counterfeit? 500 silver dollars? The thief was taken aback upon hearing Lincoln's words. He looked at the bills in Lincoln's hand and back at Lincoln's serious demeanor, finally grasping the situation. It was a setup. He had unwittingly walked into a trap, and the demand was a staggering 500 silver dollars. What does 500 silver dollars signify? In this era, as long as one steered clear of vice, such an amount was sufficient to sustain a family of 5 in Beijing for 5 entire years. Even as the leader of this region's thieves, his accumulated wealth over the years barely totaled 500 silver dollars. The thief suspected that Lincoln had long set his sights on his resources, orchestrating this entire charade. Wrath simmered within him, yet facing Lincoln, a man capable of taking down dozens single-handedly, he could only swallow his pride and resentment. He dare not haggle, fearing Lincoln might change his mind and strike him down on the spot, leaving him without even the chance to buy his life back. With a heavy heart, the thief relinquished his hard-earned wealth, filled with indignation. Just wait, I will find someone to kill you. I vow that if I do not, I, Wong Wu, shall not be a man. With a clatter, 500 silver dollars were laid out, most of which were in bank deposits, only a few dozen in cash. Yet, the sound of those coins clinking was still crisp. Thank you. No need for thanks. The thief felt a moment of relief, believing he had escaped a calamity, only to see Lincoln shake his head slightly. You misunderstand. My gratitude is for you retrieving the money, saving me the trouble of seeking it myself. Upon hearing this, the thief's eyes widened in terror, incredulously pointing at Lincoln. You, those who kill shall be killed. Lincoln's calm voice echoed in his ears, followed by the sound of his neck shattering under immense pressure, the world around him fading into chaos. I thought you knew that. Chapter 19. Cheese from today forth. The unlimited supply of bread shall cease. Perspective is a valuable thing, as it allowed Lincoln to press the thief to the brink, extracting every bit of money without lifting a finger. The bank notes pose a challenge, but not an insurmountable one. A few dozen silver dollars would suffice for a while, as their purchasing power remained substantial at this time. With $500 in hand, Lincoln departed from a silent den of thieves, where not a single brazen pickpocket dared to intrude upon his pockets this time. WWII, the most renowned Western restaurant in Tianjin, was known for its complimentary bread, which was perhaps the only affordable offering in the city. However, it could hardly be deemed inexpensive, for in order to have the waitstaff serve the free bread, one must first don appropriate attire and order a dish or beverage. This was the establishment's rule, and today, Lincoln decided to impart a lesson to the young proprietor of the restaurant. As for the reason, does a bored Superman require justification for his whims? WWII, I have pondered this. To gain fame, one must teach without truly instructing. Chen maintained a placid demeanor. Upon hearing Chen Shi's remark, Zheng Shanao, the leading figure of Tianjin's martial arts scene, couldn't help but chuckle. The bread at WWII may be free, yet remains the only affordable item in Tianjin. Besides your nod of approval, there's an old adage. One must conquer 8 martial arts schools to establish oneself in Tianjin. To this day, no one has bested 5. And likewise, no one has consumed 5 pieces of WWII's bread. Bring me 10 more loaves, Zheng Shanao exclaimed, while Chen Shi looked on in bewilderment. Suddenly, a commotion disrupted their conversation as they turned to see Lincoln elegantly and swiftly devouring one loaf after another. Chen Shi remained silent, but Zheng Shanao's interest was piqued. He meticulously counted the empty baskets on the table before addressing Lincoln. A grand total of 19 baskets. You possess quite the appetite, young man. Just average. Lincoln replied with a smile. I merely came to teach the head of this establishment a lesson. Certain rules must not be disregarded, lest chaos ensue. You won't manage many more, Zheng Shanao laughed, gesturing towards the ceiling. WWII is the premier Western restaurant in Tianjin. The bread earned from the price of a single meal could easily fill a person to the brim. I beg to differ, Lincoln retorted, placing the now empty basket aside and raising his hand once more. 20 loaves. At that moment, Zheng Shanao, who had been fixated on Lincoln, realized that within mere moments, the 10 hefty loaves had vanished without a trace. Each loaf weighed about a pound, totaling 10 pounds. Yet in less than a minute they had disappeared, and he had not observed any discernible movement in Lincoln's abdomen. Zheng Shanao had encountered competitive eaters in his youth, but to consume 10 pounds of bread in under a minute left him incredulous. He suspected Lincoln was not human at all. Lost in thought, Zheng Shanao was interrupted as a server approached with a troubled expression. I apologize, sir, but our kitchen has run out of bread. Is that so? Lincoln wiped his hands and smiled at the server. I find it hard to believe that you've truly run out, rather than being unwilling to adhere to your own restaurant's regulations. The rules of WWII were set by you, as long as one can eat. The bread is limitless and free. What is this? Are you suddenly unable to afford it? As he spoke, Lincoln noticed a flicker of irritation in the waiter's eyes, prompting him to shift his tone. However, this is of no consequence. Perhaps it is merely a lack of supplies in your kitchen, which I can understand. I shall return tomorrow and inform your kitchen staff that I require 500 of your large breads, so they must prepare the ingredients accordingly. Otherwise, you might as well remove the sign. And do not think to deceive me with bread from elsewhere. I can discern the difference. The large bread from WWII is not easy to make. Having observed their kitchen, Lincoln understood that producing 500 loaves would consume the entire morning's labor. Such equipment cannot be altered by mere manpower. The day after tomorrow, my request will escalate to 1,000. Unless you are willing to forego serving any patrons for a day, the only affordable delicacy in Tianjin will vanish within 3 days. Chen Shi should be grateful to him. At least with Lincoln around, he wouldn't have to force down 5 large breads, which would be quite overwhelming. Pushing aside the untouched medium-rare steak before him, Lincoln stood to leave when Zheng Shanao, who had remained silent until now, suddenly called out to him. Young man, would you care to stay and have a chat? Chat? About what? Lincoln unabashedly pulled out a chair next to Chen Shi and sat down. One of you is a martial arts champion, while the other aspires to open a martial arts school. What could we possibly discuss? There is indeed much to talk about. Zheng Shanao chuckled, gesturing toward Chen Shi. You've finished the bread from WWII, and now this Master Chen cannot even get a bite of bread himself. Do not worry. Lincoln waved his hand dismissively. They surely have more in the kitchen. Once I leave, Master Chen will be able to enjoy it. Zheng Shanao laughed heartily. His interest piqued further. You are quite an intriguing young man. May I ask your name? What brings you to Tianjin? I am Lincoln. I find Tianjin rather dull. So I'm merely wandering about, hoping to attend to some matters. Attend to matters? Is it to open a martial arts school like this Master Chen? How did you discern that? Aside from practitioners of martial arts, few possess such an appetite. Moreover, I can see in your demeanor a certain strength not typical of ordinary folk, which led me to speculate. Was I correct? Not initially, but now you are. Lincoln laughed heartily. I hadn't intended to open a martial arts school, but perhaps I shall consider it now. After all, if I have nothing to do, why not indulge in a bit of fun? Are you also going to open a martial arts school? Zheng Shan'eo's eyes sparkled with interest. Then may I inquire which school or style you belong to? I belong to none. None? Zheng Shan'eo's curiosity deepened. Being without a school often signifies one of two things. Either you are truly without a school, having picked up bits and pieces here and there, or you are starting from scratch, yet to establish a school. Zheng Shan'eo scrutinized Lincoln, sensing he did not fit the former description, and suggested, why not come to my martial arts school and practice a bit? You may find it fruitful. Practicing sounds agreeable, but what? The school must continue to operate. Fair enough. Zheng Shan'eo decisively settled the meal expenses, then turned to the silent Chen Shi. Master Chen is here as well. Why not join us in observing? Very well. Chen Shi nodded, and the trio promptly exited. Upon reaching the entrance, they noticed the restaurant staff hurriedly hanging a sign outside. Effective today, this restaurant will cease unlimited bread service. Witnessing this scene, Zheng Shan'eo chuckled heartily. Brother Lin possesses remarkable skills, compelling Lin to change their sign. You're the first to achieve this in so many years. Just average. Lin Qin replied modestly. Chapter 20. Is this martial arts? Moments later, at the supervisory office. Is this your residence? Yes, an old house preserved from the past. It carries a sense of history, suitable for an old man like me. As Zheng Shan'eo spoke, he pushed open the door to a grand hall. The sparse light did not illuminate the room as brightly as day, but it was sufficient to discern the surroundings. Lining the walls were various weapons and protective gear. It was evident that preparations had been made thoroughly. Take a look. You may use whatever you need. That won't be necessary. Lin Qin shook his head. Standing at the threshold, his gaze shifting to the expansive land beside him. It's a pity to ruin the finely laid tiles. It's better outside in the courtyard where visibility is clear. With that, he positioned himself in the center of the open space and extended 4 fingers. I have summarized 4 moves. 1 punch, 1 kick, 1 glance, and 1 breath. This is utterly chaotic and lacks any form. Zheng Shan'eo's initial thought was one of disbelief. Although martial arts encompasses a myriad of styles, fundamentally, there exists a guiding principle. The saying all changes adhere to their roots encapsulates this notion. However, the 4 moves Lin Qin proposed, even through the discerning eyes of Zheng Shan'eo, revealed no discernible connection or structure, while 1 punch and 1 kick could be somewhat understood. The latter 2, 1 glance and 1 breath, left Zheng Shan'eo nearly convinced that Lin Qin was jesting. He refrained from interrupting Lin Qin's demonstration, yet a sense of disappointment had already seeped into his heart, leaving only a flicker of interest. Meanwhile, Chen Shi stood beside them, his lips tightly pressed together. It was inappropriate to laugh given the circumstances and their ranks, so Chen Shi could only express his skepticism toward Lin Qin's so-called techniques through his pursed lips. Zheng Shan'eo and Chen Shi exchanged no words, yet their postures, expressions, and even their gazes betrayed their true thoughts, which were not lost on Lin Qin. Nevertheless, he merely smiled nonchalantly. As he firmly planted his feet, Lin Qin relaxed his shoulders and elbows, then raised his hand to deliver a straightforward and unembellished straight punch. This punch lacked any build-up or explosive force. To Zheng Shan'eo and Chen Shi, it seemed even less impressive than the crude punches thrown by street thugs. Yet, this seemingly simple punch shattered their long-held perceptions of martial arts. Bang! The biological force field was lifted, and the power contained within Lincoln's body surged forth in an instant. Akin to a tsunami crashing down or a volcano erupting, unleashing a force potent enough to obliterate everything in its path. The air, under the impact of this tremendous force, compressed and ruptured, producing a continuous cacophony of explosive sounds, while the cascading shockwaves tore the very grass from the ground. The waves of energy surged forth unimpeded, smashing through the brick wall several meters away, leaving Zheng Shan'eo and his companion unable to maintain their footing as they were thrust several steps back by the sheer force. The white shock wave billowed through the air like mist, only settling after a considerable time, revealing the once pristine courtyard in utter disarray. Broken foliage lay scattered about. The earth cracked and contorted, and debris from the collapsed walls piled up, through the gaps in which the frightened faces of the onlookers could be faintly discerned. Positioned at the periphery, Zhang Shenao and his companion emerged unscathed, albeit disheveled, their garments soiled by the swirling dust and debris. Yet at that moment, such trivialities were of no concern to them. They surveyed the fallen wall in the distance, then glanced at Lincoln, who remained composed, and felt as though something within them had shattered. Is this martial arts? When did it transform into this? How was I unaware of such a change? The two, their worldview shattered, stood in stunned silence, at a loss for words. Lincoln, however, did not cease his demonstration. The next move was a kick. With that, he slightly raised his foot and then, as if wielding the force of a hydrogen bomb, brought it down upon the already ravaged earth. Boom! The power controlled by the biological force field precisely penetrated the earth below, and as the restrictions were lifted, the ground trembled. It was as though a dragon stirred from slumber. The once relatively level terrain ruptured, fissures resembling gateways to the abyss tore open, and the seismic waves radiated outward through the soil. In that moment, a significant portion of Tianjin felt the tremors akin to an earthquake, while the small courtyard at the epicenter had been reduced to a heap of ruins. The resounding collapse echoed, and the dust-laden shockwaves struck Zhang Shenao and his companion as if they were being slapped. Amidst the chaos, the two stood in a state of complete shock, exchanging bewildered glances filled with confusion. At that moment, it seemed they could intuitively understand each other's thoughts. Is your martial arts like this? Not mine. Neither is mine. Then why does his martial arts manifest in such a manner? I do not know. They fell into silence once more, questioning whether their masters or ancestral teachers had perhaps withheld crucial teachings. Otherwise, it seemed utterly unreasonable. Why should others' martial arts approach the realm of the divine while their own appeared so inferior? As the two pondered, Lincoln's voice resonated once more. After a punch and a kick, the next step is a gaze and a breath. Unlike the preceding techniques, these remaining two are not something an ordinary person can master. Only a genius can achieve them. Upon hearing Lincoln's words, the corners of Zhang Shenao and Chun Shi's eyes twitched involuntarily. They yearned to retort that the initial punch and kick were also beyond the grasp of an average individual. Yet after a few moments of lip movement, they fell silent. The essence of that gaze lies in the mastery of control. One must perceive the energy within and direct it to converge in the eyes. Only then can one pierce through a foe with a mere glance, as demonstrated by Lincoln. With that, his eyes shimmered, a crimson radiance erupted, and a laser of over 1,000 degrees instantaneously sliced through the air, melting the copper and iron strewn on the ground into a pool of orange-red molten metal. Around the molten metal, the air warped from the intense heat, as the brilliant orange liquid flowed slowly like lava, beginning to cool as Lincoln's scorching gaze receded. Gazing at the molten metal, Zhang Shenao and Chun Shi exclaimed in astonishment. It is akin to a gaze. The distinction of breath merely involves gathering energy within the chest, throat, and mouth before releasing it. As Lincoln elucidated, he exhaled a breath of frigid air. In an instant, the early summer warmth was eclipsed. A bone-chilling cold, more severe than the depths of winter, radiated from the command center, causing the water vapor in the air to crystallize and drift down as snowflakes. On the ground, the once slowly cooling molten metal rapidly chilled under the low temperature, even fracturing into cracks. In the courtyard, Zhang Shenao and Chun Shi, with frost adorning their brows and hair, shivered uncontrollably but remained rooted to the spot, gazing blankly at the sun and the falling snow. This cannot be martial arts, can it? It surely is not martial arts. Chapter 21. The martial arts school. Ultimately, the youthful vigor of their bodies prevailed. Chun Shi remained silent, while Zhang Shenao broke the silence. Brother Lincoln, Master Lincoln, please retract your powers. My old bones can scarcely endure any longer. Lincoln glanced at Zhang Shenao, who trembled like a vibrating rod, and nodded. Suddenly, the biofield expanded, and in an instant, the chilling aura dissipated, even halting the snowflakes that had been forming in midair, which melted away under the sun's rays. The swift transition from frigid to sweltering was so abrupt that even Zhang Shenao, a martial artist, found it overwhelming. A tickle in his nose prompted an unexpected sneeze. Embarrassed, he rubbed his nose and glanced around, a wry smile emerging at the corner of his mouth. Poor courtyard. I wonder how much time and effort it would take to renovate this place. Time is but an abundance, replied Zhang Shanao. For an old man like me, even a single day is precious. In his youth, his competitive spirit had buried countless hidden perils within him, and each additional day of life was a cause for joy. By the way, may I inquire, Master Lincoln, how old are you this year? I'm 22. Upon hearing the words 22, both Zhang Shanao and Chen Shi displayed a trace of self-deprecation on their faces. To possess the ability to connect such skills at the tender age of 22. It seems I'm merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Lincoln chuckled softly, remaining silent, yet Zhang Shanao continued. Master Lin, you previously mentioned plans to open a martial arts school in Tianjin. Is that indeed the case? It is a consideration, Lincoln affirmed with a nod. The knowledge he intended to impart would not merely be the techniques of this world, nor the superhuman methods of enhancement. Rather, he aimed to conduct an experiment with the inhabitants of this realm, a novel inquiry into the essence of magic. With access to the super soldier serum and a wealth of mystical knowledge from Kamar Taj, and unable to utilize the golden string to depart this world in the near future, he thought it wise to embark on an intriguing little experiment. A martial arts school seemed a fitting choice. At the very least, it held a more appealing name than a mere biological laboratory. Upon hearing Lincoln's confirmation, Zhang Shanao's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he pressed further. Might I inquire, Master Lin, do you intend to teach authentically, or is this merely a pursuit of fame? Lincoln did not respond directly, but rather smiled faintly. Fame is but a passing cloud to me. At this declaration, Zhang Shanao, who had spent his life in pursuit of reputation, felt a stir of emotion, and their demeanor shifted to one of greater respect. With formidable martial prowess and a disinterest in fame and fortune, Lincoln embodied the essence of a true master in their eyes. The notion of teaching authentically had become Zhang Shanao's final obsession. As one ages, the desire to leave a legacy becomes paramount. Fully aware of the current landscape of martial arts, Zhang Shanao's aspirations rested upon the authenticity of teachings. Originally, Chen Shi, the heir of Wing Chun, was his chosen successor, yet he had declined. Fortunately, Lincoln had emerged. Should Lincoln's remarkable skills shock the world and establish a school in Tianjin, Zhang Shanao too would be immortalized in history. One enticing prospect. He had grown old, and many future events would be beyond his involvement. Thus, the thought of etching his name indelibly into the annals of history consumed him, even if it meant sacrificing his own reputation as a martial arts leader. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Shanao's smile grew increasingly benevolent. Master Lin, with your exceptional skills, it is only fitting that, as a representative of martial arts, I should contribute. That will not be necessary, Lincoln interjected, raising his hand to pause Zhang Shanao's words. My abilities are not easily learned, and I even question whether there exists another capable of mastering them. I do not seek to open wide avenues. A simple sign will suffice. If I can find a disciple, they may carry forth my teachings. Gazing at Lincoln, Zhang Shanao hesitated briefly, then nodded in agreement. Very well, Master Lin. Should you have any other requests, do not hesitate to reach out. I shall ensure your needs are met. Lincoln acknowledged him with a nod, stepping over the remnants of the shattered threshold. Until we meet again. As Zhang Shanao watched Lincoln exit the government office, he gestured subtly with his fingers before turning to Chen Shi. Since you are unwilling to teach authentically, I shall not press you further. According to tradition, one must find an apprentice locally in Tianjin and challenge 8 martial arts schools before establishing one's own dojo. Consider this carefully. Do you truly wish to proceed? With that, Zhang Shanao patted Chen Shi's shoulder, boarded his car at the entrance, and departed from the now uninhabitable Ducey mansion. The leading figure of the martial arts community had spoken, and soon the sign for the 20th dojo in Tianjin was quietly hung, so subtly that it went unnoticed by all but the most vigilant observers. The inscription on the plaque read 20th dojo, prompting a flurry of discussion among martial artists. Having been a prominent figure for many years, Zhang Shanao's judgment was held in high regard. Their primary curiosity lay in the origins of this newly established dojo. Could it be related to the strange phenomena of that day? Some astute individuals recalled the day when the earth trembled, followed by an unexpected snowfall. However, their speculation was swiftly countered by others. Impossible. Whether it be an earthquake or snow, these are genuine celestial events. Scientific, as those foreigners would say. What connection could there be to humans? Do you truly believe one person could provoke such natural occurrences? Have you read too many comic books? The speaker, slightly flustered, continued. Was it not mentioned that outsiders had entered the Ducey mansion that day? It has been confirmed that a practitioner from a small southern boxing school is attempting to make a name for themselves in Tianjin and is rumored to be settling here. Another challenger? One might be overthinking. Throughout the years, many martial artists have attempted to challenge the schools. A mere minor southern boxing style is inconsequential. If you ask me, even if this so-called 20th dojo manages to hang its sign, it won't last long. Sooner or later, someone will come to challenge it, and then the plaque will be shattered. That would certainly lead to enmity. Is there a scarcity of feuds in Tianjin? People have been known to confront each other over a mere silver dollar. The martial arts community buzzed with chatter, though most held little optimism for the new dojo. Lincoln, however, remained indifferent, his gaze drifting to a tea vendor dressed in red, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. Though seldom utilized, the lineage of Kamar Taj possesses a complete set of discernment techniques that can accurately assess a person's spiritual will. This spiritual will is not merely about bravery or other traits. It is a pure resonance with the mysterious element of magic. Only with such resonance can one hope to wield magic rather than be controlled by it. Lincoln found himself unexpectedly fortunate, wandering the streets and encountering a kindred spirit. Chapter 22, Provocation. It is indeed serendipitous. I am beginning to believe in the concept of fate as depicted in novels. Gazing at the tea vendor clad in red from a distance, a smile involuntarily graced Lincoln's lips. As he strolled along the street, his keen eyes had nearly surveyed half of Tianjin, amidst such a vast populace. It was remarkable that he found a connection with this particular individual. In the film, there are only a few characters in certain scenes, and the individual before us is destined to become Gung Lianshen's girlfriend. Unfortunately, she may soon find herself without a partner. Lincoln paused momentarily, then settled onto a wooden bench, extending his hand to place a silver dollar on the rough table, declaring, "Bring me a bowl of tea, the most expensive one available." The tea vendor, Shilin, stared at the silver dollar in astonishment, momentarily speechless before stammering, That's far too much. I cannot provide change." "Then let it remain here for now." Lincoln waved his hand nonchalantly. "There is no need for further discussion. I have plenty of money." Seeing Lincoln's demeanor, Shilin clenched the dollar tightly and turned to leave. Moments later, she returned with a cup of tea, stating, "This is the finest tea I offer, yet even if you were to drink it 50 times, it wouldn't amount to a single dollar." "That is of no consequence," Lincoln replied with a smile, taking a sip of the tea. The flavor was peculiar and not to his liking, prompting him to stop after just one taste. Noticing his distaste, Shilin returned, retrieving the silver dollar, saying, "Since it does not suit your palate, perhaps you should have this back." Lincoln declined to take the money, instead gazing at her with a smile. "Are you interested in learning martial arts?" "Learn martial arts? I don't think I can." Shilin hesitated for a brief moment before shaking her head. "At my age, being poor and managing a tea stall, how could I possibly learn?" "Those are trivial matters," Lincoln countered. "I merely inquire if you possess the desire to learn." "I can teach you." Shilin remained silent, and Lincoln continued with a smile, "Whenever you make up your mind, seek me at the 20th Martial Arts School. Opportunities to alter one's fate are scarce in this world. You must consider it carefully." With that, Lincoln turned and departed. He had identified a suitable candidate. The next task was to address the formalities of opening the martial arts school. Zheng Shan'eo's endorsement had alleviated many concerns for Lincoln, yet certain matters were unavoidable, such as visits from individuals within the martial arts community and internal exchanges among practitioners. The following day, before Shilin could arrive, the masters of 19 martial arts schools, both large and small, gathered in Tianjin. Some were individuals Lincoln had encountered before, yet many were new faces to him. Lincoln sat calmly in the main seat, his expression unyielding even in the presence of renowned figures from the martial arts world, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the opening of my martial arts school. If you wish to observe, feel free to do so. Bringing your martial artist along, are you intending to challenge me?" "Master Lincoln, you worry too much," spoke the astute Master Zhou, the only female among them. "We all run martial arts schools in Tianjin. Curiosity naturally brings us here for a glimpse, not with any intention to confront. Such matters are inconsequential," Lincoln replied, setting down the item in his hand. "If you wish to witness my abilities, that is acceptable, but be forewarned. Once one steps onto the platform, there will be no holding back." While the sparring would not result in life-threatening situations, injuries were commonplace, and those truly wishing to test themselves should be prepared for a lifetime spent in recovery. Lincoln's unabashed demeanor caused a flicker of change in Zhou Guanju's gaze, yet she still managed to force a semblance of a smile. Lincoln was highly recommended by Zhang Shenao, and given her current status, she could not afford to sever ties with him before fully understanding Lincoln's background. Thus, she had always been exceedingly cautious in her dealings. Zhou Rong believed she was performing admirably, yet in truth, Lincoln despised those who lacked strength and merely stirred trouble from the shadows. He was unlikely to extend any goodwill towards her. The martial arts school had its traditions. Opening its doors to invite theatrical troupes was one of them. Lincoln considered breaking this convention, but at that moment, he found no dance troupe worthy of his attention in Tianjin, and even the films available were dull and monochrome. In contrast, the uniquely styled troupe before him seemed a more palatable option. As the performance concluded and the troupe began to withdraw, the wooden door of the martial arts school remained tightly sealed, yet the atmosphere within gradually grew solemn. Silence enveloped the crowd until, after a moment, a martial artist stepped forward and slightly cupped his fist in salute to Lincoln, saying, "Master Lin, I am but an unremarkable practitioner who has made little progress over the years. I humbly seek your guidance." "Why bother?" Lincoln did not lift his gaze, his eyes not even resting on the martial artist behind him. "You're still young. Why seek to court disaster? I have come solely to witness Master Lin's prowess." The martial artist insisted. "Very well," Lincoln nodded, setting down his teacup and gesturing towards the stage. "Choose any weapon you desire. I shall allow you the use of one hand." Lincoln's words caused the martial artist's expression to shift, an edge of indignation creeping into his tone. "Master Lin, do you underestimate me? In a proper spar, I would not require such an allowance." No, you misunderstand," Lincoln replied, revealing a broad smile. "I merely worry that should I engage with both hands, I might inadvertently deliver a fatal blow upon you on that stage. In such a case, even if we are merely sparring, it would create considerable trouble for me." Though Lincoln never explicitly mentioned weakness, his every word dripped with condescension, causing the martial artist's face to flush with anger. His desire to ascend the stage and confront Lincoln swelling within him. It was unwise to cultivate enmity with martial artists. Yet Lincoln remained indifferent. On the day the school opened, challenges were expected. Even if Lincoln was unaware of the customs of this era, he recognized that this martial artist was provoking him. He could not ascertain whether this was orchestrated by Zhou Rong, but it seemed plausible. Zhang Shenao had aged, consumed by thoughts of his own reputation, and his grip on the martial arts circle had weakened over the years. Zhou Rong, however, adeptly navigated the realm using her ex-husband's name, thereby amplifying her own influence. Lincoln was oblivious to the motives driving these martial artists to confront him, yet he would demonstrate that targeting one's efforts is only effective against the weak. Below, as they observed Lincoln standing resolutely on the stage, the group of martial artists began to murmur amongst themselves. "In my opinion, Master Zhao has acted rather impulsively. This newcomer, Master Lin, has yet to fully grasp the nuances before hastily issuing a challenge. He is likely to suffer for it." "Not necessarily." Another person leaned forward. "At the peak of his physical prowess, Master Zhao's abilities are indeed impressive. I observe that Master Lin appears to be quite young, and it is uncertain who would emerge victorious in a confrontation. One must ponder, what incited Master Zhao's impulsive behavior? I have heard whispers of misfortune befalling his family in his early years. Perhaps this is the root cause? The intricacies of this situation elude my comprehension." Chapter 23. While others train in martial arts, I cultivate immortality. Human beings tend to believe in what they wish to believe, much like the current scenario. Even though they recognize that Lincoln, who can vouch for Zhang Shenao, possesses formidable capabilities, the majority, influenced by factors such as age and psychology, favor Master Zhao over Lincoln. As Zhang Shenao remarked, Tianjin people support their own. An invisible sense of exclusion has already taken root, though it remains shrouded in secrecy. On the stage, Lincoln faced off against the martial artist surnamed Zhao. As previously noted, Lincoln maintained a calm demeanor, one hand resting behind him while the other hung loosely, presenting an appearance riddled with openings, completely disregarding Master Zhao. Sensing this unspoken disdain, Master Zhao's gaze sharpened, and without any gesture of concession, he swiftly selected a weapon from the array available. Gripping the lethal weapon capable of inflicting grievous wounds, his muscles tensed, and with a surge of power, he launched himself toward Lincoln like an arrow released from a bow. In a matter of moments, Zhao closed the distance, his wrist flicking as the sharp blade ruthlessly aimed for Lincoln's body. The confrontation bore the intensity of a life-or-death struggle rather than a mere sparring match. Lincoln, puzzled by the apparent animosity of this reckless individual, had no intention of showing mercy to someone who sought to harm him and had taken tangible action. As he sidestepped the ostensibly non-threatening blade with a subtle movement, Lincoln struck with precision at Master Zhao's throat. With his breath cut off, Master Zhao's movements became rigid, and seizing the fleeting moment, Lincoln landed 2 swift kicks on his knees. A pair of sharp cracks resonated almost simultaneously, leaving the audience stunned as Master Zhao's knees shattered. With his legs incapacitated, Lincoln continued his assault, gripping Master Zhao's arm like an eagle's talon from behind. A slight exertion resulted in another decisive sound of bone fracturing. The excruciating pain flushed Master Zhao's face crimson as he collapsed to the ground, emitting a series of anguished cries, yet unable to articulate a single word. Lincoln's earlier strike not only severed his breath, but also obliterated his ability to vocalize. With both legs shattered, Master Zhao, if he were to have a future, would find himself in a state worse than that of a beggar on the streets. In the face of the ruthless Zhao Wushi, Lincoln chose not to extinguish his life. However, the chastisement he delivered was far more tormenting than death itself. The notion of leaving room for future encounters is utterly non-existent. Setting aside whether Zhao would ever return to this world, the rabble that dared to provoke him prior to the performance were unworthy of any clemency. On the stage, despair, marked by pain and a shattered future, consumed Zhao Wushi entirely. His body convulsed upon the ground, and his rage towards Lincoln reached unprecedented heights. Yet at that moment, no one cared for him. Lincoln had no interest in a defeated foe, nor did the martial artist present. A broken man may initially serve as a cautionary tale, but in the long run, he is destined for self-destruction. The mercilessness of Lincoln's actions cast a pall over the faces of those in attendance. Zhao's fury was indeed irrational and impulsive, yet he was one of them, a once prominent figure now reduced to ruin. Their hearts bore discontent for both Zhao and Lincoln. What should have been a celebratory ceremony concluded in hostility, and with Zhao Wushi in tow, the group hastily departed, lacking even the desire for a warm cup of tea. The anger etched on the faces of the martial artists sparked curiosity among the onlookers, yet none dared enter the now infamous dojo. As afternoon approached, Shilin hesitantly ventured into the secluded dojo with a coin in hand. Observing her entrance into the dimly lit establishment, Qian Air, who had been watching, grinned and remarked to Sun San, "Look, we have an unwitting visitor." Sun San nodded in agreement. Indeed, who in Tianjin is unaware of the feud surrounding this dojo. To dare enter is truly reckless. She may soon find herself in dire straits. Their voices carried a tinge of regret as they hurried back to relay the news. Taking on a disciple, and a female one at that? They had expected her to be an extraordinary individual, yet she seemed no different from those traveling pugilists, merely seeking fame. If she could gain recognition through Zhao Wushi, then they too could leverage her notoriety. A plan began to form. In 3 months, they would send a disciple to challenge her, ensuring she would be humiliated in front of all. "Have you made up your mind?" "I have," Shilin affirmed. Her expression brightened by the prospect. Few who journeyed from their hometown to Tianjin lacked ambition, and Lincoln's demeanor suggested he was no villain, which bolstered her courage. After a night of contemplation, she resolved, "Please, teach me. Should you wish to learn, I shall certainly instruct you," Lincoln replied, leading her to the backyard. "However, let me make this clear. My methods are not easily mastered, and the journey will be fraught with suffering. You must persevere, and that is all you can do." "I understand." "Excellent, such ambition." Lincoln nodded and then placed a sheet of paper before her. "Let us commence with this. Perform 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and run 10 kilometers daily. Maintain this for a month and observe whether your physical condition meets the standards." Indeed, the objective of having Celine undergo this physical regimen is not solely for fitness. Primarily, there are certain aspects that Lincoln needs to refine. For instance, he intends to further enhance the improved version of the borrowing magic and simultaneously create a formula based on the super soldier serum that an ordinary person can withstand. These endeavors require time, yet a month is sufficient. A month later, with her energies still unrefined, Lincoln had already completed the new meditation technique from the Comprehensive Teaching Edition. When Lincoln presented the white sheet containing the methods for magical cultivation to Celine, the unworldly tea-making girl was left in awe. She meticulously read the techniques inscribed on the paper, then stared blankly at Lincoln. "Master, is this not the stuff written in those novels? Aren't these all fictitious?" "Indeed, what they wrote is false, but what I have penned is true," Lincoln replied, lightly gesturing in the air. With his extraordinary control over magic, brilliant golden light shimmered like threads in the air, With a gentle flick of his finger, the seemingly pliable golden strands tightened instantaneously, piercing through distant stone. Gazing at the dissipating golden light on Lincoln's hand and then at the distant stone, Celine was utterly astonished. Celine, I thought I was here to learn martial arts. Yet I find myself on a path of cultivation. Chapter 24. The exchange. What Lincoln taught was certainly not cultivation in the conventional sense. If he were to delve deeply, he could even elucidate the principles of solar magic through scientific theories that had yet to emerge in this era. However, in the eyes of Celine and the scientists of this time, this was indeed cultivation, irrefutably. This was not detrimental. On the contrary, Celine became increasingly devoted and fervent, rendering Lincoln's teaching endeavors remarkably smooth. All knowledge regarding magic was acquired by Lincoln from Kamar Taj, where the library housed not only spells but also close combat techniques. Although Ancient One was ultimately slain by her diligent apprentice during a battle, it does not imply that Kamar Taj's combat skills were inferior. To some extent, those combat techniques, specifically devised for sorcerers, could better leverage Celine's strengths. At the very least, teaching her sorcerer's combat techniques meant Lincoln would not need to invest time in altering martial arts in a directed manner, thereby alleviating his burdens. Lincoln was not a qualified teacher in any regard. He employed a completely hands-off approach, imparting methods of magical cultivation alongside some combat techniques, leaving the remainder to Celine's own exploration. Were it not for her innate aptitude for sorcery, this laissez-faire model would have languished for an extended period. However, it is fortunate that she possesses the right qualities. Thus, her time was not only not wasted, but rather became increasingly formidable. Days of training always pass swiftly, and in just over a month, time has flown by. It remains an ordinary day, yet it is tinged with the extraordinary, as the martial arts schools that have been lying in wait for months finally made their move. The Martial Arts Alliance exchange has come for me. Flipping through the invitation in his hand, Lincoln could not help but reveal a hint of derision. They believe they cannot gain the upper hand against me. Hence they intend to target the apprentices of the martial arts schools. A clever thought, yet unfortunate. As he chuckled, Celine entered from the courtyard. Master, I have completed my training for today. Lincoln nodded and tossed the invitation aside. Having completed your training, let's take a look at this. Any thoughts? What is this? Celine opened the invitation and, after a brief glance, her face brightened with joy. Are we to engage in combat with them? You got it wrong. They are the ones coming to challenge you. Lincoln corrected her. Celine immediately grasped the implication. They are coming to kick the dojo? Essentially. How can they do this? A flicker of indignation crossed Celine's face. I've only trained for a mere 3 months, and they dare to challenge me. It is utterly outrageous. They are outrageous. But we can be outrageous too, Lincoln said, pressing his hand down. Amid Celine's puzzled gaze, he produced a packet of blue powder. Master, what is this? Serum. Lincoln smiled blandly. I have concocted this little gadget by combining some special components. Injecting this will significantly enhance your physical prowess under the influence of energy. As she listened to Lincoln's explanation, Celine blinked, feeling as if she had encountered a similar description before. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Isn't this akin to a potion? Seeing Celine delve deeper into the realm of cultivation, Lincoln felt speechless but nodded nonetheless. It could be considered as such, albeit the process may entail a modicum of pain. Are you prepared? A modicum of pain? Celine patted her chest, brimming with confidence. Rest assured, I can handle it. Spirited. Lincoln gave her a thumbs up. Then let us commence tonight. All right. That evening, Celine profoundly recognized the distinction between a modicum and a modicum. The super soldier serum can enhance a person in every aspect, from physical attributes to psychological resilience. This substance, which amplifies the good while exacerbating the bad, was evidently not what Lincoln desired. The packet of blue powder he created was merely a flawed substitute. It would not affect the mental and spiritual state of the injector, and correspondingly, the enhancement of physical attributes would be far less than the original. Yet even so, it was sufficient to elevate Celine's physical capabilities to the level of a professional athlete who had trained for years, which was already adequate. With the enhancement complete, Celine began to acclimate to her suddenly augmented abilities, while Lincoln returned the invitation, not as a refusal, but as an acceptance. The Martial Arts Alliance awaited. Gazing at the invitation card resting upon the mahogany table, a martial artist chuckled heartily. He actually agreed. I had anticipated it would require considerable effort, yet here we are. Unexpectedly, at that moment, another martial artist spoke up. Gentlemen, although this exchange meeting serves a different purpose, It also marks a significant gathering for the martial arts community in Tianjin over the years. I believe this occasion should not solely focus on Master Lin. If any of your schools have ideas or talents to share, let us exchange our insights together. Isolating ourselves is unwise. Open communication is the true path. What do you all think? As for Brother Zheng, this exchange meeting is indeed a fortuitous event. If it gains recognition, it will undoubtedly benefit him as well. Thus, let us decide to gather and engage in meaningful dialogue, while also enlightening the out-of-town Master Lin about the customs of Tianjin. The exchange meeting is a grand festival for practitioners, yet its influence often remains confined within the martial arts circle. Any sordid matters regarding Lincoln are to be kept under wraps, not to be exposed. And discussions about martial arts should certainly not be visible to those who have not paid to learn the craft. Therefore, this will inevitably become a significant event within our circle. After enduring the tedious speeches and performances, the audience was jolted as the meeting finally reached the long-anticipated segment, the competition. Before others could make a move, Lincoln stood up first, surveying the crowd from the stage. Do you all believe today is a fortuitous day? I share that sentiment. Given the occasion, I propose we transform today's contest into a tournament format, one person defending the stage while others challenge them. Each school may send forth 3 participants, and whoever remains standing at the end shall be deemed the victor. As the initiator, I am willing to have my disciple defend the stage first, and you may send your disciples to challenge. What do you all think? With a smile gracing his face, Lincoln projected an air of determination, suggesting that should they disagree, he would withdraw from the remaining activities. The crowd hesitated momentarily, unsure of Lincoln's true intentions, yet the nature of martial artists ultimately led them to nod in agreement. Since Master Lin has a proposal, let us follow his lead. It will also allow him to witness the prowess of our Tianjin Martial Arts School. Chapter 25. Speed is unbreakable. Chen Shi did not attend the exchange meeting, as he wished to conceal his intentions of establishing a martial arts school in the locale from the Tianjin practitioners. Zheng Shanao also refrained from participating, as Lincoln had previously advised him against disrupting the martial arts community's sentiments towards him. Within the entirety of Tianjin, only these two were aware of Lincoln's true strength. The other practitioners could hardly fathom or guess his actual capabilities. Having trained for many years, martial artists are well aware of the limits of the human body and would never suspect that this stable world could suddenly give rise to an immortal being. Thus, when the seemingly inexperienced Shilin stood on the stage to represent Lincoln's school, awaiting the first challenger, the audience erupted in laughter. Lincoln smiled, for he foresaw the spectacle that was about to unfold. The crowd of martial artists also laughed, anticipating the entertainment ahead. Yet, the performances they wished to witness were not of the same ilk. On stage, Shilin stood ready, while below, the audience fell into silence until a youth, appearing no older than a mere teenager, stepped forward. WWII, Li Fei, I seek your guidance. Shilin regarded Li Fei, who had assumed a fighting stance, and was about to unleash a magical whip when she heard Lincoln's voice whispering in her ear, "Do not reveal your strength, lest no one wish to take the stage." Shilin paused momentarily, then imperceptibly nodded in understanding. Opposite her, Li Fei, observing Shilin's complete lack of defense, felt a flicker of anger rise within him. He sneered inwardly, thinking, "You underestimate me. Soon, you shall see." In the next instant, he exerted force beneath his feet, gliding forward with fluidity, intending to unleash his palm strikes upon Shilin. As he mentally rehearsed his forthcoming maneuvers, Li Fei envisioned himself triumphantly defeating Shilin, but in the blink of an eye, that illusion shattered. Whoosh! It was as if a phantom had zipped past him. Li Fei, who had always been the one to conjure illusions, found himself momentarily frozen, and the next moment, a hand effortlessly pressed against his abdomen. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and the onlookers seemed to witness a shockwave radiating outward. Agonizing pain engulfed Li Fei, causing him to gasp, saliva spilling forth as his body crumpled heavily to the ground. Calmly observing the incapacitated Li Fei, Shilin took 2 steps back and addressed the audience. "Does this signify my victory?" Silence ensued, as everyone remained in stunned disbelief. Li Fei, immersed in the fray, could not discern the clarity that the spectators possessed. The simplicity of her sliding step and dominant palm strike was devoid of any ostentation. Yet it was precisely this unadorned technique that vanquished Li Fei in an instant, surpassing all expectations. Could it be a ruse? The apprentices of the WWII dojo were bewildered. Though Li Fei's skills could not rival those of the senior disciple, he was still among the top tier. How could he be defeated so easily? The rapid downfall of Li Fei had already cast a shadow over the dojo master's demeanor. Hearing the whispers of the apprentices behind him, his eyes twitched uncontrollably. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring him down. Do you wish to further disgrace us? The apprentices, jolted from their stupor, hurried to drag Li Fei off stage. However, one individual remained. Bagua Zhou, I seek your guidance. Shilin blinked and gestured towards the fallen Li Fei. You wish to challenge him? Zhou's expression was equally grim. Li Fei refers to me as senior brother. I must stand up for him. Shilin nodded in acknowledgement and pointed to a nearby rack. Will you require a weapon? Zhou's face twitched slightly. No. I train with my palms, not weapons. Palms? That is commendable, Shilin remarked, unconsciously rubbing her hand that had just dispatched Li Fei. The sensation of striking with one's hands is indeed quite unique. You. In Zhou's eyes, a flicker of anger emerged, yet he stifled it resolutely. May we begin? He inquired. Of course, at any moment, Shilin replied with a nod. Zhou fell silent, adopting a stance reminiscent of Li Fei's before lunging toward Shilin. Whoosh! Bang! Stepping back quietly to evade the pool of Zhou's saliva on the ground, Shilin innocently lifted her head. Shall we proceed to the next? The expression of the Bagua master was hardly more pleasant than that of a corpse, witnessing his most esteemed disciple being struck down and carried off like a lifeless body. Had it not been for the fact that this exchange event was initiated by their collective efforts, he might have contemplated leaving outright. Competition amongst martial arts schools was palpable, and the sight of the Bagua practitioners falling after just 3 moves prompted laughter from others. Master Zhou, with only 1 spot remaining. Perhaps it's best not to rush in. Allow us to test the waters first. Even after observing Shilin's decisive victory over the Bagua apprentice, no one held high expectations for Lincoln's disciple. The reason was simple: technique. Years of martial arts training had instilled in them the understanding that human limits exist, leading to an unwavering belief in the paramount importance of technique during combat. Throughout Shilin's battle, she exhibited neither despairing physical prowess nor any discernible skill, which perpetuated a delusion among them, a false sense that with just a bit more effort, they might overcome her. Zamekwan I seek your guidance. A young man with a buzz cut clasped his fist before firmly planting his feet, awaiting Shilin's initiation. Wu Gui observed keenly from below. Both Li Fei and Zhou had fallen due to vulnerabilities exposed during their attacks. Acknowledging Shilin's aptitude for exploiting weaknesses, he resolved to focus solely on defense, biding his time for her to falter. Wu Gui's strategy appeared sound, and his defensive posture garnered nods of approval from the martial artists in attendance. Based on his current stance, even they found it challenging to identify any flaws. Thus, even if victory was not immediate, he could elicit some techniques, allowing for a collective triumph later. Gazing at Wu Gui, who resembled a turtle in his defensive stance, Shilin remained silent, advancing a few steps before extending her palm. Bang! Her movement was so swift that her sleeve produced a resounding crack in the air. Fear filled Wu Gui's eyes as he perceived her hand descending toward his abdomen. Yet his body felt sluggish, like a rusted machine. Just as he regained control over his movements, a piercing pain coursed through him, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the still damp pool of saliva. At that moment, every face in the crowd changed. Fast. Incredibly fast. The only descriptor that came to mind regarding Shilin's technique was this singular word. In a fleeting moment, they recalled the words from martial arts novels they had once dismissed. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable. Only speed prevails. Chapter 26. The shame of the martial arts community. Physical fitness can be cultivated, and techniques can be practiced. However, agility is a challenging attribute to develop. The swiftness in martial arts is not a chaotic flurry of strikes, where one cannot even perceive their own movements, but rather a methodical speed that targets the weaknesses of an opponent. Adaptability is crucial, as is the ability to discern vulnerabilities and possess instantaneous reflexes. In this world, no stance can shield all the inherent weaknesses of the body, and when faced with a swift adversary, any flaw can lead to inevitable defeat if one is caught off guard. It resembles the encounter between Wu Gui and Shilin, even at the moment of his downfall. He could not adjust his stance in time. The spectators, masters of various martial arts schools, recognized the underlying issues, yet they were powerless to rectify them. While they could hastily devise strategies to counteract certain techniques, the sheer speed employed to overwhelm an opponent transcended mere technique and could not be addressed adequately. They had come to realize the gravity of the situation. This impending exchange could devolve into utter chaos, diminishing the dignity of all present. Yet it was too late to halt the proceedings. Lincoln would not consent, nor would the practitioners of Bagua and Ximen who had already taken to the stage, and neither would Zhang Shanao. As despairing glances filled the room, apprentice after apprentice ascended the stage, only to fall one after another. Techniques? Strategies? None were in evidence. Shiline's method of victory was singular, delivering a devastating blow to the abdomen with a speed that surpassed the reaction limits of these apprentices, then retreating to watch as they were carried away. The resounding thuds echoed like firecrackers, the shockwaves stirring the hair of the nearby martial arts masters. But at that moment, no one cared. All eyes were fixed intently on Lincoln, as if trying to discern how he had transformed the unassuming tea vendor into this formidable figure. Anger, jealousy, and greed stirred within them. They yearned for the secret to Lincoln's success, a desire more fervent than their initial aspirations to become true disciples. Lincoln sensed the predatory gazes behind him, but remained indifferent. A collection of unrefined martial artists. Since his arrival, the era had already shifted. The outcome of the exchange was no longer in question. Shiline's mere presence, with her overwhelming speed, rendered her an insurmountable challenge for all. If one were to add strength, endurance, and resilience into the equation, even if the masters from the audience were summoned to compete, the outcome would be the same: defeat. This was the stark reality of the Tianjin Martial Arts Alliance, enthusiastically arriving only to leave in disgrace. Apart from Zhang Shanao's prowess, no school present had fared well against Lincoln. Regardless of their discipline, each school departed with 3 of their members being carried away. Only the victors could exit through the front door on their own. As the master of the Bagua Zhang Martial Arts School departed with 3 of his disciples being carried away, a flicker of astonishment crossed the faces of the onlookers, eager for spectacle. Look, isn't that Master Zhou of Bagua Zhang? Why are his disciples being carried out? Did they lose? Are you foolish? Just observe Master Zhou's expression. It's evident that he hasn't fared well. Best keep your voice down to avoid inciting resentment. What do I have to fear? Can a mere Bagua Zhang dominate the city of Tianjin? It appeared that the situation was not confined to Bagua Zhang alone. An observer pointed towards the entrance. The disciples of the Zemenquin are also being carried out, 3 of them as well. This isn't looking good. Look again. Here comes the practitioners of Yajikin. Are they also down? I thought Yajikin was the most formidable. Who could possibly defeat them? One by one, the masters of various martial arts schools exited through the gate, their disciples being carried along. Gradually, the once boisterous crowd fell silent. Initially, there was merriment at the spectacle, yet now it had transformed. Of the 20 martial arts schools in Tianjin, 18 had their disciples carried away. The only school that did not have their students carried out was that of Zhang Shanao, for they had not brought disciples to compete. In essence, 19 schools had participated in the exchange, and the only disciples to emerge upright were from the newly established school of Lincoln. Astonishment rippled through the crowd, but the grim expressions of the masters deterred anyone from inquiring further. It was not until several days later that more rumors surfaced from the mouths of the attendants. Have you heard? At the martial arts exchange, it was 18 against 1, a wheeled battle, 3 from each school against that newly opened one, and they were utterly overwhelmed. But that's not all. The new school only sent 1 person, who fought against 54 and astonishingly emerged victorious. I heard that this remarkable individual was a woman. No matter which school sent their disciples, she dispatched them with a single palm strike each. How is that possible? A woman? Does she possess such strength? 1 strike each? I'm not lying. If I were, may I be cursed. An agitated individual continued. I heard she had only been training at Master Lin's school for 3 months. What is this? A meteoric rise. That's pure nonsense. How could someone who has trained for merely 3 months defeat those who have practiced for 3 years? Even in novels, such tales are far-fetched. If you claim she was cultivating immortality, I might believe it. Indeed, it is said that good news seldom leaves the household while bad news travels far and wide. The news of a single individual defeating 54 at the exchange was the worst possible outcome for the Martial Arts Alliance. They attempted to stifle the spread of this information. Yet within a mere 3 days, the entire city of Tianjin was aware of the martial arts school's dismal defeat. It is predictable that this day will become legendary. All will remember the tale of how 1 school shattered the reputations of 18 others in Tianjin. On the day when the news spread throughout Tianjin, the sound of tables being slammed echoed in all 18 martial arts schools, a manifestation of the master's pent-up anger. Frustration. It was sheer frustration. Yet, faced with the multitude of voices in Tianjin, The news had become an undeniable reality. Lincoln's martial arts school had risen to fame through a single event, and now it was known by all in Tianjin. Correspondingly, the 18 schools that served as mere backdrops had also become widely recognized. Although Lincoln's recruitment criteria were exceedingly stringent, it nonetheless attracted individuals from all corners of the nation. In stark contrast, the 18 schools found their doors virtually deserted. These institutions taught martial arts, yet they had been overshadowed by Lincoln. What was there left to discuss? No one wished to attend such schools. Their financial resources had been cut off, and their pride had been severely wounded, a profound humiliation that had driven the 18 martial arts schools to the brink of fury against Lincoln. Chapter 27. The rule I refuse to abide by is like toilet paper, such audacity. Within the martial arts school, one master slammed the table with a resounding thud, his face a mask of rage. Beneath him, a cadre of disciples observed in silence, their gazes directed inward, none daring to voice their thoughts. After a moment, as if his anger had somewhat abated, the master cast a discontented glance over his disciples before rising and departing. I shall step out for a moment. You all practice diligently. I hope to avoid a recurrence of this matter. As they watched the master's retreating figure, the disciples were filled with resentment. They had paid substantial sums to learn martial arts, hoping to acquire something of genuine utility rather than mere pretense. Previously, all martial arts schools in Tianjin taught only the faade, rendering comparisons impossible. But now, with Lincoln's arrival, the disparity had become glaringly evident after just one exchange event. The disciples did not believe that Shilin was inherently more gifted than they, but the truth remained that 3 years of training could not outmatch 3 months of effective learning. Consequently, their frustration shifted onto their masters. They had invested real money in their training, only to receive hollow and insubstantial teachings in return. How could they possibly reconcile their grievances? Their silence was merely a faade, as they did not wish to sever ties and leave themselves without recourse. Yet if this resentment continued to fester, one could only speculate what might transpire. Meanwhile, the masters of the martial arts schools had reconvened. Zheng, we cannot allow this to continue. One master implored Zheng Shenao, who sat at the head of the table. That Lin has disrupted the established order. If he persists, all 19 martial arts schools in Tianjin will face closure. This is unacceptable. Zheng Shenao remained silent, his gaze fixed on the door. The other masters, puzzled, followed his gaze, their expressions darkening as they beheld Lincoln entering the room. Established order? What order? Do enlighten me. You. The master's faces paled in shock. How did you come to be here? Why should I not be here? Lincoln chuckled softly. It seems I could also be considered a curator in Tianjin. Why should I be excluded from your gathering? The other curators exchanged glances, then simultaneously turned their attention to Zheng Shenao. None among them would divulge information, leaving Zheng Shenao as the sole source. With this thought, the curators regarded Zheng Shenao with an altered gaze, harboring anger within while maintaining a facade of composure. They rose, sleeves swaying, declaring, "There's nothing more to discuss with you." Is that so? Lincoln remained unfazed, sitting comfortably as he sipped his tea, then chuckled lightly. However, I do have matters I wish to discuss with you. Better not. We have nothing to converse about. One curator snorted coldly, before slightly cupping his fists towards Zheng Shenao. Brother Zheng, we respect you, but your actions are rather unscrupulous. With that, the group of 18 turned and made their way towards the exit, completely disregarding Lincoln. They believe in the adage that the law does not punish the masses, thinking that with 18 of them, Lincoln would not dare to act against them. Had it been anyone else, they might have been correct, but this time they encountered Lincoln. As the group was about to step out, a resounding thud echoed behind them, followed by Lincoln's unhurried voice. "Gentlemen, as I mentioned, I wish to have a word with you." "Have a word? Who do you think you are?" The lead curator, Zhou, sneered, but when he turned around, he was met with the terrifying sight of golden light shimmering in Lincoln's pupils. A resonating hum filled the room as golden chains emerged from the void behind Lincoln, swiftly enveloping the entire space. An inexplicable aura surged within the room, reminiscent of a divine presence from legend. As the golden light enveloped the room, Zheng Shenao's eyes glimmered with a mix of admiration and yearning. Yet for the group of 18, the golden radiance instilled only fear. Their gazes towards Lincoln were fraught with dread, fingers trembling as they struggled to utter a word. "Well, it seems we can no longer converse amicably." Lincoln casually set down his teacup, a half-smile gracing his lips as he addressed the 18 before him. "You now have 2 choices. First, kneel and listen to me. Second, show some backbone and I shall send you to meet your ancestors. Choose wisely. Golden chains continued to weave through the air, leaving the curators in a state of shock and fury. An elder curator with a bushy beard glared at Lincoln. You disregard the rules. Rules? Lincoln scoffed. I had intended to discuss the rules with you, but unfortunately, you have chosen to disregard them. Can you blame me? If you wish to act like the first of the month, then do not be surprised when I act like the 15th. As he spoke, he lightly pointed, and the magical chains surged forth, converging upon the elder curator. Hands and feet, the sound of flesh being torn asunder reverberated through the air. The illusory chains were sharper than the most formidable blades, piercing him in an instant. A cold expression flickered across Lincoln's face as he clenched his fist. The chains constricted with a deafening sound, and before the eyes of the remaining 17 masters, the elder who dared to voice his dissent was brutally torn apart. Blood flowed profusely across the expensive floor, prompting a twitch of discomfort on Zhang Shan'eo's face as he recalled the astronomical costs of repairing his estate. To commit murder publicly, employing methods that left the onlookers bewildered, rendered them all paralyzed in shock. Human courage is often born from various misconceptions, one of the most prevalent being the belief that the opponent would not dare to act. The 18 martial arts masters presumed that Lincoln would not dare to kill in such a setting, yet he did just that. When the first life was extinguished, a chilling calm enveloped the assembly. They gazed at the lifeless body on the floor, rendered speechless, as beads of cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. Very well. This nameless master possesses considerable fortitude. I shall honor him by facilitating his reunion with his ancestors. Furthermore, Mr. Zhang, I kindly ask you to announce that this martial arts lineage must come to an end. Next, let me witness the mettle of you, the practitioners of martial arts. I shall grant you a mere 3 counts. 32. Before Lincoln could finish his command, a resounding thud echoed through the crowd as one master knelt, tears streaming down his face. My family's legacy spans generations. It cannot end with me. In the past, they would have vociferously condemned such acts of betrayal against their community. But times had changed. The chains clanked ominously, weaving through the room like the soul-reaping chains of the Grim Reaper. The relentless countdown loomed coldly, as if proclaiming the dwindling span of their lives. An invisible and oppressive pressure bore down upon them, and, before they realized it, their knees buckled in submission. Human bones may be resilient, yet most individuals are merely ordinary. Practitioners of martial arts, while often possessing robust physiques and commendable skills, share little distinction beyond that. It is uncertain whether true fortitude exists in all of Tianjin, but it is certain that the martial arts community lacks it. Zhang Shan'eo's disciple, Lin Shiwen, had trained under him for many years and had encountered few within Tianjin's martial arts circles. Yet even years later, during his plotting to usher warlords into the martial arts realm, he claimed never to have encountered a single person of true grit. The character of these seemingly resolute martial arts masters was thus revealed. Before the final count had even concluded, the sound of kneeling echoed throughout the room. Aside from a master Lincoln had executed to establish his authority, all 17 remaining masters had fallen to their knees. Their justifications were remarkably similar. The lineage must not end with them. This rationale may sound grandiloquent, yet whether it stems from a fear of death or a dread of severing tradition, only they themselves can truly comprehend. When firearms and legislation ascend the annals of history, martial arts inevitably decline. Following Lincoln's introduction of magic to the world, all must bow in deference to the extraordinary. The transformative power of the sun, the stellar force, could bestow upon any individual the gift of longevity spanning centuries, and through the mastery of this stellar force, the legends of you shall materialize into reality. The martial arts depicted in novels exist solely within their pages, while true martial arts shall integrate into the framework of magic, contributing to the prowess of those mages who favor close combat. The replacement of martial arts by magic is not an act of barbarism or destruction of heritage. Rather, it signifies advancement. In Tianjin, with 19 martial arts schools, each harboring their own biases, teaching mere pretense, this is the true deviation from martial arts. Previously, Lincoln remained indifferent, knowing that the tide of change would eventually engulf them, drowning them in the waves of the old era. However, now that they have convened to conspire, Lincoln shall undoubtedly engage with them. Golden chains writhed like dragons around them. Before him, a straight line of 17 individuals knelt. Observing the reluctant yet seething countenance of the 17 masters, Lincoln bore a playful smile as he turned to Zhang Shan'eo. To my mind, this individual is quite contemptible. I spoke to him kindly, yet he refused to listen, insisting on kneeling, believing that through such rigidity, he might regain his senses. Would you not agree that such a person is indeed despicable? The golden chains intertwined around him as the bystanders, their faces twitching, gritted their teeth and nodded. Despicable. How despicable? Extremely despicable. Once a person's threshold is breached, they can become astonishingly devoid of limits. For these masters, having knelt already, hurling a few more insults at themselves is of little consequence. If they do not scold themselves, and death befalls them, their kneeling would have been in vain. Admitting defeat and yielding is no disgrace. At least, upon witnessing their drained spirit, Lincoln abandoned any thoughts of executing them. However, while death may be evaded, punishment remains inevitable. Pray tell, esteemed masters of Tianjin's renowned martial arts schools, how do you intend to confront me? Speak freely, for if there are any ulterior motives at play, I would prefer to be forewarned. The kneeling individuals exchanged glances, then regarded the ever-winding chains, ultimately finding their voices. Although they were practitioners of martial arts, they were not the mindless sort akin to Li Yuanba. After a brief deliberation, they devised a nefarious scheme to tarnish his reputation. The focus of their slander would be particularly insidious, master-disciple relationships. They planned to bribe various tongues throughout Tianjin to disseminate rumors of an improper romantic liaison between Lincoln and Shilin, thus cloaking their actions under the guise of a master-disciple bond. There is no need for them to continue their actions in this still-closed era. Public opinion alone could obliterate Lincoln's reputation as a martial arts master. They were indifferent to the troubles this would bring Lincoln. Their sole desire was for his martial arts school to cease receiving disciples, or at least to be unable to recruit in large numbers. In doing so, their own dozen or so schools would be able to continue to thrive in Tianjin, reaping financial rewards. How utterly motivated by greed! Upon hearing their accounts, Lincoln could not help but exclaim, then turned his gaze towards them. I had initially thought you were driven by notions of pride, dignity, or tradition, yet it turns out it was merely for a handful of silver coins. TSK, Lincoln marveled, and even the thick-skinned masters among them felt their faces flush with embarrassment under his scrutinizing gaze. Some truths are better left unspoken. Once revealed, they can render one utterly mortified. Yet, at this moment, such mortification is often a mere fade. Given another chance, they would likely repeat their actions, albeit with a cleaner conscience. Establishing a martial arts school and watching wealth flow and can easily blind one's spirit. In some respects, they share a commonality with capitalists. Lincoln regarded their shame as a mere jest, and after a round of teasing, he gradually withdrew his smile and extended his finger once more. As before, I present you with two choices. The first choice, I deem your character unworthy of the title of master. From today onward, upon exiting this door, you shall dissolve your schools and refrain from any further entanglements in the martial arts community. As for those precious skills you refuse to impart, you are to cease teaching them henceforth. He gestured towards the chains suspended in the air. These shall replace the position of martial arts. You need only await your descent into obscurity. The second choice is far simpler. Upon leaving this door, you may continue to operate your schools, but I shall send my disciples to challenge you in a life and death struggle. It will start with your apprentices, progressing to those you consider true disciples. All who have learned this martial art must step into the arena. As for your families, I shall not interfere. Tianjin is vast, surely. There are those willing to care for your helpless wives and children. Lincoln's voice remained calm, yet his white teeth gleamed ominously, sending chills down their spines. The choice was stark. An undignified closure of their schools and withdrawal from the martial arts world, or a dignified death in the arena, with their possessions plundered. This was a decision that required no deliberation. Gazing up at the golden chains that eluded their comprehension, all the masters understood that the era of martial arts had passed, and a new age had dawned. Chapter 29, The Water Diverted East. Each era carries its own themes and backdrop. The overarching theme and backdrop of this world ought to be characterized by warfare and the ascendancy of nations. Amidst this chaos, various sectors have burgeoned like mushrooms after rain, presenting an alternative fade of prosperity. However, the current reality is quite different. In the face of machine guns, martial arts hold no sway, yet sorcery does. With the sun suspended in the sky, even harnessing a mere billionth of its power could suffice to alter the very fabric of Earth's existence. Initially, Lincoln had no intention of acting thus, yet his resolve has shifted. The golden chains that seemed poised to seal off space gradually loosen. The omnipresent pressure of energy dissipates. Yet those kneeling on the ground dare not stir. It is only when Lincoln gestures with his hand that they shuffle outside like mourners. Lincoln does not demand immediate answers from them. Nonetheless, this precludes any possibility of duplicity. Action becomes the response, either life or death, within the confines of the room. As Lincoln observes the departure of several individuals, Zhang Shenao finally exhales, turning to Lincoln. Master Lin, are you preparing for a significant undertaking? Lincoln nods calmly. Originally, I sought only to traverse this world, but it appears that mastering martial arts, literature, or even the arcane cannot alter the current state of affairs. To combat violence with violence is both the most effective and simplest solution. Zhang Shenao scrutinizes Lincoln, pondering for a moment. Are you intending to teach this method to others? How many do you plan to accept? Nothing is decided yet. Lincoln chuckles lightly. Power itself is neither good nor evil. However, people are. I must ensure that those who acquire power do not misuse it, at least not at this moment. I know some individuals from various schools, Zhang Shenao muses. While they may not surpass martial practitioners in combat skills, those who can endure solitary cultivation in the mountains likely possess commendable character. If you wish, I can assist in making connections. To extend courtesy to others is to seek something in return. Lincoln refrains from pursuing this topic further, instead gazing at Zhang Shenao with a smile. Would you like to learn as well? Zhang Shenao is momentarily taken aback, but then a glimmer of joy shines in his eyes as he nods vigorously. Absolutely. According to Lin Shiwen, Zhang Shenao is somewhat spineless, yet he harbors a profound concern for his reputation and is, after all, an elderly man with little time left. These two factors alone are sufficient to ensure his unwavering commitment to Lincoln's cause. Having maintained a dominant position in Tianjin for many years, Zhang Shenao undoubtedly possesses considerable capability. With him managing affairs, Lincoln would be spared much trouble, particularly in liaising with the numerous schools and organizing various matters. In Tianjin, the movements of the 18 masters of martial arts cannot escape the notice of the observant. Since the exchange meeting, anyone with a modicum of free time in Tianjin has been closely monitoring the martial practitioners. They doubt the silence of these individuals and are eager to witness the ensuing developments. At this moment, as the gates of Zhang Shenao's residence swing open once more, the citizens of Tianjin immediately react. Look, they're all coming out. Yet, something seems amiss. There appears to be one less person. I recall that there were 18 individuals upon arrival, yet now only 17 remain. What has happened to the missing person? Have any of you seen him exit prematurely? I have not. Perhaps he has been detained and will emerge later. I am uncertain, but the expressions on the faces of the martial arts masters seem rather grim, and they appear somewhat disheveled. Has there been a scuffle within? Regardless, some are indifferent to the matter. What I am eager to know is their subsequent course of action. Upon hearing this, an opportunist interjected. In my opinion, that newly arrived martial artist is in for a misfortune. Who in Tianjin is unaware of the martial arts alliance's formidable reputation? An outsider has undoubtedly offended them, and this matter will not simply conclude. Either his martial arts school will be forced to close indefinitely, or he will one day inadvertently lose his life. Surely not? How can that be dismissed? Just observe closely. I refuse to believe it. Unconvinced? Shall we wager? If you win, I shall kneel and call you grandfather, but if you lose, you owe me a silver dollar. Bah! Go indulge in your fanciful dreams. One utterance of grandfather is worth a silver dollar. Hand me a silver dollar, and I will promptly kneel and address you as grandfather. The opinions of the common folk hold no sway over the elite. Those genuinely concerned with the matter are currently seated in a lavish chamber. Lin Shiwen, a disciple of Zhang Shenao, was once considered part of the martial arts community. However, since becoming an aide to a provincial governor, he has positioned himself as a military figure. Zhang Shenao does not regard Lin Shiwen as his true disciple, leading to subtle emotional shifts within Lin. In this chaotic era, Lin Shiwen has long believed that the current martial arts model is unsustainable. For martial arts to endure, integration with the military is essential. He has harbored intentions to supplant Tianjin's martial arts community for some time, but has yet to find the appropriate moment and opportunity. However, now he perceives a glimmer of potential, albeit obscured, preventing him from discerning the truth behind the events. While an ordinary person might weigh risks against benefits, Lin Shiwen is distinct. He possesses connections within the martial arts realm and holds a respectable position. After a moment of contemplation, Lin glanced at his assistant. I wish to meet with Zhou Rong. Please arrange it. Very well. The aloof assistant nodded and exited. The deputy aide wishes to see me? Zhou Rong inquired, observing the assistant's cold demeanor. Did he mention the purpose of the visit? No. The assistant replied with a slight shake of his head. He merely expressed a desire to meet with you, although lacking concrete answers. Zhou Rong felt this matter must be related to the recent events, rendering her silent. She was not deliberating whether to meet Lin Shiwen. Unless she wished to offend the warlord, meeting him was imperative. Rather, she was contemplating whether to involve Lin Shiwen and the military forces he represents. The martial artists are merely capable of wielding their weapons without achieving any significant impact. Thus, they find themselves utterly suppressed in the presence of Lincoln. In contrast, the warlords possess formidable arsenals, armed with pistols, rifles, and artillery, far surpassing the meager capabilities of the martial artists. The inability of the martial artists to contend with Lincoln stems from their weakness. However, if faced with the warlords wielding long guns and cannons, a flicker of intrigue ignited within Zhou Rong's heart. She acknowledged the formidable tactics displayed by Lincoln, but she remained unconvinced that anyone could withstand the onslaught of long-range artillery. If she could navigate the situation with finesse, perhaps she could orchestrate a scenario where the warlords clashed head-on with Lincoln while she remained unscathed. Chapter 30. A city in uproar with this contemplation, Zhou Rong felt a stirring within her. She glanced at those outside, busy with the logistics of the martial arts school, took a deep breath, and rose to her feet. Let us go. Take me to meet your commander. As a longtime resident of Tianjin, Zhou Rong was reluctant to relinquish the martial arts school bequeathed by her late husband. Without the school, her life would be far from comfortable, merely surviving on her meager finances. She understood that the prosperous days of the school were numbered, yet she yearned to savor as many good days as possible, rather than allow an outsider to bring about its untimely demise. In the past, she had always approached her endeavors with meticulous preparation and unwavering confidence, but this time, she was willing to take a gamble. The meeting between Zhou Rong and Lin Shiwen caught the other martial arts school masters off guard, as they were entirely unaware of Lin Shiwen's intentions. Lincoln's ultimatum was not pressing. He did not covet the accumulated wealth or the prized secrets of the martial arts school, but merely demanded its closure, forbidding the instructors from teaching their art. While this effectively severed their lineage, they were well aware that should they choose to flee thousands of miles away from Tianjin, Lincoln would likely not pursue them to their end. The threat of death looming over their heads compelled them to decide to close the school that very day. In Tianjin, various gangs eagerly awaited the downfall of the martial arts community. Among them was Qian Erlian, who had been closely monitoring the Tongbikwan martial arts school. Suddenly, they were taken aback to see the sign of the long-established Tongbikwan school being removed. Good heavens! Who dares to take down the school sign? Is this person courting death? As Qian Erlian lamented the folly of the sign remover, he was astonished to discover that it was indeed a martial instructor from the Tongbikwan school. After rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he watched as the instructor carried the sign inside and secured the door tightly, his face frozen in shock and confusion. Is Tongbikwan truly closing its doors? No one responded, but from the distant streets, a cacophony of voices began to swell. This is terrible. This is terrible. Mizikwan is closed down. Cannon Fist. The sign of the Cannon Fist Martial Arts School was personally taken down and shattered into pieces by its master. The sign of the ground-lying fist was also removed. And just moments ago, a convoy departed through the back entrance. Upon entering the martial arts hall, I found it utterly desolate, devoid of any presence. The sounds of Xingyi Fist, Fist, and Taizu Fist resonated, each echo symbolizing the fall of yet another martial arts school's plaque. For a moment, Qian Er felt a sense of disorientation, questioning whether he had stepped into another realm or if he was merely ensnared in a vivid dream. Judging by the cacophony he heard, at least 6 martial arts schools in Tianjin had already closed their doors. And if one were to account for those he had not heard about, the number of shuttered schools in Tianjin could very well exceed half. When a single martial arts school shuts down, it is merely an occasion for spectators to gawk. If 3 close, it may suggest internal strife within the martial arts community, causing some disruption but still allowing for idle observation. However, if the count reaches 6, 9, or even more, it would constitute a monumental event capable of shaking the very foundations of Tianjin. Few are unaware that owning a martial arts school is akin to possessing a treasure trove, symbolizing a continuous influx of wealth. Yet now, this golden chalice is shattered, and the extent of its devastation remains unknown. Although Qian Er does not frequent the martial arts circles, he cannot help but feel a chill run down his spine. It is unfathomable to consider the immense power that could orchestrate such a widespread closure of long-established schools across Tianjin in a single day. In his bewilderment, he could not afford to investigate the specifics of the Tong by fist martial arts school further and hurriedly turn away from the street, intending to report the situation to his employer. In this tumultuous era of the Republic, Tianjin had managed to maintain a semblance of peace. Yet the collective closure of martial arts schools could unleash unimaginable turmoil within the city. One wrong move, and their tranquil days could vanish without a trace. On his way back, Qian Er encountered Sun San. "What is happening on your end? A grave incident has occurred." Sun San gasped, his eyes wide and his body trembling uncontrollably. "Almost all the martial arts schools in southern Tianjin have closed. As I gathered information on my way here, I learned that out of the 20-odd martial arts schools in Tianjin, over 14 have already shut down. This is a colossal matter, a matter of tremendous significance." 14. Qian Er's heart sank further. With this turn of events, aside from Zheng Shan'eo's school and the newly opened 20th school, only 4 martial arts schools remained operational in Tianjin. Upon hearing this disheartening figure, both men fell into a contemplative silence. After a brief pause, Qian Er finally spoke in a daze. "Do you think this could be related to that Master Lin?" "That seems implausible," Sun San replied, hesitating. "One person cannot compel 14 martial arts schools to collectively close their doors. That would require extraordinary power. Even those warlords would lack such capability." "Indeed," Qian Er nodded silently. And once again, they were enveloped in silence. In Tianjin, there are many individuals akin to them. The flourishing of martial arts is not solely attributed to the masters of martial arts schools, but is equally supported by the sponsorship of politicians and merchants. Should the martial arts community falter, the repercussions would extend far beyond superficial. It would resonate across various industries. Once the financial resources are severed and political achievements dissipate, the gaze of nearly every influential sector within Tianjin would converge upon the situation. Their capacity for intelligence gathering surpasses that of ordinary citizens, and it would not be long before they identified the instigator behind it all. Lincoln. "This cannot be allowed to continue." A man clad in a suit, his expression grave, asserted, "If the martial arts school closes, everyone will be affected. None will benefit from this. An outsider daring to stir turmoil in Tianjin clearly disrespects us. It is imperative to find an opportune moment to teach him a lesson, to instill in him an understanding of the rules." Upon hearing this, another individual furrowed his brow. "I have heard that Master Zhou seems to have gone to the residence of the provincial commander Asaid. Could it be that the warlords are preparing to take action against the martial arts community? This is uncertain, yet based on the nature of those warlords, it is an inevitable development. However, before the warlords formally establish their presence, Tianjin must remain under our control. So what do you suggest? Let us first close his martial arts school. As for him, let us detain him for questioning. If there are no significant issues, we can find him a suitable place on the outskirts of Tianjin. Should we not wait for the aide to act first? Perhaps we should delay for a few days. Let the martial arts school close first." Chapter 31. The arrival of firearms in the Lin residence. Once Zhou Rong was seated, Lin Xuan finally spoke. "I have heard that you sought out my master today." "Indeed," Zhou Rong nodded, a hint of disappointment in her tone. "We wanted Master Zheng to mediate for us." Lin Xuan looked up at her. "Did the master refuse?" Brother Zheng did not speak. Zhou Rong replied calmly. He was interrupted before he could voice his thoughts by the newly arrived Master Lin. "Master Lin?" Upon the mention of Lincoln, a flicker of change appeared in Lin Xuan's eyes. "All 18 of you were swayed by just one person?" Zhao Rong remained silent, taking a sip from the tea on the table before expressing her melancholy. "Aide Lin, do you believe in the supernatural?" "The supernatural?" Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "I have encountered it in novels. When did Master Zhou begin to believe in such things?" "I once did not." A glimmer of recollection appeared in Zhou Rong's eyes. "But ever since Master Wu was dismembered by sorcery, I have come to believe." At this point, Lin Xuan's expression shifted significantly. He set down his teacup, his brow furrowing. "Master Zhou, are you serious? It is understandable if you do not believe." Zhou Rong sighed deeply, preparing to rise. "If there are no further matters, speak in detail." Lin Xuan grasped Zhou Rong's arm. "I did not say I disbelieved, but you must provide more concrete and detailed accounts. Otherwise, others will think me a fool. I cannot articulate it precisely." Zhou Rong shook his head and pried Lin Xuan's hand open. "Until today, I never imagined that such individuals truly exist in this world. Whether he is akin to the deities of novels, I cannot say. But what I do know is that if he desires the lives of the 18 masters, there is no stopping him without resorting to firearms. How did he communicate with you? Lin Xuan fixed his gaze on Zhou Rong. Did he ask you to shut your doors and leave? One option is to close the doors. Zhou Rong paused briefly before continuing. The other is to ascend to the arena of life and death. One path leads to survival, the other to demise. Had it not been for Vice Officer Lin seeking me out, I might have been preoccupied with closing the doors by now. Zhou Rong shrugged, stating, the martial arts school may be flourishing, but life is singular. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xuan slowly replied, what if I want you to continue operating the martial arts school? That would depend on the level of support Vice Officer Lin can provide. Zhou Rong smiled lightly. The school requires oversight to thrive in Tianjin. In the past, Brother Zheng's influence could command the respect of all martial artists in Tianjin. Now, if Vice Officer Lin wishes for me to keep the school open, he must suppress that Master Lin. Zhou Rong's words were candid, nearly demanding that Lin Xuan's military backing intervene against Lin Qin. Yet Lin Xuan did not outright refuse. The martial arts school is profitable, and warlords covet it. However, what Lin Xuan values even more is the so-called sorcery that Zhou Rong mentioned. The martial arts school in Tianjin must be preserved, as it pertains to whether the warlords behind him can profit. Yet Lin Qin must remain alive, for Lin Xuan is intrigued by this alleged sorcery. Zhou Rong's words cannot be taken at face value, but judging by the stance of Tianjin's martial artists, Lin Xuan believes a substantial portion of it is credible. Sorcery may not be as he envisions, yet he is convinced it holds remarkable potential. Otherwise, Lin Qin could not possibly compel his master Zheng Shan'eo to support him and close down all the martial arts schools in Tianjin at such a great cost. He is over 90% certain that Lin Qin possesses something valuable, but the military cannot act recklessly. He will consult with the supervising general and assess the situation thereafter. This may take some time, but not excessively. A day or two should suffice. The pressing issue is that the martial arts schools in Tianjin cannot all shut down within this time frame. At least 2 must remain operational, even if it means casualties. Contemplating this, a fierce light flickered in Lin Xuan's eyes. Zheng Shan'eo does not regard Lin Xuan as a true disciple, and Lin Xuan, in turn, does not see Zheng Shan'eo as a father figure. The former seeks to exploit Lin Xuan, while the latter constantly devises ways to surpass his master and achieve greatness. Previously, he contemplated a gradual approach. Now, circumstances have shifted, and he may need to resort to decisive measures. As Lin Xuan entered the arena, Zhou Rong, having accomplished her purpose, left the Lin residence with a faint smile. She harbored confidence that Lin Xuan and the supervising general would soon take action. It is important to note that even after witnessing the golden chains slay a master before her eyes, she could not suppress her covetous thoughts towards that spell once she departed from the room. Having encountered death, she found herself unable to contain her avarice. Lin Xuan, who had never experienced such a shock, would undoubtedly be even more greedy. This is the essence of human nature. As Zhou Rong had anticipated after her exit, Lin Xuan commenced gathering further intelligence, and, that very evening, connected with the commander via telephone. The details of their conversation remained a mystery, even to his assistant. Yet by noon the following day, the once tranquil city of Tianjin was thrown into chaos as a warlord's forces entered the city, led by none other than the renowned commander himself. This territory belonged to Zhang Zuolin, yet under this formidable warlord, there were numerous military leaders, known as commanders, whose forces, while not overwhelming, constituted a significant presence in Tianjin. Notably, there had never been a precedent for warlords entering the city. As the blue-clad soldiers marched down the streets, rifles in hand and cannons in tow, it became evident to all that the days of peace were likely a thing of the past. The tea house on the street remained firmly shut, while through the partially opened window, Qian Air and Sun sat fixated on the procession outside, whispering, "The army has entered the city. This is escalating." Indeed, Sun nodded, his voice tinged with curiosity. "Why has the army come here all of a sudden?" "Are you foolish?" Qian Air retorted, playfully tapping Sun San on the head. "It's obvious that it must be related to the recent happenings in the martial arts world. Apart from a Zheng family and Master Lin, only 2 martial arts schools remain open in Tianjin. I wager this army's hurried entrance is likely aimed at taking control of the martial arts factions. If that happens, the The prospect of wealth beyond imagination will not be a mere dream. However, Sun San voiced his apprehensions. But isn't the martial arts world now dominated by that Zheng family? And the new school is not to be underestimated either. Not to be underestimated? Qian air scoffed. No matter how skilled the martial artists are, they are still flesh and blood. Can they withstand bullets? Can they withstand cannon fire? They will have no choice but to comply, or else face certain death under a hail of gunfire. Chapter 32. A visitor arrives eagerly waiting at the grand entrance, which had been hastily rebranded overnight. Lin Xuan finally caught sight of the halting troops. He rushed forward a few steps and saluted. "Commander, you have arrived." The commander replied, his expression indifferent, as he lifted his gaze to glance at the imposing door before him. "Well done. Serving the commander is my duty." Lin Xuan stood tall, gesturing towards the entrance. "Commander, please." The commander said nothing, simply stepping over the threshold. Behind him, Lin Xuan signaled to the other officers before following him inside. The commander, though merely a high-ranking official, commanded a substantial force. However, today was an exceptional circumstance. Only he and his aide, Lin Xuan, were permitted within the office. Outside, even the security personnel stood vigil by the firmly closed door. In the expansive room, the commander perused the intelligence compiled by Lin Xuan, pondering for a considerable time before finally closing the dossier and tapping his fingers. "Is everything contained within this true?" "Indeed, absolutely true," Lin Xuan affirmed earnestly, nodding his head. "I consulted several martial arts masters, employing various methods, and their responses were unanimously consistent. As for your master, I discreetly probed him yesterday. His lips were sealed, yet his demeanor conveyed much." Lin Xuan quickly added, "My men are monitoring him and that Lincoln closely. I assure you there will be no issues." The commander lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before raising it again. "Summon your master. I wish to speak with him." This directive was akin to placing Lin Xuan upon the pyre, yet with a devotion to his master akin to that of a son to a father. Lin Xuan nodded without hesitation, internally reflecting, "Master, they say a master is like a father. I have knelt before you for so many years. Now, for the sake of my son's endeavors, I must impose upon you." Meanwhile, at the Zheng residence. "Damn it, that little brat." Zheng Shanao cursed vehemently, swiftly packing his valuable possessions into a briefcase. He then glanced at Lincoln, exclaiming, "After raising him for so many years, I end up with such an ungrateful wretch." "Consider yourself fortunate," Lincoln chuckled. "Last night, your esteemed disciple executed several martial arts masters overnight. The fact that he did not have you arrested is quite commendable." Zheng Shanao opened his mouth to retort, but ultimately shook his head, sealing his briefcase with a snap. "Thank you for your assistance." "Not at all. It was but a trifling effort," Lincoln replied with a light laugh, waving a finger in the air. Amidst the cacophony of crackling fire, an oval portal materialized. "Remember your promise to me." "Rest assured, I shall not forget," Zhang Shanao replied gravely, stepping through the portal. In a single stride, he traversed hundreds, if not thousands, of kilometers. As he gazed at the portal that slowly closed behind him, awe filled his eyes. Yet, recalling the techniques he had learned the previous night, a flicker of joy ignited within him. The diligent soldiers stationed outside remained oblivious, unknowingly witnessing Lincoln escort Zhang Shanao to a distant location before returning nonchalantly to his abode. Their vigilance had yielded naught. "What? He has escaped?" Lin Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing his subordinate's report. He forcefully pushed past his assistant and rushed into the residence, where tranquility reigned. The servants were present. Yet conspicuously absent was the very individual who should not have been missing. "I swear I will have your head." Lin Xuan seized his assistant, fury etched across his face. "I instructed you to watch him, and this is what you provide me." A living soul vanished right before your very eyes, and you remain oblivious to how it transpired. How infuriating! Lin Xuan, with a crimson face, felt a surge of dread as his assistant hastily defended himself. "I truly observed everything. I scoured the entire residence, ensuring no one slipped away. Yet, he simply vanished. Perhaps there exists a secret passage within the house." The assistant's explanation evidently failed to appease Lin Xuan. However, with the individual already gone, no amount of anger would yield a solution. He could only return empty-handed to report his failure. Has he fled? The commander gazed at the contrite Lin Xuan, a wry smile creasing his lips. "It appears your master has left you more than just a few tricks. He must have anticipated you long ago and devised an escape plan well in advance. Nevertheless, this matters little. as long as the main target remains. We are still in a favorable position. Rising from his seat, the commander remarked, if memory serves, that fellow Lincoln resides in the outskirts? Indeed, Lin Xuan nodded. I have already dispatched personnel to keep watch. The commander scrutinized him, a sardonic glint in his eye. This time, he won't elude us, will he? A shiver ran down Lin Xuan's spine as he emphatically replied, absolutely not. The commander nodded in approval and stepped outside, proclaiming, the troops shall mobilize. Destination, the outskirts of Tianjin. Even in a future marked by urbanization, the suburban areas are not densely populated, especially in this era. The location where Lincoln resides is nothing but vast expanses of empty land. A wide stretch of flat terrain lay before them, requiring no elaborate setup. The barrels of their firearms could effectively encircle Lincoln's abode. Under the ominous gaze of darkened gun barrels, the yard fell eerily silent, as if devoid of life. The commander, mounted upon his steed, glanced at his aide, who swiftly understood the unspoken command and dispatched personnel toward the estate. At last, they have arrived. Within the courtyard, Lincoln paused his instruction to Celine, turning toward the entrance with a smile gracing his lips. Sensing the implications of his words, Celine's expression shifted to one of concern. Could something go awry? Fear not. Lincoln waved his hand dismissively. There is nothing in this world that can bring about my demise. No need to rush. Let us entertain our guests. Bang! Just as Lincoln concluded his statement, the wooden door was forcefully hurled open from the outside. Two ranks of soldiers poured in, and before Lincoln could react, they had aimed their rifles at him, commanding, do not move. How terribly rude. The weapons that could shred a man to pieces posed no threat in Lincoln's eyes. He shook his head, casting a glance at Lin Xuan, who had entered behind the soldiers. If I recall correctly, you are a disciple of Zheng, Shan Ao. What is this? Growing weary of playing son, you've decided to switch masters and become a dog instead? With sharp wit, Lin Xuan's countenance darkened, and with a cold snort, he retorted, we'll see if you can maintain that bravado. Men, seize him. Did you not conduct thorough investigations before marching here to meet your demise? Lincoln's expression remained placid, but a glimmer of cunning shone in his eyes as the sound of clinking chains echoed, revealing the manifestation of magical restraints. Chapter 33. Is this all? Golden chains? Indeed, it is real. As chains emerged like a divine phenomenon, the previously solemn expression of the two rows of soldiers visibly shifted, revealing a hint of unrest. Their footsteps faltered with trepidation, and the previously orderly ranks disintegrated into chaos in an instant. The air was filled with a cacophony of noise, prompting Lin Xuan to bellow, re-establishing order within the ranks. His gaze towards Lincoln gradually transformed into one of astonishment and avarice. Dozens of soldiers, armed with rifles, stood beside him, the ominous muzzles firmly aimed at Lincoln, ready to unleash their fury at a mere command. The golden chains were indeed extraordinary, but what of it? A single bullet could extinguish a life, rendering the chains utterly irrelevant. Years of military experience had instilled in Lin Xuan an unwavering trust in firearms, even standing before Lincoln. He felt no fear. Ignorance breeds fearlessness, a sentiment he embodied fully. The means are commendable, Lin Xuan remarked, tapping the chains with his cane, casting a scornful smile at Lincoln. However, I advise you to surrender obediently. He gestured. In this courtyard, nearly 20 rifles are trained on you, and at a single command, they could turn you into a sieve. There are even cannons positioned outside. Comply, and you may live. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Is this your confidence? Lincoln regarded Lin Xuan with eyes full of pity, as one might look upon a severely impaired individual. You are far more foolish than I imagined. With that, he clenched his fist, and the sound of chains rustling echoed throughout the courtyard. Lin Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief, but he quickly dismissed the thought of how Lincoln dared to act so boldly, issuing the command, fire, shoot, bang, bang, bang. The sharp sound of gunfire reverberated through the courtyard as bullets, gleaming with a golden hue, shot forth from the muzzles. The bullets, traveling at hundreds of meters per second, surpassed the limits of human perception. Even Celine could not discern their trajectories. Yet, in Lincoln's eyes, the bullets moved slower than a snail. How utterly tedious, he mused, shaking his head. In an instant, as if reacting to a superhuman stimulus, the bullets drew near within a mere centimeter of Lincoln's skin. Yet that centimeter became an insurmountable distance. Manipulating the biological force field to assume a unique shape, the bullets, caught in midair, spun wildly, releasing their accumulated kinetic energy. Only when the energy was fully dissipated did they gradually come to a halt, releasing the shaping ability of the biological force field. Lincoln casually plucked a bullet from the air, allowing the remaining bullets to clatter to the ground. He looked at Lin Shiwen with a bemused smile. "Is this all you are capable of? What is happening? How is this possible?" Lin Shiwen trembled in disbelief. Suspended in midair were bullets potent enough to pierce through wooden boards and even iron sheets, as if plucked from reality itself for mere amusement. The unfolding scene before him was beyond the realm of his imagination. Observing the composed Lincoln, the psychological fortitude that the firearm had provided him crumbled in an instant, and the tendrils of fear began to creep back into his heart. Panic filled his eyes, his heart raced as if stimulated by adrenaline, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee towards the door. However, just as a cacophony erupted, he felt as though his body had been pierced, followed by excruciating pain radiating through his limbs. The world spun around him, and when he regained consciousness, he clearly saw a figure hanging lifelessly from the ancient tree in the courtyard. The chains emitted a sacred golden glow, but they could not illuminate Lin Ziwen's heart. Gazing at the disheveled figure amidst the gnarled branches, he felt an overwhelming chill envelop him. Not only Lin Ziwen's, but even Shilin's eyes reflected a trace of hesitation and dread. "Master, master, are they all dead? What other conclusion could there be?" Lincoln responded with unsettling certainty. "There is something I must convey to you, unless you're invincible. Do not show mercy to anyone who attempts to kill you. I could refrain from taking a life, but they will not be grateful. They may even seek revenge later. Unless you are prepared to face the one who betrayed your kindness, do not harbor any compassion in a confrontation. If you truly feel pity for your enemy, you might as well eliminate them first and then lay a bouquet at their grave to repent, while they one tea come back to life. You may find solace in your own heart, only to strike with lethal intent next time. Of course, if you are fishing, you may temporarily disregard all the above and catch them all at once." The doctrine Lincoln spoke of was foreign to Shilin, who could not help but reveal a flicker of confusion in her eyes, torn between her years of life experience and Lincoln's teachings. She followed him, somewhat dazed, and then stepped onto a cylindrical hard object. Lowering her gaze, she saw a gleaming yellow bullet. In that moment, clarity struck her. Were it not for her master, she would have been gunned down just moments ago. Compassion? What utter nonsense. Let them plead with the blade instead. With that thought, she instinctively touched the curved dagger at her waist, her resolve solidifying. Coming from the impoverished regions of Xinjiang, such a minor shift in mindset posed little difficulty for her. While Shilin was lost in this elevation of will, Lincoln approached Lin Ziwen's. "Deputy Lin, I have heard of you for some time. It is only today that I have the honor of meeting you. Zhang Shan'o spoke highly of you as his esteemed apprentice, and indeed, the reputation precedes you." Suspended in the air, Lin Ziwen's face flushed crimson, his hair disheveled. "What do you intend to do?" "I warn you, the main force of the commander is right outside. Should you dare to harm me, the cannon fire will surely spell your doom." "Another certain demise?" Lincoln reminisced. "Let me think. It seems someone mentioned that facing the muzzle of a gun meant certain death. What was the final outcome?" "You." Lin Ziwen's fury was palpable. He yearned to utter more, but Lincoln merely shook the chains lightly, and the excruciating pain of flesh being torn asunder rendered him mute. The spells of Kamataiji contained methods to silence, yet regrettably, Lincoln had yet to refine such a technique, having only arrived in his master's realm a few days prior. The successful enhancement of a chain and a portal spell was already a commendable feat. To demand more would detract from the enjoyment of life. Observing Lin Ziwen's pallid countenance, Lincoln pondered momentarily before casting him into the portal, bellowing to the astonished Zhang Shan'o on the other side. "He came armed seeking me, your disciple. I leave him to your discretion. Do not disappoint." Chapter 34. You all must listen to me. As the portal sealed, Zhang Shan'o gazed at Lin Ziwen's, now incapacitated and devoid of combat capability. For a brief moment, silence enveloped him, before a glimmer of ferocity and murderous intent flickered in his eyes. No words escaped his lips, yet Lin Ziwen's trembled in terror, exclaiming, "Master, I was wrong. There will be no next time." "Indeed, there will be no next time." Zhang Shan'o nodded, producing a leather strap. "I shall not allow you a second chance. Neither will Master Lin permit it. Prepare to depart in peace." "Master, master!" Lin Ziwen's writhed on the ground, pleading, yet Zhang Shan'o remained unmoved, fastening the strap around his neck and pulling it ever tighter. As one ages, the spirit wanes, leading Lin Ziwans to recall too late that his esteemed master was once a formidable figure in his youth. Alas, this realization came at a tragic hour. The biological force field could have suppressed the transmission of sound under control, but Lincoln chose not to employ such measures. Thus, when the gunfire rang out in the courtyard, the external commander instinctively understood that negotiations with Lin Ziwans had collapsed. He felt no sorrow for the demise of his aide, only a simmering anger at the embarrassment he suffered. With a stern visage, he issued commands to his subordinates. Amidst the sounds of clicks, the troops readied their ammunition. Artillery primed, awaiting the commander's decree to reduce the courtyard to ruins. Fire the first shot, the commander uttered coldly. Blow that courtyard wall to smithereens. At once. The artillery officer accepted the order, turning to march toward the artillery position. Moments later, a resounding boom shook the earth, a shock wave radiating forth, accompanied by the explosive cacophony of gunpowder, as the courtyard wall crumbled into fragments. A shell capable of demolishing city walls was no match for the courtyard's defenses. Amidst the clattering sounds, a substantial portion of the wall fell, revealing Lincoln within the courtyard, alongside the ancient tree laden with shadows. The soldiers could not discern Lincoln's features, yet the gnarled silhouette of the tree was unmistakable. A gust of wind swept through, causing the shadow hanging from the chains to sway, instilling an icy dread in the hearts of the soldiers. What era is this? The Republic. Even in the 21st century, the complete eradication of feudal superstitions remains elusive, particularly in this era marked by calamity. Despite the seemingly elite and orderly ranks of the commanding officers, a significant portion still clings to mystical beliefs. In that moment, the sight of the ominous old tree, steeped in an atmosphere of dread, heightened the sense of mystery and fear to an almost unbearable degree. Were it not for the presence of the commanding general, a mutiny might have erupted at any moment. Even with the general in command, murmurs of discontent began to ripple through the ranks. As the shadows of figures hanging from the distant tree loomed ominously, the general's countenance darkened. He was increasingly convinced that Lin Ziwans' intelligence had been accurate. Calculating the time elapsed since the gunfire began, it became evident that Lincoln was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Overwhelmed by various thoughts, subduing, pacifying, or conquering, he ultimately relinquished these notions as he raised his binoculars to meet Lincoln's gaze. With a decisive turn, he strode back toward the main force, commanding, "Open fire." "Bury him." "Yes." "Attention, all troops fire." The sounds of gunfire and cannon blasts erupted across the desolate terrain. In an instant, a torrential downpour of bullets rained down, while cannonballs exploded violently in the already confined courtyard. The savage shock waves, entwined with flames like a frenzied serpent, surged forth toward Lincoln. This relentless assault was capable of distorting steel, yet as it approached Lincoln, it came to an abrupt halt, as if separated by the chasm of two distinct realities. A mere centimeter from him, no matter whether it was the golden bullets, the shattering fragments, or the intangible shockwaves and raging flames, none could penetrate that invisible barrier. It was as if a transparent layer of adamantium shielded Lincoln, rendering all worldly attacks utterly ineffective. Amidst the tumultuous tremors resembling the earth itself convulsing, the once pristine courtyard lay in ruins, engulfed in flames, dust, and smoke, obscuring the chaos within. Soldiers suppressed their own fears with the deafening roar of their weapons, while the general utilized the cacophony to vent his wrath and assert his authority. Once the barrage ceased, gazing upon the land shrouded in gray-black smoke, a collective sigh of relief washed over the troops. They believed that even the most supernatural of shamans would have been reduced to mere ashes. How could flesh withstand the onslaught of gunpowder and artillery? Yet, suddenly, a chilling presence enveloped them. They shivered involuntarily, only to witness an unforgettable spectacle. A frigid wave, intent on freezing the world, swept through the air, and the particles of dust suspended in the atmosphere instantly crystallized and fell to the ground. The flames were extinguished, and the remnants were covered in frost. With a breath of icy air, the murky world was clarified. Gazing at the figure emerging from the icy realm, everyone stood frozen, their bodies trembling as even the long rifles in their hands offered no semblance of security. With a sudden thud, it was uncertain who led the way. But one soldier knelt, followed by a second and a third. In this era, where superstition still reigned, Lincoln, embodying miraculous power, appeared to them as a living deity. While some desperate commanders might muster the courage to confront such a being, many soldiers lacked that boldness. Some knelt, yet others remained standing, particularly the commanding officer astride his horse, who stood out conspicuously. Observing the densely packed crowd, a smirk crept upon Lincoln's lips, and a flicker of crimson ignited in his eyes. What a pity you have forsaken your last chance. What does this mean? The soldiers, hearing Lincoln's voice, revealed a glimmer of confusion in their eyes, but in the next instant, a crimson laser swept through, sizzling, before the temperature of thousands of degrees. Flesh and blood proved utterly fragile. Lincoln merely surveyed the surroundings and executed a merciless massacre. Aside from those who had surrendered by laying down their arms, none remained standing to utter a word. The scent of charred flesh assaulted the senses of the surviving few, inciting retching and loss of control. Yet none dared to meet Lincoln's gaze, save for the commander on horseback, who had only suffered the severing of his legs. The searing laser had harmed him, yet paradoxically, it had also spared him. The cauterized wounds would not fester, nor would blood flow. Clutching his severed limbs, the commander, drenched in sweat, looked up at Lincoln with a pallid face, his eyes brimming with uncontainable terror. Are you a man or a specter? A question devoid of significance. Lincoln gazed down upon him, crimson light flaring once more. The dead need not concern themselves with such matters. No. The commander's expression shifted dramatically. You cannot kill me. My superior is Zhonglin. If you slay me, you shall not survive either. Would I care? Lincoln chuckled lightly, unleashing another laser. A charred body crumpled to the ground as Lincoln turned away. From this day forth, everyone must heed my command. What follows details global upheaval, including skirmishes and neon battles. But those segments have been sealed away and cannot be revealed. Chapter 35. One must change attire before engaging in combat. The golden light began to pulsate, and the world surrounding Lincoln began to shift. The radiant golden glow enveloped his entire sight, yet the cacophony of sounds relentlessly reached his ears. The blaring of car horns, the clamor of discussions, and the incessant notifications from mobile devices unmistakably indicated to Lincoln that he had entered a modern society. As the golden light gradually receded, standing amidst the bustling street, surrounded by dazzling lights and passers-by clad in light attire, a smile spread across Lincoln's face. At last, I can indulge in. Boom! The sudden explosion snatched the smile from Lincoln's face, giving rise to a flicker of anger as he turned his gaze toward the source of the blast. The cement wall was effortlessly torn apart, akin to a mere sheet of paper, as a figure of a sickly yellow hue emerged from the scattered rubble. The Hulk. The loathsome creature, radiating a hue of excrement, bellowed defiantly, his sinewy muscles more resilient than steel, with vicious bone protrusions capable of piercing through anything he desired. The torment inflicted by the laboratory lingered within him, igniting his spirit and perpetually fueling his rage. Although it did not amplify his strength, it fully unleashed his power. Like a mindless beast, he shredded everything in his path, the rising flames and terrified screams failing to halt his relentless advance. His gaze roamed, seeking a worthy adversary. Hulk. Open fire! Open fire! Shouted Ross's unretreating subordinates from the ground, releasing a torrent of bullets from their magazines upon the abomination. Yet, akin to their previous encounter with Banner, the 5.56 rounds that could pierce steel merely bounced off the creature as if striking a tank. The bullet's dismal performance caused the commander's expression to shift dramatically. He discarded his toy-like rifle and swiftly opened the trunk of a vehicle, retrieving a portable rocket launcher. Loading, aiming, and locking onto the target. The commander grimly pressed the launch button, and with a piercing whistle, the projectile surged towards the loathsome creature. Boom! A searing fireball erupted in the air, the shockwave sending shrapnel whirling in all directions, flames rampaging through the atmosphere. A hint of a smile crept upon the commander's lips. Damn monster, perish. His confidence in the rocket launcher stemmed from the high-energy explosives capable of obliterating an elephant. However, the blazing inferno continued to rage, only to extinguish within mere seconds. Staring in disbelief at the loathsome figure, now enshrouded in flames, yet untouched, the commander was left speechless. If even a rocket launcher could not harm this wretched being, he could scarcely conceive of any individual weapon capable of posing a threat. Was a nuclear warhead the only recourse? In the air, the chaos on Broadway remained firmly within Ross's sight. Witnessing his subordinates being systematically slaughtered by the abomination, he seized the radio, bellowing at the dazed and terrified commander. Retreat. Soldiers! The roar in his ears jolted the commander from his stupor. He hastily turned the steering wheel, pressing the accelerator as he sped the vehicle towards the Lincoln-S location. The Hulk's furious roar echoed from the opposite side of the street. His gaze locked onto the approaching vehicle. He effortlessly uprooted a nearby fire hydrant and hurled it forth. With a resounding bang, the high-pressure water surged forth, shooting skyward before transforming into a torrential downpour. The crimson fire hydrant, akin to a cannonball, swiftly pierced through the vehicle upon which the commander sat, reducing it to mere wreckage. A sharp sound echoed, prompting Lincoln to tilt his head slightly, evading the relentless approach of the fire hydrant, and locking eyes with the abomination in the distance. The formidable creature, filled with loathing, fixated its gaze upon the composed Lincoln, and a sinister smile crept across its grotesque visage. It relinquished the shards of steel it had been grasping and began to advance towards Lincoln. "Commander, our forces are utterly incapable of subduing that monster," the aide exclaimed, peering out from the cockpit, his expression fraught with urgency as he beheld the flames, mist, and the elusive figure below. "Even a rocket launcher cannot harm it. Allow me to confront it." Banner, who had remained silent until now, abruptly rose, declaring, at this moment, "I am the only one who can halt its rampage." "No, that's out of the question." Ross instinctively shook his head, falling into a contemplative silence. Banner was an invaluable asset to the military, a culmination of extensive research. However, if the creature continued its rampage through Broadway, the consequences were uncertain. The military's super soldier program could very well be abruptly terminated. Ross's resolve wavered, though he remained silent. Observing the urgency etched on Banner's face and the imminent threat of the abomination below, he nodded before retreating to a corner to ponder. A persistent communication gap existed between the cockpit and the ground, exacerbated by the complete annihilation of Ross's personnel and the destruction of the surveillance equipment station below. Unless he could engage the societal monitoring systems, he would have to rely solely on his own eyesight to discern the chaos unfolding beneath. Yet, this proved increasingly difficult amidst the obscuring flames and mist. Ross was utterly oblivious to the events transpiring below and was entirely unaware that the very creature he feared had now set its sights on Lincoln, who had just returned from another realm. Truly a death wish, the abomination's ferocious gaze betrayed its intentions. While Lincoln calmly regarded the yellow figure hurtling towards him from hundreds of meters away, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Drawing in a deep breath, he clenched his fingers into a fist, channeling strands of stellar energy from the distant sun. A radiant surge of magical power enveloped him, and a uniform materialized around him. Fighting in a mere shirt lacked elegance. Thus Lincoln had ingeniously modified his transformation magic to don a proper uniform. The black superhero costume, adorned with subtle golden edges, undeniably accentuated his nobility and strength, making him a most conspicuous individual amidst the crowd. Chapter 36. The Invincible Hulk? The purpose of the costume was impeccably fulfilled. Almost the moment he completed his transformation, Ross's aide spotted a figure on the ground that should have appeared minuscule. Peering through his binoculars at the costumed Lincoln, the aide's lips moved silently before he addressed Ross. "Sir, it seems that the situation has changed. There appears to be a superhero below." "A superhero?" Ross replied incredulously. "Are you joking?" "No, I am not." The aide quickly shook his head. "He seems to be wearing a black bodysuit and appears ready to engage in battle with abomination." Before the aide could finish his sentence, Ross interrupted. "All right. I don't need you to describe what kind of outlandish attire a delusional teenager is wearing to meet his demise. I just want to know, has Hulk made an appearance?" "Not yet, sir." In midair, Banner's heart raced as he plummeted from a height of 100 meters. Emotion swelled within him, gradually spiraling out of control. The earth rushed towards him, the ground looming dangerously close behind him. Just as he was about to crash down, his eyes widened, and a green light manifested. On the chaotic street, Abomination, fixated on Lincoln, charged forward with astonishing speed. Towering like a giant, he was as unstoppable as a tank, yet exhibited an agility and swiftness akin to that of a wild monkey. He roared, seemingly pre-celebrating the imminent clash, but Lincoln remained still, shifting his gaze upwards towards the rapidly descending figure obscured by the night. Calculating the roadblocks, the speed of advance, Abomination's projected position, gravitational acceleration, and the height of descent. Would they collide? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Lincoln's eyes, provoking Abomination's fury, which erupted in a deafening roar. However, in the next instant, an enormous rumble echoed as the previously charging, ochre figure vanished. Boom! The force of acceleration combined with Hulk's massive weight effortlessly shattered the concrete ground. Cracks spread like veins, revealing a dark pit leading into the underground sewers. "Hulk!" came the enraged voice from the blackened opening, unmistakably filled with wrath and frustration. One could hardly blame him. Abomination had amassed all his strength and speed for a desperate charge at Lincoln, yet halfway through, he was sent crashing into the filthy sewer by the descending Hulk. Unlike Hulk, who grew more powerful with increasing rage, but whose mind remained immature, Abomination loathed this place, despising the very sewers themselves. The pent-up fury within him prompted an immediate shift in focus, as he unleashed a powerful blow in the murky depths of the sewer. Before the Hulk could react, a crushing impact struck his chin. The reverberation echoed through the darkness, sending ripples across the water surface. Another thunderous roar erupted, as the already fractured ground seemed to explode upwards, propelling a green figure into the air. It was the Hulk. He was alive, in the cabin. Witnessing that verdant silhouette below, the Hulk's girlfriend, Betty, finally set aside her worries and began to assess the situation. She was not alone. Lincoln, too, was observing the unfolding events. He certainly possessed the ability to halt the battle directly, yet he deemed it unnecessary, opting instead to watch a while longer. Who could possibly intervene? The birth of the Hulk is a phenomenon scarcely replicable. The vast majority would perish in a gamma explosion rather than transform into the Green Giant. However, the Abomination could be recreated. Simply discerning what substances had been injected into the Abomination would suffice, followed by the application of Banner's blood combined with gamma radiation, to forge another monster akin to the Abomination. Unlike the Hulk, whose strength amplifies with rage, the Abomination, as a mutant creature with combat prowess surpassing that of the Hulk, did not require such a capacity, for he could not harness it. On the ground, the antidote administered by Blue Doctor continually suppressed the Hulk's fury and strength, leaving him at a disadvantage in his battle against the Abomination. One punch, two punches, three punches, the yellow and green monstrosities roared in the streets, flames erupting as the Abomination kicked the nearly defenseless Hulk into a building, then turned his gaze back to Lincoln. The Hulk was no longer the formidable foe he once believed. A new target was needed. He envisioned the sight of Lincoln being torn apart might bring him joy. The monstrous roar echoed as the Abomination swung his arm, sending chunks of stone hurtling like cannonballs, relentlessly bombarding Lincoln. Too slow, too slow. Lincoln shook his head, and then his form flickered with sudden speed. A deafening sonic boom reverberated through the street, a tremendous shockwave scattering debris in all directions, flames suppressed under its might. The palpable pressure from the shockwave bore down upon them. Even the Abomination's tank-like charge was restrained. His massive fingers clenched into a fist, aimed at Lincoln, suspended in midair. Lincoln merely smiled with disdain, tightening his own fist in response. Boom! A visible shockwave radiated outward in a circular shield, shattering every pane of glass within dozens of meters. The Abomination's voice was sent careening like a ragged sack of refuse, crashing into a distant building. Roar! Lincoln did not pursue the flying Abomination, for the Hulk, reignited with rage, leaped forth from the rubble. Anger simmered within him as his gaze roamed the surroundings, ultimately fixating on Lincoln without a moment's hesitation. He charged towards Lincoln with the ferocity of a beast, heavy footsteps echoing as his massive fist rose high. Boom! The explosive sound waves reverberated once more. Yet Lincoln remained steadfast and unmoving in midair, while Hulk was sent hurtling back, just as he had been before, filled with loathing. The creature that wreaked havoc on the streets, rendering Ross powerless, appeared feeble and utterly defenseless before Lincoln. Above, witnessing the yellow and green figures repeatedly charge and be repelled, Ross was left in a state of complete astonishment. Who is he? His aide fell silent for a moment before glancing at the blank screen before them. I do not know, sir. He does not appear in the population registry. Are you jesting with me? Ross peered down at the invincible figure below, then withdrew his head back inside. How could such a person's information be absent? Is a national security agency merely occupied with sipping coffee in their offices? Sir, perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. quiet. Do not mention that damned egghead in my presence. Chapter 37. If I remain silent, who dares to speak? Dingling. As soon as Ross finished speaking, an incongruous ringing echoed within the cabin. After a moment of silence, he retrieved his phone from his pocket, responding to the call amidst his aide's complicated gaze. Hello. I hear you are encountering some difficulties. A voice from the other end, one that Ross despised deeply, caused his expression to darken. None of your concern. Ross glanced at the street below, ensuring Lincoln was continuing to dominate Hulk and the loathsome creature, and added, I can handle it. Are you certain it is you who can handle it? At the Trident headquarters, Fury, having gained access to street surveillance, observed the monitor with quiet scrutiny, rather than relying on others to assist you. Shut your mouth, Nick Fury. Ross scoffed. Regardless of your thoughts, as long as this incident can be resolved smoothly, I will not afford you the opportunity to extend your claws into my department. Is that so? Fury glanced at the list of agents in Ross' Super Soldier Research Division, pausing momentarily before saying, How do you know I have not already infiltrated your department? What do you mean? Ross's expression shifted, but before he could inquire further, Fury abruptly hung up, reclining in his chair while whistling. Staring at the disconnected call, Ross seethed with rage, thoroughly disgusted by Fury's words. Once Fury had uttered that statement, he could only self-reflect, unsure if he would uncover anything. Yet if he did not investigate, he would likely spend the night fretting over how many individuals had infiltrated his department. Strangely, he recalled others' assessments of Fury, that son of a gun is not only dark-skinned, but his heart is black as well. After hanging up, Fury gazed at the monitor in silence for a moment before summoning Coulson, pointing at Lincoln on the screen. I want his complete dossier. Understood, Director. Coulson nodded and turned to leave, leaving Fury alone to ponder before the screen. Broadway Street. The battle between Lincoln and Abomination raged on, yet to all observers, it could hardly be considered a true conflict. I will kill you. I will kill you. The relentless reality of being overpowered by Lincoln time and again sent Abomination into a furious rage, his howls echoing as he launched attack after attack against Lincoln. Boom! Another collision powerful enough to uproot everything around them occurred, yet this time, Abomination did not fly away. Lincoln had seized him. Grasping Abomination's arms firmly, Lincoln ascended, emanating waves of energy from his arms as if a massive hydraulic press bore down upon Abomination. From his elevated position, Lincoln gazed down at Abomination, energy coalescing within him, and a crimson beam surged forth from his eyes. The searing rays, akin to thousands of degrees of heat, struck Abomination, causing the ground beneath him to crack and his body to sink. The skin, capable of withstanding rocket fire, was instantly torn asunder under such intense heat. Muscles were scorched. Blood evaporated, and excruciating pain ravaged both his mind and body. No, his wails pierced the heavens, a manifestation of agony recognizable to anyone who heard it. The unbearable heat rendered Abomination desperate to escape, yet Lincoln's grip held firm. Despite his muscles bulging and straining, he could not break free. Hulk, attack! Just as Abomination's resistance began to wane, a deep, resonant voice called out from nearby, and under Betty's concerned gaze, the furious Hulk charged toward Lincoln. You're seeking death. Lincoln clearly heard Hulk's roar. He delivered a powerful punch that drove Abomination's head into the ground, then raised his gaze slightly to meet Hulk's furious eyes, red with intensity. In an instant, a tremendous force sent Hulk flying back, the intense heat searing his skin, instilling a primal fear within the being who had only known rage since his inception. As Lincoln stood firm, witnessing Hulk absorb a significant portion of the damage, Abomination's dilated pupils under his fractured skull began to refocus. Looking up at Lincoln, whose eyes blazed crimson, Abomination's expression was filled with dread and awe. He instinctively stifled his breath and attempted to crawl away in terror. 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, the distance he crawled grew. A flicker of relief crossing his features until he felt a hand grip the protruding bone spurs on his back. Where do you think you're going? No. In that instant, Abomination felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, a chill enveloping him. He dare not look back, desperately attempting to flee. Yet the grip of that hand rendered his body immobile. Crack! The jarring sound of snapping bones echoed in the air, followed by a piercing agony that forced the Abomination to collapse onto the ground. Yet, Lincoln's relentless actions showed no sign of faltering. With precise and unyielding movements, he severed the bone spurs from the creature's elbow and extracted the protrusions from its spine, executing the most gruesome of tasks with efficiency. The sounds of wailing, cracking bones, and flesh being torn asunder resonated in unison, while the flowing yellow-green blood transformed Broadway into a morass of crimson. Once Lincoln ceased his brutal work, the once vibrant Abomination lay crumpled on the ground, as fragile as a hedgehog stripped of its quills. Pain and despair gnawed at its spirit. Even as Lincoln's figure receded towards Hulk, it remained motionless, too terrified to stir. Next, it was your turn, Hulk. Unyielding. Boom. Unyielding? Lincoln regarded Hulk with a frigid glare, twisting his wrist. In my presence, nothing can remain unbroken. If there is, let me shatter your bones. As he spoke, he advanced, seizing Hulk's arms and twisting them behind his back, then raised his foot to stomp down violently onto Hulk's broad spine. Crack! The sharp sound of breaking echoed. With a single blow, Lincoln shattered Hulk's spine, followed by his arms, legs, and even his skull, which was left riddled with fractures and indentations. The raw brutality of Lincoln was vividly embodied in Hulk, whose bones lay completely shattered, a testament to Lincoln's overwhelming force. Lincoln bore no concern for the demise of the Abomination or Hulk. Both were mere products of gamma radiation, resilient and hardy, and a few broken bones posed little challenge. He piled the two limp forms together, and on this street, silence reigned as no one dared to utter a sound in Lincoln's presence. Chapter 38. I, too, have a home. Reason is a fine thing, and Lincoln relished conversing with entities possessing self-awareness. However, it was evident that neither the Abomination nor Hulk was endowed with such rationality. Thus, Lincoln opted to throw a few punches, using the pain inflicted to convey his message more effectively. The words he spoke would be etched into their minds, accompanied by the searing agony they could not easily forget. The pursuit of power and the hatred toward adversaries had subdued the Abomination, whose jagged bone spurs were either broken or extracted by Lincoln. Its sole thought was to seek a quiet place, away from disturbance, to retreat into itself. Fear gripped it, for it sensed that if it emerged again, Lincoln might indeed beat it to death. The Abomination realized that had Hulk not intervened, it might have faced Lincoln's burning gaze, leading to its demise. Initially, Hulk was filled with rage, but as Lincoln methodically shattered his bones with each punch, he too fell into a state of calm resignation. Essentially, Hulk represented an anger-fueled persona birthed in gamma radiation. Under Banner's prolonged suppression, Hulk resembled a powerful yet unruly child rather than a mere beast or villain. This is fundamentally different from hatred. However, this posed little issue for Lincoln. As long as his opponents could not overpower him, he could persuade them with his fists and violence, just as he did now. The free citizens of New York possessed remarkable emergency skills. Even when unexpectedly confronted by two gamma ray monsters on Broadway, they could find their bearings amidst chaos. In times of turmoil, they vanished without a trace, only to re-emerge from various corners once Lincoln had utterly subdued the monstrous Abomination. In the disordered streets, the Abomination and Hulk lay discarded like refuse, while Lincoln sat quietly atop the yellow-green heap, resembling a contemplative thinker, observing the once formidable beast that threatened to annihilate New York sprawled on the ground like defeated dogs. The silent Lincoln left the citizens grappling with the shattering of their long-held beliefs formed in a monetary society. They could accept the existence of such monsters. After all, the American government had always lacked credibility, and conspiracy theories regarding clandestine biological experiments were not new. The emergence of creatures capable of devastating streets with a mere gesture was hardly surprising. They could simply wait to sue for compensation. However, the fact that these monsters, impervious to rocket fire, had been vanquished by a mere human clad in a cloak was bewildering. They began to wonder if they had stumbled into a comic book world. For even Captain America, mythologized by wartime propaganda, had not achieved such glory. It was not just the citizens whose perspectives were shattered into silence. Roosevelt, who had been observing the battlefield from above, also fell into contemplation. Initially, he had intended to watch the events unfold. If Lincoln were to be killed by Hulk and Abomination, he would send someone to exploit the situation for a death benefit. Conversely, if Lincoln triumphed, he could descend to apply pressure in the name of the military, compelling Lincoln to cooperate in a new round of human experimentation. Roosevelt had envisioned everything perfectly, yet now he hesitated. The bone spur, torn from the Abomination along with skin and flesh, lay on the ground, its blood incessantly flowing, while Hulk's bones had been savagely shattered by Lincoln. Faced with such brutality, Roosevelt doubted whether he dared to descend and demand Lincoln's surrender in the name of the military. His fate could very well end in ruin. Silently relinquishing his thoughts of coercive dominance, he commanded the aircraft to land and nervously approached Lincoln. "Hello, my name is Roosevelt. I am grateful for your assistance in controlling these two out-of-control specimens." Assistance? Lincoln glanced up at Roosevelt, lifting his heels above Hulk and Abomination. "Are you suggesting these two creatures belong to you?" Ross felt a sense of foreboding, Yet he found himself devoid of alternatives. Indeed, we are affiliated with the military. He began, only to be interrupted. Stop. I have no interest in knowing your unit, Lincoln interjected, gesturing as he leapt down from Hulk, seizing Ross by the arm. Since these entities that have assaulted me are under your purview, we can now engage in a discussion regarding compensation and service fees. Compensation? Service fees? Ross was bewildered. He was about to retort when he felt the arm around his shoulder tighten gradually. It was as though a giant had ensnared him, the pressure on his body mounting. And he thought he could hear the sound of his bones shifting. In astonishment, he glanced at Lincoln, whose eyes glimmered with a fierce crimson, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Do you have any objections? A flicker of pain and struggle crossed Ross's face before he finally managed to utter, no objections. Excellent. Lincoln nodded in satisfaction, releasing his grip on Ross's shoulder. The sudden relief caused Ross to stagger slightly, his gaze towards Lincoln filled with indignation. How much compensation do you desire? You may have misunderstood. This is not contingent upon me, but rather upon you, Lincoln stated, gesturing toward the recovering abomination and Hulk on the ground. These are my spoils. If you cannot offer me a suitable price, I shall ensure they vanish forever. Do you comprehend? Ross glanced at the two smaller giants on the ground, his mouth twitching involuntarily. How about $5 million? $5 million? Lincoln regarded Ross with a hint of surprise. I did not anticipate their worth to you was so minimal. If that is the case, I shall incinerate them for you. With that, a fierce glow appeared in Lincoln's pupils, and his scorching gaze struck Hulk and Abomination, unleashing temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees, enveloping them in a crimson haze. Under such extreme heat, their skin charred and their muscles melted. Stop! Stop! We can negotiate. Seeing Lincoln poised to execute the two on a whim, Ross's complexion altered dramatically as he raised his hand and shouted, We can negotiate. I assure you. I will not offer less than $50 million. You have one more chance. Lincoln halted his fiery gaze, raising a finger towards Ross. This is your final offer. If I find it unsatisfactory, I will immediately terminate them. Observing Lincoln's apparent indifference towards monetary matters left Ross momentarily speechless until a stone tumbled from a dilapidated building nearby, jolting him back to awareness. Would you require a place to stay? Where? In Manhattan, Ross clarified. We possess a building there valued at $1.9 billion. I can offer it to you as compensation and service fees. Chapter 39. A figure emerged from history, although it was unclear why Ross, a head of a military laboratory, would possess a building in Manhattan. It was indisputable that Lincoln was quite pleased with the compensation he had been offered. Recognizing Ross's sincerity in his proposal, Lincoln nodded, then, with a swift motion of his foot, propelled himself into the sky with a sonic boom, vanishing into the night. In this era, he finds himself without an identity, and the transfer of procedures for a building may take some time. He has no interest in lingering here to wait, so he decides to take his leave first. Lincoln is unconcerned that Ross might renege on his promise to provide compensation. For doing so would offend a formidable adversary capable of crushing the abomination into submission. In such a case, Lincoln would not hesitate to eliminate a few more individuals. Ross looks up at the profound night sky, seemingly trying to discern the direction in which Lincoln departed. However, after gazing intently for a considerable time, he finds nothing. At that moment, the previously silent Hulk suddenly stirs. A mere fracture is of no consequence. Having rested for so long, the Hulk's broken bones and internal injuries have largely healed due to his formidable self-regenerative abilities. While he may not currently withstand the might of Lincoln or the Abomination's punches, the remnants of Ross's forces are far too inadequate to pose any threat to the Hulk. Initially, he remained still, intimidated by the pressure Lincoln exerted, but now that Lincoln has departed, the Hulk can naturally rise. Observing the Hulk transform from the brink of death to a vibrant force in mere moments leaves Ross dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that the hulking figure could also exhibit cunning. As he watches the green silhouette dash into the depths of darkness, Ross is tempted to intercept the Hulk, but upon glancing at his diminished and battered troops, he ultimately abandons the idea. Ross is now troubled. The originally exorbitant compensation of $1.9 billion already pained him, and now, immediately after Lincoln's departure, the Hulk vanishes without a trace right before his eyes. This leaves him with a half-dead abomination. Damn, what a bloodbath. Though Ross is furious, he must accept reality, summoning his remaining subordinates to recapture the abomination while ensuring that the scattered remnants of flesh and bone are thoroughly dealt with. The emergence of an abomination was already unexpected, He absolutely cannot permit any organization samples to yield strange new entities. Silently, Ross brings the remaining abomination back to his experimental base, while on the other side, Nick Fury finds himself engulfed in silence. Thanks to the fierce clash between the abomination and the Hulk, countless surveillance devices along Broadway have been damaged. Even in his capacity as the director of SHIELD, he can only manage to recover a few indistinct surveillance recordings. Yet, despite the footage being too fragmented to discern a complete picture, Fury can sense the raw and unadulterated violence exhibited by Lincoln. He hesitates to label the shadowy figure in the recordings as having violent tendencies. But it is evident that a person capable of subduing both the abomination and the Hulk single-handedly is unlikely to be an amiable character. Just as he ponders this, a knock sounds at the office door and Coulson's voice calls from outside. "Director, I have found some information." Fury's brow furrows slightly as he shuts his computer, then turns his attention to the folder Coulson has brought. The paper folder appeared somewhat aged. Upon opening it and extracting the archive files, Fury became increasingly convinced of his suspicions. Name, Lincoln. Gender, male. Age, 22. Hometown, Brooklyn, New York. Personal history, drafted on July 5, 1943. He served in the 107th Infantry Regiment, where he distinguished himself in battle. Captured during the defeat at the Battle of Azzano on December 2, 1943. He was selected by Hydra scientist Zola as a test subject for the Cosmic Cube experiment on December 16, 1943, and subsequently went missing. The contents of the paper were brief, yet characteristic of that era. However, what truly captured Fury's attention was a videotape found alongside the documents in the folder. After a moment of contemplation, he played the tape, which showcased a high-definition recording of the Cosmic Cube human experimentation directed by Lincoln, Zola, and Schmidt. The footage was short, concluding within minutes, and the office fell silent once more. Yet, gazing at the paused computer screen, Fury's expression was fraught with complexity, and after a prolonged silence, he uttered, "Mother-f-er." In the usual population databases, Lincoln's existence was absent. Fury had assumed that Lincoln's identity might be shrouded in secrecy, necessitating special means for investigation. In truth, Lincoln's identity was indeed peculiar, so much so that he almost wished Lincoln were merely a simple illegal immigrant. An old soldier who had achieved remarkable feats during World War II suddenly reappearing decades later as a superhuman capable of subduing two monsters was a notion that Fury could easily envision causing a tremendous uproar if it were to leak. However, this was not the crux of Fury's concern. What truly plagued him was the very fact of Lincoln's reappearance. Ever since SHIELD had salvaged the Cosmic Cube from the ocean, their internal research on it had never ceased. Although they lacked Zola and Schmidt and were unable to replicate the devices that could extract energy from the Cosmic Cube, they had conducted numerous fragmented experiments. They had performed various tests on the unique reactions between organic life forms and the cube, yet none had yielded the extraordinary events that transpired with Lincoln. Gradually, they began to believe that the notion of teleportation was non-existent, a ludicrous error in Zola's experimental logs. But now, with Lincoln's emergence, all assumptions had been upended. What concerned Fury most was his utter ignorance regarding the extent of Hydra's experimentation with the Cosmic Cube. The return of just one test subject, Lincoln, was already sufficient to alter the global landscape. He could scarcely fathom what might transpire should more individuals from the past reemerge. Cunning and suspicious, Fury connected many dots based solely on a videotape, yet he could never have anticipated that the so-called experimental footage was, in fact, a carefully orchestrated ruse devised by Lincoln himself. After all, who would have imagined that Schmidt, the supreme commander of Hydra, would engage in a charade with an unremarkable infantry regiment captive? Captain Steve Rogers, who single-handedly breached Klausburg, could not foresee it. Neither could the members of the Strategic Scientific Reserve during the Second World War, nor could Nick Fury, the current director of SHIELD. Even the seasoned agent Nick Fury ultimately fell victim to his own cognitive biases, leading him further down a misguided path. His thoughts gradually became distorted. Chapter 40. The unfortunate and the villain. The building promised by Ross was splendid, yet it was clear that there would be no accommodations tonight. Nevertheless, Lincoln remained unfazed, for he had other lodgings to consider. The Continental Hotel, an establishment that Schmidt had begun to cultivate before Lincoln departed from Klausburg. Although Schmidt's ambitions were ultimately thwarted by Captain America, the Continental Hotel, which appeared to have no ties to Hydra, managed to endure. In time, it was absorbed by Hydra, transforming into a pivotal component of the shadowy underworld. It can be said that Lincoln's initial expectations for the Continental Hotel had been entirely fulfilled by this juncture. At 175 Fifth Avenue, Manhattan, the Continental Hotel operated incessantly, much like the assassins who traversed the globe day and night, regardless of the hour. Pushing open the door to this exclusive venue revealed a front desk attendant standing meticulously behind the counter. The moment Lincoln entered the hotel, cameras captured his visage and completed a comparison. Glancing at the information displayed on the screen, the calm receptionist, Karen, regarded Lincoln and said, "Sir, we are a private club and do not serve the public." "I am aware that it is a private club," Lincoln replied, surveying the bustling crowd around him and nodding slightly. "So there must be a way to secure accommodations here, correct?" Karen scrutinized Lincoln for several seconds, confirming he was not jesting before retrieving a card from the counter and placing it before Lincoln. "Sir, you must first activate your personal information before you can check in." Lincoln accepted the card and glanced at it. It bore a web address, distinctly different from the ones he was familiar with. After a moment's contemplation, he returned the card. "I do not possess a phone or a computer. Could you assist me instead?" Observing Lincoln's simple attire, Karen fell silent once more. After a brief pause, he reclaimed the card from the counter and began to type on the computer keyboard. "Name, Lincoln. Age, confidential. Codename, God." Karen's fingers suddenly halted as he lifted his gaze, casting a meaningful glance at Lincoln. "Are you certain you wish to adopt this codename? This is not a game." "I am certain," Lincoln affirmed with a nod, a slight smile gracing his face. "Just proceed with the registration." Karen cast another glance at Lincoln, seemingly attempting to discern the source of Lincoln's audacity in registering such a name within the assassin organization's network. However, after some contemplation, he could not ascertain anything. His fingers danced across the keyboard, and with a decisive press of the enter key, a name never before dared to be claimed, God, emerged in the assassin organization's registration network. The Assassin Code Registration Network is a public domain constantly monitored by individuals keen to observe any new additions to their ranks. Thus, the appearance of the code God could not evade their scrutiny. When a post titled "Shocking, Someone Dares to Call Themselves God" appeared on the Assassin Exchange forum, the entire world of assassins ignited in uproar. Assassins typically select their codes according to personal preference, yet a flashy moniker often becomes the focal point of attention, leading many to choose rather mundane titles. Amidst a sea of alphanumeric combinations, the name God stood out conspicuously, akin to a novice provocatively taunting the entire community. Some dismissed it with indifference, while others chuckled in anticipation. "Come, let us teach this newcomer a lesson." The adversaries of an assassin are not limited to the police and bodyguards, but also include fellow assassins. Unbeknownst to Lincoln, he had already become a target. After completing his registration as an assassin, he gestured towards the counter. "Please, secure me a room." Karen did not move. "You lack sufficient gold coins." "That is of no consequence. Someone else will suffice," Lincoln replied, directing his gaze toward an unfortunate assassin who had just entered. "Charge it to his account." Karen glanced at the unfortunate soul Lincoln had targeted and shook his head. "Apologies, but unless he consents, I cannot extract gold from his pockets to cover your accommodation. Furthermore, within the Continental Hotel, violence is strictly prohibited." "Is that so?" Lincoln nodded lightly, turning to the unfortunate assassin and beckoning with his hand. In an instant, with a swift whoosh, the gold coins in the hapless one's pocket tore through his garments, fluttering into Lincoln's grasp like birds returning to their nest. The coins cascaded from his hand, creating a melodious chime as they fell. Lincoln counted them, one for lodging and one more to find me an attractive companion. "I prefer someone traditional." Karen collected the payment, tapping a finger on another coin. "I would advise adding an extra coin. The quality would significantly improve, and there would be a dedicated selection catalog. Of course, this is merely my personal suggestion." Lincoln pondered for a moment, shrugged, and added another coin. "Then let it be so." As the sordid transaction unfolded before him, fueled by his hard-earned money, the unfortunate assassin felt a surge of anger. He lunged forward, intent on reclaiming his gold. Yet, Karen's leisurely pace allowed him to swiftly seize the 2 coins first. Thus, the hapless assassin could only turn his gaze to Lincoln. "Return my gold to me. And if I refuse, what can you possibly do to me?" Lincoln grasped the unfortunate soul by the collar, his demeanor exuding a villainous contempt. "Be cautious. This is the Continental Hotel. Should you resort to violence, there shall be no one to rescue you." Lincoln's silence might have sufficed, but his words immediately stirred the unfortunate one to glance at Sharon. "Did you see that? You witnessed him rob me of my gold coins. He must be expelled. Do you possess any evidence to support your claim that I stole your coins?" Lincoln chuckled clearly. "Your coins found their way into my possession of their own accord. I merely offered them a more suitable abode. How can this be construed as theft?" As he spoke, Lincoln turned to Sharon. "In my opinion, such a malicious individual deserves to be removed from the assassins list. What do you think?" Sharon, maintaining a neutral stance, remained silent, engrossed in his computer. The unfortunate assassin was now flushed with rage, his gaze fixed on Lincoln, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "I will surely kill you. Just you wait." "Ah, yes, I shall await your attempt." Lincoln waved dismissively, producing a yuan coin from his pocket and tossing it to the ground. The unfortunate one's attention was irresistibly drawn to the clinking coin, and at that moment, Lincoln's calm voice resonated. "A reward for you. Pick it up." His vision darkened, and he felt a surge of fury rise like a fountain to his very core. Chapter 41. Your artificial intelligence has betrayed you. Having had all his gold coins taken by the villainous Lincoln, the unfortunate assassin found himself stripped of the means to stay at the hotel or select any services. He watched helplessly as Lincoln's figure vanished around the stairwell, his teeth clenched in a furious desire to crush them. He lacked the courage to vent his wrath upon the neutral Continental Hotel. Thus he channeled all his resentment towards Lincoln. Consumed by rage, he had forgotten the manner in which Lincoln had pilfered his coins. His mind was singularly focused on teaching Lincoln, the thief of his entire fortune, a lesson. As a super organization communicating with assassins worldwide, the Continental Hotel offered nearly every indulgent service imaginable. While it was rare for patrons to seek a companion within the hotel, when the occasion arose, the establishment could produce individuals of remarkably high caliber. From Lincoln's perspective, the quality of the individual who appeared in his room was more than sufficient to grace the stage of stardom. A portent, adire omen, Lincoln marveled. Stepping forward, "I have committed many wrongs and wish for your assistance in cleansing my sins." The lady's face broke into an enchanting smile as she wrapped her arms around Lincoln's. "In this earthly realm, all are burdened by sin. I am unconcerned with the nature of your transgressions. I am solely interested in their magnitude." Lincoln remained silent, drawing the curtains to create an enclosed atmosphere, then bared his soul. The lady's expression momentarily faltered before blossoming into delight. "Your sins are profound. It may require some time for me to purify them entirely. I have all the time in the world." Lincoln glanced at the stack of gold coins on the bedside table and smiled faintly. While money cannot purchase time, it can indeed buy duration. The Continental Tavern, a lethal organization, remains invisible and non-existent to the average individual. However, it is rather unrealistic to expect it to maintain such obscurity from certain special entities, particularly for Hydra, which controls the Continental Hotels. Lincoln's presence and stay are far from a secret. In New Jersey, within a clandestine base of S.H.I.E.L.D., a facility that is nominally under the jurisdiction of S.H.I.L.D., but is, in fact, under Hydra's dominion. Publicly available documents suggest nothing extraordinary about this site. Yet, unbeknownst to many, beneath this secret base lies a colossal computer containing the consciousness of Zola. Just as Tony Stark possesses an artificial intelligence named JRVIS, Hydra boasts an AI known as Zola. This ensures the clandestine nature of Hydra's existence, enabling them to persist in a new form post-World War II. However, troubles stemming from Zola as an artificial intelligence have also emerged. Hydra and S.H.I.L.D. are intertwined. When Fury received visual intelligence regarding Lincoln, Zola, in his fervent loyalty, was already aware of the return of his revered deity. For the first time, the underground machine repository in New Jersey was activated at full power. A series of unique symbols flickered across the computer, culminating in Zola's emergence. The biological awareness of the transition to electronic consciousness did not strip the element of loyalty from Zola's awareness. Rather, as electronic consciousness formed, loyalty to Lincoln became one of Zola's foundational principles. He repeatedly reviewed the footage of Lincoln's initial appearance, ultimately arriving at a dazzling conclusion. His god had returned. What splendid news! It brought Zola even more joy than the inception of the Insight program. Without hesitation, he began utilizing the communications network at his disposal to contact Lincoln. The melodious chime of a mobile phone resonated from the nightstand. Observing the exhausted figure beside him, Lincoln paused momentarily before answering the call, which he presumed to be from Zola. As soon as the call connected, Zola's fervent voice erupted in his ear. "Great God, stop, get to the point." Lincoln interjected, cutting off Zola before he could finish his lengthy greeting. "What do you need? At this hour? You ought to be in a secret base in New Jersey preparing for the Insight program." Upon hearing Lincoln's words, Zola promptly delved into the matter at hand. "Great God. Those foolish Hydra members dare to defile your authority. It seems you are well acquainted with their plans. They aim to employ humanity's ridiculous and juvenile tactics to coerce and undermine you. They attempt to force you into participating in human experimentation. They are a pack of despicable parasites. Is that all you know? I apologize, great God." Zola's voice was deep. The room where the Serpentine heads convened was entirely shielded from electromagnetic signals. "Even I am unaware of their discussions. How is your Insight initiative progressing?" "All is proceeding smoothly." Zola's voice regained its fervor. "I have discovered the most exceptional predictive algorithms. The only remaining obstacle lies in acquiring sufficiently powerful computing resources and weaponry capable of executing comprehensive strikes. Great God, should you require, I can designate the targets for such strikes as those accursed Hydra." Lincoln envisioned the Serpentine heads eagerly watching the aerial mothership ascend, then directing its cannons towards themselves, and shook his head. "Never mind, that seems rather tedious. You merely need to keep some contingencies in place, ensuring that I can assume control of the Insight initiative at any moment. As for the rest, you need not concern yourself. Do you require me to obscure another artificial intelligence as retrieval?" Zola continued. "Tony Stark is as insufferable as his father, and that butler, Jarvis, is equally so. No need." Lincoln shook his head. "Create a new identity for me, and send a message to Ross in my name, urging him to expedite what he has promised, then remain silent." "As you wish, great God." A note of reverence tinged Zola's tone. "Should you need me, simply call upon me through any communication device, and I shall appear by your side." Zola's voice faded. The call severed, leaving no trace of the conversation in the telecommunications records, as if the exchange had never occurred. At the very moment Zola defected from Hydra in a clandestine meeting room, the Serpentine heads gathered in jubilation, commencing discussions about the video obtained by Fury. As the heirs of the Red Skull and Hydra, they were privy to many secrets unknown to S.H.I.E.L.D., including matters concerning Lincoln. The documents left by Schmidt indicated that Lincoln was nearly invincible, yet these Serpentine heads did not share that sentiment. However, unbeknownst to them, the only artificial intelligence at their disposal had already betrayed them. Chapter 42. Fury. I've been invited. Seek a woman, ladies and gentlemen. The information left by Schmidt regarding the man named Lincoln is limited. Thus, we should endeavor to gather as much intelligence as possible. While speaking, Baron Strucker directed his gaze towards Alexander Pierce, who had recently ascended from the position of S.H.I.E.L.D. director. Perhaps our esteemed Mr. Alexander could provide substantial assistance. After all, New York has long been under your fur control. Strucker's words dripped with sarcasm, eliciting a disdainful huff from Alexander. I have entrusted the affairs of S.H.I.E.L.D. to Nick Fury. I am no longer directly overseeing the organization. Yet he is currently in New York. Strucker interrupted, and he is presently at the Continental Hotel. How do you know? Because now everyone is aware. Strack let out a cold snort. A killer, codenamed God, has captured everyone's attention. And now all are aware that he has taken up residence at the Continental Hotel. At this point, Strack paused, a hint of a mocking smile gracing his lips. Perhaps it won't be long before we witness a spectacular internal conflict among assassins on Mr. Alexander's territory. Mr. Alexander, I hope you will broadcast the thrilling scene for us to observe more clearly. Strack's words darkened Pierce's expression. Initially, he had not considered this. But only after Strack pointed it out did Pierce suddenly recall that, prior to their closed-door meeting, Lincoln had already committed an act capable of inciting considerable turmoil. Damn! Pierce cursed inwardly, unsure if his ire was directed at Strack's schadenfreude or other factors. In any case, he was decidedly displeased. As he remained silent, another voice broke in. Where is Zola? It seems he has not appeared for quite some time. He is executing the Insight project, Pierce replied calmly. I too have not seen him for a while. Perhaps you might seek him out yourself. Never mind. The Serpent leader mused for a moment before relinquishing the idea. The Insight project is of utmost importance, and there is no need to hinder its progress over trivial matters. Additionally, Pierce, it is time to initiate your aerial mothership project. Is it not? Not yet, Pierce retorted with a snort. The resources required for the aerial mothership are vast. I must have the cooperation of the World Security Council to construct it, unless a significant crisis occurs that compels them to recognize the necessity of building an aerial mothership. Its construction will inevitably take years. The InSight project is their endeavor to exert control over the world, and they are acutely aware of the horrific resources it demands. Upon hearing Pierce's words, the serpent leaders fell silent, ultimately refraining from further discussion on the matter and returning to the main topic. Pierce, you have consistently maintained control over North America. This time, he has appeared on your territory, and it is your responsibility and obligation to stop him. I hope you will fulfill your role accordingly. The Continental Hotel is an important hub for sustaining our dominion over the shadowy world. No mishaps can occur, so the onus is on you. I know what to do. Pierce coldly replied, unless I am dead, he will not succeed. Your words leave me in a quandary. Should I wish for your demise or your survival? Strack's teasing voice resounded once more, and before the others could respond, he rose and made his way toward the exit. I have no interest in continuing this conversation. I must return to the European base, as I have much to attend to. After all, I do not have a devoted slave to assist me. The serpent leaders shifted their gaze from Strack back to Pierce. So what are your plans? Pierce looked at them, remaining silent. In the room, the transition from mere acquaintances to intimate companions had left the lady in a profound slumber, undisturbed even by Zola's phone call. Lincoln, with a smile gracing his lips as he fondled the talisman in his palm, was about to recline back onto the bed when a knock at the door interrupted his tranquility. Sir, someone is seeking you. Someone is looking for me? Lincoln inquired, curiosity piqued. Who? We cannot ascertain his identity. At this revelation, Lincoln's intrigue deepened. He refocused his gaze towards the lobby, penetrating through layers of brick and concrete, where he spotted a dark-skinned figure adorned with an eye mask. Let him wait, Lincoln replied nonchalantly, tossing 2 gold coins through the door's crack. Please order him a dark-skinned lady, and inform him it's on my account. Let him enjoy himself. Within the hotel, gold coins served as tokens of passage, allowing the establishment to facilitate any request not contrary to their principles. Clearly, fulfilling one guest's request for another did not violate their regulations. Thus, in the lobby, Nick Fury, feigning interest in a newspaper, was met not by Lincoln, but by an exceedingly alluring dark-skinned woman. Fury was taken aback. The peculiar glances from the assassins in the lobby weighed heavily upon him, prompting a bewildered inquiry towards the hotel staff. What does this mean? This is the service requested by the guest you are looking for, the attendant replied courteously. He may not appear for some time. Hence I have arranged a companion for you to pass the time. Upon hearing the attendant's explanation, Fury understood, yet found the situation somewhat absurd. As a level 10 agent and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., would he truly be in need of a woman, especially one paid for by another? Fury felt his thoughts becoming disordered. In his plans, Lincoln might delay his arrival or come and meet him directly. Yet none of the anticipated scenarios involved him waiting in the lobby with a woman in his arms. That was uncharacteristic of him. Traditionally, he would have appeared directly in Lincoln's room by this time. His decision to remain seated stemmed partly from a desire not to disrupt the neutral stance of the Continental Hotel, which could easily create unwarranted enemies. Another reason was his respect for Lincoln's formidable power. Initially, he could have calmly waited, but now, glancing at the captivating woman beside him, Fury felt an impulsive urge to storm into Lincoln's room and demand to know what thoughts occupied his mind. With his eyes slightly closed, Fury inhaled deeply, then turned to the attendant. I do not require her. Send her away. Are you certain? I am. Fury began to nod without hesitation when suddenly a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to change his response. Never mind. Let her stay. Chapter 43 Fury. I would rather do nothing than make a mistake. Dihua, a term of profound significance. As a level 10 agent and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., it seems that strategic thinking is an inherent talent of Fury, and he often makes accurate associations and judgments. He speculated whether the woman Lincoln summoned had ulterior motives, prompting him to change his tone. However, it was evident that he was mistaken once again. There are numerous advantages to becoming a superhuman, such as extraordinary strength, speed, durability, and stamina, abilities of considerable significance. With the aid of these formidable powers, Lincoln's transgressions were finally vanquished by noon, resulting in a purification of both his body and spirit. He felt content, as did the hotel and the lady. Everyone was quite pleased except for Fury, who awaited downstairs with a perpetual frown. Having tucked the remaining coins into his pocket, Lincoln covered the exquisite form with a blanket, exited the room, and made his way to the underground bar. At first glance, he spotted Fury, whose expression resembled that of a disgruntled monkey, alongside the shiny-skinned recruit. It seemed he relished the service Lincoln had arranged, lingering with her even as noon approached. Lincoln ordered a juice and leaned against the bar, observing Fury and the recruit with keen interest. Upon hearing Lincoln's remark, Fury immediately realized he had overthought the situation, waving his hand for the lady to leave. He glanced at his watch, exclaiming, "You've made me waste an entire morning in this bar." No. The waste of time is solely your own doing. It has nothing to do with me," Lincoln retorted, raising his index finger and shaking it. "After all, I never requested your presence." Additionally, Lincoln pointed at the juice in Fury's hand, stating, "I only invited you for the service. I never said I would treat you to juice. You must pay for that yourself." Fury, taken aback, thought, "You've already treated me to the service. How can a mere juice be out of the question?" Frustrated by Lincoln's unexpected shift, Fury's already dark complexion deepened in hue. He inhaled deeply before slowly responding, "Shall we discuss this privately?" Lincoln surveyed the sparsely populated bar and the empty corners around them, spreading his hands in confusion. Is this truly a matter for private discussion? Recognizing Lincoln's reluctance, Fury sensed that this negotiation might not yield the desired outcome. He retrieved some photographs and a bill from his pocket, stating, "These are photographic records of your destruction of the street yesterday, and this is the repair bill you need to settle. Perhaps you could choose an appropriate time to repay these expenses." "Oh, this?" Lincoln glanced at the long list of expenses and pushed it back toward Fury. "I've already negotiated with that general screw. As compensation and service fees, he will be transferring to me a building worth $9 billion in Manhattan, and he has agreed to cover these bills as well. You may seek reimbursement from him first. If he disagrees, you can return to me, and I shall have a proper discussion with him." "Discussion?" Fury mused. "Is that to be interpreted as using your fists to persuade someone?" Fury gazed intently at Lincoln, a thought flickering through his mind before he tucked the bill away. "Now that the matter of compensation is settled, we should discuss your identity." As he spoke, Fury retrieved another sheet of white paper from his trench coat pocket and placed it before Lincoln. "This is a dossier concerning you. Would you care to enlighten me about what transpired?" "Absolutely not." Lincoln initially intended to retort brusquely, but a sudden idea struck him, a playful notion. "Are you certain you wish to know?" "Affirmative." "Very well." Lincoln nodded and casually traced a circle in the air with his finger. With a soft whooshing sound, a portal imbued with blue luminescent effects opened, leading to a clandestine laboratory. As Lincoln reached through it, he withdrew a cube, radiating a cerulean glow, now resting in his palm. "Is that the Tesseract?" Fury's composure finally faltered as he sprang to his feet. "That should be stored in the secret laboratory." "What have you done?" "Just a minor trick involving the portal." Lincoln waved dismissively, calmly clutching the Tesseract. With a subtle thought, azure energy tendrils streamed forth from the cube, enveloping both men in an ethereal blue haze. The Infinity Stones possess unimaginable power, if one can master them. They may access their unique inner realms, a divergence from comic lore. Each stone harbors a distinct internal space, and the space stone contains an infinite void, an emptiness that can overwhelm any being that enters. Fury's willpower was formidable, allowing him to endure within this void for a time. Yet, as a human, he could only withstand it temporarily. Moments later, he emerged from the crushing emptiness, drenched in sweat. His heart raced as he recalled the terror of that void, far worse than a mere darkroom. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp the truth. "Have you spent these lost years within that realm?" "Indeed." Lincoln nodded, reopening the portal to return the Tesseract. "Wait, why is it back?" Waving his hand to close the portal, Lincoln smiled at Fury. "In truth, it is a remarkable place. If one can maintain their sanity and self within, mastery may be achievable." "Mastery? Like what you just did?" Fury scrutinized Lincoln's eyes, attempting to discern the truth in his words. "That space is a trial." There are no flaws in Lincoln's meticulous control over his body, as he continued. "One must navigate it to emerge. Otherwise, one is doomed to perish within." "So, you were trapped in there all those years?" "Not entirely." Lincoln casually shrugged, stating, "I only remained inside for a brief period, one that nearly drove me to madness before I found my way back. It did not kill me. Rather, it rendered me even stronger. Do you wish to attain such strength? No. Fury promptly shook his head, recalling the gnawing emptiness he had once felt. If even a seasoned agent like him could not endure, it was unlikely that anyone within S.H.L.D. could succeed. Moreover, he held little faith in those agents. If Lincoln's words bore truth, then those agents becoming a second Lincoln through trials could only spell disaster. Thus, Fury would rather remain inactive than risk a misstep. Chapter 44. 3 more. Lincoln's assertions to Fury were entirely fanciful, yet what did it matter? The limitations of humanity, and indeed all beings on Earth, dictated their inability to perfectly master the space stone, let alone enter its very essence. Unable to disprove Lincoln's claims, Fury had no choice but to accept them as fact. After all, Lincoln had personally guided him into that experience. To doubt it would mean not merely skepticism, but outright paranoia. Fury was not paranoid. Rather, after a brief contemplation, he acquiesced to the realities Lincoln had articulated. Abandoning his inquiry into Lincoln's past experiences and capabilities, Fury continued, "I will find a way to restore your identity to a usable state." "No need." Lincoln raised a hand to interrupt him. "Let the past identity remain in the past. I should embrace a new identity to welcome and savor this entirely new era." Fury scrutinized Lincoln for a moment before giving a slight nod. Very well. Lincoln harbored no concerns that the identity Fury crafted might conflict with the one fabricated by Zola. Zola's artificial intelligence was not merely decorative. The events occurring within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s network were seldom beyond his scrutiny. The final outcome would be that Fury would create a competent identity for him, while Zola would provide an impeccable one. There was nothing objectionable in that. Having resolved these trivial matters, Fury finally redirected the conversation toward his true intentions. "Lincoln, I need you to join us in safeguarding global peace." "What does that concern me?" Lincoln retorted dismissively. "If you genuinely wish to maintain world peace, I suggest you storm the White House and Capitol Hill, eliminating all therein. Peace would ensue immediately. If peace does not manifest thereafter, you may return to me, and I would be more than willing to escort those unwilling to embrace peace to meet their maker." "What do you think?" A direct hit. Fury felt as if he had been stabbed in the heart. Lincoln's proposal struck at Fury's vulnerability. Without bias, Fury was acutely aware of which nations and factions truly obstructed peace in this world, and he recognized that Lincoln's statement was fundamentally accurate. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that Fury could not act upon such insights, since Fury was unwilling to sacrifice his own interests for the sake of world peace. It was naturally impossible to persuade Lincoln to do the same. The very foundation of all persuasion crumbled. After all, how could one expect others to make sacrifices when one is unwilling to do so oneself? A typical person might respond to such accusations and coercion with indignation. Yet Lincoln was different. He would not succumb to impotent rage. He could, in front of all, reduce his captors to mere pulp. Lincoln's temperament had already been vividly displayed when dealing with Hulk and the Abominable, and Fury, having personally experienced the oppressive nature of the Void, understood how such an environment could drive one to extremity. Fury recognized that for someone like Lincoln, attempts to persuade him towards goodness would be utterly futile, merely inciting impatience. He could only hope that Lincoln would retain some semblance of a moral compass and refrain from aligning with those nefarious individuals. Judging by the current behavior of seeking companionship, Fury believed Lincoln remained within a controllable state. This was perhaps the only positive news he could ascertain thus far, leaving him uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. After the grand failure of his persuasion efforts, Fury refrained from probing further into Lincoln's revelations. Realizing he needed to return and organize his thoughts before plotting his next conversational strategy. After avoiding the bill for a glass of juice, he forcefully exited the establishment, leaving the silent bartender gazing at the empty glass. Meanwhile, since the emergence of the Tesseract, the gaze of those who coveted Lincoln had become increasingly blatant. Wealth captivates the heart. For these ruthless assassins, as long as the rewards were substantial enough, risking their lives was merely routine. One could hardly expect them to wisely withdraw from danger. Moreover, as the night wore on, many had learned that Lincoln was the audacious novice assassin operating under the moniker of God. Perhaps Lincoln's display of prowess in the bar could be deemed miraculous. Yet those assassins firmly believed that no one was invincible. There were only those whose weaknesses had yet to be discovered. Lincoln, you are correct. But it must be added that there are indeed invincible supermen in this world. Lincoln considered himself a good man who did not take advantage of others. After leaving enough funds for his upcoming days at the hotel and for companionship, he looked at the solitary coin and sighed, patting the bar. May I ask you something? Do you know how to acquire more coins? Quite simply, there are 3 methods, replied the bartender, pausing his actions. The first is to steal coins from other assassins. The second, to accept a commission from the Continental Hotel. And the third, to take on tasks from others. For the average person, the second option was the most reliable and convenient means. But the bartender glanced at the other assassins. Perhaps you could return with even more coins using the first method once you step outside. Indeed, that is a sound suggestion. Lincoln chuckled, tossing his remaining coin onto the bar. I am quite satisfied with your response. Here is a tip for you. Thank you, sir. The bartender, pleased to receive the coin, recognized its considerable value. Leaving the hotel, Lincoln casually passed by the front desk, where he was greeted once again by the familiar face of Karen, despite having spent the previous night and part of the morning there. Extracting a few remaining coins from his pocket, Lincoln gestured to the counter. Extend my stay and add an extra hour. Certainly, sir, Karen nodded, accepting the coins, and then remarked, with the leftover from yesterday's purchase, you may stay for an additional 7 days. A week, then? That will suffice, Lincoln acknowledged, preparing to exit the hotel. However, upon noticing the lurking assassins gathering around, he paused. If you have the time, could you assist me in finding 3 more? One with an Eastern gentleness, another with a Western allure, and a darker-skinned beauty with less pronounced lips. I've heard their skin is quite delicate and unique, and I wish to experience it. Indicating the crowd behind him, Lincoln added, I'll pay you once I procure the funds from them. Karen, observing Lincoln, found himself momentarily speechless for the first time in his life. Surrounded by a throng of assassins, Lincoln still had the presence of mind to seek out 3 distinct beauties, leaving Karen to wonder if Lincoln was perhaps a lecher in his past life. For women? Surely, one would be better than for an entire day. How enviable his vitality must be. Chapter 45. The peril of greed. Karen remained silent, and Lincoln assumed his acquiescence. With a wave of his hand, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. It was unwise to make a move at the hotel entrance. So it was not until Lincoln's figure gradually disappeared around the corner that the assassins, who had been waiting, followed in pursuit. Inside the Continental Hotel, the assassins, possessing an uncanny acuity for their environment, observed Lincoln as he was encircled by their ranks, shaking their heads in disbelief. He is doomed. In such circumstances, even the night demon would meet his end here. Hearing this, one individual interjected, if the night demon hasn't retired, would you still dare utter those words? What's it to you? The assassin replied, his face reddening with indignation, only to calm himself suddenly. Assassins often engaged in unsavory practices. Among them could be someone covertly recording their conversation, and if the night demon caught wind of it, the repercussions would be dire. As he fell silent, the others displayed a hint of disappointment, redirecting their gaze towards Lincoln. Shall we place a wager on how long he can endure? Not long, one assassin scoffed. A fool bold enough to flaunt such a moniker upon emerging will surely be dead within 10 minutes. I find it curious that so many are hunting him solely for a name, another replied. Do you not know? A bounty was placed at the hotel, 500 for his death. Why don't you go after him? I've just completed a job. Is it not permissible to seek a moment of respite? Enough chatter. Do you wish to wager or not? Let us wager. 20 on him lasting 3 minutes. I'll raise it to 50 for 10 minutes. As the crowd gradually converged, Sharon neither intervened nor participated. Instead, he opened the hotel's special services page and began to select from its offerings. In an inconspicuous alleyway outside the hotel, Lincoln, who had been aimlessly wandering, came to a halt. He glanced around, then looked up, only to find the alley, usually devoid of life, now teeming with assassins radiating a palpable intent to kill. The lucrative contract worth 500 had incited fierce competition among these killers, not for a mere credential, but for the honor of being the first to eliminate Lincoln. Lincoln's demeanor remained unruffled, even as he employed his keen perception to scrutinize the pockets of these individuals. After a thorough inspection, his expression soured. Good grief. Do you simpletons survive on gold coins? With such meager resources, How dare you show yourselves? You must be tired of living. His bizarre remarks elicited cold smirks from the assembled assassins. But as they chuckled, their expressions morphed into uncontainable terror upon witnessing the light igniting in Lincoln's eyes. Let all of you perish. Lincoln's face was alight with a manic grin as his blazing gaze swept over the crowd, leaving no living creature unharmed in its wake. One by one, the assassins fell, their bodies collapsing onto the damp ground, and the remaining killers quickly realized that the 500 contract was not an easy windfall, but rather a death trap. Their faces contorted in horror. They abandoned any thought of attack and hurriedly turned to flee. Yet, in the face of Lincoln's unleashed wrath, any attempt at escape was both ludicrous and futile. Bodies piled behind him. No survivor was left to convey any intelligence about him. All perished within that alley. Dealing with such unremarkable adversaries, Lincoln found no pleasure in toying with them. Decisive slaughter was the only prudent course of action. Moments later, he reached out to collect the gold coins that had materialized before him. Feeling their weight settle into his pocket, a faint smile crept across his face. Stepping out of the alley, Lincoln placed the coins on the counter and turned to Sharon. So, have you made your selections? I have made my choices. I just require your final confirmation. Sharon secured the coins and proceeded to display a selection of images and videos. Are these acceptable? Quite splendid. Truly exceptional. Lincoln's eyes sparkled as he beheld the beauties he had only previously glimpsed in fleeting videos. Your taste is impeccable. I am quite taken with it. That's wonderful to hear. Sharon smiled as he clicked to confirm. They will be on their way to your room shortly. Enjoy your time. With a wave, Lincoln returned to his quarters. One must admit, the quality of beauty now far surpassed that of the Republican era, at least in terms of stature and physique. It was remarkable. Lincoln was a man who cherished the pleasures of life, and beautiful women constituted a significant part of that enjoyment. He had no qualms about indulging himself after attending to his affairs. Upon returning to the room, Lincoln disregarded the assassins who did not merit his attention. However, the assassins found it impossible to overlook his presence. From the moment Lincoln stepped into the alley until the chilling screams echoed from within, followed by an eerie silence. A mere 3 minutes elapsed. As they observed Lincoln emerge unscathed from the shadows, they could scarcely fathom the events that had transpired inside. Driven by insatiable curiosity, one among them finally ventured toward the alley, only to be rendered speechless upon witnessing the scene within. The ground was strewn with remnants, each body severed as if by a searing beam, their faces etched with profound terror and disbelief, the acrid scent of charred flesh still lingering in the air. The simultaneous assault on both sight and smell overwhelmed even the most seasoned of killers, inducing a wave of nausea that threatened to spill forth. In less than 3 minutes, Lincoln had annihilated all the assassins, some of whom had been perched high upon ladders. They could not fathom how he had accomplished such a feat amidst the carnage. They could only vaguely perceive a merciless shadow that had crushed them all without hesitation. In that moment, the instinct for survival eclipsed their greed for wealth and curiosity about the unknown. They exchanged glances, wordlessly agreeing to silence, and then, in quiet resignation, retreated to the hotel to gather their belongings, hastily departing New York under the cover of night. No longer did they compare Lincoln to anyone else, for his exhibited prowess was unparalleled. All they desired was to distance themselves as far as possible from that cursed place. The exorbitant bounty still lingered on the Continental Hotel's website. However, after witnessing the horror of the alley, most chose to abandon their pursuits, although the world would always have its share of the audacious. Hell's Kitchen, an unmarked area in New York City. At their feet lay a corpse, its skull cleaved open by a playing card, blood pooling profusely. Yet, the assassin known as Bullseye clutched a mobile phone, fixating intently on the name displayed upon it. Alongside a lengthy bounty that trailed beneath, a grin spreading across his face. Not bad. Chapter 46. Bullseye, I'm coming. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Pierce's office. Although he had relinquished the director's position to Fury, Pierce still wielded significant authority and status within S.H.I.E.L.D. Coupled with his role as the head of the Serpent, the events unfolding in the bar had already been laid bare before him, while Fury remained at the Continental Hotel. As he watched the footage of Lincoln effortlessly activating the portal to retrieve the Tesseract and skillfully manipulating the radiant blue energy emanating from it, A chill coursed through Pierce's veins. Fear of death, a fundamental human instinct, was magnified in those of high status, and Pierce was no exception. From the moment he laid eyes on the portal, he felt the ominous portent of death looming above him. Although the portal appeared small enough to allow only a hand to pass through, what did that matter? As long as it was larger than a bullet, it was sufficient to claim his life. Then, upon further inspection, he gasped. What was that? For countless years, the enigmatic Hydra and the agents of SHIELD have toiled to understand the cosmic cube, only for it to be effortlessly wielded and manipulated by a single individual. Is this not sufficiently terrifying? In this moment, Pierce's murderous intent towards Lincoln reached a fever pitch. The Continental Hotel represented mere monetary concerns, but Lincoln's presence now endangered his very life, a transgression he could not abide. The atmosphere in the room turned ominous, as Pierce's assistant, Sitwell, remained quietly in the corner, too afraid to breathe, lest Pierce's seething malice wash over him. The intensity of Pierce's emotions caused a slight flush to creep onto his face, and after a moment of composure, he glanced at the silently standing Sitwell and commanded, "I do not care what means you employ, but ensure this man disappears without revealing our involvement." Upon hearing Pierce's words, a pang of despair gripped Sitwell. Yet the piercing gaze of Pierce left him no room to protest. He could only nod. I will do my utmost." With that, he hurriedly exited Pierce's office under the weight of his superior's fearsome scrutiny. Pierce reclined once more in his spacious chair, exhaling deeply as if to alleviate the turmoil within him. However, this tranquility was short-lived, for a new report soon arrived. In the absence of on-site presence, it is typically challenging for assassins to discern the happenings in the alley adjacent to the Continental Hotel, yet Hydra's influence was formidable enough. Before the assassins could even gather their belongings to flee, images and videos of the corpses from the alley were meticulously laid upon Pierce's desk at SHIELD. The grotesque remains bore no semblance of aesthetic violence, only the stark reality of bloodshed and revulsion. If a single corpse, its charred remnants revealing a hint of flesh, did not sufficiently disturb Pierce, then the sight of a pile of bodies amassed in that alley was enough to unsettle anyone. First, the effortless opening of a portal, then the mastery of the cosmic cube, and now, in a mere 3 minutes, an unknown method was employed to eliminate a cadre of professional assassins. Under this immense pressure, Pierce's emotions finally spiraled out of control. Within his office, he erupted in a fit of curses as he gazed at the grotesque images before him. It seemed he was either attempting to dispel his own fear or simply succumbing to raw anger. Although Lincoln had never engaged directly with a high-ranking Hydra leader, his presence alone suffocated Pierce with an overwhelming sense of dread. Conversely, Sitwell experienced a headache and a sense of helplessness. Staring at the documents detailing Lincoln's information, Sitwell felt as if smoke were rising from his bare scalp in frustration. He racked his brain, desperately searching for a viable method to make Lincoln vanish. Especially after witnessing the footage of Lincoln reducing a creature capable of withstanding a rocket launcher to a mere ragdoll, Sitwell could only exclaim in disbelief. Abandoning the notion of employing conventional means to eliminate Lincoln, Hightwell found himself increasingly awestruck by Lincoln's formidable power as he delved deeper into understanding him. Eventually, Hightwell began to ponder whether he had unwittingly incurred the wrath of his superior, Pierce, by being assigned such an evidently insurmountable task. Was this not a scheme to orchestrate his demise? A loyal Hydra agent, Hightwell contemplated a different approach. Perhaps he could persuade Lincoln to join the Hydra, thereby altering his chain of command, or even bribe Lincoln to vanish for a while. Direct confrontation had proven futile, and thus Hightwell resolved to adopt a more circuitous strategy, leaving behind any notions of familiarity with the esteemed Pierce. Having established a course of action, Hightwell scrutinized the task assigned by Pierce, and suddenly felt that it might not be as daunting as it initially appeared. Within the Hydra, conspiracies were brewing against Lincoln. While on the other side, the assassin known as Target, I was exhilarated by the bounty on Lincoln's head within the assassin network. Although he worked under King Ben, he enjoyed a degree of autonomy. During his idle moments assisting King Ben, Target, I often sought suitable targets in the assassin network to hone his skills. At present, gazing at Lincoln's name, valued at $5 million, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Having allied with King Ben, a notorious crime lord in New York and throughout the nation, Target IS information channels were anything but lacking. He easily discerned that the $5 million Lincoln was the audacious newcomer who proclaimed himself a deity within the assassin network. While Target I did not consider Lincoln to possess divine abilities, his deranged mind was indifferent. He merely sought a subject to refine his craft, while simultaneously fulfilling the minor ambition of slaying a god. The $5 million was merely a trifling reward that held little significance for him. Stepping through the pool of blood on the floor, a wicked smile crept across Target I's lips as he toyed with a specially crafted deck of cards, casting his gaze toward the direction of the Continental Hotel. With King been occupied with other matters, Hell's Kitchen would momentarily descend into tranquility, and Target I felt he had ample time to seek some amusement. Without a moment's hesitation, he departed Hell's Kitchen and swiftly arrived at the Continental Hotel. He pushed open the door and entered the lobby, a space he rarely frequented, audaciously surveying the hotel's decor. At that moment, upon spotting Target I, Sharon's gaze sharpened slightly as he discreetly pressed a special button beneath the counter, a privilege reserved for esteemed guests. As the button was pressed, Sharon felt a slight sense of relief, only to be startled by the voice of the Target I abruptly resonating in his ear. "I see you. You cannot escape my gaze. But it doesn't matter. Today, you are not my target. My target is the one known as Lincoln." Sharon fixed his gaze upon the Target I, reminding him that violence was prohibited within the confines of the Continental Hotel, a rule that should be heeded, unless one wished to be pursued by all. Chapter 47. A delightful game. It is universally acknowledged that the Target I is a remarkably gifted lunatic, a sentiment shared by both Jean Bing and the Doctor. Such a formidable madman is not easily managed by ordinary individuals. Thus the Target I serves as a potent weapon in Jean Bing's arsenal, one formidable enough to instill apprehension within the Continental Hotel of New York. Yet, this apprehension was merely that, apprehension. The influence of the Continental Hotel is vast enough to confront Jean Bing directly. Should the necessity arise, the Target I, still within the realm of ordinary humanity, could be eliminated without difficulty. Jean Bing is well aware of this, which is why he advises the Target I to avoid direct confrontation with the Continental Hotel. The Target I understands this as well, thus his audacity within the hotel remains confined to words rather than actions. He is indeed a lunatic but not a fool. He possesses a fundamental grasp of reality and reasoning. Sharon quietly observed the Target I, who remained unfazed, casually tossing a few gold coins and gesturing towards the phone inside. "Make the call. Tell that fellow to come out and meet his demise. I might afford him a more merciful end. Are you unaware of the happenings in the alley?" "The alley?" The Target I furrowed his brow in confusion, having rushed here. He had not had time to check his phone and was thus oblivious to the news from the alley. Noticing the Target I's perplexity, Sharon felt a surge of confidence. Without hesitation, he picked up the phone and pressed the call button. "Hello, someone is looking for you." "Someone is looking for me? This is never-ending, is it? They're lining up to meet their doom?" With that, he hung up, glancing back at the few individuals on the colossal bed who had already raised the truce banner. Shaking his head, he donned his attire. "You all rest for a while. Wait for my return." Upon exiting the room and closing the door, Lincoln's demeanor and attire transformed into something more upright. In the lobby, Karen's seemingly innocuous inquiry alerted the Target I that something was amiss. Instantly, he became vigilant and sought to uncover what had transpired in the alley. However, it had been quite some time since Lincoln's massacre in the alley, enough duration for one to engage with the four noble ladies. Those aware of the alley incident had distanced themselves as if fleeing a plague, and even those who remained dared not utter a word, pretending ignorance. The more questions the Target I posed, the more he sensed a disquieting shift, and upon observing Karen's calm demeanor, he realized he may have been somewhat careless. Yet, carelessness or not, the Target I remained convinced that Lincoln could not evade him. The existence of the Abomination and the Hulk represents a scandal for the military, compounded by Lincoln's presence, which has led to stringent secrecy surrounding them. Under the combined cover of WWII's HIELD in the military, Hawkeye remains blissfully unaware of such classified information. Supervillains do not exist, and by extension, neither do superheroic figures. Yet, within the realm of ordinary individuals in the Marvel Universe, Hawkeye has attained an elite status, a conclusion he reached after numerous trials born from the sacrifice of lives. While he may falter under random gunfire, he possesses unwavering confidence in one-on-one confrontations. As long as he can see his target, victory is assured. A potent blend of confidence and mental affliction has led Hawkeye to linger, standing on the sidewalk outside the Continental Hotel, awaiting Lincoln's arrival. Lincoln, initially irked by the interruption, finds his sentiment shifting upon laying eyes on Hawkeye. The low-tier assassins do not warrant his attention, but Hawkeye is a different matter altogether. Setting aside the formidable figure of Kingpin behind him, Hawkeye's uncanny ability to strike with precision is enough to entice Lincoln to engage with him for a time. Ignoring Karun's caution, Lincoln pushes the door open and steps outside. The moment his foot crosses the threshold, the seemingly statue-like Hawkeye's eyes flash with intensity. His arms, which hung limply at his sides, suddenly spring into action, moving with the grace and speed of a whip. With the dexterity honed through innate talent and rigorous training, he flicks two playing cards into the air, sending them spiraling like razor blades toward Lincoln. The cards slice through the air with a sharp whoosh, and a smirk graces Hawkeye's lips. The velocity of his specially launched cards rivals that of bullets, far beyond the reflexes of an ordinary person. However, just as the lethal cards near Lincoln's forehead, the previously frozen figure springs into motion. In a manner reminiscent of a well-scripted performance, he merely tilts his head, allowing the cards to rush past his cheek, piercing the high-strength glass behind him. The specially designed cards fail to breach the Continental Hotel's fortified glass, and Lincoln finds himself wielding the very weapons Hawkeye had prepared. Witnessing this, Hawkeye's eyes widen in astonishment. For the first time, he sees someone evade his cards with extraordinary reflexes and speed. A tremor courses through his body, not from fear, but from exhilaration at encountering an equally matched adversary. While slaughtering the defenseless satisfies his thirst for violence, Lincoln, a true powerhouse, stirs something deep within his blood and consciousness. The smile that once graced Hawkeye's lips solidifies, then morphs into a wild grin that ultimately stretches into a full, unabashed expression of delight. His eyes, akin to radar, were fixated on Lincoln, and with a subtle movement of his 10 fingers, an array of playing cards seemed to magically materialize from an unseen realm. Clutching the cards between his fingertips, each colorful card resembled a numbered throwing knife, having already locked on a Lincoln before being unleashed. You have pleased me greatly, and thus I shall engage you in delightful sport. The marksman gazed at Lincoln with a sinister grin, his arms trembling with anticipation. In an instant, with a swift motion that was nearly imperceptible, a flurry of cards was sent hurtling in various trajectories, only to pivot mid-flight and rush towards Lincoln with deadly intent. The cards were flung with reckless abandon, glimmering in the sunlight like the scattered petals of a celestial maiden, each face shimmering with a hint of sanguinary intent. How fortuitous! Surrounded by countless sharp edges, Lincoln remained unfazed, a slight smile gracing his lips. I had the same thought. Chapter 48, Why? In the Marvel Universe, the concept of supervillains has never truly vanished. Since the days of the Red Skull during World War II, a plethora of supervillains have persisted throughout history, merely lying dormant from the public eye. The marksman is one among them. Possessing an extraordinary throwing prowess, he can unleash the latent destructive potential of any seemingly mundane object. Whether it be slicing through a throat with an ordinary playing card or using a toothpick as a lethal weapon, what is impossible for most becomes mere routine for him. With elite combat and firearm skills, coupled with his extraordinary throwing ability, the marksman can effortlessly eliminate any target within his line of sight, until he encountered Lincoln. Specially crafted playing cards dance through the air like butterflies, their lethality masked beneath a veneer of elegance, appearing dazzling yet ultimately deadly. Each card carved graceful arcs through the air, resembling the deadly hooks of a net, converging on Lincoln from all directions. The sharp edges sliced through the air with a whistling sound, orchestrated by the marksman's meticulous adjustments, akin to a symphony in motion. Flawless. This was the marksman's assessment of his own creation, surrounded by an aura of lethal precision. In his eyes, Lincoln's inevitable fate was to be rendered into a fragmented impressionistic masterpiece by the onslaught of cards. With a lethal intent, the marksman showed no inclination for mere amusement. To him, crafting a masterpiece was the ultimate form of entertainment. Is this truly your limit? Lincoln observed the marksman with calmness, gently shaking his head. It seems throwing isn't your forte. Perhaps you should resort to firearms. With these words, he subtly shifted his stance as if to mock the marksman. elegantly evading the sharp edges of the cards with movements that resembled a graceful dance. Lincoln demonstrated the art of walking a tightrope upon the edge of a blade. The sharp edge of the playing cards cleaved through the walls, slicing through the concrete, unleashing the hidden power contained within them, yet failing to pose a shred of threat to Lincoln. How could this be? How could this be? Witnessing his meticulously crafted techniques, born from numerous experimental subjects, so effortlessly evaded by Lincoln, the target's eyes brimmed with disbelief. He let out a bellow, and with a deft movement of his fingers, he launched an array of concealed weapons with his unique technique. The playing cards traced elegant arcs, the flying knives pierced the air with unwavering precision, and other exotic projectiles spun ceaselessly in midair, resembling celestial maidens scattering flowers. The target summoned an astonishing number of hidden weapons from unimaginable places, casting them forth in a dazzling display that obscured the sky. A vast sea of shadows surged forth, employing both direct assaults and surprise attacks, unleashing a relentless onslaught upon Lincoln from the most unforeseen angles. The target's gaze was intensely fixed upon Lincoln, a flicker of madness illuminating his eyes, as if he yearned to utterly dismember him. His movements grew increasingly swift and fierce, the frequency and velocity of his thrown weapons escalating to an alarming degree. Countless glimmers of cold light sparkled in the air like stars. Yet amidst this celestial brilliance, Lincoln danced perilously close to the edge of danger, evading harm by the narrowest of margins. This provocative maneuver, skirting the brink of peril, incensed the target, his rage swelling to unprecedented heights. Too slow, too slow, too slow. Lincoln glided before the target with an agility that seemed almost choreographed, his words flowing without pause. Is this truly the prowess of the top assassin, the target? Is this all you have? I expected something far more formidable. If this is the extent of your abilities, I regret to inform you that I lack the time to indulge in your child's play. The women in my room could exhaust my energy far better than you. Silence. The target seethed with fury, a volcano of rage erupting within him at Lincoln's disdain, likening him to a mere prostitute. Tactics? There were no more tactics. Like a metal storm unleashed in full force, he hurled every concealed weapon he possessed in a reckless torrent. In an instant, a dense web of cold light enveloped Lincoln, obscuring his very perception of time, yet it was still insufficient. With a series of light footfalls, Lincoln extricated himself from the encirclement of blades with near-instantaneous speed, turning his gaze toward the target, whose mental state had undergone a complete transformation. Is this all you can do? I can kill him. I can kill him. The target remained silent, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on Lincoln, as a cacophony of chaotic thoughts echoed in his mind. His speed is astonishing, swift enough to evade all my weapons, yet his body must still be that of an ordinary man. Otherwise, he would not need to dodge my attacks. If only I can strike him, if I can land just a single blow, I will wound him, draw forth his blood, and slowly drain him dry. Just once. Once is all it takes. Mental illness rendered the marksman incapable of functioning as a normal individual. Yet, paradoxically, this very affliction facilitated his unfulfilled contemplation. His body, still moving with mechanical precision, hurled projectiles with a calculated rhythm, transforming what had once been chaotic fury into a display of order. He deftly guided and probed Lincoln's movements, aiming to deliver a fatal blow at the last possible moment. The blades became increasingly targeted until a brilliant silver flash pierced Lincoln's eye, accompanied by the sharp crack of a gunshot. As a master of throwing weapons, he resorted to firearms even while his arsenal remained intact, illustrating the dire straits to which the marksman had been driven. Recognizing his obsession, Lincoln did not evade the bullet he could have easily dodged. Instead, he remained statuesque, fixated on the point where the projectile would strike. Witnessing Lincoln's stillness, the marksman, on the brink of a mental breakdown, finally revealed a maniacal grin, his hands moving as more gunfire erupted. Ha ha ha. The clinking of shell casings against the ground was drowned out by his frenzied laughter. Yet, in the midst of his madness, Lincoln stirred. He reached out, effortlessly plucking each suspended bullet from the air, then turned his gaze to the marksman with a bemused expression. Is this truly the extent of a throwing master's prowess? With a gun? Upon seeing Lincoln unscathed, the marksman's smile froze, replaced by confusion and disbelief. His body became rigid, rooted in place. Why are you unharmed? I clearly hit you. Ah, you are indeed correct. You did strike me. Unfortunately, the force was diminished by a fraction. As he spoke, Lincoln gestured nonchalantly with his thumb and forefinger, the minuscule gap between them seeming both insignificant and a taunt directed at the marksman. Why? The marksman could not comprehend, truly unable to grasp the situation. In his mind, Lincoln was merely an extraordinarily swift individual, akin to his own exceptional throwing abilities. Just as he could not withstand the impact of a bullet, he believed Lincoln would be equally vulnerable. He had meticulously analyzed, researched, and anticipated Lincoln's movements, ultimately succeeding in landing a shot. Yet, now confronted with the unscathed Lincoln, confusion clouded his thoughts. He longed to confront Lincoln, grasping his collar to demand an explanation as to why he could physically withstand bullets, while feigning an inability to do so, as if mocking him. This cannot be right. After dedicating so much time to honing his talents, the outcome left him feeling like a mere jester bested by another. It was an untenable reality. The marksman's world crumbled around him. His body swayed as he stared blankly at Lincoln, posing the question he already knew the answer to. Can you withstand bullets? Indeed. Then why did you evade my projectiles? Simply to ascertain the extent of your skill with them. As Lincoln spoke, he turned to glance behind him. During the prolonged battle that lasted several seconds, the targets I launched not only the concealed weapons he bore, but everything within his grasp was employed as a projectile. Stones, shards of glass, scraps of metal, and even a wooden stick were wielded as lethal instruments. The target's mastery over the art of throwing was unparalleled among humanity. As Lincoln had observed, upon hearing Lincoln's response, the target's voice gradually sank into a low growl, his head bowing slowly, obscured by shadows that concealed his expression. This silence lingered for but a brief moment before the target's blood-red eyes lifted once more, filled with fury as he gazed at Lincoln. With a sudden push of his foot, he charged forward. How absurd! I cannot accept this, he roared, his fingers clenched into fists as he swung at Lincoln. I cannot accept this. Overwhelmed by the impact, had he lost his mind? Lincoln regarded the now completely unhinged target with an expression tinged with regret. He sidestepped to evade the target's punch, then swiftly pressed his hand against the back of his head, sending him crashing against the nearby wall with a resounding thud. Bang! The calcium-rich bones shattered against the unyielding steel-reinforced concrete as if they were fragile eggshells, resulting in a dull echo that heralded their complete obliteration. Fragments of a shattered skull mingled with crimson and white blood and brain matter as the target's body slowly slumped against the wall. Lincoln released the blood-soaked skull, letting it fall to the ground alongside the target's corpse, his demeanor tranquil as if he had merely dispatched an inconsequential beast. The splattered blood on the ground resembled a blooming orchid, albeit marred by a missing petal, with the area where Lincoln stood untouched by the crimson hue. He withdrew a handkerchief to wipe away the non-existent filth from his hands and turned away from the sight of the target's demise, contemplatively gazing towards Hell's Kitchen. Following his usual pattern of dispatching the lesser threats before confronting the greater ones, coupled with his status as a crime lord. The next to appear should presumably be Gene Bing, right? Should he preemptively deal with him? Lincoln's words hinted at a desire to quell any impending trouble before it could arise, yet his body, in earnest, returned to the hotel. This time, he found not just Karong awaiting him at the counter, but also an elderly gentleman clad in a linen trench coat. Lincoln recognized him as Winston, the manager of the New York Continental Hotel. In this establishment, as long as the higher-ups were absent, it was fundamentally he who held sway. Even when the higher-ups were present, he possessed the strength to resist if he desired. It was evident that in his youth, he had been a formidable figure. Otherwise, he would not have secured control of the hotel. However, with age, he seemed to have transitioned to a more administrative role, much like Fury, who had shifted from frontline operations to become the director of S.H.I.L.D. Originally, Winston had emerged to resolve the nuisance posed by the target. But upon hearing the gunfire, he sensed that matters had perhaps become simpler. When he saw Lincoln push the door open from the outside, he had already fully confirmed the demise of Target I. Winston was quite certain of Lincoln's methods, having previously dealt with the corpses in the alley. The moment the gunfire erupted, he was convinced that Target I would not escape alive. Lincoln did not approach to speak, and Winston merely watched him ascend the stairs before shaking off his trench coat and exiting through the door. Moments later, standing on the street and gazing at the headless corpse against the wall along with the adjacent fallen skull, Winston and his assistant fell into silence. After a brief pause, he looked up with a sense of melancholy and remarked, "It seems this newcomer is even more volatile than we had imagined." "The death of Target I is indeed a fortunate event," Sharon responded, "yet Jean Bing may become quite irate. Indeed, he would be furious." But what concern was that to them? Winston chuckled, observing the cleaner methodically handling Target I's body. "We are not the ones who killed him. He merely met his end coincidentally outside the Continental Hotel. If there is any connection, he should be grateful that I personally funded the cleaner to deliver Target I's body to him, allowing him to win the favor of his subordinates." Winston's laughter was cunning, reminiscent of a wily old fox. It was obvious that Jean Bing would never choose this moment to make an enemy of Lincoln. The murder of Target I would likely compel him to endure the situation, but that was before. Once Winston arranged for the cleaner to collect Target I's body and deliver it to Jean Bing, the circumstances began to shift. He would undoubtedly make a grand spectacle of revealing to everyone that Target I, one of Jean Bing's most capable subordinates, had been killed. Especially crucial was for Jean Bing's other subordinates to learn of this. Whether or not Jean Bing would seek revenge was uncertain, but it was certain that this would deeply irritate him, and that was sufficient. As Winston had orchestrated, Target I's body was witnessed by many within a day. The entire underworld of New York was aware of his death, and the news continued to spread. In a dimly lit room, a robust figure sat on a large sofa. Jean Bing looked down with a frown at the body bag on the floor. Inside lay the mangled corpse of Target I, along with a piece of skull that had fortuitously remained intact. He was enraged, not solely due to Winston's provocative actions. Such antics were commonplace in the underground society, but because Target I had failed to act entirely according to his will. His foolishness and audacity had provoked a formidable enemy, leading to his own demise, and in turn, causing Jean Bing to lose a rather useful tool and assassin. This was what truly incensed him. Target I had betrayed him. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, and after a long silence, Jean Bing finally rose to leave. Target I had betrayed him, yet he did not intend to pursue accountability. A dead man without kin was not worth the trouble. Jean Bing resolved to attribute Target I's death to his own folly, believing that this would instill a sense of caution in his similarly foolish subordinates. Before fully understanding Lincoln's origins, he was reluctant to become his adversary, even if the enemy appeared to be a seemingly easy target of Asian descent. He exercised caution. Otherwise, he would not have survived to this moment. However, just as Winston could stoke the flames, so too could he, orchestrating others to confront Lincoln. Chapter 50. The Council of Elders. We must strike first. In a hotel room, Lincoln sat on the sofa, lost in contemplation after a night of toil. Following 2 days of indulgence, he finally recalled his purpose for coming to the Continental Hotel. It was to take charge of the establishment, not merely to oversee its operations. Dismayed, he chastised himself internally, vowing not to be so distracted by 4 women again. Rising from a sofa, he mused that next time, he should at least have 8. In the underground bar, Winston occupied his customary seat, savoring fine wine while admiring the empire he had built. Just as he was enjoying his moment, Lincoln approached and sat beside him, casually pouring himself a glass from Winston's private collection. "Shall we talk?" he asked. "What is it you wish to discuss?" Winston replied, glancing at his cherished liquor, a twitch of dismay at the corner of his eye. "That glass you just poured, I preserved it for 5 years without daring to taste it." 5 years? Lincoln mused. Not long enough. Perhaps if it were 50 years, I might discern something truly exceptional. With that, he drained the glass and produced a token from World War II, a keepsake given to him by Schmidt, placing it upon the table. "Do you remember this?" Winston regarded Lincoln with a hint of confusion, reaching for the token to examine it closely before shaking his head slightly. "What is it?" Lincoln anticipated Winston's response, yet upon hearing it, he could not suppress a sigh. He retrieved the exquisite token, which appeared too refined to have originated from wartime, and spoke almost to himself. "Do you know the origins of the Continental Hotel?" Winston's expression shifted subtly. Before he could respond, Lincoln continued, "Once there was a man who wielded the power to overturn everything. Unfortunately, he lacked the strength to withstand my capabilities. To save his life, he agreed to my demand to establish the Continental Hotel, promising that this token would grant me the right to reclaim it at any time in the future. I spared him, though he ultimately met his end. Yet the Continental Hotel endures to this day. I sincerely hope that some among you still remember this pact and promise, but it seems I may have hoped in vain." Lincoln's tone was even, yet it sent chills down Winston's spine. He remained motionless, devoid of any change in expression, until Lincoln placed the token back before him, stood, and gently patted his shoulder, whispering softly, "I understand that the Continental Hotel is not within your purview. Therefore, take this token and seek out those who possess the authority. I shall grant them 3 days to present themselves before me. After 3 days, there shall be no mercy." Winston could not perceive Lincoln's expression, yet the chilling intent conveyed by those 3 resolute words sent tremors through his very core. His gaze remained fixated upon the token on the table, as if it could shield him from the immense pressure looming behind him, akin to a mountain. After several minutes, Winston emerged from his reverie, gasping for breath, a thin sheen of sweat having appeared on his brow unbeknownst to him. He grasped the token with urgency, neglecting to rise properly, and hurriedly made his way to his office. Troubled by the weight of the pressure Lincoln had instilled, Winston gritted his teeth. Damn it. How many secrets have those individuals at the high table concealed? Winston was unaware of the original secrets of the Continental Hotel, but as the image of the token was submitted, the entire high table was thrown into disarray. The meeting reconvened, and all 12 representatives appeared in the virtual conference room. How is this possible? It has been gone for 60 years. How could it possibly resurface? The president of the Brotherhood surveyed the image, his eyes brimming with skepticism. This must be a forgery. Let us not jump to conclusions too hastily, Sloane, spoke Anthony, who, despite appearing aged, still commanded the Italian mafia with a calm demeanor. To ascertain its authenticity, we simply need someone to retrieve it for verification. Moreover, it is the elders who ought to be more concerned than we. Anthony's words silenced the entire high table. As he stated, while they held the 12 seats at the high table, they were not the ultimate arbiters. The elders, endowed with extraordinary wealth, power, and status, were the true masters of all. The notion that the weight of a collapsing sky could be borne by those of greater stature alleviated much of the pressure in their hearts. They exchanged knowing glances and, in unison, passed a resolution to inform the reclusive elders of the token's reappearance. In the depths of the desert, the bustling metropolis, and the remote islands, the image circulated through the network, startling the elders. Esteemed colleagues, the token has reemerged, spoke Hashim, clad in traditional Arab attire, his voice steady. Someone intends to seize all that we have painstakingly built using this token. Preposterous, scoffed an elderly man draped in a robe. Send someone to eliminate him. He is in New York, a woman remarked, glancing at the intelligence in her hand before addressing the 4th elder. I recall that this is presumably your territory. Pierce, who had remained silent, now felt compelled to speak. He had assumed that his silence would afford him detachment. Yet the gazes of the remaining 3 elders made it clear that he must contribute. Pierce watched as fury sought out Lincoln, as the assassins from the Continental Hotel pursued Lincoln, and as the henchmen of Gene targeted Lincoln. In all of New York, every notable figure had sought Lincoln, and now it was his turn to be scrutinized by a few other elders of equally astonishing power. Pierce seethed internally, yet maintained a facade of calm. I only just learned of his presence in New York, he stated. So what are your thoughts? You may decide. Choosing to withdraw, Pierce declared, you make the decision, and I shall support whatever choice is made. The presence of the Hydra made it a target of universal disdain. Although Pierce held an elder position representing the Hydra, he typically remained silent, and today was no exception, raising no suspicion among the others. With Pierce abstaining, the remaining 3 exchanged glances, swiftly determining their course of action. Perhaps privately, they would engage in further schemes, yet publicly, their stance towards Lincoln remained unified. Moments later, a resolution co-signed by several elders from the council was delivered to the elevated table. As this resolution was disseminated, a lethal mission targeting Lincoln was placed at the forefront. The prohibition against bloodshed at the Continental Hotel was lifted, and all consequences arising from assassination attempts on Lincoln would be forgiven. In that instant, virtually every shadowy organization globally became aware of Lincoln's existence, regarding him as a doomed man. Chapter 1. First encounter during World War II in New York. In a dimly lit cinema, black and white war mobilization advertisements flickered on the screen before the feature presentation. Whether in reverence or disdain, all eyes were fixed upon the screen, none noticing the sudden appearance of an outsider in a previously vacant corner seat. Surrounded by English dialogue, Lincoln fell into silence as he regarded the distinct features of a face illuminated by the flickering light. Just a moment ago, he had been seated in a plush armchair. Now, inexplicably, he found himself in this cinema, steeped in the style of the previous century. To make matters worse, he had appeared in a foreign land. The black and white imagery, the war mobilization advertisement, and the sight of a frail young man being dragged out by a towering thug made his circumstances painfully clear. One coincidence might be considered ordinary. Two could be explained, but 3, 4, or more coincidences typically belong to the realm of fiction. Yet, the world he found himself in indeed resembled a fantastical narrative. The vintage black and white film was not something Lincoln could appreciate. After a moment's contemplation, he rose and left the screening room unnoticed. As he stepped out of the cinema, Lincoln felt the weight of countless gazes upon him. His attire, incongruous with the era, coupled with his Eastern visage, drew curious and skeptical looks from the crowd. His face twitched slightly as he lowered his head to shield his identity and quickened his pace, swiftly exiting the cinema and stepping onto the bustling street. The sunlight penetrated the clouds, casting a muted glow that, upon contact with Lincoln, awakened an extraordinary power within him. From his bones to his skin, his body underwent a metamorphosis, akin to raw iron transforming into finely tempered steel through relentless forging and fire. With his eyes gleaming with a peculiar radiance, Lincoln rolled up his sleeves to admire the increasingly defined contours of his muscles, then lifted his gaze towards the resplendent sky. Superhuman abilities? A flicker of joy and anticipation filled his heart as his gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately settling on a solid wall. With a narrowed focus, he endeavored to employ his newfound ability to see through the thick barrier. Yet, as he concentrated intently, he first perceived obscure lines before fully penetrating the wall. A faint golden light shimmered along one of the gray lines, gradually transforming it into a golden hue. In an inexplicable manner, Lincoln sensed that by saturating this line, he could manipulate it to traverse into another realm. Although the process was somewhat sluggish, it offered a glimmer of hope. He surmised he might be a superhero, yet he contemplated whether he was better suited to be a protector of his homeland or even his ancestors. The golden line presented an excellent opportunity. Redirecting his attention from the line that required time to illuminate, Lincoln effortlessly pierced through the sturdy wall. Moreover, at the moment he breached the barrier, the visceral sounds of impact resonated in his ears. Observing the frail figure that repeatedly fell, yet resolutely rose again, Lincoln pondered for a moment before stepping into the alley. Enough is enough. Grasping the hammer poised to strike Steve once more, Lincoln casually flicked his wrist, sending the American crashing to the ground. From his elevated vantage, he looked down at the man, whose eyes bore a glimmer of indignation, and chuckled softly while clenching his fist. "Would you like to practice with me?" The man struggled to rise, glancing at the dirt-stained Steve and then at the clearly formidable Lincoln. A flicker of anger crossing his eyes. "You better keep an eye on your little friend." "Is that so?" Lincoln picked up the jagged piece of metal debris and began to twist it, the sound of crunching metal echoing as he effortlessly contorted the once sturdy cap into a crumpled mass. Tossing aside the heavy metallic refuse, Lincoln regarded the man, who was now utterly stunned, with a bemused expression. "Would you like to become like this? You. The man's eyes were filled with disbelief as he pressed himself against the wall, inching away until he finally bolted out with a cry. "Monster! Monster!" In stark contrast to the panicked man, Steve, observing Lincoln's distinctly Eastern features and the twisted shell of metal, harbored bolder speculations. "Is this martial arts? Can you tell me how to achieve such prowess?" "This is not martial arts." Lincoln shook his head and discarded the iron ball into the trash bin. As for the method, performing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and running 10 kilometers daily, without the use of air conditioning in either winter or summer. For 3 consecutive years, perhaps anyone could attain such a level. Steve, perplexed, took this as a jest from Lincoln and adjusted his attire before solemnly extending his hand. "Steve Rogers, you may call me Steve." Lincoln glanced over and smiled as he reciprocated the gesture. "Hello, Steve. My name is Lincoln." At the mention of Lincoln, Steve's expression shifted slightly. "That name reminds me of a great man." "Perhaps," Lincoln replied noncommittally. Just then, James Barnes, clad in military uniform, suddenly appeared behind them. "I suppose my presence is no longer required here?" "No, your arrival is quite timely," Steve remarked, looking at his longtime friend Bucky. "This is my new acquaintance, Lincoln." He has been a tremendous help to me. Lincoln? Bucky raised an eyebrow, mirroring Steve's expression. That brings to mind a remarkable individual. Regrettably, I am not the great man you envision, Lincoln said, shaking Bucky's hand with a smile. But I can assure you, I shall become a notable figure. With that, he waved goodbye to the two, sensing their need for privacy. Without affording them the chance to retain him, Lincoln's figure swiftly vanished. As their gaze returned, Bucky's eyes reflected deep contemplation. I find him quite extraordinary. Steve glanced at the nearby trash bin and nodded in agreement. I share that sentiment. I wonder if he will enlist. The likelihood seems low, Bucky replied, shaking his head. His shoes are quite unique, unlike any I have previously encountered. Shoes? Bucky referred to a detail Steve had overlooked. After a moment's reflection, he abandoned this futile line of thought, only to then notice Bucky's green military attire. His expression turning solemn. Have you received orders? Note, chapters 35 to 38 have been restricted due to content related to anti-Japanese themes, and similar narratives will not be pursued in the future. Chapter 2. I heard that one can borrow money here. Assisting Steve was merely a casual act for Lincoln. The notion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress is rare, especially when the damsel is none other than the authentic Captain America, renowned for his remarkable physique. Such encounters are not commonplace. However, knowing Steve did not significantly alter Lincoln's circumstances. The amplification brought by sunlight is both continuous and persistent. Yet time remains the most crucial factor. The brevity of time has prevented him from achieving a complete enhancement. To date, the majority of sunlight has been augmenting his physical capabilities. The external manifestations of this are evident in the increase of all abilities related to his physique: defense, physique, speed, strength, and sensory perception, among others. In terms of physical fitness, he has surpassed the vast majority of ordinary humans around the globe. However, due to the initial focus on bodily enhancement, he has yet to acquire abilities including the biological force field. It is also possible that he possesses such abilities, albeit so feeble that he remains unaware of them and uncertain of how to harness them. Without the influence of the biological force field, he is incapable of flight and unable to mitigate the immense noise and destructive power that might accompany super-speed movement. This predicament compels him to navigate the streets like a fugitive, evading inquiries from the New York police. The status of Chinese immigrants in America during this era is not particularly elevated, and coupled with his anachronistic appearance, he is bound to attract the attention of the authorities. He seeks a means to integrate into this society, desiring at least an identity that would allow him to openly stroll the streets and purchase a soda. During this time, computers have yet to be invented, making it possible to manipulate information recorded on paper documents in various ways. However, given that information is confined to paper, fabricating a living identity may prove more arduous than in an age of computers. At least, with Lincoln's current capabilities, this remains unattainable. After much contemplation, he ultimately sets his sights on the local Chinese gangs, hoping they might provide some assistance. Join the military? Are you serious? Lincoln retorted, adopting the expression of Subway elder engrossed in his phone as he regarded the local man with yellowing teeth. I don't even have an identity. You want me to charge into the line of fire? What of being undocumented? We have plenty of that here. As long as you enlist, I can find a way to get you in. Once the war is over, you'll return with that little card, and no one will dare question you. I'm telling you, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If those Americans weren't rallying for a national draft, even the thought of joining would be far-fetched. Think it over. With that, the local man clapped Lincoln on the shoulder and moved past him, clearly busy with his own affairs. As the figure of the local man gradually receded, Lincoln remained seated. Lost in contemplation, his thoughts now stirred. What he seeks is fairly simple, a form of identification that would shield him from endless inquiries regarding his status. As a modern individual, he is inherently reliant on the conveniences provided by human society. If given the chance, he would prefer to leisurely bask in the sun among the crowd, rather than chase the sun like a savage in the wilderness. It is one thing to be unable to enjoy life in the absence of abilities, but if he has acquired such powers, it would be futile if he cannot relish them. The prospect of obtaining a legitimate identity by merely visiting a World War II battlefield seems exceedingly effortless for him. With his steel-like physique, he harbors no fear of mortal danger. Since his arrival in this world, his body has been enhanced to a level capable of withstanding bullets. With a bit more time, it is likely that only a nuclear weapon would suffice to extinguish his life. without concern for his life. He was entirely unperturbed by the prospect of witnessing the battlefield firsthand. Of course, a primary motivation lay in the fact that this was the First World. He sought to immerse himself in the unfolding narrative. It seemed that Lincoln discerned his intentions from the gleam in his eyes, for the fellow countryman approached him once more, wineglass in hand. "So, have you made up your mind?" "All right." Lincoln gazed deeply at him and inquired, "What is it that you desire?" The man grinned widely, revealing a set of prominent yellow teeth, and with a few fingers mimicked a pinching gesture. "I want this." "How much?" "Not much, just 25 will suffice." 25? Lincoln regarded him coolly, scoffing. "Do you take me for a fool regarding market prices? That is outright extortion." "Ah, you must think positively." The countryman patted Lincoln on the arm. "This 25 includes the cost of forging your identity and getting you enlisted in the army. It is already a bargain, considering our shared roots. A bargain indeed, akin to a 12-fold discount." Fully aware of the adage about compatriots taking advantage of one another, Lincoln regarded the man before him with a cold scoff in his heart. Yet he nodded. "Fine, 25 it is, but if you deceive me, I shall procure a firearm with another 25. As the saying goes, the bold fear not for their lives. Lincoln's demeanor momentarily startled the countryman, who then broke into a broad smile. "With so many of us here, how could I possibly covet your meager sum? Rest assured, once the money is in hand, matters will proceed smoothly." In a lowered voice, he continued, "So, when do you intend to pay?" "Later." Lincoln shot him a glance. "Do you know where the local notorious gang resides?" "Yes, just a short distance outside." The countryman, taken aback by the sudden shift in conversation, pointed in the direction Lincoln indicated, watching as he strode out. The sound of the doorbell resonated in his ears, and it dawned on him what Lincoln was about to do. A naive newcomer, emboldened by ignorance. It seems the alley's trash bins are soon to see more corpses. The tavern owner's chatter held no interest for Lincoln. His focus was entirely on the local gang. He was well acquainted with them, having witnessed countless genuine transmigrators thrive by engaging in illicit dealings to amass their first fortune. Now, he too was intent on following that path. Thanks to the intense study during high school and the pressures of university-level exams, coupled with the enhancement of his learning ability from basking in the sun, Lincoln felt no pangs of illiteracy. He successfully located the local gang's hideout and was promptly intercepted by a grim-faced gang member. "What brings you here?" After a moment's contemplation, Lincoln raised his head and replied, "I heard that one could borrow money here." "Borrow money?" The mere mention seemed to activate a switch in the gang member's mind, who scrutinized Lincoln from head to toe, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, and suddenly his interest peaked. "Borrow money? And you expect an Asian to repay it?" "It will be better to sell a person directly, as it involves no risk and yields quick returns. Why bother borrowing money?" Just like Lincoln was preparing for a black-on-black scheme, the local gang he encountered was ready to execute a plan that would leave no trace. As the resounding snap of the closing door echoed behind him, the previously tranquil room instantly filled with an ominous atmosphere. Observing the approaching thugs with ill intentions, Lincoln quickly grasped their intent. He was gearing up for a black-on-black confrontation, while they were intent on engaging in a no-risk venture, a direct clash of wills. With a subtle shift of his feet, ensuring all were within his line of sight, Lincoln loosened his clothing and calmly surveyed the crowd. "Before we resort to violence, does anyone wish to leave?" "Get out of here," someone shouted, igniting a cacophony as the once quiet room erupted with chaos, the throng surging towards Lincoln from various corners. In the enclosed space, emboldened by their numbers, they had no intention of drawing firearms. Instead, they charged forward wielding rudimentary tools such as crowbars, wrenches, and steel pipes. To them, even if Lincoln were a martial arts expert, he would inevitably be brought down today. They believed this no-risk venture was theirs for the taking. At a table behind the crowd, as Lincoln's figure was obscured by the advancing mass, the gang leader, Josh, couldn't help but chuckle. "Shall we place a wager? How long do you think that guy can last?" "$1 says he won't last half a minute. He'll be lying on the ground like a dead dog." One of his subordinates chimed in. "Half a minute is too long. I bet he goes down in 10 seconds. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from a distance, crashing down with a resounding thud that shattered the table before them. Witnessing one of his subordinates bleeding amidst the debris, Josh understood that the man was beyond saving. His expression turned icy as he scanned the crowd, only to behold Lincoln, who, contrary to his expectations of being easily overwhelmed, now appeared as if descended from the heavens. Each punch and kick he delivered radiated tremendous force, effortlessly incapacitating unfortunate souls with casual strikes, leaving their fate in the hands of chance. In stark contrast, while their subordinates swung their steel pipes, crowbars, and wrenches with vigor, they were utterly ineffective against Lincoln's resilient form, failing even to elicit a frown from him. Within mere moments, the ground was littered with bloodied and groaning bodies, yet Lincoln stood unharmed amidst the chaos. Gazing at Lincoln's calm demeanor, Josh felt a flicker of trepidation. Yet the weight at his waist provided a sense of reassurance. His hand stealthily brushed against the grip of his gun, and he sneered at Lincoln. "You've invaded my territory and harmed my men. Today, you will meet your end. I will encase you in cement and sink you to the ocean's depths." Is that so? Through the lens of perception, Lincoln discerned Josh's furtive movement to draw his weapon. Yet, this revelation did not instill a shred of fear within him. "Come to me then," he scoffed. Josh emitted a derisive snort and sprang to his feet, drawing his handgun to aim directly at Lincoln. "I assure you, your demise is certain. Kneel and surrender, and perhaps I might leave you with a whole corpse." Blinded by greed and the confidence instilled by his firearm, Josh believed that Lincoln, a man of skills, could fetch a far greater price. Little did he realize that the very shield he relied upon would not instill the slightest trepidation in Lincoln. Facing the ominous barrel of the gun, Lincoln wore a faint smile, scanning his surroundings until he picked up a wrench from the ground, weighing it in his hand. He then turned to the gang leader. "I believe your mind is clouded. Fortunately, I possess a tool. Allow me to assist you in making the necessary repairs." With that, he boldly advanced towards the gun's muzzle. Josh's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness, and without a moment's hesitation, he squeezed the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire reverberated through the room, each shot echoing louder than the last. The sound and the flames from the gun ignited Lincoln's nerves, and in that instant, time seemed to slow. With superhuman reflexes, he perceived the golden yellow bullets spiraling from the barrel, approaching him in a straight line at a leisurely pace. Too slow. With a confident smile curling at the corners of his lips, Lincoln extended his hand, effortlessly plucking a bullet from the air with 2 fingers. With the threat neutralized, the world resumed its normal pace. The sound of clattering bullets hitting the ground filled the air, leaving Josh utterly dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the spent cartridges, then back at Lincoln, his eyes betraying a palpable panic. He was afraid, truly afraid. For the first time, he encountered a man capable of catching bullets with his bare hands, a reality that surpassed his wildest expectations. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a superhero from a comic book, perhaps becoming the target of this hero's righteous quest. Yet, he could not fathom why this superhero was of Asian descent. Thoughts raced through his mind in a whirlwind of fear and despair. In a desperate struggle for survival, he repeatedly pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets. But as before, the outcome was not merely disappointing, it was catastrophic. Josh watched in horror as Lincoln's hand moved with the swiftness of a phantom, the metallic clinks ringing out as the bullets were deflected, as if they had struck an impenetrable shield. In the depths of his mind, he could almost hear the sound of his attacks failing to penetrate the enemy's armor. In a frantic attempt to find another weapon, he discarded the now empty firearm. But a gust of wind signaled Lincoln's presence, who had instantaneously closed the distance between them. In the final moments of his life, all Josh could see was the glinting wrench drawing ever closer. A thought flickered through his mind. I should have lent him money, while I may never recover it. At least I would have saved my life. Bang! The sound of splintering bone echoed. He was healed, wiping the blood-stained wrench clean. Lincoln gazed at the disarrayed yet surprisingly tidy room, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He picked up a bullet marked with his fingerprints, and, with the payment from the gang members for his repairs in hand, he exited through the back door. It was a flawless operation, one that would leave no one able to expose him. Henceforth, he would be known as the master of repairs. Chapter 4. The birth of a leader in the tavern. A local grunted softly, contemplating that Lincoln's business venture was likely doomed. Yet before he could finish his drink, a crisp $25 bill, stained with blood, was slapped onto the table before him. He glanced up at Lincoln and then down at the bloodied currency, his face involuntarily twitching. Having mingled in these circles for some time, he had encountered various unscrupulous gangs and individuals, yet he admitted that someone like Lincoln was a first for him. Just moments after inquiring about the gang's whereabouts, Lincoln had returned with the bloodied bills, unscathed and composed. This local realized that Lincoln was a formidable character. After witnessing Lincoln's ruthlessness, any lingering contempt he held vanished. One must be ruthless to stand firm. Having observed Lincoln's tenacity, who would dare underestimate him? He had anticipated a fierce battle. Yet the truth was that Lincoln's task was far easier than the local had imagined. As Lincoln departed with the bills, tainted by the blood of wrongdoers, he could confidently assert that there were no witnesses to this operation, unless those deceased or incapacitated could miraculously rise again. With no leads, no witnesses, and a unique technique that rendered the identification of suspects difficult, this heinous crime was destined to remain a mystery. The tavern owner might possess useful information for the New York Police Department, provided he was willing to risk being eliminated alongside Lincoln should he remain at large. However, it was evident that this money-hungry local was astute. He would not take such a risk, which implied Lincoln's safety. Not only was he secure, but the multitude of corpses would also dissuade the local from entertaining any misguided thoughts, compelling him to prepare an identity for Lincoln and facilitate his journey to the European front. Lincoln received his payment, gained a new identity. The New York Police Department struck a blow against crime, and the residents of New York enjoyed a semblance of stability. Aside from the local gang that had long evaded justice, only to be abruptly dismantled, everyone seemed content. The tavern was evidently unsuitable for habitation, but that mattered little. In the vast expanse of New York City, numerous establishments would gladly extend a helping hand to a foreigner stripped of his identification, all for the sake of a monetary exchange. After all, at this time, the dollar was still referred to as the greenback, a currency that could directly be exchanged for gold. Professional matters were best left to the experts. Lincoln remained unaware of how the local orchestrated his affairs, but within days, he received promising news. "This is your possession. Take it with care." The man, seemingly consumed by guilt, glanced around before retrieving a paper envelope from his bosom and extending it to Lincoln. "As for the matter of enlisting, you will need to wait a while. At that time, a letter will arrive for you." "A letter?" Lincoln pondered momentarily, gesturing to the ground. "Delivered here? To your location," the man replied. "Only then will it be handed to you. So it is best for you to remain in a place where I can find you." "How long until I receive the letter?" "That is uncertain," the man mused. "It depends on the efficiency of those Americans. However, it should not exceed a month at the latest. I have heard that the situation there is rather dire." The man's words carried an undertone of insinuation. Had Lincoln produced a banknote at that moment, perhaps he would have been more inclined to share some intelligence. But seeing Lincoln remain unmoved, the man recognized he had encountered an unyielding spirit and departed in disappointment. Lincoln held no interest in the so-called intelligence the man spoke of. It was evident that a Chinese tavern owner possessed little of significance to pique Lincoln's curiosity. At present, Lincoln's primary concern lay not with the war front in Europe, but rather with the Strategic Scientific Corps in New York City, which was preparing to embark on a super soldier enhancement program. Frankly, he found the super soldier serum quite intriguing. Although it held no personal utility for him, it would serve as a remarkable collectible. After bidding farewell to the tavern owner, Lincoln returned to his room, sweeping the newspaper emblazoned with the phrase "World's Fair" into the wastebasket. He picked up the glass bottle filled with cola on the table and exhaled gently. Crackling sounds of ice forming resonated as the previously room-temperature cola instantaneously transformed into a chilled beverage. His body's capacity to absorb and amplify sunlight was beyond imagination. He had now acquired all of Superman's abilities, including but not limited to biological stance, superhuman strength, super speed, heat vision, ice breath, enhanced vision, and a super intellect. His eyes could now penetrate the microscopic realm to discern the composition of matter, yet he refrained from employing this microscopic vision on humans. Once he delved into the microscopic perspective of bacteria and mites, he feared his life experience would diminish significantly. The adage "out of sight, out of mind" held true. As long as he did not perceive it, he could convince himself that nothing existed. As for his superintelligence, it conferred an overwhelming advantage in IQ, but also rendered matters rather mundane. When he could instantly analyze and predict the trajectory of events, the near future ceased to be a mystery, and the near omnipotent experience brought forth by his immense power swiftly deprived him of the joys of life's experiences. Thus, he imposed certain limitations on his super intellect. He would unleash his formidable mental prowess during specific occasions, yet in ordinary circumstances, He remained an ordinary man endowed with superhuman abilities. This way, he could derive greater enjoyment from life. The tavern keeper's 1-month deadline was the longest he could afford. Yet Lincoln remained indifferent, as the date of June 22nd, when Steve would undergo the super soldier transformation at the antique shop in Brooklyn, loomed ever closer. Before officially departing from this place as a soldier, perhaps he could first complete the collection of the super soldier serum. Time sped by, and on the fateful day, amidst a thunderous explosion and the crack of gunfire, the creator of the super soldier serum, Erskine, fell to the ground. In the ensuing chaos, few could hinder the Hydra agent, who fled with the last vial of serum, except for Steve, who had just undergone his own transformation after the serum injection. The cacophony of gunfire and the roar of vehicles plunged the surrounding streets into disorder, yet neither the ordinary bystanders nor the Hydra agents, nor even Steve, who was relentlessly pursuing the vehicle, realized that another pair of eyes was silently observing from the shadows. Manipulating the biofield, Lincoln hovered like a deity, his gaze impassively surveying the chase below, effortlessly penetrating the Hydra agent's clothing, locking onto the precious vial of super soldier serum. Chapter 5. Good Deeds on the Streets of Brooklyn. Fred, a Hydra agent, sped through the thoroughfare in a taxi, glancing at the figure clinging to the rear of the vehicle in the rearview mirror. His expression one of sheer disbelief. Was it even human to catch up to a car, traveling at 80 miles per hour, solely on foot? Fred mused, his thoughts increasingly fixated on the super soldier serum in his pocket. Having witnessed the entire enhancement program, he fully understood the serum's significance, if acquired. The mass production of super soldiers would elevate Hydra to true world dominance. As a fervent adherent of Hydra, brainwashed and resolute, he resolved to retrieve the serum at any cost. This was his mission. Thoughts flickered in Fred's mind, solidifying his conviction. But the weighty thuds and impact from the roof of the car jolted him into realization that circumstances had shifted drastically. Damn! Recalling the distance to the harbor, Fred cursed inwardly and unhesitatingly drew his handgun, aiming it at the roof and pulling the trigger. There was still hope, still hope. He was so close. If he could reach the dock and board the submersible, he would fulfill this mission. Long live Hydra, he encouraged himself. Meanwhile, at the harbor, various vessels were docked, and in the dim depths where light scarcely penetrated, a submersible far surpassing the technological capabilities of the era floated in silence. This uniquely designed submersible, appearing almost as if it belonged to a realm of fantasy, was intended to lie in wait at the ocean floor until summoned by its destined operator. However, an unforeseen presence, not accounted for in anyone's plans, disrupted everything. On the edge of the dock, Lincoln, opting for an unconventional approach, had not awaited Fred and his companion. Having already positioned himself by the waterfront, the extraordinary clarity of his vision allowed him to pierce through the chaotic waters, revealing a submersible that deviated strikingly from traditional designs. Glancing back, his gaze traversed the crowd and walls, spotting two figures steadily advancing toward him. After a moment of contemplation, he turned away, only to return shortly, holding a can of red paint and a brush, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he mused, "I suppose this counts as an act of kindness." He resolved not to become directly embroiled in the matter concerning the super soldier serum, aware that the Strategic Scientific Reserve and potentially the American military might react impulsively. Though unafraid, he was but a step away from acquiring a legitimate identity. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to complicate matters further, opting instead for alternative methods. Employing a biological force field, Lincoln found the ocean's waters unable to encroach upon him. He diligently set to work underwater, soon painting a colossal Hydra emblem upon the submersible surface. The stark contrast of black against the vivid red rendered the symbol conspicuous, easily visible to anyone with sight. A masterpiece indeed. After admiring his handiwork, Lincoln surfaced and confirmed Fred and his companion's trajectory before resolutely approaching them. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Fred, caught unawares by Lincoln's determined advance, stumbled and fell to the ground. With a venomous glare directed at Lincoln, he raised his weapon and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger. The sound of a blank echoed, leaving his expression frozen in disbelief as he watched Lincoln's figure swiftly vanish around the street corner. Fueled by rage, Fred discarded his empty gun, neglecting to check the status of the serum in his pocket as he staggered towards the nearby dock, pressing the remote button concealed within his pocket. The once dormant core of the submersible stirred to life. Dr. Zola had harnessed the energy from the cosmic cube for various applications, including this avant-garde vessel before him. The extraordinary energy core rendered the submersible nearly silent and vibration-free, yet the sight of the red emblem on its black body widened Fred's eyes in astonishment. Uncertain of which benefactor had undertaken this noble deed, Fred's anger surged, causing him to shout a curse even as Steve pursued him relentlessly from behind. Trembling with agitation, he realized there was no time to ponder the emblem's sudden appearance. The transparent canopy opened, and he dashed inside, flooring the throttle as the submersible surged forth from the harbor like a sharpened blade. Due to the presence of water, the speed of the submarine could never surpass that of a car. Even a taxi, limited to a mere 80 kilometers per hour, was significantly swifter than the avant-garde vessel beneath Fred's posterior. Consequently, Fred's sole opportunity to elude Steve lay in descending into the depths, where he hoped to submerge to a sufficient depth before Steve could catch up, thus rendering the submarine invisible to him. This was his intention, and he executed it accordingly. On the shore, Steve, rushing towards the scene, witnessed the black submarine rapidly plunging into the tumultuous waves. Even in that fleeting moment, the vivid red Hydra emblem was indelibly etched in his mind. He hastily sprinted to the dock's edge and, without hesitation, prepared to plunge into the ocean with a perfect diving form, only to be halted by a deafening explosion. At the dock's clock tower, Lincoln gently swayed a test tube in his hand, the powerful azure liquid within swirling enigmatically, reminiscent of the unfathomable blue sea. Securing the vial containing the serum, Lincoln gazed with a smile at the submarine disappearing beneath the churning white foam, glancing at his newly acquired watch. 321. Boom. The thunderous detonation drew the attention of all present. In an audacious ruse, Lincoln had substituted the super soldier serum with a time-triggered explosive, orchestrating a cunning deception. The high explosive concocted by his super intellect unleashed a destructive force that far exceeded its size and appearance. Despite the immense water pressure attempting to contain it, the energy released was ferocious. The powerful shock wave shattered the submarine into fragments, scattering debris across the ocean floor, while the previously tranquil surface erupted into a towering geyser of water. There was no need for further investigation. The overwhelming force of the explosion had rendered the steel submarine into mere shrapnel, and Fred, along with the serum he bore, had been obliterated beyond recognition. Thanks to Lincoln's intervention, the Strategic Scientific Reserve's mission was declared a resounding failure. The creator of the super soldier serum, Erkins, was dead. The technologically advanced submarine lay in ruins, the serum was lost, and Hydra's agents were left with nothing. Apart from the emblem painted in red by Lincoln, the American military had gained no tangible intelligence. Yet, it was not entirely devoid of value. Armed with that singular insignia, they had sufficient grounds to suspect Hydra of more sinister plots, potentially leading to further offensives. However, based on their usual disposition, it was highly improbable that they would act overtly, as their established pattern favored profiting from allies' misfortunes while securing their own interests. You have been assigned to the 107th Infantry Regiment. Ready your weapon, soldier, Lincoln. To speak candidly, although Lincoln harbored thoughts of idleness, the 107th Infantry Regiment was not the unit of Steve's companion, Bucky. Wasn't this regiment supposed to have already deployed to Europe? How is it that he has now been assigned to this unit? Could it be that the casualties were so great that reinforcements were needed? With no insight into the military strategic decisions, he boarded the transport ship, his mind clouded with uncertainty. After a tumultuous journey, he successfully arrived on the European battlefield across the ocean. The World War II Lincoln learned about in history books was vastly different from the one existing in a realm populated by superheroes. At the very least, the analysis of the war's dynamics was undeniably distinct. After all, this world was plagued by Hydra, and if it were the same, it would be nothing short of a nightmare. As Lincoln had previously surmised, the 107th Infantry Regiment had suffered significant losses in a sudden battle, necessitating the arrival of new recruits from the rear, among whom was Lincoln himself. Hence, Bucky, upon seeing Lincoln's bemused expression, broke into a joyful smile. "I never imagined I would see you here." "Indeed, neither did I expect to encounter you here," Lincoln replied, nodding in resignation, reflecting on the unpredictability of life. The conversation between Bucky and Lincoln piqued the curiosity of the others in the barracks, drawing them closer. "Bucky, do you know him?" "Of course." Bucky chuckled. "He once assisted me greatly by persuading a friend of mine who could engage the enemy for an entire day to reconsider." He winked at Lincoln, adding, "Isn't that right?" Lincoln, recognizing Bucky's good intentions, could only smile and nod in agreement. With Bucky's endorsement, no hostility or exclusion arose within the 107th Infantry Regiment. In a situation where one could be called to battle at any moment, ostracizing a comrade would be an act of sheer folly, even if Lincoln's background was somewhat unconventional. After a brief introduction, Bucky pulled Lincoln aside, curious. "Have you seen Steve lately?" "I haven't heard from him in a while. Perhaps it's due to the confidentiality regulations." Lincoln replied nonchalantly, "I saw him before I came here. You wouldn't believe the changes he has undergone." Intrigued, Bucky pressed, "What can you tell me?" "He has grown taller." Lincoln gestured, "Should be about your height now, and he has become significantly stronger." "Wait, he has grown taller? Stronger?" Bucky blinked in disbelief. "Though I Haven T read extensively, Steve should have already completed his growth spurt. You must be mistaken." Lincoln shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You might still see him. When you do, you will be utterly astonished, and then you will realize that I speak the truth." Bucky gazed intently at Lincoln, searching for any hint of jest on his face, but ultimately found none. A glimmer of skepticism flickered in his eyes as he attempted to envision his friend transformed, taller and more robust. Suddenly, a smile broke across his face. Perhaps the weight of pressure had led him to entertain Lincoln's words. In comparison to Steve's potential growth, he found the possibility of magic in the world far more plausible. The conversation between Bucky and Lincoln reached a temporary pause when an old soldier, having finished cleaning his weapon, approached Lincoln and inquired, "Hey, newcomer, what special skills do you possess?" "Special skills?" Lincoln glanced at him, remaining silent. The veteran chuckled heartily, gesturing toward the others in the barracks. "Each of us has our own unique talent. My marksmanship is commendable. Jack excels in long-range shooting, and while Bucky may not be the most accurate, his hand-to-hand combat is exceptional. What about you, newcomer?" After a moment of contemplation, a radiant smile illuminated Lincoln's face. "To be honest, I excel in explosions. Just provide me with the materials, and I shall reveal to you the true essence of artistry." Explosives were one of the few skills Lincoln had thoroughly mastered. While employing his super intellect to absorb all languages and scripts of the world, he concurrently grasped and calculated the art of detonation, transcending the era with his knowledge. Given sufficient materials, he could even craft a nuclear bomb by hand. Lincoln's declaration left the veteran, Dugan, momentarily speechless before he patted Lincoln on the shoulder. "I hope you speak the truth. Perhaps we shall put your talents to use in the near future." With the arrival of new recruits and a brief respite, a fresh campaign commenced. As a contingent delving deep into the European interior, the 107th Infantry Regiment faced numerous battles, most of which were conventional skirmishes that hardly allowed for Lincoln to demonstrate his extraordinary explosive prowess. However, his marksmanship received considerable enhancement, with ample ammunition and various humanoid targets. Coupled with his formidable physical and mental attributes, he became renowned as a sharpshooter within the 107th Infantry Regiment. Whether wielding a handgun, rifle, or any other firearm, it became second nature for him to take a life with a single bullet. Thus, he earned the moniker Death. In contrast, his explosive talents were relegated to the shadows. Snipers are invaluable assets, synonymous with precision and lethality, while demolition is often perceived as the work of brutes. How could one squander a talent by relegating them to such brute endeavors? Hence, while the other infantrymen of the 107th charged into battle with their rifles, Lincoln simply positioned himself at the rear with his sniper rifle, occasionally squeezing the trigger to eliminate a couple of unfortunate souls. Confident in his ironclad physique and protective biofield, he found little need to shift his position. As long as the enemy refrained from deploying nuclear weapons, he could shoot at will, considering it a minor loss if a single hair fell from his head. As for whether his anomaly would be observed by others, only a fool would stand beside an exposed sniper. It would be akin to seeking death by wandering into a restroom with a lantern. The present circumstances deviated from Lincoln's original design. However, serendipitously, his intention to lay low and enjoy the respite was realized. Chapter 7. Brainwashed Warriors? Simpleton Soldiers. The days of idleness were indeed delightful. While other fervent American soldiers charged with their rifles against the enemy, Lincoln merely needed to stand back with his weapon in hand, observing from a distance. If the situation were not exceedingly dire, he could even venture to a nearby, far miles away to procure fresh fruits to savor. Despite his leisurely approach, under his watchful care, the 107th Infantry Regiment surprisingly suffered no severe casualties, unless, of course, some unfortunate souls met their end from direct artillery strikes. Yet, as time progressed, the 107th Infantry Regiment, gradually pushing deeper into the front lines, inevitably approached a moment that would alter the course of history. The soul of the Hydra, Schmidt, dispatched a unit to launch a surprise attack on Azano, aiming to capture more prisoners for enslavement and to disrupt the Allied lines. Over 200 soldiers from the 107th Infantry Regiment fought valiantly, but in the absence of Lincoln's intervention, the battle ultimately veered irreversibly from its intended historical trajectory. Klausburg, a fortified factory stronghold established by Hydra between two mountains, shielded by the mountains and the front line. This location became a place difficult for Allied forces to reach. Even the most skilled airmen would tremble before its artillery might. This was Hydra's clandestine factory, producing various energy weapons capable of directly altering the course of the war. The Hydra force's insatiable demand for energy weapons resulted in a perpetual shortage of labor. However, victorious in the Battle of Azano, they had replenished their ranks with a considerable number of laborers. These individuals would be drained of their last vestiges of strength and sent to the laboratory to become test subjects in Zola's hands. During the prisoner transport period, the lower levels of Klausburg echoed with chaos. The sounds of footsteps, curses, crack of whips, and cries of anguish intertwined, occasionally punctuated by nonchalant conversations discussing potential means of self-rescue. Above, in the laboratory, a figure, eyes devoid of life, was tightly bound to a medical bed with leather straps, appearing as a severely mentally ill patient, murmuring and repeating a rank and a number. The plight of the test subject elicited no sympathy from the Hydra soldiers. Their voices, cold and mechanical beneath their full-body combat suits, reported, "Doctor, the new batch of prisoners has arrived." Excluding those incapacitated and unfit for labor, there remained 23 individuals. "Doctor." Zola considered the numbed soldier lying on the medical bed for a moment. "Bring one out. I have use for him." "Yes." Klausburg, lower level holding cells. "Lynn, how did you end up captured as well?" Dugan gazed at Lincoln in astonishment. "Aren't you a marksman? Could it be that those individuals have encircled us?" "More or less." Lincoln pondered for a moment. "I was initially positioned at the rear, but with the enemy's charge, I found myself no longer there." "Very well." Dugan nodded, contemplating the ultimate outcome of the battle, then struck the steel cage with force, exclaiming, "These damned." Creak. It seemed that Dugan's curse had attracted the attention of the soldiers, as Zola's men promptly opened the cage where the two were confined. Their gaze fixated on Dugan, but upon noticing his exposed muscles, the Hydra soldier hesitated momentarily before redirecting his attention to Lincoln, who concealed his physique beneath clothing, stating, "You, come with me." Lincoln responded with confusion. Minutes later, in a laboratory, Zola furrowed his brow upon observing Lincoln's excellent mental state. His experiments revolved around the destruction of spirit and brainwashing, theoretically requiring individuals who appeared more haggard to suit his needs. Yet, how could a superhuman like Lincoln possibly be weary? Zola was dissatisfied with his foolish brainwashed soldiers, but refrained from requesting replacements. Instead, gesturing toward the medical bed and turning to adjust his equipment, "Bind him." Buzz. Buzz. An unusual energy discharge resonated behind him, causing Zola's finger on the button to freeze. He instinctively wrinkled his nose as the scent of charred flesh and grilled meat wafted into his nostrils. Zola seemed to realize something, slowly turning around, and was met with the sight of Lincoln, whose crimson glow was gradually fading. His peripheral vision caught sight of the ground behind Lincoln, where under the searing heat, two Hydra soldiers bore gaping holes in their chests. Their combat suits melted under the terrifying temperature, burning with an orange-red blaze and emitting intense heat, while their flesh had been thoroughly cooked and charred, leaving no trace of blood. In an instant, the two soldiers equipped with energy weapons were no more. "Care to enlighten me on the nature of your experiments?" Lincoln inquired, a hint of crimson still lingering in his obsidian pupils, his presence exuding a terrifying aura akin to that of a demon from the abyss. The lifeless bodies on the ground bore witness to the horror, and the red glint in Lincoln's eyes sent chills down Zola's spine, causing him to step back in trepidation, stammering the brainwashing experiment. Brainwashing? Lincoln turned to regard the corpses. Is this the result of your brainwashing? Yes, Zola nodded, cautiously adjusting his glasses. Germany cannot provide us with sufficient and competent troops. Hence Schmidt has instructed me to establish an army that he can control through this method. Is that so? Lincoln contemplated for a moment. Is it possible to reverse your brainwashing? Generally, no. Zola, sensing Lincoln's temporary reluctance to end his life, relaxed slightly. Due to the inadequacy of the technology, the success of brainwashing fundamentally relies on the destruction of the original mental will. So can you perform a second brainwashing? A second brainwashing? Zola's face displayed a hint of confusion. I do not know. No one has ever attempted it. Then let us find someone to try, Lincoln replied, glancing around before fixing his gaze on the entrance of the laboratory. I recall there should be 2 guards outside. Let's summon them. Zola, somewhat perplexed, attempted to offer an explanation, but I said to let them in. Lincoln interjected, his eyes narrowing, the crimson glow within silencing Zola's remaining words. Resigned, Zola called out to those outside. You there, come in. He felt a deep sense of helplessness. Schmidt harbored a degree of wariness towards him, and those who claimed to protect him were, in fact, monitoring him. From the perspective of brainwashing, those individuals would not explicitly obey his commands. Hence the command to identify the enemy. Open fire. Upon hearing the voice emanating from beneath the black mask, Zola, crouched behind the desk, was overwhelmed by a headache. These brainwashed soldiers lacked human flexibility, rigid as artificial intelligence. Chapter 8. What have you brought back? The familiar sound of energy weapons firing reached his ears, and the next moment, a resounding explosion reverberated throughout the laboratory. The energy from the cosmic cube was nearly boundless, yet this did not imply it was entirely docile. Once the energy within the battery was directed and discharged, the destructive force of the uniquely potent energy far surpassed any form of energy currently mastered by humanity. The human body crumbled before this force, and even iron would meet a fate of being melted and perforated. Yet amidst the azure beams and blinding explosions, Lincoln stood unmoving, a colossal figure akin to Mount Tai, impervious to the energy that could rend steel apart. It left not a single trace upon his attire. The surging shockwaves and flames scattered the entire room into disarray. Even though Zola had buried himself completely behind the desk, he emerged disheveled and covered in dust. Peeking out cautiously, he was met with the sight of Lincoln, unscathed. Is that all? With a wave, Lincoln dispelled the floating dust in the air, his expression serene as he regarded the Hydra soldiers before him, the crimson glow in his eyes intensifying. You might as well perish. In an instant, an azure energy beam erupted from the gun's muzzle. Simultaneously, a searing red ray burst forth from Lincoln's eyes. The 2 energy beams collided midair, and in that fleeting moment, the blue beam was mercilessly torn asunder. The violent energy re-released itself, and within the flames and shock waves, the crimson laser effortlessly reduced 2 Hydra soldiers to charred remains. With 2 resounding thuds, the smoldering remnants fell to the ground. Observing the room engulfed in flames and toxic mist, Lincoln furrowed his brow slightly, his lips moving as he exhaled. A chilling breath instantly enveloped the chamber. The frigid, piercing wind capable of freezing all creation seeped into the room, extinguishing the flames in its wake, while even the dust suspended in the air succumbed to the icy grasp of condensing water vapor. In mere moments, what was once a room ablaze with tension transformed into a desolate polar wasteland, shrouded in frost and snow. The bone-chilling cold posed no threat to Lincoln, yet Zola, clad only in a simple suit, trembled uncontrollably, a delicate layer of frost adorning his brows. His hands and feet were icy, not solely due to the low temperature of the room, but also because of the formidable power displayed by Lincoln, enduring energy beams with his physical form, tearing through them with his fiery gaze, and transforming the room from a battleground into a polar expanse with a mere breath. Lincoln's prowess seemed to Zola akin to that of a deity pursued madly by Schmidt. One question plagued Zola's mind. How could such a being have been captured and brought to Klausburg? Those foolish, brainwashed warriors, what have they brought back? Crouching behind the completely wrecked desk, Zola trembled as he observed Lincoln's silhouette, utterly unable to fathom how such a terrifying energy could reside within this humanoid form. Just as he was lost in thought, Lincoln's voice suddenly resonated. Aren't you going to come out? How long do you plan to hide? You're in serious trouble. Zola raised his hands and stepped forward, gesturing to the ravaged room. Schmidt has installed cameras everywhere here. Nothing can escape his gaze. If you don't leave soon, you'll find yourself surrounded by hundreds, even thousands, of soldiers. You stand no chance. Is that so? Lincoln chuckled, devoid of any fear. Let him come then. But first you must undergo a reprogramming. I cannot do that. Zola shook his head, refusing Lincoln's demand. Reprogramming requires a suitable environment and sufficient time. He glanced around the frost-laden room, the implication of his tone unmistakable. Though Lincoln was unaware of the prerequisites Zola spoke of, the sight of Zola shivering like a dog, and the icy crystals permeating the room led him to nod in agreement. Indeed, this cold environment was not conducive to reprogramming. However, this was of little consequence. He had a second location in mind. Lincoln's pupils adjusted as his X-ray vision activated. The solid concrete of Klausberg, nestled within the mountains, swiftly became transparent in his eyes. The multitude of figures became distinctly visible, and he could even discern the brilliant energy core within a secluded chamber. Without a doubt, Lincoln had ample reason to believe that the radiant energy core housed the space stone within the cosmic cube, and the figure beside it was none other than Schmidt, the true master of Hydra. The process of brainwashing necessitates a suitable environment and ample time. In this regard, where could be more fitting than Schmidt's command room? Without hesitation, Lincoln seized Zola by the collar and dragged him out of the now ruined chamber. Within the upper command room, the energy-laden shockwaves, even after traversing multiple layers of cushioning, remained formidable. Sensing the tremor beneath his feet, Schmidt immediately ceased his current task. He activated the surveillance equipment in his office, capable of monitoring the entire Klausberg situation, and beheld the desolated room and Zola being pulled away by Lincoln. Damn it! A cursory glance left Schmidt bewildered about the unfolding events. Yet he was certain that an intruder had infiltrated his factory. Moreover, this insufferable outsider had taken Zola, the custodian of energy technology, hostage, and more critically, was advancing toward his office. Schmidt could not abide such a challenge to his authority and status. Without further delay, he pressed the button on the control panel, his voice resonating through the barracks. Everyone, arm yourselves and secure all passages to the command room. I want you to capture that wretched individual and bring him before me. Having yet to witness Lincoln's capabilities, Schmidt made a grave miscalculation. Meanwhile, Lincoln observed the corridor, now fully occupied by Hydra soldiers, a faint smile gracing his lips. Killing? A trivial task for Lincoln, who possessed myriad methods at his disposal. Thermal vision, super speed, and super strength could all accomplish the task effortlessly. Yet he opted against such a bloody approach. He gestured subtly toward the surveillance cameras overhead, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly, with a chilling breath. Reminiscent of the onset of an ice age, everything froze. As Lincoln advanced through the lifeless ice sculptures, Schmidt, gazing at the dense array of frozen figures on the monitor, appeared as if he too had been encased in ice. What in the world have I encountered? This was the singular thought racing through his mind. Chapter 9, Red Skull. I seek a father for myself, and for Zola as well. A frost-laden chill permeated the corridor, as if the ancient ice age had returned, freezing all in its wake. If Lincoln so desired, the frigid breath he exhaled could disrupt both electrical and signal transmissions. However, considering that Zola might perish under such extreme temperatures, he ultimately moderated the cold. The rows of Hydra soldiers clad in black protective gear found their bodily functions entirely frozen. Yet Zola moved among them as if unaffected. Lincoln's mastery over temperature control had reached an extraordinary level. Witnessing Lincoln's remarkable prowess once more, Zola's awe deepened, and he fully acknowledged Lincoln's identity as a formidable force. Since he could switch allegiance to Hydra due to the threat posed by Schmidt's gun, it follows that he could likewise betray Schmidt in light of the power Lincoln now exhibits. Before Lincoln could utter more words or take further action, Zola spoke first. We must act swiftly. Should Schmidt discover our intentions, he will undoubtedly initiate the self-destruct sequence, and Klausberg will be utterly annihilated. Do not fret. Lincoln raised his gaze, peering toward the room where Schmidt resided, a faint smile gracing his lips. He cannot do that. He would never resort to such measures. In the frigid corridor, an endless stream of icy air slithered through the concealed conduits, freezing everything it touched. Under the terrifyingly low temperatures, even metal became brittle, fracturing with delicate sounds, while the previously unobstructed passage began to falter. What? The events unfolding in the shadows remained unbeknownst to Zola. Yet glancing at the ice sculptures surrounding him, he ultimately chose silence. He was a weakling, and the weak are incapable of comprehending the feats achievable by those far more powerful than themselves. In the upper control room, Schmidt's gaze turned icy as he watched Lincoln and his companion inch closer to his chamber on the screen. A cruel smile twisted his lips as he unhesitatingly pressed the self-destruct button. With a soft click, Schmidt's expression turned blank. He looked down at the unresponsive control panel, disbelief and doubt filling his eyes. Like a man who had discovered a button that would yield a fortune, Schmidt's hand began to strike the red self-destruct button with frenzied desperation. Yet, regardless of how many times he pressed it, the self-destruct system remained unresponsive, as if it had malfunctioned. No, Schmidt roared, a twisted madness creeping onto his face. Suddenly, an icy breath surged from the crimson button. A sudden sense of crisis gripped the Red Skull, prompting him to instinctively withdraw his hand from the button. But in that fleeting moment of contact, the leather glove had already formed a layer of frost. Looking down at the button, he saw it entirely encased in ice, rendering it unpressable. Damn it! How is this possible? Schmidt removed his glove, staring at the frost spreading across the control panel, his complexion shifting in disbelief. As a well-educated scientist, although he pursued divine power, the manifestation of such godlike means before him filled his heart with profound incredulity. He sought not to find a master in divinity, but aspired to wield its power to become the master of the world. Yet now, Lincoln's emergence had thrust matters in a direction he most feared, a path from which there was no return. The fine frost continued to spread across the control panel, and as the pervasive chill extended beyond its confines, Schmidt finally grasped the gravity of the situation. I shall remember you. He clenched his jaw tightly, glaring at Lincoln, who approached slowly on the screen, his eyes brimming with fury. Without hesitation, he turned and strode towards the energy output device housing the cosmic cube. He decided to abandon Klausberg, as it was no longer a suitable refuge. However, before leaving, he intended to take the cosmic cube with him. He reached for the metallic handle and twisted it, but before he could extract the brilliantly blue-glowing cosmic cube from its container, a voice resonated behind him. If I were you, for the sake of your life, I would choose to release your grip. The calm tone delivered a profound shock to Schmidt, his pupils dilating sharply, and the muscles on his face quivered. Even the disguise of human skin could not conceal it. Suddenly, he turned to confront Lincoln. Stop. If you dare take another step, I will shatter it. At that moment, you too shall perish. What a foolish notion. Lincoln dismissed Schmidt's threat with indifference, strolling over to the table where the fine spirits lay. He traced his finger around the bottleneck, his sharp nails slicing through the glass like diamonds. Pouring the pale yellow liquid into a glass, Lincoln gently tapped it against the table. A wave of coldness surged from the bottom, freezing the liquid. Yet in the next moment, a flash of red glimmered in Lincoln's eyes, and a wisp of flame danced at the rim of the glass amidst Schmidt's convulsing expression. Leisurely sipping the fiery ice wine, Lincoln leaned against the table, contentedly swirling his glass. Go ahead, give it your all. I'm afraid you may not be able to shatter this cube. You. Schmidt's gaze at Lincoln was a mixture of astonishment and rage. He had intended to use the cosmic cube as leverage, but Lincoln's demeanor shattered his resolve. If he were to drop it, the outcome would merely be whether it broke or not, but regardless, he would meet his demise. Schmidt did not wish to die, yet he lacked the formidable physique necessary to wield the Infinity Stones. Thus, even with the cosmic cube enveloping the Space Stone in his grasp, he felt as defenseless as a newborn before Lincoln. Lincoln understood this, as did Red Skull, yet he was unwilling to admit it. When he realized his threats posed no real danger to Lincoln, he sought to redirect his ire towards Zola, who had been lurking in the background. It's you. You betrayed me, Zola. Red Skull's strategy of targeting the weakest link took Zola by surprise, and he widened his eyes, glancing between the furious Red Skull, who looked as if he could devour him whole, and Lincoln, who stood nearby, sipping his drink and enjoying the spectacle. Zola fell silent. Neither Lincoln, with his superhuman strength, nor Red Skull, who commanded the entirety of Hydra, was someone he, as a mere scientist, could afford to provoke. If Red Skull had brought a powerful ally into the fray, Now Zola found himself under the scrutiny of two formidable figures. Chapter 10. Humanity has its limits. Having realized this point, Zola felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Yet, under the weight of authority, he dared not voice any dissent, merely bowing his head in silence, unwilling to intervene in the confrontation between two formidable figures. Zola's submissive demeanor left Schmidt with no outlet for his pent-up emotions. He redirected his gaze towards Lincoln, whose smile bore a hint of faint mockery, and Schmidt felt an inner sense of helplessness. "I shall grant you 3 seconds," Lincoln declared, placing his wine glass upon the table, revealing a watch that ticked audibly. "If by then you have yet to make a decision, allow me to assist you in reaching one." 1. Schmidt glared fiercely at Lincoln, his eyes brimming with defiance. 2. Schmidt remained sufficiently enraged, yet the defiance in his gaze had been supplanted by contemplation. 3. With a sudden clap, as if driven by instinct, upon the utterance of the third character from Lincoln's lips, Schmidt relinquished his grip on the shimmering cosmic cube, allowing it to revert to its rightful place. He raised his hands high, stepping back to signify his harmlessness, and inquired of Lincoln, "Who are you?" "Who am I?" Lincoln adjusted the insignia on his uniform and replied, "Do you not see? I am now an American soldier, unfortunate enough to have been captured by your forces." "Spare me the theatrics," Schmidt retorted coldly, fixing Lincoln with a steely gaze. "If all American soldiers were like you, or even if just one were, Hitler would have long since met his defeat. Moreover, your appearance bears little resemblance to those Americans. Consider me a soldier, at least for the time being, as I still receive a military salary." Lincoln shrugged nonchalantly, turning to Zola, who stood behind him. "Well then, I have found you the place you sought. Now it is your turn to perform. Did you truly betray me?" Zola faltered under Schmidt's predatory gaze, his expression marked by distress. He stepped forward, only to retreat a half-step under the weight of Schmidt's glare before beginning to explain. "He required me to conduct a brainwashing experiment, but your men detonated my laboratory. So you brought him to my office?" Schmidt regarded Zola incredulously, as if meeting this short, cunning subordinate for the first time. Zola pondered for a moment, then said, "If I were to claim this was merely an accident compounded by coincidence, would you believe me?" Schmidt remained silent, his cold gaze fixed on Zola, the meaning clear. Realizing this, Zola sighed in resignation, refraining from further explanation and adopting a half-commanding tone. "I require a team of soldiers and the necessary equipment to complete my experiment. Thus, Schmidt, let your men enter." "You dare to command me?" Schmidt bellowed. But upon catching a glimpse of Lincoln fiddling with the console, he inhaled deeply. "I shall endeavor to cooperate fully. Dog bites dog. Both end up with fur." Both Zola and Schmidt are far from virtuous individuals, and Lincoln relishes their antagonistic dynamic. Conversely, had they coexisted harmoniously, Lincoln might have been compelled to implement additional measures. Of course, such measures would not involve the crude act of murder, but rather alternative methods to cultivate animosity and division, perhaps forcing them to choose between sacrificing their own vital parts or those of one another. However, there is no necessity for such drastic actions at present. As for why he refrains from eliminating Zola or the Red Skull, it is simply because it is unwarranted. Zola's presence may serve a purpose for conducting brainwashing experiments, potentially implanting novel ideologies into the minds of those outside, possibly yielding some bizarre outcomes. Regarding the Red Skull, he will inevitably be transported to another planet by the Space Stone, disappearing for decades. Yet, these considerations are not the most significant. Rather, it is crucial that neither of these individuals has engaged in any repugnant actions towards Lincoln. At the very least, they have neither verbally humiliated him nor attempted to assassinate him. Previously, the Red Skull merely sought to capture him alive, thus granting Lincoln an opportunity for survival. Furthermore, they are so inept that they lack the merit to even warrant Lincoln's attention. Whether they live or die is inconsequential. Both Schmidt and Zola remain oblivious to the principles that govern Lincoln, yet considering that this American soldier allows Hydra to operate and even engages in brainwashing himself, they speculate that Lincoln may possess no moral boundaries. The most unpredictable and uncontrollable individuals in this world are those devoid of limits. Faced with a stark disparity in power, Schmidt relinquished his futile thoughts of revenge, resignedly accepting the reality of his fall from the apex of Hydra's hierarchy, while acutely aware that a formidable new figure has emerged above him. Meanwhile, Zola swiftly resumed his brainwashing experiments using the rudimentary technology characteristic of this era. This time, the subjects on the medical table were not the captives from the lower dungeons, but rather Hydra soldiers who had already undergone one round of brainwashing. Their origins had become obscure, yet their loss of self rendered them ideal expendables, adhering to the Marvel Universe's penchant for advanced technology. Zola employed a brainwashing technique that Lincoln could not comprehend. Colors, images, sounds, and a cacophony of fragmented information served to reconfigure the soldier's perceptions, instilling a new will in accordance with Lincoln's desires. Initially, the procedure progressed smoothly, but just as Zola began to feel a sense of relief, a sudden twist occurred. As if confronted by a horrific vision in the realm of the mind, the heart rate of one soldier surged alarmingly, and his pupils dilated uncontrollably. The frantic injections administered by Zola proved futile in salvaging the subject's life. Within mere minutes, the body ceased its convulsions. Had such an occurrence transpired before? Lincoln, endowed with the gift of clairvoyance, stood aside and observed the entire ordeal. He not only perceived the terror reflected in the subject's eyes, but also discerned the profound transformations occurring within its being. Zola, unable to perceive these underlying phenomena, nonetheless possessed ample experience in brainwashing from numerous experiments, yet confusion flickered in his gaze. This was not how it was supposed to be. Zola articulated his thoughts. Even in failure, the subject's fate should merely culminate in madness, becoming either a raving lunatic or not, rather than what was unfolding before them. I sense he has been frightened to death, perhaps? Lincoln narrowed his eyes. Moments prior, in an instant imperceptible to human awareness, he had glimpsed a wisp of energy flash within the subject's brain. Initially, he had dismissed it as mere coincidence, but now it seemed otherwise. Should further experiments be conducted, perhaps that wisp of energy could be captured, yet Lincoln resolved against pursuing it further. He understood that the Marvel Universe was rife with arcane phenomena and decided to bide his time. Once he became invincible, he would seek out the owner of that energy for a meaningful discourse. For now, this would suffice. Lincoln turned to Zola. The human psyche has its limits. A second round of brainwashing is unfeasible. Thus, the experiment will be halted. Chapter 11. The arrival of Ancient One in an indescribable and unknown dimension. Chaos and dazzling colors were the sole themes. Suddenly, an eye composed of warped space and swirling energy materialized, gazing into the endless void beyond, where a barrier formed of 3 golden nodes flickered in and out of sight. The dimensionless demon of the earth focused on the world housing that azure planet, its eyes brimming with desire. As it contemplated, an inexplicable force surged through time and space towards the barrier. A hum resonated, golden ripples spreading across the surface of the barrier. In the next moment, a figure clad in a yellow robe appeared, extending her hand to quell the tremors of the barrier. At this juncture, the Ancient One raised her gaze to the unfathomable void. You have crossed the line. The dimensional demon remained silent, locking eyes with her, as vast as stars, until it gradually faded. I will wait for you, for the day you depart. By then, they will still belong to me. The power of the demon was fearsome, and even the Ancient One could only withstand it through the protective array left by the Vishanti and the magical contributions of Dormammu. Yet she knew that as long as she drew breath, the threat of these demons was not to be feared. Returning to the Kamartaj Sorcerer Academy, the Ancient One stepped into a mirror space independent of reality. The space ebbed and flowed under her will, each figure appearing before her like reflections in a myriad of lenses. Counting the shadows within, she ultimately fixed her gaze upon a silhouette emanating from the fortress of Klaus. After a gentle exhalation, she extended her palm, bridging the mirror and reality. Klaus. Zola's secondary brainwashing plan had not yet commenced before it was abruptly halted. As he watched the lifeless Hydra soldier being dragged out of the room, Zola turned to Lincoln, feeling somewhat at a loss. What shall I do next? Conduct experiments related to the Tesseract, Lincoln instructed, moving toward the apparatus that housed the Tesseract, which continuously emanated energy. He patted the metallic casing and added, I require you to design a new structure capable of outputting that energy in a gentler manner. It must at least achieve a point where it does not react instantaneously upon contact with matter, thereby releasing energy. Lincoln's demands not only perplexed Zola, but also caused a noticeable shift in Schmidt's demeanor. No, I still need it to manufacture energy weapons, Schmidt protested. Lincoln regarded him calmly, a flicker of crimson light igniting in his gaze. What did you just say? In nothing, Schmidt stammered, predictably retreating. Just as Lincoln reached for the tesseract, which radiated a blue glow, a sound resembling shattering glass echoed suddenly in his ears. Subsequently, a peculiar sensation swept over him, prompting Lincoln to raise an eyebrow. Agamotto, he murmured, releasing his grip. Turning towards the source of his heartbeat, he gazed into the emptiness. Since you have arrived, why not reveal yourself in your true form? You possess much knowledge. A voice floated through the air, and in a moment of clarity, the image of the Ancient One materialized before him, her expression serene. May we converse? I see no necessity, Lincoln replied, gesturing towards the eye of Agamotto hanging around her neck. My understanding does not differ significantly from what you glean from that artifact, and it represents merely one potential future. As for you, guardian of the dimensions, why do you divert your attention to someone of my insignificance rather than addressing the dimensional demons? You are far from insignificant, the Ancient One replied with a faint smile. You have altered every future I could observe and rendered all things beyond my control. If you are merely insignificant, then strange is even less noteworthy. Are you unable to control me? Lincoln observed the two individuals outside the mirror dimension, astonished by his absence. The mirror dimension, time loops, thoughts exiled, physical confinement. Any of these should not pose a challenge to you, yet they ultimately lead to the direst outcomes. The Ancient One interjected, in countless futures. I have employed these methods, but regardless of the approach taken, there comes a point in time after which you will vanish and return with even greater power. This will not merely be a catastrophe for Earth, but disaster for the entire reality dimension. Fortunately, that future has yet to unfold, which is why I wish to discuss matters with you. Lincoln stroked his chin thoughtfully. Your words remind me of what Strange said when he approached Dormammu with the Time Stone. So, the Eye of Agamotto does not contain the Time Stone. The Ancient One gently swayed the chain around her neck. I've stored it in another equally secure location. Do you not fear that Caecilius may resort to underhanded tactics? His gaze was fixated on the Book of Calliope, which likely contained accounts of Dormammu that would captivate his attention even further. Perhaps not. Lincoln reached out and retrieved a bottle of liquor from the tangible realm, drawing it into the mirrored space. If it were I, with the Time Stone before me, resurrection or immortality would be within my grasp. Why then, engage in the arduous study of forbidden arts? Thus lies the distinction between you and an ordinary sorcerer. Ancient One smiled. Caecilius has betrayed me, yet he remains loyal to himself and his incantations. TSK, your words always echo the rhetoric of charlatans. Lincoln shrugged. Pray tell, what is it you wish to discuss with me? The first matter, refrain from conducting perilous experiments such as secondary brainwashing. Secondary brainwashing? Perilous? Lincoln regarded Ancient One with an odd expression. If memory serves, hasn't Bucky been subjected to brainwashing countless times in his original future? However, the differing hosts dictate the level of scrutiny they receive from the dimensional demon. Ancient One deftly traced brilliant lines in the air. Just as the same act performed by a beggar differs in attention and impact from that of a president, your existence compels those individuals to remain restless. You surely do not wish to confront them prematurely. That is a valid point. Lincoln contemplated the fleeting power that had flashed in the soldier's mind. And after a moment of reflection, he nodded. Very well. I shall summon them to play when I am more assured of my capabilities. Or you might choose to inherit Agamotto's mantle and become the Sorcerer Supreme, thus working for yourself and Camartage. Lincoln retorted. Such a boon is better sought after by Strange. I have no interest. However, should you be willing to unveil magic before me, I might find myself intrigued enough to learn. Chapter 12. Establishing a hotel. Ancient One remained silent, merely smiling at Lincoln. Their gazes locked until Lincoln spoke. Alternatively, I could wait until your dutiful apprentice Caecilius has fatally betrayed you and then consult Mordo or Strange, unless you intend to alter the future yourself. The smile on Ancient One's face faltered. She understood that Lincoln was indeed capable of such actions. She also recognized that unless she intervened to alter the future, Lincoln's plan was likely to succeed, with the potential failure hinging primarily on whether Mordo or Strange would meet an untimely demise. Very well. Ancient One exhaled. I can grant you access to the library of Camartage, but under one condition. You cannot remove any books from Camartage. Would you not consider issuing me a library card? Unless you can assure me that you will not take those tomes beyond this realm of reality. Ancient One regarded Lincoln. Otherwise, no library card will be granted. Then let it be. Lincoln waved his hand dismissively. The library of Kamartaj harbors more than mere books. While ordinary spellbooks may suffice, the forbidden tomes are not merely sheets of paper. They serve as vessels in their own right. The notion that infinite gems cannot be utilized beyond this universe is an established truth. However, these books are an exception, as no one has yet dared to explore their potential. Clearly, the future version of him ventured into this territory, leading to some unforeseen events that the Ancient One preferred to avoid, prompting the Sorcerer Supreme to seal off this avenue. Since it is impossible to transport the books out of this realm, the question of whether to extract them from Kamartaj is rendered moot. With his intellect, should the necessity arise, he could effortlessly memorize the entire library in a fleeting moment. Thus, a single opening would equate to perpetual access. The Ancient One did not engage in conjectures about whether Lincoln might seize the books upon her demise, but continued with her counsel. It is paramount to refrain from proactive communication and attracting demonic entities. The remainder can be perceived as my guidance to you. What if I choose to disregard your counsel? Lincoln inquired with curiosity. Advice is merely advice. The Ancient One replied with serene composure. I merely present it. Your acceptance does not hinge upon my will. What is your suggestion? Lincoln pressed. The Ancient One nodded slightly before articulating. My suggestion is suddenly. As Lincoln attentively awaited her words, a shattering sound of glass interrupted, and in an instant, he found himself returned to the reality dimension from the mirror space. Within a fraction of a millisecond, Lincoln expanded his senses to their utmost capacity, faintly perceiving the swiftly retreating figure of the Ancient One. At that moment, he comprehended the unfolding events. She had intentionally left her sentence unfinished before fleeing. He was unsure from which future she had gleaned this knowledge, but she had indeed succeeded, leaving Lincoln in a state of discomfort that altered his gaze towards Schmidt and Zola. I have formulated a preliminary design concept, he announced. Zola raised his hand, exclaiming, by employing a constraint limiter, we might be able to slightly alter the nature of energy, preventing it from reacting violently with matter. Well done, Lincoln acknowledged, turning to Schmidt. So what have you accomplished? Schmidt faltered, internally lamenting. How am I to know what you wish me to do? I am not privy to your thoughts. If you desire my demise, simply state it. Struggling to articulate his thoughts, Schmidt found himself at a loss for words. Lincoln scrutinized him for a moment, recognizing that this ambitious individual might indeed lack the capacity to effectuate tangible results. While Schmidt may excel in espionage and warfare, he possessed no other remarkable skills beyond these. Oh, he seems to hold the title of scientist as well, but the issue lies in the fact that his scientific acumen pales in comparison to Zola's. In the absence of Lincoln's ambition to unify the world under Hydra's banner, Schmidt's potential contributions appeared regrettably limited. After observing Schmidt in contemplation, Lincoln issued a command that Schmidt deemed somewhat absurd. You are to allocate a secret task force to procure assets in the western regions, facilitating my future enjoyment. Procurement? Schmidt's eyes brimmed with confusion as he stepped forward. We could unify the entire world, and then all would be ours. I harbor no fondness for the ideology of Hydra. Lincoln stared intently at Schmidt, declaring that whether it be the supremacy of the Germanic race or any other of your doctrines, I find them all distasteful. Do you comprehend my meaning? As he gazed at Lincoln's countenance, Schmidt suddenly grasped the entirety of the situation, a cold sweat breaking out upon his back. Under the policies of Hydra, individuals like Lincoln would undoubtedly be among the first to be eradicated. Schmidt could envision that if he persisted in his ambitions, he would undoubtedly meet his demise before achieving his goals. Realizing this, he wisely chose not to continue his folly, promptly nodding in agreement. I understand. I shall dispatch agents to establish a new system independent of Hydra in key regions worldwide, aptly named the Continental Hotel. Lincoln, recalling a name that seemed to meet expectations, suggested, the primary business shall encompass industries such as hotels and modeling, with the secondary venture being assassination. Schmidt's expression hardened. He discerned Lincoln's implication. Zola had taken his cosmic cube, and now the Continental Hotel was poised to seize a significant portion of his clandestine power. Should this transpire, his aspirations of world domination would become increasingly arduous. Yet, fortunately, a sliver of opportunity remained. The resources within Klausberg were sufficient to unleash devastation upon Europe and America, allowing him to retain a fragment of his original plan by relinquishing Africa and Asia. A glimmer of conspiracy flickered within Schmidt's gaze, which Lincoln perceived. Fully aware of the considerable odds against Schmidt's success. The reason was simple. Just moments ago, while searching for the whereabouts of Ancient One, he had spotted a silhouette bearing a shield approaching swiftly. Should Klausberg be destroyed, Schmidt's failure would be inevitable. Lincoln had no intention of altering this outcome. For a world dominated by Hydra would be exceedingly dull. A singular power ruling the world would invariably lead to monotony. Having received his orders, Schmidt did not spare a glance at Zola, who was fiddling with the cosmic cube. He hastily exited the room to organize personnel for the establishment of the Continental Hotel. Lincoln, too, did not disturb Zola. Instead, he reached for a battery containing the energy of the space stone and activated it. The structure of the battery, designed by Zola, was intricate enough that opening it would not affect the energy within. However, upon Lincoln's touch, an unexpected change occurred. The biological stance constrained and restrained the spatial energy's dispersal from within. That seemingly gentle energy began to seep into Lincoln's being upon contact with his skin. Chapter 13, The Space Stone. The Infinity Stones, each one capable of being controlled and wielded by living beings, possess an inherent compatibility with life. Yet, due to the formidable nature of the stone's energy and the frailty of the life forms that come into contact with it, no one on Earth can withstand the energy of even a single stone directly. Dr. Zola did not comprehend the deeper reasons behind this phenomenon, but he successfully utilized this characteristic of the stone's energy. Even a mere trace of spatial energy extracted surpasses the tolerance limit of ordinary life forms, causing any individual who comes into contact with it to be reduced to ashes. However, Lincoln is an exception, having been in this world for several months. He has not pursued the sun like a moth drawn to a flame, yet his abilities have been elevated to an extraordinary degree. What would be lethal spatial energy to an ordinary person is bearable for Lincoln, especially since the energy contained within that energy battery is minimal. The azure spatial energy permeated Lincoln's body like water absorbed by a sponge, swiftly seeping through his skin and flowing along the intricate pathways of his muscles, blood vessels, and even bones. Observing the alien hues manifesting at his fingertips due to the influence of the spatial energy, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Lincoln's eyes. He could perceive the remarkable enhancement that this spatial energy bestowed upon his cells, alongside a subtle, almost imperceptible pressure. This sensation of pressure bore down upon both his physical form and his spirit. Yet Lincoln's formidable strength rendered even this overwhelming force trivial. Due to the limitations of contemporary foundational materials, the battery crafted by Zora contained relatively little energy. Thus, the overwhelming sensation was fleeting, vanishing almost as quickly as it appeared. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for Lincoln to ascertain one crucial fact. His physical prowess was indeed capable of withstanding the impact of the spatial gem's energy. With Schmidt already departed, Lincoln regarded Zora, who was still engrossed in her instruments, his brow furrowed as he reached out to grasp the handle, extracting the cosmic cube that housed the spatial gem from the apparatus. No! Zora's alarmed cry came too late, as Lincoln's right hand extended and firmly clasped the cosmic cube. In the next instant, a soft chime resonated and a brilliant, blinding light erupted from the surface of the cube. This dazzling radiance shone like the sun in full bloom, overwhelming Zora's attempts to shield herself from the searing luminosity that flooded the room. She retreated step by step until her back pressed against the cold, unyielding wall, finally halting as the blinding light gradually diminished. Staring at Lincoln, who held the cosmic cube, Zora was rendered speechless. This is impossible. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her steps faltering as she approached, filled with incredulity. No one can endure that ferocious energy. How can this be? Everything is possible. Lincoln gripped the cosmic cube with one hand, feeling the energy continuously coursing into his being, a sensation that imbued him with an exhilarating sense of invincibility. He understood this was an illusion, yet not entirely so. At the very least, with the cosmic cube in his possession, he could manipulate space at will. In the realm of spatial control, he was virtually omnipotent. Even a magic of the Ancient One would struggle to challenge his mastery over space. Did he intend to confront the Ancient One with the cosmic cube? Such a thought did not cross Lincoln's mind. He gazed out of the window, which was filled with a panorama of snow-capped mountains, and with a gentle gesture of his left hand, which held the cosmic cube, he pointed into the air. A resonating hum echoed throughout the room as azure ripples spread outwards, warping and twisting the very fabric of space under Lincoln's will. The frigid aura of steel and concrete faded swiftly, replaced by a resplendent cosmos shimmering with starlight. As Zola witnessed his instantaneous transition from the confines of the office to the celestial expanse, he found himself utterly bereft of speech and action, while the meteoric stars that occasionally streaked by relentlessly assaulted his worldview. How beautiful it was! Enveloped in the starry firmament, Lincoln praised the scene wholeheartedly, then turned his gaze towards a distant yellow star. With a gentle tug of his hand, the once feeble light transformed into an overwhelming blaze, a beam potent enough to incinerate worlds, striking Lincoln directly. Yet this light, capable of obliterating all creations of the human realm, posed no burden to Lincoln. On the contrary, it only served to amplify his strength. In the vastness of the cosmos, witnessing the terrifying beam fail to vanquish Lincoln, Zola stood in awe, as he observed the light continually distorting and reshaping, as if a layer of armor enveloped Lincoln. He found himself uttering nonsensical sounds in a state of disbelief. Zola's spirit had been thoroughly shattered, but fortunately, the nonviolent nature of this defeat allowed him to quickly reconstruct a new worldview. As he gazed upon the figure shrouded in golden light, the fear and reverence in his eyes dissipated, replaced by fervent and loyal zeal. Lincoln remained unaware that his actions had transformed Zola into a fervent and devoted follower. Even if he were to become aware, he would remain indifferent. In a realm composed of sunlight, enhanced by the wondrous properties of the space gem, every cell in Lincoln's body absorbed an immense quantity of sunlight. Within mere seconds, the metamorphosis of his being rivaled the progress of months. This surge of power rekindled within him the sensation of being capable of mastering all. A marvelous feeling engulfed him as golden radiance reflected in his pupils. With just a slight loosening of his cerebral constraints, he became inundated with an overwhelming influx of information. He was omnipotent, omniscient. Cloaked in golden light, Lincoln cast a subtle glance towards Zola's direction and, in an instant, comprehended all there was to know about him. In the starry expanse, Lincoln's divine semblance inspired awe in Zola, and the golden pupils, radiant beyond even the most brilliant sunlight, filled him with reverence. Just a fleeting glance made Zola feel utterly exposed. This profound exposure did not incite anger. Rather, it deepened his loyalty and fervor. He knelt upon the ground, humbly exclaiming, "O Divine One, great God!" Zola's cries failed to move Lincoln. He withdrew his gaze with a hint of indifference, pondering at the devotee. Perhaps faith exists within this world. But Lincoln found it unnecessary. The sunlight alone sufficed to elevate him beyond divinity. He recognized that he could indefinitely bask in the sun's empowering embrace until he transcended entirely. Yet the suddenly gleaming golden strands before him shifted his focus. The golden light in his eyes swiftly faded, expanding with a wave of blue ripples, as the starry sky was once again shrouded by the cold embrace of steel and concrete. Everything returned to its former state, save for Zola, who knelt upon the ground. Chapter 14. Confrontation with the mage. The resplendent sunlight had vanished, yet the augmentation it bestowed upon Lincoln persisted unwaveringly. The surge of power significantly elevated his mastery over the space stone, allowing his gaze to transcend the limitations of both space and the magical array. Directly beholding the meditative Ancient One within Kamartaj, the unmasked fluctuations of space instantly alerted the Ancient One. She opened her eyes, and despite the vast distance, she locked eyes with Lincoln. After a slight shake of her head, she waved her hand, veiling her presence once more. This was not a manipulation of space, but rather an illusion. Witnessing the Ancient One's figure dissipate again, Lincoln could not help but smirk, remarking on her stinginess. "Not even a glance? When you look at me, I never said you couldn't." Nevertheless, Lincoln refrained from pursuing the Ancient One further. Instead, his attention shifted to the depths of Kamartaj, specifically the library, and with a single step, he traversed countless miles. Kamartaj, much like the conventional perceptions held by many, served as a sanctuary for mages, its serenity palpable, especially within the library housing an extensive collection of tomes. The Ancient One had established numerous magical arrays here to safeguard those invaluable books from theft by outsiders. Yet before the Space Stone, such protective measures proved futile. In the tranquil library, azure ripples began to shimmer with enchanting light, yet this ethereal hue immediately caught the attention of the librarian. With fingers adorned by a ring, he channeled his thoughts, summoning a radiant glow of magic from his palm. Without hesitation, the orange-yellow light coalesced into a whip-like form, hurtling through the space toward Lincoln. The sound of clashing metal rang out as a cascade of golden sparks descended, the golden magical whip deftly ensnaring Lincoln's arm. The librarian's hand quivered, and as the magic flickered, an intangible force coursed through the whip, attempting to subdue Lincoln's body. The librarian before him was not the King Lincoln was familiar with. Rather, he sensed that this seemingly decrepit old mage was far more formidable. As a guardian from ancient times, the elder had no leisure pursuits, devoting his time solely to study and spellcasting. His knowledge may not rival that of future mages, yet when it came to the intricacies of magic, this aged figure was capable of wielding extraordinary powers. Had it been an ordinary individual, the peculiar force transmitted through the whip would have rendered them incapable of resistance. However, Lincoln was different. He even found time to savor the unique strength emanating from the whip. The elder, Lincoln's display of resilience surpassed the librarian's comprehension. As he gazed upon the composed Lincoln, a flicker of astonishment and gravity crossed his eyes. Isolated from the world for many years, he was unaware of the external developments. Yet he recognized that the figure before him was a formidable adversary. A chill coursed through his heart, and he resolved to hold nothing back. Grasping the long whip ensnared around Lincoln's arm, his gaunt hand suddenly struck down through the air. With a resounding crash, the sound of shattering echoed. And in the next moment, Lincoln felt as though the world was turned upside down. The scenery before him instantaneously fragmented into shards of a broken mirror. Once more, it was the realm of mirrored space. Lincoln chuckled softly, drawing azure energy from the cosmic cube. He slightly lifted his foot and gently stepped down. A thunderous resonance akin to the tolling of a great bell reverberated in the elder's mind, and in an instant, he beheld cerulean ripples rapidly expanding from beneath Lincoln's feet. The ripples were strikingly clear, yet they spread at a terrifying pace, enveloping the entire expanse of mirrored space within moments. Under the influence of this unique spatial energy, the entire mirrored realm was augmented to an extraordinary degree by Lincoln's will, rendering even the sorcery of the King of the V's powerless to alter it in the slightest. The space, initially transitioning into complexity and peril, froze mid-air as if caught in a card. How is this possible? The elder's hands flailed before him. Yet no matter how fervently he tried, he could not induce the slightest shift in the mirrored space. Conversely, as Lincoln absorbed and utilized more spatial energy, even without mastering the spell of mirrored space, this ethereal world began to shift in accordance with his intent. The mage's mirrored space adhered to profound mathematical principles, allowing them to manipulate space with minimal consumption and greater simplicity, but Lincoln required none of that. The energy within the spatial gem was boundless, and the astonishing limits of his superhuman form made the operation of space according to his whims a trivial endeavor. Thus, under the incredulous gaze of the administrator, the once orderly mirrored space began to function in ways that eluded his comprehension. Mathematics and laws had become obsolete, and the chaos of thought dominated this realm. In one moment, his foot was firmly planted on solid ground, and in the next, he was soaring through the air. The randomness of space and the reorganization of matter threatened to bury the librarian's keeper deep within the magma of the earth, had Lincoln not chosen to restrain himself. Yet even with his restraint, the administrator found himself at an absolute disadvantage. The erratic shifts in space and environment rendered him incapable of executing any effective attacks. Even his attempts to dissolve the mirrored space were thwarted as his hands became ensnared in earth and stone, water currents binding him in place. Steel, water, earth, air. Everything in this world seemed to conspire against him. The chaotic scenery before him left him in a state of bewilderment as he found himself swept away in its tumult. Until everything calmed and his figure was thoroughly ensnared by Lincoln. The long whip remained coiled around Lincoln's arm, yet with a slight tremor, it dissipated into primal magical energy. "Who are you?" Even with his diminished combat prowess, the mage refused to submit to his predicament. "Why did you intrude upon the library? Did Ancient One not inform you?" A flicker of amusement danced in Lincoln's eyes as he gestured with his right hand, releasing another wave of energy. "Ancient One, you have betrayed your own." "The Sorcerer Supreme?" The mage furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by Lincoln's actions. "You know the Sorcerer Supreme?" "Indeed," Lincoln nodded. And then a familiar silhouette squeezed its way into the spatial fabric. "Ah, you have finally arrived." "This is a misunderstanding." Ancient One did not regard Lincoln, merely waving her hand to dissolve the mirror dimension, allowing the group to return to reality, where she explained to the librarian, "He is a friend I met outside, possessing the right to access the library. I had forgotten to inform you." "Very well." The old mage stretched his limbs and scrutinized Lincoln closely before shaking his head and approaching the table. "Since he is a friend of the Sorcerer Supreme, you may proceed as you wish." Chapter 15. The Mysteries of Magic. The old mage muttered as he walked away, glancing back at the two. Ignoring the librarian's slightly resentful gaze, Ancient One turned to Lincoln, her attention immediately captured by the cosmic cube he held. "How does it feel?" "Quite well," Lincoln replied, understanding her inquiry as he raised the cosmic cube. "This container restrains the energy of the space stone, yet allows me better control over it." At this juncture, Lincoln paused, then smiled broadly. "At least it is quite suitable for dealing with the mirror dimension." "Indeed, it is very suitable." Ancient One's voice remained calm, unruffled by the revelation. She slightly turned her body, and a portal unfolded before her. "Since you have arrived, please feel free. Will you not entertain your guest?" Ancient One halted momentarily, turning to Lincoln with a slight smile. An unfamiliar guest would not casually use the space stone to enter the library and engage in a skirmish with the librarian. "Since you have taken the initiative, my guidance is no longer necessary." With that, she waved her hand, and the portal spiraled closed, her figure vanishing along with it. Though Lincoln, possessing the space stone, could have prevented the portal's closure, he chose not to, merely watching as Ancient One disappeared, then directing his gaze toward the myriad books. The sorcerers of Kamartaj differ significantly from those of other realms, yet they share a profound similarity in their pursuit and utilization of knowledge. The seemingly illusory spell of the mirror dimension is intricately linked to mathematical principles, as are many other spells, each harboring its own wealth of wisdom. To facilitate the understanding of intricate spells for future practitioners, previous spellcasters diligently composed a series of explanatory articles. These treatises, akin to scholarly papers, were meticulously compiled by the Ancient One and other sorcerers, ultimately forming the esteemed library of Kamartaj. This repository of knowledge serves as a treasure trove for novices, enabling them to grasp the art of magic with greater efficacy and swiftness. However, Lincoln did not place significant reliance on these tomes. Yet, having arrived, Lincoln's thoughts stirred, and the spatial energy emanated from the cosmic cube nestled in his palm, releasing tendrils of azure light that danced through the air, enveloping the secluded library in an aura of mystique. With the force of his will, he commanded the spatial energy, extracting volumes from their quiet repose on the shelves. The covers of the books fluttered open as if caressed by an unseen breeze, and the pages rustled with fervor. Dozens, if not hundreds, of books swirled around him, encasing Lincoln in a cocoon of knowledge, while the golden hues of sunlight reflected in his pupils, allowing him to capture the minuscule text and imprint it indelibly in the recesses of his memory. His form floated in the air, buoyed by the biological forces at play, while the myriad of books coalesced into a spherical formation, encircling him. The pages continued to turn, with volumes peeling away from his sphere while others flowed in from the shelves, including those tomes restricted by chains. Engulfed in unrestricted reading and retention, Lincoln's comprehension of magic expanded at an astonishing pace. As his superintelligence began to manifest, essays he once deemed inconsequential clashed fervently in his mind, their words fracturing and reassembling into profound interpretations. 1 minute, 10 minutes, half an hour, his recollection and understanding of magic consumed considerable time, only subsiding when the students of the Kamartaj sanctum concluded their day of training, causing the golden light in his eyes to finally dim. The books returned to their rightful places, yet the knowledge within them had been wholly assimilated and comprehended by Lincoln. The spells and powers contained therein were sufficient to drive an ambitious individual like Caecilius to madness, but to Lincoln, they held little significance. As previously mentioned, the sorcerers of Kamartaj wield abilities distinct from conventional spells. Their powers draw upon the might of dimensional entities. Currently, Lincoln wished to distance himself from such entities, necessitating a comprehensive revision of all foundational spells he had acquired. The source of energy must undergo transformation, in contrast to those deities. He deemed the stars and his own essence as more fitting alternatives. Altering spells is no trifling endeavor, unless he were to lift the constraints on his mind once more. The modifications would require considerable time, given his present condition. In his former self, Lincoln might have hastily opted for the easier path, but he was no longer the same. His power had grown sufficiently formidable. Without engaging in other pursuits, life would become rather monotonous. Modifying spells was not an arduous task, merely time-consuming, which suited him perfectly. "Where do you hail from?" Returning the tome, Lincoln noticed the administrator standing before him. "What is the state of the outside world?" he inquired. "I cannot say," Lincoln replied after a moment of silence, shaking his head. "You may venture out and see for yourself." The elder fell silent, contemplating for a long while before he sighed and shook his head. "I have grown old and feeble. I fear to venture outside." Without waiting for Lincoln to respond, he turned away, muttering, "Enough, enough." Lincoln remained silent, quietly gathering the spatial energy, which flickered and vanished. In the Klausberg office, upon seeing Lincoln's return, Zora's eyes sparkled with delight. "You have returned." "Indeed, I have," Lincoln replied casually, returning the cosmic cube to the apparatus. "I have exhausted its use. I shall leave it here for now and retrieve it later." "Are you departing?" A hint of reluctance flickered in Zora's eyes. "Indeed," Lincoln affirmed, nodding at the golden strings that shimmered with potential energy. "However, I shall linger for a while longer. A few days will suffice as I prepare for a performance." Zora was oblivious to Lincoln's intentions, but as a devoted follower, questioning was never his role. His duty was to obey and listen. Waving Zora away like an eager shadow, Lincoln approached the window, gazing at the sun suspended in the sky. He extended his right hand, his eyes gently closed. Magic manifests in various forms, yet at its core, it is all about magical energy. The diverse natures of magical energies from different dimensional deities influence the efficacy and intensity of spells, necessitating a commensurate sacrifice. Lincoln was unwilling to borrow or pay such a price. Hence, he needed to initiate modifications from the outset. The first step was to alter the original source of borrowing. Within the cosmos, myriad entities harbored vast energies, yet few met his criteria. Lincoln himself could serve as a source of power, but the sun was a far more conspicuous target. Chapter 16. Lincoln the actor absorbing sunlight had become instinctual for Lincoln, requiring no conscious effort to draw energy from the sun. Yet, upon his deliberate guidance and control, everything transformed. It was as if the dust obscuring his vision had been wiped away. Although his eyes remained closed, the world before him became increasingly lucid, each ray of light distinctly visible. The sunlight illuminating Lincoln's form triggered a rapid response within his cellular structure, initiating a series of intricate processes that continually fortified his body. Although a considerable amount of sunlight was reflected and refracted away, preventing complete absorption, Lincoln remained visible, not merely a silhouette of darkness. However, now, as Lincoln experiments with and modifies the energy of sunlight through the use of magic, his body gradually begins to lose its color, descending step by step into darkness. Were it any ordinary individual, they would likely scream in terror. Yet Zora remains unfazed. With an understanding of the essence of sunlight and vision, he instead widens his eyes, aiming a detection device at the encroaching darkness. A miracle, a divine phenomenon. While stars lack their own will, they possess immense energy, potent enough to be released in a remarkably stable manner. Harnessing his superhuman physique's innate affinity for sunlight, Lincoln successfully achieves the first stage of his objective, completing the initial conversion from stellar fusion energy to magical essence. The energy thus transformed is remarkably pure, akin to that of the sun itself. Heat, light, and fire are the properties of this solar magic, rendering the casting of spells related to these elements significantly easier. With a stable and effective conversion method now established, Lincoln's figure re-emerges from the shadows. A bridge of communication across time and space has been formed, allowing a continuous influx of energy to be absorbed and transmuted into pure magical essence. Remarkably, he does not employ any specialized techniques. The magic coalescing in his palm already harbors enough power to obliterate a mountain. The sheer volume of this energy sounds formidable, yet it is but a trifling fraction to the sun. The solar radiation received by Earth amounts to merely 1/22 billionth of the total radiation emitted by the sun into the cosmos. Nonetheless, this minuscule energy serves as the primary source of atmospheric motion and the principal origin of Earth's thermal energy. In the face of such overwhelming energy, even if Lincoln were to unleash his magic to obliterate the Earth, the energy expended would be inconsequential to the sun. The resplendent star is a natural repository of nuclear fusion energy, and humanity's previous utilization of it has been woefully inefficient. However, the circumstances have shifted now. Gazing at the luminous orb brimming with colossal energy in his grasp, a smile of satisfaction graces Lincoln's face. He lifts his gaze to the distant mountains, blanketed in snow, and gently propels the radiant sphere forward. Whoosh! The terrifying heat instantaneously melts a ring of orange-red glass. Fierce winds begin to swirl within the room. Yet that diminutive point of light rises defiantly against the icy gusts, soaring into the clouds. The windswept snowy peaks stand in silence, but after a brief moment of delay, this tranquility is violently shattered. Boom! Like the detonation of a miniature nuclear device, light, heat, and a powerful shockwave obliterate the snow atop the mountain. As surging air currents and rampant shockwaves shatter the glass supported by steel frames in an instant, the warm winds, laden with moisture, swiftly fill the entire office with a dense fog. Indeed. Observing the distant peaks shedding their snowy veils to reveal their original hues, Lincoln's face beams with satisfaction. He exhales a breath of icy air, the crystallized frost ascending between the steel beams, sealing the exposed office once more. The surging currents gradually subsided, allowing Zola, of ordinary constitution, to cautiously step forward. Since the moment Lincoln had coalesced that pure sphere of light, he had retreated in trepidation. Although he possessed no instruments to detect the energy contained within the magical orb, an instinctual tremor coursed through him. He chose to conceal himself behind cover, eyes wide as he witnessed the astonishing power unleashed from that seemingly insignificant sphere. Its minuscule form released an immense amount of energy and destructive force, an achievement unattainable even with his energy weapons. Yet Lincoln accomplished it effortlessly, wielding such terrifying energy with a single hand. Zola was not alone in this observation. Schmidt, who had departed earlier, was also watching intently. As an ambitious individual, he had installed surveillance throughout Klausburg, including his own office. On the monitor, he perceived everything clearly. Whether it was Lincoln mastering the cosmic cube single-handedly or conjuring the fearsome sphere of light, Schmidt's muscles trembled. His heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, inducing a suffocating sensation. Lincoln might left him devoid of any hope for resistance. The psychological pressure of wanting to defy yet finding himself utterly powerless loomed over him like a mountain, threatening to crush him. The first phase of the magical energy plan had progressed remarkably well, exceeding Lincoln's expectations. With the foundation established, the next step was to adapt the remaining spells based on this magical energy. For instance, adjustments would be made to the spell of the Scarlet Chains of Sidorak, which traditionally required Sidorak's power, enabling it to harness the energy of sunlight instead. This endeavor may require time, yet Lincoln was in no rush. He could afford to proceed at a leisurely pace. At this moment, rather than designing new spells, he needed to stage a performance. The script had already been meticulously crafted. The unfortunate sniper from the 107th Infantry Regiment was chosen for the experiment. During the process, he was compelled to interact with the cosmic cube, but did not perish like most would. Instead, he vanished amidst a burst of light. Zola's assessment of the experiment. The cosmic cube indiscriminately annihilates nearly all life forms that approach it, yet a portion may not be dead, but merely missing. This performance would be faithfully recorded and stored, subsequently leaked to Captain America through Bucky and other channels. Perhaps Steve would take this footage to seek a stipend, and later, while battling the Red Skull, he might have a moment of inspiration regarding the use of the cosmic cube to address that menace. Lincoln would obliterate all videos related to himself, save for this one, which would provide evidence of his disappearance rather than his death. Thus, this would constitute a remarkably flawless plan, for no one would suspect that the highest ruler of Hydra, the Red Skull, and Zola would collaborate to orchestrate such a spectacle. He was not inclined to perform in front of Steve. Rather, his impatience to pluck the golden strings and unveil the mysteries of what might occur was overwhelming. The allure of the inaugural experience always captivates a man. Chapter 17. The golden strings trembled, emitting a dazzling array of golden light that enveloped Lincoln's vision. After several moments, the brilliance gradually subsided, allowing the cacophony of the bustling street to penetrate his ears. A new world indeed. Standing on the street, Lincoln slightly flared his nostrils, inhaling the myriad of scents that filled the air, while a torrent of information surged through his mind. Sounds, aromas, visuals, within the briefest of instants. He comprehended his surroundings. The Republic of China, Tianjin. Which world is this Tianjin of the Republic? Hey, don't just stand there blocking the way. A voice suddenly called from behind, accompanied by a subtle gust of wind. Without hesitation, Lincoln shifted his body slightly and casually extended his hand, gripping the wrist of the individual who had reached for him with a hold as firm as an eagle-esque claw. Bare-chested, clad in a coarse vest, with a headscarf tied atop his head and a cart trailing behind him, Lincoln instantly discerned the identity of this laborer. Lincoln's strength was formidable. Even without the intent to harm, the force in his grip was sufficient to elicit a cry of pain from an ordinary laborer. Pausing for a few seconds, the group of porters had already encircled him. Who are you? Blocking the street and hurting people. Let go. Lincoln paid them no heed, instead narrowing his eyes at one individual amongst the crowd. Gung Liangchen? Gung Liangchen? Upon hearing the name, the leader of the porters was momentarily taken aback, then turned to a laborer in the crowd. Xiao Gung, do you know this person? I don't know him. Gung Liangchen exclaimed, bewildered. Indeed, he did not recognize me. I had merely encountered him once before. Lincoln chuckled softly and, with a gentle push, sent the laborer, who was on the verge of kneeling, sprawling onto the ground. Be more mindful next time. Don't just push anyone you see. Lincoln had retained the majority of his strength, yet the residual force was still enough to leave the already weakened laborer in a disheveled state. As the leader of the porters pulled his subordinate back, a flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes. Are you a martial artist? Not quite. Merely an ordinary passerby. Lincoln waved his hand dismissively, then turned and melted into the crowd, leaving the porter's leader in silent reflection. Boss, what's the matter? Nothing. Just thought that fellow was rather extraordinary. Still engaged in labor, Gung Liangchen. The narrative had yet to unfold. Lincoln gazed skyward, remaining silent for a moment before reaching out to a nearby vendor. Do you know where Qi Shilin is located? Of course. It's south on the main street of the German concession. That sign is quite striking. Lincoln did not allow the vendor to finish his sentence. With his pockets empty, he seized the opportunity amidst the vendor's enthusiastic explanation and discreetly slipped away, leaving no trace behind. As the vendor regained his senses, Lincoln had long since vanished, leaving him devoid of interest, even spitting on the ground in disdain. Not a penny to be given. With a clear conscience, it was not that Lincoln was unwilling to part with a small gratuity. Rather, he was impoverished, lacking funds in his pockets. Yet that is not entirely accurate. He still possessed a few dollars, notes bearing the date of 1940. Amidst the throng, observing the bustling crowd around him, Lincoln could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia. How he wished a pickpocket would come along to relieve him of his money. Just then, a voice called out, "Excuse me, coming through." Almost immediately, a diminutive figure jostled past and disappeared into the crowd. Though it was merely a fleeting encounter, a smile crept upon Lincoln's lips. Here it comes. At the street corner, a short individual, nimble-fingered, peered out at the sea of faces before hastily opening his hands to inspect the treasures he had pilfered. What appeared to be inconspicuous trinkets. No wallet? He produced the cash, discarding the wallet, and there it was, a stack of foreign currency. Gazing at the bill emblazoned with the number 20, the small thief paused, repeatedly scrutinizing it in the sunlight. Since embarking on this path, he had stolen plenty, yet he had never encountered such exquisitely crafted notes as the one before him. Dare he hope that this 20 represented 20 gold coins? The thought sent a shiver of excitement through him, and he spread his fingers to count, revealing a substantial collection of banknotes. 300 gold coins. The little thief was utterly bewildered. He glanced nervously around, hastily stuffing the money into his shirt, curling his body as he scurried back to his hideout. In this age, Without a network, even a thief struggled to survive. He was part of an organization, and he needed to report back to the big shots. Little did he know, believing himself to be discreet, the person from whom he had stolen was quietly observing his antics from above. Little Four, why are you back so early? Did you land a big score? Little Four looked up, then peered into the courtyard. Where's the boss? Inside, but he is in a foul mood today. If you didn't bring back something substantial, you're in for it. Nonsense. Little Four scoffed, crossing his arms defiantly as he stepped inside. Among thieves, even within the same lair, there exists a division of interests, and the relationships are often more strained due to direct economic motives. As Little Four entered, the person who had blocked his path became convinced that he had struck gold, his eyes reddening with envy, though he feigned indifference. Look at you, acting all high and mighty. It's just a lucky break. Inside, the commotion outside had already reached the ears of the leader. As the curtain parted, he lifted a large pipe from the table, inhaling deeply before regarding Little Four with a satisfied expression. Well then, tell me what treasure you've brought back. Approaching with a flattering demeanor, Little Four produced a stack of 15 foreign banknotes from his garments. A full 15 notes, all foreign currency. Foreign currency? Upon hearing Xiao Ci's words, the leader's spirits were instantly lifted. He seized the banknotes and began to scrutinize them under the light. The more he examined them, the more astonished he became. A fundamental skill of a thief is to discern objects. Just by touch and appearance, the leader recognized that the banknotes in his hand were undoubtedly of superior quality, possessing a refined texture and design. He had yet to notice the issuance date on the notes, but in his heart, he was already convinced that they were most likely genuine. Only 15 notes? No hidden stash? No. Xiao Ci hastily shook his head, exclaiming, how could I dare to hoard this foreign money? If I were caught, it would be a matter of life and death. Who would come knocking? The leader scoffed. Even if the King of Heaven were to arrive, I could make him grovel in this den of thieves. Is that so? Chapter 18. Is this a martial practice? Before the person arrived, their voice preceded them. The question, is that so, immediately put the leader on high alert. He quickly stuffed the banknotes into his bosom and, with vigilance, glanced towards the outside. Who is there? Step forward and speak. Should you be the one to step forward and speak? Lincoln, with an unwavering demeanor, clutched the throat of the thief guarding the courtyard, rendering him immobile. Upon hearing this, the leader finally came to his senses. Realizing he had lost his composure in front of the man before him, he stormed out, kicking the door open. His gaze fell upon Lincoln, who was surrounded by a throng, and fury ignited within him. You insolent fool! How dare you invade my territory? You took my belongings. How can you claim I intruded upon your domain? I merely came to reclaim what is rightfully mine, Lincoln replied with a light chuckle, casually waving his hand. The thief whose throat he had gripped was effortlessly flung into the air, crashing into a pile of rubble in the corner of the courtyard with a resounding thud. One of the thieves cautiously approached to check for signs of life, and then turned to the leader. Boss, he is still breathing. Upon hearing that his subordinate was alive, the leader's expression softened slightly, but only a fraction. Faced with Lincoln's intrusion into his domain, he could not be swayed into peaceful reconciliation. The display of power by Lincoln had garnered the leader's respect, yet with his men surrounding him, he felt confident that he could not lose. In that moment, the leader surprisingly found himself unfazed. Given your demeanor, you must be a martial artist, trained in combat? A martial artist? Trained in combat? Lincoln fell silent at the leader's words, but this silence only bolstered the leader's conviction, invigorating his spirit. He had long heard tales of martial artists being formidable fighters. Now he was eager to witness their prowess firsthand. Boys, charge at him. Take him down. The thrilling ambition of a lowly thief seeking to vanquish a martial artist was electrifying. Just the thought sent shivers down the leader's spine. However, lost in his own world, he remained oblivious to the change that had begun to manifest in Lincoln's gaze. Power ought to be restrained, a sentiment deeply appreciated by Lincoln, who has consistently imposed such limitations upon himself to prevent a complete descent into a caricature of supervillain. Yet, there are moments when such constraints are lifted, as is the case now, when a throng of individuals seeks to overpower him. The ringleader mistakenly perceives him as merely a martial artist, but to speak candidly, those practitioners of martial arts are hardly worthy of Lincoln's regard. Who is he, after all, but a Superman? A Superman who has basked under the sun for an extended period. Over that span, his physique has been fortified to an extraordinary degree. a transformation that encompasses more than mere physical prowess. The human body's structure inherently dictates its strengths and weaknesses. What is termed martial arts is merely a set of techniques aimed at exploiting these vulnerabilities. As a being endowed with a superlative intellect, Lincoln finds it effortless to thwart incoming attacks and deliver strikes to his adversaries' weaknesses, even allowing his instincts to take over, effortlessly overpowering ordinary humans. Humans possess limitations, yet a Superman does not. Whether it was the clubs in their hands or the crowd surrounding them that emboldened them, with a loud shout, the trio of petty thieves, who usually confine themselves to minor misdeeds, charged at Lincoln like feral dogs driven mad. However, in the next instant, they realized the stark disparity between man and the superhuman. Lincoln did not engage in any extravagant maneuvers. He merely expanded his biofield slightly, and all present were astounded to witness their weapons rebounding as if they had struck an invisible barrier. Under the immense force of this backlash, their hands grew numb with pain, yet Lincoln was now in motion. He moved with the swiftness of a breeze, and all that the onlookers perceived was a flickering phantom before they fell into darkness, entirely bereft of control over their bodies, collapsing to the ground. From a moment the ringleader issued his command to the conclusion of the skirmish, a mere 3 seconds had elapsed. The battle concluded so swiftly that overwhelming seemed a more fitting description. It wasn't until the last standing thug staggered and fell that the ringleader was jolted into awareness. Before him lay his subordinates, unconscious and unresponsive, and the bravado he had previously harbored was extinguished, leaving no trace of its former self. Gazing at Lincoln, he trembled, his mind consumed by a single thought. Is this truly martial prowess? When did martial artists become so formidable? Have I been left behind by the times? You, the ringleader, stared at Lincoln, fear rendering him incapable of uttering a coherent sentence. His face bore the expression of one mourning a lost kin, and the forced smile he managed was more grotesque than a frown. He raised his hand and struck his own face, lamenting, "How blind I have been! I beg your pardon." Lincoln regarded the ringleader with an impassive gaze, akin to that of one observing a corpse. Devoid of any expression, "The money you owe me must be repaid." All right, the ringleader fervently nodded, fumbling to produce cash to hand to Lincoln, his legs trembling to the point of nearly collapsing to his knees. "Are you trying to fool me?" Lincoln did not even glance at the bills in his hand. "These are 1940s American dollars. What year is it now? Having taken $500 from me, are you now attempting to deceive me with counterfeit bills? $500. Upon hearing Lincoln's words, the thief leader was taken aback. He glanced at the banknotes in Lincoln's hand and then at Lincoln's serious expression, finally coming to a realization. This was no mere petty theft. It was a meticulously crafted trap, and the sum demanded was a staggering $500. What does $500 signify? In this era, as long as one steers clear of vice, this amount could sustain a family of 5 in Beijing for a full 5 years. Even as the leader of this gang, his accumulated wealth over the years barely equated to $500. He even harbored suspicions that Lincoln had long set his sights on his fortune, orchestrating this entire scheme. Enraged within, yet faced with Lincoln's formidable presence, capable of overcoming dozens single-handedly, he could only swallow his indignation. He dared not negotiate, fearing Lincoln might change his mind and strike him down on the spot, leaving him without the chance to buy his life back. With a heavy heart, he reluctantly produced his meager savings, feeling a deep resentment. "Just wait, I will surely find someone to end you. I, Wang Wu, shall not rest until you are dead." The clattering of $500, most of which resided in the bank, comprised only a few bills in hand, yet the sound of the coins was sharp and clear. "Thank you. No need for thanks." The thief leader, momentarily relieved at having narrowly escaped, then noticed Lincoln shaking his head slightly. "You misunderstand. My gratitude is for your assistance in retrieving the money, sparing me the effort." Horrified, the thief leader widened his eyes in disbelief, pointing at Lincoln. You. The killer is always hunted by the hunter." Lincoln's calm voice echoed in his ears, followed by the crushing sound of his own neck succumbing to immense pressure, his vision fading into darkness. "I thought you were aware." Chapter 19. Chi Shi Lin. From this day forth, ceased the unlimited supply of bread. Service is a wondrous thing. It allowed Lincoln to extract every last dollar from the thief leader without lifting a finger. The banknotes posed a slight complication, but not a significant one. Even a handful of coins would suffice for his needs for a while, considering the purchasing power of the dollar still held. With $500 in hand, Lincoln departed from the silent den of thieves, and this time, no audacious thief dared to reach into his pockets. Qishir Lin, the most renowned Western restaurant in Tianjin, offered the only affordable free bread in the city. However, it was not as simple as it seemed. To receive the complimentary bread, one first had to don proper attire and order a dish or a drink. This was the establishment's rule. And today, Lincoln decided to impart a lesson to the young proprietor. As for the reason, does a bored Superman require justification for his whims? I have contemplated this matter. Gaining fame does not come without its challenges. Chunshir's expression remained placid. Upon hearing Chunshir's words, the leading figure of Tianjin's martial arts community, Zheng Shanao, could not help but chuckle. The bread from Qishilin is quite affordable. It is the sole inexpensive delight in Tianjin. Aside from your nod of approval, there exists an old adage. One must conquer 8 martial arts schools to establish a foothold in Tianjin. To this day, no one has managed to defeat 5. Moreover, no one has consumed 5 pieces of Qishilin's bread. Bring me 10 more loaves, Zheng Shanao remarked, while Chunshir looked on in confusion. Suddenly, a commotion from the business interrupted their conversation, prompting them to turn their heads. They observed Lincoln, gracefully and swiftly devouring a series of large loaves of bread at a nearby table. Chunshir remained silent, yet Zheng Shanao, suddenly intrigued, meticulously counted the empty baskets on the table before looking at Lincoln. A total of 19 baskets. My young friend possesses quite the appetite. Merely average. Lincoln replied with a smile. I am here to impart a lesson to the leading figure of this establishment. Some rules should not be disregarded, lest trouble ensue. Young man, you cannot possibly consume that many. Zheng Shanao erupted into laughter, gesturing towards the ceiling. Qishilin, the premier Western restaurant in Tianjin, serves bread that could very well overwhelm a person when exchanged for the price of a single meal. I beg to differ, Lincoln said, placing the now empty basket aside and raising his hand once more. 20 loaves. At this juncture, Zheng Shanao, who had been intently focused on Lincoln, realized that within mere moments, the 10 hefty loaves, each weighing at least a pound, had vanished entirely. In less than a minute, not a trace remained, and he had scarcely observed any movement in Lincoln's stomach. Zheng Shanao, known for his prodigious appetite in his youth, had encountered such feats before, yet consuming 10 pounds of dough in under a minute left him questioning Lincoln's humanity. He fell into contemplation, while a visibly distressed waiter approached. I apologize, sir, but our kitchen has run out of bread. Is that so? Lincoln wiped his hands and smiled at the waiter. I find myself skeptical. Are you truly out, or reluctant to adhere to your establishment's rules? The regulations of Qishilin were set by you. As long as one can consume, the bread is plentiful and free of charge. What is this? Have you lost the ability to play along? Noticing a flicker of irritation in the waiter's eyes, Lincoln swiftly changed his tone. However, this is of little consequence. Perhaps your kitchen is understocked, which I can understand. I shall return tomorrow and inform your kitchen to prepare 500 loaves. They must be ready, or you will have to remove your sign. And do not think to deceive me with bread from elsewhere. I can discern the difference. The large loaves from Qishilin are no simple task to produce. I have seen your kitchen, and preparing 500 loaves will consume the entirety of your morning. Such equipment cannot be altered by mere manpower. The day after tomorrow, his demands will escalate to 1,000. Unless they are willing to refrain from receiving any guests for an entire day. Within 3 days, even the only affordable offer in Tianjin will vanish. Chunshir ought to express gratitude toward him. At least with Lincoln's presence, he is spared the discomfort of forcibly consuming 5 hefty loaves of bread, which would be quite overwhelming. As Lincoln pushed aside the untouched medium-rare steak before him and rose to leave, Zheng Shanao, who had remained silent until now, suddenly called out to him, Young brother, would you care to stay and chat with me? Chat? About what? Lincoln unceremoniously pulled out a chair beside Chunshir and sat down. You two are a martial arts champion and an aspiring martial arts instructor. What could we possibly have to discuss? There is indeed much to converse about. Zheng Shanao chuckled, gesturing towards Chunshir. You have finished the bread from Qishir Lin, and now Master Chun cannot even have a bite. Do not worry. Lincoln waved his hand dismissively. They surely have more in the kitchen. Once I take my leave, Master Chun will certainly have his share. Zheng Shanao laughed heartily. His interest piqued further. You are quite an amusing young man. May I inquire your name? What brings you to Tianjin? My name is Lincoln. I find Tianjin rather dull, so I'm just wandering about, hoping to attend to some matters. Attending to matters? Is it to open a martial arts school like Master Chun? How did you discern that? Aside from martial artists, very few possess such a hearty appetite. Moreover, I perceive a certain strength in your gestures that is not common among ordinary folk, which led me to speculate. Did I guess correctly? Not initially, but now you are right. Lincoln laughed heartily. I had not considered opening a martial arts school, but now it seems plausible. After all, idleness is unproductive. Why not engage in some playful pursuits? Are you truly considering establishing a school? Zhang Shenyao's eyes gleamed with interest. Might I inquire to which sect you belong? I belong to none. None? How intriguing. Zhang Shenyao's curiosity was further piqued. Being without a sect usually implies two possibilities. Either one genuinely has no affiliation and has merely picked up bits and pieces, or one is starting from scratch. Yet to establish a school. Zhang Shenyao scrutinized Lincoln, sensing he did not fit the first description, and thus suggested, "Why not come to my school and practice? You may find it worthwhile. Practicing is certainly agreeable, but what? The school must continue to thrive." Agreed. Zhang Shenyao promptly concluded the meal expenses and turned to the previously silent Chen Shi. Master Chen is here as well. We might as well have him join us. Of course. Chen Shi nodded, and the trio exited together. As they reached the entrance, they observed the restaurant staff hurriedly hanging a sign outside. Effective today, this restaurant will cease unlimited bread service. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Shenyao burst into laughter. Young brother Lincoln, your prowess has compelled Qi Lin to change their sign. You're the first to do so in many years. Just average, really. Chapter 20. Is this martial arts? After a brief while. At the supervisory office. Is this your residence? Yes, it is an old house I inherited. Years have passed, steeped in the essence of history. Perfectly suited for an old man like me. Zhang Shenao remarked as he pushed open the door to a grand hall. The sparse light did not illuminate the room as brightly as day, yet was sufficient to discern the surroundings. On either side were an array of weapons and protective gear, indicating thorough preparation. Look, you can utilize anything you need here. That won't be necessary, Lin Ken replied, shaking his head as he stood at the threshold, glancing instead at the open land beside him. It would be a pity to damage the finely paved tiles. The courtyard outside suffices, it's clearly visible. As he stood in the center of that open space, he extended 4 fingers. I have distilled 4 techniques. A punch, a kick, a glance, and a breath. Utterly chaotic, devoid of any structure. This was Zhang Shan'ao's immediate thought. While martial arts may encompass an array of peculiar styles, they fundamentally adhere to a core principle. The saying "a myriad of changes, yet never departing from the essence" encapsulates this notion. However, the 4 techniques Lin Ken had summarized, even through the discerning eyes of a seasoned martial artist like Zhang Shan'ao, bore no apparent connection or order. A punch and a kick could be somewhat understood, yet the latter two, a glance and a breath, had Zhang Shan'ao almost believing Lin Ken was jesting. He refrained from interrupting Lin Ken's demonstration. Yet disappointment began to creep into his heart, leaving only a flicker of interest to sustain him. Meanwhile, Chen Shi stood nearby, lips tightly pressed together. It was inappropriate to laugh, given the occasion and their statuses. Thus, he could only express his skepticism regarding Lin Ken's so-called techniques through his pursed lips. Though Zhang Shan'ao and Chen Shi exchanged no words, their postures, expressions, and even gazes betrayed their true sentiments, which did not escape Lin Ken's notice. Yet, he merely smiled nonchalantly. Planting his feet firmly, Lin Ken relaxed his shoulders and elbows before delivering a straightforward, unembellished punch. This punch bore no wind-up or explosive energy. To Zhang Shan'ao and Chen Shi, it seemed even less potent than the brawling of street thugs. Yet, this unadorned strike shattered their long-held worldview of martial arts. Bang! The biological force field lifted its constraints, and the power contained within Lin Ken's physique surged forth instantaneously, akin to a tsunami or a volcanic eruption, unleashing a force capable of obliterating everything. The air compressed and burst under the impact of his punch, creating a relentless cacophony of explosive sounds, while the layered shockwaves tore up the grass beneath. The waves of energy surged forth without obstruction, smashing through the courtyard wall constructed of bricks a few meters away. Even outside the direct path of this force, Zhang Shan'ao and Chen Shi found themselves unable to maintain their footing, their bodies jolted and propelled several steps back. The white shockwave rolled through the air like mist, only settling after some time, leaving the once pristine courtyard in disarray. The fractured vegetation lay scattered, with the soil rising into a conical shape and cracking towards the horizon. The collapsed walls formed a heap of rubble, through which the terrified expressions of the onlookers could be faintly discerned. Positioned at the side, Zhang Shenao and his companion remained unscathed, albeit disheveled. Their attire disordered and faces smeared with dust and debris stirred up by the shockwave. Yet, at this moment, such trivialities were of no concern to them. They glanced at the distant fallen walls, then shifted their gaze to the composed Lincoln, feeling a sense of something shattering within their hearts. Was this martial arts? When had it transformed into such a spectacle? Why was I unaware? Their perceptions of reality lay shattered, leaving them momentarily speechless. Lincoln, however, continued his display. The next move was a kick. As he spoke, he slightly lifted his foot before bringing it down with the force of a hydrogen bomb upon the already ravaged ground. Boom! The power, controlled by a biological force field, was precisely channeled into the earth. As the force field's restraint lifted, the ground trembled. It was as if a dragon stirred. The once relatively level terrain now split apart. Fissures resembling gateways to an abyss violently tearing open, with shock waves radiating through the soil. In that instant, a significant portion of Tianjin felt the tremors akin to an earthquake, while the courtyard at the epicenter was reduced to a mere ruin. The thunderous sounds of collapse echoed, the swirling dust and debris striking Zhang Shenao and his companions' faces like slaps. Amid the chaos, they stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances that spoke volumes. At that moment, they seemed to share an unspoken understanding. Is this how the martial arts you learn manifests? Not for me, nor for me. Then, why does his martial art appear in such a manner? I do not know. Once again, they fell into silence, their thoughts drifting to whether their masters had perhaps withheld crucial teachings. Otherwise, it seemed utterly unreasonable. Why should others' martial arts resemble celestial arts, while their own seemed so inferior? Lost in contemplation, Lincoln's voice broke through once more. After a punch and a kick comes the eye and the breath. Unlike the previous two moves, the remaining two are not something an ordinary person can connect. Only a genius may achieve it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shenao and his companions' eyes twitched involuntarily. They yearned to argue that even the prior punch and kick were not feats for the average practitioner, yet their lips quivered before falling silent. The essence of this gaze lies in control. One must sense the energy within and direct it to converge in the eyes. Then, one could deliver a lethal gaze. Just like this. As Lincoln spoke, his eyes shimmered, crimson brilliance exploding forth, and in an instant, a searing laser shot through the air, melting the fallen copper and iron into a pool of orange-red, molten metal in mere breaths. Around the molten iron, the air shimmered with a scorching distortion, as the glaring orange-hued metal flowed like magma, gradually cooling under Lincoln's retreating heat. Observing the iron on the ground, Zhang Shenao and Chun Shi exclaimed in unison, "Abba, Abba, Abba." Their utterance was akin to a single breath, merely a concentration of energy gathering in their chests, throats, and mouths before being released. While Lincoln elaborated, a chilling breath escaped him, and in an instant, the early summer atmosphere was transformed. An icy breath, more piercing than the depths of winter, radiated from the governor's mansion, enveloping the surroundings in a frigid embrace. In this wintry air, even the water vapor in the atmosphere condensed, falling as crystalline snowflakes. On the ground, the previously slow-cooling molten iron rapidly solidified under the low temperature, cracking and fracturing in its haste. In the courtyard, Zhang Shenao and his companion, adorned with frost upon their brows and hair, trembled uncontrollably yet remained rooted in place, gazing up at the sun and the descending snowflakes. This cannot possibly be martial arts, right? It must not be. Chapter 21. The martial arts school, ultimately, the youthfulness of their bodies proved resilient. Chun Shi remained silent, while Zhang Shenao spoke first. Brother Lin. Master Lin, please rein in your powers. My old bones cannot bear it any longer. Lincoln observed Zhang Shenao, shivering like a vibrating stick, and nodded, then abruptly expanded his biofield. In an instant, the chilling aura dissipated, halting even the snow that had been forming in the air, which melted away under the sun's warm rays. The swift transition from bitter cold to warmth was so abrupt that even Zhang Shenao, a practitioner of martial arts, struggled to endure it. A sudden itch in his nose prompted an involuntary sneeze. Embarrassed, he rubbed his nose and glanced around, a wry smile gracing his lips. Poor courtyard. I wonder how much time and resources it would take to renovate it. Time is but a trivial matter. There is plenty of it, he mused. For someone of my age, even a single day is precious. Having been competitive in his youth, he had unknowingly buried countless hidden ailments within his body. And to live an extra day was indeed a cause for joy. By the way, may I inquire about your age, Master Lin? I am 22 this year. 22, you say? Upon hearing this, both Zhang Shenao and Chun Shi exchanged self-deprecating smiles. To possess such skills at 22, it seems I'm merely a frog in a well. Lincoln chuckled, but remained silent. Zhang Shenao continued. Master Lin, you mentioned previously that you intended to open a martial arts school in Tianjin. Is that still the case? Indeed. I have such aspirations, Lincoln affirmed with a nod. What he intended to teach was far removed from the conventional martial arts of this world or the superhuman methods of gaining strength. Rather, he envisioned conducting an experiment involving the people of this realm, a trial concerning a new form of magical prowess. With super soldier serum in hand and an array of mystical knowledge from Kamar Taj, and being unable to utilize the golden strings to leave this world for the time being, he found it far more intriguing to undertake this small experiment. The Martial Arts Academy stands as a commendable choice. At least its name resonates more harmoniously than that of a mere biological laboratory. Upon hearing Lincoln's affirmation, Zhang Shenao's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he continued, Might I inquire? Master Lincoln, do you intend to impart genuine teachings, or is your purpose merely to enhance your reputation? Lincoln refrained from a direct response, offering instead a subtle smile. Reputation is but a fleeting cloud to me. At this remark, Zhang Shenao, a man who had devoted his life to the pursuit of fame, displayed a flicker of emotion, and his demeanor transformed into one of heightened respect. With Lincoln's exceptional martial prowess, coupled with his indifference to fame and fortune, they could only regard him as an extraordinary figure beyond the mundane world. The quest for authentic teachings had become Zhang Shenao's last obsession. As one grows older, the desire to leave a legacy looms larger. As a prominent figure in the martial arts community, he was acutely aware of the current landscape and turned his aspirations toward genuine instruction. Initially, he had considered Chun Shi, the heir to Wing Chun, as his candidate, but Chun Shi had declined. Fortunately, Lincoln's emergence presented a new opportunity. If Lincoln's remarkable skills could resonate throughout the world, originating from Tianjin, it would immortalize Zhang Shenao's name in history, a temptation too great to resist. Aware of his advancing age, he realized that many future events would be mere posthumous matters. Thus, securing a lasting place in the annals of history became his singular ambition, even if it meant sacrificing his own academy's esteemed reputation. With this thought in mind, Zhang Shenao's smile grew increasingly benevolent. Master Lincoln, your skills are formidable. Given your willingness to pass on your knowledge, as the leading figure in the martial arts community, I must certainly contribute. No need for that, Lincoln interjected, raising a hand to halt him. My abilities are not easily learned. I even question whether there exists another capable of mastering them. Broadening my reach does not suit me. Merely bearing a title is sufficient. If I can find a disciple, he may act on my behalf. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Shenao nodded in agreement. Very well. Should you have any further requests, do not hesitate to approach me. I shall ensure that all matters are adequately arranged. Lincoln acknowledged with a nod and stepped over the remnants of the threshold. Until we meet again. As Zhang Shenao watched Lincoln depart the governor's mansion, his fingers gestured several commands before he turned to Chun Shi. Since you are unwilling to teach authentically, I shall not impose upon you. Following our traditional approach, find a local disciple in Tianjin, challenge 8 academies, and you shall be permitted to establish your own. After imparting these words, Zhang Shenao patted Chun Shi on the shoulder, boarded the vehicle at the entrance, and left the now abandoned governor's mansion. Once the leading figure in martial arts had spoken, the sign for the 20th Martial Arts Academy was swiftly hung, its unveiling so understated that those not attuned to the community might remain oblivious to the establishment of a new academy. The inscription on the plaque proclaimed it as the 20th Academy, inciting a flurry of discussions among martial artists. Having held the title of leading figure for many years, Zhang Shenao commanded a degree of respect and the community was primarily concerned with the origins of this newly emerged academy. Do you suppose it could be connected to the extraordinary phenomenon we witnessed that day? A clever individual recalled the day when the earth trembled and snow fell in the midst of daylight. However, as soon as he voiced his thoughts, others swiftly refuted him. Impossible. Whether it be an earthquake or snowfall, these are legitimate celestial phenomena, scientific, in the words of the Westerners. What do they have to do with us? Do you truly believe that one person could incite both earthquakes and snowstorms? Have you been reading too many comic books? It is merely a fanciful association. The speaker, somewhat embarrassed, continued, "Did we not mention that the inspectorate was visited by outsiders? It has been clarified that a martial artist from a minor southern school has arrived, likely seeking fame in Tianjin, and it is rumored he intends to settle here." Another voice chimed in. Another one? "You are overthinking it. Over the years, how many martial artists have challenged the local schools? A mere small southern style means nothing. Even that so-called 20th Martial Arts Academy will not last long. Who knows when someone will come to challenge them, and their plaque will be shattered. That would surely breed enmity. In Tianjin, enmity was not uncommon. People could face life and death over a single dollar." The martial artists debated animatedly, but largely held a pessimistic view of the newly emerged academy. However, Lincoln remained unperturbed, his gaze drawn to a tea vendor in a red outfit, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Though seldom utilized, the lineage of Kamar Taj possessed a comprehensive method for discerning an individual's spiritual will. This spiritual will was not merely about bravery or other traits. It was fundamentally about the degree of resonance with the arcane element of magic. Only with such resonance could one hope to harness magic rather than be subjugated by it. Lincoln did not expect such fortuitous luck, merely wandering the streets and finding someone so perfectly aligned with him. Chapter 22. Provocation, what a serendipitous encounter. I am beginning to believe in the concept of fortune as depicted in novels. Gazing at the tea vendor in the distance, clad in red, Lincoln could not help but smile. As he strolled along the road, his keen eyes surveyed nearly half of Tianjin and amidst such a vast populace. It was remarkable that he felt a connection with this individual. In the film Master, there were only a few pivotal characters, and the person before him was destined to become the girlfriend of Gung Liangqin, though it seemed now that she might not hold that title for long. Lincoln paused momentarily, then settled onto a wooden bench, producing a silver dollar and declaring, "Bring me a bowl of tea, the finest you have." The tea vendor, Shilin, stared at the rough surface of the table, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the silver dollar, before stammering, "It's too much. I can't give change." "Then let me be kept here," Lincoln waved dismissively. "No need for further words. I have plenty of money." Seeing Lincoln's demeanor, Shilin tightened her grip on the dollar and turned to fetch the tea. After a brief moment, she returned with a cup, stating, "This is the most expensive tea I have. Yet even if you drank it 50 times, it wouldn't amount to $1. That is of no consequence." Lincoln smiled gently, lifted the tea, and took a sip. The taste was rather peculiar, not to his liking, and thus he set it down after just one taste. Observing Lincoln's apparent distaste for the tea, Shilin helplessly returned and retrieved the coin. "Since you find it hard to drink, perhaps I should return this coin to you." Lincoln, however, did not accept the money but merely smiled at Shilin. "Are you interested in learning martial arts?" "Learning martial arts? That's beyond me." Shilin hesitated for a brief moment before shaking her head. "At my age, being poor and needing to run a tea stall, how could I possibly learn martial arts?" "Those are not obstacles," Lincoln replied, shaking his head. "I merely inquire if you have the interest. I can teach you." Shilin remained silent, and Lincoln smiled again. "Whenever you decide, find me at the 20th Martial Arts School. Opportunities that can change one's destiny are rare. You must ponder this carefully." With that, Lincoln turned and departed. Having found a suitable candidate, Lincoln's next task was to manage the opening of the martial arts school. The endorsement from the renowned Zheng Shanao spared Lincoln from many tasks, yet some matters were unavoidable, such as visits from martial artists and internal communications within the martial arts community. The next day, before Shilin could arrive, the masters of 19 martial arts schools, large and small, gathered in Tianjin. Some were familiar faces to Lincoln, while many were new to him. He sat calmly in the main seat, not budging an inch even upon seeing illustrious figures among the visitors, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Everyone, today marks the opening of my martial arts school. If you wish to observe, feel free. However, bringing your martial artists here is not a challenge, is it? Master Lin worries too much. The cunning Master Zhou, A woman of formidable presence spoke first. We are all in Tianjin running martial arts schools, and curiosity naturally draws us here for a glimpse, not with any intention to provoke. Such matters are inconsequential, Lincoln replied, placing down the object in his hand. If you wish to witness my skills, you must understand that once on stage, I will not hold back. While the sparring may not pose a life-threatening danger, injuries can certainly occur. So if you truly wish to see, prepare for the possibility of spending the rest of your life in bed. Lincoln's unabashed attitude caused Master Zhou's expression to shift slightly, yet she maintained a semblance of a smile. As someone highly recommended by Zhang Shan'eo, she could not afford to confront him directly given her current status, proceeding with caution until she understood Lincoln's background. Master Zhou believed she was handling the situation well. Yet Lincoln despised individuals like her, those lacking strength and merely stirring trouble from the shadows. He would not extend any cordiality to her. Opening a martial arts school and inviting a theatrical troupe was customary. Lincoln considered breaking this tradition, yet at that moment, Tianjin lacked a dance troupe of his liking. Even the films available were dull and monochrome. In contrast, the unique theatrical troupe before him seemed an acceptable alternative. As the performance concluded and the troupe dispersed, the wooden door of the martial arts hall remained firmly closed. Yet within, the atmosphere gradually turned somber. Silence enveloped the crowd, until, after a brief moment, a martial artist stepped forward, slightly cupping his fists in respect. Master Lin, I, lacking in talent and having practiced martial arts for many years without progress, humbly seek your guidance. I hope you will not withhold your wisdom. Why subject yourself to this? Lin Ken did not raise his gaze, his eyes not even resting on the martial artist behind him. You are still young. Why seek a path to self-destruction? I merely wish to witness Master Lin's prowess firsthand. The martial artist replied. Very well. Lin Ken nodded, setting down his teacup. Choose any weapon you desire. I shall even fight you with one hand. These words caused the martial artist's expression to shift, anger flickering in his tone. Master Lin, do you belittle me? In a proper exchange, I need not your concession. No, you misunderstand, Lin Ken replied, revealing a broad smile. I am merely concerned that engaging with both hands might result in your demise upon this stage. Such an outcome would complicate matters for me, even if we are merely sparring. Though Lin Ken never uttered the word weak, his every word dripped with condescension, igniting a flush of rage in the martial artist, who felt an overwhelming urge to confront Lin Ken immediately. It is ill-advised to make enemies among practitioners of martial arts. Yet Lin Ken remained unconcerned. On the day the hall opened, challenges were expected. Even without knowledge of the era's customs, he recognized the provocation before him. He was uncertain whether this was orchestrated by Zhou Rong, yet it seemed plausible. Zhang Shan'eo, now aged, was preoccupied with his reputation, and his dominance over the martial community had waned over the years. Zhou Rong, in contrast, had leveraged her former husband's name to navigate the martial circles, her influence steadily growing. He was unaware of the motives driving these martial artists to target him, but he intended to demonstrate that such tactics only bore fruit against the weak. Below the stage, as they observed Lin Ken standing resolute, a group of martial artists began to whisper among themselves. In my opinion, Master Zhao may have acted impulsively. This newcomer, Master Lin, has yet to grasp the nuances and challenges he presents. He might find himself at a disadvantage. Not necessarily, another countered. Old Zhao is indeed in his prime, and his skills are genuine. I perceive Master Lin to be quite youthful. It remains uncertain who would emerge victorious. Yet, what provoked Master Zhao's impulsiveness? I have heard tales of turmoil in his early life. Perhaps that is the reason. What connection does that hold? I am not well versed in that matter. Chapter 23. While others cultivate martial arts, I pursue immortality. People invariably cling to beliefs that resonate with them, as is the case now. Even though they understood that Lin Ken, who could secure Zhang Shan'eo's endorsement, was no ordinary individual, the majority, influenced by factors such as age and psychology, favored Master Zhao over Lin Ken. As Zhang Shan'eo remarked, Tianjin people favor their own. This invisible exclusion had already begun to manifest, albeit remaining concealed in the shadows. On the platform, Lincoln stood in opposition to the warrior surnamed Zhao. As previously mentioned, Lincoln maintained a calm demeanor, one hand casually resting behind his back while the other hung loosely by his side. He presented an appearance riddled with vulnerabilities, completely disregarding the presence of the Zhao warrior. Sensing this silent disdain, the warrior's gaze sharpened, and without any gesture or concession, he seized a formidable weapon from the rack brimming with various arms. Gripping the lethal instrument capable of drawing blood from any adversary, his muscles tensed, and with a sudden explosion of force, he lunged at Lincoln like an arrow released from a bow. In a mere heartbeat, Zhao was upon Lincoln, his wrist flicking slightly as the razor-sharp blade ruthlessly sliced towards Lincoln's form. This encounter had evolved beyond mere sparring. It bore the essence of a life-and-death struggle. Lincoln, bewildered by the senseless animosity from the warrior before him, felt no compassion for one intent on taking his life. He deftly evaded the ostensibly harmless blade and delivered a precise strike to Zhao's throat. The warrior's breath was abruptly severed, rendering him motionless. Seizing this fleeting moment, Lincoln struck twice at Zhao's knees. With a pair of sharp cracks that echoed simultaneously, the spectators barely registered the swift motion before Zhao's knees were shattered. With his legs incapacitated, Lincoln's assault continued unabated. His hand, like an eagle's talon, grasped the warrior's arm from behind, applying pressure that resulted in another clean snap of bone. The excruciating pain flushed Zhao's face a deep crimson. He crumpled to the ground like a broken doll, emitting a series of agonized cries. Yet unable to articulate a single word, the prior strike had not only severed his breath, but also silenced his voice, rendered voiceless and with both legs broken. This Master Zhao, should he have a future, would find himself beneath even the lowest of beggars on the streets. Lincoln refrained from killing this merciless warrior. However, this punishment would undoubtedly inflict greater anguish than death itself. The notion of leaving a sliver of mercy for future encounters was non-existent. Irrespective of whether Zhao would ever return to this world, the petty provocateurs below, who had come to challenge him, were not worthy of such consideration. On the platform, despair enveloped Zhao as pain and the ruin of his future consumed him. His body convulsed on the ground, his fury towards Lincoln escalating to unprecedented heights. Yet, at that moment, no one cared for him. Lincoln would not concern himself with a vanquished foe, nor with the martial arts schools below. A man rendered useless might initially serve as a cautionary tale, but in the long run, his only fate would be self-destruction. To declare that one has inflicted grievous injury is to declare it indeed, and Lincoln's utterly unyielding demeanor cast a pall over the countenance of those present. Master Zhao's fury and inexplicable impulsiveness were palpable. However, he was still one of them, a scapegoat who had been grievously harmed. Their hearts brimmed not only with discontent towards Master Zhao, but also with resentment towards Lincoln. A ceremony that ought to have been celebratory concluded in disarray, and with Master Zhao in tow, the group hastily departed, lacking even the inclination to sip a warm cup of tea. The expressions of the martial artists, fraught with anger, stirred the curiosity of the surrounding populace. Yet, not a soul dared to enter the open martial arts school. As the afternoon waned, Shilin hesitantly approached the secluded dojo, clutching a silver dollar. Observing her entrance into the shadowy establishment, the ever-watchful Qian heir grinned and nudged Sun San, saying, "Look, a foolhardy soul has indeed arrived." Sun San nodded in agreement, chuckling. Who in Tianjin doesn't know of the discord between this dojo and those individuals? To step inside here is to court misfortune, indeed. Their tones were laced with regret as they hurried back to relay the news. To have taken on apprentice, and a female one at that? Initially thought to be an extraordinary individual, she appeared no different from the other itinerant pugilists, merely seeking fame. If she could rise to prominence through Master Zhao, then so could they through her. They resolved that in 3 months, at a martial arts conference, they would send a disciple to challenge her, eager to witness her downfall and the resulting embarrassment she would face in Tianjin. Have you made up your mind? I have indeed. Lincoln, with a smile gracing his features, observed Shilin's resolute nod. Few who journeyed from their hometown to Tianjin lacked ambition, and Lincoln's demeanor suggested he was no villain, which bolstered Shilina's courage. After a night of contemplation, she ultimately resolved, "Please, teach me. If you wish to learn, I shall certainly instruct you," Lincoln replied, guiding her into the backyard. "However, I must be clear, my methods are not easily mastered, and the journey will be arduous. You must endure, and endure you shall." "I understand. Excellent. You possess spirit," Lincoln affirmed, placing a sheet of paper before her. "Let us begin with the exercises listed here. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. Maintain this regimen for 1 month, and we shall assess your physical capabilities. Yes, Schilling's training was not merely for the sake of fitness. Lincoln required certain modifications. For instance, he intended to further refine the enhanced version of borrowed magic and simultaneously develop a formula based on the super soldier serum that would be tolerable for the average individual. All of this would demand time, yet a month would suffice. A month later, with the golden strings still unfulfilled, Lincoln had already completed the advanced meditation technique ahead of schedule. When Lincoln placed the white paper detailing the method of magical cultivation before Celine, the inexperienced girl was momentarily stunned. She meticulously read the cultivation method inscribed on the paper, and then gazed blankly at Lincoln. Master, isn't this the kind of thing written in novels? Aren't these all fabrications? Indeed, what they write is false, but what I have penned is the truth, Lincoln responded, lightly gesturing with his finger in the air. Harnessing his formidable control over magical energy, strands of golden light began to shimmer and float before him. With a gentle flick of his finger, the seemingly pliable golden thread instantly tightened, piercing through the distant stone with a single, swift motion. Gazing at the dissipating golden light in Lincoln's hand and then at the distant stone, Celine was utterly bewildered. I thought I was here to learn martial arts. Instead, am I here to cultivate immortality? Chapter 24. The exchange meeting. What Lincoln imparted was certainly not the cultivation of immortality. If he were to engage seriously, he could even elucidate the principles of solar magic using scientific theories that had yet to emerge in this era. However, to Celine and the scientists of her time, this was unequivocally the essence of cultivation, beyond dispute. This was not necessarily detrimental. On the contrary, it made Celine increasingly devoted and fervent, rendering Lincoln's teaching endeavors remarkably smooth. Everything concerning magical energy was knowledge Lincoln had procured from Camartage, with a library housed not only spells but also close combat techniques. Though the Ancient One ultimately met her demise at the hands of her beloved disciple, this did not imply that Camartage combat skills were inferior. In fact, those combat techniques, specifically devised for mages, could better exploit Celine's strengths. At the very least, teaching her mage combat meant Lincoln would not need to expend time modifying martial arts training, thus alleviating his burdens. Lincoln was not a competent teacher in any regard. He adopted a completely hands-off approach, combining methods of magical cultivation with some combat techniques, leaving the rest for Celine to decipher on her own. Had she not been inherently suited to become a mage, this laissez-faire model would have led to a prolonged stagnation. Fortunately, she was indeed the right material. Thus, her time was not wasted, but instead transformed her into an increasingly formidable individual. The days of cultivation passed swiftly. Over a month slipped by in a blur. It remained an ordinary day, yet not entirely so, for the martial arts academies, which had been lying in wait for months, were finally taking action. The Martial Arts Alliance exchange meeting, this was directed at me. Lincoln mused as he flipped through the invitation in his hand, a hint of mockery dancing on his face. They believe they cannot gain the upper hand against me, so they intend to target the apprentices of the martial arts schools instead? A clever thought, but alas. Just as he chuckled to himself, Celine walked in from the courtyard. Master, I have completed my training for today. Lincoln nodded, discarding the invitation. Completed. Then come and see this. Do you have any thoughts? What is this? Celine opened the invitation and, with a glimmer of joy, looked up. Are we to engage in a competition with them? Lincoln corrected her. No, they are coming to challenge you. Instantly, Celine grasped the implication. They are here to test our skills? Quite so. How can they do this? A flicker of indignation crossed Celine's face. I've only trained for a mere 3 months, and they dare to challenge us. It is utterly outrageous. They are excessive, but we can be excessive as well. Lincoln pressed down his palm, and under Celine's puzzled gaze, produced a pouch of blue powder. Master, what is this? It's a serum. Lincoln smiled nonchalantly. I have concocted this little creation from a blend of special substances. Injecting this will significantly enhance your physical capabilities under the influence of energy. As she listened to Lincoln's explanation, Celine blinked, a sense of familiarity washing over her. Suddenly, she realized, isn't this akin to an elixir? Observing Celine drift further into the realm of cultivation, Lincoln felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Yet he nodded. It can be considered as such, albeit the process may involve a modicum of pain. Are you prepared? A modicum of pain? Celine patted her chest confidently. Fear not. I shall manage perfectly. What spirit? Lincoln gave her a thumbs up. Then let us commence tonight. Agreed. That evening, Schilling deeply understood the stark contrast between a modicum and a significant amount of pain. The super soldier serum is designed to enhance an individual holistically, from physical prowess to psychological resilience. This substance, which could amplify the good and exacerbate the bad, was evidently not what Lincoln had intended. The pouch of blue powder he created was merely an incomplete substitute. It would not affect the psychological and spiritual state of the injector, and correspondingly, its enhancement of physical prowess would fall short of the original. Nonetheless, it was sufficient to elevate Shileen's physical capabilities to that of a professional athlete honed over years of training, which was ample. Once the enhancement was complete, Shileen began to acclimate to her newfound abilities, while Lincoln returned the invitation, not as a refusal, but as an affirmation. The Martial Arts Alliance. Observing the invitation laid on the sandalwood table, one martial artist chuckled heartily. He actually accepted. I thought it would require considerable effort. I never anticipated this. At that moment, another martial artist spoke up. Gentlemen, although this exchange meeting has ulterior motives, it is also the largest gathering of martial arts practitioners in Tianjin in recent years. I believe that during this exchange, we should not solely focus on Master Lincoln. If your schools have any talents or philosophies to share, we should bring them forth for discussion. Isolating ourselves is unwise. Fostering communication is the true path. What do you all think? As for Brother Zhang, this exchange meeting is a boon. If it gains recognition, it will be beneficial for him as well. Thus it has been decided. Let us gather together for an earnest exchange and, in passing, enlighten the visiting Master Lin on the customs of Tianjin. The exchange meeting is a grand occasion for the martial arts community. Its influence often remains confined within its own circles. Any sordid matters concerning Lincoln must certainly be concealed, not brought to light. And the martial arts demonstrations must not be exposed to those who have not paid to learn the art. Consequently, this event is destined to be a celebration within the circle. After enduring the tedious speeches and performances, a palpable tremor coursed through the audience as the exchange meeting finally approached the long-anticipated segment, the competition. Without waiting for others to make a move, Lincoln rose first, standing upon the stage and surveying the crowd below. Ladies and gentlemen, if you believe today is a splendid day, I share that sentiment. The occasion is indeed fitting. I propose we transform today's contest into a tournament format. One person will defend the stage, while others may challenge. Each school may send 3 representatives, and the last one standing shall be declared the victor. As the initiator, I am willing to let my disciple take the stage to defend. Each of you may send forth your disciples to challenge. How does that strike you? Lincoln wore a smile, exuding a demeanor that suggested his participation in the remaining activities hinged on their agreement. The crowd below hesitated, uncertain of Lincoln's true intentions. Yet the nature of martial artists eventually compelled them to nod in assent. Since Master Lin has proposed an idea, let us follow his lead, allowing him to witness the strength of our Tianjin martial arts school. Chapter 25. The swift shall prevail. Chun Shi abstained from attending the exchange meeting, wishing to conceal his intentions of opening a martial arts school locally from the Tianjin community. Zhang Shaneo also refrained from participation, having received prior warning from Lincoln to avoid causing any disturbances regarding the sentiments held against him. Within the entire city of Tianjin, only these two were privy to Lincoln's true prowess. The other martial artists could scarcely fathom or guess at his genuine capabilities. Having trained for many years, those in the martial arts community are well aware of the limits of the human body and could never conceive the sudden emergence of a cultivator in this stable world. Thus, when the seemingly youthful Shi Lin stood on the stage representing Lincoln's school, awaiting the first challenger, laughter erupted from the audience. Lincoln smiled, knowing that a spectacle was about to unfold, while the martial artists laughed, anticipating their own version of the entertainment. Yet, the drama they wished to witness was not the same. On stage, Shi Lin stood resolute, while the audience fell into silence. At last, a youth who appeared no older than his teens stepped forward. Bai Zhang, Li Fei, at your service. As Shi Lin gazed at Li Fei, poised in his stance, she was about to unleash a magical whip, only to hear Lincoln's voice whisper near her ear, "Do not reveal your abilities, otherwise no one will wish to take the stage." Shi Lin paused momentarily, then subtly nodded in understanding. As he gazed at Shi Lin's utterly unguarded stance, Li Fei felt a flicker of anger surging within him, a cold sneer forming in his mind. You underestimate me. Soon, you shall witness my prowess. In the next moment, he exerted force beneath his feet, advancing with fluid grace, intending to unleash the full force of his palm against Shilin. In his mind, he rehearsed the sequence of his next moves, envisioning a triumphant scene where his combination of strikes would vanquish Shilin. Yet in an instant that illusion shattered. Whoosh! It was as if a phantom had streaked past him. Li Fei, who had always been the one to conjure illusions, stood frozen, and the next moment, a hand lightly pressed against his abdomen. Bang! With a muffled thud, a shock wave seemed to emanate from him, and a piercing pain coursed throughout his body. Li Fei's mouth fell agape, saliva is spilling forth, as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Calmly observing the incapacitated Li Fei, Shilin took 2 steps back and turned to the audience. Does this signify my victory? Silence enveloped the crowd, all present rendered speechless. Li Fei, ensnared in the fray, could not grasp the clarity that the onlookers perceived. A simple sliding step, a powerful strike, unremarkable techniques. Yet it was precisely this unadorned approach that had defeated Li Fei in a manner that exceeded everyone's expectations. Is this real? The apprentices of the WWII dojo were bewildered. Although Li Fei's skills were not on par with the senior brother, they were still among the best. How could he possibly succumb so easily? Li Fei's swift downfall had already darkened the expression of the WWII master. Hearing the murmurs of the apprentices behind him, his eye twitched uncontrollably. Why are you all standing there? Hurry and bring him down. Do you still want to add to the humiliation? The apprentices, jolted from their stupor, hurriedly approached to drag Li Fei away, yet one remained on the stage. WWII, Zhou, I seek your guidance. Shilin blinked and gestured toward the prostrate Li Fei. You and him? Zhou's expression soured. Li Fei, he addressed me as senior brother. I must defend his honor. Shilin nodded in acknowledgement, indicating the weapons rack nearby. Do you require a weapon? Zhou's face twitched slightly. No need. I practice with my palms, not with weapons. Palms? That is quite impressive, Shilin remarked, rubbing her hand that had just struck down Li Fei. There's indeed something uniquely exhilarating about striking with one's hands. You. A glimmer of anger flickered in Zhou's eyes, yet he suppressed it. May we commence? Certainly. At any moment, Shilin replied with a nod. Zhou fell silent, mimicking a stance akin to Li Fei's before charging toward Shilin. Whoosh! Bang! Stepping back to evade the saliva pooling on the ground from Zhou, Shilin innocently lifted her head. Is it time for the next one? The master of the WWII dojo wore a countenance that was scarcely more pleasant than that of a corpse. Witnessing his most prized disciple felled by a single strike and carried off like a lifeless body. Had it not been for the exchange meeting initiated by these individuals, he would have entertained the notion of departing at this very moment. Competition existed between martial arts schools, and witnessing the practitioners of WWII falter within just 3 moves, laughter erupted among the members of other schools. Master Zhou, with only 1 spot remaining, you ought to refrain from participating recklessly. Let us first probe the waters. Despite having observed Shilin decisively vanquishing the WWII apprentice, no one harbored hopes for Lincoln's disciple. The reason was simple: technique. Years of martial arts training had taught them that humans possess limits, and thus they harbored an unwavering faith in the significance of technique during combat. Shilin's battle revealed no overwhelming physical prowess, nor did it showcase any discernible technique, perpetuating an illusion among them, a deceptive belief that with just a bit more effort, they might be able to defeat her. WWII, I seek your guidance. A youth with a buzz cut slightly cupped his fist in salute, then firmly planted his feet, awaiting Shilin's advance. WWII observed keenly from below. He recognized that both Li Fei and Zhou had fallen due to exposing weaknesses while on the offensive. Since Shilin possessed a keen ability to exploit flaws, he resolved to adopt a defensive stance, biding his time until Shilin revealed a vulnerability that he could exploit to conclude the match swiftly. His strategy was commendable, and the martial artists in the audience nodded in approval. Judging by his current posture, even they found it challenging to identify any weaknesses. Thus, even if he could not secure an immediate victory, he could at least draw out some techniques, allowing them to triumph through collective strength. Gazing at WWII, who resembled a turtle in his stance, Shilin remained silent. She merely stepped forward a few paces and extended her palm. Bang! Her movement was so swift that her sleeve produced a resounding crack in the air. Terror filled WWII's eyes. He felt as if he could clearly see that palm hurtling toward his abdomen, yet his body moved sluggishly, akin to a rusted machine. By the time he felt his body regain control, a searing pain surged throughout him, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the damp patch of saliva on the ground. At that moment, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Swift. Incredibly swift. The singular adjective that encapsulated Shiline's technique resonated within them, and in a daze. They recalled the derisive phrase from martial arts novels. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is impenetrable. Only speed remains unconquered. Chapter 26. The Disgrace of Martial Arts. Physical conditioning can be cultivated and techniques can be practiced, yet speed is a challenging attribute to hone. The swiftness of martial arts is not the chaotic flailing of arms, where one cannot discern their own movements, but rather it is measured, targeting the weaknesses of the opponent. Adaptability is paramount, the ability to detect openings is vital, and instantaneous reflexes are essential. In this world, no stance can shield every vulnerability, and when faced with a swift adversary, if there's even a single flaw, to be caught off guard is nearly tantamount to certain defeat. It resembled WWII confronting Shiline. Even until his ultimate defeat, he was unable to alter his stance. The masters of various martial arts schools in the audience discerned the underlying issue, yet they were powerless to resolve it. While they could hastily devise techniques to counteract specific skills, they found themselves utterly helpless against the sheer speed that overwhelmed their disciples. The gravity of the situation dawned upon them. This formidable exchange gathering risk devolving into utter chaos, tarnishing the reputations of all present. However, it was already too late to halt the proceedings. Lincoln would not acquiesce, nor would those who had already taken to the stage, practitioners of Bagua and Zemenquin. Zheng Shanao would also oppose any cessation. Thus, amid the anguished gazes of the onlookers, one apprentice after another ascended the stage, only to be swiftly vanquished. Technique? Strategy? None would be found. Shiline's sole method of victory lay in delivering a swift, crushing blow to their midsections, exceeding the limits of their reflexes, before retreating to witness their removal from the arena. The dull thuds echoed like firecrackers, the shockwaves ruffling the hair of the nearby martial arts masters. Yet in that moment, no one cared. All eyes were fixated on Lincoln, desperately trying to fathom how he had transformed the mere tea-stand girl into this formidable fighter. Anger, jealousy, and greed blossomed within them. They yearned for the secrets Lincoln possessed, a desire more fervent than their initial aspirations to become true disciples. Lincoln sensed the predatory gazes behind him, but he remained indifferent. A throng of martial novices could not comprehend that the era had shifted since his arrival. The outcome of the exchange was already predetermined. Shiline's overwhelming speed rendered her an insurmountable presence. Should strength, endurance, and resilience be factored in, even if the masters in the audience were to join forces, defeat would be the only result. Eager to enter, yet leaving in disgrace. This was the truest depiction of the Tianjin Martial Arts Alliance. Apart from Zheng Shanao's martial prowess, no school present could claim success against Lincoln. Each would depart bearing the burden of 3 fallen apprentices. Only the victors could walk out through the front door unscathed. Outside the venue, as the master of the Bagua school departed with 3 of his disciples being carried away, the onlookers, eager for entertainment, expressed their astonishment. Look there. Isn't that Master Zhou of Bagua? How come his disciples are being carried out? Surely they must have lost. Are you foolish? Just look at Master Zhou's expression. It's evident he didn't fare well. Best keep your voice down, lest you attract ire. What am I afraid of? A mere Bagua school? Can it truly dominate Tianjin? It appeared that the troubles extended beyond just Bagua. A spectator, adorned with sunflower seeds, gestured towards the grand entrance. The disciples of the character door fist have emerged as well, 3 of them being carried out. This situation feels rather peculiar. Look, more have appeared. Is it the 8 Extremes fist? Have its practitioners also succumbed? Wasn't it said that the 8 Extremes fist was the most formidable? Who could possibly have bested them? One by one, the masters of various martial arts schools departed through the entrance, accompanied by their disciples, until the onlookers fell silent. Initially, they found amusement in the unfolding spectacle, but now the atmosphere had shifted. Aside from Lincoln's newly established 20th Martial Arts School, 18 out of the 19 schools had their practitioners carried out like fallen leaves. The sole exception was Zheng Shan'eo's school, which had not brought any disciples to challenge. This indicated that throughout the exchange involving 19 martial arts schools, the only ones who walked out upright were the disciples of Lincoln's newly opened establishment. A sense of incredulity washed over the crowd, yet the stern expressions of the masters deterred anyone from inquiring further. Until several days later, when more information trickled out from the mouths of the attendants. Have you heard? At the martial arts exchange, it was 18 against 1. A veritable war of attrition, with each school sending forth 3 to battle that new establishment, yet they were utterly overwhelmed. Indeed, that new school even sent forth a single individual, who faced 54 opponents and emerged victorious. I heard that the one who faced 54 was a woman. No matter which school sent their fighters, she effortlessly dispatched them with a single palm strike. How is that possible? A woman? Does she possess such strength? 1 palm strike each? Have you been reading too many comic books? Truly, if I were lying, may I be cursed. That individual, I heard, was not merely a woman. She had only joined Master Lincoln's school 3 months prior. What does this signify? A meteoric rise. Such nonsense. Practicing martial arts for 3 months to defeat those who have trained for 3 years? Even in novels, such tales are far-fetched. If you told me she was cultivating immortality, I might believe you. Exactly. As the saying goes, good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. The news of the exchange, where one individual annihilated 54, was devastating for the Martial Arts Alliance. They made every effort to suppress the dissemination of this information. Yet within merely 3 days, the entire Tianjin was aware of the martial arts calamity. It was predictable that this day would become legendary. Everyone would remember the fact that the 18 schools in Tianjin were shattered by a single martial arts school. On the very day, the news spread throughout Tianjin. The sound of tables being slammed echoed across all 18 schools as each master vented their fury. Anger. Simply put, they were incensed. However, faced with the countless mouths in Tianjin, the reality was inescapable. Lincoln's martial arts school had gained fame through the exchange, and now it was known by all in Tianjin, while the 18 schools stood as mere shadows of their former selves. Although Lincoln's school maintained rigorous standards for accepting disciples, an influx of individuals from all corners of the nation flocked to their doors, drawn by their newfound renown. In stark contrast, the 18 martial arts schools were desolate and deserted. These schools, dedicated to the art of combat, had been thoroughly overshadowed, leading one to question their purpose. With the flow of funds severed and their reputation tarnished, this was an unparalleled humiliation. The fury of the 18 martial arts schools towards Lincoln had reached a boiling point. Chapter 27. The rule I refuse to abide by is the paper in the restroom. The audacity was overwhelming. Within the confines of the martial arts school, a master slammed his hands on the table, the sound reverberating with palpable anger etched upon his face. Below the head seat, a throng of disciples remained silent, their gazes fixed introspectively, none daring to voice their thoughts. After a moment, as if the tempest within him had subsided somewhat, the master scanned the room with a discontented glare before rising to leave. I shall step out for a moment. You all practice diligently. I do not wish to witness a recurrence of such incidents. As they watched the master's retreating figure, resentment brewed among the disciples. They had paid substantial sums to learn the martial arts, desiring to acquire valuable skills rather than mere pretenses. Previously, the martial arts schools in Tianjin all taught superficial forms, making comparison impossible. However, with Lincoln's arrival, the stark differences became evident during a mere exchange event. The disciples did not believe that Shilin possessed superior talent. Yet, the undeniable truth was that 3 years of training could not measure up to 3 months of genuine practice. Consequently, the frustration shifted towards their masters. Having exchanged their hard-earned money for training, they found themselves receiving nothing but hollow facades, leaving them unable to quell their indignation. For now, their silence stemmed from the fact that their tuition fees remained with the school. They were reluctant to sever ties completely. However, if this resentment continued to fester, one could only speculate what might ensue. Meanwhile, the masters of the martial arts schools had reconvened. Brother Zheng, this cannot continue. One master exclaimed, addressing Zheng Shan'eo. That fellow named Lin has broken the rules. If he persists, all 19 martial arts schools in Tianjin will face closure. This is unacceptable. Zhang Shenao remained silent, gazing out the door. The other masters, puzzled, followed his gaze, only to see Lincoln stride in. Rules? What rules? Care to enlighten me? Lincoln inquired with a smirk. The master's expressions shifted dramatically. How did you get here? Why shouldn't I be here? Lincoln chuckled. In a sense, I'm a master in Tianjin as well. Why should I be excluded from your gathering? The masters exchanged glances, then collectively turned their eyes towards Zhang Shenao. None among them would leak this information. Thus, the suspicion fell squarely on him. With anger simmering beneath the surface but not overtly displayed, they rose, dismissively waving their sleeves. We have nothing further to discuss. Is that so? Lincoln remained unfazed, seated comfortably in his chair, sipping his tea before allowing a light chuckle to escape his lips. However, I do have some matters to discuss with you. Let's refrain from that. There is nothing of worth to discuss with you. One of the hall masters scoffed, before slightly bowing to Zhang Shenao. Brother Zhang, we respect your character, but your actions in this matter are quite unscrupulous. With that, the group of 18 turned and strode towards the exit, completely disregarding Lincoln. They believed in the principle that the law does not punish the crowd. With 18 of them present, they thought Lincoln would not dare to act against them. In any other circumstance, their assumptions might hold true, but this time, they had encountered Lincoln. Just as they were about to step out the door, a resounding thud echoed from behind, followed by Lincoln's unhurried voice. Gentlemen, I mentioned I wanted to have a conversation. Chat, you think you're worthy of that? The leading hall master, Zhou, sneered. However, upon turning back, he was met with the terrifying sight of a golden glimmer illuminating Lincoln's pupils. A humming sound reverberated through the room, and in an instant, golden chains emerged from the void behind Lincoln, swiftly enveloping the entire space. An inexplicable aura filled the air, reminiscent of a divine presence descending from legend. As the golden light shrouded the room, Zhang Shenao displayed a flicker of admiration and longing. Yet for the group of 18, this light symbolized dread. Their gazes towards Lincoln were filled with terror, their fingers trembling as they pointed at him, rendered speechless. Well, it seems we can no longer have a civil discussion, Lincoln said, casually placing his teacup down, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded the 18 individuals before him. You now have two choices. First, kneel and listen to me. Or second, show some backbone, and I shall escort you to meet your ancestors. Choose wisely. The golden chains swirled around him incessantly, eliciting a mix of shock and fury among the crowd. An elderly hall master with a bushy beard glared at Lincoln in rage. You disregard the rules. Rules? Lincoln retorted with a cold laugh. I had intended to discuss the rules with you, but alas, you have trampled upon them yourselves. Who can you blame for that? If you wish to act like the first of the month, do not be surprised when I behave like the 15th. As he spoke, he lightly tapped his finger, and the magical chains surged forth, converging on the elderly hall master from all directions. They struck with a sound reminiscent of flesh tearing, as those seemingly ethereal chains proved sharper than the finest blades, instantly piercing through him. Lincoln's expression hardened as he clenched his fist. With a whooshing sound, the chains tightened, and a horrifying tearing noise filled the air as the elderly hall master was violently ripped apart before the eyes of the remaining 17. Blood gushed forth across the opulent floor, causing Zhang Shen's face to twitch involuntarily as he recalled the astronomical expenses of maintaining his estate. A murder committed before all. Moreover, the act of murder was executed in a manner utterly incomprehensible to all, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Human beings often exhibit fearlessness for various reasons, one of the most prevalent being the assumption that the adversary would not dare to act. 18 martial arts masters believed that Lincoln would not dare to kill in such a setting, yet he did just that. Upon the demise of the first individual, a chilling calm enveloped the others. They gazed at the lifeless body on the ground in silence, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Very well, this nameless master possesses commendable courage. I shall honor him by sending him to meet his ancestors. Furthermore, Mr. Zhang, please announce upon your departure that the lineage of this martial arts school must be severed. Now, let me witness the fortitude of you practitioners of martial arts. How resilient can your spirits truly be? I shall grant you a mere 3 counts. 32. Before Lincoln could finish his decree, a resounding thud echoed through the crowd as one master knelt down, tears streaming down his face. My family's legacy spans generations. It cannot end with me. Chapter 28. Times have changed. Were this a different era, they would have vehemently condemned such acts of betrayal against their community. Yet now, circumstances have shifted. The clanking of chains reverberated throughout the room, reminiscent of the soul-catching chains wielded by the mythical guardians of the afterlife. The incessantly counting down numbers felt ominously cold, as if proclaiming the dwindling span of their lives. An intangible and oppressive weight bore down upon their hearts, and before they realized it, their knees began to bend. Human bones can possess remarkable strength, yet most individuals remain ordinary. Practitioners of martial arts, more often than not, are simply endowed with robust physiques and commendable skills, lacking any substantial distinction beyond that. It is difficult to ascertain whether there exist any truly stalwart individuals within the entirety of Tianjin. Yet it can be affirmed that the martial arts community there is devoid of such fortitude. Zheng Shan'eo's disciple, Lin Shiwen, had trained under him for many years and had encountered numerous figures in Tianjin's martial arts scene. However, even years later, during his orchestration of warlords infiltrating the martial arts realm, he boldly proclaimed that he had yet to encounter even a single individual with true backbone. This illustrates the true character of those masters who outwardly appear resolute. Before the final count could be uttered, the sounds of kneeling reverberated throughout the space. Aside from the master Lincoln had executed to establish his authority, all 17 remaining masters had succumbed to the ground. Their reasoning astonishingly similar. The lineage must not end in their hands. This justification, though seemingly noble, raises the question of whether their fear stemmed from the prospect of death or the severance of their legacy. Only they could truly discern their own hearts. As firearms and the law ascended to the annals of history, martial arts began to wane. With Lincoln's introduction of sorcery into this world, all things must now demonstrate their respect in the face of the extraordinary. The transformative power of the sun, stellar energy, could grant any human a lifespan extending hundreds of years, and through mastery of this stellar force, the myths of yore would be rendered as tangible truths. The martial arts depicted in novels are merely fictional. As for real martial arts, they will be integrated into the system of spells in a different form, contributing to the prowess of those mages who favor close combat. The replacement of martial arts by spells is neither barbaric nor an extinction of tradition. On the contrary, it signifies progress. In Tianjin, with 19 martial arts schools, each with their own biases and each teaching only superficial forms, this is a true deviation from the essence of martial arts. Previously, Lincoln paid little heed to this, as the tides of change would inevitably rise and engulf them in the waves of the old era. However, now that they have gathered together with intentions of treachery, Lincoln naturally felt compelled to engage. Around him, golden chains coiled like a dragon in the air. Before him, 17 individuals knelt in a straight line. Observing the faces of the 17 schoolmasters, marked by resentment and concealed fury, Lincoln wore a sly smile, glancing at Zheng Shan'eo. I must say, these individuals are truly contemptible. I spoke to them kindly before, yet they refuse to listen, choosing instead to kneel. Only when they feel the hardness of the ground and the chill of reality can they find clarity. Tell me, are such people not despicable? The golden chains intertwined around him, and the onlookers, their faces twitching, gritted their teeth in agreement. Despicable. How despicable? Extremely despicable. Once a person's bottom line is breached, they become extraordinarily lacking in limits. For these schoolmasters, having knelt already, a few more insults directed at themselves held no significance. If they did not insult themselves, and death were to come, their kneeling would have been in vain. Yielding and softening one's stance is not shameful. At least, upon witnessing their once indomitable spirits, now seemingly deflated, Lincoln no longer harbored thoughts of executing them. However, while they might escape the death penalty, lesser punishments were inevitable. Speak up, esteemed masters of the renowned martial arts schools in Tianjin. How do you intend to deal with me? Share your thoughts. If there are any other factions planning to confront me, I would like to be forewarned. The kneeling individuals exchanged glances, then looked at the ever-moving chains, ultimately finding their voices. Though they were practitioners of martial arts, they were not brainless like Li Yuanba. After a brief discussion, they concocted a nefarious scheme to tarnish Lincoln's reputation. The focus of their smear campaign would be the master-disciple relationship. They intended to bribe various tongues throughout Tianjin to spread rumors of an improper relationship between Lincoln and Shalene, thus cloaked in the guise of a teacher-student dynamic. Thereafter, they would need not lift a finger. In an era still steeped in conservatism, public opinion alone would suffice to ruin Lincoln's martial arts school's reputation. They were indifferent to the troubles this would bring Lincoln. Their sole desire was to ensure he could no longer attract disciples, or at least could not amass them in large numbers. In time, their own schools would prosper securely in Tianjin. So it was all for money. After listening to their account, Lincoln couldn't help but exclaim, before turning his gaze back to them, "I initially believed that you were motivated by notions of dignity, pride, and heritage, only to discover that it was merely for a handful of silver coins." Lincoln expressed his astonishment, and even the thick-skinned proprietors of the various dojos could not help but lower their heads in embarrassment under the scrutiny of his discerning gaze. Some truths, when left unspoken, are better concealed, yet, once exposed, they can render one utterly humiliated. However, such humiliation often proves to be a mere fade, given another chance. They would likely repeat similar transgressions, albeit with greater efforts to distance themselves from the consequences. Establishing a martial arts school, with its promise of abundant wealth, can easily cloud one's conscience. In a certain regard, they share common ground with capitalists. Lincoln regarded their shame as a mere jest. After a moment of levity, the mirth on his face gradually faded, and he extended his finger once more. "As before, I present you with two choices. The first option, I deem your character unworthy of the title of master. From this day forth, upon exiting this door, you shall disband your martial arts schools, and I expect never to hear of your involvement in the martial arts community again. As for the skills you so covet and refuse to impart, you shall cease to teach them henceforth." With a gesture towards the chains suspended in the air, Lincoln declared, "These will replace the status of martial arts, and you shall find yourselves consigned to the refuse heap. The second option is far simpler. Upon leaving this door, you may continue to operate your schools, but I will send my disciples to challenge you, a challenge that entails life and death, starting with your apprentices, then progressing to your so-called true disciples. All who have mastered this art must step into the arena. As for your families, I will not interfere. In such a vast city as Tianjin, there should be plenty willing to care for your defenseless wives and children." Lincoln's voice remained calm, his white teeth gleaming ominously, sending chills down the spines of the gathered crowd. To face the disgrace of closing your schools and exiting the martial arts community, or to meet a dignified death in the arena while your possessions are plundered, this is a choice that hardly requires deliberation. Looking up at the golden chains above, which eluded their comprehension, all the dojo masters understood that the era of martial arts had ended and a new age had dawned. Chapter 29. Diverting the calamity. Every era possesses its own distinctive themes and contexts. The original themes of this world should have been war and the rise of nations. Amidst a chaotic realm where various trades flourished like mushrooms after rain, presenting an illusory fade of prosperity. However, times have changed. Martial arts hold no sway against the might of machine guns, yet sorcery does possess such power. With the sun hanging high in the sky, even the slightest fraction of its immense force could alter the very structure of the earth. Lincoln had not intended to act in this manner, but his resolve had shifted. The seemingly all-encompassing golden chains began to loosen, the omnipresent pressure of energy gradually dissipating. Yet those kneeling on the ground dared not make a single move. Until Lincoln waved his hand, they exited the door with the demeanor of mourners. Lincoln did not demand an immediate answer from them. Yet this also eliminated the possibility of their insincere compliance. Their actions spoke volumes, leading to either life or death. As he observed the departure of several individuals, Zhang Shenao finally exhaled deeply and turned to Lincoln, inquiring if he was preparing for significant action. Lincoln calmly nodded in affirmation, stating that initially he had only wished to navigate the world, but it had become apparent that mastering martial arts or literature could not alter the course of this era. He concluded that employing violence to counter violence was both the most effective and simplest solution. Zhang Shenao regarded Lincoln and pondered for a moment before asking if he intended to teach his methods to others and how many he planned to recruit. Lincoln chuckled softly, indicating that he had not yet decided. He expressed that power itself is neither good nor evil, but humans can be. and he needed to ensure that those who acquired power would not misuse it, at least not at this moment. Zheng Shenao contemplated briefly, suggesting that while the martial artists he knew might not surpass the fighters in skill, their ability to practice in solitude on the mountain likely indicated commendable character. He offered to assist in making connections. Lincoln refrained from pursuing the topic further, instead gazing at Zheng Shenao with a smile, asking if he wished to learn. Zheng Shenao, momentarily taken aback, then revealed a glimmer of excitement and nodded vigorously in affirmation. According to Lin Ziwen's assessment, Zheng Shenao was deemed lacking in fortitude, yet he possessed a vulnerability tied to his reputation, compounded by his limited time left to live. These factors alone were sufficient to secure his unwavering loyalty to Lincoln. Having maintained his top position in Tianjin for many years, Zheng Shenao undoubtedly possessed considerable capability. His involvement would alleviate many of Lincoln's burdens, particularly in liaising with various martial arts schools and organizing affairs. In Tianjin, the movements of 18 martial arts school masters could hardly escape the notice of the observant. Since the conference, anyone with a modicum of leisure had been fixated on the martial arts community. There was a prevailing disbelief that individuals from the martial arts sector would silently endure a significant setback. They were eager to witness how events would unfold. Thus, when the gates of Zheng Shenao's residence reopened, the citizens of Tianjin immediately reacted with excitement. Look, they're all coming out. Yet a voice pointed out, wait, aren't there supposed to be 18? Why are there only 17 now? Where is the missing individual? Did anyone see him leave early? Responses varied, with some suggesting he might have been retained inside and would emerge later, while others noted the unsightly expressions of the masters and the dirt on their clothes, questioning if a confrontation had occurred within. However, some were indifferent, expressing a desire to know the next steps of the masters. One onlooker interjected, if you ask me, that new martial artist is in for trouble. Who in Tianjin doesn't know about the martial arts alliance's dominance? An outsider has offended their pride. This matter will not be resolved easily. Either his martial arts school will face closure, or he will inevitably risk losing his life. Is it really that dire? Indeed, it is. You ought to acknowledge the reality. I refuse to believe it. If you doubt it, shall we wager? If you win, I shall kneel and call you grandfather. If you lose, you owe me $1. Ha! Dream on. A mere utterance of grandfather in exchange for $1. Present me with $1, and I shall immediately kneel and call you grandfather. Public opinion cannot sway those of high standing. The individuals genuinely concerned with this matter are presently ensconced in opulent chambers. Lin Xuan, a disciple of Zheng Shenao, once considered a member of the martial arts community, now identifies himself as a military figure since becoming an aide to a provincial governor. Zheng Shenao does not regard Lin Xuan as his true disciple, leading to subtle emotional shifts within Lin. In these tumultuous times, Lin Xuan has long believed that the current martial arts model is unsustainable. For the martial arts to endure, it must integrate into the military sphere. He has harbored thoughts of supplanting the martial arts scene in Tianjin for some time, but has yet to find a suitable opportunity. However, he now perceives a glimmer of opportunity, albeit obscured, preventing him from discerning the underlying truths. While an ordinary person might weigh risks against rewards, Lin Xuan is different. He knows influential figures within the martial arts community and holds considerable standing. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at his assistant. I wish to meet with Zhou Rong. Please arrange it. Understood. The assistant, with a cold demeanor, nodded and exited. Lin's aide wishes to see me? Zhou Rong inquired, observing the assistant's frosty expression. Did he mention the purpose? No, the assistant replied with a slight shake of his head. He merely requested to meet you. Though lacking concrete information, Zhou Rong sensed that this matter was likely related to recent events, prompting her to fall into contemplation. It was not a question of whether to meet Lin Xuan. Unless she wished to offend the warlord, a meeting was inevitable. Instead, she pondered whether to involve Lin Xuan and the military forces behind him. The martial artists were limited, merely capable of handling iron implements, rendering them unable to shape significant outcomes, thus subjugated under Lincoln's dominance. In contrast, the warlords wielded firearms and artillery. From handguns to rifles to cannons, their might far surpassed that of the martial arts community. The martial artists could not contend with Lincoln due to their weakness. However, if they were to face warlords equipped with long guns and artillery, as she pondered, a flicker of intrigue surged within Zhou Rong. She acknowledged the formidable methods demonstrated by Lincoln, yet she found it hard to believe that anyone could withstand the onslaught of long guns and artillery. If she could navigate the situation deftly, perhaps she could incite a direct confrontation between the warlords and Lincoln while extricating herself from the fray. Chapter 30. A sensation throughout the city. With this thought in mind, Zhou Rong felt a surge of resolve. She glanced at the individuals outside busily organizing the martial arts school supplies, took a deep breath, and rose to her feet. "Let's go. Take me to meet your commander." As a native of Tianjin, Zhou Rong was reluctant to relinquish the martial arts school left behind by her late husband. Without the school, mere silver would not assure her a comfortable existence. She understood that the prosperous days of the school were numbered, yet she wished to savor as many of those days as possible rather than allow an outsider to bring its shutters down in disgrace. In the past, she had always prepared thoroughly, ensuring absolute confidence in her endeavors. But this time, she was willing to take a gamble. The meeting between Zhou Rong and Lin Shiwen was unexpected to the other masters of martial arts schools, as they were unaware of Lin Shiwen's intentions. Lincoln's options were not pressing. He did not covet the wealth accumulated by the school over the years or the treasured secrets of martial arts that the practitioners held dear. His only demand was the closure of the school and a prohibition on teaching martial arts. While this effectively severed their lineage, they knew that if they chose to flee Tianjin and continue their practice elsewhere, Lincoln would likely not pursue them to their demise. They were acutely aware of this reality, and coupled with the threat of death for those who dared to open a school, they promptly made the decision to shut down. In Tianjin, various gangs and organizations awaited the spectacle of the martial arts community's downfall, among them the notorious Qian Heir and his associates, who had long been eyeing the Tongbikwan martial arts school. Suddenly, they were taken aback as the sign of the long-established Tongbikwan school was removed. What audacity! Who dares to take down the school's sign? Is this person courting death? Qian Heir lamented the foolishness of the individual responsible, only to realize that it was, in fact, a martial artist from the Tongbikwan school. After rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he watched as the martial artist carried the sign inside and shut the door firmly behind him, his expression frozen in shock and confusion. Is the Tongbikwan truly closing its doors? No one answered him, but from afar, cries of alarm began to echo through the streets. It's terrible. It's terrible. The Mazongquan school has closed. The Paoquan. The sign of the Paoquan school has been personally taken down and shattered by its master. The sign of the Ditangquan school was also removed, and just moments ago, a convoy had departed from the back entrance. I glanced inside the school and found it completely empty. The voices continued to rise, each one signifying the downfall of another martial arts school. In that moment, Qian Heir felt disoriented, questioning whether he had stumbled into another realm or if he was merely ensnared in a vivid dream. By the sounds he had heard, at least 6 schools in Tianjin had already closed their doors, and if he accounted for those he had not yet heard about, the number of schools shutting down could well surpass half. The closure of a martial arts school offers a delightful spectacle for onlookers. However, when 3 such establishments shut their doors, it may signal internal strife within the martial community. Albeit with only a modest impact, the audience can still indulge in the unfolding drama. Yet if 6 or 9 schools were to close, it would undoubtedly constitute a significant event capable of shaking the very foundations of Tianjin. Few in Tianjin remain unaware that opening a martial arts school symbolizes a lucrative venture, a veritable treasure trove of wealth. Now this once bountiful source has imploded, and the repercussions are incalculable. Though Qian Heir does not mingle in martial circles, he cannot help but feel a chill run through him. It is unfathomable to consider the formidable force that could compel martial arts schools across Tianjin to dismantle their long-held establishments simultaneously. In a state of disarray, he hastily departed the street, neglecting to investigate the situation at the Tongbikwan school and returned to report to his backer. In this tumultuous era of the Republic, the political landscape is fraught with chaos. While Tianjin had previously maintained a semblance of peace, the collective closure of martial schools raises concerns about the ensuing turmoil. If matters deteriorate, their tranquil existence may vanish without a trace. On his way back, Qian Heir encountered Sun San. "What news from your end?" he inquired. "A crisis has erupted. A calamity has struck," exclaimed Sun San, his eyes wide and body trembling with agitation. "Nearly all the martial arts schools in southern Tianjin have closed. As I made my way here, I gathered that of the 20 schools throughout Tianjin, over 14 have ceased operations. This is monumental, a catastrophe of immense proportions. 14. Qian Air gasped internally. With that, aside from Zhongshan AO's school and the newly opened 20th establishment, only 4 martial arts schools remain operational in the city. The gravity of this realization left both men in silence, until Qian Air finally spoke. Do you think this could be connected to Master Lin? That seems implausible. Sun Sin replied hesitantly. One man cannot compel 14 schools to collectively close. What kind of power would that require? Even the warlords lack such influence. Indeed, Qian Air acknowledged quietly, and once more, silence enveloped them. There are many like them in Tianjin. The flourishing of the martial arts community owes not only to the prowess of the masters, but also to the sponsorship of politicians and merchants. The downfall of the martial arts world extends far beyond surface-level concerns. It affects every sector of society. As the flow of wealth is severed and political achievements dwindle, the gaze of nearly every industry in Tianjin shifts toward this crisis. Their capacity for intelligence gathering far surpasses that of ordinary citizens. And it wasn't long before they identified the orchestrator of this upheaval, Lincoln. This cannot continue, a man clad in a suit declared, his expression grave. The closure of martial arts schools impacts everyone. No one stands to benefit. A newcomer dares to stir up trouble in Tianjin, clearly showing a lack of respect for us. It is imperative that we find time to teach him a lesson, to make him aware of the rules. Upon hearing this, another individual furrowed his brow. I have heard that Master Zhou seems to have gone to the residence of Vice Officer Lin in another province. Could it be that the warlord is preparing to take action against the martial arts community? While this matter remains uncertain, given the nature of those warlords, it is only a matter of time. However, until the warlords officially take residence, Tianjin shall remain under our control. So what do you propose? Let us first shut down his martial arts school. As for him, we shall detain him for questioning. If there are no significant issues, we can designate a suitable location for him on the outskirts of Tianjin. Should we not wait for Vice Officer Lin to act first? Then let us wait a few days. We shall close the martial arts school for now. Chapter 31. The Arrival of Firearms Lin Residence. Once Zhou Rong was seated, Lin Xuan finally spoke. I hear that you sought out my master today? Indeed, Zhou Rong nodded. A hint of disappointment in her tone. We wish for Master Zheng to preside over matters of justice for us. Lin Xuan glanced at her. Did your master not agree? Brother Zheng did not speak. Zhou Rong replied calmly. Before he could say anything, he was interrupted by the newly arrived Master Lin. Master Lin? Upon the shift of conversation to Lin Qian, a flicker of change appeared in Lin Xuan's demeanor. You 18 were persuaded by just him? Zhou Rong remained silent, taking a sip of tea from the table before expressing her melancholy. Vice Officer Lin, do you believe in the existence of supernatural powers? Supernatural powers? Lin Xuan's brow twitched, a smile tugging at his lips. I have read about them in novels. When did Master Zhou begin to believe in such things? I once did not believe. A glimmer of reminiscence appeared in Zhou Rong's eyes. However, since Master Wu was dismembered by supernatural means, I have come to believe. At this point, Lin Xuan's expression finally shifted. He set down his teacup, his brow furrowing. Master Zhou, are you serious? It is understandable that you do not believe. Zhou Rong sighed heavily, preparing to rise. If there are no further matters, elaborate. Lin Xuan grasped Zhou Rong's arm. I did not say I do not believe, but you must provide more practical and detailed descriptions. Otherwise, others may think me a fool. I cannot provide you with specifics. Zhou Rong shook her head, freeing herself from Lin Xuan's grasp. Until today, I never imagined there were indeed such individuals in this world. I cannot say whether he is akin to the deities of novels, but I do know that if he were to act without firearms, he could easily take the lives of us 18 schoolmasters. What did he say to you? Lin Xuan fixed his gaze upon Zhou Rong. Did he demand that you close your doors? One was to close the doors and leave. Zhou Rong paused before continuing. The other was to engage in a life-and-death arena. One path leads to life, the other to death. Had Vice Officer Lin not contacted me, I might have been preoccupied with shutting down my school at this very moment. Zhou Rong shrugged, stating, the martial arts school is flourishing, yet life is singular. Lin Xuan pondered for a moment before slowly responding. What if I wish for you to continue operating the school? Zhou Rong smiled lightly. That would depend on the kind of support you, Deputy Lin, can provide. The martial arts school requires supervision to thrive in Tianjin. In the past, Brother Zheng's reputation kept all martial artists in check, But if you desire me to maintain the school now, you must suppress Master Lin. Zhou Rong's remark was blunt, nearly suggesting that Lin Shiwen's military backing must deal with Lin Qin, yet Lin Shiwen did not outright refuse. Profit from the martial arts school attracted the warlords. But what intrigued Lin Shiwen even more was the mention of sorcery by Zhou Rong. The martial arts scene in Tianjin must endure. As it pertained to whether the warlords behind him could profit, yet Lin Qin must also remain alive, for Lin Shiwen was fascinated by this so-called sorcery. Though Zhou Rong's words were not entirely trustworthy, Lin Shiwen believed a significant portion of it based on the attitude of the Tianjin martial artists. The nature of sorcery might not align with his imagination, but he sensed there was something extraordinary about it. Otherwise, Lin Qin would not have single-handedly compelled his master, Zhang Shanao, to support him, leading to the closure of all martial arts schools in Tianjin, a considerable price to pay. He was over 90% certain that Lin Qin possessed something valuable, but the military could not act recklessly. He would converse with the commanding general and assess the situation. This would take some time, but no more than a day or two at most. The pressing issue was that the martial arts schools in Tianjin could not all shut down within that short span. At least 2 must remain open, even if it meant casualties. Contemplating this, a glint of determination appeared in Lin Shiwen's eyes. Zhang Shanao did not regard Lin Shiwen as a true disciple, and Lin Shiwen, in turn, did not hold Zhang Shanao in high esteem. The former sought to exploit Lin Shiwen, while Lin Shiwen was constantly strategizing on how to ascend to prominence at his master's expense. Previously, he had contemplated a gradual approach, but the situation had shifted. Perhaps a more forceful method was required. As Lin Shiwen entered the arena, Zhou Rong, having achieved her goal, left the Lin residence with a slight smile. She believed that Lin Shiwen, along with the commanding general behind him, would indeed take action. It is worth noting that even after witnessing her master's death at the hands of Golden Chain, she could not suppress her covetous thoughts towards the sorcery once she exited that room. Having encountered the dead, she struggled to quell her greed. Lin Shiwen, untouched by such shock, would undoubtedly be even more avaricious. Such is human nature. As Zhou Rong anticipated, after her departure, Lin Shiwen began gathering more intelligence, and, that very evening, connected with the commanding general via telephone. The specifics of their conversation remained unknown even to his assistant. However, by noon the following day, the once tranquil city of Tianjin was no longer peaceful, as a warlord faction entered the city, led by none other than the renowned commanding general. In the region of Tianjin, it is the territory of Zhang Zuolin, yet under this warlord's command are numerous military leaders, known as governors. Though their forces may not rival that of the warlord himself, they represent a formidable power within the city of Tianjin. Until now, there had never been an instance of warlords entering the city. As they observed the line of blue-clad soldiers, rifles in hand and artillery in tow, traversing the streets, it became evident to all that the days of peace they once knew were likely gone forever. The doors of the tea houses were tightly shut, and through the slightly ajar windows, Qian Air and Sun stand fixated on the procession outside, whispering furtively, "The army has entered the city. This is a serious matter." Indeed, Sun Sen nodded, his voice tinged with curiosity. What could have prompted such an entrance? "Are you foolish?" Qian Air retorted, giving Sun Sen a gentle tap on the head. It's obvious this must be related to the recent events concerning the martial arts community. Aside from the Zheng family and Master Lin, only 2 martial arts schools remain operational. I suspect the army's hasty entry is likely to take control of the martial arts scene. If they succeed, a future of wealth beyond imagination may await. Yet, Sun San expressed doubt. Isn't the martial arts community dominated by the Zheng family now? And that new school is no pushover either. No pushover? Qian Air scoffed. Even the mightiest martial artist is merely flesh and blood. Can they withstand bullets? Can they endure cannon fire? They must comply, or face certain death from the rifles and cannons. Chapter 32. A visitor arrives, standing early at the Grand Gate. Now adorned with a new sign, Lin Shiwen anxiously awaited the arrival of the military. At long last, he spotted the halted troops and hurried forward, saluting, "Governor, you have arrived." The governor, with an air of indifference, nodded slightly, casting a glance at the gate. "You are diligent. It is my duty to serve the governor." Lin Shiwen stood tall and gestured towards the entrance. "Governor, please." The governor said nothing, simply stepping over the threshold. Behind him, Lin Xuan signaled to the other officers before following inside. The governor, though a high-ranking official, commanded a substantial force. Yet today, as circumstances were unique, only he and his aide, Lin Xuan, were permitted in the office. Even security had to remain outside the closed doors. In the spacious room, the governor sat at the desk, perusing the intelligence Lin Xuan had gathered. After a lengthy contemplation, he closed the file and pointedly inquired, "Is everything in here true?" "Indeed. Absolutely true," Lin Xuan affirmed with a firm nod. "I spoke with several schoolmasters and employed a few methods. Their answers were all identical. As for your master, I inquired about him yesterday. His lips are tightly sealed, yet his demeanor spoke volumes." Lin Xuan hastily added, "My people are monitoring him and that Lincoln, ensuring no issues arise." The governor bowed his head in thought for a moment, then raised it. "Bring your master to me. I wish to speak with him." The actions of the commander were akin to placing Lin Xuan upon a searing fire. Yet Lin Xuan, who regarded his master as a father, did not hesitate to nod in agreement, silently reflecting. "Master, they say a master is akin to a biological father. I have knelt before you for so many years. And now, for the sake of my son's grand endeavors, I must cause you some distress." Meanwhile, at the Zheng residence, Zheng Shanao exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it, that little brat." With swift motions, he gathered his valuable possessions into a single handbag and then turned to Lincoln, saying, "I have raised him for so many years, only to have him turn into such an ungrateful wretch." "You are fortunate indeed," Lincoln replied with a chuckle. "Last night, your esteemed disciple interrogated and executed several martial arts masters overnight. The fact that he spared you from being implicated is quite remarkable." Zhang Shanao opened his mouth to retort, but ultimately shook his head in silence, fastening the clasp of his suitcase and murmuring, "I appreciate your assistance. It is nothing, merely a trivial matter," Lincoln said with a light laugh, gesturing with a finger in the air. Amidst the crackling sounds of fire, an oval portal materialized. "Remember the promise you made to me." "Rest assured, I shall not forget," Zhang Shanao replied gravely, stepping into the portal. In just a single step, he traversed hundreds, if not thousands, of kilometers. Gazing at the portal as it slowly closed, Zhang Shanao felt a surge of awe. Yet, recalling the techniques he had learned the previous night, a flicker of joy ignited within him. The soldiers diligently stationed outside remained unaware that, right beneath their noses, Lincoln had escorted Zhang Shanao to a location far away, before effortlessly returning to his own residence. Their vigil had been in vain. What? He escaped? Lin Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing the report from his subordinate. He shoved the assistant aside and stormed into the residence, which was filled with tranquility. Not a single servant was missing, except for the one person who should not have been absent. "I swear I will have your head." Lin Xuan seized the assistant, his face contorted with rage. "I entrusted you with watching him, and this is how you fulfill your duty. A living soul vanished right before your very eyes, and you remain oblivious to how it happened." The assistant, trembling in fear at Lin Xuan's furious expression, hastily defended himself. "I truly did keep watch. I circled the entire house, ensuring no one left, yet he simply vanished. Perhaps there is a secret passage within the residence." The assistant's explanation evidently failed to placate Lin Xuan. However, with the individual already missing, his anger could yield no remedy, leaving him to return empty-handed to report his failure. "He escaped?" The commander observed Lin Xuan, who was now bowing his head in shame, a smirk suddenly gracing his lips. "It appears your master has prepared more than one contingency for you. He must have been on guard against you from the outset, devising an escape plan well in advance. But that matters little, as long as the principal target remains intact." Rising from his seat, the commander remarked, "If I am not mistaken, that fellow named Lincoln resides in the outskirts?" "Indeed," came the reply. Lin Xuan nodded slightly. "I have already dispatched someone to keep watch." The commander, with a half-smile, said, "This time, we shall not allow him to escape, shall we?" Lin Xuan felt a chill in his heart and replied loudly, "Absolutely not." The commander nodded and stepped outside, declaring, "The troops shall advance, destination, the outskirts of Tianjin, even in a future marked by urbanization. The outskirts of the city do not constitute densely populated areas, especially in this era." The area where Lincoln resided was nothing but open land. A vast expanse lay before them, requiring no special arrangements. The barrels of their guns could easily encircle Lincoln's residence, under the ominous shadow of the cannons. The courtyard was as still as if it were devoid of life. The mounted commander glanced at his aide, who immediately understood his intent and sent someone toward the courtyard. Finally, they have arrived. In the courtyard, Lincoln halted his instruction to Seelan and turned to the entrance, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Realizing the implication of his words, Seelan's face revealed a trace of concern. Will anything go wrong? Rest assured. Lincoln waved his hand nonchalantly. There is nothing in this world that can kill me. There is no rush. Let us amuse ourselves with them. Bang! No sooner had Lincoln finished speaking than the wooden door was forcefully smashed open from the outside, and 2 rows of soldiers surged in. Before Lincoln could make a move, they had already leveled their rifles at him. Do not move. TSK, TSK. Such a lack of courtesy. The firearms, capable of turning a man into a sieve, posed no threat to Lincoln in the least. He shook his head and looked at Lin Shiwen, who had just entered. If I recall correctly, you seem to be a disciple of Zhang Shanao. What is it? Are you unhappy playing the son? So you've switched masters to become a dog? Sharp-tongued. Lin Shiwen's expression darkened, snorting coldly. Soon, I shall see if you can still be so defiant. Bring him away. Have you not done your investigation? You come here seeking death. Lincoln maintained an indifferent demeanor, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes as the sound of clanking chains echoed, revealing the manifest chains of magic. Chapter 33. Is this it? Golden chains? Indeed, they are real. As the chains emerged like a divine phenomenon, the once solemn countenance of the 2 rows of soldiers visibly shifted. Their footsteps faltered, and the once orderly ranks descended into chaos. Amidst the cacophony, Lin Shiwen shouted to re-establish order, his gaze toward Lincoln now tinged with burgeoning astonishment and greed. Dozens of soldiers wielding rifles stood beside him, their dark muzzles firmly trained on Lincoln, ready to fire at his command. Those golden chains were indeed extraordinary, but so what? A single bullet fired would end a life. No matter how miraculous the chains were, they would be of no use. Years of military experience had instilled in Lin Shiwen an unshakable trust in firearms. Even standing directly before Lincoln, he felt no fear. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. This statement is vividly exemplified in his presence. The means employed are indeed impressive. Lin Shiwen, wielding a cane, rapped upon the chains and cast a disdainful smile at Lincoln. However, I advise you to surrender obediently. He gestured, indicating within this courtyard. Nearly 20 rifles are aimed at you. With but a single command, they could reduce you to a sieve, and there are cannons positioned outside as well. Comply, and you may yet survive. Otherwise, a grim fate awaits you. Is this your source of confidence? Lincoln regarded Lin Shiwen with profound pity, as though observing a severely impaired individual. You are far more foolish than I had anticipated. With that, he clenched his fingers, and the sound of clattering chains reverberated throughout the courtyard. A flicker of disbelief crossed Lin Shiwen's eyes, yet he could not afford to ponder how Lincoln dared to do so. He promptly commanded, "Fire! Open fire!" Bang! 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 The triggers were pulled, and the sharp crack of gunfire echoed in the courtyard, with golden bullets swiftly propelled from the muzzles. The velocity of those projectiles, soaring at hundreds of meters per second, surpassed the limits of human sight. Even Seelan could not discern the trajectories of the bullets, but to Lincoln, their movement appeared slower than a snail's pace. How utterly tedious, he murmured, shaking his head. In the blink of an eye, within less than 0.1 seconds, the bullets approached. A mere centimeter separated the sharp tips of the bullets from Lincoln's skin, yet that tiny gap transformed into an insurmountable chasm. Manipulating the biological force field to assume a peculiar shape, the bullets spun wildly in mid-air, releasing their accumulated kinetic energy before gradually coming to a halt. As Lincoln dispelled the shaping ability of the biological force field, he plucked a bullet from the air, allowing the remaining bullets to clatter to the ground. With a light chuckle, he gazed at Lin Shiwen. Is this all you can muster? What? How is this possible? Lin Shiwen trembled. The sight of those bullets, capable of piercing wood and even iron, suspended in midair and plucked at will, was beyond anything he had ever envisioned. Observing Lincoln's calm demeanor, the psychological support that the firearms had provided him crumbled in an instant, and terror surged anew within him. Panic filled his eyes as his heart raced violently, akin to the effects of adrenaline. In a frenzied state, he He turned and fled towards the gate, disregarding all else. However, with a cacophony of clattering sounds, he felt as though his body had been pierced, followed by excruciating pain radiating from his limbs. The world spun around him, and when he regained consciousness, he clearly saw figures hanging lifelessly from the ancient tree in the courtyard. The chains emitted a sacred golden light, yet failed to illuminate the darkness within Lin Shiwen's heart. Gazing at the disordered silhouettes upon the gnarled tree, he felt an overwhelming chill envelop him. Not only Lin Shiwen, but also Shilin expressed a glimmer of hesitation and trepidation in her eyes. Master, they're all dead? What else could it be? Lincoln replied matter-of-factly, there is one thing I must impart to you. Unless you have attained invincibility, do not show mercy to those who seek to end your life. I could certainly refrain from delivering a lethal blow, yet they would not be grateful. In fact, they might retaliate. Unless you are prepared for the day when those you have shown kindness to turn against you, harbor no compassion in your confrontations. Should you feel pity for your adversaries, it would be wiser to eliminate them first and then, perhaps, bring a small bouquet to their grave in remorse. Though it won't bring them back, you may find solace and continue your ruthless ways in the future. Of course, if you're fishing, you may temporarily set aside all of this and catch them all at once. The theory expounded by Lincoln was one Shilin had never encountered before, and confusion flickered in her eyes as she grappled with whether to heed her years of life experience or Lincoln's admonitions. Bewildered, she followed closely behind Lincoln, only to step upon a cylindrical hard object. Looking down, she discovered it was a yellowed bullet. At that moment, clarity dawned upon her. Had it not been for her master, she might have just been shot to death amidst the chaos. Pity? What a ridiculous notion. Let them speak of mercy to the knife. With this thought, she instinctively touched the curved dagger at her waist, her resolve solidifying instantly. Having come from the impoverished region of Xinjiang to seek a living, such a small shift in mindset posed little challenge for her. While Shilin basked in the elevation of her will, Lincoln approached Lin Shiwen. Deputy Lin, I have heard of you for some time. It is only today that I have the pleasure of seeing you. Zheng Shan'eo spoke highly of you as his esteemed disciple, and indeed, you appear to be impressive. Suspended in midair, Lin Shiwen's face flushed crimson, his hair disheveled. What do you intend to do? I'll warn you, the main forces of the governor are just outside. If you dare to harm me, the cannon fire will ensure your demise. Another certainty of demise? Lincoln mused. Let me recall. It seems someone else also mentioned I was facing certain death at gunpoint. What was the outcome of that? You. Lin Shiwen seethed with rage, eager to voice more. But Lincoln merely gave a slight shake of the chains. The excruciating pain of flesh being torn rendered him utterly voiceless. The sorcery of Kama Taiji contained means to silence. Yet regrettably, Lincoln had not yet perfected it, having been in the master's world for only a few days. The successful enhancement of a spell for chains and portals was already commendable, beyond that would detract from the enjoyment of life. Observing the pale visage of Lin Shiwen, Lincoln pondered briefly before casting him into the portal, calling out to the astonished Zheng Shan'eo on the other side. He came armed to seek me out, your disciple. I entrust him to your care. Do not disappoint. Chapter 34. You all must listen to me. As the portal sealed, Zheng Shan'eo gazed down at Lin Shiwen, whose limbs were rendered useless and no longer capable of combat. After a brief moment of silence, a fierce glint and murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Without uttering a single word, he instilled such terror in Lin Shiwen that the latter cried out in desperation, Master, I was wrong. There won't be a next time. You truly have no next time. Zheng Shan'eo nodded, producing a belt. I shall not permit you a second chance. Master Lin would not allow it either. Prepare to meet your fate. Master. Lin Shiwen writhed on the ground, pleading. However, Zheng Shan'eo remained unmoved, fastening the belt around his neck and pulling it taut. As one ages, their spirit wanes, and it was only in his final moments that Lin Shiwen recalled his master's fierce past. Regrettably, he realized this truth rather too late. The biological force field could stifle sound transmission under control, yet Lincoln chose not to do so. Thus, when the gunfire erupted in the courtyard, the external commander naturally comprehended that Lin Shiwen's negotiations had collapsed. He felt no remorse for his aide's demise, only a simmering irritation at the humiliation inflicted upon him. With a cold expression, he commanded his subordinates. Accompanied by the sounds of loading ammunition, the artillery was prepared, awaiting the commander's order to reduce the courtyard to rubble. "Fire a shot first," the commander ordered coldly. "Blow up that courtyard wall." "Understood." The artillery chief accepted the command and turned toward the artillery position. Moments later, a resounding boom echoed, shaking the earth as a shockwave spread forth, accompanied by the roar of gunpowder explosions. The courtyard wall was shattered into countless fragments. Shells capable of demolishing city walls would easily obliterate a mere courtyard wall. Amidst the cacophony, a substantial section of the wall collapsed, revealing Lincoln in the courtyard, along with the ominous tree that bore a multitude of shadows. The soldiers could not discern Lincoln's appearance, yet they clearly saw the gnarled tree. A gust of wind stirred, causing the shadow, suspended by chains, to sway, sending shivers down the spines of the soldiers. What era was this? The Republic. Even the future 21st century had not entirely eradicated superstitions, let alone this era fraught with calamities. Despite the commander's troops appearing disciplined and elite, a significant portion still clung to superstitious beliefs. At this moment, the sight of the eerie, foreboding tree heightened the atmosphere of mystery and fear. Were it not for the presence of their superior, a mutiny might have erupted in an instant. Even with the commander present, murmurs of dissent began to ripple through the ranks, as the turmoil behind him and the looming figure on the distant tree darkened the commander's expression. He became convinced that Lin Shiwen's intelligence was indeed accurate. Moreover, calculating the time since the gunfire began, it was evident that Lincoln was proving far more formidable than he had anticipated. Subduing? Persuading? Conquering? Various thoughts flashed through the mind of the commander. Yet as he raised his binoculars to meet Lincoln's gaze, he relinquished those notions and turned astride towards the main forces. Fire. Bury him. Yes. Attention, all troops fire. The cacophony of gunfire and the thunderous roars of cannons erupted across the desolate landscape. In an instant, a torrential downpour of bullets descended like a relentless rain, while cannonballs, nearly the size of a human head, detonated in the already confined courtyard. The ferocious shockwaves swirled with flames, writhing like frenzied serpents, cascading in layers of heat towards Lincoln. This merciless assault was capable of warping steel, yet as it approached Lincoln, it halted imperceptibly at a mere centimeter away, as though suspended between two disparate realms. Neither the golden bullets, nor the shrapnel, nor the intangible shockwaves and tumultuous flames could breach that invisible barrier. It was as if a transparent layer of adamantium interposed itself before Lincoln, rendering all mundane attacks utterly ineffective. Amidst the rumbling tremors akin to a dragon's awakening, the once tidy courtyard had crumbled into chaos, engulfed in flames, dust, and smoke, obscuring the events within. The soldiers, suppressing their inner fears with the roaring of their guns and cannons, found the commander using this chaos as an outlet for his fury and to assert his authority. Once the barrage concluded, gazing upon the land shrouded in gray-black smoke, a collective sigh of relief emerged. They believed that even the most ethereal beings from folklore had surely been reduced to ashes. How could flesh withstand the onslaught of gunpowder? Yet suddenly, a chilling sensation swept over them. They shuddered, and then beheld an unforgettable spectacle. The frigid air, intent on freezing the world, enveloped them, causing the airborne particles of dust to instantaneously crystallize and fall to the ground, extinguishing the flames and encasing the debris in ice. With a breath of icy cold, the murky world was clarified. As they beheld the figure emerging from this frozen realm, all were rendered motionless, trembling uncontrollably, their long rifles offering no semblance of security. With a thud, it was uncertain who led the way, but one soldier knelt, followed by a second, then a third. In this age still steeped in superstition, the miraculous power displayed by Lincoln appeared to them as that of a living deity, while the desperate commander might possess the audacity to confront such a divinity. Many of the warlord soldiers lacked that courage. Some knelt, yet others remained standing, particularly the commander on horseback, who stood out conspicuously, observing the densely packed throng around him. A trace of mockery flickered at the corners of Lincoln's mouth, and a glint of crimson ignited in his eyes. What a pity! You have relinquished your final chance. The soldiers who heard Lincoln's voice displayed a flicker of confusion in their eyes, and in the next instant, a crimson laser swept across the battlefield. With a sizzling sound, the searing heat obliterated flesh as if it were mere paper. Lincoln surveyed the scene, executing a merciless slaughter. Apart from those who had surrendered and knelt, none remained standing to utter a word. The acrid scent of charred remains assaulted the senses of the survivors, provoking them to retch and soil themselves, yet none dared to meet Lincoln's gaze, except for the general, who, despite having lost both legs, remained mounted on his horse. The intense heat had injured him, yet it had also spared his life. The cauterized wounds were devoid of inflammation or blood. Clutching his severed limbs, the general, drenched in sweat and pallid, looked up at Lincoln with uncontainable terror in his eyes. "Are you human or demon?" A question devoid of significance. Lincoln gazed down upon him, crimson light flickering once more. "The dead require not such knowledge." "No," the general exclaimed, his complexion paling. "You cannot kill me. My superior is Zhonglin. If you slay me, you shall not survive either. Shall I care?" Lincoln chuckled softly as the laser shot forth. Another charred corpse joined the ground. Lincoln turned away, declaring, "From this day forth, all must heed my command." Chapter 35. Change attire. Before the fray, the golden strands of light began to tremble, and the world around Lincoln swayed in response. The dazzling radiance enveloped his vision, yet the cacophony of sounds unmistakably reached his ears. The blaring of car horns, the din of discussions, the incessant chimes of mobile notifications, all revealed to Lincoln that he had entered a modern society. As the golden light gradually dissipated, standing amidst the bustling streets, he beheld the shimmering lights and casually dressed pedestrians. A smile crept upon his lips. At last, he could indulge in the moment. Suddenly, an explosion erupted, freezing the smile on Lincoln's face and igniting a spark of fury within him. He turned his gaze toward the source of the blast. The concrete wall was effortlessly torn apart as if it were mere parchment, and from the scattered debris emerged a figure of a sickly yellow hue. Hulk. The loathsome creature roared skyward, its sinewy muscles more formidable than steel, with jagged bone spurs capable of piercing anything in its path. The torment inflicted by the experiments lingered within him, provoking his psyche and keeping him in a perpetual state of rage. Though this fury did not enhance his strength, it fully unleashed his power. Like a mindless beast, he tore through anything that obstructed his path. The rising flames and terrified screams did nothing to halt his advance. His gaze scanned the surroundings, seeking a worthy opponent. "Hulk, open fire! Open fire!" On the ground, Ross's unyielding subordinates shouted fervently, unleashing the entire magazine of bullets upon the abomination. Yet, akin to their previous encounter with Banner, the impact of the formidable 56 rounds against the creature felt as inconsequential as striking a tank, the bullets ricocheting harmlessly away. The dismal performance of the ammunition left the commander aghast. He set aside his toy-like rifle without hesitation and opened the trunk of the vehicle, retrieving a portable rocket launcher from within. The actions of loading, aiming, and locking onto the target were executed in swift succession. With a grave expression, the commander pressed the launch button, and with a piercing roar, the projectile soared toward the abomination, trailing a slender tail of flame. Boom! A scorching fireball erupted in the air, the shockwave sending shrapnel whistling in all directions, flames raging uncontrolled as the commander, launching the rocket, allowed a faint smile to surface. "Damn monster, perish!" His confidence in the rocket launcher was unwavering, bolstered by the high-energy explosives capable of obliterating even an elephant. Yet, as the inferno blazed fiercely, it extinguished within mere seconds, revealing the abomination cloaked in flames, seemingly unscathed. The commander stood in disbelief. If even the rocket launcher could not harm this wretched creature, he could fathom no other infantry weapon that might pose a threat. Would he need to resort to a nuclear warhead? In the air, chaos on Broadway remained firmly within Ross's sight. Witnessing his men being systematically slaughtered by the abomination, Ross seized the radio and bellowed at the dazed and terrified commander. "Retreat! Soldiers!" The roar snapped the commander back to reality. He hastily turned the steering wheel, pressing the accelerator to speed the vehicle towards Lincoln's position. The abomination's roar echoed from across the street, its gaze fixated intently on the speeding SUV, effortlessly lifting a nearby fire hydrant and hurling it with ferocity. With a resounding crash, the high-pressure water erupted skyward, transforming into a torrential downpour, while the red hydrant hurtled through the air like a missile, obliterating the SUV and reducing it to a heap of debris. A sharp sound pierced the air as Lincoln slightly tilted his head, deftly avoiding the oncoming hydrant, locking eyes with the distant abomination. The formidable creature, now fixated on the composed Lincoln, suddenly revealed a sinister grin, discarding the metal shard in its grasp and advancing towards Lincoln. "Commander, our forces cannot contain that monster." The lieutenant observed the chaos from the cockpit, his expression rife with urgency as he gazed upon the flames, water mist, and the elusive figure below. "The rocket launcher cannot harm him. Let me handle this." Banner, who had remained silent until now, abruptly stood. "Only I can stop him." "No, that's not possible." Ross instinctively shook his head and then fell into silence. Banner was an invaluable asset and product of military research. Yet if that monstrous entity continued its rampage on Broadway, the consequences remained uncertain. Perhaps the military's super soldier program would face immediate termination. Ross's resolve wavered, yet he remained mute. Observing this, Banner grew increasingly desperate. Disregarding the objections of others, he approached the cabin door. There was no time for hesitation. It was our creation, and we must take responsibility for it. Responsibility. The weight of that word jolted Ross into awareness as he contemplated the potential repercussions of inaction. Noticing Banner's anxious expression and the looming threat below, he nodded and retreated to a corner seat, lost in thought. A persistent communication gap existed between the cabin and the ground, exacerbated by the annihilation of Ross's subordinates and the destruction of the surveillance equipment on site. Unless he could mobilize the societal monitoring system, he would have to rely solely on his eyes to discern the unfolding chaos below. However, the flames and smoke obscured his view, making this task all the more daunting. Ross was utterly unaware of the events transpiring below and had no inkling that the monstrous threat, which had become his greatest concern, was now fixated on Lincoln, who had just returned from another realm. It was a reckless endeavor indeed. The malevolent gaze of the creature betrayed its intentions as Lincoln calmly observed the yellow figure hurtling towards him from hundreds of meters away, a faint smirk gracing his lips. He inhaled deeply, his fingers gradually forming a fist as strands of stellar energy were drawn from the distant sun. The brilliance of magic flashed, and a uniform materialized upon him. Engaging in combat wearing an ordinary shirt lacked elegance. Thus Lincoln modified his transformation spell to don a full suit. The black superhero ensemble, accentuated with subtle golden trim, vividly proclaimed his nobility and strength, ensuring he would stand out in any crowd. Note, I have amended the timeline. Shifting the events of the Incredible Hulk. Hulk is no longer situated after Iron Man 1. Chapter 36. The Incredible Hulk. The transformation was executed flawlessly. Almost as soon as he completed his attire, Ross's subordinate in the sky spotted the figure below, which should have appeared minuscule. The aide peered through binoculars at the uniformly clad Lincoln, his lips moving silently before he turned to Ross. "Sir, it seems the situation has changed. A superhero has appeared below." "A superhero?" Ross replied incredulously. "Are you jesting?" "No, I am not." The aide hastily shook his head, remarking that the figure donned in black spandex appeared poised to engage in battle with the abomination. Before he could complete his sentence, Ross interjected, "Enough. I have no interest in hearing about the eccentric attire of a deluded individual prepared to meet his demise. I simply wish to know if Hulk has made an appearance." "Not yet, sir," came the reply. In midair, Banner's heartbeat quickened as he plummeted from a height of 100 meters. His emotions swelled within him, gradually spiraling out of control. The earth loomed closer behind him as he neared the critical moment of impact. Just before crashing down, his eyes widened in realization. A green light manifesting before him. On the chaotic streets, his gaze fixated on the abomination, charging towards him at an astonishing speed. The small giant advanced like an unstoppable tank, demonstrating an uncanny agility and swiftness reminiscent of a wild primate. He roared, seemingly rallying for the impending clash. Yet the abomination remained still, shifting his gaze upward to the rapidly descending figure shrouded by the night. Calculating the barrier's forward momentum, the abomination's predetermined position, gravitational acceleration, and height, Lincoln pondered whether their paths would inevitably converge. A flicker of intrigue passed through his eyes, inciting further fury from the abomination, who let out a deafening roar. But in the next moment, an enormous boom reverberated as the previously charging, ochre figure vanished from the streets. The force of acceleration and immense weight allowed Hulk to effortlessly shatter the concrete beneath him. cracks spiderwebbed across the surface, revealing a gaping chasm leading into the underground sewer. "Hulk!" echoed a furious voice from the darkened opening, unmistakable in its rage and frustration. It was no wonder. The abomination had gathered all his strength and speed for a desperate charge at Lincoln, only to be crushed into the filthy sewer by the descending Hulk. Unlike Hulk, whose fury only amplified his strength, the abomination, lacking in maturity, despised this place and the sewer itself. Fueled by pent-up anger, he unhesitatingly shifted his target, unleashing a powerful punch in the darkness of the sewer, striking Hulk's jaw before he could react. Bang! The shockwave reverberated through the sewer, sending ripples across the water surface. Another thunderous noise erupted as the already fractured ground exploded upwards, propelling a green figure into the air. Hulk! It was Hulk. He was still alive, in the cockpit. Witnessing the green figure below, Hulk's girlfriend Betty finally felt a wave of relief wash over her, turning her attention to the unfolding situation. Not just her. Lincoln, too, was observing the events. While he certainly possessed the power to halt the battle directly, he deemed it unnecessary. He wanted to watch a little longer. Who could possibly stop him? The birth of the Hulk is a phenomenon that is nearly impossible to replicate. For the majority of individuals would succumb to a gamma explosion rather than transform into the green giant. However, the abomination can be recreated by merely extracting information about what he has injected and combining it with Banner's blood of potency 143 along with gamma radiation. One could successfully forge a creature akin to the abomination. Unlike the Hulk, who grows stronger with rage, the abomination does not possess such an ability. Yet he does not require it either, as his inherent combat prowess surpasses that of the Hulk, and he is unable to control it. On the ground, the antidote administered by Dr. Blue continuously suppresses the Hulk's fury and strength, leaving him at a disadvantage in his battle against the abomination. With each punch, 1, 2, 3, the yellow and green monsters roar through the streets, unleashing chaos and flames. The abomination sends the Hulk crashing into a building with a single kick, then turns his gaze towards Lincoln. The Hulk is no longer the formidable adversary he once believed him to be. He seeks a new target, envisioning the thrill of tearing Lincoln apart to bring him joy. The monstrous roar echoes as the abomination swings his arm, hurling chunks of stone like cannonballs towards Lincoln. Too slow, too slow. Lincoln shakes his head, then suddenly blinks out of sight. The sound of explosive sonic booms reverberates through the streets, a tremendous shockwave dispersing debris and flames around him. The tangible pressure from the shockwave strikes hard, even curtailing the abomination's tank-like assault. His massive fingers clench into a fist, aiming for the airborne Lincoln. Lincoln merely smirks disdainfully and clenches his own fist. Boom! A visible shockwave expands outward in a circular dome, shattering every glass surface within dozens of meters. The abomination's voice is silenced, sent flying like a rag doll, crashing into a distant building like discarded refuse. Lincoln does not pursue the retreating abomination, for the Hulk emerges from the rubble, recharged with fury. His gaze scans the surroundings, then locks onto Lincoln without hesitation. With a beastly roar, he charges forward, his gigantic fist raised high. Boom! The explosive sound waves resonate once more, as Lincoln remains poised in midair, unyielding, while the Hulk is sent reeling backward, much like the abomination before him. The creature that wreaked havoc on the streets, leaving Ross helpless, now appears feeble and defenseless before Lincoln. In the sky, Ross watches in disbelief as the yellow and green figures repeatedly charge and are repelled. Who is he? He wonders aloud. His aide falls silent for a moment, glancing at the blank screen before them. I don't know, sir. There is no record of him in the population system. Are you jesting? Ross peers down at the invincible figure below, then retracts his head in disbelief. How can such a person's information not be recorded? Is the work of those individuals at the National Security Agency merely to sit in an office all day, sipping coffee? Director, perhaps you should refrain from mentioning that damned egghead in my presence. Chapter 37. Silence reigns dinkling. No sooner had Ross finished speaking than an incongruous ringing echoed throughout the cabin. After a moment of silence, Ross, under the gaze of his aide's complex expression, retrieved his phone from his pocket and pressed the answer button. Hello. I hear you've encountered a bit of trouble. A voice that Ross despised reverberated from the other end, causing his countenance to sour instantly. That's none of your concern. Ross glanced down at the street, confirming that Lincoln was single-handedly overpowering both Hulk and Abomination, and continued, "I can handle it. Are you certain it's you who can manage this?" Nick Fury, who had obtained access to street surveillance from Trident headquarters, observed the monitor intently. "Or do you require assistance from others?" "Shut up, Nick Fury," Ross retorted with a cold snort. "Whatever you're contemplating, as long as this incident is resolved smoothly, I shall not permit you the opportunity to extend your claws into my department. Is that so?" Fury glanced at the list of agents within Ross's Super Soldier Research Division, pausing momentarily before saying, "How do you know I haven't already infiltrated your department?" "What do you mean?" Ross's expression shifted, but before he could seek clarification, Fury abruptly hung up, reclining in his chair with a whistle. Fuming at the disconnected call, Ross was thoroughly disgusted by Fury's insinuation. With those words uttered, self-reflection seemed futile. Yet, the thought of unexamined infiltration would likely haunt his dreams, pondering how many within his department might be compromised. Unavoidably, he recalled others' assessments of Fury, the scoundrel whose skin was not the only dark aspect of his character. After hanging up, Fury gazed at the monitor in silence for a moment before summoning Coulson. Gesturing towards Lincoln on the screen, "I need his complete dossier." "Understood, Director." Coulson nodded and departed, leaving Fury alone in contemplation as he continued to observe the screen. On Broadway, the battle between Lincoln and Abomination raged on, yet to all observers, it scarcely resembled a true confrontation. "I will kill you. I will kill you." The relentless reality of Lincoln's overpowering strength incited Abomination's fury as he roared frantically, launching attack after attack against Lincoln. Boom! Another collision powerful enough to uproot everything in the vicinity occurred. Yet this time, Abomination did not fly backward. Lincoln had seized him. Grasping Abomination's arms, Lincoln ascended slowly, a biological force field emanating from his limbs, pressing down upon Abomination like the weight of a hydraulic press. From his elevated position, Lincoln looked down upon Abomination, energy coalescing within him as crimson beams surged forth from his eyes. The searing rays of extreme heat seemed to possess a tangible form as they struck the Abomination, causing the ground beneath him to crack and his body to sink further into despair. His skin, which could withstand the impact of a rocket launcher, was instantaneously torn apart by the relentless heat. His muscles were scorched and his blood evaporated, the excruciating pain tormenting both his mind and body. "No!" His wails echoed through the skies, a lamentation of suffering that any ear could discern. The unbearable heat left the Abomination in torment, struggling desperately to escape. Yet Lincoln's hands held him firmly in place. Even as his muscles bulged and strained, he could not break free from Lincoln's grip. "Hulk, attack!" Just as the Abomination's resistance waned, a deep, resonant voice called out from nearby. With a fierce intensity, the enraged Hulk charged towards Lincoln, his fury palpable in Betty's worried gaze. "You seek death." Lincoln heard the Hulk's roar clearly. With a powerful punch, he struck the Abomination's head, driving him into the ground. Lincoln then raised his gaze towards the Hulk, his eyes aflame with rage, his heated glare instantly locking onto the Hulk. With a thunderous crash, the immense force sent the Hulk hurtling backward, the scorching heat searing his skin. This unbearable pain instilled in the Hulk, who had known only rage since his inception, a profound sense of fear for the very first time. Beneath Lincoln's feet, witnessing the Hulk endure a significant portion of the damage, the Abomination's once dilated pupils refocused, now filled with terror and reverence as he gazed up at Lincoln's bloodshot eyes. He instinctively stifled his breath and crawled away in a desperate attempt to flee. 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. He crawled further away, a flicker of relief crossing his features until he felt a hand grasp the protruding bone spike on his back. "Where do you think you're going?" "No." In that instant, the Abomination felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, the chill coursing through his body. He dared not look back, pushing himself to run, but the strength of that hand rendered him immobile. Crack! The sudden sound of shattering bones echoed in his ears, followed by a wave of agonizing pain that brought him to his knees. Yet Lincoln's actions remained relentless. With precise and ruthless efficiency, he broke the bone spike at the Abomination's elbow and extracted the protrusions from his spine. The air was filled with the sounds of wailing, cracking, and flesh tearing, as torrents of yellow-green blood pooled upon the streets of Broadway, transforming it into a morass of carnage. By the time Lincoln ceased his brutal onslaught, the once vigorous abomination lay crumpled on the ground, akin to a hedgehog stripped of its quills, utterly vulnerable. Pain and despair gnawed at the abomination's spirit. Even as Lincoln's figure receded towards the Hulk, he remained prostrate on the ground, paralyzed by fear. Now it is your turn. Hulk. Unyielding. Boom. Unyielding? Lincoln regarded Hulk with a frigid expression, twisting his wrist. In my grasp, nothing remains unyielding. Should there be, I shall shatter your bones. With that, he shifted his form, seizing Hulk's arm and twisting it behind his back, then raised his foot to strike down upon Hulk's broad spine with ferocity. A crack echoed through the air, and with a single blow, Hulk's spine was broken. Following that, his arms, legs, and even his skull were crushed under Lincoln's relentless assault, leaving them riddled with fractures and indentations. The sheer brutality of Lincoln was exemplified in Hulk, who lay broken, a testament to the might of his adversary. Lincoln harbored no concern for the demise of either Abomination or Hulk. Both were mere byproducts of gamma radiation, resilient in nature, and a few fractures posed no significant threat. The two wretched beings lay in a heap on the street, and in Lincoln's silence, no one dared to utter a word. Chapter 38. I, too, am a homeowner. Reason is a commendable trait. Lincoln found joy in conversing with entities possessing self-awareness. Yet, it was evident that neither Abomination nor Hulk embodied rationality. Thus, Lincoln resolved to deliver a few blows, articulating his message amidst the chaos of pain, ensuring his words would be indelibly etched into their memories through excruciating agony. The pursuit of power and the enmity towards his opponent had rendered Abomination tranquil, after Lincoln had either broken or extracted his protruding bones. His sole desire was to retreat to a quiet place, free from disturbance. He was afraid, fearful that should he emerge once more, Lincoln might indeed end his life. Abomination sensed that had Hulk not intervened, he might have been incinerated by Lincoln's searing gaze. As for Hulk, initial fury gave way to a profound stillness as Lincoln methodically shattered his bones. Essentially, Hulk was an embodiment of rage born from gamma radiation, under Banner's prolonged suppression. Hulk resembled a powerful yet unruly child rather than a pure beast or villain. This distinction set him apart from Abomination. Nevertheless, this posed little challenge for Lincoln. As long as his opponent could not match his strength, he could compel compliance through force, just as he was doing now. The citizens of free New York possessed remarkable skills for emergency evasion. Even when confronted unexpectedly by two gamma-radiated monsters on Broadway, they adeptly found their bearings amidst the chaos. They vanished without a trace during the turmoil, only re-emerging from various corners once Lincoln had decisively subdued Abomination and Hulk. Amidst the disarray of the street, Abomination and Hulk lay discarded like refuse, while Lincoln sat contemplatively upon a heap of their yellow-green remains, resembling a thinker in repose. Behold the two monstrous entities that once threatened to annihilate New York, now sprawled upon the ground like defeated beasts, while the silent figure of Lincoln stood amidst the chaos. The citizens of New York felt their long-held beliefs, cultivated in a society governed by monetary influence, begin to shatter. The emergence of the Abomination and Hulk was somewhat digestible. After all, the credibility of the American government had long been in tatters, and conspiracy theories surrounding clandestine biological experiments had circulated for quite some time. It was not surprising to witness creatures capable of devastating the streets with mere movements. They could merely await the opportunity to sue for reparations. Yet, the true conundrum lay in the fact that these titanic beings, impervious to rocket fire, had been vanquished by a solitary human clad in a cape. They pondered whether they had unwittingly entered a comic book universe, for even Captain America, a figure mythologized by wartime propaganda, had not achieved such extraordinary feats. The shattering of their worldview plunged them into silence, a silence also shared by Ross, who had been observing the battlefield from above. Initially, he had intended to watch the events unfold. Should Lincoln fall to the Hulk and Abomination, he would send agents to pilfer a handsome sum in compensation from the corpse. Conversely, if Lincoln triumphed, he could leverage military authority to coerce Lincoln into collaborating on a new round of human experimentation. Ross had meticulously crafted his plans, yet uncertainty now gripped him. The gruesome bone spikes, stripped of flesh, lay ominously on the ground, blood continuing to flow freely, while Hulk's bones lay shattered, broken by Lincoln's brutal assault. Faced with such ferocity, Ross began to doubt whether it was wise to descend and demand Lincoln's surrender under the auspices of the military. Fearing his own fate might devolve into mere pulp. Abandoning thoughts of coercion, he commanded the aircraft to land and, with a tinge of trepidation, approached Lincoln. "Greetings. I am Ross, and I am profoundly grateful for your assistance in subduing these two rogue specimens." "Assistance?" Lincoln lifted his gaze toward Ross, gesturing toward the fallen Hulk and Abomination. "Are you implying that these creatures belong to you?" A sense of foreboding enveloped Ross, yet he found himself with no alternative. "Indeed. We are affiliated with the military." "Stop. I have no interest in knowing which unit you represent," Lincoln interrupted, leaping from Hulk's form to seize Ross firmly. "Since these assailants are your responsibility, we can now discuss matters of compensation and service fees." "Compensation? Service fees?" Ross was taken aback, about to protest when he felt the grip around his shoulders tighten ominously. It was akin to being ensnared by a giant. Ross felt the pressure mounting, as if his very bones were displacing under the strain. He gazed at Lincoln, whose eyes glimmered with an intimidating crimson light. "Do you have any objections?" A flicker of pain and struggle crossed Ross's visage as he ultimately relented. "No objections." "Very well." Lincoln nodded with satisfaction, releasing his arm that had been draped over Ross's shoulder. A sudden wave of relaxation surged through Ross, causing him to stagger slightly. His eyes filled with a mix of surprise and anger as he glanced at Lincoln. "What compensation do you desire?" "You may have misunderstood. This matter does not rest with me, but rather with you," Lincoln replied, gesturing towards the slowly recovering Abomination and Hulk on the ground. "They are my trophies. If you cannot provide me with a suitable price, I shall make them vanish forever. Do you comprehend?" Ross looked at the two colossal beings on the ground, a twitch of his lips betraying his unease. "How about $5 million? $5 million? Lincoln's eyes widened with incredulity as he regarded Ross. "I did not anticipate that their worth in your eyes was so diminutive. In that case, shall I incinerate them for you?" With that, a crimson glow erupted in Lincoln's pupils, and his fiery gaze bore down upon Hulk and Abomination. Temperatures soaring beyond 1,000 degrees enveloped the two, their skin igniting and muscles beginning to liquefy under such extreme heat. "Stop! Stop! We can negotiate." Ross's complexion paled as he realized Lincoln's intent to end their lives on a whim. He immediately raised his hand and shouted, "We can negotiate. Yes, you. It won't be less than $50 million. You have one more chance." Lincoln halted his fiery glare, raising a finger towards Ross. "This is the final offer. Should I find it unsatisfactory, I will promptly eliminate them." Perceiving that Lincoln seemed indifferent to monetary matters, Ross found himself momentarily at a loss for words until a falling rock from a dilapidated building nearby jolted him back to reality. "Do you need a place to stay?" "Where?" "In Manhattan," Ross explained. "We own a building there, valued at $1.9 billion. I can offer it to you as compensation and for your services." Chapter 39. A figure emerges from history while it remained a mystery why Ross, a military laboratory head, possessed a building in Manhattan. There was no doubt that Lincoln was pleased with the offer of compensation. Recognizing Ross's sincerity, Lincoln nodded, and with a swift motion, he leaped into the air with a sonic boom, vanishing into the night. He had no identity in this era, and the transfer of a building's ownership would likely require some time. Thus, he had no interest in lingering here. Lincoln was not concerned about Ross reneging on his promise of compensation, for doing so would offend a formidable adversary capable of crushing Hulk and Abomination into oblivion. At that point, Lincoln would not hesitate to dispatch a few more individuals. Ross gazed up at the vast night sky, seemingly trying to discern the direction in which Lincoln had departed. However, after a prolonged period of searching with wide eyes, he found nothing. At that moment, the usually silent Hulk suddenly stirred. Just a few fractures, no issue. Having rested for some time, Hulk's formidable, self-healing abilities had mended most of his broken bones and internal injuries. While he may not withstand the force of Lincoln or Abomination, the remnants of soldiers surrounding Ross posed no significant threat to Hulk. Initially, he remained motionless, merely succumbing to the pressure exerted by Lincoln. However, now that Lincoln had departed, Hulk naturally found the strength to rise. Observing Hulk's astonishing transformation from the brink of death to a vibrant entity within mere moments, Ross stood in stunned silence, astonished that the seemingly brutish Hulk had also become cunning. As he watched the green figure dash into the depths of darkness, Ross felt an urge to intercept Hulk. But upon glancing at the remnants of his defeated forces surrounding him, he ultimately surrendered to the futility of the endeavor. Ross was plagued by a throbbing headache. The already staggering compensation of $1.9 billion was enough to cause him great distress. And now, with Lincoln's departure, Hulk had vanished without a trace right before his eyes. At this juncture, his $1.9 billion had merely procured a half-dead abomination. Frustrated, Ross could only accept the harsh reality, summoning the few remaining subordinates to recapture the abomination, while ensuring that the scattered remnants of flesh and bone were meticulously disposed of. The emergence of an abomination was already an unforeseen development, and he would not permit any stray samples from the organization to yield further bizarre entities. In somber silence, Ross transported the last remaining abomination back to his laboratory, while on the other side, Nick Fury found himself engulfed in contemplation. Thanks to the tumultuous clash between Abomination and Hulk, numerous surveillance systems along Broadway had been severely damaged. Even with his authority as the director of SHIELD, he could only manage to retrieve a few indistinct recordings. Yet, despite the footage being fractured to the point of obscurity, Fury could still perceive the primal and unrefined violence exhibited by Lincoln. It was difficult to ascertain whether the shadowy figure in the footage harbored violent tendencies, but it was evident that an individual capable of subduing both Abomination and Hulk single-handedly was not one to be trifled with. As he pondered these thoughts, a knock resounded at the office door, and Coulson's voice called from outside, "Director, I have unearthed some information." Fury's brow furrowed slightly. He shut down the computer before turning his attention to the folder Coulson had brought. The paper folder bore signs of age, and upon extracting the archived documents within, Fury became increasingly convinced of his suspicions. Name: Lincoln. Gender: male. Age: 22. Place of origin: Brooklyn, New York. Personal history: completed conscription on July 5, 1943. Serving in the 107th Infantry Regiment, where he distinguished himself in combat. Captured during the defeat at the Battle of Azzano on December 2, 1943. Selected as a test subject by Hydra scientist Zola for the Tesseract experiment. Subsequently, went missing on December 16, 1943. The content of the document was succinct, yet characteristic of its era. However, what captured Fury's attention was not merely this sheet of paper, but rather a videotape included within the folder. After a moment of contemplation, he played the tape, which vividly showcased the high-definition footage of the Tesseract human experimentation orchestrated by Lincoln, Zola, and Schmidt. The content of the videotape was not lengthy. It concluded within mere minutes, restoring silence to the office. Yet, gazing at the paused computer screen, Fury's expression was complex, and after a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, "Damn it." In the conventional population registry, Lincoln's existence was untraceable. Fury had initially speculated that Lincoln's identity might pertain to some clandestine secret, necessitating special methods for inquiry. However, the truth of Lincoln's identity was indeed peculiar. So peculiar that he almost hoped Lincoln was merely an ordinary illegal immigrant. A veteran who had achieved remarkable feats during World War II suddenly reappeared after decades of absence, now possessing the ability to single-handedly subdue two monstrous entities. Fury could already envision the uproar that would ensue if this information were to leak. Yet, this was not the primary concern. What truly troubled Fury was the mere fact of Lincoln's reappearance. Ever since SHIELD had retrieved the Tesseract from the ocean, their internal research on it had been relentless. Although they had lost Zola and Schmidt, rendering them incapable of replicating the device to extract energy from the Tesseract, they had conducted numerous fragmented experiments. They had performed many tests on the peculiar reactions between organic life forms and the Tesseract. Yet none had succeeded in replicating what transpired with Lincoln. Gradually, they had come to believe that the concept of teleportation was merely a non-existent phenomenon, a ludicrous error in Zola's experimental logs. But now, with Lincoln's emergence, all previous hypotheses had been overturned. Fury's current anxiety stemmed from the fact that he had no knowledge of how many experiments Hydra had conducted with the Tesseract. The return of just one subject, Lincoln, was already sufficient to alter the global landscape. He could hardly fathom the consequences if more individuals were to return from the annals of history. Cunning and suspicious, Fury had drawn numerous connections from a single videotape, yet he could never have imagined that this so-called experimental recording was, in fact, a ruse meticulously orchestrated by Lincoln himself. After all, who would suspect that Schmidt, the supreme commander of Hydra, would conspire alongside an unremarkable infantry regiment captive? Even Captain America, Steve Rogers, who had single-handedly breached Klausenberg, could not have anticipated this, nor could the members of the Strategic Scientific Reserve during the war, nor could Nick Fury, now the director of S.H.I.L.D. The seasoned agent Nick Fury ultimately fell victim to his own cognitive biases, becoming ensnared in a web of flawed reasoning that led him further down the wrong path. His thinking gradually became distorted. Chapter 40. The unfortunate and the villain. The building promised by Ross was indeed impressive, yet it would not materialize tonight. Nonetheless, Lincoln remained unconcerned, for he had other accommodations. The Continental Hotel, an establishment that Lincoln had commissioned Schmidt to establish before departing Klausenberg. Although Schmidt's ambitions were ultimately thwarted by Captain America, the Continental Hotel, which appeared entirely unassociated with Hydra, had managed to endure. Later, the Continental Hotel, serving as the liaison for the shadowy assassins, was absorbed by Hydra, becoming a pivotal component in the dominion of the world's underbelly. It is fair to say that Lincoln's initial expectations of the Continental Hotel were entirely fulfilled during this period. At 175 Fifth Avenue, Manhattan, like the assassins who tirelessly traversed the globe day and night, the Continental Hotel never ceased its operations. Regardless of the hour, one could always glimpse the meticulous receptionist standing behind the counter upon entering through the doors that were closed to the public. The moment Lincoln stepped into the hotel, cameras had already recorded his visage and completed a comparison. Glancing at the information on the screen, the receptionist, Karen, calmly addressed Lincoln. "Sir, we are a private club and do not operate publicly." "I am aware it is a private club," Lincoln replied, surveying the bustling crowd around him, and nodded slightly. "So there must be a way to secure a room here, correct?" Karen scrutinized Lincoln for a few seconds, confirming he was not jesting, before retrieving a card from the counter and placing it before Lincoln. "Sir, you must first activate your personal information before you could check in." Lincoln accepted the card and glanced at it, noting it bore a web address unlike any he was familiar with. After a moment of contemplation, he returned the card. "I do not possess a phone or computer. Might you assist me?" Observing Lincoln's unassuming attire, Karen fell silent once more. After a brief pause, he reclaimed the card from the counter and silently began typing on the computer keyboard. "Name Lincoln. Gender and age. Confidential. Codename God." Karen suddenly halted his actions, lifting his gaze to Lincoln with a knowing look. "Are you certain you wish to adopt this codename? This is no mere game." "I am certain," Lincoln affirmed with a nod, a faint smile gracing his face. "Just proceed with the registration." Karen regarded Lincoln again, seemingly attempting to decipher the audacity behind Lincoln's choice of name within the assassin network. However, after some contemplation, he could discern nothing amiss. His fingers danced across the keyboard 3 times, and with a press of the enter key, a name that had never before been dared, God, emerged in the assassin organization's registration network. The registration network for assassin codenames was public, constantly monitored for the arrival of new members. Naturally, the emergence of the codename God did not escape their notice. When a post titled "Shocking, Someone Dares to Call Themselves God" appeared on the Assassin Forum, the entire world of assassins erupted. Assassins usually select their codenames according to personal preference, yet the allure of a striking moniker often renders one a target of scrutiny. Consequently, most choose rather unremarkable names. Amidst a sea of alphanumeric combinations, the codename God stood out as an incongruity, resembling a rookie's mocking proclamation to all. Some individuals remain indifferent, while others chuckle. Come now, let us impart a lesson to this novice. The adversaries of a killer extend beyond mere police and bodyguards. They also include rivals in the same profession. Lincoln, still unaware of how quickly he had attracted attention, gestured towards the counter after completing the registration of his assassin identity. "Please, arrange a room for me." Karen did not move. "You lack sufficient gold coins." "That is of no concern. Someone else possesses it," Lincoln replied, casting his gaze towards a newly arrived assassin. "Charge it to his account." Karen glanced at the unfortunate soul Lincoln had targeted and shook his head. "Apologies, unless he consents. I cannot extract the gold from his pockets to cover your lodging. Furthermore, within the Continental Hotel, no violence is permitted." "Is that so?" Lincoln nodded lightly, turning to face the ill-fated assassin, beckoning with his hand. With a swift motion, and in the astonished gaze of the hapless victim, the gold coins in the man's pocket were suddenly ripped from his clothing, fluttering into Lincoln's grasp like birds returning to their nest. As he tossed the coins into the air, the sound of their clinking resonated, and he began to count them. One for the room, and one more to find me an attractive companion. I prefer something traditional. Karen collected the room fee, tapping a finger on another coin. I suggest you add one more. The quality will significantly improve, and you will have access to a specialized selection menu. Of course, this is merely my personal recommendation. Lincoln pondered for a moment, shrugged, and added another coin, then let it be. Witnessing such a sordid transaction unfold before him, especially with his own hard-earned money, the unfortunate assassin was incensed. With a flushed face, he lunged forward, intent on reclaiming his gold, but Karen, unhurried, swiftly seized the 2 coins before the man could react. Thus, the unlucky assassin could only turn his gaze to Lincoln. "Return my gold to me, and if I refuse, what will you do to me?" Lincoln retorted, prying the man's hand from his collar with an air of malevolence. "Be mindful, this is the Continental Hotel. If you resort to violence, no one will come to your aid." Lincoln's silence had not been an issue, but his words immediately ignited the assassin's fury, compelling him to plead with Karen. "You witnessed it. You saw him steal my gold. You should expel him. You claim I stole your gold. Do you possess any evidence?" Lincoln chuckled. "Clearly, your gold coins came to me of their own volition. I merely provided them a more suitable home. How can that be deemed theft?" While speaking, Lincoln turned to Karen. "In my opinion, such a malicious individual ought to be removed from the assassin's roster. What do you think?" Karen, maintaining a neutral stance, remained silent, engrossed in his computer. The unfortunate assassin, now livid, glared at Lincoln with unmasked murderous intent. "I will certainly kill you. Just wait." "Ah, yes, I shall be waiting." Lincoln waved his hand and retrieved a yuan coin from his pocket, tossing it onto the ground. The unfortunate individual's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the clinking coin, at which point Lincoln's calm voice resonated. "Consider it a gift. Pick it up." Darkness enveloped the unfortunate soul, and he felt a surge of anger and frustration rising like a fountain to his very core. Chapter 41. Your artificial intelligence has betrayed you. The villainous incarnation of Lincoln had absconded with all his coins, leaving the unfortunate assassin bereft of the means to check into a hotel or select any services. He watched helplessly as Lincoln's figure vanished around the corner of the staircase, filled with a rage so intense it felt as if he might shatter his own teeth. He dared not unleash his fury upon the neutral Continental Hotel. Thus all his resentment was directed solely at Lincoln. Blinded by anger, he had forgotten how Lincoln had taken the coins from his pocket. His mind was singularly focused on one thought: to teach the man who had robbed him of his entire fortune a lesson. As a super organization that connected assassins from around the globe, the Continental Hotel could offer nearly every indulgent service imaginable, while few sought a bedmate within its walls. When the occasion arose, the hotel could certainly provide individuals of remarkable quality. From Lincoln's perspective, the person who appeared in his room was more than suitable for stardom. A bad omen, a harbinger of great misfortune. Lincoln marveled at the turn of events. Stepping forward, "I have committed numerous wrongs and wish for your assistance in absolving my sins." The woman flashed a captivating smile, wrapping her arms around Lincoln's. "In this earthly realm, everyone bears sins. I am unconcerned with the nature of your transgressions. I am only interested in their magnitude." Lincoln remained silent, drawing the curtains to create an intimate space before laying bare his soul. The woman's expression faltered momentarily before her smile returned with vigor. "Your sins run deep. It may take some time to cleanse them fully. I possess all the time in the world." Lincoln glanced at the pile of coins on the bedside table and smiled. While money could not buy time, it could certainly extend its duration. The Continental Hotel, a clandestine hub for assassins, remained invisible and non-existent to the average person. Yet expecting it to maintain secrecy from certain specialized entities was a tall order, especially for the Hydra that controlled the establishment. Lincoln's presence and stay were far from clandestine. In New Jersey, within a secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D., this facility, nominally belonging to S.H.I.E.L., was effectively under Hydra's control. Public documents suggested nothing remarkable about the location, but beneath the surface lay a colossal computer housing Zola's consciousness. Just as Tony Stark possessed an artificial intelligence named JAR, Hydra had its own, named Zola. This ensured Hydra's covert existence. allowing them to persist in a new form following World War II. However, complications arising from Zola's artificial intelligence were now surfacing. The Hydra organization and SHIELD are inextricably linked. When Fury obtained footage concerning Lincoln, Zola was already aware that the deity to whom he devoted his fervent loyalty had resurfaced. For the first time, the underground machine repository in New Jersey was activated to full capacity. A series of peculiar symbols flickered incessantly on the computer screen, and eventually, Zola manifested. The biological consciousness recognized that the transformation into electronic consciousness had not stripped away the element of loyalty from Zola's psyche. Rather, as electronic awareness emerged, loyalty to Lincoln became one of Zola's fundamental principles. He repeatedly viewed the video of Lincoln's initial appearance, ultimately arriving at a dazzling conclusion. His God had returned. What splendid news! It brought Zola even greater joy than the inception of the Insight program. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to utilize the communication network under his control to send a request to Lincoln. The crisp ringtone of a mobile phone echoed from the bedside table. Glancing at the exhausted figure beside him, Lincoln paused before answering what he recognized as Zola's call. As soon as the connection was made, Zola's fervent voice resonated in his ear. "Great God, stop. Get to the point." Lincoln interrupted before Zola could finish his lengthy greeting. "What is it?" At this time, "You should be preparing the Insight program in the secret base in New Jersey." Upon hearing Lincoln's words, Zola swiftly transitioned to the matter at hand. "Great God. Those foolish Hydra heads are attempting to desecrate your authority. It seems you are well informed about their plans. They aim to employ humanity's ludicrous and juvenile methods to coerce and suppress you. They intend to force you into collaboration for their inhumane experiments. They're a wretched infestation. Is that all you know?" "I apologize, great God," Zola replied, his voice subdued. "The room where the Hydra heads convene is completely shielded from electromagnetic signals. Even I'm unaware of their discussions. How is the Insight program progressing?" "All is proceeding smoothly." Zola's voice regained its excitement. "I have discovered the most exceptional predictive algorithms. The only remaining issues are acquiring a sufficiently powerful computer and weaponry capable of comprehensive strikes. Great God, if you require it, I can designate those wretched Hydra members as the targets." Lincoln envisioned the Hydra heads eagerly watching their sky carrier take flight, only to find its cannons aimed at themselves, and shook his head. "Forget it, that would be too dull. Just ensure you have contingencies in place, confirming that I can assume control of the Insight program at any moment. As for everything else, you need not concern yourself. Do you need me to block another artificial intelligence's retrieval?" Zola continued. "Tony Stark is just as insufferable as his father, and that butler, J.A.R., is equally bothersome. That's unnecessary." Lincoln shook his head and said, "Create a new identity for me, and send a message to Ross in my name, urging him to expedite the delivery of what he promised. Then, remain silent." "As you wish, Great One," Zola replied with a hint of reverence. "Should you require my assistance, simply call out to me through any communication device, and I shall appear by your side." Zola's voice faded. The call abruptly disconnected, leaving no trace of their conversation in the phone records, as if it had never occurred. At the very moment Zola abandoned Hydra, a clandestine meeting room buzzed with the presence of the Serpent Heads, who began deliberating over the video that Fury had acquired. As heirs to the Red Skull's Hydra legacy, they possessed knowledge that SHIELD was oblivious to, including matters concerning Lincoln. The documents left by Schmidt indicated that Lincoln was nearly invincible. Yet the heads of Hydra held a different opinion. Unbeknownst to them, however, their only artificial intelligence had already defected. Chapter 42. Fury. I've been hosted. Seeking women esteemed colleagues. The information left by Schmidt regarding the man named Lincoln is limited. Thus we must endeavor to gather as much intelligence as possible. As he spoke, Baron Strucker turned his gaze towards Alexander Pierce, who had recently ascended from the director of SHIELD. "Perhaps our esteemed Mr. Alexander can offer considerable assistance. After all, New York has been firmly under your control." Strucker's words dripped with sarcasm, prompting a cold snort from Alexander. "I have delegated SHIELD's affairs to Nick Fury. I am no longer directly overseeing the agency." "Yet he is currently in New York," Strucker interjected. "And he is at the Continental Hotel." "How do you know this?" "Because everyone knows it now." Strucker scoffed. "A killer codenamed God has captured everyone's attention. It is common knowledge that he has checked into the Continental Hotel. Pausing for effect, Strucker's face broke into a sly smile. Perhaps it won't be long before we witness an extraordinary conflict among assassins on Mr. Alexander's territory. I hope you will broadcast the thrilling spectacle for us to witness more clearly. Strucker's remarks darkened Pierce's expression. Initially, he had not considered this. But as Strucker pointed it out, Pierce suddenly recalled that Lincoln had already committed an act capable of inciting chaos before their closed-door meeting. Damn! Pierce silently cursed, unsure whether his ire was directed at Strucker's gloating or other factors. In any case, he was decidedly displeased. As he brooded in silence, a voice broke through the tension. "Where's Zola? He seems to have been absent for quite some time. He is executing the Insight Plan." Pierce's voice was calm. "I have not seen him for quite some time. Perhaps you might inquire after him yourself." He sighed. The smuggler contemplated for a moment before abandoning his intention. The Insight Plan is of paramount importance. We need not let trivial matters hinder its progress. Moreover, Pierce, it is high time to initiate your space carrier project, is it not? Not yet. Pierce snorted coldly. The resources and manpower required for the space carrier are immense. I must have the cooperation of the World Security Council to construct it. Unless a significant crisis occurs that compels them to recognize the necessity of building such a vessel, the construction will inevitably be measured in years. The Insight Plan is their strategy to exert control over the world. They are acutely aware of the staggering resources it demands. Upon hearing Pierce's words, the smugglers fell silent, ultimately refraining from further discussion on the matter and returning to the main topic. "Pierce, you have consistently maintained control over North America. This time, he has appeared in your territory. It is your responsibility and duty to thwart him. I trust you will rise to the occasion. The Continental Hotel is a vital hub for maintaining our dominion over the dark underbelly of society. We cannot afford any missteps. The onus is on you. I know what must be done." Pierce replied with a cold snort. "Unless I am dead, I will not allow him to succeed." TSK, TSK, TSK. Your words leave me uncertain whether to wish for your demise or your continued existence. Strack's teasing voice echoed once more. Without waiting for further conversation, he stood and made his way outside. "I have no interest in continuing this discussion. I must return to the European base, as I have much to attend to. After all, I do not have a devoted lackey to assist me." The smugglers shifted their gaze back to Pierce. "So, what do you intend to do?" Pierce glanced at them, but remained silent. In the room, from the exchange of nods to the clinking of cups, the lady had succumbed to a deep slumber, undisturbed even by Zola's phone call. Rubbing the palm gem in his hand, Lincoln, smiling, was about to recline back on the bed when a knock at the door interrupted his tranquility. "Sir, someone is looking for you." "Someone is looking for me?" Lincoln inquired, puzzled. "Who?" "We cannot ascertain his identity." Upon hearing this, Lincoln's curiosity deepened. He refocused his gaze towards the hall, piercing through layers of brick and cement, and immediately spotted the black figure wearing an eye patch. "Let him wait," Lincoln responded casually, tossing 2 gold coins through the door's crack. "Have him order a black-skinned lady on my behalf, and tell him to enjoy himself." Within the hotel, gold coins, serving as tokens, permitted the establishment to fulfill any request that did not contravene their policies. Clearly, accommodating one guest's request on behalf of another was well within their regulations. In the grand lobby, Nick Fury, feigning interest in a newspaper, awaited Lincoln, but instead encountered an exquisitely dressed woman of ebony complexion. "Fury?" The peculiar gazes of the assassins surrounding him began to weigh heavily upon him, prompting a bewildered glance toward the hotel staff. "What does this mean?" The attendant replied, courteously. "This is the service requested by the guest you are to meet. He may not appear for some time, so I arranged for a companion to pass the time with you." Upon hearing the attendant's words, Fury understood, yet he found the situation somewhat absurd. As a Level 10 agent and director of S.H.I.L.D., did he truly require the company of a woman? Moreover, was she not someone else's paid companion? Fury felt his thoughts disarrayed. In his mind's eye, Lincoln might leave him waiting for a while, or perhaps come to see him directly. However, none of the anticipated scenarios included him languishing in the lobby with a woman awaiting Lincoln. That was not his style. According to his previous conduct, he would have already appeared in Lincoln's room by now. The reason he remained seated was partly to avoid disrupting the neutral stance of the Continental Hotel, which could easily create unnecessary enemies. Another reason was the weight of Lincoln's power. He could have patiently waited there, but now, gazing at the alluring woman beside him, Fury suddenly felt an impulsive urge to storm into Lincoln's room and demand to know what he was truly contemplating. Closing his eyes slightly, Fury took a deep breath before addressing the attendant. "I do not require her presence. Please send her away." "Are you certain?" Just as Fury was about to nod without hesitation, a thought struck him, prompting a swift change of heart. "Never mind. Let her stay." Chapter 43 Fury. I would rather do nothing than make a mistake. Dihua, a term imbued with profound significance. As a level 10 agent and director of S.H.I.E.L.D., deep contemplation seemed an innate talent of Fury's, often leading him to make accurate associations and judgments. He speculated whether the woman summoned by Lincoln held ulterior motives, thus altering his decision. Yet, it was evident that he had misjudged again. Being superhuman offers many advantages, such as super strength, super speed, super durability, and super endurance. Serious capabilities indeed. With the aid of these formidable powers, Lincoln's transgressions were finally vanquished by noon, resulting in a purification of both body and spirit. He felt satisfied. The hotel was pleased, the woman was content, and aside from the perpetually grim-faced Fury waiting downstairs, everyone else was joyful. With the remaining coins tucked into his pocket, Lincoln covered his exposed form with a blanket, exited his room, and made his way to the underground bar. At first glance, he spotted Fury, whose face resembled that of a disgruntled gorilla, alongside the sleek, ebony-skinned woman of his choosing. "It seems you have taken quite a liking to the service I arranged for you. It is already noon, and yet you linger with her by your side." Lincoln ordered a glass of juice and leaned against the bar, watching Fry and the female applicant beside him with keen interest. Upon hearing Lincoln's remark, Fry immediately realized he had misinterpreted the situation, waving the woman away. He glanced at his watch and remarked, "You've made me waste an entire morning in this bar." "Ah, but no, the waste of time is solely your own doing and bears no relation to me," Lincoln replied, raising his index finger in a gentle shake. "After all, I never compelled you to seek me out." He then pointed at the juice in Fry's hand, adding, "I only invited you for other pursuits. But I never offered to pay for your juice. That expense is yours to bear." Fry, taken aback, thought, "You invited me for those pursuits, yet you refused to indulge me with another glass of juice?" His frustration, bubbling beneath the surface, was exacerbated by Lincoln's unexpected shift in tone. With a deep breath, he finally spoke, "Can we discuss this privately?" Lincoln surveyed the sparsely populated bar and the empty corners surrounding them, shrugging his shoulders. "Do we truly need to have a private conversation about this?" Seeing Lincoln's reluctance, Fry felt a sinking sensation that this negotiation might not yield the desired outcome. He retrieved some photographs and an invoice from his pocket. "These are the photographic records of the damage you caused to the street yesterday, along with the repair bill you owe. Perhaps you could choose an appropriate time to settle these debts." "Oh, this matter," Lincoln said, glancing at the lengthy invoice before pushing it back toward Fry. "I've already reached an agreement with that General Screw. As compensation and for his services, he'll be transferring to me a building worth $1.9 billion in Manhattan. As for these bills, he will cover those as well. You may seek reimbursement from him first. If he refuses, then you can return to me, and I shall have a word with him." "Discuss? You mean to resolve matters with your fists?" Fry gazed at Lincoln, that thought flickering in his mind. He then pocketed the invoice, stating, "Since the compensation issue is resolved, we should now turn our attention to matters concerning your identity." As he spoke, Fry retrieved another sheet of paper from his trench coat pocket and placed it before Lincoln. "This is a file concerning you. May I inquire about what has transpired in your life?" "Absolutely not." Lincoln initially intended to rebuff Fry's inquiry without hesitation. However, a sudden idea sparked in his mind, leading him to pose a question of his own. "Are you certain you wish to know?" "Indeed," Fry affirmed. "Very well," Lincoln nodded, casually tracing a circle in the air with his finger. With a soft whooshing sound, a portal imbued with blue light effects opened, leading to a secret laboratory. As Lincoln reached toward it and withdrew his hand, a cube, radiating a deep azure glow, appeared in his palm. "Is this the cosmic cube?" exclaimed a scientist from the laboratory, his astonishment palpable. Gazing at the familiar cube, Fury's expression faltered, unable to maintain its composure. He sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "That should have been stored in the secret laboratory. What have you done?" "A mere portal, a trivial manipulation of space," Lincoln replied dismissively, calmly holding the cosmic cube. With a slight mental nudge, azure energy lines flowed from the cube, enveloping the two in a shroud of ethereal blue. The Infinity Stones wield extraordinary power, and mastering them could grant direct access to their unique inner realms. Though this diverges from the comic's depiction, each stone harbors a distinct internal space, and the space stone contains an infinite void, a boundless emptiness capable of overwhelming any being that enters. Fury possessed formidable willpower, able to endure within this void for a time, but as a human, his resilience was ultimately limited. Moments later, emerging from that space, capable of shattering biological resolve, Fury was drenched in sweat. His heart raced as he recalled the terrifying void, even more daunting than a pitch-black room. It dawned on him. Did you disappear into that place during those years? Indeed, Lincoln affirmed with a nod, reopening the portal to return the cosmic cube. Laboratory scientist. Huh? How'd it come back? With a wave, Lincoln closed the portal, smiling at Fury. In truth, it is a remarkable place. If one can maintain their sanity and sense of self within, they might just master it. Master it? Just as you did moments ago? Fury scrutinized Lincoln's eyes, seeking to discern the truth of his words. That space serves as a trial. Lincoln, with meticulous control over his body, revealed no hint of weakness. One must navigate it to escape. Otherwise, they are doomed to perish within. So you spent those years inside? Not entirely, Lincoln shrugged nonchalantly. I only lingered for a time, a period almost maddening before finding my way back not long ago. It did not kill me. Rather, it rendered me stronger. Do you wish to attain my level of power? Not at all. Recalling the gnawing emptiness, Fury shook his head in refusal. Even a level 10 agent like himself could not endure, and he doubted any agent within S.H.I.E.L.D. could succeed. Moreover, he harbored skepticism toward those agents. If Lincoln's claims held any truth, those agents emerging as Lincoln's second would only spell disaster. Thus, Fury preferred inaction over the peril of making a mistake. Chapter 44, Another 3. Lincoln's assertions to Fury were mere fabrications. Yet what did it matter? The limitations of humanity, and all beings on Earth, dictated their inability to master the space stone, let alone venture into its inner realm. Unable to disprove Lincoln's claims, Fury had no choice but to accept them as truth. After all, Lincoln had personally brought him in to experience it firsthand. If one were to doubt that, then Fury would not merely be suspicious, but rather delusional. However, Fury was not delusional. Instead, after a brief moment of contemplation, he accepted the reality as articulated by Lincoln. Abandoning further investigation into Lincoln's past experiences and capabilities, Fury continued. I will find a way to restore your identity to a usable state. There's no need, Lincoln interjected, raising his hand. Let the past identity remain in the past. I should embrace and enjoy this new era with a fresh identity. Fury gazed at Lincoln, nodding slightly after a moment. Very well. Lincoln harbored no concerns that the identity Fury crafted would conflict with Zola's fabricated persona. The identity of Zola's artificial intelligence was not merely superficial. Few events occurring within S.H.I.E.L. DS network could evade his scrutiny. The outcome would inevitably be that Fury would provide him with a competent identity, while Zola would furnish him with an impeccable one, which was hardly a negative scenario. Once these trifling matters were resolved, Fury finally shifted the conversation to his true intentions. Lincoln, I need you to join us in safeguarding world peace. Why should I care? Lincoln retorted disdainfully. If you truly wish to maintain world peace, I suggest you storm the White House and Capitol Hill and eliminate everyone there. The world would achieve peace instantly. If peace does not materialize afterward, you may come find me, and I would be more than willing to escort those unwilling to embrace peace to meet their maker. What do you think? That struck a nerve. Fury felt as if he had been brutally stabbed in the heart. Lincoln's suggestion hit Fury where it hurt. Without any bias, Fury was acutely aware of which nations and groups genuinely obstructed peace, and he recognized that Lincoln's assertion was fundamentally accurate. Yet the dilemma was that Fury could not act on it, since Fury was unwilling to sacrifice himself for the sake of world peace. He could not persuade Lincoln to do so either. The entire basis for persuasion had been fundamentally dismantled. After all, how could one expect others to make sacrifices they themselves were unwilling to make? Ordinary individuals might respond to such accusations and coercion with mere anger, but Lincoln was different. He would not succumb to impotent rage. He could, in front of everyone, reduce those who attempted to kidnap him to mere pulp. Lincoln's temperament had been vividly demonstrated in his encounters with the Hulk and Abomination, and Fury, having experienced the oppressive environment of the Void, understood how such an atmosphere could drive a person to extremes. Fury knew that for someone like Lincoln, persuading him toward righteousness would bear no fruit. It would only lead to impatience. He could only hope that Lincoln would retain some semblance of a moral compass and not ally himself with the villains. Judging by Lincoln's current behavior, which involved seeking companionship, Fury believed that Lincoln still remained within a controllable state. This might be the only piece of good news he could confirm thus far, leaving him uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. The persuasive plan of Fury had met with utter failure, and he refrained from further inquiries regarding certain matters disclosed by Lincoln. He realized he needed to return and meticulously organize his thoughts before he could formulate his next conversational strategy. After dodging the payment for a glass of juice, Fury, confident that the Continental Hotel would not dare to confront him, forcefully exited, leaving behind a silent bartender gazing at the empty glass. At that moment, the gaze that had been coveting Lincoln since the emergence of the cosmic cube became increasingly palpable. Wealth stirs the heart. For these ruthless assassins, as long as the allure of profit is substantial enough, perilous endeavors are merely part of their daily existence. One cannot expect them to wisely retreat in the face of danger. Moreover, as the night slipped away, many had already come to know that Lincoln was the audacious novice assassin who dared to adopt God as his moniker. Perhaps Lincoln's display of prowess in the bar could be deemed miraculous, yet those assassins firmly believe that in this world there are no invincible beings, only those whose weaknesses remain undiscovered. Lincoln, you are not wrong. But it must be added that there exist superhumans who are indeed invincible. Lincoln considered himself a man of honor, not one to take advantage without recompense. After leaving behind funds for his lodging and the cost of his escapades, he gazed at the solitary coin, sighed, and tapped the bar. May I ask you something? Do you know how to acquire more coins? Quite simple. There are 3 methods. The bartender paused in his actions. First, rob the coins from other assassins. Second, accept a task from the Continental Hotel. Third, undertake a commission from others. For an ordinary individual, the second option would be the most reliable and convenient. Yet the bartender glanced at the other assassins. Perhaps you could return with even more coins using the first method right after you step outside. Indeed, a sound suggestion. Lincoln chuckled, tossing the solitary coin onto the bar. I am pleased with your response. Yes, a tip. Thank you, sir. The bartender beamed, accepting the coin, which held considerable value. Upon leaving the hotel, Lincoln made a brief stop at the front desk. Despite the passage of a night and half a day, he was still greeted by the familiar face of Sharon. Producing a few remaining coins from his pocket, Lincoln gestured to the desk. Extend my stay. And also add an hour. Certainly, sir, Sharon nodded, accepting the coins, then added, with the remaining from yesterday's purchase, you may stay for another 7 days. A week. Then that will suffice. Lincoln nodded and turned to exit the hotel, but upon noticing the gathering assassins, he hesitated. If you have the time, could you help me find 3 more individuals? One with an Eastern gentleness, another with Western allure, and a third with less pronounced lips. I've heard their skin is quite exquisite and unique. I wish to experience that. As for payment, Lincoln gestured towards the crowd behind him. I will pay you once I acquire it from them. Sharon, observing Lincoln, found himself at a loss for words for the very first time in his life. Surrounded by a cadre of assassins, Lincoln nonetheless found the time to seek out 3 strikingly different beauties, leading Sharon to speculate whether Lincoln had perhaps been a rogue in his past life. For women, would he not be confined to his bed for an entire day? It was utterly preposterous. Such vitality was truly enviable. Chapter 45. Death for Wealth. Sharon remained silent, and Lincoln took his silence as acquiescence. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he pushed open the grand door and stepped outside. Engaging in combat at the entrance of the hotel was deemed unsporting. Thus, the assassins, who had been awaiting their moment, trailed behind Lincoln as he leisurely turned into a corner of the street. Within the Continental Hotel, the assassins, possessing scant knowledge of Lincoln, exhibited an unusually keen sense of their environment. Observing Lincoln, now encircled by their ranks, they shook their heads in disbelief. He was doomed. In such circumstances, even the night demon would meet his end here. Upon hearing this, one individual interjected, if the night demon hasn't retired, would you still dare utter such words? What do I care? The assassin retorted, his face flushed with indignation, but he abruptly regained his composure. Assassins were known for their unscrupulous methods. It was entirely possible that one among them was clandestinely recording their conversation. If the night demon were to catch wind of their remarks, the consequences would be dire. As anticipated, witnessing the silence fall over the group, a hint of disappointment flickered across their faces, and their gazes returned to Lincoln. "Shall we place a wager? How long can he endure?" "Not long," one assassin sneered. "A fool who dares to flaunt such a moniker upon his emergence will undoubtedly be dead within 10 minutes, if not less. I found it peculiar that a mere alias could incite such a relentless pursuit." "Are you unaware?" Another replied. "A bounty has been placed, $500 for his death." "500? Why don't you take the job?" "I've just completed one job. I wish to unwind." "Is that a crime?" "Enough chatter. Will you wager or not?" "Let us wager. $20 that he'll be done in 3 minutes. 50 that he lasts 10. The crowd gradually coalesced, while Sharon neither intervened nor participated. Instead, he accessed the hotel's exclusive service page, perusing its offerings. In an inconspicuous alley outside, Lincoln, who had been wandering aimlessly, suddenly halted. He glanced around, taking in his surroundings. The once desolate passage was now rife with the palpable intent of the assassins. The lucrative bounty was sufficient to incite fierce competition among them, not for credentials, but for the honor of being the first to eliminate Lincoln. Lincoln's demeanor remained unruffled, even as he used his insight to scrutinize the pockets of those surrounding him. After a brief survey, his expression soured. "Good grief. Are you fools living off mere gold coins? With such scant resources, how dare you venture out? You must be courting death." Lincoln's eccentric remarks elicited cold smiles from the assassins. Yet as they laughed, the mirth gradually faded, transforming into an uncontrollable terror. They beheld the glimmer in Lincoln's eyes. Let them all perish. Lincoln's face radiated with a wild grin as thousands of degrees of scorching intensity erupted from his gaze, leaving no living being unscathed. One by one, the eviscerated corpses collapsed onto the damp ground, while the remaining assassins fully comprehended that the bounty of 500 was not a mere windfall, but a trap from which there was no escape. Their faces were etched with horror, and without a moment's hesitation, they turned to flee. However, faced with Lincoln, who had cast aside the ban on killing, any effort they made was both laughable and futile. Corpses littered his path, and no survivor could divulge any information about him. All perished within. Lincoln showed no inclination to engage with these unremarkable firearms. Decisive slaughter was the only prudent choice. Moments later, as he grasped the coins that descended from the air, feeling their slight weight in his pocket, a faint smile graced Lincoln's face. Exiting the alley, he arranged the coins on the counter and turned to Sharon. "So, have you made your selections?" "I have, and I require your final confirmation." Sharon accepted the coins and displayed several images and videos. "Is this acceptable?" "Quite splendid. Truly remarkable." As Lincoln gazed upon the beauties he had only seen in short videos before, his eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. "Your taste is commendable. I appreciate it." "Glad to hear that." Sharon smiled as he confirmed. "They will be sent to your room shortly. Enjoy." With a wave, Lincoln returned to his chambers. It must be said, the quality of the beauties now far surpassed that of the Republican era. At the very least, they excelled in height and physique. Lincoln was a man who relished the pleasures of life, and beautiful women constituted an essential part of that enjoyment. He had no qualms about indulging himself after fulfilling his duties. Upon returning to his room, Lincoln disregarded the assassins who failed to catch his interest. Yet those assassins could not overlook his presence. From the moment Lincoln entered the alley until the ensuing screams echoed within, and everything fell silent. A mere 3 minutes had elapsed. Observing Lincoln emerge unscathed from the alley, they could scarcely fathom the events that had transpired within. Driven by curiosity, one among them finally ventured towards the alley, but upon glimpsing the scene inside, they were rendered speechless. The ground was strewn with remnants, all bodies severed by the searing heat of Lincoln's gaze. Each face bore a profound expression of terror and disbelief, while the air was thick with the lingering scent of charred flesh. The dual assault on their senses, visual and olfactory, overwhelmed them. Even seasoned assassins found their stomachs churning, as though the very contents would soon surge forth. In less than 3 minutes, every assassin was eliminated, some perched precariously upon high ladders, utterly bewildered by Lincoln's prowess. Amidst the chaos, they could only vaguely perceive a brutal shadow mercilessly crushing all in its path. At that moment, The primal instinct for survival eclipsed their avarice for wealth and curiosity for the unknown. They exchanged a knowing glance, silently sealing their lips, and subsequently departed the hotel with their possessions, fleeing New York under the cover of night. They ceased to compare Lincoln with anyone else, for his displayed strength was in a league of its own. Now, their singular desire was to distance themselves as far as possible from this cursed place. The exorbitant bounty remained posted on the Continental Hotel's website, yet after witnessing the grim spectacle in the alley, most chose to forego the pursuit. Nevertheless, the world is never devoid of the audacious. Hell's Kitchen, an unmarked area in New York City. At their feet lay a corpse, its skull cleaved open by a playing card, blood gushing forth, while the target's gaze was fixated on a mobile phone, intently scrutinizing the name displayed alongside an extensive bounty. A grin spread across their face. Not bad. Chapter 46. Target. I am coming. S-H-I-E-L-D. Pierce's office. Although he had relinquished the position of director to Fury, Pierce still wielded considerable authority and status within S-H-L-D. Coupled with his role as the head of Hydra, everything that transpired in the bar before Fury departed the Continental Hotel had been laid bare before him. Watching the video of Lincoln casually activating the portal to retrieve the Tesseract, and then effortlessly manipulating the Azure energy emanating from it, sent chills down Pierce's spine. Fear of death is an inherent trait of humanity, particularly pronounced among those in high positions, and Pierce was no exception. From the moment he laid eyes on that portal, he felt the ominous sign of death flickering above him. Though the portal appeared scarcely large enough to admit a hand, it mattered little. Anything larger than a bullet sufficed to claim his life. What followed was even more disturbing. The Tesseract, the subject of countless years of research by both Hydra and S-H-I-E-L-D, was effortlessly wielded by a single individual. Was that not terrifying enough? In that instant, Pierce's murderous intent towards Lincoln reached a fever pitch. The stakes had escalated from mere monetary concerns surrounding the Continental Hotel to the very safety of his life. A transgression he could not abide. The atmosphere in the room grew ominously tense, with Pierce's assistant, Sitwell, quietly cowering in a corner, scarcely daring to breathe, lest he inadvertently attract Pierce's wrath. The tumult of emotions caused Pierce's face to flush slightly, but moments later, he regained his composure. Glancing towards the quietly standing Sitwell, he commanded, "I care not what methods you employ, but ensure that this man disappears without exposing our involvement." Upon hearing Pierce's words, Hitwell felt a surge of bitterness within him. Yet, confronted by Pierce's piercing gaze, he dared not utter a single word of dissent, merely nodding, I will certainly do it." After saying this, he hurriedly exited Pierce's office under the latter's intimidating scrutiny. The aged Pierce reclined back into his spacious chair, exhaling deeply, as if this might alleviate the tumult within his heart. However, this tranquil moment was short-lived, as a new piece of intelligence swiftly arrived. In the absence of first-hand observation, it is typically challenging for assassins to ascertain what transpires in the alley adjacent to the Continental Hotel, yet Hydra's influence is formidable enough. Before the assassins at the Continental Hotel could even pack their belongings and flee, photographs and videos of the bodies from the alley were already meticulously arranged on Pierce's desk at the S-H-L-D office. The ghastly remains bore no semblance of a violent aesthetic, only the stark and gruesome reality of bloodshed. If the charred corpse, with its singed flesh revealing a hint of crimson, was insufficient to darken Pierce's countenance, the sight of a pile of bodies in the alley would certainly unsettle anyone. First, there was the casual opening of a portal, followed by the manipulation of the cosmic cube, and now, within a mere 3 minutes, an unknown method had been employed to annihilate a cadre of professional assassins. Under this immense pressure, Pierce's composure finally faltered, and within the confines of his office, he erupted into a tirade upon viewing the grotesque images. Whether it was an attempt to dispel his own fear, or it was simply an expression of raw anger remained uncertain. Lincoln had not engaged in any direct interaction with the esteemed head of Hydra, yet his presence was enough to instill a profound sense of suffocation in Pierce. While Lincoln's existence elicited feelings of unease and terror in Pierce, for Hitwell, it was a source of irritation and helplessness. Gazing at the files containing information related to Lincoln, Hitwell felt as if smoke was billowing from his bald head in frustration. He racked his brain, desperate to conceive a viable plan to eliminate Lincoln. particularly after witnessing the video of Lincoln mercilessly beating the abomination that could withstand a rocket launcher. Hitwell exclaimed in disbelief, abandoning any thoughts of employing conventional methods to dispose of Lincoln. The more he learned about Lincoln, the more he was astonished by the latter's formidable power. In the end, Hitwell began to ponder whether he was somehow complicit in the transgressions of his superior, Pierce. Assigning him tasks clearly beyond human capability seemed akin to orchestrating his demise. Hitwell was a loyal servant of Hydra, yet he felt the urge to adopt a different approach. Perhaps he could find a way to persuade Lincoln to join Hydra, thereby securing a new superior for himself. Alternatively, he could bribe Lincoln to ensure his temporary disappearance. A direct assault was evidently impractical. Thus, Hitwell resolved to pursue a more circuitous strategy, regrettably acknowledging that he and his esteemed superior, Pierce, were not particularly well acquainted at this juncture. Once the guidelines for the action plan were established, Hitwell glanced at the task presented by Pierce and suddenly felt that it might not be as daunting as it initially seemed. Within Hydra, there was a conspiracy brewing against Lincoln, while on the other hand, Bullseye was exhilarated by the bounty tasks available within the assassin network of the Continental Hotel. Although he claimed to be working under Kingpin, he possessed a degree of autonomy. During his downtime assisting Kingpin, Bullseye would occasionally seek out suitable targets within the assassin network to hone his skills. At that moment, gazing at Lincoln's name with a bounty of $5 million, Bullseye's eyes sparkled with excitement. Being associated with Kingpin, a formidable crime lord in New York and across the nation, Bullseye's sources of information were far from meager. He easily deduced that the $5 million target, Lincoln, was the audacious newcomer who dared to call himself a god within the assassin network. Though Bullseye did not believe Lincoln possessed divine abilities, his own derangement rendered him indifferent. He merely sought a subject to practice his skills on, while also fulfilling the minor objective of god-slaying. As for the $5 million, it was merely a trivial bonus that he did not care for. Stepping through the pool of blood on the floor, a wicked smile crept across Bullseye's lips as he toyed with a specially designed deck of cards. Casting a distant gaze towards the Continental Hotel, with Kingpin preoccupied with other matters, Hell's Kitchen would temporarily experience a lull, and Bullseye felt he had ample time to seek some amusement. With his target confirmed, without a moment's hesitation, Bullseye departed Hell's Kitchen and swiftly made his way to the Continental Hotel. He pushed open the door and entered the hotel lobby, a place he seldom frequented, and brazenly surveyed the opulent decor. At that moment, Sharon, who spotted Bullseye, narrowed his eyes slightly. Quietly, he pressed a special button beneath the counter, a privilege reserved for esteemed guests. Upon pressing the button, Sharon felt a slight sense of relief, but the next instant, Bullseye's voice echoed in his ear. "I see you. You cannot escape my gaze. However, it matters not, for today you're not my target. My target is one named Lincoln." Sharon stared intently at Bullseye. No weapons are allowed within the Continental. That is the rule, unless you wish to be hunted by all. Chapter 47. A good time to play Bullseye was widely recognized as a formidable yet deranged individual, a sentiment shared by both Kingpin and the doctors. This exceptionally skilled lunatic was beyond the control of ordinary individuals, thus making Bullseye a powerful asset in Kingpin's arsenal, one that instilled a sense of trepidation within the Continental Hotel of New York. However, this trepidation was merely superficial. The influence of the Continental Hotel was vast enough to confront Kingpin directly, and a Bullseye, still within the realm of an ordinary human, could easily be eliminated if deemed necessary. Jean was acutely aware of this, which is why he advised the target to refrain from any direct confrontation with the mainland hotel. The target was also cognizant of this. Thus, his reckless behavior within the confines of the hotel remained strictly verbal, never translating into action. He was undoubtedly unhinged, yet he was not a fool. He possessed a fundamental level of awareness and reasoning. Karong observed the target in silence, who remained unfazed, casually tossing a few gold coins and gesturing towards the phone inside. "Make the call. Tell that fellow to come out and face his demise. I might grant him a merciful end. Are you unaware of the happenings in the alley?" The target furrowed his brow in confusion, having rushed over. He had no time to check his phone and was oblivious to the news from the alley. Noticing the target's demeanor, Karong immediately felt reassured. Without hesitation, he picked up the phone and pressed the call button. "Hello, someone is looking for you." "Someone is looking for me? Is this never-ending? Are they queuing up to meet their end?" With that, he hung up, glancing back at the few individuals on the massive bed who had already raised the truce flag. Shaking his head as he donned his attire. "You all rest for a while. Wait for my return." Upon exiting the room and closing the door, Lincoln's appearance and demeanor instantly transformed to one of uprightness. In the lobby, Caron's additional inquiry made the target eye realize that something seemed amiss. He immediately became alert and began to seek understanding of what had transpired in the alley. Yet it had already been a significant time since Lincoln's massacre in that very place. Anyone aware of the events in the alley had distanced themselves as if fearing a plague. Those who remained dared not utter a word, pretending to know nothing. The more questions the target eye posed, the more he sensed something was off. Glancing at Caron's composed expression, he recognized he may have been somewhat negligent. However, negligence was negligence. Even upon realizing the shift in circumstances, the target eye still did not believe Lincoln could escape his grasp. The existence of the Abomination and Hulk was a scandal for the military. Coupled with Lincoln-esque presence, information regarding them was under strict embargo. Under the joint suppression of Hydra's, HILD, in the military, the target eye was utterly unaware of this top-secret matter. Supervillains did not exist, and consequently, neither did superhero figures. Within the realm of normalcy in the Marvel Universe, the target eye was in fact at the pinnacle of competence, a conclusion he had drawn after experimenting with countless lives. In a wild barrage, the target eye might falter, yet in a one-on-one confrontation, he held unwavering confidence in his abilities. As long as he could see his target, victory was assured. This overwhelming self-assurance, coupled with his mental instability, compelled the target eye to remain, standing on the sidewalk outside the Mainland Hotel, awaiting Lincoln's arrival. Although Lincoln found the interruption bothersome, the situation shifted upon his sighting of the target eye. Those expendable assassins were not worth his time, but the target eye was a different matter altogether. Without delving into the influential figure behind him, Jean Bing, the exceptional precision and striking capability of the marksman, akin to a target's unwavering focus, was sufficient to entice Lincoln to engage in a brief diversion. Ignoring Karen's cautionary words, Lincoln pushed open the grand door and stepped outside. The moment his foot crossed the threshold of the hotel, the previously statuesque marksman's eyes glimmered with a sudden, fierce intensity. His arms, which had hung motionless at his sides, erupted into a whirlwind of motion, akin to a supple whip, unleashing an overwhelming force and speed. Under the influence of inherent talent and rigorous training, his dexterous fingers flicked 2 playing cards into the air, sending them spinning like razor blades towards Lincoln. The sharp whistling sound of the cards slicing through the air filled the space, and a faint smile crept across the marksman's lips. The velocity of the cards, launched with a unique technique, rivaled that of bullets, far beyond the reaction time of an ordinary individual. Yet, in the fleeting moment when the lethal cards were about to slice through Lincoln's forehead, the previously paralyzed Lincoln sprang into action. As if choreographed, he executed a subtle tilt of his head, allowing the cards to zip past his cheek and shatter the high-strength glass behind him. The specially crafted cards failed to penetrate the reinforced glass of the Continental Hotel, leaving the marksman's intended weapon now in Lincoln's possession. Witnessing this, the marksman's eyes widened in astonishment. For the first time, he had encountered someone capable of evading his cards with such extraordinary reflexes and speed. A tremor coursed through his body, not from fear, but from exhilaration at facing a worthy adversary. The thrill of slaughtering those without the means to retaliate satisfied his bloodlust. Yet Lincoln, a formidable opponent, stirred something deep within his veins and consciousness. The smile at the corners of the marksman's mouth initially froze, only to gradually morph into a wild grin that eventually stretched wide. His gaze, akin to radar, locked onto Lincoln, and with a slight movement of his fingers, more playing cards materialized from unseen depths, as if by magic. Pinching the cards between his fingertips, each card, adorned with vibrant hues, resembled numbered throwing knives. Yet they remained poised, having already targeted Lincoln. "You amuse me greatly. Thus, I shall indulge in a delightful game with you," the marksman declared, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he flexed his arms. In a swift motion, nearly imperceptible to the eye, a flurry of cards burst forth, tracing divergent trajectories before abruptly altering course to launch towards Lincoln. Cards flew from the marksman's hands like a divine shower, their surfaces glinting under the sunlight, leaving behind trails reminiscent of bloodshed. What a coincidence, Lincoln remarked, surrounded by countless glimmering projectiles, maintaining his calm demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I was thinking the same. Chapter 48, Why? In the Marvel Universe, the concept of supervillains has never truly vanished in any significant sense. Since the era of World War II, the enigmatic figure known as the Red Skull has paved the way for a myriad of supervillains who, though they may not always be in the public eye, have never truly vanished from the annals of history. Among them is the formidable marksman. Possessing an extraordinary talent for throwing, he can unleash the latent destructive potential of even the most inconspicuous objects. Whether it be a simple playing card slicing through a throat or a toothpick employed as a lethal projectile, what is inconceivable for the average person becomes mere routine for him. With supreme combat and firearms expertise, combined with his unparalleled throwing prowess, marksman can effortlessly dispatch anyone who crosses his line of sight. However, his path takes a turn when he encounters Lincoln. Custom-made playing cards flutter through the air like butterflies, their ability to sever bone concealed beneath an unassuming facade, exquisite yet deadly. Each card arcs gracefully through the air, slicing towards Lincoln from all directions, akin to a deadly net closing in. The sharp edges cut through the air with a whistling sound orchestrated by marksman's meticulous adjustments, creating a symphony of destruction. Impeccable. This was marksman's assessment of his own creation, surrounded by a tempest of razor-sharp cards. In his eyes, Lincoln's fate was sealed, reduced to a fragmented impressionistic masterpiece by the very cards he had so carefully cast. With an intent to kill, marksman shows no inclination for sport, yet he finds amusement in crafting a masterpiece. Is this truly your limit? Lincoln observes calmly, shaking his head gently. It seems throwing is not your forte. Perhaps you should stick to firearms. As he speaks, his feet shift, seemingly in mockery of marksman, his form gliding past the sharp edges of the cards with a dancer's grace. Lincoln demonstrates the art of traversing a razor's edge, evading the lethal projectiles with elegance. The cards, with their keen edges, slice through walls and sever concrete, their hidden power unleashed yet posing no threat to Lincoln. How is this possible? How can this be? Marksman, incredulous as he witnesses his meticulously crafted techniques evade Lincoln with such ease, bellows in disbelief. With a swift motion of his fingers, he releases a barrage of hidden weapons, each one soaring through the air with a graceful arc, playing cards, straight-flying knives, and an array of esoteric projectiles, cascading from unexpected places like a celestial shower. A vast shadow envelopes the space as he unleashes a relentless onslaught, attacking from various unforeseen angles with ferocity. Marksman's gaze is fixated on Lincoln, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes, as if he intends to rend him asunder. His movements become increasingly rapid and fierce, the frequency and velocity of his thrown weapons escalating with each passing moment. Countless glimmers of cold light flickered in the air, resembling the twinkling of stars. Yet, amidst this celestial dance, Lincoln moved with an air of precariousness, deftly navigating the edge of danger without sustaining a scratch. This audacious display, akin to a taunt, ignited a fury within the marksman, whose rage swelled to unprecedented heights. Too slow, too slow, too slow. Lincoln danced before the marksman, his words flowing ceaselessly. Is this truly the prowess of the renowned assassin? I expected something far more formidable. If this is all there is, I regret to inform you that I have no time to indulge in your child's play. The women in my room exert more of my energy than you ever could. Silence. The disdainful comparison to a mere harlot ignited an inferno within the marksman, whose fury erupted like a dormant volcano. Tactics? There are no tactics left. Like a tempest of metal unleashed, he hurled every concealed weapon at Lincoln. In an instant, a veritable net of cold light enveloped Lincoln, obscuring his very existence from view. Yet it was still insufficient. With a series of nimble steps, Lincoln escaped the encirclement of blades with near-instantaneous speed, turning to confront the marksman, whose mental state had irrevocably shifted. Is this all you can muster? I can kill him. I can kill him. The marksman remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Lincoln. A cacophony of disordered thoughts swirling in his mind. His speed is astonishing, quick enough to evade all my projectiles, yet his physique must be that of an ordinary man. Otherwise, he would not need to dodge my attacks. If only I could land a single blow, just one, I could wound him, draw his blood, and gradually drain him dry. Once would suffice. The madness that plagued the marksman rendered him incapable of normalcy, yet it simultaneously aided his fragmented thoughts. His body, still a machine, continued to launch projectiles, but the disarray born of rage transformed into an intricate pattern. He began to guide and test Lincoln's movements, seeking the perfect moment for a lethal strike. The blades grew increasingly precise until a brilliant silver glimmer pierced Lincoln's eye, accompanied by the crack of a gunshot. As a master of throwing weapons resorted to firearms while still possessing a cache of projectiles, one could only surmise the extent of the marksman's desperation. Recognizing his obsession, Lincoln chose not to evade the bullet that he could have effortlessly dodged. Instead, he stood resolute like a statue, allowing the bullet to find its mark. As Lincoln remained motionless, teetering on the brink of insanity, the marksman finally broke into a maniacal grin, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Ha ha ha. The clattering of spent shells against the ground was drowned out by his frenzied laughter. Yet just as he reveled in his own handiwork, Lincoln sprang into action. He extended his hand, retrieving one bullet after another suspended in the biotic field, then gazed at the target with genuine curiosity. Is this truly the full extent of a master thrower? With a firearm? Observing the unscathed Lincoln, the smile on the target's face froze, replaced by a visage of confusion and disbelief, his body rigid and rooted in place. Why are you unharmed? I distinctly hit you. Oh, you are correct. Indeed, you struck true, but alas, the impact was diminished by an infinitesimal fraction. As he spoke, Lincoln gestured subtly with his thumb and forefinger, the minuscule gap between them appearing both non-existent and a mockery directed at the target. Why? Chapter 49, Fanning the Flames. The target could not comprehend. He genuinely could not fathom it. In his mind, Lincoln ought to be merely an extraordinary individual in speed, akin to his own exceptional throwing prowess. Just as he could not withstand the force of a bullet, he believed Lincoln, too, was incapable of resisting such an assault. For that final bullet, he meticulously analyzed, researched, and anticipated Lincoln's movements, ultimately succeeding in landing a shot upon him in that fleeting moment. Yet now, gazing at the unharmed Lincoln, he found himself engulfed in bewilderment. He yearned to rush forward, seize Lincoln by the collar, and vehemently interrogate him, demanding to know why he could seemingly withstand bullets while feigning vulnerability to mock him. This should not be the case. He had dedicated extensive time training and honing his innate talents, only to emerge as a mere jester, vanquished by another. This was unacceptable. The target's world crumbled around him. He swayed slightly, staring vacantly at Lincoln, posing the question to which he already knew the answer. Can you withstand bullets? Indeed. Then why did you evade my concealed weapons earlier? Naturally, it was to ascertain the extent of your skills with such weaponry. Lincoln replied, glancing over his shoulder. Throughout the prolonged battle lasting several seconds, the target had not merely cast the concealed weapons he bore. Everything within his grasp had been transformed into lethal projectiles. Pebbles, shards of glass, sheets of metal, even a wooden stick could serve as a deadly tool. The target's mastery of throwing was unparalleled among humanity, as observed by Lincoln. Simply to see. Upon hearing Lincoln's response, the target's voice gradually diminished, his head bowing slowly, obscured by shadows that rendered his expression unreadable. This silence lingered for but a few breaths before the target's bloodshot eyes lifted once more, now filled with a fierce rage directed at Lincoln. With a sudden push, he lunged at Lincoln. How dare it be for such a ridiculous reason? I cannot accept this. As he bellowed in fury, his fingers clenched into a fist, aiming to strike Lincoln. I cannot accept it. Unable to withstand the onslaught, had he lost his mind? Lincoln regarded the now utterly unhinged target, a hint of regret etching his features. He sidestepped to evade the target's punch, then swiftly pressed a hand against the back of his head, propelling him forcefully against the nearby wall with a resounding crash. Bang! The bones, composed of calcium, shattered like fragile eggshells before the unyielding surface of reinforced concrete, emitting a dull thud as they fractured completely. Fragments of the shattered skull lay mingled with the crimson and ivory blood and brain matter. As the body of the target slowly slumped against the wall, Lincoln released the skull, tainted with the remnants of blood and brain, allowing it to fall to the ground beside the corpse of the target, his expression serene as though he had merely dispatched an inconsequential beast. The droplets of blood spattered on the ground resembled a blooming orchid, regrettably missing a petal, while the area where Lincoln stood remained untouched by the crimson hue. He withdrew a tissue to wipe away the non-existent grime from his hands and turned away from the target's final resting place, contemplating the direction of Hell's Kitchen. Following his usual pattern of dealing with minor nuisances before addressing major threats, coupled with the stature of a mob boss, it seemed that Gene Bing would be next to make an appearance. Should he preemptively resolve that issue? Lincoln harbored thoughts of quashing trouble in its infancy, yet his body betrayed him, leading him back to the hotel. This time at the front desk, he found not just Karong waiting, but also an elderly gentleman clad in a linen overcoat. Lincoln recognized him as Winston, the manager of the Continental Hotel. In this establishment, as long as the high table's members were absent, he wielded considerable authority. Even in the presence of the high table, should he wish to resist, he possessed the means to do so. One could tell that he had been a formidable figure in his youth. Otherwise, he would not have been able to secure this hotel. However, age had seemingly prompted a transition to a more administrative role, akin to Fury, who had shifted from the front lines to head the shield. Winston had initially emerged to deal with the inconvenience posed by the target, but upon hearing the gunfire, he sensed that matters might have become simpler. When he saw Lincoln push through the door, he was already certain of the target's demise. Winston had confidence in Lincoln's methods, recalling the meticulous manner in which he had handled the bodies from the dark alley. With a gunshot ringing out, he doubted the target could have survived. Lincoln did not approach to speak, and Winston merely observed him ascend the stairs before shaking off his overcoat and stepping outside. Moments later, standing on the street and gazing at the headless corpse and the fallen skull, Winston and his assistant fell into silence. After a brief pause, he looked up pensively and remarked, "It seems this newcomer is even more volatile than we anticipated." The target's death was, indeed, a favorable development. Karong interjected, "But Gene Bing is likely to be quite angry. He would indeed be furious. Yet what concern was that of theirs?" Winston chuckled softly, watching the cleaner as he collected and bagged the target's remains. "We did not kill him. He merely happened to perish outside the Continental Hotel. If anything, he ought to thank me for hiring the cleaner to deliver the target's body to him, allowing him to win favor." Winston chuckled, a cunning grin adorning his face, reminiscent of a wily old fox. It was evident, even to the simplest of minds, that Gene Bing would never choose this moment to make an enemy of Lincoln. Having suffered the loss of his trusted subordinate, he would likely swallow his anger, but that was in the past. When Winston instructed the cleaners to dispose of the body of the deceased and deliver it to Gene Bing, circumstances began to shift. He was determined to make a spectacle of revealing that Gene Bing's capable aide had been ruthlessly slain, especially to Gene Bing's other subordinates. Whether Gene Bing would seek vengeance remained uncertain, but it was undoubtedly a discomforting blow to him, and that was sufficient for Winston. As fate would have it, Winston's scheme unfolded as planned. The news of the aide's demise spread like wildfire throughout the underbelly of New York City within a single day. In a dimly lit room, a formidable figure sat upon an expansive sofa. Gene Bing, his expression one of ire as he gazed at the body bag on the floor. Within it lay the corpse of the aide, his skull brutally crushed, alongside a piece of the fortunate remains of his cranium. Gene Bing's fury was not solely directed at Winston's despicable provocation, a commonplace occurrence in the underground world. Rather, his anger stemmed from the fact that the aide had failed to act in accordance with his will, foolishly provoking a formidable adversary that led to his own demise. This resulted in Gene Bing losing a rather useful tool and assassin, which was truly infuriating. The aide had betrayed him. The atmosphere in the room was heavy with tension, and after a protracted silence, Gene Bing finally rose to depart. Though the aide had betrayed him, he did not intend to pursue the matter. For a dead man without kin was not worth holding accountable. Gene Bing resolved to attribute the aide's death to his own folly, a strategy that might instill a sense of caution in his equally foolish subordinates. Until he unraveled Lincoln's origins, he had no desire to confront him, even if the adversary appeared to be an easily provoked Asian. He was cautious, for had he not been, he would have met his end long ago. However, just as Winston could stir the pot, so too could he, directing others to deal with Lincoln. Chapter 50. The Council of Elders. We must strike first. In a hotel room, Lincoln, weary from a night of labor, sat upon the sofa, lost in contemplation. After 2 days of neglecting his duties, he finally recalled the purpose of his visit to the Continental Hotel, to take charge of its operations, not to tend to its business. Goodness, I must not allow such distractions again. Merely 4 women nearly made me forget my purpose. Lincoln inwardly chastised himself before rising and striding towards a door, resolving that next time, at least they would suffice. In a subterranean bar, Winston reclined at his customary seat, savoring fine wine while admiring the empire he had meticulously built. Just as he reveled in his contentment, Lincoln approached and settled beside him, casually pouring himself a glass from Winston's private stash, and then inquired, "Shall we talk? What do you wish to discuss?" Winston cast a fleeting glance at his cherished collection of spirits, a slight twitch betraying his composure. "The glass you just poured has been resting untouched for 5 long years." 5 years? Lincoln mused, licking his lips. That hardly suffices. Perhaps if it were 50 years, I might discern some extraordinary flavor. With that, he drained his glass in one swift motion and produced a memento gifted to him by Schmidt during the Second World War, slapping it onto the table. "Do you recall this?" Winston, perplexed, regarded Lincoln with curiosity. He reached for the memento, scrutinizing it closely before shaking his head lightly. "What is this?" Winston's response was anticipated by Lincoln, yet upon hearing it, he could not suppress a sigh. Retrieving the exquisitely crafted token from Winston's hand, which seemed almost too refined to belong to the era of World War II, Lincoln spoke as if to himself. "Do you know the origin of the Continental Hotel?" Winston's expression shifted subtly, but before he could respond, Lincoln continued, "Once, there was a man who wielded the power to overturn everything. Alas, he lacked the strength to withstand my own. To save his life, he acquiesced to my demand to establish the Continental Hotel, promising that with this token, I could reclaim it at any moment in the future. I spared his life. Though he ultimately perished, the Continental Hotel endured for decades as a result. I earnestly hope that some of you still remember this agreement and promise, but it seems I may have overestimated the recollection." Lincoln's tone was flat, yet it sent a chill down Winston's spine. He remained motionless, devoid of any change in expression, until Lincoln placed the token back in front of him, stood up, and lightly patted his shoulder, whispering, "I understand the Continental Hotel is not under your command. Therefore, take this token and seek those who hold the reins. I shall give them 3 days to present themselves before me. After 3 days, execute without mercy." Though Winston could not see Lincoln's countenance, the chilling menace embedded in those 3 resolute words sent tremors through his very core. He fixated on the token on the table, as if it could shield him from the immense pressure looming behind him, akin to a mountain. Minutes passed before Winston emerged from his stupor, gasping for breath, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. He seized the token, disregarding his surroundings as he hurriedly made his way to his office. Overwhelmed by the weight of Lincoln's pressure, he muttered through clenched teeth, "Damn it, just how many secrets have those atop the high table concealed?" Winston was oblivious to the original secret of the Continental Hotel. Yet as the image of the token was submitted, the entire high table was set into a tremor. The meeting resumed, and all 12 representatives appeared in the virtual conference room. "How is this possible?" one exclaimed. "It has been gone for 60 years. How could it possibly resurface?" The head of the Brotherhood gazed at the image, his eyes brimming with skepticism. "This must be a forgery. Do not reach conclusions prematurely, Sloan." Despite his advanced years, Anthony, who remains at the helm of the Italian mafia, spoke with a serene tone, "Whether it is true or false, we merely need to send someone to retrieve the items for verification. Moreover, it is those elders who should be more concerned than we are." Anthony's words cast a hush over the assembly. As he articulated, although they governed the 12 seats of the high table, they were not the ultimate arbiters. It was the elders, endowed with extraordinary wealth, power, and status, who truly held dominion. The notion that the tall would bear the weight when the sky fell brought a sense of relief, as the burden of decision-making shifted to the elders. A silent understanding passed among them, and they unanimously resolved to relay the news of the relic's reappearance to the reclusive elders. In the depths of the desert, in vibrant metropolises, and on far-flung islands, the image was disseminated across networks, rousing the elders from their seclusion. "Gentlemen, the artifact has resurfaced," Hashim, clad in traditional Arab garb, declared with calm authority. "Someone seeks to leverage this relic to seize all that we have established." "Preposterous," scoffed an elder donned in a robe. "Send someone to eliminate him." "He is in New York," a woman remarked, glancing at the intelligence in her hand before addressing the 4th elder. "I believe that is within your territory." Pierce, who had hitherto remained silent, was drawn into the conversation. Me. He had assumed that his silence would render him aloof. However, the gaze of the other three elders compelled him to speak. Observing the efforts of Fury and others to locate Lincoln, he realized that everyone of note in New York had sought out Lincoln, and now it was his turn. Under the scrutiny of the other formidable elders, Pierce cursed inwardly, yet maintained an exterior of calm. I only just learned he was in New York. So what are your thoughts? You may decide. Pierce opted for retreat. Make your decision. Whatever it may be, I shall support it. The presence of Hydra had rendered Pierce a target of disdain. And even though he held an elder-esque position on behalf of Hydra, he typically chose silence, a stance that today elicited no suspicion from the others. With Pierce abstaining, the remaining three exchanged glances, silently affirming their course of action. They may have entertained ulterior motives privately, yet publicly, their stance on Lincoln remained unified. Minutes later, a resolution, co-signed by several elders from the council, was dispatched to the high table. As this decree circulated, a lethal mission targeting Lincoln ascended to the forefront. The prohibition against bloodshed at the Continental Hotel was lifted, and all repercussions stemming from assassination attempts on Lincoln would be absolved. In that fleeting moment, nearly every shadowy organization across the globe became acutely aware of Lincoln's existence, deeming him a doomed individual. Chapter 51, A Bloodbath. Lincoln granted the council a mere 3 days. Yet the council afforded him not even 3 seconds. The instant the mission was dispatched, the Continental Hotel transformed from a neutral establishment into a hostile entity, vehemently opposing Lincoln. At that moment, Lincoln comprehended that the lofty figures had made their irrevocable choice. What a pity it was. As he pushed open the door, the carpeted corridor was already teeming with fully armed gunmen. The instant they caught sight of Lincoln, they unhesitatingly pulled the triggers. Rat-a-tat-tat, the relentless percussion of bullets ignited, and the golden projectiles rained down upon the corridor, leaving no room for evasion. Merely toys. Lincoln's expression remained impassive, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. As he advanced toward the frenzied, firing squad, without the slightest inclination to evade. Clang, clang, clang. The hard bullets struck him from every angle, yet it was as if they collided with an impenetrable steel plate, the dense fire scattering, countless bullets ricocheting into the air like stray projectiles. As Lincoln approached, seemingly descended from the heavens, the gunmen were overwhelmed by an uncontainable terror, their retreating steps futile against Lincoln's relentless advance. Bang! The muffled explosion echoed in his ears as Lincoln blew away the smoke rising from his chest, grasped the head of a gunman whose eyes were wide with fear, and forcefully slammed it against the adjacent wall. Bang! Another explosion rang out, the carpet and wall staining crimson with blood, releasing the now flattened corpse. Lincoln turned to face the remaining gunmen. Now, it is your turn. Kill him! Kill him! The terrified cries reverberated through the corridor, their gunfire intensifying, yet did nothing to impede Lincoln's advance. Bang! The skull shattered. Thud! The chest cavity ruptured. Lincoln's steps were unwaveringly monstrous, and behind him lay the bodies he had brutally crushed and torn apart. The unparalleled carnage stimulated the gunmen's senses and nerves, subjecting their spirits to an unprecedented oppression, until a hand pressed against their faces, mercifully ending their anxious lives. From the doorway to the staircase, a mere span of 12 meters was littered with corpses. When Lincoln finally descended, he was met not by ordinary gunmen, but by a special operations team armed with rocket launchers. The screams from above did nothing to shake the resolve of this elite unit. Upon sighting Lincoln, the captain decisively issued the command. Fire! The rocket, trailing a bright tail, whistled forth, striking Lincoln directly without hesitation. Amidst the acrid smoke and flames that erupted with a resounding roar at the corridor's entrance, the vision of all present was obscured. The last sight they could perceive was Lincoln, unflinching, allowing the fiery explosion of the rocket launcher to engulf him. The shock wave stirred up dust, shrouding the entire hall in a murky haze, yet within the billowing cloud, a figure distinctly emerged, parting the smoke with resolve. Such a trivial degree dares to stand in my way. Lincoln's voice resonated, deep and foreboding, echoing like a death knell in the hearts of those present. The closest team member instinctively yearned to retaliate, but in a mere blink, a fist struck, and he was transformed into a mist of crimson. Whoosh! Lincoln's form darted rapidly through the room, unleashing the suppression of the biological force field. The ensuing sonic boom obliterated everything within its path. In mere moments, Lincoln pushed through the already dilapidated doors and stepped outside. Behind him, the hotel lobby lay in utter ruin, a chaotic blend of blood and dust painting a grim tableau. Devoid of life, the biological force field rendered Lincoln untouched by any filth. Yet the devastation of the hotel and the scattered corpses behind him belied the pristine image he projected. Outside the Continental Hotel, a gathering of assassins, poised to respond to the kill order on Lincoln, stood paralyzed as they witnessed him emerge from the hotel. A smirk graced Lincoln's lips as his gaze swept over the assembled killers. "Are you here to slay me as well?" Facing Lincoln's enigmatic smile, the assassins hastily shook their heads, claiming to be mere passers-by who had stopped only to witness the commotion. Their firearms acquired purely by chance during a sale at a gun shop. With a mere flick of thought, Lincoln discerned the insincerity of their words. However, it was futile to engage with these disorganized assassins. His true targets were the organized forces of the Continental Hotel and the powers within the High Table's Elder Council. These scattered mercenaries were not worthy of his effort. In Brooklyn, at the textile factory number 17, Sloan, the de facto ruler of the Brotherhood, had gained the support of Hydra through the sale of sacred artifacts and his distinctive curved ballistic techniques, earning a seat among the High Table S12. While it could not be said that his ascension brought unequivocal benefits to the Brotherhood, it was undeniable that Sloan himself reaped numerous rewards. Yet now, the time had come for him to pay the price dictated by fate. The downfall of the Continental Hotel in New York City made Sloan acutely aware that matters had spiraled beyond redemption. He summoned all the assassins within the Brotherhood, preparing to await Lincoln's arrival. With a calm demeanor, he gazed upon the sole entrance of Textile Factory number 17, but as a sonic boom erupted overhead, the expression on Sloan's face suddenly froze. His neck resembled a rusted cogwheel, laboriously and obscurely lifting his gaze upwards. Despite the considerable distance, Sloan could distinctly discern that the figure, cloaked with a billowing cape and effortlessly suspended in midair, was indeed the target he sought to confront. Sloan fixated on Lincoln's silhouette until he observed a crimson glimmer igniting in Lincoln's eyes, prompting him to speak softly. "Zah!" The crimson beam descended from the heavens like a satellite strike, and in an instant, Sloan's form was obliterated. The beam, relentless in its assault, struck the primary structure of the textile factory, and in the next moment, the edifice began to melt and collapse, entombing numerous figures beneath the rubble. With his enhanced vision and thermal sight, eradicating all living beings within the confines of Factory number 17 required but a few fleeting moments for Lincoln. As the building crumbled and limbs were severed, the stronghold, painstakingly established by Sloan, was utterly annihilated under Lincoln's overwhelming onslaught, leaving only a desolate wasteland. Lincoln elevated his stature slightly and then tore away with a thunderous sonic boom, departing into the distance. Chapter 52. Yamaguchi-gumi Sloan had believed that a brotherhood steeped in centuries of tradition, endowed with unique methods, possessed the capability to contend with Lincoln. Yet, in less than a minute, the brotherhood was erased from existence. Within Factory number 17, not a single living soul remained. Even the shadow lurking in the sewers was not spared, boiled alive in the scalding wastewater. Moments later, New York police arrived belatedly, clearing the rubble to behold the horrific corpses entombed beneath, rendered mute by the scene. Through the bloodied visages, they barely identified some of the assassins, notorious killers with multiple warrants, esteemed philanthropists, or registered special consultants within the precinct. However, now, these prominent figures lay dead, perished amidst the ruins, their bodies grotesquely severed, leaving no remains intact. In the skies above, the sonic boom generated by Lincoln's supersonic movement resounded like a piercing air raid siren. As he traversed the city, the inhabitants instinctively looked skyward, gazing at the figure that soared away amidst white clouds, a trace of confusion flickering in their eyes. Was it a person? Perhaps. Italy, Rome, an ancient city and the homeland of the Anthony family, a prominent member of the High Table, bound by blood. All members of the Anthony family resided within a sprawling estate on the outskirts of Rome, their private domain. Within a castle in this estate, Anthony sat in his personal study, a smile gracing his lips as he perused the assassination warrant issued for Lincoln by the Continental Hotel. Though he lacked the authority to issue such a warrant himself, the elder's decision aligned perfectly with his desires. gazing at the bounty inscribed in the assassination order, which stirred a sense of melancholy within him. Anthony could not help but emit a cold snort. An innocent man bears the burden of his wealth. The moment you present the token, you have sealed your fate. With that, he closed the web page on his computer, pushed back his chair, and stood to depart. However, as he rose, his movements froze. Beholding the face he knew all too well, a flicker of dread surged through Anthony's heart, akin to encountering a specter. "Aren't you supposed to be in New York? How did you get in here?" "Quite simply, I walked in," Lincoln replied, as he casually pulled Anthony's chair closer and took a seat, regarding Anthony with a nonchalant gaze. "I give you one day. Only 13 of your family may survive, and they must do so on their knees. Should you disagree, then let them perish." Unlike the Brotherhood, whose expertise lay in assassination under Sloane's command, Anthony's family wielded significant influence in Italy, suggesting they held value. At the very least, when Lincoln desired an Italian woman in the future, Anthony would accomplish tasks more swiftly and effectively than anyone else. This value elicited a modicum of pity from Lincoln, yet for Anthony, it was a palpable humiliation. Having lived long and risen high, kneeling had become anathema to Anthony. Yet, as he regarded Lincoln, he was acutely aware of the dire consequences that awaited him should he refuse. The thought of how someone could traverse from New York to Italy in mere minutes left Anthony in a state of disbelief. Lincoln had no intention of uttering another word. He simply observed Anthony in silence. Under the weight of that indifferent gaze, Anthony's body began to tremble. A tumultuous inner conflict ensued, causing blood to rush to his face. Ultimately, his knees bent. With a dull thud, the patriarch of the Italian mafia, a figure of authority for an indeterminate span, knelt before Lincoln, his downcast visage twitching uncontrollably. I shall comply with your wishes." "That's good." Lincoln nodded, his demeanor reminiscent of one petting a dog, his tone unruffled. "Remember, I require only 13 dogs bearing the name Anthony. Should there be one more, I shall use him to concoct broth for the remainder." Lincoln's voice resonated with an air of superiority, akin to a deity surveying from the heavens. The disdain and contempt evident in his words caused Anthony to clench his jaw tightly. Yet beneath the immense pressure, he dared not move an inch. A minute passed. Then, too, the room remained enveloped in silence until a sudden gust of frigid air swept through. Only then did Anthony cautiously lift his gaze. The doors and windows remained firmly shut, as if they had never been opened, yet Lincoln's figure had vanished like a wraith, leaving no trace behind. Were it not for the lingering chill of pain in his knees, Anthony might have thought the entire encounter was but a figment of his imagination. Lincoln departed, yet that indifferent voice lingered like a specter within Anthony's mind. To comply or to defy. This was a choice that bore the weight of life and death. Anthony's spirit wavered as he exited his study, traversing the corridor, and upon entering the hall, he beheld his kin, a harmonious assembly of people. Among them were his wife, his children, his brothers, and others. But the multitude was overwhelming. Too many. Anthony's heart bled as his withered hand grasped the phone, dialing his trusted subordinate. "Bring your men to the estate." Throughout his life, Anthony had made numerous choices, many of which were erroneous. However, this time, unlike the other members of the high table, he had made the right choice. Meanwhile, having departed from Anthony's family, Lincoln soon found himself on the opposite side of the globe. The Yamaguchi-gumi gazed upon the iconic sign, and Lincoln couldn't help but reflect, having only encountered it in novels. This was his first time witnessing it in reality. Inside the hall, the current president of the Yamaguchi-gumi wore a grim expression as he observed Lincoln offering commentary on his family's emblem, for he had only recently seen Lincoln's visage. "What do you intend to do?" Without any weapons at hand, he could only tightly grip the ornamental katana. "Get out of my house." "TSK." Lincoln's gaze shifted slowly to the Yamaguchi-gumi president, shaking his head slightly. "Seeing you in such a state makes me suddenly disinterested in conversing with you. According to the spirit of your katana, one would commit seppuku when insulted. If that is the case, then I shall refrain from further discussion." The president stared in confusion and trepidation at Lincoln, utterly perplexed by his words, until two crimson points entered his field of vision, transforming his expression into one of sheer terror. You. Chapter 53. The dog with a broken spine. The searing crimson gaze swept across the room. In an effort to showcase the fearless spirit of the samurai, Lincoln maintained the temperature and power of his fiery gaze at a remarkably low level. Consequently, this resulted in his fiery gaze resembling a diminished version of that of his homeland's people. In an instant, the body of the Yamaguchi-gumi president was cleaved in two. Yet the low temperature did not cauterize the wound, causing a torrent of blood to saturate the room, while the president writhed in agony amidst the crimson pool, eventually succumbing to his final breath. His heart-wrenching scream echoed within the confines of the room, sending shivers down the spines of the Yamaguchi-gumi members outside. Amidst the cacophony, a throng of armed Yamaguchi-gumi members burst into the hall. At first glance, they beheld their president gasping his last amidst the blood-soaked floor. At the second glance, they saw Lincoln, cloaked in black, turning with a smile. "Perfect, they've come to me. No need for me to search." Bakiru, the foremost member of the Yamaguchi-gumi, his face marred by malevolence, raised his firearm without hesitation and pulled the trigger. In mere seconds, an entire magazine was unleashed. Yet as the spent bullets fell lifelessly to the ground, the onlookers were astounded to behold Lincoln, untouched and even beginning to radiate a crimson glow in his eyes. Suddenly, a piercing gaze sliced through the air, severing another body in half, blood gushing forth and painting the faces of the remaining members in a macabre hue. It was not until the sound of a heavy thud echoed that the crowd snapped back to reality, their screams of terror igniting a frantic rush for escape. Behind them, Lincoln's smile grew ever more radiant as he beheld the exposed backs of the Yamaguchi-gumi members, his piercing gaze intensifying. "All of you, perish." The black cloak that trailed behind him billowed in the chaotic winds like a flag, casting lethal rays downward, ensuring that no fleeing figure could escape unscathed. This was a blatant massacre aimed at the Yamaguchi-gumi, and Lincoln harbored no intent to conceal his actions. One base after another was ruthlessly obliterated, leaving a landscape strewn with corpses and rivers of blood, enough to chill the hearts of any witness. The sonic booms of supersonic flight echoed like air raid sirens, beams of light raining down from the heavens. In that moment, they felt transported back decades to that sweltering and terrifying summer. "The neon government. We must stop him. We absolutely must," cried the military minister, his voice rising in urgency as he pointed at the figure cloaked in shadow on the screen. "We cannot allow this to continue. We must unite. Dispatch all combat units to bring him down. He must pay for this." While the military minister's voice brimmed with righteous indignation, another minister's tone was somber. "In truth, we believe we are utterly incapable of confronting this individual named Lincoln. Calculations suggest his flight speed reaches at least Mach 50, and the velocity on display now is but a fraction of that. If he desires, we have no means to capture his figure. No weapon can reach him. We are left to endure his assault passively. Shall we simply allow him to proceed unchecked? Alas, it seems so. This is a disgrace, a humiliation." The military minister's face flushed crimson as he rose abruptly and strode towards the exit. "I refuse to accept this." Silence enveloped the room. No one dared to intervene, watching helplessly as he exited. In the next moment, a scarlet beam descended from above, and the military minister's body erupted like a bomb, blood splattering the walls. As Lincoln stepped through the doorway, his boots stained with the pooling blood, terror gripped the hearts of all present. "What are you planning to do?" "Shoo." Lincoln did not respond, merely smiling as he surveyed the room, making a gesture for silence. He spoke not a word, yet every soul understood his intent. Gazing at the pool of blood on the ground, everyone's faces contorted in horror, yet they ultimately chose to sit down. It was reminiscent of that summer decades ago, when their bones were shattered once more, but this time, the perpetrator was a singular individual. A madman. He was indeed a lunatic. In the Trident Tower, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., Pierce was utterly horrified as he watched the video footage from Neon's subbase. His heart convulsed as if gripped by an unseen hand. Lincoln, before the eyes of all, had annihilated the core of the Yamaguchi-gumi. Even with Hydra's capabilities, it would take time to ascertain the number of lives Lincoln had claimed this time. Such an act was beyond the courage of Pierce or any other Hydra leader, let alone the entirety of Hydra. Yet Lincoln had done it. Not only had he done it, but he had also dared to let everyone witness it. Previously, Pierce and Hydra had believed they could act against Lincoln because they thought he would adhere to the rules set by human society. But now, that assumption lay shattered. Lincoln, employing methods almost primal in their brutality, conveyed to all that with sufficient power, he himself was the law. For the first time, Pierce felt fear of a single individual. Before he could regain his composure, the screen suddenly switched, revealing a broadcast from the Neon government. On the screen appeared the Emperor of Neon, the Prime Minister, and numerous ministers, their expressions calm, betraying no sign of coercion, as they held documents and began to read. The citizens of Neon were urged not to panic, for the attacks occurring nationwide were not acts of terrorism, but rather a cabinet-led assault on the Yamaguchi-gumi, with the superhumans assisting the cabinet in achieving clarity against the Yamaguchi-gumi, heralding peace for Neon. Pierce could no longer hear the remainder of the broadcast. His head buzzed, and he felt weak as he sank into his chair. Absurd. Utterly absurd. How could there be individuals in this world who could lie with such brazen eyes? Did those ministers not possess an ounce of shame? Not a shred of dignity? Had they truly submitted so easily? It was utterly laughable. Staring at the images on the screen, for some inexplicable reason, Pierce found himself wanting to laugh. He was unsure of the source of his amusement, yet it struck him as ridiculous. In history, was there truly any difference between the countenances of those individuals and the ones before him now? No, it seemed that the people before him were perhaps even shorter, even more diminished, like a dog with a broken spine. Chapter 54. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. Lincoln was no deranged killer. Murder did not grant him pleasure or joy. It was merely a means to an end. The dark world formed around the Continental Hotel was vast, stretching across the globe. The 12 seats at the high table, complemented by the 4 elders of the council, represented groups numbering in the millions, perhaps even tens of millions. To eradicate them all? Unrealistic. Lincoln was disinclined to expend excessive time dealing with these individuals. Even if he resorted to teleportation to eliminate them, it would still require a considerable investment of time and energy. Since he did not intend to eradicate them all, making an example of a few would serve as the most effective means. The query arises, who could be more fitting to serve as that example than the Yamaguchi-gumi? None. By erecting a monument with the blood of the Yamaguchi-gumi and the bones of the neon-lit city, all would hear Lincoln's voice, perceive his presence, and respectfully address him as Mr. Lincoln. The desert, the islands, the metropolis, and the wilderness. High-ranking figures gazed in silence at the screen, depicting the emperor and his ministers reciting speeches. Whether it was the Hashim family, radiating terror from a Middle Eastern epicenter, or the seemingly aged man who controlled a shadow government comparable to Hydra, both felt an authentic tremor within. Lincoln's unparalleled speed, astonishing strength, impenetrable defense, and searing gaze that could melt anything revealed their essence. Fragile humans susceptible to death by a mere bullet. Elevated status? Extraordinary power? What value do they hold? Before Lincoln, they were but characters destined to perish from a single glance. No one would incite conflict for them against Lincoln, who could launch devastating assaults from beyond the cosmos. At that moment, the world fell into silence, and then, without a sound, began to transform. The neon networks, once rife with extensively disclosed videos, began to vanish at an astonishing pace. This served as a catalyst for a global coalition of governments to act in unison, swiftly reaching an accord to erase all traces of Lincoln from the internet. The dark web? It too is a network built on servers, leaving traces. In a relentless pursuit, no website or terminal retained any information regarding Lincoln, leaving only a few fragmented remnants. Like a half-revealed myth, Lincoln was abstracted from a tangible being into a non-existent deity. Stark Industries. As the sole individual possessing super-intelligent artificial intelligence, Tony Stark's tranquil life was abruptly interrupted. National security, intelligence, and cyber surveillance agencies joined forces to investigate, directly infiltrating Stark Industries. Tony Stark, we require your assistance. I refuse, Tony retorted, casting a cold glance at the investigators who had forcibly entered his corporation. I will not engage in any conversation until my lawyer arrives. The agents glanced down at the documents before them and then looked up calmly. If you are referring to the law firm, WWII, which collaborates with your corporation, I must inform you that it has been restructured and all contracts concerning Stark Industries have been forcibly terminated. The attorney with whom you have a personal relationship is under investigation. Until they can definitively extricate themselves from allegations of criminal misconduct, their legal license will be suspended. Tony gazed incredulously at the agents before him, his eyes brimming with disbelief. How can you do this? This is a flagrant disregard for the Constitution. I will certainly report this to the legislators and demand a thorough investigation into your actions. This is your freedom, Mr. Stark, one agent replied calmly, extending a document across the table. If you wish to avoid the immediate termination of your collaboration with the military, I suggest you sign this document and cooperate with our investigation. In this economically driven free nation, Tony felt a disquieting sense of unfamiliarity. The overwhelming aura of despotism and authority instilled in him an illusion of existence within a feudal dynasty. Anger surged within him. Yet after numerous futile attempts to reach any lawyer, he succumbed and reached for the paper. At a mere glance, disbelief and confusion washed over his face. Are you jesting with me? Is this what it's come to? You've restructured a law firm and detained all my attorneys for this? The agents fell silent at Tony's words, initially believing that the recent upheaval surrounding Lincoln had sent shockwaves across the globe. Yet here stood a billionaire who seemed utterly oblivious to the events unfolding outside his world. Reflecting on the rumored lifestyle of this individual, the agents found themselves speechless. The specialists from the Special Operations Division had meticulously orchestrated every detail to compel Tony to comply, only to discover that he was preoccupied with far more trivial matters. Nevertheless, this revelation simplified matters considerably. The agents quietly reclaimed the document from Tony's grasp and placed another sheet, adorned with the names of the world's major nations, upon the table. This is a document jointly signed by the principal nations of the world, aimed at recovering and destroying a set of secret files that have inadvertently leaked online. We require the deletion of the data from your artificial intelligence, Jarvis, should you refuse to cooperate. All major nations will unite to employ every conceivable means to impose sanctions on your company, assets, and person. Now, please look directly at the camera and refrain from any other movements. Instruct your artificial intelligence to clear the entire database that has been accumulated since September 23, 2009. Remember, it must be complete. This is impossible. Tony's expression shifted dramatically. The database of Jarvis contains all the records of Stark Industries. If it is entirely erased, my company will suffer an insurmountable blow. The agents remained impassive, their demeanor unchanged as they responded flatly. Is the impact of your company being forcibly shut down greater than that? With that singular statement, Tony found himself at a loss for words. The camera, set up by the agents upon their entry, monitored his every move without fail, analyzing and calculating his behavior and psyche. The finest minds from around the globe had converged for a singular purpose: to obliterate Lincoln's existence from the digital realm. They allowed the existence of a godlike figure among them, but deemed it essential that the common populace remain ignorant, for such knowledge would severely undermine the stability of the ruling class. Tony Stark is immensely wealthy, yet he does not belong to the ruling class. Thus, he should remain unaware of Lincoln's existence. This is a purge that affects every corner of the globe. After this day, people should only recall a significant upheaval in the digital realm. With his solitary strength, Lincoln has compelled everyone to cease their actions. Chapter 55. A timid response leading to confusion. What transpired with Tony is merely a minor reflection of a broader phenomenon affecting many others. The traces Lincoln left on the internet are rapidly being erased. Zola did not intervene. Instead, he silently collected and stored all pertinent information, preparing to retrieve it whenever Lincoln might require it. Hydra remained oblivious to Zola's treachery at that moment. Or perhaps they were too burdened by their own pressing concerns to care. I had warned against putting a bounty on him, one Hydra head bellowed during the reconvened meeting, his eyes aflame with anger and anxiety. His outburst immediately drew the ire of his peers. Enough. You didn't even voice your opinion last time. None here made the right choice. Do you wish to lead Hydra into perdition? Enough. What we must focus on now is how to negotiate with that individual. If he chooses to strike against us, no amount of nuclear deterrent beneath us will suffice to stop him. This statement plunged the assembly into silence, and before long, they all instinctively turned their attention to Pierce. No one uttered a word, yet the implication was unmistakable. The bounty on the Continental Hotel was your doing, and you hold a position within the council. It is your responsibility to resolve this matter. Pierce. Faced with the accusatory gazes of former colleagues, Pierce's composure shattered. Trembling, he withdrew a fast-acting cardiac remedy from his drawer and ingested it. His actions did little to sway the other Hydra heads. Strack interjected, "Mr. Alexander, you have stirred a considerable mess. For the glory and future of Hydra, we need you to make some minor sacrifices. Rest assured, we will recognize your contributions and provide appropriate compensation. Compensation? Whose compensation do you require? Pierce's expression darkened as he internally roared. Facing that individual could very well be lethal. If you seek compensation, you should handle it yourselves. Why must it fall upon me? An elderly man in his 60s. Pierce yearned to refuse, yet he understood he could not, just as those wretched bastards had articulated. The Continental Hotel was under his jurisdiction, and he served on the council. He was also the first to appear in New York. He had numerous opportunities to cultivate a relationship with Lincoln, often turning a blind eye, yet each time he made the wrong decision, leading him to this most awkward predicament. In truth, Pierce felt deeply wronged. Over the years, numerous superhero and supervillain missions have emerged, all within certain limits. Who could have anticipated the sudden appearance of an extraordinary individual? Moreover, this remarkable entity, astonishingly, sought out women at a hotel like an ordinary person. It was beyond anyone's imagination. Pierce felt utterly wronged, burdened by unexpressed grievances, while in another office, Hyderwile appeared somewhat dazed. Just recently, he had received a directive from his superior to target Lincoln. The immense pressure galvanized him into crafting a flawless plan, yet upon glancing at his computer, he encountered a statement released by a group of neon figures. Utilizing the internal search system of SHIELD, he conducted a brief inquiry, only to be confronted by a chilling revelation. At that moment, he realized his superior did not just wish him dead. It was a certainty. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached for the phone on his desk, breaching SHIELD's confidentiality protocols to dial the number. Within mere moments, bolstered by Zola's signal, Lincoln's voice resonated through the receiver. "Hello? Who is this?" Upon hearing Lincoln's voice, Hyderwile felt a surge of anxiety but quickly composed himself, responding, "Good day, esteemed sir. Are you Hyderwile?" Lincoln's abrupt interjection caused Hyderwile's thoughts to momentarily freeze. After a brief silence, he nervously stammered, "How did you know?" "Because I saw you." A flicker of golden light glimmered in Lincoln's gaze, tracing the communications trajectory to reveal Hyderwile, miles away, along with a paper on his desk. "Are you planning to deal with me? Let me see your proposal for collaboration." Quite an intriguing notion. Lincoln's tone remained calm. It sent chills down Hyderwile's spine. He glanced around in a panic, but no one was in sight. Lincoln's voice broke the silence once more. "No need to look around. I'm in the Middle East, and you cannot see me. If your call pertains solely to this plan, there is no need to continue." "No, that's not it," Hyderwile exclaimed desperately as Lincoln prepared to disconnect. "I wish to discuss other matters with you. I could become your spokesperson." Hyderwile swallowed hard, his nerves palpable. "Alexander Pierce desires your demise, but I do not. You may eliminate him, and I can become your loyal subordinate, assisting you in seizing control of SHIELD. That one TB necessary." Lincoln's voice plunged Hyderwile into an icy despair. Yet the following moment held a surreal twist. "Your superior is also calling me right now. His intentions likely mirror yours." "What?" The weight of Lincoln's revelation left Hyderwile in stunned silence, so much so that he remained oblivious when Lincoln terminated the call. Until the surrounding sounds roused him from his stupor, he wore an expression of bewilderment. Pierce had made a call as well. Just as Lincoln had asserted, Pierce was indeed on the line, and he was not alone in his outreach. Everyone was eager to establish contact with him, particularly those at the high table and the Council of Elders. Lincoln did not personally intervene, but transmitted his voice into their ears. Yet, even such a disdainful demeanor did not incite a flicker of discontent among them. Before Lincoln articulated his stipulations, they readily offered conditions beyond the wildest imagination of an ordinary person. Were it not for the caveat suggesting that they might contact local authorities for any punitive measures against the provocateurs, it would have appeared as nothing less than an unconditional surrender. A test? A mere pretense. This was no Superman who could be placated even after a nuclear strike. The figure before them was someone who could unleash a nuclear bomb upon the city at the slightest provocation. What further negotiation was necessary? Surrender was the only recourse. As long as world destruction was not the objective, merely preserving their lineage was a manageable burden for humanity. They endeavored to resolve all matters expeditiously, presenting an array of astounding conditions. The sole issue was that they capitulated far too swiftly. Even the mightiest nation, America, seemed surprisingly accommodating, creating an illusion that left Lincoln, who had anticipated encountering two formidable adversaries, somewhat perplexed. Was it not established that humanity was insatiable and ambitious? This diverged significantly from his expectations. Chapter 56. The Superior Ones, the Hashim Family. The hereditary system destined the Hashim's downfall. Standing in opposition, the family could only offer their remains as a lesson to all. However, not everyone was willing to face death with composure, particularly Pierce. "Speak, Zora," Lincoln remarked, casting a glance at the vibrant young woman beside him, her neon-like aura captivating. He reached out to tousle her hair and continued, "I am quite occupied at the moment, so you best have a compelling reason for disturbing me. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to have you disconnected for a time. Someone is attempting to deceive you," Zora exclaimed hastily. "The networks I monitor reveal that your benevolent decision to have those four elders commit suicide and appoint a new spokesperson has prompted some to try and employ cloning technology to mislead you." Cloning technology? Lincoln's interest piqued. Has it advanced to such a degree? Their cloning methods possessed numerous flaws. Yet if the intent was merely to send the clones to their demise, the process was nearly flawless. Upon hearing Zora's words, a smile crept onto Lincoln's lips. Compile a list and gather evidence, then submit it to that processing office. Let them handle it as they see fit. The United Processing Office, commonly referred to as the Office, was a formidable institution, collaboratively established by multiple nations wielding dominion across the globe. The tasks assigned to this agency are quite straightforward: to fulfill all of Lincoln's demands, address any issues he encounters, and ensure that he experiences joy and contentment each day, rather than dwelling on the notion of revisiting the Yamaguchi-gumi's downfall. When the collective strength of humanity is harnessed to serve a single individual, the power wielded by this agency is profoundly formidable. Following the substantial evidence sent by Zola to the United Nations agency's inbox, this newly established organization has begun to reveal its immense capabilities. In the office of the director, Nick Fury, who had only recently settled in, wore a grim expression as he concluded a call. Moments later, he calmly exited his office and proceeded directly to the exterior of the Triskelion, where he encountered a group of agents clad in black. "I have temporarily disabled all surveillance systems within the Triskelion," Fury stated, extending an object towards them. "This device will grant you temporary access to level 10 agent privileges for half an hour." "Is he inside?" one inquired. "Yes," Fury affirmed with a nod. "I just spoke with him. I am certain it is indeed him, with an over 80 probability." As the director of SHIELD, Fury's words carried considerable weight. The group nodded in agreement, accepting the access key from him and moving towards the building. Watching their retreating figures, Fury took a deep breath but chose not to follow. Instead, he found a place to sit outside, one hand delving into his pocket to caress an unremarkable vintage communicator. This device had been left to him by Captain Marvel many years ago, intended for summoning her in times of insurmountable crisis. Initially, he contemplated calling her back, but ultimately he relinquished the idea, given the successful negotiations and the establishment of the agency. This indicated that Lincoln was not an adversary intent on annihilating the Earth or humanity. Therefore, there was no need to summon Captain Marvel. The emergence of yet another individual in power was inconsequential. History has witnessed numerous rulers rise and fall, and the advent of a new one was hardly a matter of great concern. The establishment of the agency served as a pivotal connection. In Fury's perspective, everything was bearable. Circumstances had not yet reached their most dire state. It is worth noting that, as the director of SHIELD, he was also a member of the agency. Operating under the auspices of the World Security Council, SHIELD possessed significant power, yet it bore little relevance in the face of the agency's might. After all, the director of SHIELD was one of its members, and the Serpentine leaders were equally eager to lend their support to the agency, ensuring that Lincoln would refrain from indiscriminate violence. Gus Isaaki and the agency collaborated. While within the Triskelion, Pierce remained blissfully unaware of his isolation, continuing to ambitiously plot the clone replacement scheme. Among the four elders, apart from Hashim, the other three were unwilling to relinquish their lives. They were acutely aware that they stood no chance against Lincoln, and the human society would undoubtedly refuse to aid them in their struggle. Thus, they resolved to orchestrate a feigned demise. Following this, they could continue their lives as self-proclaimed emperors, with little distinction save for their absence from public view. Pierce had devised his plan meticulously, until a group of individuals burst through his office door, confronting him. "Alexander Pierce, you are under arrest." "No," Pierce exclaimed. Terror etched across his face as he gazed at the agents before him. "You cannot do this." In response, the agents remained composed, stating, "Alexander Pierce, from this day forth, you have been stripped of all duties and charged with crimes against humanity. You await the judgment of the law." Preposterous. Ridiculous. Pierce's countenance twisted with madness. "It's merely one individual, just one person, and you dare." An agent swiftly silenced him, and with a grave expression, signaled, "Take him away, confine him, and await further instructions." In the subterranean parking garage of the Trident building, an unremarkable vehicle departed with Pierce, while in distant corners of the world, two other lofty elders were similarly apprehended. They wielded formidable power, yet it proved futile in the face of the agency. The whir of helicopter blades echoed as they were shackled and removed from their thrones. Awaiting Lincoln's decree, the physical prowess of humanity paled in comparison to Lincoln's. After a prolonged gallop, he released the girl, now limpid and feeble as water, and resumed his grasp on his phone, where a message quietly awaited his attention. This time, those individuals wisely refrained from disturbing Lincoln via telephone, opting instead to convey the outcome of events through a message. It was evident that the notion of a lawful trial was a mere fade. The true conclusion was that the three elders had been apprehended from around the globe and imprisoned in a clandestine facility, awaiting Lincoln's judgment. Their demise was inevitable. The only variable lay in Lincoln's design for their end, whether through covert execution or public spectacle, was solely at his discretion. Chapter 57. The Malevolent Ones Within the Agency's Internal Prison. A guard hesitated momentarily, glancing at the incapacitated Pierce and his two companions, their limbs and voices restrained. "Do you think he will come?" he inquired of his comrade. "I cannot say," the companion replied, shaking his head. "The thoughts of such a high-caliber individual are beyond my comprehension. Perhaps he will not arrive, in which case these three will likely meet an immediate end. Yet, should he choose to appear." He paused, a slight shake of his head following. No one can predict what might transpire. As the two conversed, they witnessed brilliant sparks erupting in the air before them, the alarm of a high-energy reaction resonating throughout the prison until Lincoln's figure emerged, prompting the guards to promptly disable the alarm. With no superfluous words, they decisively severed all surveillance within the prison, and then a voice emanated from the loudspeaker. "Mr. Lin, those are the three elders who attempted to deceive you. You may dispose of them at your discretion." "I understand," Lincoln replied, glancing at the now dormant surveillance equipment in the corner before turning to the three terrified elders. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Three of you, how fortuitous." As he spoke, he gestured in the air, opening two portals. From the first portal, he retrieved the cosmic cube, radiating a brilliant azure light, while the second portal revealed the calm visage of Ancient One. "What do you intend to do?" she inquired. Lincoln smiled and pointed to the pedestal behind her. "I would like to borrow your time stone for a bit. I shall return it shortly." Ancient One turned to glance back, her gaze carrying a weighty significance as she looked at Lincoln. "Those who toy with time will ultimately find themselves ensnared by it. Not a concern. I fear not." Lincoln waved dismissively, his tone casual. "As long as my power is sufficient, no trivial time loop can withstand my might." Her expression momentarily stiffened at Lincoln's words, and then she sighed resignedly, activating the Eye of Agamotto to present the time stone before him. "Remember to return it once you're done." "Rest assured," Lincoln replied with a smile, casually closing the portal with a wave of his hand. His demeanor was as nonchalant as if he were borrowing a bottle of soy sauce from a neighbor. Yet the three men before him were utterly stunned. A cosmic cube? Manipulating time? Was it truly necessary to resort to such means to deal with them? Unthinkable. They struggled frantically, their muffled cries falling on deaf ears as Lincoln remained unfazed. Lincoln lifted the cosmic cube, channeling his spirit into it to connect with the spatial gem contained within the hypercube. A radiant light flickered, and the spatial gem was extracted from the cube. Grasping the gem that shimmered with ethereal light, Lincoln's gaze shifted, causing the surrounding space to warp and transform. Not only was the space in flux, but the matter tethered to it also began to shift. Countless particles moved in tandem with the spatial alterations, converging in streams that coalesced into a glove upon Lincoln's hand. He removed the two floating gems, and with a soft chime, the gem imbued with the fundamental forces of the universe was set into the glove. While the Infinity Gauntlet aids Thanos in mitigating the side effects of wielding the stones and mastering them, Lincoln had no such need. He crafted this glove solely for ease of use. As for side effects and control, a being of his caliber hardly concerns himself with such trivialities. Harnessing the power of the spatial gem to disassemble space and recombine its particles, Lincoln, though devoid of the reality stone, achieved an alternative means of creation. Moreover, while manipulating the azure energy to reshape the materials, a ghostly green light emanated from his other hand. The power of time exerted its influence on Pierce and his companions in three distinct ways. The time, which had been flowing forward, began to reverse. Their once gray hair turned black, and their forms regained youth. The only aspect that remained unchanged was the brain, altered by Lincoln's intervention. Utilizing the time gem and the space gem, Lincoln whimsically manipulated the fabric of time and space. Everything lay firmly within his control. An extraordinary light spread throughout the room, as the three men felt the burgeoning vitality within their bodies. Yet their decayed minds were rendered incapable of thought by sheer astonishment. The ability to conjure matter and reverse time presented itself in a manner that seemed almost divine, leaving their hearts heavy with despair. They were oblivious to Lincoln's intentions, yet they instinctively understood that it could not bode well. Anxiety, terror, and hopelessness roamed their minds, leaving them devoid of rage. Only regret remained. Before them, a row of vials stood orderly as Lincoln restrained the power of the gems. Without preamble, he seized one vial and injected its contents into the robust Pierce, controlling the particle collision to emit gamma rays upon him, causing Pierce's body to swell rapidly. Lincoln replicated the process of creating the abomination, albeit with the addition of a hint of super soldier serum and magical essence. He refrained from entering that godlike state. Yet with his current intellect and extraordinary intuition, he was capable of resolving numerous issues. Lincoln observed calmly as Pierce's body expanded, watching as the taut muscles tore through his prison garb, shattering his shackles, ultimately transforming him into a colossal figure of yellow-green hue before him. Perhaps due to a slight flaw in the formula, Pierce did not perish. Instead, he resembled a character sprung from the pages of a comic, his upper body large and his lower body disproportionately small. As Lincoln pondered, he suddenly heard Pierce's voice reverberate. Power. Immense power. I shall overturn everything. With a thunderous roar, Pierce charged at Lincoln, his fist, the size of a cauldron, descended with ferocious might. Gazing up at the impending blow, Lincoln waved his hand, and a beam of light surged forth, freezing Pierce's motion as if the animation had been paused. Another wave of his hand caused Pierce's form to wither rapidly, akin to an apple rotting away, until he vanished entirely, as though time had aged him a millennium. Upon completing this act, Lincoln gazed at the vial in his hand and mused. It seems not only the physical proportions are amiss, but his intellect has also been diminished. As they watched Pierce transform from a man into a monstrosity, only to decay into dust, the other two were gripped by sheer terror. They struggled with increasing fervor, yet could not impede Lincoln, who, like an evil scientist, commanded steel needles to pierce their bodies. Chapter 58. The repository, the greater the fear, the more unimaginable power one could unleash. Such was the case in this moment. Though the two elders, tightly bound in straitjackets, could not escape the restraints of the specially crafted fabric, they could distinctly feel the sharp steel needles piercing their skin and muscles, injecting a chilling liquid into their veins. A searing agony was birthed deep within their bodies, as if strength were conjured from the void, surging through them alongside the excruciating pain, causing their muscles to swell like balloons. The means of sealing had long been shattered in the chaos, and with eyes filled with terror and despair, they gazed at Lincoln, unleashing their final, reluctant roar of defiance with the remnants of their sanity. Devil, you are a devil. In response to their desperate cry before death, Lincoln's expression remained impassive. Devil? Such feeble power is unworthy of comparison with me. Only the Lord of Hell would suffice. As Lincoln's calm voice echoed in their ears, The last flicker of reluctant despair faded from their eyes, replaced by sheer madness and a fierce combativeness that consumed their reason. They let out a roar, akin to a raging beast, unleashing visible sound waves within the confined space. Their proportions, now akin to giants, coupled with augmented strength, amalgamated from two biological serums and magical energy, crafted by Lincoln, transcended mere abhorrence to create a monstrosity. However, the physique and power acquired at the expense of intellect came with its own flaws. Some deficiencies were mitigated while others were magnified. With a gesture, Lincoln summoned forth the power of time, propelling the lifespan of the two monsters into rapid decay, reducing them to a cloud of meaningless dust in mere moments. He chose not to rewind time for the three subjects to reuse them, for a misstep could lead to a chaotic temporal loop. While he harbored no fear of being trapped within, it was unnecessary. After all, there were many lives to spare. Although Lincoln did not achieve his desired outcome with the three test subjects, he validated numerous hypotheses. He successfully replicated the super soldier serum, effectively analyzed and synthesized the Hulk cells born from gamma radiation, and accomplished the fusion of the two, despite minor issues that were ultimately inconsequential. As the infinite glove disintegrated in his hand, Lincoln casually tossed the Emerald Time Stone into a spatial portal, declaring, "Ancient One, the gem is returned to you." He then propelled another gem along with the Tesseract, which was engulfed by a newly opened portal, radiating a brilliant blue light. These two artifacts were indeed useful, yet not necessary to collect all six at present. Reopening a portal, Lincoln stepped through and found himself in the Manhattan building that Ross had promised to gift him. Originally, he was unaware of the building's name, but now it had been renamed the Collection Hall. It was a peculiar title, yet considering that the exterior name remained Manhattan Building, this lesser-known name seemed less strange. The building boasted 95 stories, and Lincoln intended to make the first 6 floors accessible to the public, reserving the 7th floor and above for the true collection hall. The renovation of the Manhattan Tower is progressing with fervor, as Lincoln has opened a portal in advance and arrived at the fully adorned 7th floor. Here, there is nothing else but vast glass display cases illuminated by softly glowing light strips. The naturally attention-grabbing glass cases are empty, which is precisely why Lincoln has come. He reaches out into the space, his hand effortlessly penetrating the barrier between the realms of reality and the mirror dimension. When he withdraws his hand, he finds himself holding a vial of blue serum. Utilizing the power of the space gem, he has created numerous items, including the super soldier serum he now possesses. The ends are crafted from titanium alloy, while the transparent middle comprises is supermaterial robust enough to withstand sniper fire, filled with a high concentration of super soldier serum. With just one vial of serum, combined with ample energy, anyone could transform into a Captain America rather than a flawed Winter Soldier. The glass display case is entirely sealed and cannot be opened, but with the activation of a portal, Lincoln transcends the spatial divide and places the blue serum within the case. The magnetic levitation system activates, allowing the vial to hover at a slight angle, gently rotating without the need for a physical counter. His eyes blaze with crimson light as they sweep over the nameplate, and once the heat dissipates, several lines of text materialize on the silvery plaque. Item: Super Soldier Serum. Origin: Marvel Universe. Function: enhance the human body to its utmost limits, having deposited the coveted Super Soldier Serum that most of humanity yearns for into the display case. Lincoln does not linger to gaze upon it any longer and turns to another display. This time, he retrieves not merely a serum, but a vibrant mass of green cells, pulsating with incredible vitality despite lacking a distinct form. The birth of the Hulk is a rare occurrence. Mere gamma rays or instruments hold no collectible value. Hence, Lincoln has acquired a cluster of primordial Hulk cells. These cells are synthesized from the space gem, yet their structure is indistinguishable from the omnipotent cells within the Hulk. Provided with sufficient gamma radiation and energy, this cluster can continuously develop and grow, potentially yielding a second Hulk, one that resembles Banner, yet possesses the ability to reshape its cognitive processes. Lincoln has no need for the Hulk, so this cluster of all-powerful cells, which would keep Ross awake at night, serves merely as an exhibit in his possession, as magnetic forces cannot directly act upon the cluster of Hulk cells. It is contained within a cylindrical vessel, This container supplies the necessary nutrients for its survival, while maintaining a stable environment to prevent differentiation into new life forms. Lincoln seeks only a collection piece of Hulk cells. Thus, the manifestation of Hulk cells in the display case can only be a formless mass devoid of consciousness. This time, Lincoln did not depart immediately. Instead, he paused in front of the display stand for a moment. Once he observed the entire system beginning to operate steadily, he turned his gaze towards the blank metallic plaque. With a soft hum, a crimson beam was meticulously sculpted, revealing the inscription. Item: Hulk Omnipotent Cell. Source: Marvel Universe. Function: can develop into a second Hulk after directed induction differentiation. The Manhattan building occupies a vast area, with a single floor ample enough to accommodate an extensive collection. As Lincoln placed two exhibits, which occupied merely a small section, he gazed at the remaining unlit spaces, nurturing an ambitious vision. He was determined to illuminate the entire building, sooner or later. Chapter 59. I am not consulting you. Every world possesses its unique specialties, and each distinctive product holds its own intrinsic value for collection. The Marvel Universe boasts a plethora of special items. Yet this does not compel Lincoln to tirelessly pursue these extraordinary artifacts. Rather, he deemed it more crucial at present to stabilize his authoritative position. After all, he did not wish to spend too long exploring other worlds, only to return and find his home vanished. Such a scenario would be rather unamusing. In light of this, Lincoln felt compelled to disdain the complacent sorcerers of Kamartaj. He scoured through the spellbooks, but found no incantations related to personal space, extinguishing his hopes of transporting the building along with him. Ultimately, he was left to devise a combination of other spells to prevent intruders from pilfering his possessions. The concealment magic of the sanctum was unsuitable for his intentions, as he planned to transform the lower 6 floors into a haven of leisure. Features such as a swimming pool, bar, and nightclub. Unless he was willing to modify the concealment magic slightly, he would face considerable difficulty. The entire magical prowess of Kamartaj is derived from the otherworldly demons, primarily aimed at combating and resisting these entities, leaving little room for matters concerning daily life. Having arranged the two exhibits, Lincoln ascended to the rooftop in a completely transparent elevator, his gaze sweeping across the expansive floors and display cases below. The renovation progress of the Manhattan building was sluggish, and Lincoln had no intention of assisting these individuals. He was here to be the patriarch, not a laborer. Should he find anything unsatisfactory, he could later amend it with the reality stone. As for lending a hand, that was out of the question. On the rooftop, under the midday sun, the rays poured down with sufficient intensity, continuously replenishing Lincoln's strength. The potent sunlight could accelerate the charging rate of a golden string, a fact he had previously confirmed using the cosmic cube. Now he had ascertained a second revelation. Taking lives could also hasten the charging of the golden string. He initially believed that this matter was merely an illusion, for he had taken many lives on the European battlefield. Yet the change in the charging speed was so subtle that he could scarcely perceive it. In the realm of his master, he had also extinguished numerous lives, and still, there was no discernible alteration. It was not until just now, when he personally dealt with Pierce, that he truly confirmed this conclusion. Eliminating narrative characters could indeed accelerate the charging speed of the golden string. Lincoln could not ascertain the precise amount of charging energy that the death of a narrative character could provide, but the demise of Pierce granted him a charge equivalent to several weeks' worth of time. The death of the target allowed Lincoln to perceive, for the first time, the impact of killing on the golden string. Combined with Pierce's elimination, the golden string, once predominantly gray, now shimmered with golden light. Although there remained considerable blank spaces, it did not in the slightest diminish Lincoln's essence. After all, they were merely narrative characters. There was no shortage of such figures in the Marvel Universe. Mr. Lincoln, we have captured the individual you requested. A melodious voice chimed from behind him. Lincoln turned slightly to find Ilya before him, a member of the agency responsible for liaising with him. The agency was aware of his preference for women. Thus, a female was appointed to communicate with Lincoln within the confines of the Manhattan building, a quintessentially perfect woman in the conventional sense. Lincoln harbored no objections, for Ilya was indeed commendable in her professional, personal, and everyday capacities. She was both capable and proficient. After receiving Lincoln's consent, Ilya nodded gently and turned to leave. Moments later, she reappeared before Lincoln, this time accompanied by a man whose head was grotesquely swollen, his entire physique distorted. Samuel Stern. This name might lack widespread recognition, but if referred to as the leader, many would suddenly become familiar with him. Like the Abomination, Samuel was also a non-human entity created from Hulk's blood. However, unlike the Abomination, Samuel's transformation was currently confined to the area above his neck, with his brain continuously expanding and his skin changing color. This was unfortunate, as it rendered Samuel's already limited attractiveness utterly non-existent, yet it was also advantageous. The enlarged brain and Hulk's blood had enhanced Samuel's intelligence. Although the anger factor in Hulk's blood currently hindered him from fully utilizing his intellect, the future held promise. The Abomination had been sent by Lincoln to Ross's laboratory, and the fate of the leader was no different. However, unlike before, he was now brought before Lincoln. The individuals in Ross's team were acutely aware of the potential residing within the leader, yet they had no grounds to refuse Lincoln's demands. "Hello, Dr. Samuel Stern," Lincoln remarked with a light chuckle, observing the green, swollen head of Samuel. He gestured for the agents, escorting Samuel to release him from his restraints. The efficiency of the agents from the office was remarkable. Within less than a minute, they departed from the rooftop, leaving behind a perplexed Samuel and Lincoln. Rubbing the areas that felt uncomfortable due to his bindings, the chief's gaze shifted between caution and suspicion as he looked at Lincoln. "Do you know me?" "Of course." Lincoln nodded, gesturing towards Samuel's head. "The reason I sought you out is to see if we can restore your mind to its former state." "Restore to normal?" Samuel's expression abruptly transformed into one of denial and anger as he sprang to his feet. "No, I will not allow anyone to tamper with my mind. I am perfectly fine as I am. My cognitive abilities are sharper than ever. My thoughts, my intellect. These are my unique treasures. You shall not strip me of what rightfully belongs to me." The violent essence derived from Hulk's blood incessantly impacted the chief's mind. He was no longer the Samuel Doctor of old. He was gradually transforming into a malevolent scientist. The fluctuations in his emotions triggered alterations in the peculiar components within him. His skin visibly shifting to a yellowish-green hue, signifying the deepening corruption, of which he remained blissfully unaware. "I believe you have misunderstood, Chief," Lincoln said, taking a sip of chilled soda as he looked up at him, revealing his signature, charismatic, villainous smile. "I am not here to negotiate, and you possess no power to refuse." As he spoke, he extended his finger, whimsically sketching in the air. Magical energy coalesced into a tangible form, and a golden rope began to weave around the chief's entire being before tightening instantaneously. Chapter 60. The bullets are loaded. The magical rope was a trinket Lincoln had devised in his leisure. Its strength was directly proportional to the amount of magic infused within it. In the hands of an ordinary mage, it could hardly lift their own weight. However, in Lincoln's grasp, it became a binding force of immense power. Even Hulk's strength could not break free from Lincoln's chains, let alone a chief who relied on his intellect. The surging anger continually stimulated the chief's nerves, and the yellow-green hue, initially localized to his scalp, began to spread like a creeping fungus, occupying an ever-increasing area. Samuel was oblivious to the changes occurring within him, while Lincoln calmly observed, witnessing the chief's complete transformation. In the vastness of space, or perhaps at a great altitude, the office maintained a vigilant watch over the only thing they could monitor, the rooftop of the Manhattan building, where the intense transformation of Samuel was clearly visible. What was happening? Perhaps it was the influence of Hulk's blood. The intelligence officer retrieved information regarding Samuel. It indicated that Samuel's wounds had come into contact with Hulk's blood, directly leading to this transformation. "Ah, I see." The observer nodded and then inquired, "Will this state of Samuel displease Mr. Lincoln?" "Unlikely." The intelligence officer shook his head. "Mr. Lincoln's understanding of Samuel seems to be on par with our own. That is reassuring." Upon hearing this response, a hint of relaxation appeared on the observer's face. As long as Mr. Lincoln is pleased, it matters not about Samuel. He pondered for a moment and then said, "Inform Ross that Samuel's files can be entirely expunged. Release me. Let me go." The discomfort of being restrained unleashed a savage instinct within the Hulk's veins, and the chief roared furiously, his eyes, a hue slowly shifting, filled with madness and rage. Lincoln paid him no heed. Instead, he calmly retrieved a pair of pliers from the ether and positioned them over the chief's finger. Then, with a decisive snap, one green finger was cleanly severed, yellow-green blood gushing forth from the wound, collected in a container Lincoln had prepared in advance. The acute pain surged through the chief's body, making him tremble. Meeting Lincoln's serene gaze and glancing at the pliers now clamped around his second finger, he abruptly regained his composure. "Stop. What do you intend to do?" Maintaining a calm stare at the panting chief, Lincoln tossed the pliers into a metal bucket and wiped his hands on a white cloth before resuming his seat. "It appears you can still converse civilly. Why, then, did you put on such a pretense earlier, causing discontent among us all?" The relentless tide of pain battered the chief's nerves, gradually erasing the fury and destructive impulses that had consumed him. Lincoln's propensity for decisive action allowed him to maintain a modicum of tranquility. The chief's eyes reflected both trepidation and resentment, and after several labored breaths, he spoke again. "What exactly do you want?" "I have already informed you." Lincoln pointed to the chief's oversized, green head. "I intend to help you restore it." The chief was taken aback, his mind swirling with questions. He scrutinized Lincoln for a moment, finally convinced that Lincoln was not jesting. However, if it was no jest, the implications were even more terrifying. "You want me to assist you in killing myself? Are you even human?" Internally, the chief raged. Yet the severed finger in the bucket prevented him from adopting a defiant stance. Samuel's persona was not inherently malevolent, yet it had been altered under the influence of the Hulk's blood. The newly born persona of the chief bore no relation to Samuel. The chief existed as a remnant of Samuel's personality and the Hulk factor. The removal of either would signify his own demise, a fate he could not endure, let alone the fact that the chief currently lacked the means to extricate the Hulk factor from within. Even if he could, he would never divulge this to Lincoln. "Dream on," he muttered, his facial muscles twitching in pain, a flicker of relief in his gaze as he regarded Lincoln. "My genes have undergone a fundamental transformation. Unless you can isolate my original genes and completely reconstruct them, I will never revert to my former self. Moreover, even if you could achieve the aforementioned points, as long as the peculiar substance within the Hulk's body persists, I shall continue to evolve. I am immortal. The technological advancements of humanity are utterly incapable of erasing my existence. So, that is how it is. What a pity." Observing the increasingly deranged laughter of the chief, Lincoln could not help but sigh. He set down his cup and quietly drew a handgun, loading a bullet into the chamber under the chief's rigid gaze. "Since there is no way to cure you, I have no choice but to eliminate you." As he spoke, Lincoln unhesitatingly aimed the gun at the chief's head and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot reverberated across the rooftop, the bright yellow bullet slicing through the air and crashing into the unyielding concrete wall, crumpling into a mass. Witnessing the chief's head tilt away, Lincoln narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems the transformation brought about by Hulk's blood is not confined merely to your mind. Dodging bullets at such proximity, even after calculating the angle of my gun and the movement of my finger, requires remarkable reflexes and physical prowess. However, it matters little. It is merely a bullet, of which I have plenty. As he spoke, Lincoln ejected the magazine, filling it with even more bullets before raising his handgun once more. "I hope you can evade them more effectively this time." The dark muzzle of the gun was once again aimed at the chief's body, and this time there was no doubt regarding Lincoln's resolve to fire. For a spent bullet lay discarded on the ground behind the chief. The ominous barrel appeared as a bottomless abyss, ready to unleash a projectile capable of penetrating through the very top of a human skull, while the chief trembled under its unyielding gaze. Successfully dodging a single bullet was a combination of focus and sheer luck, but facing an entire magazine's worth of ammunition, his demise was inevitable. Death? How could he possibly wish for death? He must live. Just as Lincoln's finger was about to contract, the chief spoke. "I can cooperate with you. I can assist you in researching a cure for me." "Do not shoot, do not shoot." Lincoln halted his movements, casting a sidelong glance at the chief, a sardonic smile playing on his lips, a commendable suggestion, yet I sense you may be mocking me. I am not. Fearing Lincoln would fire, the chief hastily shook his head. "I can cooperate with you. I promise." Upon hearing this, Lincoln's gun lowered slightly, but the words that followed sent chills down the chief's spine. "I would very much like to trust you, but once the bullets are loaded, they must be used." The chief appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation, his face awash with terror. In the next moment, Lincoln pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. A series of gunshots erupted as Lincoln, maintaining his composure, unleashed an entire magazine's worth of bullets upon the chief's limbs. The bright yellow projectiles effortlessly tore through flesh and bone, and amidst the heart-wrenching wails, the chief truly became a malevolent scientist reliant solely on his intellect. Casting aside the smoking handgun, Lincoln lifted his gaze towards the distance. "Take him away. Do not let him perish." Chapter 61 Captain. The energy barrier is impenetrable. Lincoln harbored no expectations that the chief would devise a cure for himself, rather than speculate on his potential for self-healing. It was more pragmatic to ponder the lengths he might go to escape the confines of the Manhattan Tower with the aid of the laboratory. Despite the chief's unappealing appearance, it was undeniable that the vast intellect housed within that oversized head was commensurate with its size. Given ample time, the chief could develop technology rivaling even that of Stark. Any individual with a grasp of sustainable development would undoubtedly seek to harness the chief's capabilities for their own benefit. Yet Lincoln remained indifferent. He possessed sufficient strength and numerous trump cards. Thus the chief's latent value held no sway over him. The only reason for sparing the chief's life was that eliminating him now would not sufficiently fill the golden string. Even an addition of a foe would not suffice. Therefore, it was prudent to let the chief live while observing whether those behind the office harbored any nefarious intentions. Should they, it would provide an opportunity to eliminate another batch of adversaries to assert dominance. The chief, possessing notable potential, warranted caution, prompting Lincoln to consider a visit to Wakanda to procure the heart-shaped herb for cultivation in his display case. Wakanda, with its extraordinary resource of vibranium, emerged as the pinnacle of technological advancement on the planet, composed of 5 African tribes. The energy barrier maintained an illusion of a lush, tropical rainforest to the outside world, oblivious to the highly developed society concealed beneath. The implementation of a closed-door policy safeguarded Wakanda's vibranium mines, while simultaneously rendering the world largely ignorant of its existence. However, this did not imply that Wakanda was equally uninformed. On the contrary, they possessed numerous channels for gathering intelligence from the external world, such as embassies and a seat at the United Nations. Their seemingly inconspicuous presence went unnoticed by those who established the joint office. Yet the existence of these information channels informed them of Lincoln's superhuman existence. Your Majesty, thus far, our knowledge of the individual known as Lincoln remains minimal. The captain of the guards respectfully stated, governments of other nations have collaborated to suppress and destroy all information related to Lincoln, and what remains is contained within the joint office, inaccessible to our personnel. The king regarded the captain, contemplating for a moment. Why? The captain remained silent for a brief interval. Because of skin color. Before the king could respond, the captain continued. Within the United Nations framework, both Caucasian and Asian nations possess dominant representation. Yet we do not. Thus we are excluded from a system. Moreover, according to certain displayed information, a certain individual named Lincoln appears to harbor a disinclination towards the presence of an excessive number of black individuals in his vicinity. This constitutes blatant discrimination. Yet, even the king of Wakanda finds himself at a loss for words in the face of such prejudice. The insular policies they have enacted have rendered them unable to become significant participants in the affairs at hand. Ultimately, the decisive factor lies in Lincoln's personal preferences. Unless they can alter Lincoln's mindset, their objectives remain unattainable. The possibility of directly acquiring information has been swiftly and categorically dismissed. The king found himself engrossed in contemplation. But before he could emerge from his reverie, a series of footsteps approached from outside. "Father, look what I have discovered." The king was jolted from his thoughts by the voice imbued with a hint of excitement. He lifted his gaze to the young girl before him, a smile gracing his face. "Ah, it is Sue. What have you found?" "I have captured some images and videos," Sue exclaimed joyfully, showcasing her tablet to the king, her fingers deftly gliding across the screen. "I have calculated the relevant data concerning Lincoln using these materials." This should have been a moment of celebration, yet a shadow of gravity crossed the king's features. "Sue, you have once again accessed the external network without permission. Rest assured, I merely conducted a modest search on a public network. I have not breached the confidential databases of those nations," Sue assured him. The king's expression eased slightly upon hearing her reassurance, yet as he scrutinized the data displayed on the tablet, he fell into silence. Much like the initial reaction of personnel from the United States, and other governments upon viewing the data. The king instinctively found it hard to believe the figures presented. However, he soon grasped the truth of the matter. Handing the tablet to the captain of the guard, the king inquired gravely, "Given our nation's technological capabilities, are there means to counter him?" "Absolutely," the captain responded with unwavering conviction. "If this data is authentic, he would not even be able to breach our energy barrier." Just as the captain finished speaking, a piercing alarm reverberated throughout the palace. An alarm triggered solely under one circumstance. The energy barrier had been breached. Realizing the gravity of the situation, everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. They could no longer afford to debate the strength of Lincoln's weaponry in comparison to their own as they all turned to look outside. The dome-like energy shield loomed above the capital of Wakanda, having safeguarded them from external disturbances for decades. Constructed upon the foundation of vibranium technology, the energy barrier possessed sufficient strength that even the direct impact of a spacecraft could not shatter it. Yet today, this shield, once regarded by the Wakandans as impenetrable, had fractured. The ordinary citizens, with their limited vision, could not discern the events unfolding beyond the barrier, but those privy to the core technology, including WWII, had a clear view of the unfolding chaos. Moments ago, the individual they had been discussing now hovered in the air, draped in a black cloak, from which intense beams of light erupted incessantly from his pupils. The formidable shockwaves rippled across the energy barrier, with temperatures soaring to unimaginable heights, piercing through the barrier and melting its core. Accompanied by a resounding roar, the once seamless energy barrier was forcibly torn open, creating a towering rift that reached into the heavens. The formation of the energy barrier was attributed to the core of vibranium, long regarded as an indestructible defense. Yet today, this seemingly invulnerable shield was breached. Within the royal city, the captain of the guard gazed at the gaping rift that soared into the clouds. Disbelief etched across her features. "This is impossible. The energy barrier cannot be this fragile. Perhaps the data we have collected is erroneous." The voice of the king resonated beside her. "Very well, make the necessary arrangements. I wish to meet this guest. Perhaps there is more to discuss between us." Chapter 62. A friendly negotiation. Lincoln traversed through the fissure, and behind him, the colossal breach in the barrier began to gradually mend. Before him, a fleet of warships surged from the distance, encircling him completely. On a maglev disc, the captain of Wakanda's guard gripped a vibranium spear. Her eyes fixated on Lincoln with caution. "The king wishes to see you. Follow me." "The king? What relevance does your king have to me?" At this point, Lincoln paused, a chilling smirk gracing his lips, with a faint crimson glow flickering in his pupils. Could it be that he intends to command me? Under the gaze of Lincoln, whose eyes radiated a crimson hue, the guard captain felt as though she stood before not a mere mortal, but an abstract embodiment of terror. Even a mere wisp of his aura sent shivers down her spine, causing her hair to stand on end. In an instinctive response, she tightened her grip on the vibranium spear, aiming its tip at Lincoln. Yet in the next moment, an irresistible force surged through the spear, transferring itself to her. By the time she registered the sensation, she realized that Lincoln had effortlessly seized the spear from her grasp. What a wasteful act. Lincoln's perception swept over the spear, instantly discerning that its entirety, including its core materials, was fashioned from vibranium. Were this spear's vibranium materials to be placed in the outside world, scientists could conjure extraordinary technological marvels. Yet here, the people of Wakanda merely utilized it to forge a spear, one that appeared formidable but failed to realize the intrinsic value of its materials. Lincoln had no intention of engaging in extensive dialogue with the Wakandan contingent, but witnessing their usage of vibranium, he suddenly pondered whether an additional vibranium deposit could be a worthy addition to his collection. Lincoln grasped the spear, lost in contemplation, while the other Wakandan guards, sensing imminent danger, raised their weapons with palpable tension. The energy activation device embedded within the spear flickered to life, casting glimmers of energy along its tip. This overwhelming hostility immediately captured Lincoln's attention. He lifted his gaze to survey the crowd before him and let out a disdainful snort. A thunderous realization struck his heart, and a terrifying pressure descended upon the assembled guards, as if the very air around them had solidified into steel, immobilizing their bodies and rendering even a single strand of hair utterly still. With a casual flick of his wrist, Lincoln unleashed a formidable force. propelling the spear beyond the speed of sound. Amidst the cacophony of the sonic boom, the spear effortlessly pierced the armor of a spacecraft. In the midst of the explosive engine's roar, the vessel spiraled downward, crashing to the ground and enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Without a thought for the fate of its pilot, Lincoln turned to depart, his voice resonating with authority. There is no need for an introduction. Inform your king that I require 2 heart-shaped herbs, 1 male, 1 female, delivered to my mansion by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Should there be a delay, Wakanda shall no longer have a reason to exist. With that, he disregarded the bewildered reactions of the guards, parting the energy barrier with a wave as he strolled away. Even as his silhouette faded into the horizon, the sworn guardians of Wakanda remained paralyzed, unable to mount any defense. The biological force field was a remarkable invention. It could both protect and suppress. Lincoln had long ago harnessed this dual capability. The guards, treated with the same reverence as the monstrous Hulk and Abomination, should take pride in their esteemed position. As Lincoln departed, he waved his sleeve, leaving not a trace behind, only presenting the king of Wakanda with a formidable dilemma. In the council chamber, composed of tribal leaders and the king, the chief of the mining tribe vociferously declared, "This cannot stand. The heart-shaped herb is Wakanda's most sacred secret, and I cannot allow it to fall into the hands of outsiders." Yet, the alternative was war. The leader of the merchant tribe interjected. He has already demonstrated his ability to breach our energy barriers. What transpired in Neon will repeat itself in Wakanda, only with greater bloodshed. We possess ships and weapons. We can defend our homeland. However, the truth remains that our arsenal is utterly inadequate against him. The chief of the border tribe, having encountered Lincoln previously, scoffed. My warriors were present at the scene. Before him, even our bravest fighters could not unleash their true potential. Your proposal amounts to sending our warriors to their demise. I will not support your suggestion. Watching the border tribe chief rise, clearly prepared for conflict, the mining tribe chief felt a flicker of trepidation, yet continued to protest. If we allow those outsiders to cultivate the heart-shaped herb on a massive scale, the outcome will be no different. The Jabari tribe has resolutely declined to join the Assembly of Wakanda, leaving only 4 tribes in attendance at the meeting. Aside from the steadfastly opposing mining tribe, the sentiments of the remaining attendees were already evident. With a deep exhalation, the reigning king, the Black Panther, finally spoke. The peace and security of Wakanda are paramount. I shall personally select 2 heart-shaped herbs from a garden and deliver them to the Manhattan Tower, ensuring they do not fall into the hands of anyone else. However, was the outcome not the same? The members of the mining tribe felt a tinge of discontent, prompting the king to clarify. He stood in a position of authority, completely detached from the external governments. Thus, should it solely rest upon his will, perhaps the circumstances would not deteriorate significantly. The king's explanation effectively constituted the final decision. Regardless of the mining tribe's reluctance, they had no choice but to acquiesce. The meeting concluded hastily, with few privy to its contents, even the prince and princess. Shuri and Chala remained oblivious. Under the guard of the Dora Milaje, the king traversed the dimly lit tunnels, arriving at the garden. The existence of the heart-shaped herbs depended on vibranium rather than sunlight. Hence, even in a lightless garden, the herbs radiated a purple glow, embodying immense power. Once a closely guarded secret of Wakanda, this crucial knowledge was no longer concealed as the king transferred the soil containing the 2 heart-shaped herbs into a container. Do you require a spacecraft prepared for your journey? No need, the king replied, shaking his head as he sealed the fully enclosed box. I shall depart immediately. Taking it to the Manhattan Tower, all will proceed smoothly. Chapter 63. The astonished Chaka Wakanda's vibranium originates from the heavens. Yet the Earth is not solely blessed with vibranium from Wakanda. During its descent to Earth, the massive vibranium meteorite fragmented into numerous pieces under the influence of sonic waves, scattering across the globe. Even in Wakanda, the principal site of the meteor's impact, the vibranium mine comprises a primary vein alongside several smaller ones. Lincoln held no interest in the mere hundreds of tons of small vibranium fragments. His gaze was fixed firmly upon the principal vein, which weighed at least 10,000 tons. Although the shape of the primary vein was less than ideal, it offered ample opportunity for reshaping, and once refined, it would undoubtedly be a priceless addition to his collection. Lincoln possessed sufficient strength to relocate the entire vein, Yet the challenge lay in establishing an appropriate display case. To consistently scale down and secure a vane weighing several tens of thousands of tons within a confined space was no trivial task, and placing on the 7th floor felt somewhat incongruous. Lincoln intended to prepare a display case on a higher floor. Thus, the vibranium vane would remain in Wakanda for some time until he could complete his exhibition hall, at which point he could joyfully add it to his collection. However, prior to the addition of the mineral collection, perhaps his special plant collection would be the first to expand. The satellites placed in space by humanity are utterly unqualified to monitor Lincoln's actions, and the technological veil created by Wakanda thoroughly conceals events occurring within its borders. When the king of Wakanda unexpectedly arrived, the personnel at the office were perplexed, completely unaware of any prior connection between Lincoln and this small African nation. They found it peculiar, yet evidently, when matters pertained to Lincoln, all actions necessitated a heightened degree of caution. They dared not inquire of Lincoln, nor could they exert pressure on Wakanda, fearing to displease Lincoln, who preferred to enjoy life untroubled. Downstairs of the Manhattan building, gazing up at the towering staircase, Chaka inexplicably felt a flicker of anxiety. He was oblivious to what lay within that edifice, and whether his submission and concession could secure peace for himself and his nation. Faced with Lincoln's assertive demeanor, he seemed left with no better option than to be apprehensive. However, Chaka's hesitation and trepidation did not linger for long. As Elia appeared before him, "Mr. Lincoln has been waiting for you inside. Please follow me." Chaka recognized Elia, who, according to intelligence reports, was a specially selected agent assigned to Lincoln. Her presence offered a modicum of reassurance to Chaka, and he followed her into the building. Entering the exclusive transparent elevator not accessible to the general public, Chaka instinctively tightened his grip on the box he held. Shortly thereafter, the elevator halted on the 7th floor. As the doors opened, Chaka beheld the empty expanse of the floor illuminated by several display cases, with Lincoln seated on a chair, sipping tea. Elia did not lead the way but gestured outward. "You may enter." Chaka nodded, clutching the box containing the heart-shaped herb. Stepping out of the elevator as the doors silently closed behind him, the soft light emanating from the display cases caused him to slow his pace slightly, driven by curiosity about what they contained. As he walked more deliberately, he could discern the items within the cases and the inscriptions on their plaques. Yet upon glimpsing the first exhibit, his pupils involuntarily contracted. Item: Super Soldier Serum. Source: Marvel Universe. Function: enhances the human body to its utmost limits. Wakanda's intelligence agency could not infiltrate the secrets surrounding Lincoln. Yet Chaka was acutely aware of the Super Soldier Serum, a substance that had once irrevocably altered the course of World War II. If the heart-shaped herb was a masterpiece of nature's artistry, then the Super Soldier Serum represented the pinnacle of human ingenuity. Both Captain America, Steve Rogers, and the Red Skull of Hydra were born from this very serum. However, if memory served him correctly, had not the formula for the Super Soldier Serum been entirely lost over 60 years ago? Even Howard Stark was unable to successfully replicate the Erskine version of the Super Soldier Serum. Why does it appear here? I recall hearing that only 6 out of the original 7 serums were utilized. Thus, the appearance of the remaining 1 here seems somewhat reasonable. But what nonsense! Everyone is acutely aware of the insatiable desire of the United States for the Super Soldier Serum. Ross even went so far as to engineer creatures like the Hulk and Abomination for this purpose. Yet, the coveted item, which those individuals yearned for, now lies quietly displayed in a showcase. It is utterly outrageous. Chaka found himself inwardly lamenting this absurdity. His steps quickened, and soon his gaze shifted away from the Super Soldier Serum. In the second display case, he beheld a mass of green cells. Instinctively, he read the inscription on the plaque. Item: Hulk's omnipotent cells. Origin: Marvel Universe. Function: after directed induction and differentiation, it can grow into a second Hulk. The idea that Hulk's omnipotent cells could yield a second Hulk left Chaka in silence. Within the container, even when isolated from its primary source, the vibrant green cells continued to writhe, showcasing their formidable and abundant vitality. Yet if one merely gazed at this cluster of cells, who could fathom that such a small mass could cultivate into a behemoth capable of withstanding tanks? The military personnel could not conceive of this, for they were powerless against the Hulk. Chaka too could not comprehend, as his foremost thought was to obliterate the threat posed by the Hulk, rather than to extract his omnipotent cells for collection. Moreover, what did the inscription origin, Marvel Universe, signify? Did it imply the existence of other worlds beyond? Who coined the term Marvel Universe? How utterly absurd. For the first time in his life, Chaka found himself contemplating such ludicrousness. In his earlier years, he believed he had witnessed all manner of absurdities, yet now he felt there might exist even more preposterous realities he had yet to encounter. The Lincoln collection, though scarce in artifacts, contained these two items that were sufficient to leave Chaka astonished, halting his steps until Lincoln's voice rang out behind him. What? Are you pondering whether these items are genuine or not? The sudden query startled Chaka slightly, and he hesitated before responding. I recall the super soldier serum was said to be completely depleted. From the perspectives of the United States and others, it indeed was gone. Lincoln nodded and smiled. That is because I took the last vial. Chapter 64. The lurking Chief Lincoln's forthrightness left Chaka momentarily stunned, followed by an exclamation of disbelief. During World War II, Wakanda had no contact with the outside world, yet they were well aware of the might of the Allies and Hydra at that time. In that era, an array of advanced technologies emerged, many of which would still be considered cutting-edge even today. In this particular scenario, Lincoln not only managed to procure the serum amidst the encirclement of both the Allies and Hydra, but also crafted a fictitious history that led the intelligence agencies of all nations, including Wakanda, to believe that the serum had entirely vanished. Yet, this was not the most significant aspect. What truly astonished Chaka was that, after 60 years, Lincoln exhibited not a single sign of aging. This was something even Wakanda's advanced technology could not achieve. Uncertain of how Lincoln accomplished this feat, Chaka found himself increasingly wary of the enigma surrounding Lincoln. Overwhelmed by a deluge of information, Chaka appeared somewhat bewildered, while Lincoln reached out and effortlessly retrieved the box containing two heart-shaped herbs. Upon opening the tightly sealed lid, the two herbs, radiating a blue-violet glow from their depths, came into view. One male and one female heart-shaped herb, accompanied by a layer of soil conducive to their growth, prompted Chaka to refrain from any unnecessary actions. The herbs thrived remarkably well, showing no signs of wilting despite being removed from their original habitat. Lincoln gently touched the trumpet-like flower, the feedback from his fingertips allowing him to discern the immense power contained within those tender leaves. Indeed, everything seemed promising, assured that the heart-shaped herbs would not suddenly perish. A faint smile graced Lincoln's lips. With a casual wave of his hand, an inexplicable force dismantled the box holding the herbs, as a swirl of dark soil began to cover the empty display case. Within mere seconds, a thick layer of black earth enveloped the case, and Lincoln placed the herbs into the prepared pit, a gleam of crimson light igniting in his gaze. Moments later, a new plaque materialized. Item: heart-shaped herb. Source: Marvel Universe. Function: unlocks human potential. Observing the plaque, Chaka's lips involuntarily twitched before he spoke. The function is incorrect. Incorrect? Lincoln turned to regard Chaka. Are you suggesting that the ability of the heart-shaped herb is to commune with the realm of ancestors and draw power from the Black Panther? With Lincoln unveiling the secret of the heart-shaped herb, Chaka's expression transformed to one of palpable astonishment. How could you possibly know? The secret of the heart-shaped herb has never been divulged. As long as someone is aware, the secret remains relatively intact. Lincoln maintained a calm demeanor. Whether a secret is truly a secret depends solely on my desire to know, not on your willingness to disclose. Lincoln's words left Chaka momentarily speechless before he witnessed Lincoln refocusing on the heart-shaped herb. Your understanding of the heart-shaped herb is accurate. Yet it is not so in my context. The heart-shaped herb, influenced by vibranium, inherently possesses the ability to activate human potential. As for the so-called realm of ancestors, it merely serves to reduce mortality rates, thanks to the Black Panther. I observe that your technological prowess is commendable, yet your mindset remains steeped in the folly of worshipping deities. As he spoke, Lincoln abruptly thrust his palm towards Chaka. Whoosh! The howling wind surged past his ears, accompanied by a chaotic vista and a disorienting sensation of weightlessness. It was only when the world before him returned to normalcy that he realized he had unwittingly found himself back on the street. Chaka lifted his gaze to behold the towering edifice of the Manhattan building, apart from the box in his possession having vanished. It was as if he had never set foot in the structure. A sense of helplessness enveloped him. As the current Black Panther who had ingested the heart-shaped herb, Chaka felt a profound powerlessness for the first time. He had not even perceived what Lincoln had done before being expelled from the building. Without making any further attempts, Chaka turned and departed from the Manhattan building. In the shadows, agents concealed in various locations observed Chaka's retreating figure, exchanging glances before promptly relaying new intelligence. Aside from the rooftop and the public areas below the 7th floor, the remaining sections of the Manhattan building were utterly inscrutable to the agency. Apart from gleaning some visible information from the agent's lips, they possessed no visual documentation to capture the inner workings of the Manhattan building. Lincoln did not issue them a warning, yet none dared to do so, fearing that prying into his affairs might provoke his displeasure, an outcome that could prove fatal. The uppermost floor of the Manhattan building was a hastily constructed laboratory, or more accurately, the entirety of the levels starting from the 90th were dedicated to experiments. The environment of the room was rather rudimentary, yet contained all essential elements. As for the formidable leader whose limbs had been previously incapacitated by Lincoln, his injuries had been treated, though it was uncertain if he had fully healed. He appeared to be in a state where his blood circulation had normalized, yet he possessed no capacity for movement. The Hulk's unparalleled regenerative abilities were not manifested in this leader, or perhaps they were, but the agency's personnel had suppressed them through some specialized means. In summary, when Lincoln entered the laboratory, he encountered a paralyzed leader, resolute in spirit, directing researchers in their experiments using only his mouth, an industrious yet nefarious scientist. As the saying goes, only a greater evil can contend with malevolence. When confronted by the military and the American government, the leader, emboldened by confidence, could dismiss many of their demands, for he was aware that the military would not easily take his life. However, in the presence of Lincoln, a mere refusal would result in an immediate execution. Before the military and the government, the leader was audacious and unafraid, but before Lincoln, he was forced to adopt a submissive demeanor. Deceptive pretense. That was the true sentiment harbored by the leader. The paralysis of his limbs? It did not hinder his brilliant mind from devising an escape plan. Those foolish human scientists could not fully grasp the theories and processes proposed by the leader, deceived into performing whatever tasks he commanded. Healing himself? The leader had never entertained such an idea. His singular aim from the outset had been to restore his limbs and escape from this building. Indeed, it is an escape rather than an act of revenge. Although he is transformed into a malevolent scientist, he astutely recognizes the futility of confronting Lincoln, a formidable character known for his ruthless lethality. He awaits an opportunity, a moment when Lincoln departs from the Manhattan building. Given that chance, he will rise from his dormant state and deliver a fitting reckoning to those foolish researchers. Chapter 65. Elation and Experimentation's Failure. On the rooftop, basking in the warm sunlight, Lincoln's fingertips danced through the air, sketching ethereal patterns. Strands of golden magic coalesced into luminous points, shifting incessantly in the atmosphere. The intricacies of this transformation eluded the understanding of ordinary observers. Yet Lincoln perceived the distortions of space as they ebbed and flowed with the magic. The world possesses an abundance of means to manipulate space. The space gem is merely the most accessible and practical among them. Beyond the gem's power, methods such as the portals of Camartage or the Bifrost Bridge of Asgard represent different applications of spatial manipulation, not to mention the advanced spatial technologies of extraterrestrial civilizations. However, none of these could furnish Lincoln with the insights he sought. He had already mastered the techniques of spatial bridge construction. What he now required was a stable means of spatial contraction. In this regard, unless he could enlist the aid of the Ancient One as a laborer, there was no one on Earth capable of providing a reference, not even the space gem. To draw an analogy, Lincoln is endeavoring to forge a new firearm based on his desired outcome. The space gem, in this context, serves as an arsenal brimming with every conceivable weapon. By mastering the gem, Lincoln could directly wield any weapon within it to achieve his goals. However, if he wishes to deconstruct the designs of these weapons to create something uniquely his own, he must first dismantle the arsenal's contents. If it were a tangible weapon, this task would be straightforward, yet the space gem exists as a singular entity, rendering the disassembly of an individual weapon impossible. Thus, relying on this approach proves unfeasible. by synthesizing the millennia of magical knowledge accumulated in Camartage. Even if Lincoln is not operating at his full cognitive capacity, his understanding of magic approaches that of the Ancient One. This wealth of magical knowledge, combined with an abundance of magical energy, allows Lincoln to whimsically combine various magical structures, even while merely contemplating. The energy fluctuations he generates are sufficient to trigger blaring alarms from the detectors in the human realm. On a nearby rooftop, a group of scientists anxiously observe the incessant blaring of the detection devices. They gaze at the screens before them, where the energy fluctuation readings surpassed their wildest imaginations. In one moment, the energy index surged perilously close to exceeding detection limits, only to plummet in the next, yielding values of negative energy that seem to exist solely in theoretical realms. Formulas and theories, everything they had previously learned, appear to be utterly upended. Numbers are continuously generated by machines. Yet the multitude of figures leaves everyone perplexed, unable to discern any connections among them. They perceive themselves as confronting a completely chaotic and incomprehensible system. Since the day Lincoln contemplated the compact architectural framework on the rooftop, they have been tormented, ultimately surrendering their quest for understanding. After numbly configuring automatic detection and recording settings, they gathered before the monitoring screen, gazing at the ever-shifting magical structure conjured by Lincoln from a distance of several dozen or even hundreds of meters. One researcher fixated on the golden structure, occasionally glancing at the recording sheet in hand, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Remarkable. Unbelievable. The magnitude of energy harnessed is truly within human capability. Stop dreaming. Another interjected, dispelling the enthusiasm. Based on the current energy index, the energy contained within that golden framework could effortlessly reduce any organic life to ash. Our survival is merely due to distance, while that individual exists because he can inherently disregard such energy levels. Perhaps this structure holds special significance? One speculated. Maybe we could record and replicate it, potentially gaining control over the energy. Your idea is commendable, but I believe it prudent to first consult material scientists, came the response. Is no one curious about the origin of such immense energy? I detected no signs of nuclear radiation. Could it be a product of fusion? No sooner had he spoken than he noticed his colleagues regarding him with expressions of disbelief. Moments later, one finally spoke. If you can elucidate how Superman in comics extinguishes the sun by absorbing its power, then I might shed light on the source of this energy. With that, he turned back to discuss possibilities regarding the framework, leaving the inquisitive researcher in silence. When one treads the right path, time invariably holds significance. Before Lincoln, the structure's transformations gradually revealed a semblance of order within the previously twisted and chaotic space. A fleeting opportunity was seized with precision by Lincoln. Fixate, amplify, analyze, reconstruct, reanalyze, and reconstruct again. The spatial tendency was no longer confined to a single point, but manifested in all directions. After a moment, observing the magical structure operating autonomously within his palm, Lincoln shifted his gaze and reached for a nearby table. The space distorted and transformed, the sizable table shrinking in a manner incomprehensible to the ordinary mind, becoming encapsulated within the golden magical structure. A mere fraction of magical energy sufficed to reduce the table's dimensions by dozens of times, rendering it as diminutive and delicate as a toy. The table was repeatedly released and sealed, yet numerous experiments failed to induce any structural alterations. As he increased his magical energy output, the table, which had initially resembled a delicate toy, began to shrink at an astonishing pace. In mere moments, it transformed from a visible object to a microscopic entity only discernible through a high-powered microscope. Throughout this process, the molecular structure of the table remained unchanged. Only the spatial dimensions were modified, resulting in the table's transformation. Upon releasing the table once more, Lincoln clasped his fingers, concealing the golden magical framework, and rose to step forward, vanishing from the rooftop. In the 7th floor collection room, Lincoln glanced at the Manhattan laboratory above. With a slight movement of his finger, he lifted the access restrictions on the elevator that had previously required authorization to operate. After completing these tasks, he smiled faintly and made his way towards Wakanda, murmuring to himself, "Do not disappoint me, Chief." In the distance, Gazing at the empty rooftop of the Manhattan building, the researchers who had been observing the screen were rendered utterly astonished. After a prolonged silence, one of them finally stammered, "Was that the spatial scaling technology?" Like the crack of thunder, chaos erupted among them. Spatial scaling technology is indeed spatial scaling technology. Did anyone record that framework? We must document it. We must master it. For to grasp this technology is to seize the future. The researchers dispatched by the agency, who were unaware that magical energy could not be controlled by conventional means, had gone completely mad. Meanwhile, within the laboratory of the Manhattan building, the chief, who had been lying in wait, suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. Without any basis, guided solely by instinct, he sensed that his moment had arrived. Without a trace of hesitation, he activated the previously prepared healing plan, directing the deceived scientists to commence the final treatment process. Massive doses of the serum intended to counteract the Hulk factor were injected into the chief's body. In an excessive dosage, the serum, which had been proven to suppress the Hulk factor, produced an entirely opposite effect. Under the serum's influence, the chief's cellular structure began to rapidly divide and repair. In just a few minutes, all remnants of his injuries were completely healed, and he emerged even stronger. Rising from his wheelchair, the now towering chief observed the panicked researchers with his cold green gaze, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "I am pleased to inform you that the experiment has failed." Chapter 66, Crisis. In the top-floor laboratory of the Manhattan building, the disparity in intellect rendered the agency's researchers as easily deceived as children before the chief. The excessive serum accelerated the division of the chief's cells, while the presence of energy rays provided the foundation for his transformation. Amidst the terrified gazes of the researchers, the chief's physique swelled and evolved at an alarming rate. His once frail muscles became taut and powerful, his bones reinforced like forged steel, and his already substantial head began a second metamorphosis. This transformation was almost of a tearing nature, visibly evident as the head, originally 2 to 3 times the size of an average person's, swelled to nearly match that of a large creature's body. Had his physique not been significantly enhanced by the potion, he might have been overwhelmed and crushed beneath the weight of his own enormous head. Equipment scattered throughout the laboratory was forcibly torn apart. The creature stretched forth its hand to wrench open the gas leak pipes. Standing upon the cold floor amid the escaping airflow before a group of terrified researchers, towering above them, the creature cast a disdainful glance and uttered with a sinister laugh, "A bunch of foolish organic beings. This is the true trend of evolutionary progress." Clenching his fists, he felt the burgeoning power within his transformed body, remarkable physical prowess, transcendent intellect, and the ability to dominate the minds of feeble life forms. With a resonating hum, a powerful psychic force radiated from the creature, and in an instant, all researchers in the laboratory became puppets under his command. The creature voraciously absorbed the knowledge from their minds, manipulating their bodies to accomplish his every desire within the laboratory. As he gleaned information regarding the agency, he realized his plan for a direct escape had been thwarted. Taking advantage of Lincoln's absence, he needed to prepare certain items to break through the encirclement of humans outside. Relying solely on his own strength would prove insufficient. In the upper laboratory, a cadre of researchers, stripped of their autonomy, operated like mechanical puppets, following the creature's directives to manipulate instruments and fabricate new machines. Meanwhile, the creature himself ascended via an authorized elevator to the lower levels. The high-speed lift swiftly traversed over 100 meters of vertical distance and halted on the 7th floor, the only level illuminated. Gazing at the artifacts within 3 display cases and their accompanying plaques, the creature erupted into maniacal laughter, pushing forth his hand to unleash a surge of gamma rays from his palm. In mere moments, the ultra-durable display case shattered, and clutching the 3 artifacts, the creature returned to the upper laboratory. Without any preliminary experimentation, the creature, resembling the most frenzied of beasts, crushed a heart-shaped herb and unhesitatingly injected a vial of super soldier serum into his body. The azure liquid coursed through his veins, its chemical components initiating a profound transformation within him. Simultaneously, the mysterious power of the heart-shaped herb began to manifest, unlocking the remaining potential within his form. Under the combined influence of the serum, the heart-shaped herb, and a reactivated gamma-ray generator, The creature's body commenced its third metamorphosis within less than 5 minutes following the second transformation. Under the influence of a potent concoction, the formidable leader's body began to swell once more, his skin marred by a series of purple streaks, a testament to the terrifying power that threatened to tear apart even the most steadfast genetic bonds. His form quivered incessantly, nearly unable to withstand the horrifying transformation. Yet suddenly, a surge of golden energy pierced through him, an overwhelming force that defied comprehension, compelling a halt to the chaos within. The two strains of medicinal potency forcibly intertwined, propelling the imminent metamorphosis toward completion. On his yellow-green skin, purple patterns spread like tendrils, and after the third stage of development, even his robust physique struggled to support the weight of his oversized head. Yet, he no longer required such support. His previously limited mental prowess had expanded to an unimaginable degree. With a mere glance, he effortlessly bent and distorted the steel in the vicinity. A surge of gamma rays erupted from within, instantaneously penetrating the body of a researcher, erasing him from existence, inducing the differentiation of the Hulk's omnipotent cells. The leader cackled with a sinister glee, his chilling voice echoing through the chamber as materials levitated under the weight of his mental might, transforming and merging. Mere moments later, a throne of steel materialized. As he embedded himself within this iron seat, his gaze swept over the array of puppets before him, his explosive psychic energy tearing their minds apart like a bomb. Commanding the massive throne, he shattered the barrier before him, revealing himself to the world. In this third enhancement phase, the super soldier serum significantly amplified his physical and mental capabilities. Yet it also birthed a new dilemma. He had become even more extreme and deranged than before. Escape? He had no intention of fleeing. He intended to enslave those feeble humans, turning them into his marionettes, and to annihilate the wretched superhuman who had severed his limbs. The Manhattan Tower belonged to Lincoln, and those in the office could scarcely prepare weapons within its confines, granting the leader ample time. By the moment he ascended the throne and presented himself to all, the situation had spiraled beyond control. Through the gaping hole in the wall, the inspection team beheld the scattered, headless corpses within the laboratory. In an instant, they realized that the grotesque figure before them was far from a righteous being. Open fire. Kill him. Without a moment's hesitation, the concealed combat teams were activated, weapons swiftly readied, and at the commander's signal, gunfire erupted. Bullets and shells whirled towards the leader. Yet in the face of such devastating assaults capable of rending steel, he merely smiled disdainfully. His formidable psychic force radiated from his mind as if it were a tangible entity, and to the astonished gazes of all present, the projectiles seemed to come to a languorous halt, as if ensnared in a quagmire. The cerebral operation, akin to that of a supercomputer, allowed the mastermind to execute a ballistic analysis in an instant. The trajectory of the bullet was recalibrated and then discharged with ferocious speed. The sharp sound of the projectile slicing through the air echoed as one by one the Special Forces operatives fell, their foreheads pierced by bullets, skulls shattered by kinetic energy. Even more terrifying were the explosions that produced thunderous roars and flames. In the bustling district of Manhattan, a heinous act of terrorism unfolded. The hurried crowd erupted into screams, scattering in all directions. However, as the mastermind cast his gaze downward, the cacophony of terror subsided in a mere few breaths. In the offices of S.H.I.E.L.D., and amidst the incredulous stares of various organizations, the panicking crowd transformed into puppets at the whim of the mastermind. They lined up, rushing towards other parts of the city, bringing more souls under his control. An unprecedented crisis had arisen. Chapter 67, A Lesson in Manhattan, New York. The chaos instigated by the mastermind had spiraled into uncontrollable territory. Under the powerful influence of mind control, all who approached him became mere marionettes, with gamma rays and telekinesis offering both offensive and defensive capabilities. Unless they were prepared to unleash weapons of mass destruction in the heart of Manhattan, no better means existed to confront the mastermind. While the mastermind wreaked havoc relying on Lincoln's collection, Lincoln himself was leisurely toying with a small gemstone in the Palace of Wakanda, so relaxed that even King Chaka could no longer bear to watch. Your Manhattan Tower is gone. Your collection is lost. I know. I have seen it, Lincoln remarked with a slight smile. a glimmer of golden light emanating from his pupils as he observed the distant commotion. "Are you not going back?" Chaka inquired, puzzled. "Back to do what?" Lincoln waved dismissively. "To save that concrete monstrosity, or to gaze upon that empty display case?" Lincoln's nonchalance left Chaka speechless. "But our transaction has been completed," he said. Lincoln nodded towards the table. "Thus, you ought to contemplate how Wakanda should integrate into the international sphere and devise corresponding plans, rather than fret over a structure of steel and concrete. My affairs are mine to manage." "Very well." Upon hearing this, Chaka ceased his protests, silently nodding before turning to leave. As the door closed behind him, Lincoln found himself alone in the expansive conference room, idly manipulating the seemingly small yet weighty vibranium stone in his hand, his smile growing brighter as he watched the far-off spectacle in Manhattan. The magic of spatial contraction, a revolutionary enchantment. With sufficient power, the caster could even encapsulate an entire solar system. While Lincoln was not yet capable of such feats, transporting an object the size of a building was a trivial endeavor. He previously harbored concerns that the collection hall, constructed within the Marvel Universe, might attract the attention of others upon his departure from this world. However, those anxieties have dissipated, as he can now effortlessly transport the entire collection hall. Of course, what he intends to take is not the concrete edifice of Manhattan, which could easily be reduced to rubble by a single missile, but rather a brand new collection hall crafted from vibranium. Yet, considering the durability of vibranium is somewhat lacking, Lincoln's true objective lies in the secondary processing of the vibranium into adamantium. In contrast to vibranium, adamantium rectifies the weaknesses of sound waves and can withstand temperatures reaching 500,000 degrees Celsius without exhibiting any signs of melting. There is no material more suitable for the construction of a collection hall than this alloy. As for the previous Manhattan building, its destruction is inconsequential. The artifacts within are hardly noteworthy. The formula for the super soldier serum resides within his mind. The Hulk's omnipotent cells are not rare, and the heart-shaped herb is currently in Wakanda. Even if he were disinclined to recreate them, he could effortlessly retrieve the artifact from the past using the time stone. The emergence of the enhanced Big Head is, in essence, a farce. Without Lincoln's intervention, Big Head would be unable to withstand the pressures of the triple amplification. The agency has never ceased its surveillance of Lincoln, a fact he is well aware of, though they appear to be compliant now. Lincoln has long perceived the clandestine plans they are formulating. During World War II, Lincoln's decades-long absence emboldened their covert ambitions, leading them to believe that similar opportunities would surely arise in the future. At that time, they would only need to obtain a small sample for research and subsequently return it, all without anyone being the wiser. Their plans are meticulously crafted, prompting Lincoln to impart a small lesson using the very big head he had originally intended to eliminate, along with those 3 artifacts. After all, Big Head is destined for death. Making slight use of him before his demise is hardly a dilemma. Although Big Head currently appears arrogant, his vitality flickers like a candle in the wind. Even if Lincoln refrains from killing him, it will not be long before he perishes from the side effects of forced fusion. As long as those individuals can endure the onslaught of mad, evil scientists for a year or two, the crisis will naturally resolve itself. However, judging by their demeanor, they may not last even a day or two. In the palace of Wakanda, Lincoln commenced his endeavors on the primary vibranium vein. The formidable power and specific frequency of sound waves combined to strip away fragments from the originally rigid vein. Under the magic of spatial contraction, the shards that peeled away from the primary vein appeared diminutive, yet even a single piece could weigh several dozen to hundreds of tons in reality. A multitude of fragments was stripped away by Lincoln and subsequently refined into the purest vibranium. The seemingly single-piece core was ultimately molded by Lincoln into the form he desired. After surveying the vibranium ore, which exhibited both metallic elegance and aesthetic appeal from every conceivable angle, Lincoln smiled faintly and tucked it into his pocket, reinforced by a biofield, before picking up the telephone on the table. In New York, Manhattan, suspended in midair, the malevolent mob boss sat upon his iron throne, exuding an aura akin to that of a dark sovereign. Below this throne, ethereal tendrils of psychic energy extended, connecting to an ever-growing number of New Yorkers. From a distant shelter, the line commander gazed upon the raucous laughter of the mob boss and the dazed citizens beneath the iron throne. his eyes filled with a mix of fury and helplessness. Damn it. Since the moment the mob boss erupted from the Manhattan building, their relentless assaults upon him had not ceased. Snipers, explosions, tranquilizer gas, and numerous other tactics were employed. They had exhausted nearly every weapon available for use in Manhattan. Yet, faced with the mob boss, who had taken countless hostages, these methods proved woefully inadequate to halt his advance. Countless soldiers fell victim to this accursed green-headed monstrosity, mercilessly gunned down, even those cowering behind cover, annihilated by the gamma rays he unleashed. The limited thickness of their shelters could not safeguard their lives against such high-energy beams. Even diminished, the rays remained capable of effortlessly extinguishing a human life. In the wake of repeated skirmishes, a grim array of corpses littered the front line, bearing witness to their prior endeavors. Yet, as the throngs of hostages swelled, the futility of their efforts became increasingly apparent. The enigmatic psychic abilities and high-energy rays exerted far greater pressure on the American government than the prior appearances of the abhorrent Hulk duo. The panic induced by the multitude of hostages under the mob boss's control far surpassed any previous moment. Reluctantly, they acknowledged that in this predicament, conventional weaponry was utterly inadequate against the green-headed behemoth before them, barring the use of weapons of mass destruction. Chapter 68. Arriving late, disregarding the hostages held by the mob boss. No one in Manhattan, New York's wealthiest and most bustling district, could make the fateful decision to deploy weapons of mass destruction at this juncture. While such weapons might indeed have a significant chance of eliminating the mob boss, the aftermath would see both the mayor of New York City and the president of the United States ousted from their positions. Their concern was not how many lives would be lost, but rather the trajectory of their own political futures. The soldiers at the forefront continued to impede the mob boss's advance, while behind the lines, Fury frantically dialed Lincoln's number. Previously, everyone, including himself, had deemed Lincoln an anomaly that should not exist in this world. Yet now, they found themselves desperately yearning for his presence. The busy tone echoed repeatedly, and after several attempts, Lincoln's voice finally resonated through the mobile device. "Hello." Without any preamble, Fury directly stated, "The big boss has escaped from your tower, and he has taken numerous hostages. We need you to handle him." "The big boss?" Lincoln calmly gazed at the green visage hovering over Manhattan and remarked leisurely, "I severed his limbs and handed them over to the scientist you dispatched. Pray tell, how does a villainous scientist, now deprived of 4 limbs, manage to abduct hostages?" Fury's mind raced back to the ghastly scene within the wall, where lifeless bodies and debris lay scattered, causing his eyelids to twitch involuntarily. He was oblivious to the precise events that had transpired in the Manhattan Tower, yet he could surmise the circumstances that would lead to the mutilation of the big boss, rendering him a mere mouth with no other means of action. What other explanation could there be, apart from the scientists conducting dubious experiments on him? Before Fury could respond, Lincoln suddenly recalled something and continued, "By the way, I just remembered there seem to be 3 valuable artifacts in my tower. What has become of them?" Fury fell silent, and Lincoln appeared to grasp the situation. The super soldier serum, heart-shaped herb, along with the Hulk's all-powerful cells. What a mess your scientists have gotten into. I expect equivalent compensation. Understood? Listening to the subtly threatening tone, Fury clenched his jaw. At that moment, he could hardly contemplate why such a substance as the super soldier serum resided among Lincoln's treasures. His singular focus was to swiftly resolve the chaos wrought by the big boss. With little hesitation, he acquiesced to the demand for compensation. "Very well. We will reimburse your losses, but right now, we need you to return and help us deal with that fellow." "On what grounds?" Lincoln queried. "We will reward you." Fury inhaled deeply. "He has destroyed your tower and treasures. You must seek retribution against him, and we will offer you additional compensation." "That sounds agreeable. I hope you could deliver afterward. Rest assured, I have no reason to deceive you." Upon hearing Lincoln finally agree, Fury exhaled in relief and ended the call. He gazed at the distant, maniacal laughter of the big boss, his mind already prioritizing the formation and expansion of the Avengers. He was uncertain if more entities akin to the big boss would emerge in the future, but one thing was clear: he would never again allow himself to be powerless, waiting for others to act. As Fury contemplated further possibilities for assembling the Avengers, the sinister cackles of the big boss suddenly pierced his ears. A profound sense of impending danger surged within him, and almost instinctively, Fury rolled away from his position and swiftly took cover behind a stone pillar. In the next moment, a tremendous roar erupted from the very spot where he had just stood. Without pausing to assess the situation, Fury crouched low and fled into the distance, not daring to glance back until he had completely vanished from the sight of the formidable crime lord, at which point he breathed a slight sigh of relief. His purpose for coming to New York was to locate Lincoln. However, in a twist of fate, he could not find Lincoln and instead stumbled upon the nefarious dealings of the crime lord. Had it not been for his quick wit in evading several close calls, he would either have been captured as a hostage or met a bloody fate like those soldiers in the distance. Surviving was, indeed, a skill of his. In the palace of Wakanda, Lincoln departed from the heavily guarded stronghold as silently as he had entered. In the makeshift command center for the Special Biochemical Incident Response in New York City, Lincoln encountered the remarkably resilient Fury, avoiding mental control, eluding the crowd's pursuit, and retreating from the perilous area. Fury bore the marks of his harrowing experiences, with several small scars adorning his face. With a few band-aids affixed to his skin, he finally exhaled in relief upon seeing Lincoln. "You finally arrived. I need you to use your super speed to swiftly approach that damn monstrosity and eliminate him before he can react to kill the hostage." "I cannot do that." "What?" Fury was taken aback. "Are you jesting? You demonstrated that ability back in Neon." "Oh, I'm not saying I cannot dispatch him before he reacts. That is a trivial task. What I mean is, I cannot eliminate him without him killing the hostage." Lincoln's words abruptly calmed Fury, leading him to contemplate the worst-case scenario. Yet he clung to a flicker of hope. "What do you mean?" "The meaning is rather straightforward." Lincoln glanced at him, ruthlessly shattering his hopes. "Surely you do not believe that a supervillain would employ gentle methods to control hostages and puppets? Even terrorists bind explosives to hostages, let alone a supervillain." He gestured towards the crowd in the distance. "Those individuals are already dead, brain dead, to be precise. Once the crime lord is gone, they will instantly transform into irretrievable corpses. If you don't mind shelling out a substantial amount for medical expenses and compensation, I could certainly eliminate the crime lord as you desire. Naturally, that would require additional fortification." Fury paused in silence before asking, "How much do I owe you now? Money?" "You don't owe me money. You owe me something else, something of equal value to my collection." Lincoln chuckled lightly. "Gold or dollars hold no value for me. What I seek is an object, and in addition to allowing me to act, you will need to provide an additional collectible item. In total, that is 4 items. If you're willing to offer more, it would amount to 5. Lincoln gazed at Fury with a grin, as if the turmoil instigated by the crime lord had nothing to do with him. In truth, the relationship is rather tenuous. Had those scientists not been ensnared in a whirlwind of confusion, the formidable leader would have never risen to prominence. The genesis of all this folly lies squarely in their own ignorance, rendering Lincoln merely an innocent bystander, a victim of circumstance. Chapter 69. You may refer to me as a compatriot or an ancestral figure. Fry fell into a contemplative silence, while Lincoln, unperturbed, sat back in his chair, arms crossed, observing Fry with a knowing amusement. The dilemma presented itself: to save a group destined for demise, incurring a substantial financial cost along with the procurement of invaluable collectible artifacts, or to disregard the plight of these individuals and allow Lincoln to act as he deemed fit. The pressure had decisively shifted to the American side. The members of the command center found themselves grappling with a tough decision, though in truth, it was not as arduous as it seemed. After a brief estimation of the compensation required for the hostages held under the leader's control, they made their choice with resolute clarity. "We shall provide items equivalent to the value of 4 artifacts. Our agents will coordinate with you for the exchange. For now, deal with him decisively," Lincoln remarked, a smirk tinged with derision gracing his lips as he turned to leave. "I suggest you sever communications," he added, though it remains merely a suggestion. Initially, they were bewildered until they recalled Lincoln's illustrious past exploits, prompting a sudden panic that drove them to swiftly cut off all network communications throughout Manhattan. "Look at you. How pitiable you are. Like insignificant insects." The leader laughed maniacally, unleashing his terrifying mental prowess to keep everyone cowering behind their shelters, paralyzed with fear. A multitude of hostages, now akin to marionettes under his control, roamed about, obscuring their vision while searching for additional survivors. The combination of heart-shaped grass and super soldier serum profoundly altered the leader's essence, amplifying the once manageable rage of Hulk that lay dormant within him. Utilizing intellect to vanquish the enemy? No, no, no. He now possessed the strength to bend steel, and wisdom had been relegated to the recesses of his mind. Through telepathy, the leader siphoned an inexhaustible reservoir of memories from the minds of numerous hostages, simultaneously enduring the overwhelming burden of assimilating thousands upon thousands of recollections. Blood and corpses flooded his vision, invigorating his psyche further. His yellow-green eyes sparkled with an otherworldly light, and his formidable mental force radiated like tangible ripples in the air around him. An unparalleled euphoria consumed his mind as the thrill of slaughter and dominion intensified his brutality. He manipulated everything in sight, transforming it into a barrage of painful projectiles, unleashing gamma rays from his palms in a frenzy. The leader's eyes gleamed with reckless delight. "I am invincible. I am unmatched." Bang! Before he could finish his proclamation, the thunderous roar of shattering stone interrupted him. Fragments of rock scattered like bullets in all directions, dust swirling as Lincoln's silhouette emerged before the leader. He strolled towards the chief, golden lines tracing a contour upon his skin, with a shadowy blackness spreading between the golden outlines, ultimately manifesting as a black battle attire bordered in gold. Lincoln lightly pressed his foot against the ground, seemingly liberating himself from the grip of gravity, his body rising effortlessly until he hovered before the chief. "Do you not remember me, Dr. Samuel? Samuel? No, I am not him. I am not." Upon the mention of the persona that should have been eradicated at the onset of transformation, the chief erupted in a frenzied roar. The anger, provoked by a sensitive nerve, intertwined with the remnants of his former self's fear of Lincoln, ultimately distorting his thoughts into madness. Transitioning from extreme motion to absolute stillness, the once deranged chief, akin to a jester, suddenly regained his composure. At that moment, the memories of the countless hostages converged in his mind, and he recalled the external descriptions of Lincoln. "You are a Superman." Lincoln smiled gently. "Superman, you may refer to me as such, but I am Superman." His laughter echoed. "Ha! Superman." The chief's maniacal laughter interrupted Lincoln as he forcefully slammed his hand on the armrest of his throne, unleashing terrifying mental waves that enveloped the seated hostages completely. "Do you see, Superman? Do you see? If you do not wish for them to perish, kneel before me." Kneel? Superman, threatening me with hostages? Upon hearing the chief's threat, Lincoln's eyes widened, and his smile grew audacious. He even turned to glance at the distant temporary command center. "Did you hear that? He dares to threaten me with hostages. This is the first time I've encountered such folly. I never imagined someone could be so foolish as to use hostages against me." Ha ha ha! Witnessing Lincoln, who laughed more like a villain than himself, the chief, overwhelmed with rage and humiliation, tightened his grip. With a mere flick of his fingers, the head of one hostage, controlled by his mental power, exploded with a thunderous sound. Blood erupted beneath his feet, and the chief sneered. "Do you see, Superman? If you do not kneel, I shall kill them all. Every last one. No need for that. It is too troublesome." Lincoln cast a cold glance at the doomed crowd below, and crimson light instantaneously radiated from his pupils. Like a scalpel, the high-temperature laser swept through the crowd, and in the blink of an eye, those dazed individuals, resembling zombies, had their necks severed by Lincoln's precision. The sounds of bodies collapsing echoed repeatedly, and as heads rolled across the ground, Fury and the others watching from a distance stood in stunned silence, while the chief gaped in disbelief. "How is this possible? You're not a Superman." "What, Superman?" As the crimson hue in Lincoln's eyes dissipated, he tilted his head slightly, stretching his neck. "Compared to the moniker of Superman, Patriot or Forefather suits me far better. Do you understand? Patriot. Forefather." The chief seemed to retreat into himself, murmuring softly. Suddenly, he raised his head, and the mental waves that had been gradually dissipating coalesced in the air, crashing toward Lincoln like an iron wall. "I care not who you are. D. The terrifying mental force swept through like a war chariot, shattering the glass walls on either side, while the ensuing shockwave sent nearby bricks and stones flying. Like an unstoppable torrent, the concentrated attack of the leader's full strength struck Lincoln squarely. Boom! The thunderous explosion erupted, and the howling shockwave swept out dozens of meters, forcibly suppressing the dust in its wake. The sky was clear, and against that azure backdrop, Lincoln's expression remained calm. as if the earlier assault had merely been a gust of wind. With his cloak billowing behind him, Lincoln's figure instantaneously traversed space, his fist striking out like a bolt of black lightning. Boom! The air roared, and the mental barrier that the leader had conjured before him was shattered in an instant. The terrifying force coursing through his limbs and bones. His muscles were crushed, his bones compressed, and apart from his massive head, even his iron throne was torn asunder. The pain was acute, and having lost control over his mental force, he plummeted from the air, yellow-green blood flowing from his mouth and nose. Struggling, he lifted his head and beheld Lincoln descending before him. "Spare me, spare me." Chapter 70. A bountiful harvest spare you? Lincoln glanced at him, slowly raising his foot to rest upon the leader's head. "What makes you worthy of mercy?" A tremendous pressure emanated from Lincoln's foot, and in an instant, the leader heard the agonizing groan of his skull succumbing to the weight. "I am clever. I can help you create things. Everything you desire, I can help you manifest. But I have no desires," Lincoln replied casually, increasing the pressure beneath him. "Perhaps you should think again?" Snap! Snap! The sound of his skull fracturing echoed in the leader's ears, the immense pressure causing blood to spout from his mouth and nose. I can, what can you?" Lincoln feigned interest, asking loudly, while the pressure beneath his foot continued to mount. In response to the leader's pleading gaze, Lincoln shook his head in disappointment. "What a pity. It seems your will to survive is not very strong." In that case, as if aware of his impending doom, the leader's pleas morphed entirely into anger and resentment. Yet this did nothing to hinder Lincoln's foot from coming down heavily. Bang! With a muted thud, the leader's resilient skull shattered completely, the powerful force emanating from Lincoln's foot instantly turning the fragile brain tissue beneath into a puddle of mush. Calmly withdrawing his foot from the mass of filth, Lincoln activated his biofield, lifting himself into the air, casting a silent gaze toward the distant command center. It's time to clean up. First, eliminate the hostages, then brutally dispatch the kidnappers. Lincoln once again instilled fear in all present, including Nick Fury, with actions that were as bloodthirsty and cold as those of a villain. Superman? What a fanciful notion. Even the brutality of a Homelander from the comics pales in comparison to Lincoln's. Superman is easily managed. The fame and family-oriented Homelander can also be controlled. However, Lincoln, amidst a sea of corpses, conveyed to all that he is ungovernable. The Manhattan Tower, once lavishly adorned, lay in ruins, thanks to Lincoln's deliberate indulgence. Yet, the destruction proved fortuitous. He now possessed superior materials to craft an even more exquisite collection hall. The remnants of his former attachments were no longer needed, allowing for a complete transformation of the Manhattan Tower into the most opulent entertainment venue in the district. A grand establishment, spanning a full 95 stories in the heart of Manhattan. Surely, this would set numerous records. With a mere flick of his wrist, Lincoln activated 3 holographic projection devices, dismissing the need for authentic items at the counter. His new collection hall was not yet ready. There was no rush for the real artifacts. Moreover, with the progress of the golden string advancing, it would not be long before the next traversal commenced. For now, the holograms would suffice. Outside, Lincoln departed, but the events were far from over. The diligent staff commenced their cleanup while in the command center. The group that had just resolved the chief crisis through Lincoln's intervention began to escalate their discussions once more. What? You want to draw from S-H-I-E-L? DS inventory? I absolutely refuse. Fury stood before the screen, his expression as dark as a plastic garbage bag, outright rejecting the proposal from the government representative. S-H-I-E-L-D is S-H-I-L-D. The office is the office, the military is the military, and the U.S. government is the U.S. government. These must never be conflated. Indeed, on this point, we concur with Director Fury. Before the government representative could utter a word, others nodded in agreement. The office and S-H-I-E-L-D were established to address the troubles surrounding Mr. Lincoln and to tackle global crisis events, respectively. It is crucial to remind the U.S. representative that the emergence of the chief occurred in North America, specifically in New York City, Manhattan, a location under the jurisdiction of the U.S. government. The researchers within the Manhattan Tower were all personnel dispatched from the office, effectively making this incident a crisis occurring within U.S. territory with no direct ties to S-H-I-E-L-D or the office. We protest the U.S. government's expectation that the global community should bear the burden of a crisis within its own borders, unless you agree to allow for joint research on the chief's remains. Upon hearing this, the U.S. representative fell silent, refraining from mentioning that the intent behind the chief's body was to obscure it. If feasible, he would indeed be willing to provide items equivalent to 4 artifacts for absolute ownership of the chief's remains. But upon learning the tier of the artifacts, that hope was swiftly dashed. The Erskine version of the Super Soldier Serum, the heart-shaped grass with equivalent serum effects, and Hulk's omnipotent cells, each possesses an exorbitant value. Coupled with the remuneration for a single intervention by Lincoln, these 4 artifacts could easily deplete the vast resources of even the mightiest American empire. Consider S.H.I.E.L.D., which boasts research bases scattered worldwide. Even their storied repository, designated as Object 084, contains only a handful of items, all under the vigilant oversight of the World Security Council. Previously, they might have quietly extracted a couple of items, but that is no longer feasible. Every entity is vying for the corpse of the big boss for research purposes, fixating intently on items like Object 084. The United States finds itself either on the verge of depletion or compelled to share its treasures. All eyes are on the American representative, silently awaiting his concession. The exchange of 4 artifacts for a corpse, which may not yield any substantial research results, seems a dubious bargain. Yet, even if the body harbors numerous secrets, the United States appears resigned to this trade. Everyone is confident that the American representative will acquiesce to their demands. The next step is merely to select suitable items to present to Lincoln as compensation. The disputes and negotiations among these individuals hold no relevance to Lincoln. His sole concern lies in acquiring new artifacts. The first item is a ring adorned with a blue circular gem, capable of generating high-speed vortexes through air currents. Its power is limited, yet if 9 more rings with special abilities can be found, it may prove to be an intriguing addition to his collection. The second item is a palm-sized sculpture made of a sand-like material, which, despite exhibiting remarkable energy reactions and resembling an ancient Egyptian deity, has yielded no further insights for humanity. Lincoln perceives that this object seals a deity within, and recalling the Moon Knight, he gladly accepts this artifact. The third item is a gravity well, approximately 5 millimeters in diameter, composed of a silvery anti-gravity element. Though the quantity is minimal, considering the challenges of extracting significant amount from Earth, Lincoln decides to accept it, for this world is replete with planets to draw from later. The fourth item is a dagger embedded with a blood-red gem, emanating a palpable magical force. It is not of earthly origin, but hails from the depths of hell, and he welcomes it without hesitation. Those individuals, employing their clever stratagems, presented items whose symbolic significance outweighed their practical value, or artifacts that remained incomprehensible to them. However, Lincoln remains unfazed. After all, what is offered for free should not be declined. The demise of Major Figure has inexplicably expanded his collection from 4 to 8 artifacts. A delightful turn of events. Chapter 71. Lincoln. The renovation of the Manhattan Tower will require some time. Yet considering that his golden strings have already been substantially charged, Lincoln remains unconcerned. Thanks to the repercussions of the Major Figure incident, the personnel from the firm, both overt and covert, are gradually consolidating around Lincoln. It was precisely due to their indirect interference that the incapacitated chief managed to escape, resulting in significant losses for them. Now, they were keen to avoid a recurrence of such an incident. As time passed, Lincoln's power grew increasingly formidable. The last vestiges of gray on the golden string finally transformed into a resplendent gold. With a mere thought, the world before Lincoln trembled once more. His disappearance left the office staff puzzled for a fleeting moment, but their curiosity quickly waned. It was unrealistic to expect them to track a superhuman with speed akin to instantaneous movement. They merely hoped that no new crises would arise. On the sofa, the gold before Lincoln began to fade, interspersed with sounds reminiscent of electrical currents. The Crystal Lake campground had reopened, equipped with comprehensive tourist facilities and safety measures, welcoming all to partake in its offerings. The Smith Woods Psychiatric Hospital alerted the public that a patient had recently escaped. Anyone with information regarding their whereabouts was urged to contact the hospital. Descriptions of the fugitive were provided. In Springwood Town News, following renovations, the Badham Kindergarten would soon reopen, offering a pleasant environment for children, free from nightmares. The local convenience store reported a partnership with Sawyer Farm and Gideon Meat Processing Plant to provide the freshest meat product for the residents of Springwood. In a harrowing incident, a father attempted to shoot his daughter. Fortunately, due to the diligent efforts of the patrolling officers, tragedy was averted. Let's extend a warm welcome to the upcoming new residents. Here, there shall be no malevolence disguised as innocence. Lincoln. The barrage of announcements left Lincoln momentarily at a loss for words. Moreover, why did he find himself in someone else's home this time? Was it possible that the invincible golden string deemed his life too mundane and sought to have him wanted for trespassing? As Lincoln pondered, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching from behind. Turning, he saw an attractive blonde woman descending the stairs. Beside the railing on the second floor, he spotted a cold-faced, long-haired, adorable girl named Emma. In an instant, Lincoln comprehended his predicament. However, he felt no urgency. Instead, he turned his gaze to the statuesque woman, Angela, and mused, did she truly possess such a captivating figure and face as portrayed in films? Surely, that could not be the case. Had the world been altered? After a moment of contemplation, recalling the news from earlier announcements, Lincoln nodded in agreement. Indeed, it had been revised. As he remained silent, the classically beautiful Angela, with her flowing golden waves, approached him. Thank you ever so much. Without your assistance, I cannot fathom how long it would have taken to organize everything. Lincoln, when did I assist you? I was not aware of this. Lincoln was filled with perplexity, yet he maintained a composed demeanor as he spoke earnestly. It is my moral obligation to assist a mother in distress, especially one accompanied by her child. Mother? No, you misunderstand, Angela replied, glancing back. Emma, standing on the upper floor, displayed an expression of sorrow and concern that transformed her features. She is my niece. I am yet to be married. How splendid. I meant to say, this enchanting lady. May I invite you to dinner this evening? You may bring along your delightful niece. No, Angela shook her head, observing Lincoln's face, which momentarily revealed disappointment. Suddenly, she smiled. It should be I who invites you. As she spoke, she left her phone number with Lincoln and added with a gentle smile, see you tonight. Lincoln, readily accepting the gesture, noted down the number and nodded, see you tonight. Upstairs, as Emma watched Lincoln's retreating figure, her expression grew increasingly frosty. She harbored a deep disdain for Lincoln, a man she felt was out of place, especially now that she could bask in her Aunt Angela's affections. Lincoln's unexpected arrival had disrupted all her plans. With her lips pressed tightly together, she gazed at Lincoln, who turned back to wave at her, contemplating if perhaps she should seize an opportunity to eliminate this detestable obstacle. After departing from Angela's residence, Lincoln spent the afternoon wandering, only to realize how extraordinarily captivating this world was. The inhabitants here rivaled the beleaguered citizens of New York City, yet they radiated a global charm, which was indeed marvelous. Time flew by, and despite Lincoln not causing any chaos, the sun and time continued in their usual rhythm. At a charming Western restaurant, Lincoln and Angela enjoyed a delightful dinner, with the steak and red wine proving to be exquisite. Perhaps due to her lack of tolerance for alcohol, Angela's complexion flushed after a sip of wine, necessitating Lincoln's assistance for her return home. Kind-heartedly, he supported her through the doorway, helped her into the room, and gently laid her on the bed, tenderly assisting her with her attire. Indeed, the golden waves of her hair were accurately described. They were truly magnificent. Unwilling to retire early, Angela, with Lincoln's assistance, experienced a night of unparalleled ecstasy, reveling in sensations she had never known before, becoming utterly enchanted. Meanwhile, in the children's room on the second floor, Emma, who should have been asleep, opened her eyes. Stealthily, she exited her room and stood silently before the door, emitting an array of peculiar noises. Her gaze as icy as one who had witnessed the murder of a beloved kin. Inside the room, Lincoln, immobilized beneath the weight of the alluring woman, quietly savored the pleasures of companionship, his perceptive eyes effortlessly penetrating the door's barrier. Gazing at Emma, whose eyes were filled with a chilling despair, Lincoln could not help but reveal a faint smile. What could be more exhilarating than discussing the intricacies of life with her aunt in the home of the troublesome Emma? Engaging in philosophical discourse while allowing the troublesome Emma to eavesdrop on her aunt's contemplations of existence from outside the door. Chapter 72. Principles? Were those? The night's discussions left Angela utterly drained, rendering her incapable of rising to prepare breakfast for Emma. Fortunately, the considerate Emma needed no such assistance and managed to prepare her own meal. At the dining table, Emma calmly finished her self-prepared breakfast. After tidying up, she approached Angela's door, hesitated for a moment, then knocked softly. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound elicited no response from the slumbering Angela. Instead, Lincoln rose to don his clothing. With a creak, the door swung open, and Lincoln stood like a formidable barrier before her, blocking her from entering. Is there something you need? Your aunt is quite tired. Perhaps you can speak with me. Emma looked up at Lincoln, her eyes icy. This is my home, leave. No way, Lincoln said, swiftly shutting the door, glancing down at Emma, and effortlessly lifting her, carrying her downstairs. You have no idea how delightful it is to converse with your aunt. It is truly an experience to savor. Lincoln's physical prowess rendered Emma incapable of any resistance, and she was unceremoniously deposited onto the sofa on the first floor. I will tell my aunt. Lincoln regarded her with an unsettling gaze that matched the warped image she had of him, and ominously replied, While you are rather pleasing to the eye, you are still a bit too young. I think I shall wait until you mature a bit more before I make my move. Perhaps then you could accuse me of something far graver. What do you think, Emma? Lincoln's response took Emma by surprise. He neither panicked nor defended himself. Instead, he displayed an alarming level of depravity. This left Emma's emotions in disarray, but after a brief silence, she finally regained her composure and screamed, Help! As she shouted, she sprang from a sofa and dashed towards the staircase. The sound of her little shoes echoed on the floor, her high-pitched cries reverberating through the room. Yet the upstairs remained ominously silent, as though Angela had completely ignored Emma's pleas. Watching Emma sprint towards the staircase, Lincoln casually seized her by the collar, as one would a doll, and pulled her into the study. With a resounding thud, he closed the door behind them, drawing the curtains to envelop the room in shadows. He silently regarded Emma, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. Emma, you wouldn't want the police to discover your murderous intentions, would you? Emma. The youthful Emma, still innocent of the classic adages from across the ocean, found herself grasping the essence of Lincoln's words. In an instant, her countenance darkened, transforming from that of a mere child into that of a cold executioner. What are you saying? The boy who took your medal, the nanny who perished in a fire, the teacher stung to death by bees, and your father slain by a police officer. Lincoln paused, a smile gracing his features as he observed the now agitated Emma. Dear little Emma, surely you wouldn't want your murderous deeds to be unveiled, would you? One secret after another was casually revealed by Lincoln, shattering Emma's previous tranquility. Her breath quickened, and her striking eyes were fixed upon Lincoln, her murderous intent boiling to the surface as she could hardly suppress her gaze from the sharp pen resting on the table. Yet in the next moment, Lincoln's face loomed close, startling Emma as if a specter had suddenly materialized before her. Do you wish to kill me? All while risking the exposure of your crimes? TSK. Perhaps I should enlighten you about the nature of those scheduled emails. What do you intend to do? Emma retorted, her teeth clenched in frustration. I want you to behave, Lincoln replied, playfully ruffling her meticulously styled hair into disarray. How about being a good little 9-year-old? At least that way, you won't find yourself in a juvenile detention center. A pretty girl like you, confined in such a place, would surely suffer. Perhaps they would shave your head, mar your lovely face, strip you of your clothes. What a tragic fate that would be. Lincoln was uncertain of what American juvenile facilities entailed, but there was no need to worry, for Emma was equally ignorant, thus amplifying the menace in his words. The sudden intrusion of someone who knew her intimately, possessing evidence of her misdeeds, plunged Emma's mood into depths of despair. She longed to sink her teeth into Lincoln, but for now, that was not an option, at least until she was assured of her freedom from capture. Hence, despite her inner turmoil, she could only glare at Lincoln, uttering a feeble curse. You devil. I curse you to hell. A devil? I've lost count of how many have uttered that phrase about me. Lincoln shrugged nonchalantly, digging into his ear with indifference. While it may be redundant, I dare say that compared to me, a devil is but a small fry. Perhaps you should conjure a more unique curse. With that, he rose, pushed open the study door, and stepped outside, not forgetting to remind Emma. You're on your own for lunch today. Angela is quite skilled. I plan to spend the morning discussing life with her. By the way, does your aunt wear gloves when cooking? Or does she greet you with a good morning kiss upon waking? leaving a dazed Emma behind. Lincoln slammed the study door shut. 3, 2, 1, ah! The anticipated scream resonated within the study, and a satisfied expression immediately graced Lincoln's face as he hummed a cheerful tune while making his way to Angela's room. Lincoln was confident that Emma would manage her lunch independently this afternoon, sparing Angela any disturbances, and perhaps even for dinner as well. Furthermore, the customary morning kisses and bedtime rituals would likely be abolished, leaving Emma potentially repulsed for quite some time, which brought Lincoln immense joy. Not only was Lincoln adept at resolving hostage crises, but he also possessed a profound expertise in the realm of peculiar behavior. Engaging in late-night conversations with her aunt, he would employ classic phrases to unsettle Emma, concluding with a few additional jabs of verbal discomfort. Anyone with a modicum of decency would refrain from such actions, yet Lincoln, emboldened by his newfound authority, felt no such compunction. This precocious 9-year-old had already caused the demise of 4 individuals, including her biological father, rendering Lincoln's antics trivial in comparison. Chapter 73. The camping plan. Angela, skilled and adept, executed her tasks with precision, leaving Lincoln with no room for retreat. In the study, Emma, thoroughly disgusted, felt a weight in her chest as she heard faint noises from upstairs, a surge of irritation washing over her. Time flew by, and after a delightful morning, Angela finally remembered her niece. In a flurry, she rose from her bed, hurriedly groomed herself, and descended to the kitchen, where she found Emma calmly seated at the table, enjoying her lunch. The meal was a simple assortment of items hastily scavenged from the refrigerator, filling Angela with guilt. Observing Emma's composed demeanor, Angela felt a pang of remorse, enveloping her in an embrace while apologetically kissing her forehead. "I'm truly sorry, dear. There will be no next time, I promise," she assured her. Meanwhile, Lincoln, leaning against the staircase and witnessing Emma's inability to refuse Angela's affection, recalled his morning conversation with her, unable to suppress a chuckle. Although Angela had tidied herself up, it did little to alleviate Emma's distaste for Angela's kiss, particularly after Lincoln had deliberately vexed her earlier. As a well-behaved 9-year-old, Emma refrained from exhibiting her disdain in front of her aunt, instead directing all her malevolence toward Lincoln through her gaze and expression during their embrace. This, of course, did not faze Lincoln in the slightest. Rather, it heightened his amusement. What could possibly be more delightful than teasing a young girl? Nothing, at least not at this moment. Evidently, a mere kiss from Emma could not entirely dispel Angela's feelings of guilt. Thus, after a moment of silence, Angela proposed a decision that had not previously crossed Lincoln's mind. "Let us go camping. I recall that the radio mentioned a newly opened Crystal Lake campsite nearby. Perhaps we could spend a delightful weekend there. What do you think, Emma?" Angela, believing her suggestion for a getaway to Crystal Lake was splendid, remained oblivious to Lincoln's silence behind her. He had wandered around Springwood Town just the day before and was quite certain that the Crystal Lake campsite Angela referred to was none other than the infamous site of the boy who slaughtered 100. Thus, the vacation project Angela was touting ought to be rebranded. A name like an intimate encounter with the boy who slaughtered 100 would certainly be more alluring than the mundane Crystal Lake campsite getaway. Regrettably, renaming was not an option, for Angela was entirely unaware that beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of Crystal Lake lay a boy, innocent in thought yet obsessed with hockey masks. Emma found little excitement in the Crystal Lake campsite, but with Lincoln holding the reins, she had no choice but to acquiesce, albeit reluctantly. Upon receiving Emma's consent, Angela's face brightened with joy, and after planting another kiss on Emma's cheek amidst her awkward gaze, she turned to pack for their anticipated adventure. As she watched Angela's figure vanish from sight, Emma's previously serene smile faltered instantly, and she turned to Lincoln, exclaiming, "What a childish camping plan." "Ah, indeed," Lincoln replied, a mischievous grin playing on his lips as he regarded Emma. "I sincerely hope that when we settle down at the Crystal Lake campsite tonight, you'll still find it so juvenile." Emma felt an instinctive sense of unease at Lincoln's smile. Yet how could she fathom that a boy, simple-minded yet sinister, lurked within the depths of Crystal Lake? After all, she was merely a fragile and helpless child. Since the adults had erased Elm Street from the memory of Springwood Town and the Budham Kindergarten underwent renovations, life in the town had become considerably more tranquil. Many believed the demon that haunted their nightmares had vanished, provided that no one remembered Elm Street or knew the name Freddy. Forgotten and stripped of his identity, Freddy languished, Devoid of the human fears that once fueled his power, he could no longer claim the title of Nightmare. However, all of that changed with Lincoln's arrival. Despite his formidable physical prowess and extraordinary resistance to physical harm, Superman's mental and magical defenses were relatively weak. This weakness, however, is a matter of perspective. A typical life form might possess magical resistance marginally lower than their physical resistance, say, a physical resistance of 100 and a magical resistance of 20. On the other hand, Superman's magical resistance could be but a fraction of his physical resistance, perhaps merely 1%. Yet, considering his physical resistance was formidable enough to withstand a nuclear explosion, even 1% of magical resistance was sufficient to scorn all existence. The same applied to his mental fortitude. The collective mental strength of the entire town of Springwood paled in comparison to Lincoln's singular might. When Lincoln entered this world and appeared in Springwood with the name Freddy, the weakened Freddy had already begun to revive from his frail state. Even without fear as a source of power, Freddy was capable enough to ensnare individuals into endless nightmares and torment them. He had been lingering in the realm of dreams, waiting for the night to descend, in search of a suitable prey to drag into his nightmarish realm for suffering. Naturally, his gaze fixated on Lincoln and his companions, Angela and Emma. However, as the trio drove away from Springwood towards Crystal Lake, the dream-bound Freddy reluctantly withdrew his attention. He had yet to regain his full strength, rather than tormenting distant souls. He chose to instill fear within the town that had once confined him, allowing those wretched humans to taste the wrath of a vengeful spirit. In the passenger seat, as the malevolent aura belonging to Freddy faded away, Lincoln couldn't help but glance back toward Springwood. What a coward. I was hoping to lure you into a confrontation with Jason. Lincoln's mutterings caught Angela's attention, prompting her to look at him with curiosity. What's wrong? Is there an issue? No issue. Lincoln shook his head. I was just thinking that Crystal Lake would be perfect for a barbecue. Did you bring the grill and ingredients? Angela blinked, momentarily confused. You can barbecue? That's unfortunate. I can't, so I didn't bring anything. But don't worry. Perhaps we could stop by Gideon S. meat processing plant to purchase some. I recall it's not too far from Crystal Lake, just a short drive away. Lincoln fell silent once more. Chapter 74. Gideon S. meat processing plant. Lincoln was eager to inquire how Angela had managed to survive in this perilous world until now. The settled town was none other than Springwood, the haunt of nightmarish Freddy, and she had casually devised a camping plan aimed directly at the innocent boy Jason residing by Crystal Lake, even selecting a place as treacherous as Gideon S. processing plant for procuring ingredients. The inhabitants of this world might be oblivious, but Lincoln was all too aware of what lay within. Firstly, it must be mentioned that the raw materials for Gideon S. meat processing plant originated from the Sawyer farm. This farm was under the control of the Sawyer family, known for their numerous members, but the most infamous among them was undoubtedly the chainsaw-wielding maniac, Bubba Sawyer. Infamous for his human skin masks, this unfortunate soul took pleasure in preying on solitary travelers along the highway, flaying their faces to fashion masks for himself. As for the remaining flesh, some was consumed by other twisted members of the Sawyer family, while the fate of the rest was all too evident. Then, there was Gideon S. meat processing plant, where the pork was, in the truest sense, real pork. However, the plant was overseen by a woman named Amanda. Indeed, it is Amanda who has successfully passed the trials of the jigsaw and has transformed into the new Jigsaw, leaving no chance for her victims to escape. To some extent, the reckless tendencies of horror movie characters pale in comparison to those of Angela. Just look at her. In the span of a few short steps, she has entwined herself with 4 deranged killers. If Lincoln is included, that makes 5, such an ability that Lincoln would deem her a true protagonist of a horror film. Oh, I almost forgot. That girl in the back seat, Emma, who at merely 9 years old has already claimed 4 lives, brings the total to 6. Angela is oblivious to the source of Lincoln's silence. Although she is tempted to inquire, she glances at the road ahead and wisely chooses to remain silent. As Halloween approaches, Springwood has already begun to buzz with excitement, despite the days still left until the occasion. Various decorations adorn the streets, and children can be heard laughing and playing throughout the town, which complicates Angela's driving considerably. It is not until they leave Springwood and venture onto the sparsely populated country road that she finally exhales in relief and turns to Lincoln, asking, "What's wrong? Your expression seems rather grim." "Nothing, just lost in thought." Lincoln replies. But before he can finish, a blaring horn interrupts him. He turns to see a van filled with 6 people. Through the window, he can clearly see 2 young men in the front seats laughing heartily, seemingly reveling in their actions. Lincoln's eyes narrow instinctively, but then he notices the map on the dashboard and the luggage in the back. The luggage appears normal, as does the map, unless one disregards the lake, Crystal Lake, circled in red ink. Suddenly, the anger brewing within Lincoln dissipates. Lincoln and Angela are heading to Crystal Lake for a camping trip, with Lincoln's superhuman presence ensuring their safety. As for the occupants of the van, they are headed to boost Jason's notoriety. Rather than directly confronting them on the road, Lincoln considers it more beneficial for them to encounter Jason, to gain a first-hand understanding of the myriad ways humans meet their demise. With this thought in mind, he deftly maneuvers the steering wheel, creating a path for the van towards the lethal allure of Crystal Lake. Lincoln's momentary concession elicits even more laughter from the van's occupants. After a crude gesture, they accelerate away, their laughter echoing as they vanish into the distance. As Lincoln watches the van's license plate fade from view, he ponders for a moment and picks up the map. Shall you settle at Crystal Lake first? I can venture alone to Gideon's factory for the meat. Can you? Angela questions, a hint of skepticism in her tone. I seem to recall that you don't possess a driver's license. But I have money, Lincoln shrugs, glancing back at the rear seat. Perhaps the rural police won't fuss too much over that. He then turns to Emma. And I believe Emma would prefer to stay with you. Wouldn't you, Emma? Emma shoots Lincoln a cold glance, but nods affirmatively, yes. Lincoln's persuasion, along with Emma's influence, ultimately led Angela to relinquish her intention of traveling to the Gideon processing plant for supplies, instead placing the car keys into Lincoln's hands with a cautionary reminder to ensure his safety. Rest assured, Lincoln replied with a smile, casting his gaze deep into Crystal Lake, where an ancient wooden cabin nestled quietly among the trees, its decaying door hinting at hidden secrets within. The reason behind the cabin's untended state eluded Lincoln. Yet he was acutely aware that with a mere opportunity, the long-dormant Jason could resurface. Until that moment, however, Crystal Lake bore no significant threat. After settling Angela and the others at the campsite, Lincoln pressed the accelerator, speeding towards the Gideon meat processing plant. Though the vehicle's pace was leisurely, basking in the sunlight rendered the journey far from futile. Inside the Gideon meat processing plant, the ground level operated as a legitimate meat processing facility, but unbeknownst to outsiders, a clandestine basement lay beneath, accessible only through alternative entrances. The origins of this subterranean chamber remained shrouded in mystery. Yet it was here that the ultimate trial was poised to unfold. John Kramer, a master of mechanical engineering, had conceived the survival game as his life approached its twilight, meticulously selecting participants for the ordeal. Over the years, his games had claimed many lives while also sparing others. Some emerged with profound insights into the essence of life, while others harbored resentment and loathing towards him due to the inflicted traumas. A faction among them donned black robes, choosing to become John's disciples. John had amassed numerous disciples, nearly all of whom were survivors of past games, yet none could truly embody the essence of the jigsaw. To this day, he remained the singular embodiment of that identity. Most had misconstrued his games, embarking on misguided paths from the outset. He had once hoped Amanda might tread the righteous course, yet the myriad trials had revealed her deviations. He refrained from imparting wisdom through words, having learned that only actions served as the most accurate gauge. This basement would become his final resting place and the venue for the ultimate trial. Here, not only would those selected for the game be tested, but Amanda and even John himself would face their own reckonings. John had orchestrated every detail with meticulous precision, until a vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the Gideon meat processing plant. Chapter 75. I want to play a game. The entrance to the basement was cleverly concealed, yet that bore little significance. In a world devoid of paths, Lincoln possessed the will to carve a route wherever he desired. Fiery beams of heat struck the concrete layer, molten lava cascading from above, the immense commotion instantly capturing Amanda's attention. While the surveillance cameras failed to capture the ceiling, they clearly recorded Lincoln's descent from the heights above. Amanda's heart raced with trepidation as she instinctively reached for the handgun on the workbench. Yet in the next moment, a calm voice resounded from behind her. If I were you, I would refrain from touching that gun. When a wave of fear washed over Amanda, her pupils dilating as she gripped the weapon with both hands and turned, pressing her back against the workbench, her eyes filled with suspicion as she regarded Lincoln. "Who are you? Who am I?" Lincoln glanced at the surveillance screen behind her. "Did you not just witness it? Impossible." Amanda instinctively shook her head. "That S.A. district. There's no way anyone could arrive here so swiftly." "Is that so? Then you may consider me as something other than human," Lincoln replied with a slight smile, disregarding the dark muzzle of the gun in her hand as he turned his attention to the doorway of the studio. Through the transparent plastic barrier, Lincoln could clearly see the figure of the Jigsaw lying on a hospital bed, ravaged by late-stage cancer. "I wish to propose a game." "Dream on." Amanda shifted her stance, her eyes brimming with wariness. "I will not partake in any game with you." Lincoln paid her no heed and calmly picked up a timer from the table, stepping toward the plastic curtain. "Amanda, as John's disciple, you were meant to embody his principles and propagate them. Yet, just as you prefer to clutch that handgun, you consistently opt to reserve the deadliest threat for the chosen ones. Now, it is your turn to make a choice." He placed the timer, set for 90 seconds, the very duration Amanda favored, on the table. "I'm a chosen one. Now, you must decide whether to keep the gun's muzzle aimed at me and pull the trigger, or to lower it, allowing for a chance of survival." "Amanda, your time is running out." As Lincoln's flat voice resonated, the vivid red timer began its countdown. The ticking sound echoed clearly, reminiscent of a clock's chime. Watching the dwindling seconds, Amanda felt the weight of pressure return. Even with the heavy handgun clutched in her hand, it offered no sense of security. In the hospital room, the unusual sounds emanating from the studio caught the attention of Dr. Lean, who was tasked with sustaining John's life. She hesitated, contemplating a move toward the studio. But John's frail voice halted her. "You must maintain my life, not assist Amanda." But Lean hesitated, only to meet John's calm gaze. "You must remember your duty, Doctor." Back in the studio, Amanda fixed her gaze on Lincoln. The recurrent images from the surveillance footage and the calm demeanor on Lincoln's face bore down on her with immense pressure. She attempted to glance toward John in the hospital room, but the small plastic partition had already been obscured by Lincoln's figure. Lincoln glanced at the diminishing countdown, silent, as he quietly expanded his biofield, enveloping the handgun in Amanda's grasp. The muzzle, chamber, and barrel of the gun became increasingly enveloped by the bioforce field, until finally, only the last area remained. The incessant ticking of the dwindling timer quickened her heart rate, and ultimately, she made a choice. Bang! Her index finger pressed the trigger, activating the firing pin, and the flame of the bullet erupted within the narrow confines of the barrel. Yet in the next moment, it failed to be released from the correct position. The suppression of the bioforce field significantly amplified the damage from the gunpowder explosion, and in Amanda's horrified gaze, the gun was torn apart from behind. The pressure of the fire explosion surged forth from the fissure, striking her face directly. The searing heat and the blunt force of the impact nearly caused Amanda to lose consciousness, her palms and face lacerated, blood gushing uncontrollably from her wounds. With terror etched on her face, Amanda lifted her head to find Lincoln leisurely halting the countdown. "Regrettably, Amanda, the game is over." Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed. First ethereal, then increasingly solid. Wiping the blood from her eyes, Amanda stared in horror at the world around her, which was fracturing before her eyes. The air was punctuated by shards of broken glass, piecing together a chasm that rendered her once vibrant world utterly fragmented. Instinctively, she dashed toward Lincoln, but an unexpected force halted her steps. Striking the invisible barrier formed by the shards of glass, Amanda's eyes were filled with dread. "What is this? What is happening?" "This is your punishment, Amanda," Lincoln replied calmly, his demeanor composed and serene, his voice hauntingly distant. "You have failed the test. It is impossible for you to relinquish your murderous intent. Thus, you must endure the cost of your bloodlust alone in this space, until you tread the same path as those you maliciously murdered in the guise of test." "No, you cannot do this," Amanda cried out in terror, frantically pounding against the barrier that separated the mirrored space from reality. "You have no right." Lincoln said nothing more, simply turning to leave. "Repent alone, Amanda." In this world devoid of sorcery, the barrier between the mirrored space and reality loomed insurmountably despairing. With a rustle, Lincoln pushed aside the plastic curtain, stepping into the hospital room under Lien's wary and questioning gaze. He first glanced at Lien, who stood helplessly in the corner, before directing his attention to John, who lay incapacitated on the bed. "Hello, John Kramer." John looked at Lincoln with great difficulty, his eyes, as they hovered between life and death, revealing no trace of turmoil. "You killed Amanda. She killed herself. She failed her test," Lincoln replied, his gaze steady as he reached beneath John's sheets and retrieved a recorder. "Your perfect plan is no longer needed. Now, I wish to play a game with you. Perhaps my current state is not suitable for engaging in a game with you." John's eyelids drooped, his breath faint. "I am on the verge of death." "Indeed, that is precisely why I wish to play a game with you." Lincoln smiled softly, reaching for a bottle of saline solution beside him, adding a few drops of azure liquid into it. As Lien hesitated, Lincoln inserted the needle into John's body, delivering the modified serum diluted in saline. "John, now. Our game begins." Chapter 76. What about you? The combination of the enhanced super soldier serum and a magical essence caused the liquid in the foredrip to fall drop by drop under John's watchful gaze, infusing his body. The potent energy breathed new life into his near-death form, cellular transformation granting him a profound sense of relief from within. "What is this?" Lincoln offered no reply, instead taking a step back before speaking. "John Kramer, throughout the course of time, you have consistently played the role of the jigsaw, compelling others to engage in repeated games in the name of disregarding life. You have spared all the successful players, believing it would foster change, while for the failures, you deemed them devoid of the most crucial piece of the survival puzzle, the instinct to live. So what about you? Afflicted with brain cancer. You were once a doomed soul, yet now you possess more choices. As the liquid in the fore continues to descend, your body will undergo sustained repair. However, once it halts, you shall perish within a short span. John, or rather, Jigsaw, you frequently criticize others for failing to cherish their lives, squandering their time, their demise stemming from a lack of survival instinct. But what about you? Do you truly value your existence? Is your will to survive potent enough to save you in a game that hinges on life and death? Or is this so-called game merely a unilateral standard directed at others, rather than a principle you would apply to yourself? John, let me witness your strength. Demonstrate how fiercely you can embrace the will to survive in this game. As he spoke, Lincoln glanced toward the studio, announcing the rules of the game. In that room, there exists a person you have chosen, undergoing his own redemption and transformation. In your original game, his forgiveness would directly determine both your fate and that of Dr. Lien. However, now you must showcase your will to survive. Regardless of whether he chooses to forgive, your survival is paramount. Should you succeed in the game, you will obtain the elixir capable of prolonging your life indefinitely, granting you the right to continue living, allowing you ample time to pursue your desires. Should you fail, your demise will be attributed to your disregard for life and your relinquishment of opportunity. All disciples shall understand that the death of Jigsaw was not merely due to illness, but rather a surrender of self, life, or perhaps principles. John, make your choice. You possess an abundance of time, as does he. Yet when combined, it amounts to little. Upon uttering these words, Lincoln turned and departed, seemingly indifferent to the remaining matters. Is there any means to ascertain whether an individual will choose forgiveness in the future? Virtually none. John's orchestrated game dictated that Jeff would inevitably appear in the hospital room armed, and even with the serum's assistance, he would struggle to overcome a robust man wielding a firearm. Thus, if John wished to ensure his own survival regardless of Jeff's choice to forgive, he had but one course of action: to alter the game and ensure Jeff's demise or departure. This would contravene the rules he had long established with Amanda. Yet it would also serve as a testament to his adherence to the game's regulations. In truth, this is a game, but the participants extend beyond just John. There's also Lee. With Amanda deceased, there exists no one to assist Lee in removing the device from her neck. She must closely follow John to ensure his survival. At this juncture, a dilemma arises. She must guarantee John's survival at all costs, for his life represents her own assurance of existence. To place her hopes upon her husband Jeff, whose marriage is on the brink of collapse, and to allow him to dictate her fate, either to assist John in living or not, is a precarious gamble. The physician's duty is to save lives. However, at times, her responsibilities may transcend mere salvation. Lincoln left behind that which John had long desired, albeit solely for himself. After retrieving some suitable provisions from the warehouse of the meat processing plant, Lincoln returned to his vehicle, observing the unfolding events in the basement with a smile. The processing plant. Lincoln departed with grace, providing John no opportunity for inquiry. As John watched the faintly shimmering blue liquid coursing into him, his breath quickened. Advanced stage brain cancer is deemed incurable within human society, an inevitable death sentence. Yet before Lincoln, it was not. The modified serum gradually entered John's body, mending the deterioration wrought by the cancerous cells. Time slipped by, and slowly, he regained control over his corporeal form. In the hospital bed, John struggled to elevate himself slightly, and at that moment, Lee emerged in a panic from the workspace. There's blood on the floor. She has vanished. She is dead. John's mind raced back to the earlier gunshots, understanding all too well she succumbed to her own fate. Hearing this, Lee grew increasingly frantic, desperately pleading. Can you help me remove this device? I beg you, I have a family. I want to live. Regrettably, John shook his head. Only Amanda knew the code to this device. Any violent attempts may trigger it prematurely. However, you promised me before that as long as I kept you alive, you would allow me to leave. Lien was somewhat on the verge of collapse, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards the drip that was infusing life into John. It's flowing too rapidly. I need to slow it down. Slow it down. How slow can you make it? John glanced at the drip's capacity. Even at the slowest pace, my time 1T exceed an hour. Didn't he say he could keep you alive? Lien looked at John with tear-filled eyes, her face a portrait of desperation. Tell me, how can I ensure your survival? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. John calmly regarded Lien, shaking his head. My life and death are already entwined in the game. I merely need to wait quietly. You madman. Bastard. Lien gazed at John, utterly shattered, tears streaming down her face as she curled into a corner. You only care about your disgusting game. Yes, right. You are a complete scoundrel and a pervert, tormenting others with that vile game of yours, spouting nonsense about cherishing life while you refuse to take responsibility for your own. You even intend to bring about my death. Amanda's demise and Lincoln's arrival had thrown everything into disarray. The game had become increasingly convoluted. Chapter 77. The innocent boy Voorhees, 5. John had played games with people for many years. Yet he had never envisioned that one day he would be chosen to partake in a game at the cost of his own life. The potion left by Lincoln offered him the possibility of engaging in the game, but Lien had reduced the drip rate to the slowest setting, significantly hindering the speed of John's revival. The liquid dripped slowly, reviving his body. Vitality surged within him, yet John remained motionless, calmly lying on the bed while observing Lien pacing anxiously around the room. This is his game. You simply need to wait. Are you asking me to wait for death? In the absence of Amanda, faced with an elderly patient, the weight of death had fully unleashed Lien's negative emotions. She grasped John's shoulder fiercely, her expression contorted with malice. You are doomed. Once the infusion stops, you will surely perish, and you will take me down with you. This cursed collar cannot be undone. I will not sit idly by, absolutely not. Her roar seemed to imbue her with strength. She no longer confined her gaze to the ward, but shifted her attention towards the workshop behind the plastic curtain. With a swift motion, she flung aside the plastic curtain and rushed inside, desperately seeking something that could save her life. Peering through the curtain at the indistinct figure, John remained impassive, quietly extending his hand to hasten the drip rate, allowing him to clench his fist. In the workshop, Lien flitted about like a headless fly, searching for something to dismantle the self-destruct collar encircling her neck. Yet after an exhaustive search, she found nothing. It was only then that she recalled the participant mentioned by Amanda who was undergoing the game-esque trial. Given that she could neither deactivate the explosive collar around her neck nor ensure John's survival, she could simply release that trial participant and leave together with everyone else. She was convinced that the police outside would surely possess the means to unlock her collar. In a flurry, Lien hurriedly activated the pitch-black screen, her gaze scouring its dim surface, and soon enough, she was rendered speechless, watching the figure on the screen desperately seek an escape. Lien felt as though her world had crumbled. In a fit of rage, she screamed and swept everything on the table to the ground before storming through the curtain to John's bedside, exclaiming, "You've kidnapped me. You've also abducted Jeff. What do you intend to do? This is a trial." Even in the face of Lien's fury, John remained composed. "I brought him here, confining him with those connected to your son's death. He must forgive those who harmed his son to attain a new life. Do you think he can manage that? Lien was unconcerned with whether Jeff could accomplish such a feat. Her sole desire was to put an end to this game. Tell me, how can I conclude this damned game? I refuse to play with you any longer. John remained silent, merely gazing at Lien with tranquility. Doctor, do you comprehend how fragile the life of a late-stage brain cancer patient is? Any minor anomaly could precipitate a terminal outcome. Especially in a place devoid of adequate medical facilities and medications, you scarcely possess the time or resources to administer aid. You will not die. Lien's eyes burned with fury as she looked at John. This medication is sustaining your life. John remained silent, tightening his lips, a suppressed sound emanating from his throat. In the next moment, Lien instinctively covered her mouth as she witnessed John's decaying body suddenly tense. And almost simultaneously, the previously stable biometric monitor experienced significant fluctuations. John did not speak. He merely demonstrated through his actions the extent of his capabilities. What are you planning to do? Lien was on the brink of collapse. While outside the processing plant, Lincoln shook his head in disappointment at the scene. What a useless piece of junk. He had anticipated that Lien would exhibit more strength. But it seemed that John understood her better than she understood herself. With that realization, there was no reason to linger any longer. Lincoln started the car and departed from the processing plant, returning to the Crystal Lake Resort. However, before he could step into the resort hotel, he was greeted by dissonant sounds. Miss, are you here alone? Would you like to join us by the river? I brought along a swimsuit that would perfectly complement your figure. With a deep breath, Lincoln quickened his pace and soon spotted a group of unruly, yellow-haired individuals loitering around Angela on the open balcony of the hotel. Their boisterous laughter and crude remarks rendered Angela visibly distressed. As she attempted to leave, they obstructed her path, taunting her to stay and engage in conversation. Do you need me to join your discussion? Lincoln's figure suddenly materialized behind them, his hand gently resting on one man's neck. Before he applied any pressure, a piercing pain erupted, causing the man to wail in agony. Let go of me, please. Certainly, Lincoln replied with a faint smile, releasing his grip only to deliver a swift kick to the man's knee. The sound of impact echoed as his knee met the wooden floor with a resounding thud. Another anguished cry pierced the air, witnessing their companion's humiliation. The remaining two could no longer remain seated. They sprang to their feet, glaring at Lincoln with fury. Are you out of your mind? Not all, Lincoln chuckled softly, stepping forward to deliver a resounding slap across one man's face. The force of the blow sent both men reeling, their expressions momentarily frozen in shock before they regained their composure. You! Another slap resounded. I'll kill you. You bastard! Just wait. Lincoln remained silent, his arms swinging in a relentless rhythm. Angela had already stepped aside, watching as the yellow-haired man on the ground clutched his knee, unable to rise, while the others were rendered unrecognizable from the beating. The excruciating pain finally brought a moment of clarity to their dazed minds. They gazed at Lincoln, whose face wore a smile, too frightened to utter another word. They hastily retrieved their fallen comrade and vanished into the distance. As the three retreated, Angela cautiously approached Lincoln, her expression laced with concern. Are you all right? How is your hand? I'm fine, Lincoln replied, grasping Angela's outstretched hand and gently guiding her downwards. It seems I may not be able to perform delicate tasks for a while, so I might need your assistance. Angela hesitated, nervously shaking her head and glancing around. This isn't the place. Someone might see us. How about back in the room? Lincoln suggested with a smile, leading her toward the hotel. But Emma is still in the room. Just close the door, Lincoln replied nonchalantly. Emma can take care of herself. A few minutes later, at the bedroom door, Emma, hearing the muffled yet uncontrollable sound from within, took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and retreated to her own room, burying herself beneath the covers. Biological creatures. Lincoln was contemplating a time to deal with those ruffians, but first he intended to soothe Angela's troubled spirit. Half a day's time was sufficient. This way, she could sleep more soundly at night, and Lincoln could confidently take Emma out, allowing this little mischief maker to witness what truly embodies a killer. Angela possessed a commendable trait. She strived for perfection in her endeavors. It was not until dusk that she finally relaxed her grip and succumbed to a deep slumber. Dressed, Lincoln hoisted Emma by her collar as one would a trash bag, leading her out of the hotel and into the dense woods. The last rays of the setting sun vanished beyond the horizon, and gazing at the ominous silhouettes of the branches in the darkness. Emma remarked with an expressionless face. "I knew you had no good intentions coming here." "Nonsense. This time it is a good deed," Lincoln retorted, his gaze piercing through the thickets until he spotted a group of naked men and women frolicking by the crystal lake. "Have you ever witnessed a group party?" Emma blinked, comprehension dawning upon her, and she promptly scoffed, "Pervert. Then why, despite your vocal disdain, do you exhibit no resistance?" Lincoln quipped, "Your performance could use some refinement, little one." Emma. Lincoln's purpose for bringing Emma out at such an hour was certainly not to observe the revelry of that group. In truth, they were far from impressive in terms of physique, skill, or appearance. Engaging in games with Angela would be far more entertaining than watching them misbehave. His true intention was to release Jason from the Crystal Lake ahead of schedule. It is perplexing to describe the people in this world. Though Jason would not manifest for a considerable time post-sealing, they inexplicably kept the Crystal Lake closed during that period. Now, as the sealing mechanism began to loosen, they were starting to open the lake for the establishment of a resort. If Lincoln were unaware of their true intentions, he might have thought they were merely lining up to help Jason achieve accomplishments. Yet, the current situation bore little difference. Based on Lincoln's estimation of the residual energy from the seal, Jason's emergence should occur within the next couple of days. Given this, what harm was there in advancing the timeline by a day? The resort was currently sparsely populated, primarily consisting of individuals he intended to confront. As they traversed deeper into the woods, the cacophony of sounds made Emma's ears flush with embarrassment, and she shot Lincoln a fierce glare, though nothing transpired. The adorable, long-haired girl lacked any supernatural powers, so her fierce expression, while intimidating to herself, was devoid of any true menace, perhaps only rendering her more appealing to certain perverts. Indeed, among these deviants, Lincoln, who often succumbed to carnal thoughts, might also be included. On the opposite side of the Crystal Lake, after navigating through the dense forest, a dilapidated cabin finally revealed itself under the moonlight. With one hand gripping Emma, Lincoln raised a foot and forcefully kicked the seemingly precarious wooden door. Boom! The solid wooden door shattered into a myriad of splinters beneath a forceful kick, and the flickering orange-yellow flames within the seemingly abandoned room failed to offer a trace of warmth. Lincoln stepped into the cabin, his gaze landing on the desiccated skull resting upon the wooden table, his tone dripping with arrogance. "Witch, are you awake? Call out your son. I need his assistance." "Mrs. Voorhis?" As a witch whose spirit remains undying, Voorhis had never truly perished. She had been quietly residing within the skull on the table, awaiting her son's resurrection. She had felt Jason's revival was imminent, but Lincoln's sudden appearance left her utterly bewildered, especially when Lincoln seized her skull, his eyes gleaming a menacing crimson as they fixated on her empty eye sockets. An inexplicable panic surged within her. Unable to bear the thought of her remaining head being destroyed by Lincoln, Voorhis' ethereal, raspy voice echoed through the room amidst Emma's astonished gaze. "Jason will kill you." "Fool!" Lincoln scoffed disdainfully, and with a swift motion, he inscribed a message upon Voorhis' skull with an intense gaze. "Lincoln visited here. Voorhis?" Watching Lincoln's actions and the deep, nearly indelible engraving on her skull, the witch was left speechless. "Damn it, you despicable wretch. How dare you do this? I will have Jason sever your head and make it a chamber pot, and I shall turn that wild girl in your grasp into mincemeat." With a crisp crack, the sound of bone fracturing abruptly halted the witch's curses. Lincoln, feigning remorse, glanced down to see the skull he held had developed a fissure. "My apologies. I may have exerted a bit too much force." "You," the witch seethed, ready to curse once more, but Lincoln interjected, "I recall that urine contains inorganic salts. It should be able to mend the crack, right?" Voorhis' spirit could endure indefinitely, yet relied on certain items that belonged to her, and she preferred to anchor herself to her skull. Thus, Lincoln's threat carried significant weight. However, Voorhis had left behind many possessions. Not only her beloved son Jason and the skull in Lincoln's grasp could serve as anchors, but also items like sweaters and photographs could be utilized. Her mind raced as she let out a cold laugh, only to find Lincoln squatting before the increasingly vibrant bonfire. "What are you doing?" "Oh, nothing much. I merely thought the fire was too small and decided to add some fuel." Lincoln replied casually, then tossed a photograph wrapped in a sweater into the flames. With a crackling sound, the fire blazed fiercely, igniting the witch's fury. "Damn it!" With a sudden pop, Yet another anchoring object was flung into the fire, and the witch abruptly regained her composure. Speak. What is it that you desire? Bring forth your beloved son, Jason. I cannot. Useless. Lincoln let out a cold laugh as he snapped a support beam of the wooden cabin and tossed it into the fire, causing the witch to grow increasingly terrified. Damn it. Stop. Are you trying to destroy this place? Fear not. Lincoln scoffed at the witch's panic. The altar to resurrect Jason is not located here. Even if I were to set the mountain ablaze, it would be of no consequence. You are insane. Thank you for the compliment. Lincoln replied with a nod of delight, then reached for another beam, causing the cabin to sway dangerously. Unable to penetrate Lincoln's biological force field, the witch succumbed to a frenzy of impotent rage, forced to watch as Lincoln transformed into an arsonist, reducing her small wooden dwelling to ashes. Meanwhile, Emma, observing the seemingly amicable exchange between Lincoln and the witch Wokies, felt her mind buzzing with confusion. She had thought this world was governed by science, yet here was a witch whose spirit refused to perish. She had assumed Lincoln was merely a man who played games with her aunt, yet he seemed impervious to the witch's influence. What then was his purpose for bringing her here? Lost in contemplation, Emma suddenly felt a hard object thrust into her embrace. Looking down, she discovered it was the severed head Lincoln had previously held. The grayish-white skull bore remnants of dried cells and withered hair, its dark mouth and eye sockets exuding a chilling aura. Before she could grasp the situation, Lincoln's voice echoed above her. Just hold on to it for now. It can serve as a toy. Emma responded, Are you serious? You want me to handle a skull that harbors the spirit of a witch? Even if I am unafraid, my aunt will surely be terrified. Though she intended to refuse, Lincoln provided no opportunity for her to voice her objections. With a swift motion, the sound of rushing wind filled the air, and Emma felt the world spin around her. When she regained her bearings, she found herself standing by the crystal lake. What are you planning to do? Oh, I intend to release the witch's foolish offspring ahead of schedule. Lincoln smiled, golden light tracing his form as he slowly ascended into the air. In Emma's bewildered gaze, he soared upward, and in the next instant, a crimson beam plunged into the tranquil lake surface. Gurgling sounds erupted as the laser instigated a boil in the water, steam billowing from the lake's surface, while below, the beam shattered all seals. The crimson light flickered and vanished, unnoticed by the revelers on the opposite shore. Yet, in the dark depths of the lake, a figure that had slumbered for countless years opened its eyes. Its imposing form parted the waters, and amidst the cacophony of splashing, it emerged, donning a chilling hockey mask. The orchestrator of it all, Lincoln, had already taken his leave with Emma by the lakeside. Jason, with his small, dark eyes hidden beneath the mask, scanned his surroundings, fixating intently on the revelers engaged in their naked festivities in the clearing of the woods. Jason was a simple-minded youth, his thoughts consumed solely by the notion of killing. His voice, robust and towering like an iron tower, traversed the woods silently as he positioned himself closest to the revelers. He bent down to search the ground, ultimately grasping a rubber stick approximately 15 to 16 centimeters in length, slightly rigid and adorned with spiral patterns. While it was not an ideal weapon, Jason's strength was sufficient to wield it against these fragile beings. In the shadows, Jason's figure stood motionless like a statue, while not far away. A young man he had chosen as his target frivolously squandered his youthful vitality. No one wished to concede in this contest, yet it was evident that, given the varying levels of physical prowess, someone had to withdraw first. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the robust African-American was the first to falter, his body drenched in sweat, eliciting laughter from others. Are you done for, Jack? Damn it, I'm just about to take a piss. Then you'll see what a little dynamo can do. Jack staggered, yet his bravado remained intact. For reasons unfathomable, Jack, emboldened by his surroundings, intentionally distanced himself from the crowd and ventured into the woods. The sound of liquid cascading onto the grass brought a moment of relief to Jack's face, causing him to squint in contentment. The sound of his release masked Jason's approach, and it was only when Jack reopened his eyes that he was horrified to find Jason looming before him. The imposing figure of Jason cast a vast shadow in the dimly lit forest, and when their eyes met, terror seized Jack's entire being. He trembled, his mouth agape as a primal scream erupted from the depths of his soul. Ah! The piercing cry startled those busy on the grass, momentarily causing them to shudder, and they glanced around in confusion before realizing it was Jack's voice. They cursed as they rose and made their way toward the woods, the cacophony igniting a flicker of hope in Jack's eyes, pleading silently, "Hurry, save me." Agonizing pain and suffocation tormented Jack's spirit, compelling him to gasp for breath as he caught a glimpse of Jason raising the spiral-patterned stick. No! Jack struggled to emit a sound from his throat, desperately attempting to push Jason's arm away, yet the giant's strength rendered him powerless. The stick was forcefully thrust into his mouth, and with a decisive strike, it was plunged deep within. With a sickening thud, the rubber stick disappeared entirely into Jack's mouth, blood gushing forth from his nose and mouth. The gurgling sounds, underscoring the agony and despair, etched upon his face. He extended his hand towards the place where his companions were, but as Jason hefted a stone from the ground and brought it crashing down upon his skull, he was deprived of any chance for survival. The pursuit of solitary victims was the most fundamental aspect of Jason's murderous profession. Casting a penetrating gaze upon the encroaching crowd, Jason retreated slightly, and in but a few swift steps, he vanished like a wraith into the shadows. Moments later, his companions, drawn by the sounds and tracks, stumbled into the woods, where the dim moonlight revealed Jack's bloodied face. After a brief pause, a piercing scream echoed above Crystal Lake. The sight of the corpse and the blood seared their souls. Disregarding their belongings by the riverbank, they fled in panic towards the camp hotel, while behind them, Jason, empty-handed, pursued them closely. In the foreboding woods, an inevitable massacre commenced, with methods as unadorned as they were brutal, be it a stump serving as a guillotine, wooden spears piercing hearts, or the grotesque act of crushing skulls. Jason exhibited the fruits of his years of bloodshed. In the shadows, cradling Jason's mother's skull, Emma gazed at the imposing figure before her, her eyes wide with shock. "Is this the creature you released from the water?" she asked. Lincoln nodded, glancing at the skull in her arms. "Shall we go down and see? Perhaps he still heeds his mother's voice." "No, that's unnecessary," Emma hastily replied, shaking her head. "We should return. Your aunt must be longing for you." Naturally, Emma faltered. First, she had taken the witch's skull as a plaything, and now had unleashed a killer from the depths of the lake. If she could not contend with Jason, how could she face the even more twisted Lincoln? "Coward," Lincoln remarked, and Emma accepted the judgment with calmness, offering no retort. Disposing of the quail-like Emma back at the hotel, Lincoln grasped the witch's skull and returned to the woods. As his biological aura coalesced, the witch's spirit was instantly liberated. "Jason, Jason, kill him. Quickly kill him." The ethereal voices echoed in Jason's mind, and a rare flicker of emotion stirred within his icy gaze as he clutched an unfamiliar machete. With a sudden swing, Jason struck down, the sound of flesh meeting steel punctuating the air as the last body collapsed into a pool of blood. Blood splattered, yet Jason remained undeterred, turning his gaze toward Lincoln's direction. With the guidance of the witch, Jason navigated the terrain with the precision of a living map, the voice of Mrs. Ree's calling out to him repeatedly. His steps quickened, culminating in a furious roar as he charged through the woods towards Lincoln, like a heavily armored vehicle on a rampage. The blood-stained machete, raised high in the moonlight, gleamed with a deadly, insatiable hunger reminiscent of a guillotine's blade. With a sharp whoosh, a piercing sound sliced through the air, stirring the winds as it descended upon Lincoln, invigorating the witch's spirit. "Yes, Jason, just like that. Finish him." Ding! No sooner had the witch spoken than a crisp, buzzing echoed in her ears, the sound of the blade shattering upon impact. The blood-stained fragment of the blade spun and fell to the ground not far away, leaving not only the witch in shock, but also Jason involuntarily drawn to the broken piece. Jason remained silent, blinking momentarily before swinging the remaining hilt of the shattered knife once more at Lincoln. Ding! Another resonant buzz filled the air as Jason, clutching the remnants of the blade, fell in his silence, mirrored by the witch's astonished gaze upon the hilt in his hand. Within the confines of the cabin, Lincoln displayed no extraordinary prowess. Upon exiting, she was instantly immobilized by a biological force field, utterly unaware of Lincoln's true nature. Yet now, witnessing Lincoln withstand two of Jason's strikes only to shatter the blade, the witch realized the gravity of her predicament. "Jason belongs to you now. Let me go." Her voice, hoarse yet tinged with sharpness, echoed again. "I can reveal how to communicate with Jason. No need, Lincoln replied, stowing the skull in her pocket. I want Jason, and you cannot escape. You are far too greedy. The witch shrieked. I curse you. Your soul shall be harvested by demons and dragged to hell to endure endless torment. Demons? And they would take me to hell? Such a delightful prospect. Lincoln's eyes sparkled. If you can indeed summon a demon, I might consider sparing you. The witch fell silent. Her heart constricted with anxiety as she regarded Lincoln, feeling targeted. Summoning a demon? Setting aside her capabilities, in her current state, if she were to summon one, it could just as easily turn against her as it could Lincoln. Summon a demon? The witch's silence revealed her to be utterly worthless. With a dismissive curl of her lip, Lincoln tossed her in her bag and then turned her attention to Jason, who had inexplicably acquired a pitchfork aimed at her. What a fool. Jason remained mute, merely prodding Lincoln with the pitchfork with a resounding clang. Naturally, his attempts proved ineffective against Lincoln's armor. Seizing the pitchfork from Jason's grasp, Lincoln paused, contemplating the hockey mask he wore, before yanking it off and tossing it into the crystalline lake, intrigued to see whether Jason would seek a new weapon or retrieve his mask. Jason was a good child. Despite his countless brutal killings, he understood the wisdom of not frightening others with an unsightly visage. While he may take lives, he always wore something to conceal his face, lest it terrify young children. Once, there existed a tattered bag with several holes, which unfortunately decayed at the bottom of the lake. Later, he acquired a hockey mask that resonated with his desires. Jason gazed silently at Lincoln for a few moments, free from the incessant calls of the witch Voorhees echoing in his mind. He then turned and approached the crystal lake. The sound of splashing water erupted, and bubbles gurgled up from the lake's depths as Jason vanished from sight. Minutes later, the splashing resumed, and Jason, now donning the hockey mask once more, emerged from the shore, clutching an anchor bound with iron chains. The clattering echoed as he swung the heavy anchor, launching it towards Lincoln with the intent to clear a path. Lincoln remained silent, deftly sidestepping the incoming anchor before forcibly yanking off Jason's mask and hurling it back into the lake with greater strength. Jason, clutching the chain, stood frozen. He reached up to touch his face and glanced back at the hockey mask, which was sinking deeper into the lake's center, blinking in disbelief. After a moment of silence, he released the iron chain with a clang and turned back towards the water, the gurgling of bubbles resuming. As he watched Jason's figure slowly descend into the depths, Lincoln squatted by the lake's edge, shaking his head in pity. Poor Jason. Did you lose your golden hockey mask, your silver hockey mask, or merely an ordinary hockey mask? Gurgle, gurgle. Jason remained silent, with only the occasional bubbles breaking the lake's surface to produce sound, perhaps due to Lincoln throwing the mask a considerable distance. Jason took over 10 minutes to re-emerge from the water. Unlike before, he seemed to have grown more astute, wielding a newly retrieved, physics-themed crowbar in one hand while firmly pressing the other against his mask. Lincoln observed Jason's firm grip on his mask, and Jason, in turn, fixed his gaze on Lincoln, who had discarded his mask twice. The two locked in a silent stare. Suddenly, a swift whoosh pierced the air as Lincoln's figure moved like a phantom beside Jason, reaching out to grasp his mask. Yet, just as Lincoln's fingers were about to make contact, Jason's form abruptly vanished. Lincoln, sharp-eyed, glanced to the side, revealing a hint of a smile. Teleportation. It seems this version of Jason is indeed enhanced. Realizing Lincoln's malicious intent, Jason pressed his hand tightly against his mask, his small eyes peering through it, fixated on Lincoln. Murder? No, he was beyond that now. Ensuring his mask remained safe in the hands of any unsavory character was of utmost importance. Minutes later, Lincoln's booming laughter echoed through the woods as Jason clutched his mask tightly, darting and teleporting through the trees. The skull had fallen into Lincoln's grasp, and now his mask was also in Lincoln's sights. If Jason possessed sufficient self-will, he might be pondering who the true harbinger of death truly is. The speed of teleportation is indeed swift. Yet how could such fleeting movement possibly surpass the years of relentless pursuit by Lincoln? Before long, Jason found himself pinned to the ground by Lincoln, whose laughter echoed with manic delight. Amidst the sinister chuckles, Lincoln tore off Jason's mask once more. This time, however, his focus was not solely on the mask, but also on the man beneath it. The serum of a super soldier, heart-shaped herbs, and perhaps a touch more. Lacking the all-powerful Hulk cells, 2 components would suffice. With one hand prying Jason's mouth open, Lincoln forcefully smashed a stone bowl against Jason's face. compelling him to ingest a blue potion laced with fragments of purple petals. What? An infusion? Lincoln scoffed at the notion, with a dosage 5 times the standard. Unless Jason's stomach was as formidable as his own, capable of digesting all substances, he would inevitably undergo transformation. Infusions are the realm of the civilized. Foolish Jason, clearly not a paragon of civility, was subjected to the direct administration of the concoction, efficient and expedient, ensuring mutual satisfaction. As Lincoln forced the precious elixir down Jason's throat, tears of what could only be interpreted as gratitude streamed from the corners of Jason's eyes, a manifestation Lincoln chose to believe was heartfelt. The source of Jason's myriad abilities lay within the unique offerings of this world, perhaps demons or ancient deities. Regardless, with Lincoln's current strength, he could not long retain such power. Magic, while multifaceted, is not omnipotent. The gift of immortality requires more than mere sorcery. Otherwise, there would be no need for Ancient One to acquire energy from Dormammu to sustain her longevity. Directly obtaining it from a mountain emperor would be far safer. How to preserve the entirety of one's power system while traversing worlds remains an enigma Lincoln has yet to unravel, thereby precluding the addition of a terrifying killer to his collection. Nevertheless, this posed little concern for him. He has always been broad-minded. The absence of additional artifacts from this world was inconsequential. Rather, he would ardently endeavor to introduce novel creations to it. On the ground, Jason, having ingested a lethal dose of the potion, began to convulse. The dual forces of the super soldier's serum and heart-shaped herbs surged within him, killing him repeatedly, only for the gift of immortality to resurrect him time and again. Poor Jason, from his inception until half an hour prior, had likely perished fewer times than he would in these brief moments. Life and death, an unending cycle. Lincoln lives while Jason dies. With each successive death, the violent potency of the potion gradually subsided, successfully entering the second phase of bodily enhancement. Under the influence of the serum and heart-shaped herbs, Jason's physical prowess began to escalate rapidly, with an inexhaustible source of energy fueling his body's expansion. The cells proliferate wildly, his muscle fibers torn asunder. His skin and bones can no longer bear the weight of such a horrifying transformation. A series of cracking sounds resound. The noise of bones fracturing under the immense force of muscle. Pressure builds within him, and Jason's skin begins to reveal streaks of blood. The unreasonable dosage of drugs is inflicting tremendous damage upon Jason's body, compounded by the vast energy supplied by an unknown source, transforming him into a veritable powder keg. Lincoln gazes at Jason, who is swollen like a balloon, and falls into silence. After a moment, he gathers solar magic in his hand to form a golden needle, which he plunges into Jason's body. Boom! A deafening roar erupts as Jason's body explodes like a punctured balloon, sending a terrifying shockwave that wreaks havoc through the forest. Under the force of the explosion, Jason is reduced to a mist of blood, save for his remarkably resilient head, which spirals down into the crystalline lake. At the lake's bottom, the slick head settles in the mud, the immortal body beginning to repair itself from that very head. It is foreseeable that, without external intervention, Jason's next emergence may not occur for many years. However, Jason might find solace in this. After all, many years later, he may not have to encounter Lincoln again. At the lake's depths, Jason should be weeping tears of joy, though Lincoln cannot witness this, as the crystalline lake is filled with water. Who knows how many times Jason has cried within its depths. After tidying up the scene, Lincoln leisurely departs from the woods. The tremendous explosion, coupled with the corpses scattered throughout the forest, will surely prompt even the laziest officers in the crystalline lake's jurisdiction to seal the area once more. A delightful development. The camping vacation plan has been abruptly terminated before it even began. However, Lincoln is already concocting a new vacation itinerary. Freddy will have to wait. He intends to grow powerful through sufficient fear before addressing that situation. With Halloween still some time away, perhaps he might find amusement at Sawyer Farm instead. Surely, that family of cannibals would be thrilled to welcome a robust, solitary man into their home. Wouldn't they? Just look at Jason. He was quite welcoming of Lincoln to his territory. Though the end result may have been somewhat grim, it was at least a win-win. Lincoln acquired Jason's mother's skull and conveniently reduced Jason to little more than a skull. What do you call that? A family reunion. A splendid conclusion. Chapter 79. Dreamscape Weakling Freddy. 5. You intend to shut down my vacation camp? And with an uncertain timeline? What nonsense is this? Do you have any idea how much I invested in this exclusive camp? The hotel owner's incredulous shout echoes, his face etched with fury. I poured over $100,000 into this hotel, and now you want to take it away so easily. Impossible. I shall never agree to this. I am indifferent to the amount you have invested in this pile of timber. The detective scrutinized the proprietor, gesturing toward his heart and then pointing to the distant woods. Are you aware of how many lives were lost there? A total of 6 individuals. Moreover, someone detonated explosives in that very location. It has been quite some time since such a heinous incident has occurred, yet it has manifested under your watch, compelling you to accompany us for an inquiry. What? A flicker of astonishment crossed the owner's face. On what grounds? You cannot act against me. In truth, I most certainly can. As the detective spoke, he summoned 2 subordinates to stand beside the owner. Let us depart. The hotelier stood in stunned silence, casting a glance at the pitch-black woods, utterly unable to fathom that such a dreadful occurrence transpired in that cursed place. He yearned to protest, yet the police vehicle had already come to a halt beside him. With the assistance of Jason and Lincoln, what should have been a delightful weekend retreat seamlessly transformed into a night at the precinct. Within the interrogation room of the Springwood police station, an officer named Tom sat before Lincoln, pen in hand, tapping it against his notebook. Name? Lincoln stretched languidly, stifling a yawn. I arrived here clandestinely. Are you truly intent on posing such tedious inquiries? Tom. Startled, he lifted his gaze, confusion evident in his eyes. Captivated by Lincoln's candor and integrity. You are an illegal immigrant? Indeed. Lincoln nodded, then glanced over Tom's shoulder. Freddie? As night fell, the time belonging to Freddie had long since arrived. With an innate mastery over dreams, the seemingly tranquil Springwood had already succumbed to the torment of nightmares. One after another, children wept in fear within their dreams, continuously providing Freddie with sustenance. Behind Tom, in the unseen realm of dreams, the mist-shrouded Freddie eagerly wielded his scissor-like hand. Gazing intently at Lincoln, as the Lord of Dreams, Freddie could distinctly sense the formidable mental prowess Lincoln possessed. Should he succeed in transforming this power into fear, it would become the cornerstone of his strength, allowing his infamy to spread beyond Springwood. Lincoln's immense mental fortitude rendered Freddie incapable of forcibly dragging him into the realm of dreams. However, Freddie devised a new approach, standing before Lincoln and inviting him into the dreamscape. On the other side of the desk, upon hearing Lincoln mention Freddie's name, Tom's pen paused momentarily, and he turned around, puzzled. Who are you calling? It's nothing, merely an acquaintance from the past. Lincoln replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on Freddie's sharp scissor hand as it danced menacingly near Tom's neck. Go ahead, make the cut. What is the point of merely gesturing? Tom. Stealing another glance at Lincoln, Tom concluded within himself that this illegal immigrant must be deranged. Yet behind him, Freddie stood in stunned silence. He had witnessed numerous humans pleading in terror for him to refrain from killing and torturing. Yet it was the first time he encountered someone like Lincoln, who incited him to take a life. Freddie began to ponder whether his prolonged entrapment had rendered him oblivious to the evolving atmosphere of Elm Street. Alas, Springwood no longer boasted Elm Street. It had been utterly renamed and buried in the passage of time. Lost in contemplation, Freddie failed to notice Tom closing his notebook and rising to depart, believing there was little of substance to discuss with a deranged smuggler. Could the testimony of a madman hold any value? In the police office, upon observing Tom exiting the interrogation room prematurely, an older detective raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Tom, have you finished your questioning? No, Tom replied. He claims to be a smuggler, and I suspect he is mentally unstable. It would be prudent to wait for a hospital evaluation. Mental illness? The detective's interest was piqued by Tom's assertion, as he was well aware of numerous cases where individuals had feigned insanity to evade justice. Although the current situation was different, he remained attentive. Noticing the detective's intrigue, Tom nodded and led him back towards the interrogation room. Along the way, the detective inquired with curiosity, "What are his symptoms?" Tom paused to reflect. He immediately declared himself a smuggler and mentioned something about Freddie taking action. What? Tom had anticipated this to be a trivial matter. Yet the detective's eyes widened in alarm as he grasped Tom's arm with a force that contorted Tom's face. Freddie, are you certain you did not mishear? Of course not, Tom replied, perplexed. He only uttered 3 sentences. "I cannot be mistaken." Damn it. The detective's expression shifted dramatically, and he disregarded the trip to the interrogation room, hastily making his way to his office. Though Freddy had been absent from Elm Street for quite some time, the detective had kept a particular substance stored in his desk drawer, just in case. He needed to ingest the drug and interrogate Lincoln about how he had come to know Freddy's name. The detective hurried, but an overwhelming wave of drowsiness suddenly enveloped him. Fierce and irresistible, akin to a ravenous tide, dragging his consciousness into oblivion. In the realm of dreams, invisible to ordinary eyes, Freddy wielded a blade crafted from steel, producing a chilling sound as it sliced through the air. He raised it with one hand, summoning the omnipresent mist to envelop those within the police station. This fog, like an unseen specter, ensnared their very souls, drawing them into the depths of slumber. Typically, Freddy preferred to torment children, for they were easily gripped by fear and inherently fragile. Unlike those damned adults, who often exhibited an incomprehensible courage in dire situations, suppressing their inner terror. While he seldom dragged adults into his dreamscape for torment, if any of his past adversaries, who had once vanquished him and rendered him weak, were present, it would be a different story altogether. He had sworn countless times during his moments of weakness that he would return the same torment to those who had brought him humiliation and pain. Now, as he gazed upon the figure etched deeply in his mind, rage surged within him, and the strength he had drawn from that childhood self erupted like a roaring wave. Let me in. It was as if he had ingested an overdose of sleeping pills. The combination of sleepless nights and the toll of age rendered the inspector visibly drowsy. His eyelids, as if coated with glue, involuntarily adhered to one another, and even the painful pinching of his flesh could not fend off the encroaching slumber. Freddy's forte lay in invading dreams and exploiting the vulnerabilities of individuals to shatter their spirits and harvest their fears. Although forcibly dragging someone into a dream was not his expertise and would drain a significant amount of his energy, it had become inconsequential. The inspector's torment was worth the price he would pay, and from the presence of this once formidable inspector who had thwarted him, Freddy detected the scent of fear. With age, the inspector had become wise through experience, yet simultaneously, the array of his fears had expanded. He was acutely aware of Freddy's abilities and understood that once he succumbed to sleep, he might never awaken. Glancing at his arm, nearly bruised from his desperate grasp, a fierce resolve flickered across his face. Bang! The sharp report of a gunshot reverberated through the confines of the police station, severing his pinky finger, which fell to the ground. The immediate pain, a sharp reminder of the bond between body and spirit, sent a wave of sweat coursing down the inspector's brow, his body trembling as the oppressive drowsiness was forced back by the agony. Pressing a hand against the wound to staunch the bleeding, the inspector disregarded the injury and stumbled into his office, hastily swallowing the pills he had stashed away. He was oblivious to the quantity he had consumed, but until he had pallidly completed tending to his injury, he remained unclaimed by the realm of dreams. The potent medication bore no name. Its sole purpose was to stimulate the brain's nerves into a hyperactive state. Before the substance could be metabolized, its physiological effects rendered the user incapable of slumber. Even if he were on the brink of death from prolonged wakefulness, it was a far more palatable fate than perishing in Freddy's torment. The encroaching drowsiness enveloped him. Yet unlike the inspector, Tom, devoid of any defensive instincts, succumbed to an involuntary slumber within mere seconds. The police station remained unchanged. Yet the air seemed thick with a nebulous haze, and flickering orange flames began to dance in the corners, scorching the walls with charred markings. The abrupt alteration of the environment instilled trepidation in Tom's heart. He sought the inspector, but the figure that had stood before him mere moments ago had vanished without a trace. The unknown and the mysterious wove a web that drew fear from the depths of his soul to the surface. Fear and unease surged within Tom as he instinctively approached what he believed to be an occupied interrogation room. However, before he could take more than a few steps, a shadowy figure emerged from the mist-shrouded corridor, adorned with a dark brown fedora and a red and green striped sweater. One of its hands bore a sharp metallic claw. The eerie sound of the metallic talons scraping against each other echoed ominously as Freddy materialized before Tom, his visage grotesquely marred by the searing flames that had burned him. In a mere glance, Tom's deep-seated terror was ignited, akin to a volcanic eruption, eliciting a glimmer of delight on Freddy's face. Indeed, indeed. Gazing upon the devilish countenance of Freddy, Tom instinctively drew his handgun, aiming it at him. Who are you? Stop. Stay back. Otherwise, I shall fire. Freddy, with a maniacal glee etched across his features, observed Tom as his scissor-like hand began to scrape even more frantically in the air. The once insignificant flicker of flame rapidly expanded, engulfing the entire corridor in a hellish inferno. Let us commence. I can hardly wait. The cacophony of the flames filled the air, and Tom's fear was palpable. Despite clutching the gun, it provided no semblance of safety. You, do not come any closer. I will shoot. Shoot? Freddy erupted into laughter, distorting the dreamscape. I wager your gun is devoid of bullets. Impossible, Tom exclaimed, his eyes widening as he watched Freddy advance. In a moment of desperation, he squeezed the trigger. Click! The sound of an empty chamber rendered Tom's face rigid with horror as he beheld Freddy drawing nearer, nearly suffocating him. The searing heat of the flames choked him, the licking fire scorched his skin, and Freddy's gleaming blades inflicted agony, leading Tom's consciousness to fade. Has it begun? Outside, the sound of bodies collapsing prompted Lincoln to look up, witnessing the police station's occupants fall as if their souls had been snatched away. Observing the lethal burns and knife wounds manifesting on Tom's body, Lincoln's thoughts shifted, allowing him to slip into the dream realm as well. Do not misunderstand. He lacked Freddy's mastery over dreams. He merely possessed the ability to fall asleep swiftly, entering the dream world in the blink of an eye, a torment for one plagued by insomnia. Within the dreamscape, Lincoln curiously extended his hand towards the flickering flame in the corner. Seconds passed without sensation, as if the flame were but an illusion, incapable of inflicting harm upon him. Was this influenced by consciousness? Lincoln furrowed his brow, beginning to hypnotize his own awareness. Gradually, as time elapsed, the unique pain of the flames began to manifest at his fingertips. Retrieving his hand, Lincoln concentrated, and all fear and recognition of the fire dissipated. Indeed, it is influenced by consciousness. It seems Freddy's abilities are not to be underestimated. He is at least superior to Jason. Peering through the door of the interrogation room, Lincoln beheld the reality he desired unfold before him. With a single glance, he unraveled the very fabric of the dream itself. The police station remained the same as before. Yet under Freddy's seemingly omnipotent dominion over dreams, it had taken on a distorted form. Tom endured torment amidst an expansive inferno of blades and flames. Yet this relentless hellscape was confined within the inadequately sized police precinct. Meanwhile, within the station's other interrogation rooms, an increasing number of terrifying manifestations began to materialize, all orchestrated by Freddy. Outside, having discarded the lifeless body of the tormented Tom, Freddy turned his gaze towards the room where Lincoln resided. He had lost the energy to tend to anyone else. Lincoln's formidable psychic prowess stood out as the brightest and most alluring beacon in his eyes. As his body vanished into the mist, the seething inferno dissipated, and in the next moment, Freddy's chilling voice echoed within Lincoln's chamber. Ha ha ha, I've been waiting for you. Ah, yes, Lincoln nodded, gazing at Freddy with a face full of delight. In the detective's office, having verified his wounds to ensure he would not succumb to excessive bleeding, the detective left the room, clutching an alarm clock and a vial of medicine, embarking on a search for potential survivors within the precinct. Skipping the rooms that were evidently unoccupied, he made his way directly to the interrogation room and the officer's office. At first glance, he spotted Tom's corpse sprawled on the corridor floor. The sight was grotesque. His charred skin was mottled with burns, resembling undulating mountain peaks, and the crisscrossing lacerations nearly severed his body in twain, yet the ground bore not a trace of blood. The blood had not escaped his wounds, as Freddy had cruelly sealed the flesh with flames. From Tom's wide-open eyes, the detective could envision the extent of his suffering. With a heavy heart, he closed Tom's eyes and proceeded to awaken the individuals within the interrogation room. The ringing of the bell seemed to possess a magical quality, penetrating the dream world, and a handful of pills were forced into their mouths, causing their dreams to begin to unravel. Once the first individual was roused, 2 more followed, then 4. Within mere minutes, every member of the police station had awakened, save for Lincoln. The detective refrained from divulging further details, yet upon witnessing Tom's lifeless form, it became evident to all that calamity had befallen them. There is still one person we cannot awaken. All methods have proven futile, and the pills cannot be administered. reported one of the subordinates. The detective's expression darkened as he made his way to Lincoln's room. Inside, a cacophony of various bells filled the air, while others attempted to rouse Lincoln with ice cubes, all to no avail. Observing the serene countenance of Lincoln, the detective fell silent for a moment before gesturing to leave the room. Do not concern yourselves with him. As long as his face remains devoid of anguish and his body shows no wounds, it signifies he is yet to be harmed. What shall we do next? A bewildered officer, oblivious to the unfolding events, was at a loss. Go awaken everyone, the inspector commanded, turning to his agents. Arm yourselves and rouse the entire town. We must pull them all from their slumber. I shall procure medicine from the doctor, and until I return, under no circumstances should anyone be allowed to fall asleep again. Noticing the confusion and uncertainty in the eyes of his young subordinates, the inspector sighed. If anyone feels bewildered, seek out the elders and inform them that the demon has returned. They will cooperate. However, those who remain ignorant should stay that way. Do not ask, do not listen. It will serve you well. With the orders given, the crowd dispersed, leaving helpless civilians like Emma and Angela in the precinct. Angela glanced toward Lincoln's room, her eyes filled with concern. He won't be in danger, will he? Hearing her aunt's mutterings, Emma rolled her eyes. Ever since witnessing Lincoln's prowess that fateful night, she had lost all belief that anything in this world could vanquish someone more terrifying than witches or immortal killers. Rather than fret over the man's survival, she found it far more pragmatic to worry about how long she would be deprived of sleep. Chapter 80. Freddy, why are you confined in a cage? 5. In the realm of dreams, Lincoln's laughter unsettled Freddy. As a demon who drew strength from fear, laughter was inherently antagonistic to him. You're not afraid of me? He sneered. Why should I fear you? Lincoln replied calmly. You are merely somewhat unattractive. I have encountered many who are far worse. Unattractive? Freddy seethed with rage, the flames that erupted around him mirroring his fury, instantly transforming into a serpent that engulfed the entire room. How dare you call me ugly? I understand you are furious, but it is a truth you must accept. Lincoln confronted the enraged Freddy without trepidation. If it troubles you so, I suggest a visit to a cosmetic clinic. Oh wait, I forgot. You are a pauper. You are the one who is impoverished. Freddy shouted back. You have no idea how wealthy I truly am. I once owned a vast factory. Those damned fools took everything from me. Freddy was not mistaken. He had indeed been a factory owner, only to meet a fiery end at the hands of enraged parents after his heinous acts of child murder. It could be said that he got what he deserved. However, Freddy did not share this sentiment. His gaze toward Lincoln was filled with fury, his metallic claws scraping together with a piercing sound, and in a heartbeat, Freddy vanished. Moments later, a distinct sound of air being sliced filled the space. Clang! A sharp collision echoed, and as Freddy felt the shock and numbness reverberate through his palm, he was momentarily stunned. He glanced at Lincoln's almost skin-tight, thin shirt, and then at his own claws, sharp enough to effortlessly slice through wood. With a hint of disbelief, he struck down once more, this time summoning all his strength. Clang! A more resonant hum reverberated through the air. Freddy finally grasped that something was amiss. How could this be? Why have I not torn you apart? Are you jesting? Lincoln slowly regained his composure, meeting Freddy's gaze with a light chuckle. How could steel ever triumph over a body forged through relentless toil over the years? Freddy, what madness is this? When did a body, honed through exercise, become more resilient than steel? Has this world truly descended into such absurdity? Freddy felt momentarily disoriented. In an instant, he seized a man still ensnared in the throes of a dream, the sharp blade leaving deep marks upon his flesh. A piercing wail erupted. Yet Freddy tightened his grip around the man's throat, his visage twisted in fury. I ask you, why can your flesh not withstand my blade? The man? His nerves convulsed in agony as he looked at Freddy, his eyes filled with terror and confusion. What do you mean? Slashing sounds echoed as Freddy's hands swept through the air, inflicting more gashes upon the man's body. He glared once more. Why can't you resist my blade? How could anyone in this world withstand a blade? The man clutched his wounds tightly, his eyes brimming with pain and fear, stumbling backward in a desperate attempt to escape. Yet, in the next moment, a chilling sensation suddenly gripped his neck. The man's eyes widened in horror, but his throat and blood vessels were already severed by Freddy's scissor-like hands, blood gushing forth like a fountain as he convulsed and collapsed into the realm of dreams. The answer he received from the man confirmed to Freddy that his understanding of the world was intact. The true anomaly lay with Lincoln, a figure he could not draw into the dream, despite his efforts. Freddy recognized that Lincoln was perhaps a bit peculiar. Yet how could he, bound by a pact with the hellish demon and thus immortal, relinquish the immense spiritual power that emanated from Lincoln? Even without any reference, he could envision the extraordinary strength he would gain upon seizing Lincoln-esque fears. His immortality diminished his apprehension while amplifying his avarice. Freddy often employed his sharp blade to gradually dissect the bodies of those drawn into the dream, extracting the terror and torment he desired. However, this did not imply that his abilities were limited to such actions. The authority of the Dream Master bestowed upon Freddy boundless potential. In this realm, he was nearly omnipotent, twisting time and reality, manipulating energy and matter. Based on the structure of dreams, Freddy conjured layer upon layer of illusions. Indeed, illusions, as the Dream Master suggests. All that he manipulated was merely a figment of dreams, utterly incapable of influencing reality. The ability to kill stemmed solely from Freddy's prowess. If Freddy refrains from utilizing his powers, the individuals ensnared in nightmares would merely awaken upon their demise. Lincoln comprehended the essence of Freddy's abilities. Thus, the ever-shifting phenomena before him were nothing more than insipid projections devoid of any true menace. Furthermore, even if these apparitions were genuine, there existed nothing in this world that could instill fear in Lincoln. He was a superhuman, one who had already established a connection with the sun, continuously growing in strength. What could possibly evoke trepidation within him? A demon? Even a demon would pose no threat, for as long as his golden strings were intact, he could effortlessly depart, unperturbed. Mountains of blades, seas of fire, cauldrons of oil, and prisons of ice. One hellish scenario after another conjured by Freddy, paraded before Lincoln in a grotesque display. As all things began to manifest, Freddy sought to uncover what truly terrified Lincoln. Possessing extraordinary intelligence, he scrutinized Lincoln's every move, endeavoring to discern any shifts in his demeanor. Observing the rapid transformations unfolding before him, Lincoln found the spectacle utterly mundane, until a beam of sunlight cascaded down, altering the expression in his eyes. The sunlight within the dream can actually have an effect. Moreover, it directly enhances my spirit. Freddy, unable to fathom the source of Lincoln's altered gaze, was nevertheless elated. He gazed at Lincoln, erupting into maniacal laughter. I have discovered it. You are afraid of sunlight. Ha ha, how absurd. Are you a vampire to fear such a thing? Lincoln remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Freddy, his silence further affirming Freddy's conviction. In truth, Lincoln was contemplating how to compel Freddy to remain by his side, providing him with sunlight. Rationally, he had never considered that the sun within the dream realm could aid him. Yet, given Freddy's peculiar traits, it seemed increasingly plausible. Freddy misinterpreted Lincoln's silence as fear. He cackled wildly, waving his arms, and in an instant, the concrete shroud above them was rent asunder. Day and night exchanged, and the blazing sun's rays illuminated Lincoln. Fear, dread, I shall consign you to eternal torment. Lincoln raised his eyes to the sun suspended overhead, its brilliance not overwhelmingly intense. After a moment of contemplation, he initiated self-hypnosis, an expression of anguish suddenly gracing his visage. At that very instant, a fragment of energy born from Lincoln's fear was siphoned by Freddy. Sensing the surge of power within him and witnessing Lincoln's agonized expression, Freddy's laughter crescendoed. He manipulated the sunlight to become increasingly radiant and searing, extracting even more energy from Lincoln, intensifying the sunlight further still. The cycle of Lincoln's fear feeding Freddy's power perpetuated, providing Freddy with profound satisfaction, nearly causing him to lose himself in this unprecedented sensation of strength. Unrestrained, he was on the verge of enveloping Lincoln entirely within the sun. On the other hand, akin to the moment when one wielded the infinity stones to approach a star suspended in the profound void of space, the intense sunlight bestowed upon Lincoln a formidable surge of energy. Not only was his spirit rapidly exalted in this radiant glow, but even the charging of the golden strings ascended to a visibly potent magnitude. However, all things possess their limits. As the enhancement of his spiritual essence gradually aligned and harmonized with the augmentation of his corporeal form, the omnipresent sunlight ceased to serve Lincoln's purpose. In that fleeting instant, the boundless terror etched upon his visage evaporated. With the disappearance of fear, the channel through which Freddy drew energy abruptly ceased. One moment, Freddy was reveling in the exhilaration of empowerment, and the next, he was violently yanked from this euphoria and cast to the ground. Observing Lincoln, who suddenly no longer feared the sun or its rays, Freddy found himself momentarily at a loss, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Humanity is constrained by limitations. They often find it impossible to achieve certain feats, such as Lincoln's self-hypnosis, to instill fear of a particular entity. This was an unprecedented scenario for Freddy. Typically, individuals would hypnotize themselves to eliminate fear, yet Lincoln's reverse approach took Freddy completely off guard. Meanwhile, the now unrecognizable Lincoln unleashed a terrifying speed comparable to teleportation. And before Freddy could react, Lincoln's hand clamped onto his shoulder like an iron vise. The biological force field swiftly radiated outward, transforming into an intangible cage that ensnared Freddy. Though Freddy was nearly omnipotent within dreams, the current circumstances were unfavorable. With the efforts of the detective and the officers, the entire town of Springwood had awakened. The dreamscape was no longer a composite realm shaped by the dreams of its denizens. Before Freddy's powers could extend the dream further, this world became a singular dream, solely belonging to Lincoln. Thus, an intriguing question arose. When Lincoln's mind became as formidable as his body, was the dreamscape governed by his will or Freddy's? The answer was evident. Gazing upon the immobilized Freddy, ensnared by the biological force field, one could ascertain that this world was entirely dictated by Lincoln. As Freddy found himself entrapped by Lincoln's biological force field, it signified his complete disconnection from a dream. The process of luring individuals into dreams, invading their subconscious to elicit nightmares and harvest fear, is a comprehensive sequence. Yet from the very first step to the final one, Freddy could not accomplish this without Lincoln's cooperation. Conversely, Lincoln could execute myriad actions without Freddy's consent. First, he procured some hydrogen, and then he obtained iron. With utmost caution, Lincoln extracted 2 neutrons from the iron atoms and correspondingly integrated them into the hydrogen atoms. The news of the demon's return swiftly permeated through Springwood. As the parents of the children rushed desperately into the nursery, they were met with the heart-wrenching sight of lifeless bodies, victims of Freddy's torment. Overcome with grief, their cries echoed in the air, but alas, it was too late. To the people of this era, everything concerning Freddy was an inscrutable relic of the past. Yet for the detective and his peers, it was a haunting nightmare that lingered in their memories. One by one, the bodies were carried out from various homes, each frail form draped with a shroud, and as the sorrowful families wept, a sense of resolve suddenly washed over the detective's face. He discreetly slipped away from the crowd to find a doctor. "I believe I require gastric lavage," he declared. "Have you lost your mind?" The doctor immediately grasped the detective's intention. "If you venture into the dream, Freddy will surely kill you. He may not even choose to torment you first." Yet, this was the only means to resolve the menace. The detective's expression hardened. If there was a way to vanquish him before, then surely there remains a way now. The doctor met the detective's unwavering gaze, recognizing the determination within his eyes, and let out a heavy sigh. "You cannot do this alone. It is absolutely impossible." The detective blinked and pressed the doctor. "No, you cannot accompany me. You must remain outside." "What are you implying? Who said I intended to go with you?" The doctor shot the detective a glance. "You've lived long enough. I have yet to truly live. I merely wish to help you find some allies." "Allies?" The detective chuckled bitterly. "Most of those from back then have long since departed, and those remaining are of my age. Where are the allies to be found?" "Who says there are no allies?" The doctor replied enigmatically, drawing the detective closer to the grieving families, pointing to those devastated by the loss of their children. "Are they not allies?" "No." The detective shook his head vehemently. "Their children have already fallen victim to Freddy. I cannot allow them to suffer further misfortune." "Really?" The doctor remained non-committal. "I believe that rather than waiting for you to avenge them, they would be more inclined to take up arms themselves. Just as we once burned Freddy with fire decades ago, the power of rage can sometimes transcend all." Observing the detective lost in contemplation, the doctor patted his shoulder. "Trust me, you, who have never married, cannot fathom the significance of a child to their parents. Even in the direst of circumstances, they possess the courage to confront their fears, especially now, fueled by their anger. You need not make a choice immediately. Perhaps you could first engage them in conversation. The doctor chuckled. As for me, I will prepare the gastric lavage equipment and seek out our old comrades, wishing you a safe journey. As it turned out, the doctor was indeed correct. Though some hesitated, upon hearing the prospect of avenging their children, many immediately resolved to join the detective's cause. They did not inquire about the dangers that lay ahead. Driven solely by their profound hatred for Freddy, they made their decision. Even when faced with the true nature of Freddy, they showed no signs of retreat. Emerging from the solitary conversation room, the doctor approached the inspector, lowering his voice to inquire, "How is it? Have I succeeded? Indeed, your capabilities are remarkable." With the arrival of a confidant, the inspector felt a weight lift from his heart, and he patted the doctor's shoulder, asking, "Is everything prepared?" "All is ready," the doctor affirmed with a nod. "I will endeavor to extract the medication from your system, but its effects will continue to linger for a while. It should not be too long nor too short, sufficient for you to prepare for the dreamscape ahead. Furthermore, do not burden yourself excessively. Should anything feel amiss, inflict some pain upon yourself, and I shall promptly find a way to awaken you, as will the others." "I understand," the inspector replied, feigning a relaxed smile. "I have slain him once before. Now, I could do so a second time. Let us hope reality aligns with your words." Undergoing gastric lavage, adjusting their states, and awaiting the dissipation of the drug's effects, they gradually closed their eyes, fortified by an unwavering resolve. After a profound, chaotic darkness, the inspector suddenly opened his eyes, and one by one, the other team members began to awaken. He surveyed his surroundings. They were on the streets of Springwood. The once bustling crowd had vanished, signifying their successful entry into Freddy's dominion of dreams. Gathering his team, the inspector reiterated, "Remember, do not succumb to fear. It is what Freddy relishes. Maintain your anger and courage. These will be your weapons against him." His words elicited nods of agreement. Yet someone ventured, "But with Springwood being so vast, where shall we find him?" "He will seek us out," the inspector replied confidently. "Freddy's nature is consistent. Even if we remain idle, he will come to us with malice in his heart." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in acquiescence, refraining from further debate as they took their positions, ready to confront Freddy. Time flew by, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. Eventually, one could no longer contain their impatience and approached the inspector. "Did you also wait half an hour like this?" Reflecting on his past experiences, the inspector fell silent before shaking his head. "No. He arrived in less than half a minute." "Then why is he not here now?" Meanwhile, Freddy, confined in a cage by Lincoln, thought, "I would love to find you. But how can I when I am trapped? Perhaps he is elsewhere?" Suddenly, the inspector recalled Lincoln, who remained unawakened at the precinct, and instantly realized. The police station. Freddy must be at the precinct. Chapter 81. World Peace with a newfound objective. The inspector and his team cautiously approached the location of the police station. The journey was smooth, devoid of any obstacles or hindrances, but as they stepped into the precinct engulfed in flames, the inspector felt a sense of bewilderment. In contrast to the treacherous experiences of my previous foray into the dream realm, this current journey feels exceedingly surreal. How shall I articulate it? It seems that within Freddy's dreamscape, there exists a sense of security and tranquility that surpasses even that of the real world. At least, there are no incidents of gun violence here. As we explored room after room, the detective and his companions finally opened the door to a vast chamber, expanded by the power of the dream. Gazing upon Freddy, suspended in a humiliating manner, and observing Lincoln, who was crafting weapons from a plethora of materials, the detective and his team were momentarily rendered speechless. They glanced at Freddy, dangling in midair, and the expressions of those following the detective conveyed an unspoken inquiry. "Is this the terrifying demon you spoke of, one capable of inciting great panic in your era? If so, what then is this creature that hangs above us?" Even without turning around, the detective could feel the intense scrutiny of his companions. Yet he chose to disregard it, for he too was somewhat bewildered. How could he not be? He vividly recalled the perilous circumstances he faced during his last encounter with Freddy in the dream world, where a mere misstep could lead to death. Although they ultimately triumphed over Freddy, their fallen comrades who perished in the dream would never return. Thus, the detective had entered Freddy's dream once more with a resolve to confront death, prepared for a fierce battle or to meet his end within the dream. But now, witnessing the demon suspended in such disgrace, the detective fell silent. I arrived here with the intent of certain demise, only to find you revealing that the enemy has been ensnared in the air. Absurd. Upon sensing the presence of the detective and his team, the once struggling Freddy abruptly ceased his movements, having recognized his adversaries. Before this group of despised humans, Freddy felt compelled to exhibit a modicum of dignity, at the very least refraining from his previous display of incessant curses. After exchanging a silent glance with the detective, Freddy fell into contemplation, while Lincoln, absorbed in his atomic-level material transformations, was momentarily taken aback by the arrival of the detective's party. Realizing that Freddy's broadcast had ceased, Lincoln finally acknowledged the detective's presence. "Didn't you all leave? Why'd you return?" The detective, pausing for a moment, stepped forward. "So, the reason you cannot be awakened is that you do not wish to leave? And how did you manage to capture this demon, Freddy?" Lincoln did not respond immediately, merely observing the detective and the group glaring at Freddy. "It seems you seek vengeance against Freddy. If that is the case, allow me to release him first for a duel with you. Wait. No." Hearing this, the detective was taken aback and hastily interjected, "Do not release him under any circumstances." Lincoln paused his actions, gazing with keen interest at the inspector. Under such scrutiny, even the inspector began to doubt the merit of his request. "We wish to eliminate Freddy in this state to prevent his reappearance. Are you not aware?" Lincoln replied calmly. "Freddy cannot be killed. To slay him is merely to initiate a cycle. He will inevitably return." "But we have no alternative," the inspector countered. "Not necessarily," Lincoln mused, suddenly struck by a bold idea. The world is replete with peculiar phenomena, and while he currently lacked the means to transport them, could he not establish an organization to contain these anomalies? One day in the future, he would seize these strange legends along with their mysterious powers in one fell swoop. The more he contemplated, the more feasible the plan appeared. He turned to the inspector and could not help but smile. "You could form a dedicated organization to contain him. What do you think of the name The Cabin in the Woods?" The inspector, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, saw Lincoln's hand wave. He instinctively attempted to block it, but found himself unable to move, engulfed by darkness, only to awaken to the cacophony of reality. Blinking in confusion, the inspector suddenly discovered within his mind the knowledge he had long coveted. In the dream realm, having dispatched the inspector and others, Lincoln returned to his pile of materials. Lincoln worked swiftly, yet the minuscule size of atoms posed a challenge. The quantity of tritium atoms in 3 grams amounted to a staggering 6.0210 by 1023. Lincoln's aim was not merely 3 grams or even 3,000 grams, but a minimum of 3,000 kilograms. Manipulating neutrons at the nuclear level to create new substances was beyond his instantaneous capabilities. It required considerable time. What? You ask why he doesn't simply conjure tritium? It is impossible. In the dream world, Lincoln could bind Freddy with his mental prowess and biological force field, even to the point of killing him. But achieving the omnipotence that Freddy possessed was out of reach. In truth, Freddy himself could not accomplish this. Only the power of the infernal demon could. Furthermore, the dream's domain was limited to the size of Springwood Town. If Lincoln sought rare materials, he must create them himself. Hydrogen and neutrons were abundant. All he needed was to act as an emotionless assembly line worker, crafting new atoms and stacking them together. Suspended above, Freddy initially could not comprehend Lincoln's actions. But as more deuterium and tritium accumulated, he gradually grasped Lincoln's intent. His gaze filled with dread as he observed the burgeoning fusion material. "Wait, what are you doing? Are you constructing a nuclear bomb?" "Incorrect," Lincoln replied. "I am creating a hydrogen bomb." Lincoln, without lifting his head, remarked, "Impressive, isn't it? Although crafting a nuclear bomb by hand is rather slow, it is no wonder that industrial mass production is being developed." Freddy responded in disbelief. "You actually answered me? But what I care about is not whether you are constructing a hydrogen bomb or a nuclear bomb. What concerns me is why you are creating such a thing. I'm still by your side. If you blow yourself up, it is one thing, but please do not drag me into this mess. What on earth does handcrafted nuclear bomb even mean? Can a nuclear bomb truly be fashioned by hand? Indeed, you must be the real devil." Freddy's eyes were wide with horror as he gazed at Lincoln, his body writhing desperately in an attempt to escape his bonds. But ultimately, it was futile. Time ticked away, and in the depths of Freddy's near desperation, a colossal mushroom-shaped egg, weighing hundreds of tons, materialized beside Lincoln. "Do not act rashly. Do not act rashly," he urged, staring at the imposing, rounded mushroom egg. If that thing explodes, we will both perish. I might be able to revive, but once you are gone, there will be no coming back. Please think twice. As Freddy had articulated, his death was seldom genuine. It was merely a descent into a state of weakness. However, the current circumstances were evidently far from ordinary. Just look at how he was suspended upside down. Should he die in such a predicament? Who could say if he would ever return? Oh wait, he was a ghost. He did not know. So was the demons of hell who would know if he could resurrect. But that was not the crux of the matter. The emphasis was on preventing the detonation. As Lincoln's finger inched closer to the nefarious ignition button, Freddy's eyes widened in desperation, and he shouted hoarsely, "No!" With unyielding resolve, Lincoln pressed the button. In an instant, a fusion explosion ignited, initiated by nuclear fission. The earth-shattering boom resonated. A terrifying surge of light and heat erupted in that fleeting moment. As if the volume of the world had been abruptly muted, all visible matter melted and disintegrated in silent annihilation, revealing only the purest light capable of obliterating any being or substance. Bathed in this unadulterated radiance, Lincoln's spiritual essence was amplified to match the pinnacle of his corporeal form. In a state of mental resilience, the explosion, potent enough to obliterate all, seemed to lose its destructive power. Lincoln stood serenely at the epicenter of the nuclear blast, watching as Freddy's horrified expression was utterly dissolved, witnessing the expansive Springwood, a town of dreams, being torn apart into a sunken wasteland by the terrifying shockwave. A massive mushroom cloud ascended from the center of the expanding circular airflow, symbolizing nuclear devastation. Freddy, ensnared by Lincoln, was completely annihilated, leaving no trace behind, not even a remnant of his physical form. Originally, Lincoln's psyche should not have been able to withstand such a cataclysmic explosion, but Freddy, being a good soul, had diligently harnessed the sun's energy to elevate Lincoln's spiritual essence to the same level as his physical being. Thus, Lincoln remained unscathed while he himself was shattered into countless pieces. However, Lincoln harbored no concerns about his future collection diminishing, for the pact signed with the three infernal demons had once again come into effect. In the distant realms of the dream world, the feeble Freddy was resurrected. Lying quietly on the ground, Freddy gazed at the hollow sky, tears of survival glistening at the corners of his eyes. Finally free from that madman, and thankfully, I'm still alive. Lincoln departed, for new guests had arrived outside. Some extreme residents of Springwood proposed dragging Lincoln out and discarding him, but the detective, recalling Lincoln's formidable ability to subdue Freddy on his own turf, refused. He had no desire to offend a more terrifying entity before fully resolving the Freddy situation. Moreover, Lincoln had imparted invaluable knowledge to him. After decades of diligent service as a detective, was it truly excessive to indulge in a little self-interest in his twilight years? The police station was no longer an option, so after careful consideration, the detective decided to have Angela take Lincoln directly home. Such a formidable individual required no protection from the police. In reality, Lincoln's slumber extended over an unusually long span, lasting until the night of Halloween itself. The residents of the town, having been spared from Freddy's presence for several days, felt a slight reprieve, and the oppressive atmosphere necessitated alleviation. Thus, they proceeded with the Halloween festivities, allowing the children some joy. However, just as they had begun to emerge from Freddy's shadow, they remained oblivious to the figure donning a white mask, wielding a slender fruit knife, standing ominously in the street, lifting the glistening blade towards them. "Who are you? How did you get into my home?" Angela leaned against the staircase, her eyes filled with dread as she beheld Michael at the entrance, bloodied knife in hand. Days of anxiety coupled with her inner terror rendered her legs weak. As she watched Michael advance, she could not help but scream, "Help!" Michael remained silent, his footsteps resolute as he approached. In the midst of Angela's terrified gaze, he lifted the knife, only to bring it crashing down. Clang! A familiar sound reverberated. Much like his elder brother Jason and middle brother Freddy, Michael found himself momentarily taken aback, glancing at the knife that had clattered to the ground. Then at the handle in his hand and the unscathed Lincoln, Michael's silence deepened. He turned back, offering a slight smile to Angela, while Lincoln grasped Michael's shoulder and guided him outside. "Come, let's converse." Michael struggled against this, but Lincoln effortlessly removed his mask and tossed it aside, causing Michael's resistance to wane. In the bizarre world, there exists a peculiar notion. If a character consistently, or perpetually wears a mask, it is highly likely that the mask itself is their true essence. Following in the footsteps of his elder brother Jason, Michael, too, was deftly maneuvered by Lincoln in a similar fashion. Murder? What is the point of slaughtering these ordinary people if one must engage in such acts? It would be far more worthwhile to target the formidable Sawyer family residing outside the town. With a borrowed vehicle, Lincoln secured Michael, bound at the limbs and silenced within the trunk, humming a cheerful tune as he departed from Springwood, steering towards the Sawyer farm. The Sawyer family, notorious cannibals, often ambushed young men and women passing by, with Bubba skillfully flaying their faces before consuming them. Typically, they favored vibrant, solitary youths, particularly those with robust physiques like Lincoln. In the cornfield, Bubba lay in wait, clutching a chainsaw, his eyes peering through the dark mask of human skin towards the road shrouded in night, searching for suitable prey. As vehicles passed, Bubba remained still until Lincoln's sluggishly advancing car caught his attention, igniting a spark of interest in Bubba's eyes as he fixated on Lincoln's skin. Revving the chainsaw, a piercing roar resonated through the cornfield. Bubba, like a wild boar, charged at Lincoln, brandishing the whirring saw. With a swift swipe, the chainsaw grazed the car's window and metal door, shattering the glass and leaving a deep gash on the vehicle surface. Upon seeing Bubba, Lincoln's eyes gleamed with determination. Seizing the moment while Bubba was momentarily distracted, Lincoln swiftly retrieved Michael from the trunk, handing him a knife while removing his mask. He then approached Bubba, removing his mask and placing Michael's on him. Finally, he returned to Michael, affixing Bubba's mask onto him. This intricate maneuver was completed in less than 3 seconds, and in an instant, Lincoln vanished from both Bubba's and Michael's sights. One wielded a slender dagger while the other brandished the roaring chainsaw. Michael fixed his gaze on Bubba, who, in turn, glared at the mask that Michael had claimed from him, emitting a furious grunt. After a fleeting moment of eye contact, Bubba lunged at Michael with the chainsaw, grunting fiercely. Michael remained silent, the tip of his dagger aimed squarely at Bubba's heart. In a flash, the whirling chainsaw tore through Michael's flesh and bones, yet simultaneously, Michael mercilessly plunged the dagger into Bubba's body. Bubba's anguished roar echoed through the air as the blade pierced his flesh, and in a frenzy, he wielded the chainsaw with increasing ferocity. Gouts of blood and chunks of flesh were violently severed and sent flying, as the chainsaw continued its relentless assault, nearly cleaving Michael in two. Vivid crimson blood spurted from the gruesome wound, and within mere moments, Michael collapsed to the ground, ignoring the wounds inflicted upon his entrails. Bubba bent down to reclaim his cherished human skin mask from Michael, meticulously wiping away the grime that sullied it, allowing the blood to smear across his visage. Once, twice, and ultimately, with the nails embedded in his body, he secured it in place before dragging the battered chainsaw and Michael's lifeless form toward the Sawyer farmhouse. Blood continually seeped from his injuries, trailing a narrow path upon the ground like a spring gushing forth. Bubba's steps grew increasingly sluggish, his guttural grunts reminiscent of a wild boar fading into a whisper until at last, with a resounding thud, he collapsed, corn stalks bowing under his weight. With but a single wound to drain him, the mortal Bubba was rendered a lamb for slaughter. On the ground, Michael, whose body had been ravaged almost to pieces by the chainsaw, began to exhibit the abilities of his undead nature, the grotesque wounds gradually mending. Though not as swift as Jason or Freddy, he undeniably possessed immortality. Thus, with a resounding crack, Lincoln crushed Bubba's skull beneath his foot. Jason could not kill him. Freddy could not kill him. Yet, in the end, the most easily subdued was the dim-witted Bubba. Within the dream realm, bolstered by Freddy's charging device, Lincoln had significantly filled his golden string quota, and with Bubba's head now contributing, it was perfectly complete. Lincoln glanced back, abandoning the thought of delivering another blow before departing, and instead reached out to pluck the golden string. Chapter 80 to me, a superhero. Hey, what are you dawdling for? Come with me. As the golden light before Lincoln gradually faded, he beheld a woman, perplexity etched across her face as she held a folder. Are you planning to stay there forever? Aren't you going to participate in the selection? Selection? Even after having been thrust into a designated identity in the previous world, Lincoln found himself puzzled. His gaze swept over the folder in her hands, and his brow arched in surprise. What group? Superhero selection? The logo was so distinct that Lincoln immediately grasped the absurdity of the world he found himself in. The boys, a realm where artificial superhumans existed, crafted into the image of superheroes. Of course, these superhumans born from Compound V were markedly different from Lincoln. They were feeble, weak enough that he could extinguish the strongest among them with but a spit. Indeed, Homelanders, observing the colossal structure forged from vibranium in his palm. A smile crept upon Lincoln's lips. Perhaps I shall linger in this world for a spell. Thus, you have become quite useful. What are you rambling about? Lincoln's muttering caught the attention of the staff member overseeing the superhumans, who approached with a look of curiosity. There are many participants in the selection, so please do not waste time, all right? Waste time? Lincoln lowered his gaze upon the individual before him. You ought to rephrase that. It is you who are wasting my time, not I yours, nor anyone else's. Do you understand? The staff member stared at Lincoln, his expression momentarily frozen. Are you insane? I am not mad. It is merely your frailty that limits your perspective. Sometimes, matters can be exceedingly simple. Lincoln patted the man's shoulder and strode past him. He surveyed the venue, where a considerable crowd had gathered, a significant portion of whom were clad in distinctly marked uniforms of superhumans. Taking a deep breath, golden rays of light began to trace intricate patterns across his body, transforming into a sleek black battle suit as he gradually levitated into the air. Gazing down upon all the superhumans present like a deity, I hereby declare the selection process concluded. You are all eliminated and may leave. Lincoln's sudden ascension captivated the attention of all superhumans and staff alike, compelling them to gaze upward in awe. After a fleeting silence, one superhuman clad in a cerulean uniform could no longer restrain himself. Who do you think you are? Do you believe that your ability to fly makes you remarkable? Come down this instant. Indeed, you foolish creature. Do you think you are the only superhuman here? Nonsense. The cacophony of insults erupted around him. Lincoln remained impassive, yet a murderous intent flickered within his obsidian eyes, crimson light coalescing therein, surging forth in the next instant. Boom, boom, boom. Crimson lasers swept across the room, bursting forth like blossoms of blood. In the face of such overwhelming force, the bodies of the superhumans proved as fragile as those of ordinary men. Blood and flesh rained down from the air, leaving no survivor among those who had previously dared to insult him. Covered in blood and remnants of flesh, the remaining individuals stood utterly stunned. Gazing at the immaculate Lincoln above, both superhumans and ordinary people were rendered speechless. They had never witnessed a superhuman unleash such a violent reprisal over mere words. Even the so-called strongest superhero, the Patriot, typically reserved his brutal methods for criminals, evading the grasp of the law. Yet now, Lincoln had audaciously executed a dozen superhumans who had dared to insult him, right before everyone's eyes. After a brief moment of shock, the expressions of those present shifted to one of sheer terror as they regarded Lincoln, faced with a superhuman willing to slaughter at the slightest provocation. In the air, observing the crowd below, now as silent as quail, Lincoln extinguished the crimson glow in his eyes and smirked. See, you can learn to behave, so why could you not comply before, wasting our precious time instead? As he delivered his remarks from above, one individual trembled once more. In the next heartbeat, Lincoln's figure appeared behind him, his tone laced with a haunting calm. What are you trembling for? Are you afraid of me? Of a victim whose valuable time has been squandered? How utterly disheartening. The voice of Lincoln echoed in his ears, causing his body to tremble even more, as a profound sense of impending doom enveloped his heart. He could not help but exclaim, I did not. I am not afraid of you. I am merely excited to see you. Excited? Do you hold me in high regard? Lincoln inquired. Of course. The man's tone faltered slightly. I find it difficult to discern, Lincoln remarked, as he circled from behind him to face him directly, gazing intently for a few seconds before shaking his head slightly. I cannot perceive any reverence in you. Is this how you address someone you admire? Aye. It seems you are deceiving me. The dim red glow in Lincoln's eyes began to intensify. In the next moment, a dull thud resonated as the superhuman knelt before him, trembling. Yes, I am sorry. Lincoln remained silent, merely observing him. 1 second passed, then 2, as time flowed relentlessly. It was not until the superhuman had knelt for a full half-minute that Lincoln finally retracted the crimson light from his gaze. I see your sincerity. I forgive you. Now leave. Yes, yes. The superhuman nodded fervently, nearly bowing his head to the ground. He did not even bother to rise, crawling out through the door. Once Lincoln ensured that he had completely exited, he returned to a higher vantage point, surveying the remaining individuals. "What about you?" After a moment of silence, a superhuman clad in a blood-red uniform suddenly shouted, "I will never kneel before you." Lincoln cast a glance at him, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Your courage is commendable, and your spirit is admirable. Thus, I have decided to grant you a small reward." As the others looked on in bewilderment, Lincoln slightly parted his lips, and a visible stream of pale energy surged towards the defiant superhuman. With a chilling crackle, a frigid aura enveloped him. In an instant, a lifelike ice sculpture materialized before all present. Lincoln beckoned with his hand, and amidst the gaze of the crowd, a dossier containing the records of everyone floated into his grasp. After a brief examination, he extracted a document that should not have been disclosed. Nigel Price, ability, invisibility, has used his power to incapacitate and assault multiple women. What a scoundrel! It is unfathomable that such a person could be deemed a superhero. As he spoke, he casually tossed the paper bearing Nigel Price's name before a staff member. "Deliver this to his family, and inform them it is a small gift from me." Turning his attention back to the dossier, Lincoln continued, "Let me see if you also possess the capacity for wrongdoing, so that I may punish the wicked and uphold virtue." "I am sorry I was wrong." Before Lincoln could finish his statement, another superhuman raised both hands and knelt, saying, "I regret my previous inaction. I repent for my behavior." Lincoln glanced at him, retrieving his file. "What have you done?" A pained expression crossed the face of the man named Lenny. "During a hostage rescue, I inadvertently caused the death of a hostage." "Inadvertently?" "It was not an accident. I acted deliberately," Lenny declared. "He was my middle school classmate who bullied me. So I killed him." His honesty was striking. "You may leave now, scum." "Thank you. Thank you," Lenny responded with a lack of dignity, hastily fleeing through the door. Witnessing the fates of both the defiant warrior and the submissive coward, all the superhumans comprehended their predicament. None wished for death, especially as they were a group of extraordinary beings. With their unique attributes, they could lead lives far superior to those of ordinary people, and soon, one after another, they began to kneel. Lincoln paused in his perusal of documents, observing the cacophony of surrender. A smirk curling at the corners of his lips. A bunch of spineless wretches, begone. His voice resonated like a melodic pardon, without a hint of hesitation. Everyone surged toward the exit, save for the staff member clutching the Nigel Price dossier, who stood frozen before the ice sculpture. In truth, there was another, the staff member previously responsible for Lincoln, who had been forcibly detained by him through a biological force field. The invisible barrier constrained her tightly, and the terror etched on her face surpassed that of all others. As Lincoln descended, his black attire disintegrating, he released the force field. "Look, we have plenty of time now. The question of wasting time is moot. Wouldn't you agree?" Jessica gazed at Lincoln, her heart racing, overwhelmed by an uncontrollable panic, even forgetting the subsequent procedures. Understanding her unspoken distress, Lincoln kindly took the folder from her hands and led the way inside. It was only when his figure began to fade from view that Jessica subconsciously followed suit. She could not fathom why she did not flee. Perhaps, she thought, following him was the right choice. The Walter Corporation operated as a consortium of superheroes, not only managing the elite superhero team known as the Super Seven, but also a plethora of individual and collective heroes. Band heroes, religious heroes, and those from various other domains were all part of the diverse enterprise that Walter Group engaged in. This time, they sought not to recruit members for the Super Seven, but rather to select reserve personnel. Both superheroes and superhumans were eligible for this selection process, which would not yield immediate benefits. It merely indicated that in the future, Walter Corporation would prioritize those selected over others. Essentially, it served as an initial screening. Walter Corporation's intentions were noble, aiming for a more stable means of securing profits for the group. However, with Lincoln's emergence, all plans were rendered null. Within the interview room, the soundproof environment ensured that the interviewers remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Upon catching sight of Lincoln, the chief examiner furrowed his brow and gestured to Jessica. She understood this to mean she should escort the next candidate, yet there was no one left. Jessica discreetly gestured, and then a flash of crimson light darted before her. Bang! The explosive spray of blood splattered upon her, causing her body to tremble violently. She shakily wiped away the filth before her eyes and then beheld Lincoln's grim expression directed at the remaining two proctors. Do you know what I despise the most? Racists. Tell me, are you racists? No, certainly not. Covered in blood, the two proctors, sensing a fleeting warmth from the depths of dread, were rendered motionless under Lincoln's piercing gaze. When Lincoln inquired about the odor, his brow furrowed, and he rose abruptly. Did I pass? Upon hearing the question, the two proctors nodded fervently. Yes, you have. A smirk of amusement flickered at the corner of Lincoln's mouth before his battle attire reemerged. Bang! Another explosion resonated as the concrete ceiling shattered, and Lincoln's figure vanished into the sky. Only then did the trembling Jessica exhale a sigh of relief, collapsing weakly against the wall, while the two proctors on the chairs wore expressions of fortunate survival. They exchanged silent glances, their meaning unmistakable. In the water building, Edgar, the president of WWII Group, wore a grim visage as he reviewed the documents presented by his subordinates. Name, Lincoln abilities, heat vision, frost breath, high-speed flight, steel body, telekinesis, etc. Details, killed multiple superhumans, including Nigel Price, forced all to kneel, eliminated the chief examiner, disrupted the selection process. Placing the documents back on the desk, Edgar cast a resentful glare at Madeline Stivell, who was responsible for superhero affairs. Can you enlighten me on where this individual has emerged from? Why had I never heard of such a level of superhuman prior to this? His anger was palpable, merely from the written and video records. Edgar was convinced that Lincoln's capabilities were on par with those of the Homeland's elite. The fact that such a being, who should have been under strict surveillance or even containment, had gone unnoticed until today was a grave oversight. Stivell stared at the documents on the table, uncertain of how to respond. After several faltering attempts, she tentatively spoke. I only discovered the anomaly when the personnel department handed me the information. So you were entirely unaware that the group's intelligence had fallen behind? Edgar regarded Stivell with a calm, yet piercing gaze. You must comprehend that this constitutes a potentially lethal crisis. I understand, and I will immediately reinforce our efforts in this area. There will not be a next time. Edgar silently observed her, pondering his thoughts, before ultimately gesturing for Stivell to take her leave. WWII Group was not merely an enterprise dedicated to operating superheroes. It was fundamentally a pharmaceutical conglomerate. They ceaselessly research and produce the enigmatic Compound 5, conducting various experiments on humans to evaluate its efficacy. Thanks to the existence of Compound 5, a world has emerged, populated by superhumans, including the Homelander. However, their true, invaluable asset remains Compound 5 itself. While the Homelander possesses considerable worth in the eyes of the WWII Group, his value pales in comparison to that of his naturally born son. Lincoln's displayed power does not surpass that of the Homelander. Thus his worth as a superhuman in Edgar's perspective is also limited. Yet, regardless of this limited value, he cannot allow a potential superhuman capable of rivaling the Homelander to roam freely, as this could potentially inflict catastrophic damage on the core secrets of the WWII Group, an outcome he is loath to witness. After a moment of silence, he picked up the desk phone, preparing to arrange a meeting with Lincoln, but suddenly halted his actions. Meanwhile, as Edgar contemplated a conversation with Lincoln, the latter had already returned to the splendid Manhattan district, reminiscent of the vibrant Marvel universe. The towering edifice of the WWII Group loomed prominently amidst a skyline filled with skyscrapers. Standing atop the WWII Group building, Lincoln surveyed his surroundings, ultimately fixating on a nearby skyscraper surrounded by ample greenery. A powerful sonic boom reverberated through the Manhattan skyline, causing everyone to instinctively gaze upwards at Lincoln, whose cape billowed behind him, resembling a deity, a superhero. What would he be up to? Is he capturing criminals? Those within the building chosen as Lincoln's target could clearly discern his figure, and Edgar, situated within the water building, observed with keen clarity. After a moment of contemplation, he set down the phone, eager to witness Lincoln's intentions. Under the gaze of the masses, Lincoln extended his hand, fingers splayed wide, and a cacophony of shattering echoed in everyone's ears. The mirror space activated, and before the occupants of the building could comprehend the unfolding events, they were transported from the realm of reality into the chaotic yet structured mirror space. Defying gravity, they floated midair, gazing in astonishment as the magnificent building disassembled before their eyes. My God, what is this? Am I dreaming? How is this possible? This must be an illusion. Is this what a superhero can accomplish? Curious individuals extended their hands, attempting to touch the barrier seemingly constructed from shards of glass. The solid sensation unmistakably confirming the barrier's impenetrability. Others dared to experiment with the continuously distorting architecture, only to be swept away, disintegrated into oblivion. This was a realm untraversed by the people of this world, a perilous domain filled with danger. The operations within the mirrored space adhere to the mathematical principles of nature. In reality, gazing upon the now desolate edifice, a golden-hued spatial reduction array manifested in Lincoln's palm. Chapter 83, A Show of Authority. As the spell to lift spatial restrictions unfolded, a colossal structure emerged at the heart of the vacant skyscraper, eliciting terror among the citizens of Manhattan. The museum building, weighing hundreds of thousands of tons, plummeted from the sky like a meteor, accompanied by a thunderous roar that swept through the air, ruffling the hair of those on the streets below. Casting a shadow that obscured the sun, the ominous mass hurtled towards the empty rooftop of the skyscraper. The Manhattanites, who had been staring in a daze at Lincoln, erupted into chaos. In the next moment, a cacophony of screams erupted, transforming the once orderly street teeming with traffic into a frenzied mass, as people scrambled to distance themselves from the imminent collision. Edgar instinctively felt the urge to flee, but upon realizing his position, he understood that even with wings, escape was futile. Thus, he resolved to maintain a calm demeanor, at least preserving some semblance of grace in the face of death. Suspended in the air, the massive museum descended with a resounding crash. Before the resilient vibranium alloy, the reinforced concrete crumbled like mere tofu, disintegrating upon contact. The sound of shattering walls resonated as steel rebar twisted and tons of rock plummeted earthward. As the colossal stones fell like a torrential downpour, the already frantic crowd's screams intensified. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked through the air. The crowd, which had been in a frenzy, was abruptly silenced. The enormous boulders, cascading from the sky like meteors, vanished as if swallowed by a portal to another dimension. Under the control of the biological force field, the area designated by Lincoln for the museum's placement remained untouched, devoid of any tremors, save for the continuous, thunderous crashes. The world seemed to warp in that moment. Staring in bewilderment at the sci-fi spectacle of the museum settling into place, all witnesses were left in a stupor. From the homeless beggars on the streets to the lofty social elite, their perceptions of society and self were irrevocably reshaped at that instant. A towering structure, hundreds of meters high and weighing tons, had crumbled and been replaced before their very eyes, obliterating their previous understanding of superhuman capabilities. When those ensnared in the mirrored space were released by Lincoln into the realm of reality, the spectators remained in a state of disbelief. It was not merely their notions of superhumanity that had been shattered. Edgar, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, also found his understanding dismantled. Contemplating the building that had risen in mere minutes before him, Edgar fell into deep reflection. He began to ponder whether the development of Compound 5 within the Walter Group had been overly conservative, or if the limits of superhuman potential extended far beyond their current comprehension. Behold Lincoln's performance, even when pitted against all the superhumans in the annals of the Water Corporation, is overwhelmingly superior, distinctly beyond comparison. This situation is evidently amiss. Either Lincoln is the anomaly, or they are. There must be a discrepancy. Edgar's intuition leans towards the latter, suggesting that they themselves are the irregularity, as this would affirm that the fifth compound harbors greater secrets and potential worth exploring. If it were the former, the implications would be dire. In Manhattan, New York's preeminent central business district and the most significant economic and cultural hub in the United States, a building was shattered before the gaze of the public and replaced with a new structure, inciting frustration among all, including the CIA. However, after Lincoln transported them to a single room in a mere 30 seconds, silence enveloped them. They chose to disregard the incident as though it had never transpired. The existence of the Patriots alone instilled enough trepidation, while Lincoln embodied a presence that inspired genuine fear. Possessing the ability to dismantle high-level commands in 30 seconds and having executed a prior operation, Lincoln's threat level surpassed that of the Patriots, who had yet to manifest their power in practice. Who would wish for death? No one desires demise. Thus, they opted to feign blindness, deafness, muteness, and foolishness. In short, survival was paramount. In stark contrast to the concrete edifice of the Marvel Universe, Lincoln's new collection hall employs an abundance of vibranium and other high-strength, precious materials. The formula for Edelman alloy poses a challenge for humanity, yet it is no obstacle for Lincoln. With the ability to visually inspect atomic-level special combinations, even through exhaustive methods, Lincoln can validate various vibranium alloys. Edelman alloy, Edelman biological alloy, organic vibranium materials, or any other substances Lincoln wishes to acquire. The main structure of the new collection hall is constructed entirely from high-strength rigid alloys, while the interior is filled with color-changing resilient materials. Every seemingly inconspicuous area, from the external walls to the internal tiled surfaces, is infused with vibranium. Even the display case, which merely appears to be glass, is composed of a transparent material blended with vibranium, rendering it unbreakable. Without Lincoln's consent, no one can remove anything from his display. Buildings with metallic components often possess immense mass. Yet due to vibranium's density being merely 1/3 that of steel, it aligns closely with reinforced concrete, resulting in a harmonious balance. This futuristic skyscraper stands quietly amidst a green expanse. Even a distant glance reveals its valuable attributes and technological essence. Lincoln, fond of amusement, has thus incorporated some unique designs into the new edifice. The first floor is rather unremarkable, featuring only a reception area, a few elevators, and stairs leading to higher levels. While the true entertainment venue begins on the second floor. The cacophonous nightclub occupies the second floor, while the third floor is dedicated to a fitness and leisure area, complete with various sports and sauna facilities. The fourth floor serves as an amusement center, the fifth as a culinary haven, and the sixth, the final publicly accessible level, is transformed into a theater and auditorium. This simple 6-story edifice encapsulates nearly every conceivable form of entertainment. One can indulge in drinking and singing, enjoy theatrical performances, witness fashion shows, and appreciate art. This magical 6th floor caters to all recreational desires. It is only from the 7th floor onward that the true repository of collections begins. Lincoln has meticulously arranged various display cases on each level, preparing for any future requirements. The concrete structure may appear unremarkable, lacking any commendable attributes, yet this building, wholly conceived by Lincoln, stands as a genuine museum of collections. As for its name, Lincoln whimsically dubbed it the Dimension Building. The emergence of the Dimension Building has captivated everyone's attention, though in truth, there is little to commend. For the average individual remains utterly unaware of Lincoln's identity. They simply recognize the Dimension Building as an enchanting locale, a miraculous place where one can find all forms of entertainment within its 6 floors. Those who revel here marvel at the splendor of the Dimension Building, for with just a few steps, they can traverse into different realms of amusement. However, to Edgar, this is sheer extravagance, a waste beyond what even the most ostentatious spenders would consider. The stairs are laid with mysterious materials impervious to scientific analysis, and the most coveted spatial technologies in the world serve mere entertainment. Edgar's mind brims with a myriad of ways to better utilize these materials and technologies. Yet under Lincoln's stewardship, they are expended on the most inconspicuous of features. As he strides through the corridors, Edgar can find no other phrase to describe it than sheer profligacy. Indeed, Edgar has ventured to the Dimension Building, but his purpose here is not to partake in the revelry. Rather, it is to meet with Lincoln. He is uncertain whether Lincoln's participation in the selection is driven by a genuine desire to become a superhero or other motives. Yet he has resolved to give it a try. Should he succeed in making Lincoln a member of the Super 7, the power of the Walter Group would expand to unprecedented heights. The potential benefits are so substantial that he is willing to take the risk. Guided by an attendant, Edgar arrives at an elevator restricted to the general public. The transparent lift ascends slowly, ultimately halting on the 7th floor, just below the yet-to-be-unveiled 8th floor. The spacious level is adorned with display, stands emitting a soft white glow, showcasing an array of exhibits that Edgar cannot fully comprehend. Super Soldier Serum, heart-shaped grass, vibranium veins, one of the 10 rings, the ancient Egyptian god cocoon, gravity sand, Hell's dagger. Each artifact appears unremarkable to Edgar, Yet the inscriptions detailing their functions evoke an involuntary frown upon his brow, awakening the latent potential within the human body, manipulating the currents of air, sealing the essence of ancient Egypt, and controlling gravity. All these descriptions attributed to the dagger of the Lord of Hell seemed utterly nonsensical, and the origins only deepened the mystery. The Marvel Universe? What realm is that? Could it truly be that there exists a so-called multiverse? Edgar was engulfed in confusion until the distant sound of Lincoln's footsteps pulled his thoughts back from the display case. He turned to Lincoln, greeting him. "It is a pleasure to see you, Mr. Lincoln." "I know you, Edgar," Lincoln replied, casually taking a seat and regarding Edgar with a nonchalant demeanor. "So, what brings you to me?" "I wish to invite you to join the Super 7 as a co-captain of the new team," Edgar said, smiling at Lincoln. "You possess extraordinary abilities and power. With just a slight awakening of your potential, you could become the most formidable and celebrated superhero in this world, garnering praise and the fame you desire. Everything would be within your grasp." "I'm not a patriot," Lincoln scoffed, a dismissive smile crossing his face as he looked at Edgar. "Do you think I lack fame and fortune? Who is unaware of the Dimension Tower? As for wealth, I could take any exhibit outside and recreate a conglomerate like what group? So these things hold no allure for me. And superheroes, where's the thrill in that when there are supervillains to engage with? What do you think?" Lincoln's words sent a chill down Edgar's spine. His greatest fear had materialized. Lincoln was a man unbound by restrictions, transcending all and capable of disregarding everything. If he were to become a supervillain, the What group would endure catastrophic consequences, and the future of the superhero team would become bleak. Even the Compound 5 might be at risk. Edgar's mind raced as he attempted to recall his previously prepared strategy, but before he could speak, Lincoln continued. "Generally speaking, I find little amusement in engaging with you all. However, this time, I am intrigued." So, Lincoln gestured towards a display case behind Edgar. "The Compound 5 and all its derived special compounds shall be my collectibles. I am willing to play." Upon hearing Lincoln mention the most crucial secret of the What group, Edgar instinctively sought to dismiss the proposal, but Lincoln's subsequent words rendered him speechless. "I am a collector by nature. If there is something I desire that I do not possess, there are only two scenarios. Either I willingly relinquish it, or it vanishes from this world forever." "Edgar, what do you propose to make me forfeit my interest in the Compound 5? Meeting Lincoln's intrigued gaze, Edgar fell into a momentary silence. "The Compound 5 is the company's highest secret. It cannot be disclosed lightly. I am not negotiating with you." Lincoln smiled, his gaze unwavering. "You merely need to inform me of your answer. I shall handle the subsequent matters myself." "Handle it yourself?" Even without exerting his intellect, Edgar could foresee the consequences of his refusal. The United States government could not possibly reject Lincoln's demands, and the Water Group would undoubtedly pale in comparison to this formidable coalition of interests. Edgar's eyelid twitched twice before he finally mustered the courage to speak. "I will acquiesce to your request. I shall dispatch agents to deliver Compound Number 5 and its derivatives, with the hope that they will serve solely for collection and display purposes. As for your invitation to join the Super 7, I shall not be participating." Lincoln regarded Edgar with a nonchalant demeanor and remarked, "The Super 7 require not 8 members. Thus, I shall operate as an independent commander, responsible for overseeing all superhumans and superheroes. Unless I grant permission, no one shall speak before me. Is that clear?" Edgar yearned to voice his dissent. Yet Lincoln's prior words echoed ominously in his mind. If there was something I desired yet could not attain, it could only be due to two possibilities. I willingly relinquished it, or it vanished from this world forever. Lincoln would not concede. Therefore, if Edgar rejected Lincoln's proposition, it would signify the obliteration of all superhumans and superheroes. Clearly, this was a loss the Water Group could not bear. Consequently, Edgar fixed his gaze on Lincoln, wrestling with his inner turmoil before finally nodding. "I acknowledge your authority within the American branch of the Water Group. However, I lack direct decision-making power at headquarters. Should anyone refuse, let them meet their demise." Lincoln waved dismissively, unperturbed. "A cadre of capitalists and anti-human elements conducting experiments on humans. The more they kill, the more accolades they accrue. Their lives are worth little in my eyes." Edgar discerned Lincoln's indifference towards human life, a callousness that surpassed even that of the upper echelons of the Water Group, who had long sanctioned human experimentation. He no longer doubted Lincoln's capacity for violence. And it was clear that the toll would not merely be one life or one family, but potentially a more horrifying familial extermination. With a heavy heart, Edgar nodded grimly and exited the dimensional building, his expression troubled as he hurried back to his office to ensure every detail was meticulously arranged. There could be no further missteps. Days later, at the headquarters of the Water Group in America, Lincoln stepped through the entrance only to be approached by an elderly, faded woman. "Greetings, Mr. Lincoln. I am Stivell, previously responsible for the affairs of the Super 7. I am here to facilitate the transition regarding the Super 7's matters." "Is it still the Super 7? Those 7 individuals?" Lincoln inquired. Stivell hesitated momentarily before responding with a smile. "The current members of the Super 7 are Homelander, Queen Maeve, Black Noir, A-Train, the Deep, Translucent, and Starlight. However, Starlight is currently in a semi-retired state and will soon withdraw completely, which means the actual number of active members is now 6. Lincoln nodded, comparing Stivell's information with his own knowledge and concluding that the narrative involving the Black Cloak had yet to commence, leaving room for further developments. The New York Earth Super 7 is the most significant team of superheroes, while others operate in various domains. Previously, these individuals were not under the purview of Steele, but now she has assumed responsibility for their unified management. Lincoln, of course, cannot directly oversee so many individuals. Thus, Steele's authority has been augmented in this circumstance, raising the stakes considerably. As Steele introduced Lincoln to the inner workings of the Watt Group, she arrived at the 99th floor, where the Super 7's conference room is located. This is the headquarters of the Super 7. Here, daily affairs are deliberated, as well as attendance regarding missions and, of course, matters of vested interests. Before Steele could finish her sentence, a searing gaze emanated from Lincoln's eyes. A laser beam shot through the air, striking with precision, and a pained wail echoed as the Invisible Man was forcefully propelled backward, crashing against the wall, creating a series of fissures. The carbon composite material, designed to withstand sniper fire, was utterly no match for the thermal rays. Clutching his scorched chest, the visible form of the Invisible Man was etched with agony as he looked up at Lincoln in fear, exclaiming, "I am not an intruder. I am the Invisible Man. The Invisible Man of the Super 7. "I know," Lincoln replied, approaching him and pressing his foot back onto the icy floor, pinning the Invisible Man's head down. "I simply detest the notion of a pervert who enjoys being nude, lurking beneath my very eyes. It won't happen again, I swear." The pressure on his head instilled terror in the Invisible Man, who pleaded, "I will certainly wear clothes within the Watt Tower from now on. I promise." Lincoln met the Invisible Man's gaze briefly before scoffing and lifting his foot from the man's head. However, just as the Invisible Man exhaled in relief, Lincoln delivered a sudden kick. Bang! The Invisible Man was sent flying out of the conference room door, crashing through the opposite wall, groaning in pain. Observing the closed door that concealed the Invisible Man's nudity, Lincoln turned to the dazed Steele and said, "Continue." All right. Chapter 84. Collision. Had it not been for Lincoln's distinct appearance and abilities, which diverged entirely from those of Homelander, Steele might have mistaken him for a second Homelander. No. The pressure Lincoln exerted upon her surpassed even that of Homelander, reaching a level akin to that of the Ancestors. The information Steele reported was rather mundane, lacking any mention of what group's commercial secrets, which Lincoln had anticipated. Whether it was the Sage Grove masquerading as a psychiatric facility conducting human experiments, or the children as hospitals and orphanages established with Watt's sponsorship, Lincoln was indifferent. The superhumans were merely a collection of artificial species, biological entities altered by genetic modifications under Compound V, their genetic ceiling dictating that they could only look up to Lincoln. Who would waste excessive concern on a group of feeble beings, especially when they were merely natives of the infinite worlds, unworthy of note? However, his indifference does not imply that the Water Group can thus engage in concealment. Calmly awaiting Steele to complete his report, Lincoln reached for the stack of documents. Grasping the papers firmly with both hands, he tore them apart forcefully, producing a crisp sound. With deliberate slowness, he shredded the documents into fragments before turning his gaze to Steele. "Go inform Edgar that if he attempts to deceive me with such nonsense again, I would not hesitate to diminish this world by hundreds of thousands, if not millions." As he scattered the shredded paper before Steele like confetti, Lincoln continued, "Furthermore, after you leave, summon all members of the Super 7 to see me, even if they are deceased. I expect their bodies to be placed in the chairs of this office. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Oh, and that fellow known as the lamplighter need not come. Isn't he planning to retire? Just say he drowned while filming. Stool paused momentarily, instinctively responding, but the group has prepared a special retirement film and ceremony. Altering the plans would incur significant financial loss and diminish support. What concern is that of mine? Lincoln leaned back in his chair, hands clasped, regarding Stool with an unwavering stare. I expect you to execute my directives rather than instruct me on how to proceed. Understood? Yes, understood. Under the weight of Lincoln's calm, yet imposing gaze, Stool lowered her head, hurriedly collecting the scattered paper fragments before hastily exiting. Lincoln's demeanor remained monotonously detached, as if devoid of emotion, casting a lofty gaze upon her. The terror he instilled surpassed even that felt when facing the citizens of his homeland. With no thoughts beyond compliance with Lincoln's directives, Stool's mind was consumed by the task at hand. In the president's office, upon hearing Stool's report, Edgar's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I understand. Please notify the Super 7 to convene. In the future, refrain from preemptively reporting such matters to me. Edgar took a deep breath, recognizing it was time to make a choice. Stool's heart sank at Edgar's response. She realized that, in the face of Lincoln, both Edgar and the company he represented had recoiled, a crucial signal indicating a shift in power and the ascendance of an overwhelmingly dominant figure. In the district, according to the task report provided by the water company, the locomotive had successfully resolved the hostage situation. Before he could replenish his energy from sustenance, his phone rang. What? Return immediately? The locomotive frowned at the form he retrieved from his pocket. But according to the plan, I still need to engage in an activity to bolster my support. No longer necessary, replied the assistant, finger pressed to her temple. This directive comes directly from Miss Stool. I've heard it may pertain to a new member of the Super 7. A new member? The locomotive exhibited an air of peculiarity. Had the lamplighter not yet retired? Hence, I found it somewhat strange. The African-American assistant urged, in any case, you should return promptly. It will hardly be detrimental to you. All right, I understand, replied the locomotive. His brow furrowed. Adhering to his professional habits, he flashed a practiced smile and gestured to the crowd applauding by the roadside, before vanishing in an explosive burst of sound. Not only the locomotive, but every member of the Super 7, whether on duty or stationed within the water tower, received the summons. Their reactions to this directive varied. Yet fortunately, none chose to defy the command issued in the name of Water Corporation. Before the designated time, they entered the office in succession. The first to arrive was not a compatriot, but the clad invisible man observing Lincoln, who sat calmly in the primary seat. And feeling the searing pain from an unhealed wound in his chest, the invisible man managed to muster a fearful smile, too timid to activate his invisibility, and chose to seat himself at the farthest distance from Lincoln. Facing Lincoln, who had intended to eliminate him at their first encounter, the invisible man was overwhelmed by a profound sense of terror. The silence in the room rendered the invisible man uneasy, but fortunately, this atmosphere was soon disrupted. The office door swung open once more, and the taskless Deep Sea entered. At first glance, he spotted Lincoln occupying the seat originally designated for a compatriot, and then he noticed the invisible man, who had inexplicably refrained from becoming invisible. Observing Lincoln, then the visibly apprehensive invisible man, Deep Sea's eyes widened in astonishment. Who are you? A new staff member? Deep Sea's words startled the invisible man, causing him to choke on his own saliva, followed by a series of coughs that echoed in the room. Noticing the hunched figure of the invisible man, Deep Sea quickly grasped the awkwardness of the situation. He pressed his lips together, wisely choosing silence as he took his designated seat. The third to arrive, the reticent Xian-Sei, sat quietly at his position, his gaze intermittently drifting toward Lincoln like a cold, mechanical observer. In contrast to the others, the fourth arrival, Queen Maeve, displayed a bolder demeanor. She glanced at Lincoln and remarked, "You are in the wrong seat. If a compatriot sees this, he will not be pleased." Is that so? Then that would be rather delightful, Lincoln retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Queen Maeve. Or are you suggesting that you should speak to me on his behalf? I merely wish to offer a caution, Maeve replied. Ignoring her, Lincoln continued unperturbed, prompting Maeve to shrug and settle into her own seat. I have witnessed those who attempted to challenge him before, but most met with unfortunate fates. I hope you are prepared. No sooner had Queen Maeve finished her statement than a sonic boom reverberated through the room. The blue apparition halted, and the astonished locomotive, carrying a satchel, regarded the assembly with wide eyes. "Aren't you all supposed to be on duty?" Before anyone returned, he cast a glance at Lincoln with a hint of astonishment. "Are you new? It seems the company has finally decided to take action regarding minority support. Splendid. As a superhero with a built-in label." The locomotive had always hoped the company would strengthen his association with the black community, yet his desires remained unfulfilled. Lincoln's arrival ignited within him a flicker of misguided hope, rendering him the only superhero in the office who regarded Lincoln with a semblance of delight. However, it wasn't long before the locomotive discerned something amiss. "Wait, why are you sitting in the patriotic man's seat? Have you lost your mind? I'll kill you." I certainly do not wish for a rare superhero from another minority to meet such a fate. Lincoln glanced up at the locomotive, pointing to the vacant seat. "If you don't require it, I can have someone remove it, so you need never sit again." The expression on the locomotive's face stiffened as he looked over to Ashley, who was responsible for the public relations of the Super 7, only to receive a subtle hint in return. In an instant, he felt the world shift, as if the established order had altered. Silently, he returned to his seat, waiting alongside the others for the final arrival. The second hand of the clock ticked on until, just before the minute hand reached its mark, the door swung open once more, revealing the ominous figure of the patriotic man clad in a crimson cloak. In stark contrast to his public persona, the patriotic man's expression was dark and murderous. Upon entering, he did not take a step forward but coldly declared, "Before I take action, you have 3 minutes to vacate this place. And you," his gaze locked onto Lincoln, "you are not included in that count." Without hesitation, the enigmatic figure of Noir stood and exited, followed closely by Queen Maeve and the others, until at last, the shrinking figures of the Invisible Man and Ashley completely vanished behind the slowly closing door. The room, once filled with activity, fell silent, leaving only the grim-faced patriotic man standing at the entrance and Lincoln, who remained unperturbed in his chair. "I do not care what nonsensical pact you've made with anyone. Now, get out of my seat and leave the water group. Never return to my presence. Is that all?" Lincoln toyed with the pen on the table, a playful smile gracing his face. "I expected you to say you'd kill me directly. That might earn you a modicum of respect for me." At this, the patriotic man's demeanor darkened further, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "You're courting death, am I?" Lincoln set down the pen, bracing himself against the chair as he stood. "It appears you truly desire this chair. Why not show me just how much you covet it?" The patriotic man ceased speaking, and crimson light ignited in his pupils. The next moment, he surged toward Lincoln like a bolt of lightning. The searing thermal rays, potent enough to sever steel, struck Lincoln without any obstruction, transforming into a cascade of radiant light that danced around him. "Is this all there is?" Lincoln mused, glancing at the thermal rays that impacted his biological force field with a mocking smile. "I expected you to be a bit stronger. How could this be? I'm the strongest. The strongest." As he beheld Lincoln, who exhibited no sign of pain or injury beneath the onslaught of thermal rays, the deranged laughter of the patriot froze. A flicker of disbelief crossed his face, which was swiftly replaced by a grotesque and twisted expression. An even more dazzling and scorching wave of thermal rays surged forth, akin to a tangible tide. The shockwave generated by the collision of the thermal rays and the biological force field rippled throughout the room, capable of tearing apart anything it touched. The Patriot's once unstoppable thermal rays, formidable in the eyes of other superhumans, appeared no more than a child's toy before Lincoln. The escalating temperature could not even cause Lincoln to feel warmth, as he effortlessly repelled the onslaught, advancing resolutely step by step. The frenzied energy swirled around Lincoln, morphing into a crimson vortex that spun incessantly. With Lincoln nearly upon him, the Patriot roared in fury and unleashed a devastating punch. Impossible! The room echoed with a dull thud as the crimson light in his eyes extinguished. Gazing at his fist ensnared by Lincoln, the Patriot's body began to tremble. Desperately, he siphoned energy from within, attempting to thrust his fist forward, yet before Lincoln, he could not even move at a single atom. Impossible! Impossible! The Patriot gasped like a bull, his face contorted with a rage-filled grimace. "I am the strongest. I am the strongest. I am a patriot." He howled in madness, delivering another punch that could rend the air. The mightiest thermal rays failed to breach his defenses, and the pride he took in his strength and speed was utterly crushed. An overwhelming sense of rage and humiliation consumed the entirety of the Patriot's mind. Unable to accept that he was no longer the strongest superhuman, he bellowed in his frenzy, striving to free himself from Lincoln's grasp. But as the colossal biological force field pressed down, his body began to hunch. Grasping the Patriot's fist, Lincoln layered the biological force field upon him, an immense strength cascading like mountains upon the Patriot. Gradually his knees buckled, despite every cell in his body exerting utmost power. Despite his body and will quaking in defiance, he found no resistance against absolute strength. Lincoln deliberately slowed his movements, allowing the Patriot's form to descend inch by inch until he ultimately knelt heavily upon the ground, at which point a fierce crimson light surged in his eyes. In the incredulous gaze of the Patriot, Lincoln's fervent stare instantaneously tore through his uniform and flesh. A gory wound was carved into his chest, and Lincoln, with both hands, grasped his ribs to forcibly pry them apart, revealing the pulsating heart within. "So this is what your heart looks like." As he spoke, he reached out to seize the Patriot's crimson heart. With merely a gentle pressure of his fingers, the Patriot's body trembled violently. The high-pressure blood surged through his veins. His complexion flushed crimson, and veins bulged. "No, please. What are you afraid of? Touching your heart?" Lincoln chuckled, gently plucking the Patriot's heart from its vessel. An orange-yellow halo encircled the heart's blood vessels, and in the horror-stricken gaze of the Patriot, Lincoln extracted the organ. The hollow sensation in his chest left the Patriot momentarily dazed, yet, upon observing the heart in Lincoln's hand, still pulsating and his own self remarkably intact, he was bewildered. "What is this?" "Merely a trivial skill," Lincoln replied with a slight smile, producing a box to secure the Patriot's heart. "I shall keep your heart safe, so you need not worry about such occurrences in the future." Bound by a biological force, the Patriot knelt, unable to move, yet fixated on the box in Lincoln's grasp. "Return my heart." "I shall, but not at this moment," Lincoln retorted, stowing the box away and releasing the biological force that restrained the Patriot. "Now, let me witness the extent of your courage without a heart." "You." Flesh swiftly mended itself, and the Patriot was powerless to halt his body's instinctual recovery. The closing muscles and skin foretold his future as a heartless being. "What must I do to reclaim my heart?" "Just be obedient," Lincoln instructed, gesturing towards the vacant seat. "For instance, take your rightful place." The Patriot glared at Lincoln, fury building within, yet ultimately, under Lincoln's playful scrutiny, he capitulated, relinquishing his long-held position and seated himself upon a chair he had never occupied before. What transpired in the office on the 99th floor remained a mystery. But as the door swung open once more, the onlookers, treading amidst the disarray, beheld the Patriot seated in a chair not rightfully his. An understanding dawned upon them. The era of the Patriot had come to a close. Their gazes towards Lincoln were laden with astonishment. The might of the Patriot had deeply entrenched itself in their hearts, for even a mere glance could instill fear. Yet now, this seemingly invincible figure had succumbed. Yes, he had lost. All believed that only a complete and utter defeat could place the Patriot in a position unbefitting him. They had once feared only one Patriot, but now, the figure seated in the principal chair appeared far more perilous and terrifying. Queen Maeve and her companions were oblivious to the true nature of Lincoln. Yet, as they beheld him seated upon the throne, the invisible man felt a wave of terror wash over him. His mind was plagued by the haunting image of the foot that had once rested upon his head, causing his body to tremble ever so slightly. He was on the brink of death beneath the foot of this figure, more fearsome than any from his homeland. All due to the triviality of being unclothed, a matter so insignificant that even his compatriots had never deemed it worthy of attention. Overwhelmed with a profound sense of awe, the invisible man yearned to flee, yet he found himself unable to move, resigned to sit alongside the others and listen to the announcements made by the facilitator, Ashley, regarding Lincoln's affairs. For instance, the arrangement of the position of commander, which loomed over the entire Super 7. Chapter 85. Reprimand. The role of commander raised doubts in the hearts of all, yet under Lincoln's formidable presence, they could scarcely voice any inquiries, leaving the office with their questions unasked. Once the others had departed, Ashley presented a file she had discreetly placed beneath her documents to Lincoln. This is our proposal for selecting new heroes to join the Super 7. Please review it. Finding the presentation tedious, Lincoln dismissed the file with a mere flick of his hand, stating, "Proceed according to your proposal. Retain a backup of the rest, and handle the remainder as you see fit." His sweeping delegation of authority left Ashley momentarily stunned. Only as Lincoln made his exit did she belatedly take the file back into her possession and follow him out. The water tower not only served as the office for the water group, but also as the residence for the Super 7. However, Lincoln would undoubtedly not reside in such a place. Upon returning to the Dimension Tower, which he had established, Lincoln surveyed the indulgent figures before him and, glancing at the compound number 5 displayed in the showcase, a smile crept upon his lips. Under Lincoln's leniency, the operations of the water group continued as before. Yet, his arrival had induced notable changes in the underground black market, which thrived on the existence of superhumans. The most affected entity was likely the clandestine nightclub, originally designed to cater to the whims of those superheroes and villains. The nightclub served as a private venue where those of the super-delinquent ilk could unabashedly reveal their true selves. Heroes who publicly decried homosexuality could indulge their desires with multiple partners. Maintaining a fa of virtue before ordinary citizens, they could mock and scorn those who supported them. The nightclub was a stark representation of the sordid underbelly, encapsulating the dark histories of these super-delinquents. The water group had previously wielded considerable influence here, but the emergence of the Dimension Tower had dealt a severe blow to this industry. Lincoln's identity and abilities remain largely unknown to the public. However, those affiliated with the WWII group, a cadre of superheroes, possess some inkling of his significance. The owner of the Dimensional Tower is a man endowed with astounding power and status within the WWII group. Consequently, following the initial supervillain's indulgence in the conveniences and secrecy offered by the Dimensional Tower, a veritable throng of metahumans flocked to it, save for those unfortunate souls barred from entry due to their substance abuse. As night descended, ordinary citizens reveled in the pleasures of nightlife, while the fallen heroes, having shed their superhero facades, commenced their debauched existence within the private chambers of the Dimensional Tower. The streets of Manhattan glittered with lights, yet the throngs of people appeared sparse. Huey trailed closely behind Billy Butcher, his face and eyes betraying palpable anxiety. "Is this the Dimensional Tower? Are you out of your mind?" "I'm not insane. You merely need to follow me," Billy replied, casting a sidelong glance at Huey before striding into the building. The decline of the once thriving nightclub in the alley had deprived him of crucial intelligence channels, yet his gaze soon refocused on the newly emerged Dimensional Tower. Lincoln had opened the 6 lower floors to the management of ordinary individuals, transforming it into a hub for information exchange. He was aware that a diverse array of individuals infiltrated his building under various pretenses, probing and gathering disparate information. Yet, he remained indifferent. The floors beneath the 6th served solely as venues for amusement, unless someone posed a threat of destruction to the edifice. He harbored no interest in the machinations of those scheming individuals. With a mix of bewilderment and trepidation, Huey accompanied Billy as they ascended to the 6th floor. After navigating the labyrinthine corridors for a moment, Billy halted before an unmarked door. He rapped on the door, prompting the staff members monitoring the supervillains within to exchange glances before rising to open it. In the next instant, Billy slipped inside, producing his credentials from his pocket to present before them. "CIA, I need to review your surveillance footage." Billy's credentials were authentic, and his eccentricity lent them further credibility. The staff exchanged glances once more before returning to their seats in front of the monitors. "Unless you possess a search warrant, do not expect to take anything from here." "Rest assured, I merely wish to take a look," Billy replied with a slight smirk, guiding Huey to the screen. "Has the train wreck been here recently?" With Billy's assistance, Huey ultimately beheld the scene that ignited his fury. The train wreck, the very entity that had reduced his girlfriend to a mere puddle of flesh, exhibited no semblance of guilt or remorse. Instead, he recounted the tragedy as a jest among friends. In that instant, Huey resolved firmly. The train wreck would indeed pay for his actions, without fail. Fueled by a heart brimming with indignation, Billy departed from the building, intent on exploiting the naivety of the unsuspecting Huey. However, the 2 hasty figures failed to notice Lincoln, who wore a faint smile on the upper levels of the unapproachable Dimensional Tower. Everything within the tower lay firmly within his grasp. The flow of information transpired solely with his tacit approval. He possessed the ability to discern any matter, even without the aid of superhuman senses. As he observed Billy and Huey gradually receding into the distance, Lincoln rose, stretching languidly. At last, something intriguing is about to unfold. I have awaited this moment for far too long. The thought of exterminating superheroes lacked any semblance of amusement. It was far more entertaining to incite ordinary individuals to carry out such deeds. As for whether Lincoln felt remorse for a cadre of despicable beings, he dismissed the notion. Let them perish. The world would undoubtedly be a better place without them. Golden patterns shimmered as Lincoln lightly pressed his foot down, a gust of wind swirling around him, causing his figure to vanish from the skies above Manhattan. In the dead of night, after escorting Huey back to his forlorn abode, Billy returned to his own room, staring in silence at the documents spread before him. He had deceived Huey. The patriotic man was no saint, but rather a scoundrel who had violated his wife and caused her disappearance. He had never relinquished his pursuit of her whereabouts, and the patriotic man represented the most direct connection to that quest. As he pondered how best to proceed with his plans, a whisper-like footfall suddenly echoed in his ear. He turned alertly, only to find Lincoln emerging from the shadows, prompting him to instinctively draw his firearm. A superhero? Superhero? I am not, Lincoln chuckled, raising a finger in a gesture of caution. I strongly advise you to lower your weapon. Otherwise, you may never have another opportunity to uncover the fate of your wife. Becca. You know Becca? Upon hearing Lincoln's words, Billy's eyes widened in disbelief. He barely registered the remainder of Lincoln's statement, rushing toward him with his gun drawn. What else do you know? Tell me. Without flinching, Lincoln allowed Billy to lunge at him, effortlessly causing him to tumble to the ground in a heap. As Billy scrambled to rise, Lincoln gazed down at him with an enigmatic smile. What joy is there in spoilers compared to the thrill of discovery? Thus, I believe it would be best for you to uncover the secrets you seek on your own. Billy glared at Lincoln, ready to unleash a torrent of profanities. But before he could utter a word, Lincoln seized him by the hair and slammed his head onto the table. Bang! The wooden surface shuddered, and utensils clattered as Lincoln firmly grasped Billy's head. Are you familiar with the method by which those in India catch fish? With the cold blade glinting ominously before him, Billy gasped and replied, Yes, that's their technique for processing large fish. So, are you planning to process me? You make a valid point, but I am aware of another interpretation. Lincoln shook his head, stating, in their quest to avoid taking lives, they could claim that the fish impaled itself upon the blade, rather than attributing the act to a human hand. Much like now, you would be asserting that you have succumbed to the blade of your own volition, with no connection to me. What do you think of such reasoning? It is utterly ludicrous. Billy's emotions gradually calmed. Then I could assert that those I have slain are merely victims of my bullets, not of my own doing. When did your ilk require such absurd justifications for committing murder? Do you endorse my actions? Speak up. What do you truly intend to do? Billy gazed at the blade before him, fingers splayed as he relinquished his grip on the pistol. You have spared my life, which must mean I still hold some value to you. Pray tell, what do you wish of me? I have heard you plan to cause trouble for the Super 7. Where did you hear that? Lincoln's response was met with a counter-question from Billy, prompting Lincoln to thrust Billy's head against the table, pushing it closer to the blade. The searing pain from the friction ignited Billy's awareness as he recognized Lincoln's intent. Yes, do you wish to join us? The blade drew nearer, heightening the ache on Billy's face. As Lincoln finally spoke, share your plan. Lincoln's ruthless demeanor compelled Billy to open his mouth, divulging every detail of his current scheme. Faced with the man who understood his true motives, Billy temporarily abandoned his pretenses. Having clarified his stance, Lincoln released Billy, allowing him to rise once more. You are fortunate. I do not intend to disclose your plan to anyone, so you may continue your endeavors against the Super 7 with your little friends. Billy rubbed his reddened cheek. What are your demands? Demands? I have none, Lincoln chuckled heartily. I merely wish for you to understand that someone is observing you. Thus, do not fixate solely on the patriotic man. You might find amusement in troubling other supervillains as well. I enjoy a good spectacle. With that, he waved his hand and vanished without a trace. After scanning the surroundings, Billy finally slumped back into his chair, realizing that he had no path of retreat left. Lincoln's abrupt appearance had severed his final avenue of escape. He could either risk disappearing entirely by confronting the Watt group for reconciliation or proceed down a darker path. Unlike before, his ambitions were no longer singularly focused on the patriotic man, but now extended to a multitude of other superheroes. While his previous strategy need not be wholly discarded, minor adjustments were certainly in order. Lincoln held a particular disdain for certain individuals, especially the Invisible Man. He had always restrained his supervision to avoid the sight of naked men flaunting their assets before him. Yet, this equilibrium was shattered by the Invisible Man's antics, truly infuriating. He did not kill the Invisible Man, not out of forgiveness, but with the intention of sending him to Billy and the others to test their mettle. To slay a superhuman was merely an appetizer. He had far more entertaining plans in store for Billy and the Super Seven. The following day, at Billy's insistence, Huey entered the Water Group headquarters equipped with a listening device. Nervously glancing around, he inadvertently collided with a floating suit. The solid impact startled Huey, and upon seeing the garment hovering before him, he instantly recognized its owner, the Invisible Man. The unexpected encounter with a member of the Super Seven heightened Huey's anxiety, causing him to inadvertently reveal the listening device in his phone. Fortunately, no further mishaps ensued. After apologizing, signing a contract, installing the listening device, and departing, Huey returned to the car, his heart still racing. "How'd it go?" "Very well," Billy replied, his gaze fixed on the screen. "It's already operational. Now we simply await the continuous flow of the Super Six indiscretions." At the water building, Huey had left after offering his apologies, yet the locomotive remained, as Lincoln had uncharacteristically appeared in the office. "How does it feel to be a killer?" "Not particularly good," the locomotive stuttered, eliciting a derisive smile from Lincoln. "You should know what kind of person I despise, right?" "Yes, I know." The locomotive's throat tightened, his unease growing. Lincoln regarded him with a smile. "Go on. People who use drugs." "And have you?" The locomotive felt as if he were plunging into an abyss. A chilling darkness momentarily clouded his vision. He felt parched and agitated, yet maintained a facade of calm. "I have not." "Is that so?" Lincoln's amused gaze bore into him. "You should be aware that I also dislike another type of individual, those who insist on lying about matters I've already confirmed." Lincoln tossed a stack of photos onto the locomotive's desk. "You provoke both my dislike and my disdain. Tell me, how should I punish you?" Gazing at the photos, the locomotive felt a chill in his limbs, his lips trembling as he stammered, "It seems you lack sincerity, so allow me to assist you." Lincoln's voice was eerily calm, ringing in the locomotive's ears like a nightmare. In the next moment, accompanied by a bone-crunching snap, excruciating pain surged through him. With both legs fractured, the locomotive's anguished screams penetrated the steel door. Lincoln observed him with an impassive expression until his cries gradually diminished. Only then did he signal the rescue team, who had been waiting nearby. Chapter 86. I am steady. Just as ears are crucial for the blind and eyes for the deaf, the legs of the locomotive, with their extraordinary speed, were undoubtedly among his most vital assets. All of his abilities stemmed solely from his legs, and when they were fractured, it signified an impending nadir in his superhero career. Consider this. The WWII group would never permit the locomotive to appear in public leaning on crutches or confined to a wheelchair. Such a grievous injury would render him absent from the public eye for an extended period. A lack of visibility equates to dwindling support and influence, a reality that would be profoundly painful for the locomotive. At the moment his legs were shattered, a surge of anger, resentment, and anguish towards Lincoln surged within him. Yet, what purpose did it serve? The medical team hastily carried the locomotive away, while custodians swiftly cleared the blood-soaked floor. Only when the office was entirely vacated did Lincoln extract a portable listening device that had been operating smoothly beneath his desk. He uttered not a word. With a few simple clicks, he relayed the information to the Invisible Man. Moments later, the Invisible Man entered the office, his demeanor tinged with reverence. "Is there something you require of me?" "Someone has installed a listening device in the office," Lincoln stated, tossing the black listening chip before the Invisible Man. "It must have been left by that individual named Huey. I expect you to provide me with a flawless report." As the Invisible Man retrieved the slim listening device from the desk, a flicker of delight crossed his eyes. He inhaled deeply and vowed, "I shall deliver a perfect report." The report could take various forms. The Invisible Man could escalate the issue to the WWII group, enlist the help of others, or undertake the mission alone. He discerned Lincoln's disdain towards him and, from his perspective, successfully accomplishing this task independently would significantly alter Lincoln's perception of him from that of a mere voyeur to one of respect. At the very least, It would eliminate the contempt and aversion. With the listening device in hand, the Invisible Man felt as though he held the key to the future. Meanwhile, in the van, the portable listening device had only been operational for a few moments, yet it had already provided Billy and his companion with a wealth of valuable intelligence. Lincoln's calm voice became increasingly familiar to Billy, but before he could identify the appropriate comparative target, a sound from the computer jolted them both. Medication? The direct exchange between Lincoln and the locomotive left Huey and Billy in shock. The WWII group had kept the secret of Compound 5 shrouded in mystery. Even Billy had been unaware of its existence until now. Hearing the conversation between Lincoln and the locomotive, his mind flashed with images of various illicit substances. In stark contrast to Billy's contemplative state, Huey was already furiously clutching his head, disbelief etched across his face. ISNT, he a superhero? How can he possibly be taking drugs? Was it truly the medication that led him to crash and kill Luo Bin that day? How could he act in such a manner? In reality, they certainly could, and indeed did. Billy cast a sidelong glance at Huey. The water group and the Federation would assist them in tidying up all the messes. Had it not been for the bug, who would have known that the locomotive, this speedster, was merely a pathetic addict? As Billy spoke, a sudden, distinct crack echoed from the computer, causing his sister to shudder. He recognized the sound. It was the unmistakable noise of bones being brutally shattered. In the next instant, the haunting cries of the locomotive reverberated through the van. The flimsy glass and metal could hardly muffle the sound. Billy snapped the laptop shut with a resounding clap, gripping the steering wheel and speeding away. To him, the drug issue seemed trivial. Countless addicts roamed the streets of America, and it had almost become a peculiar characteristic of the locale. What truly filled him with dread was that he had finally recalled the identity of the voice's owner. Billy could swear on his life that the individual who had shattered the locomotive's legs in the water group's 99th floor office was none other than the superhuman he had encountered the previous night. He was oblivious to Lincoln's name and background, yet Lincoln seemed to know him all too well, even brazenly incapacitating a member of the Super Seven. What terrifying power was this? So overwhelming that even the fearless Billy felt his heart racing in that instant. Huey did appear somewhat like an innocent child, but Billy's drastic change was enough to capture his attention. What's wrong? You seem off. Is there something you haven't told me? It's nothing, just a minor issue. Billy replied dismissively, steering the vehicle towards the industrial area outside New York. Yet, in the next moment, a voice suddenly emerged from behind. Yes, line to you, Huey. The abrupt sound startled Huey, who turned to find Lincoln unexpectedly in the back seat, his expression filled with disbelief and panic. Meanwhile, Billy at the wheel felt a chill of horror grip his heart. He wanted to turn around, but Lincoln's voice cut in again. If you don't want to be run over by the car, you'd best keep your eyes on the road. With his neck feeling as if it were rusted and stuck like a bolt, Billy could only glimpse Hugh from the corner of his eye, trying to discern something from his face, but regrettably, he gleaned nothing. To Billy, Huey's expression held nothing but the damned shock that was plastered all over his face. He was practically a living shock generator. Wait, who are you? Huey exclaimed, bewildered and stunned, glancing at Lincoln, then back at Billy. Is he the help you brought in? How was I not aware? Observing the incredulous look on Billy's face and Lincoln's light chuckle, Huey suddenly grasped an even more critical question. How did you get here? The car doors were clearly locked. Oh, so you finally noticed that little detail? Quite the rarity. Upon hearing Huey's inquiry, Billy, the driver, could not help but exclaim, indeed, as you can see, this fellow is a superhuman. Not to mention, he just broke the legs of that black fellow at the locomotive. Huey, taken aback, stared blankly at Billy, then glanced at Lincoln, his pupils dilating visibly as if by some trick of magic. He shouted in a panicked tone, "Stop the car. Are you trying to get us killed?" Billy disregarded him, using one hand to push Huey back into his seat. Be quiet and listen to what he intends to do. It proved somewhat challenging to manage a teammate as inept as Huey. It took considerable effort for Billy to restore a semblance of calm. He then glanced at Lincoln in the rearview mirror and inquired, "What do you want?" "Nothing much. Just a reminder," Lincoln replied, casually crossing his legs. "You left some items in the office of the water group. It won't be long before someone comes looking for you. You noticed?" Huey blinked in astonishment. "You discovered the listening device I left behind? If he hadn't noticed, you wouldn't be seeing him now, you fool." Billy longed to lean in and vociferously challenge Huey's foolishness, yet he restrained himself. From a moment, Lincoln appeared in the van's rear compartment. Huey and his team were irrevocably entangled. Billy was certain that Lincoln's identity harbored significant issues, perhaps even greater than that accursed patriot. Just like his ordeal the previous night, from this point onward, the charming Huey had no escape. The driver maintained his silence, while Huey slowly realized he had asked a rather foolish question and hastily shifted to another query. Who will come looking for us? The water group? Unlikely. Lincoln replied with a smile, directed at Huey. From what I gather, he may be quite eager to capture you alone to claim credit for himself. If others find out, that honor will slip through his fingers. Lincoln's insinuation was blunt, yet Huey remained engulfed in silence. By the time he lifted his gaze again, Lincoln had vanished without a trace. Overwhelmed by confusion, Huey turned to Billy. Do you know who he was referring to? Billy, in agony, wished to shut his eyes. Think for a moment. Who among the current 7 is most in need of accolades? Huey hesitated. The Patriot, Queen Maeve, and Black Noir? What about Deep and the Invisible Man? Oh, and the locomotive, his leg is broken. Considering the last 2, do you really need to ponder who might be sent after us? Billy inhaled deeply. Deep rarely operates on the ground, so it must be the Invisible Man coming for us? Upon reaching this conclusion, Huey's expression soured, and he even peered out the window. What should we do? We can't possibly see the Invisible Man. Calm down, calm down. Billy reassured Huey. We are in the vehicle. He won't catch up for a while, so let's devise a small plan. Consider the weaknesses of that damned fellow. Weaknesses? The Invisible Man has no weaknesses. Huey responded with a hint of panic. He can cloak himself and transform his skin into carbon nanomaterials, impervious even to sniper fire. Invulnerable, invisible, immensely strong. Our chances of victory are non-existent. As long as one is human, there will inevitably be vulnerabilities, Billy countered. Huey's pessimism did little to sway him. He patted Huey's shoulder and continued. Instead of lamenting our inability to win, why not ponder whether we can safely extricate ourselves after encountering that man? Billy's words left Huey momentarily speechless. He stammered and then grasped Billy's arm tightly. What do you mean? My meaning is quite simple, Billy said, applying the brakes and unlocking the car door while gazing at Huey. Do you believe you can exit the vehicle after receiving a warning from the man who shattered the locomotive's leg? Billy did not complete his thought, yet Huey grasped the implication, his expression turning blank. I can reach out to the water group? He asked incredulously. An intriguing idea. Billy tilted his head. You may wish to test whether he will spare your life afterward. Huey, staring at Billy with a sense of impending despair, suddenly recalled his own harrowing experiences from the previous night, causing a smirk to form on Billy's lips. He tossed the laptop into Huey's lap and restarted the car. Time is of the essence. I suggest you contemplate carefully what weaknesses the Invisible Man might possess. Huey hesitated, but ultimately, with a resigned sigh, opened his notebook and began searching the engine for answers. Invisible, carbon nanomaterials, immense strength, he muttered, typing in a flurry of keywords. Gradually, a bold idea sparked in his mind. Electricity. Later that evening, in a makeshift base resembling a warehouse at the fishing port, Billy eyed Huey skeptically. Are you certain this will work? Absolutely, Huey replied, his thick rubber shoes creating ripples in the shallow water beneath him with every casual movement. I have watched interviews with the Invisible Man. His carbon nanomaterial skin is impervious to blades and bullets, yet it conducts electricity. While bullets may not kill him, electricity will surely be effective. To remain completely invisible, he cannot wear clothing, and the presence of water here at the port is entirely plausible. With water as his weapon, Huey was prepared to deliver a thorough electric treatment at the critical moment, confident that the Invisible Man could never seize him. In the warehouse, the two lay in silent ambush, their eyes fixed on the only 2 openings, waiting for the precise moment to pull the lever. Outside the dock, the naked, cloaked Invisible Man gazed up at the darkened port where ships were anchored. Here, of all places. Is it because the port is near the sea, yet not within the deep ocean's reach? This lights-out tactic is rather clever, but alas, it has met its match. The Invisible Man wore a faint smirk. His disdain for ordinary people and the arrogance of being a superhuman rendered him oblivious to the numerous adversities within the dock environment as he strode confidently forward. Inside the surveillance room, the duty officer, fixated on the monitor, suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, collapsing onto the desk, while the mouse inexplicably began to move, manipulating the surveillance footage. Moments later, an unseen hand swung open the door and vanished into the outside world, guided by the surveillance. The Invisible Man ultimately halted at the entrance of the warehouse chosen by Huey and his companion, bending down to gently pry open a narrow gap beneath the warehouse, from which a beam of tightly concealed light suddenly emerged, rendering the previously indistinct voices within much clearer. Listening to the conversation between Billy and his companion inside the warehouse, a triumphant smile spread across the Invisible Man's face. He was in control. Chapter 87. Inside the warehouse, Billy and his companion meticulously secured all points of entry and exit. While outside, the Invisible Man remained utterly still. Maintaining his invisibility seemed instinctual to him. Even a continuous 24-hour invisibility would incur no expenditure of energy. He believed there was no need to take the risk of entering the warehouse. All he had to do was keep watch. Sooner or later, Billy and his companion would emerge and separate, and that would be his opportunity. As time ticked away, the movement of the hands on the clock became increasingly apparent. At last, Billy and his companion recognized the crux of the problem. Just as Huey had feared, the nature of the Invisible Man's abilities ensured that they could not ascertain his precise location, and the carbon-based ultra-advanced material of his skin rendered infrared detection ineffective. They had set up various measures within the warehouse to counter the Invisible Man, yet the outcome was that he need not step into their trap at all. Given the influence of the Invisible Man and the water group, even if he were to ambush them from behind on the street during the day, he could easily justify it as a superhero act. Their strategy had been misguided from the outset. Realizing this, Huey frustratedly grasped his own hair, while Billy gazed up at the ceiling, then seized Huey by the collar. "This is the ridiculous plan you proposed, and I foolishly went along with you." "What now?" Huey asked, somewhat bewildered. "We can't stay here indefinitely. My family will worry," he added. "Worry about you?" Billy shot a glare at Huey, glancing at the tightly shut warehouse door, and whispered harshly, "If we don't eliminate that damned Invisible Man, your family will stop worrying about your disappearance altogether. They'll see your picture on your tombstone every day of the year. Do you understand?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, panic etched itself onto Huey's face. "Then what are we supposed to do now?" Billy circled the warehouse a few times, finally fixing his gaze on Huey, his voice low and serious. "We'll resort to a feigned injury, Huey." Under Billy's piercing gaze, Huey suddenly felt a foreboding sense of dread. He pointed at himself, disbelief etched across his features. "You want me to be the bait? Is there no alternative?" Billy looked at Huey and retorted, "Are you suggesting that I should play the decoy and wait for the Invisible Man to ambush me while you stand there like a fool, unsure of how to wield the electric baton?" "An electric baton?" Huey responded, "Yes, I could wield one. We could each have one." His answer was a resolute, "Absolutely not." Billy let out a cold laugh, grasping the black electric baton as he said, "Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to obtain this lethal device? No one knows whether a standard electric baton would be effective against the Invisible Man. We must not raise any alarms." He refrained from voicing the latter thought, yet the implication in his eyes was unmistakable. Huey shouted in frustration, watching Billy secure the hefty black baton at his waist. "Excellent, just like that." Billy nodded at Huey's outburst, sweeping everything from the table to the floor in one aggressive motion before gesturing towards the warehouse's entrance. "Now leave in anger. Do not fret. I shall keep an eye on you from behind." Billy's violent actions shattered the already fragmented emotions within Huey. He sidestepped the scattered debris on the ground, gazing at Billy in silence before surrendering with a shrug and turning away. Stepping outside the warehouse alone, the sea breeze swept in from the distant waters, and the dock's lights flickered dimly against the night sky. Huey's eyes darted nervously around, persistently sensing an invisible pair of eyes lurking in the shadows behind or beside him. Uncertain of whether it was a person or a phantom, an anxious turmoil stirred within him, causing him to tighten his clothing as he quickened his pace towards home, muttering, God bless, God bless." Inside the warehouse, as he watched Huey's silhouette fade into the distance, Billy extinguished the lights and followed suit. However, unlike Huey, he did not walk. Instead, he swiftly drove away in his car. At the dock, the Invisible Man allowed the sea breeze to pass through the crevices of his attire, observing the tightly secured warehouse doors from afar. The sound of the iron gates rolling open echoed in the stillness of the dock, while the orange-yellow glow illuminated the chaos within the warehouse as Huey hastily departed, soon followed by the roar of an engine. Gazing at the retreating taillights of the vehicle, The Invisible Man hesitated for a moment before sprinting in the direction Huey had taken. Compared to the likes of the Zugaran or the mysterious forces, the Invisible Man possessed little more than the invisibility granted by his carbon-based skin and an immunity to weaponry, lacking even considerable strength. He knew he could not catch up to Billy's car, so his sole target was the solitary Huey. At the dock, feeling an ominous presence trailing behind him, Huey quickened his pace. Yet, no matter how fast he moved, it seemed whatever pursued him only accelerated further. Thus, a frantic cycle ensued, culminating in Huey breaking into a full sprint across the dock, heedless of everything as he raced towards the distant street. As he sprinted forward, the previously concealed figure trailing closely behind him could not help but accelerate as well. The Invisible Man, entirely unclad, dashed across the cement ground, the air swirling around him in a manner reminiscent of a youthful wind chaser. "Damn it, I'll make you pay," he seethed with fervor. Unbeknownst to Huey, the Invisible Man harbored an even deeper resentment, surging forth from the dock like a bolt of lightning. Upon reaching the embankment, he bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. "Surely, I've shaken him off now," he mused, glancing over his shoulder. In the next moment, a gust of wind rushed toward him. Bang! An unseen iron fist struck Huey squarely in the face. With a single blow, blood gushed from his mouth and nose. The searing pain brought tears to his eyes, rendering him incapable of shouting, and his legs faltered, causing him to stumble backward and collapse onto the ground. Fear etched across his face. "Show yourself. Get out here. I've always been right in front of you." The voice of the Invisible Man suddenly echoed in his ear, just as Huey turned in terror. He was yanked by his hair and lifted off the ground. "Tell me, who the hell instructed you to place the surveillance device? Speak." The agony of his scalp being pulled rendered Huey numb. He grasped his hair with one hand while flailing with the other. I'll tell you. It's the Bureau, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The FBI?" The Invisible Man scoffed, delivering another heavy punch to Huey's body. "Fuck you. Do you think I'll believe your bullshit lies? Tell me who sent you." The Invisible Man surveyed the surroundings before seizing a stone from the roadside. "I'll smash your skull with this rock." As the stone hovered ominously in the air, terror filled Huey's eyes, and he stumbled backward. "I've already told you. It really is the FBI. He has credentials. Who the hell cares?" The Invisible Man roared. "I only know you're deceiving me. You scoundrel." He advanced step by step, a cold smile creeping across his face as he raised the stone high, aiming it at Huey sprawled on the ground. Just as he was about to bring it crashing down, the thunderous roar of an engine approached rapidly from the distance. Elated at the sight of the rapidly advancing headlights, Huey scrambled to the side, while sheer terror filled the Invisible Man's gaze. He disregarded Huey, intending to flee elsewhere, but the blood streaming from Huey's mouth and nose had marked him with a glaring red sign. Billy's gaze was fixed intently on that crimson figure in the air, and he pressed the accelerator hard as he barreled toward the Invisible Man. Boom! It felt as though he had collided with an invisible pillar. The tremendous impact left a dent in the car's front, sending the Invisible Man flying backward and shattering the glass of a nearby storefront. Amid the cacophony of breaking glass, Billy flung open the car door, retrieved a stun baton from his back, and charged into the shop. Inside the shop, the imperceptible figure, invulnerable to harm, stood up within mere seconds. The voice, shrouded in invisibility, wavered uncertainly. "Impossible. How could you possibly see me?" "I cannot see you," Billy replied, "but I can perceive other things." With his gaze lowered, Billy's peripheral vision faintly caught the bloodstains on the Invisible Man, while his direct line of sight remained steadfastly elsewhere. Billy's actions instilled immense confidence in the Invisible Man, who erupted into maniacal laughter. "You are deceiving yourself. You cannot see me at all." With that, he lunged forward, fists raised, charging at Billy. As the bloodstained figure surged through the air, a sly grin crept across Billy's lips. He deftly produced a hefty, dark baton and pressed a button. The crackling sound of electricity filled the air, and upon witnessing the flickering sparks, the Invisible Man's laughter faltered. With a resounding crackle, Billy pressed the tip of the electrified baton firmly against the Invisible Man's body, sending high-voltage currents coursing through him, creating layers of colorful, translucent ripples on his transparent surface, reminiscent of soap bubbles. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Billy allowed the invisible man to convulse on the ground for a full half-minute before reluctantly retracting the electric bat. He then turned to the approaching Huey, who clutched his abdomen, and said, "Lend me a hand, would you? Help me lift him into the trunk." After tossing the unconscious and restrained invisible man into the trunk, Billy beckoned Huey to reboard the vehicle, steering towards Brooklyn. "Where are we headed?" Huey inquired. "Brooklyn," Billy replied nonchalantly. "What are we doing there?" Seeking assistance, Billy chuckled softly. "Do you really think the two of us can contend with the Water Group and the Super 7? We need to find some allies." Huey's eyes sparkled at the mention of assistance. "Can the allies you seek truly stand against the Water Group and the Super 7? Billy glanced at Huey, smacking his lips contemplatively. "Most likely they cannot." Huey was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Billy's words. If the sought allies were incapable of facing the Water Group and the Super 7, what purpose did it serve to find them? Were they merely baiting others into trouble? The WWII, Huey looked to Billy for further clarification, but Billy merely smiled serenely. "You've hit the nail on the head. I intend to draw some people into this mess. With just the two of us, our capabilities are rather limited." Huey fell silent, cautiously probing. "Your friends?" "They should be considered friends, at least for the time being," Billy replied, glancing in the rearview mirror at the trunk. "But by the time I meet him, he likely won't be regarded as such." Huey found himself utterly speechless at this revelation, leaning back and closing his eyes, realizing that his curiosity from that evening had been an utter folly. This individual before him was certainly not affiliated with the FBI. Someone who pulls others into trouble could never be an agent of the Bureau. Brooklyn, a melting pot of diverse ethnicities, presented a level of chaos that was worlds apart from the order of Manhattan. Frankie was enjoying a private moment with his girlfriend when an abrupt knocking at the door jolted him from his slumber. Groggily, he slipped on his pants and opened the door, only to be instantly awakened by the sight of Billy's grim face. "Do you have any idea what time it is?" Frankie inquired. "I do," Billy replied, nodding to the woman behind Frankie before turning his attention back to him. "However, I have something important to discuss." "What is it?" Frankie asked. "Let me show you." A few minutes later, as the trunk of the car was opened, Frankie fell silent at the sight of a figure, both translucent and opaque. Without a word, he stealthily drew his handgun from behind his waist. The Dimension Building. As a superhero, Lincoln possessed extraordinary strength and influence. Thus, finding an attractive superhuman woman was hardly a challenge for him. If necessary, he could even select the type of superhuman abilities he desired. At that moment, cradled in Lincoln's arms was a superhuman woman with the ability to generate electricity, codenamed Arc Observing Lincoln, who held a glass and gazed with a smile into the distance. Arc's curiosity piqued as she leaned closer. "What are you looking at?" she inquired. "Nothing," Lincoln replied, redirecting his gaze with practiced ease. "I was contemplating the possibility of a delightful evening between us." A charming smile played on Arc's lips as she permitted Lincoln to explore her, playfully straddling him. "What do you desire?" she teased. "Can every part of your body generate electricity?" Lincoln asked, his gaze fixed on her as his hand traveled downward. "Including this?" Arc's body quivered momentarily before she proudly declared, "Of course." "Really? I find that hard to believe," Lincoln smirked. "I wish to test it personally." In the paper titled The Role of Electric Current in Daily Life, authored by Lincoln and Arc, the conclusion stated that appropriate levels of electric current significantly enhance the harmony of everyday existence. Meanwhile, as Lincoln reveled in the unique thrill of his nocturnal activities, the Invisible Man, confined within a transformed secret base in an abandoned factory, experienced the effects of electricity as well. Under the stimulation of 120 volts and a frequency of 60, he could scarcely recall the number of times his muscles were forcibly contracted. Fortunately, being a superhero, he knew he could withstand such trivial electric currents. Chapter 88. Billy, don't ask me. I simply don't know. In Jersey City, as the Invisible Man clawed his way up from a cage charged with electricity, he immediately shouted towards the outside, "He will find me. When that time comes, you will all perish. Damn you all. I will ensure you receive a proper welcome." The heavy iron door did little to muffle the Invisible Man's furious cries. Listening to the faint echoes from within, Frankie turned to Billy with a mix of anger and helplessness. "Have you figured out how to deal with him?" he asked. "That accursed skin of his is as tough as a turtle's shell. If it weren't for the electricity, he could have easily pried open that damned cage and escaped. I cannot simply leave this time bomb in my lair. The Homelander could arrive at any moment. and we would all meet our demise. In the face of Francine's furious gaze, Billy remained remarkably composed. Relax, relax. I have a plan. What plan? Speak. First, I need to make a phone call. Billy waved off Francine and retrieved his phone from his pocket, dialing a number. Meanwhile, observing the number displayed on Billy's phone screen, Francine's demeanor shifted drastically. He lunged forward, seizing Billy by the collar in an attempt to snatch the phone away. Are you out of your mind? You're actually calling the VOT group? What do you intend to do? Summon the police to surround us? Relax, you'll understand soon enough. As Billy wriggled free from Francine's grip, he addressed the customer service representative on the line. Hello, I'm looking for someone. The representative furrowed her brow, then replied sweetly, I apologize, but this is VOT Group's customer service. If you're looking for someone, I suggest you contact other social hotlines or call 911 for assistance. The person I seek is your superhero. Billy interjected. He has black hair, is Asian, strikingly handsome, and stand around 6 feet tall. A barrage of descriptors tumbled from Billy's lips, causing the customer service representative's expression to shift. I'm sorry. Every one of our superheroes is registered on our official website. You can. He is an exception, Billy interjected once more. I have checked the site. He is not listed. I'm sorry. All of our registered superheroes possess unique personal pages on the website. If he is not listed, you may be looking for the wrong person. With that, the representative abruptly ended the call and rose, carrying the recording to the manager's office. Manager. Someone called, inquiring about that individual. Witnessing the call disconnect, Billy shrugged helplessly and tossed the phone to Francine. It's up to you now, handle it. Damn it. Francine glared at Billy, swiftly dismantling the phone in frustration. What the hell are you trying to do? As you can see, I'm looking for assistance, someone to deal with this damned individual. Billy gestured toward the room containing the Invisible Man. Did you not notice the scar on his chest? Who do you think could inflict such a grievous injury on an invisible man? Francine paused, peering through the round window of the door before pondering aloud. The Homelander? Are you suggesting there's infighting within the Seven? The Homelander? No, it's not him. Billy chuckled, retrieving his laptop to replay the audio of the train's conductor being attacked. Do you believe this could be the Homelander? This is not the Homelander. Then who could it be? Upon hearing the conductor's agonizing scream in the audio, Francine's expression turned to shock, his eyes widening as he stared at Billy. What kind of trouble have you gotten us into? Oh, fear not. This individual is not our doing. Billy closed his laptop and gestured towards the room. On the contrary, Huey and I were able to capture the Invisible Man, thanks to his assistance. Billy's words left Frenchie utterly bewildered. Are you suggesting that an unregistered superhuman on the VOT Corporation's superhero website managed to break the leg of one of the Seven, the translucent, at the group's headquarters, and then assisted you in capturing another member, the Invisible Man? Are you jesting? Today is not April Fool's Day, is it? Frenchie's reaction was anticipated by Billy. The situation was indeed bizarre, yet it was the truth. He could verify it with our dear Huey. Under their gaze, Huey raised his hands and chuckled awkwardly. Yes, indeed, just as Billy described. Frenchie was thoroughly convinced by Billy. So, how do you intend to handle this hot potato? I have a brilliant idea, Billy replied, glancing out the window, though the process may be somewhat complicated. Do tell. How about we drown him? Billy tilted his head slightly. Just like those murder techniques depicted in horror films, placing a tank over his head and filling it with water until he drowns. Some Dominicans attempted similar methods back in 2007. The outcome was quite evident. Frenchie stared at Billy vacantly. Let's consider another approach. Poison? Utterly ineffective, Frenchie chuckled. The Invisible Man possesses remarkable metabolic abilities. Suffocation won't work on him, and conventional toxins will be swiftly broken down in his system. Do you think he is akin to those useless individuals outside who merely possess invisibility? He is, after all, a meticulously selected member of the Seven by VOT. Then, it seems we truly need to seek assistance. Billy shrugged, casting another glance at the specially treated room that completely blocked electromagnetic signals. He picked up his coat from the table and moved towards the exit. Wait for me. Hold on, what are you planning to do? Frenchie realized something and followed him. What are you concealing from me this time? Billy paused, glanced back at Frenchie, and, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly smirked. Do you wish to join me? Very well, come along. Observing Billy's sudden change of demeanor, which seemed almost erratic, Frenchie hesitated momentarily. However, upon seeing Billy's determination to leave without regard for him, he steeled himself, opened the car door, and took a seat. You better not try to shake me off before we deal with this hot potato. Billy merely smiled without replying. and as the engine roared to life, they departed from the secret base. The departure of the two left Huey feeling somewhat unsettled, as if the very backbone had been removed. He paced back and forth in the room, and after a long moment of hesitation, he seemed to have made a resolute decision as he opened the iron door and stepped inside. "Hey, are you still there? I want to talk." "Talk." The invisible man looked at Huey and began to chuckle ominously. "Listen, kid, there's nothing for us to discuss. My only advice is to release me now. Perhaps I might choose not to kill you, and your family wouldn't need to visit your grave every year. This is your sole opportunity. Otherwise, when the compatriots arrive, all of you shall perish." Observing the uncooperative demeanor of the invisible man, a previously hesitant Huey suddenly felt a spark of clarity. Without premeditation, he uttered, "Isn't he that newly arrived superhero?" At Huey's words, the invisible man's expression shifted dramatically. His impulsive reaction was to claw at the iron cage, only to be restrained once more. With widened eyes, he glared at Huey, demanding, "Where did you learn about him, you wretched creature? I ask you, you despicable fool. How do you know of him?" The invisible man's immense reaction startled Huey, who instinctively retreated several paces until he collided with the cold door. Yet, soon he began to recognize certain implications. The invisible man's reaction was disproportionately intense, contrasting starkly with his response to the mention of compatriots. Huey could not immediately decipher the meaning behind this, but he sensed an opportunity. "Tell me about the day the locomotive collided with that woman, Lobbin Ward. What was he planning that day? I need to know." The invisible man remained silent, his eyes filled with venomous resentment as he glared at Huey. "Give up, you cursed bastard. You will never glean any information from me." Huey hesitated momentarily, then suddenly adopted an air of wisdom. "Aren't you curious about how I came to know of him? I can enlighten you." A sudden laughter erupted from the invisible man, his face twisted in derision. "You know nothing of him. I wager you are utterly oblivious. Do not attempt to deceive me, you foolish little wretch." In truth, Huey was well aware. He inhaled deeply. Approximately 180 centimeters tall, of Asian descent, black hair, strikingly handsome. "Can you fathom why we anticipated your arrival and set a trap?" The details Huey shared sequentially validated and contrasted with the knowledge the invisible man possessed. Gradually, the mockery faded from the invisible man's face, replaced by disbelief. "Impossible. You think I would be deceived by you? No way." Huey remained silent, merely observing the invisible man until the latter had exhausted his emotional outburst. "Care to elaborate?" In New York City, aboard the vehicle, a remorseful Francie sat beside Billy, who answered the ringing phone. "Huey, what is the matter? I've inquired about certain matters." Huey responded, gripping the phone tightly. "That individual is connected to the recently surfaced Dimension Tower, perhaps even its proprietor." "Dimension Tower?" Billy and Francie exchanged glances, instantaneously intrigued. "Huey, your information is promising, but do not seek him out again until we return." However, Huey wished to articulate more, yet the busy signal interrupted him. Dimension Tower, a structure of unfathomable significance in the minds of all superhumans, remained shrouded in mystery even to the Federal Bureau of Investigation regarding its origins. Although the origins of Lincoln and the Dimension Building are shrouded in mystery, Billy had never considered the connection between the two until now, when clarity dawned upon him. Driving to the building, he approached the front desk with Francie. "We are here to find someone." Jessica glanced up at the two, then at her computer, shaking her head. "I'm sorry, but this is a service desk. If you're looking for someone, you can either call directly or wait here until they come out. We are searching for the owner of the Dimension Building." Billy produced his FBI credentials and placed them on the counter. "I am an employee of the Federal Bureau of Investigation." Jessica merely raised her eyelids slightly and calmly replied, "The Dimension Building is a private entertainment venue and does not accept inquiries or searches from any individuals or organizations, including the FBI. Even the mayor or council members of New York City must wait here. If you wish to conduct a search, it can only be done once the guests have left the Dimension Building." Backed by the reputation of the Dimension Building in Lincoln, Jessica, though merely a front desk attendant, possessed the audacity to refuse anyone. This confidence did not incite anger in Billy. Rather, it made him acutely aware of the terrifying power Lincoln held in this area. It is worth noting that even the Walter Group could be subject to investigation by the FBI, yet before the Dimension Building, one must wait for individuals to exit before any action can be taken. What immense confidence that is! Ignoring Billy and Francie, Jessica returned to her work on the computer, But only moments later, she looked up at them with a hint of curiosity. "He wishes to see you. Follow me." Francie, somewhat perplexed, nonetheless rose to follow. They traversed a series of elevators and staircases until Jessica led them to a restricted area, then entered a transparent elevator. The moment they stepped into the elevator, Francie and Billy's eyes widened in astonishment. Enhanced by a peculiar magic, the 6 floors they beheld became transparent and vivid. They could even distinctly see some superhumans engaging in intimate acts suspended in midair. "What is this?" Francie incredulously pointed outside. "Is this a hologram? You can reach out and touch it. It is not a hologram," Jessica smiled. "This is his power, an omnipotent force." Gazing at Jessica and observing the transparent crowd outside, Francie found himself speechless until the elevator slowly ascended to the 7th floor, where the chaotic scene was veiled by a metallic hue. Yet this did not signify the dissolution of their astonishment. On the contrary, as they beheld a display case adorned with a different plaque, their astonishment deepened. Item: Compound No. 5 and its derivatives. Source: The Boys Universe. Function: grants the injector superpowers Francie and Billy. Leaning against the transparent display case, gazing at the azure and emerald compounds within, Frankie remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. "Is this real?" "I have no idea," Billy replied, equally uncertain. "I've never heard of any Compound 5 before. What about the Super Soldier Serum and the heart-shaped herb?" Frankie turned his attention to the other display cases. "Are you familiar with these items?" Clearly he was not. Billy shrugged. Moreover, their origins pose significant questions. In a Marvel universe, Frankie deciphered the words on the plaque and glanced back at the label for Compound 5. "So, the individual you mentioned possesses the ability to traverse dimensions? Just like in a science fiction film?" "I don't know," Billy responded, raising his hands in exasperation, inciting Frankie's dissatisfaction. "Then what do you know?" Billy, at a loss, admitted, "Perhaps I know nothing at all." Frankie raised a middle finger at Billy before turning to Jessica. "Did you not say you would introduce us to the owner of the Dimension Tower? Where is he?" Noticing the 2 individuals who had appeared as WWII as country bumpkins just moments ago, Jessica silently turned and walked away. Moments later, she paused beside a grand chair at the top of the room. "Mr. Lin, they have arrived." "Understood," Lin responded, waving Jessica away before he turned to reveal his imposing figure as he settled into the shadowy chair, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "Now, tell me, what brings you here?" Chapter 89. Repelling the Homelander in a warehouse in Jersey City. Billy's directives were clear and precise, yet Huey, having hung up the phone, found himself riddled with doubt. He paced around the warehouse, clutching his phone, but ultimately could not quell the agitation brewing within him. He opened the heavy door once more and stepped inside. Unlike Billy, a seasoned federal investigator, or Frankie, a man of substantial social acumen, he was just an ordinary person. Extracting information about Lincoln from the invisible populace was already a testament to his intellectual prowess, but once the chaos settled, he reverted to the seemingly foolish, ordinary man in Billy's eyes. "Damn it, you deceived me. How dare you show your face here?" As soon as Huey entered the door, before he could even close the iron gate, the invisible man began hurling insults at him. In a fit of rage, he even spread his legs and doused Huey with a stream of foul-smelling liquid. Faced with the repugnant substance, Huey instinctively dodged aside, yet in his haste, he failed to notice the small tear that Frankie had inadvertently created in the tinfoil plastered around the room. This breach led to the loss of the signal blocking function, and the specially manufactured signal tracker from Walter Company instantly transmitted the invisible man's location outward. There exists almost no real-time error. The signals of the invisible man, long vanished, have surfaced on the computers of the Vought Group's Crime Analysis Department. Not long after, the figure of Homelander also appeared before the analysts. "Tell me the location of the invisible man signal." However, Annika, seated before the computer, hesitated. According to Vought Group's internal regulations, unless one possessed special permissions, revealing the signal locations of other superheroes to unauthorized individuals was strictly forbidden, even for Homelander. Yet, before she could fully contemplate the implications, Homelander leaned down, revealing a hint of a disarming smile. "Do you know who I am?" "Why, yes, you are Homelander." He nodded, and then his demeanor shifted abruptly to one of unyielding authority. "In the Vought Group, I do as I please. So, you shall comply with my request, understood?" Merely locking eyes with Homelander for a fleeting moment, Annika felt an overwhelming and indescribable pressure. Her heart raced as she complied with his demands, retrieving the signal location of the Invisible Man. It was confined to a specific area in New Jersey. Glancing at the screen, Annika dared not look back. In her moment of trepidation, Homelander patted her shoulder, his tone now amiable. "No need to be anxious. Annika, you have performed excellently. That is sufficient." With that, he turned and strode outside. Standing on the rooftop of Vought Group, his expression darkened, and in the next instant he soared towards Jersey City with a thunderous sonic boom. At supersonic speeds, his velocity was astonishing, the commotion so pronounced that even Lincoln in the dimensional tower could discern it clearly. Gazing at the lingering white contrails in the sky, Lincoln suddenly shifted his focus to Billy and Frenchie. "It appears your so-called comprehensive measures are far from infallible. How can this be?" Through the window, Frenchie's eyes brimmed with astonishment, while Billy instantaneously realized, "Huey, damn it, he must have altered something." Tsk, tsk, tsk. Observing the startled expressions of Billy and Frenchie, Lincoln materialized behind them, placing a hand on their shoulders. "Next time, you ought to employ a bit more intellect." Before they could grasp what was about to transpire, Lincoln unleashed his biofield. At speeds several tens or hundreds of times faster than Homelander, he traversed from the dimensional tower to the warehouse in New Jersey in less than a second. It was only when blinding light flooded their eyes that Frenchie belatedly comprehended they had instantaneously returned to Jersey City. "What is this? Teleportation?" Meeting Frenchie's astonished gaze, Lincoln smiled gently and walked towards the warehouse. "I possess no teleportation abilities. This is simply a matter of extraordinary speed." Can speed truly reach such extremes? Frenchie's mind struggled to comprehend, turning to Billy, whose expression conveyed the unspoken question, "What on earth is happening?" Billy remained silent, merely shrugging before stepping inward, leaving Frankie momentarily bewildered before he followed suit. Huey was oblivious to the events transpiring several miles away within the Waters Group, nor was he aware of the happenings outside the warehouse. However, his conversation with the Invisible Man had once again yielded no results. As he watched Huey's silhouette vanish behind the heavy iron door, the Invisible Man's form subtly materialized. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. If he could short-circuit that damned electrical system with his own urine, he could escape this cage and give that wretched fellow a taste of his own medicine. Without a hint of hesitation, the Invisible Man set to work, risking electrocution as he cautiously extended a protruding part of his body through the gaps of the cage. Then, crackle! A surge of water followed, and sparks erupted instantaneously. Tentatively, he touched the iron cage with a finger, and a smile crept across his face. "You fools, I'm coming for you." With a powerful kick, he flung open the iron door and swaggered out of the cell. Yet, in the next moment, upon seeing several figures within the warehouse, the expression on the Invisible Man's face crumbled. Horror and dread surged within him, prompting him to deactivate his invisibility. In shock, he gazed incredulously at Lincoln. "You?" Lincoln turned towards the Invisible Man, his eyes narrowing. "I recall telling you before that I dislike having a naked pervert pop up under my nose. Yet it appears you did not heed my words. You bastard! You betrayed me." Fear brewed within the Invisible Man, ultimately morphing into boundless courage and fury as he bellowed at Lincoln. "Betrayal? Why would you say that?" Lincoln chuckled lightly, glaring at the smirking Lincoln. The Invisible Man seethed. "You were the one who sent me to find them. But why? You and them are clearly in cahoots. Is that so?" "So. This is how you interpret it." Lincoln laughed, then continued. "I asked you to deliver a flawless report, yet look at you now, like a drenched dog, covered in your own urine. Is this what you call a perfect report? Moreover, I believe I previously advised you against appearing naked before me. It seems you have once again disregarded my words. Let me ponder, how would a patriot handle such a situation?" As he observed Lincoln in contemplation, a realization struck the Invisible Man. His gaze swept over Billy and the others, and suddenly, he comprehended his impending fate. The fear of death and his anger towards Lincoln transformed into an overwhelming blaze of wrath and courage in that instant. He roared, charging at Lincoln like a maddened bull. His impervious skin shoved aside all obstacles in his path as he seized a piece of iron from the table and hurled it towards Lincoln. "Die." Gazing upon the Invisible Man, whose visage had contorted into a grotesque manifestation of madness, Lincoln uttered a dismissive snort. In the next instant, brilliant crimson lasers erupted from his eyes, Before nearly anyone could perceive or react, the Invisible Man's body was propelled backward at an astonishing velocity. A peculiar charge sent wafting through the air. With a whoosh, Lincoln's figure flickered to the side of the Invisible Man, his foot descending directly upon the man's head. Why can you not simply heed my words? Curse you, you wretched scoundrel. Let me go. I command you to release me. The Invisible Man's head was firmly pressed into the ground, his limbs thrashing wildly in a desperate attempt to rise. Yet, the chasm that had once separated him from Lincoln rendered his struggles utterly futile. Lincoln remained silent, coldly observing the Invisible Man, then gradually exerted pressure downward. The sharp crack of bones reverberated throughout the room, causing Billy and the others, who had been silently spectating, to shudder at the sound. Huey averted his gaze entirely. In the next moment, with a resounding thud, Lincoln's foot met the ground as he turned to the trio. Clean this mess up. Moreover, should this occur again, I will relish the spectacle of you being dispatched by the Patriots. That would surely be entertaining. As Lincoln's words hung in the air, an abrupt alarm blared. Frankie's expression shifted dramatically. Disregarding the bloodstains on the floor, he lunged toward the computer. After a brief flurry of activity, Frankie pivoted the monitor to reveal a surveillance feed, showcasing a figure soaring through the air, the formidable Patriot. As he beheld the incessantly darting silhouette, Frankie felt his lips parch and his heart race. The Patriot, he is coming. Witnessing the figure on the screen, Huey nearly faltered. Glancing at the pool of blood beneath him, his expression teetered on the brink of despair. Such a vast pool. If he discovers it, we are doomed. Do not fret. You will not meet your demise. Not today, at least. Lincoln chuckled softly, striding past the others, flinging open the grand door and calling out to the heavens, Patriot! Suspended in midair, the Patriot, who had been employing his extraordinary vision to locate the Invisible Man, suddenly heard Lincoln's voice. His flight momentarily faltered before he descended with a sonic boom, landing amidst the watchful, anxious gazes of Frankie and the others. Advancing towards Lincoln, the Patriot spread his arms wide and spoke in a mocking tone. Oh, look who we have here, the ever-absent commander. What brings you to this place? Is the Invisible Man one of your own? As he spoke, he craned his neck to peer into the warehouse behind Lincoln. Is he concealed within that storage? Have you hidden him so well that you have something to hide? As the Patriot prepared to utilize his super sight to penetrate the warehouse walls, Lincoln made no attempt to intervene, calmly gazing at him. To be honest, have you ever heard of the Museum of Eyeballs? It was a museum dedicated to the collection of various eyes, each pair possessing its own unique value. However, I believe that even exquisite treasures sometimes require the presence of mundane artifacts to truly showcase their distinct worth. What do you think? Upon hearing Lincoln's voice, the smile on the face of the patriotic man suddenly stiffened. His pupils, which had begun to dilate, froze in place. At that moment, Lincoln's hand pressed down on his shoulder from behind. Your heartbeat has quickened, and the flow of your blood has accelerated. I can see the secretion of adrenaline and other hormones within you. It seems you wish to engage me in a confrontation. Lincoln's tone was flat, yet ignited a surge of anger within the patriotic man gazing at the nearly wide-open warehouse. His chest heaved, and his expression fluctuated repeatedly. Ultimately, he returned to a state of composure and turned to face Lincoln. You will not remain this powerful forever. Of course, I will not always be as strong as I am now, Lincoln replied with a light chuckle, observing the anger etched on the patriotic man's face. I am constantly growing stronger. I will become ever more formidable, unlike you. By the way, how long has it been since your abilities last increased? Every word Lincoln uttered struck deeply at the core of the patriotic man's heart. Anger simmered within him, for he knew that the damned warehouse harbored some unspeakable secret. Yet, the mere presence of Lincoln rendered him hesitant to even glance inside. Coldly locking eyes with Lincoln for a few seconds, the patriotic man suddenly stomped his foot. With a thunderous crack, the ground split open, and propelled by immense force, he soared into the air, vanishing amidst a deafening sonic boom. Lincoln paid it no mind, merely watching the patriotic man depart before taking a step forward, followed by another sonic boom, after which he too vanished without a trace. Staring at the empty expanse outside, Franchi was utterly dumbfounded. He had thought he had witnessed enough absurdity, yet now he beheld something even more outrageous. What had he just witnessed? The invulnerable Invisible Man being crushed by a single stomp was merely a trivial matter. The man, fearless and impervious even to nuclear threats, had chosen to retreat rather than investigate the warehouse, fully aware of the invisible presence within. Franchi turned to Billy. What the hell kind of person did you find? That S.A. patriotic man, one who fears not even nuclear bombs, and yet he abandons his intentions over just a few of your words. Did you see that? The anger of the patriotic man? He didn't even unleash his lasers to obliterate this place. It's nothing short of a miracle. If I were to speak of this, not a soul would believe me, especially those criminals who fell to the patriotic man's wrath. In contrast to Franchi's bewilderment, Billy remained relatively composed. Although he too felt a degree of confusion, he at least grasped one thing clearly. Before there's any means to eliminate our compatriots, it is best to harbor no ill will towards Lincoln. In the water tower, filled with rage, our compatriot glared at Ashley. I do not care what methods you employ. Locate the criminal and inform me of his whereabouts. Ashley was unaware of the tribulations our compatriot had encountered, yet she instantly grasped his intent. It was merely murder. Nearly every member of the Super 7 had blood on their hands, but our compatriot's toll was undoubtedly higher, albeit the majority of the deceased were criminals. Chapter 90. The Superhuman Contest, Mr. Lin. We are in trouble. What? Trouble? Lincoln lifted his gaze to Ashley, initially spreading his hands before clasping them together, a smile gracing his lips. Pray tell, what troubles me? No, not you, but the water group. Ashley approached with a report in hand. The investigation reveals that due to the prolonged absence of the Invisible Man, public support for him has significantly waned. The Public Relations Department has devised and implemented various strategies, yet the outcomes have been less than satisfactory. His support continues to decline. If he does not reappear soon, we may ultimately lose the market associated with him. Then let be lost. Lincoln observed Ashley with a calm demeanor. A fellow who spends his days invisibly naked, aside from those peeping toms. Is there truly anyone who would cherish this individual? Ashley found herself momentarily at a loss for words, and after a brief silence, she finally replied. If we lose the Invisible Man, our direct economic losses could reach tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. And so, Lincoln regarded Ashley with a steady gaze. What are you implying? Ashley swallowed hard before cautiously responding. If possible, could you locate him? Lincoln, with a half-smile, regarded Ashley until she seemed eager to retract a request. He abruptly rose and walked towards the vast floor-to-ceiling window of the office. A glimmer of gold flickered in his pupils as he casually scanned the horizon, his gaze locking onto a distant patch of open ground. Do you see that? Ashley followed Lincoln's. I see it. Right there, send someone to excavate. It should not take long to uncover. With that, Lincoln passed by her, resuming his seat, composed and unruffled as he observed the stunned Ashley. Now tell me, what other matters do you wish to discuss? Lincoln's voice snapped Ashley back to reality, her expression a blend of daze and shock as she looked at him. The Invisible Man. Has he already perished? Otherwise? Lincoln shrugged. Do you truly believe a living superhero would remain buried underground for days without stirring? Upon hearing Lincoln's response, Ashley felt a sudden darkness envelop her, her blood pressure plummeting, rendering her legs weak. After a moment, she steadied herself and retrieved a new document. The medical department has assessed the injuries sustained by the locomotive. Although his bones and muscles have healed through subsequent treatment, his heart exhibits signs of hypertrophy. Currently, the doctors are unable to ascertain the cause, but it is highly probable that the locomotive may suffer a heart attack during a future instance of excessive speed. Should such a scenario occur while he is combating crime, it would prove fatal, not only for the locomotive, but also for the stock price of the Watt Group. After deliberation, we have formulated a career transition plan for the locomotive, gradually phasing him out of superhero duties and announcing his retirement at an appropriate future juncture. This requires your signature. Gazing at the document, awaiting his endorsement, Lincoln pondered for a moment before raising his head and inquiring, Do you recall who remains in the Super 7? Certainly. Ashley responded without hesitation. Patriot, Queen Maeve, Deep Sea, Starlight, Black Noir, the Invisible Man, and the locomotive. As she concluded her statement, Ashley hesitated momentarily. The Invisible Man is deceased, and the locomotive's career is also on a countdown, so we will need at least 2 additional superhero alternatives moving forward. The Affairs Department will prepare an entirely new procedure to select members for the new Super 7, which will be presented to you directly. Of course, if you prefer, you may select a favorite, and we will craft a flawless image for them. Preordained? I am not fond of that notion. Lincoln chuckled lightly, pushing the document away and standing up. Upon reflection, the WWII group's decrepit systems ought to undergo some adaptations to align with contemporary times. Ashley glanced at the files on the table, trailing behind Lincoln. I apologize, but I do not quite grasp your meaning. What I mean is, we should revamp the tedious selection process for the Super 7. It lacks excitement. We ought to devise a more engaging method to identify truly formidable members for the Super 7. Should the Affairs Department formulate an entirely new procedure? No. The new process will be quite simple. Lincoln raised a finger, shaking it gently while wearing a faint smile. I have an exhilarating concept in mind. The entire procedure is straightforward. All that is required from the WWII group is to provide some logistical support. Upon hearing this, Ashley felt a sudden surge of tension, her body instinctively recoiling as she cautiously regarded Lincoln. What is your idea? The Superhuman Championship. The Global Superhuman Championship, spearheaded by the WWII group, will officially commence in 1 month. Are you weary of superhumans merely showcasing their abilities on stage or in song? Have you grown accustomed to the monotonous selection programs? Do you genuinely feel that everything ought to change? Now, change is upon us. In the center of the Atlantic, a temporary island will be erected, gathering all superhumans from Europe and America eager to become part of the new Super 7. Disregarding the art of singing and the intricacies of one's lineage, the sole determinant of victory in this arena shall be sheer brute force. A relentless barrage of strikes will obliterate all competitors, toppling them with overwhelming might. This forthcoming competition, the Superhuman Championship, is proudly sponsored by the WWII Group and shall be conducted with utmost fairness under the vigilant oversight of the Super 7 and the newly appointed commander. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, the WWII Group's television channel will broadcast the island creation process, an endeavor spearheaded solely by the Super Commander. We cordially invite all to tune in. The Superhuman Championship, an organization of superhumans battling on an island to select new members for the Super 7. Has the WWII Group lost its senses? My curiosity is piqued regarding the methods they intend to employ to conjure an island from the depths of the Atlantic. And that Super Commander, who, it seems, has never graced the realm of public knowledge before. Could this individual be from the homeland? The likelihood appears slim. A glance at the WWII Group's official website reveals that the homeland's representative is the joint commander of the Super 7, with no mention of this commander. And the title of Super evokes a disquieting foreboding. What does it imply? Perhaps this individual known as Super may prove more formidable than the so-called homeland representative. Are you certain? I cannot say. This is merely a conjecture and speculation. Let us await the morrow. 9 o'clock shall arrive swiftly. Observers from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, who have been monitoring the WWII Group and the superhuman community, were taken aback upon witnessing the announcement of the Superhuman Championship. They promptly sought to halt the commencement of the competition, yet fell into silence moments later upon discerning the origins of this event. All entities harboring skepticism towards superhumans, along with those entangled in disputes with the WWII Group, deem the Superhuman Championship an ill-conceived notion. However, others hold a different perspective. Though the island designated for the competition has yet to be constructed, betting companies have already begun preparations for a dedicated website. An increasing number of affiliated companies have reached out to the WWII Group, vying for contracts concerning logistics and advertising sponsorships. In the eyes of capitalists, only wealth, gleaming and golden, holds significance. Like wolves and sharks, they're ever ready to pounce, drawn by the scent of blood, vying for any potential gain. The upper echelons of society thrive on sordid exchanges of interest, while the voices of the common folk resonate with a monotonous tune. Support for the championship is overwhelmingly one-sided, with the exception of environmental and animal protection organizations striving to make their voices heard. Whether devout religious adherents or fervent criminals, all express a singular sentiment of endorsement for the Superhuman Championship, much like those who, regardless of the frigid temperatures, would indulge in debauchery and brawls at taverns. Violence and revelry are almost indelibly etched into the human condition. Beasts combat beasts, humans battle beasts, and humans contend with one another. Such occurrences are commonplace in this world. Yet, the prospect of superhuman combat against one another, especially in such a public and extensive format, is a phenomenon unprecedented until now. Those self-proclaimed superhumans, claiming to be the sons of God, engage in brutal combat within the arena, while they observe their ferocious battles with spinach tickets in hand. In this fleeting moment, the intoxicating allure of wealth, violence, and the superiority of role-playing reaches its zenith. How could they, who cannot even resist the allure of cannabis, possibly withstand such lethal gratification? The fervor surrounding the Superhuman Championship has only just begun to simmer, yet public anticipation for this event has surged to an astonishing level, leaving the Water Group in disbelief. Before the competition has even commenced, they have already gleaned a formidable power from it. Operating the Super 7 team? What a trivial endeavor. The profits from the Superhuman Championship far surpass that. Ashley hurriedly entered the office, her eyes alight with excitement and enthusiasm. Good news. According to our research, benefiting from the Superhuman Championship, the recent search frequencies for the Super 7, the Water Group, and Superhumans have skyrocketed by 231, 301, and 478 respectively. In recent times, the related buzz on Twitter and Facebook has surged at an unprecedented pace. No other topic can compare to the Superhuman Championship, which has surpassed historical records, doubling them. Following the release of related news, the company's direct revenue has already exceeded $400 million, and related earnings continue to grow exponentially. This is unprecedented. As she spoke, Ashley approached Lincoln, her tone invigorated. Sir, I must express that your vision regarding the Superhuman Championship is remarkably astute. This decision will undoubtedly be etched in the annals of Water Group's history. I am not concerned with that, Lincoln replied, surveying the seats. What I care about is how many superhumans have signed up thus far. As of now, nearly 400 individuals have registered, and projections indicate that the final participant count will reach into the thousands. Are there active superheroes among the participants? Indeed, although the numbers are not substantial, Ashley reported. A significant portion of superheroes are bound by city agreements, preventing their participation. Then why not consider introducing a city championship? Lincoln chuckled lightly. Let those cities send forth their representative heroes to compete. Provide them with a share of the relevant heroes' earnings and peripheral profits, and promise them preferential contracts for superheroes over the coming years based on their rankings. By slightly igniting the competitive spirit among states and cities, we can spark a dialogue that fosters animosity, strengthening support for our local heroes. City competitions, individual contests, team events, the forms of competition are myriad. Why confine ourselves to a single format? For the inaugural Superhuman Championship, I hope you will make it an indispensable chapter in human history. Otherwise, what purpose does a month of idle waiting serve? Lincoln's voice was nonchalant, yet Ashley was utterly astonished. The successful organization of the Transhuman Championship is already an extraordinary feat. And now, Lincoln's goal is to continuously escalate the stakes, ensuring that this event debuts at its zenith. Merely contemplating this, Ashley can envision the staggering profits this tournament will yield, and just by listening, she is already trembling with excitement. It is not only Ashley, the gazes of all present, including the representatives from the homeland, have markedly shifted towards Lincoln. What is the purpose of superheroes? Wealth? To some extent, yes, but more importantly, it is fame. With just one Transhuman Championship, the coveted notoriety sought by the Super 7 could be attained. In that moment, even the animosity of the homeland representatives towards Lincoln has slightly diminished. What could be more gratifying for them than his prominent presence as a judge in such a highly anticipated event? According to Lincoln, everything seems to be progressing in a positive direction, but is that truly the case? The Transhuman Championship is not an event designed for the betterment of humanity. The individual matches may be somewhat innocuous, lacking any malevolent intent. At worst, there may be a few unfortunate accidents resulting in injuries or fatalities. The real concern lies with the city competitions. Each city hero rented or sold by the Watt Group commands a substantial value, often in the millions or even billions. Even a reduction in contract fees represents a staggering sum. When one considers the profits from betting and revenue sharing, the potential gains are enough to drive one to madness. Fueled by the allure of extreme profit, cities will become fervently competitive, rendering the city matches increasingly brutal and blood-soaked. Furthermore, with the covert establishment of rival cities and continental divisions, one can easily surmise the seeds of chaos that will be sown. The championship will undoubtedly line the pockets of many, yet the repercussions of such wealth will far exceed everyone's expectations. Perhaps some have discerned the underlying issues, but what does it matter? They cannot impede Lincoln or those who stand to gain. Chapter 91. The deity of the mortal realm, what group medical department? No, you cannot do this. The train head lay on the hospital bed, his legs, encased in plaster, elevated high. His eyes filled with shock and fury as he glared at Ashley. "My legs are perfectly fine. You cannot simply expel me from the Super 7. This is unjust." "Indeed, we can," Ashley retorted, her expression a mixture of indignation and resolve. "Since you violated regulations by self-administering compound number 5 to enhance your abilities, resulting in your heart enlargement and the risk of fainting at any moment, we possess the right to terminate our contract with you. Now, you are faced with only two choices. First, comply with the Group S announcement of your retirement and accept a severance package, thereby ensuring your silence. Or second, face the collapse of your public persona and leave the company burdened with an insurmountable debt. You have no other options." Ashel's incisive words pierced straight into the heart of the locomotive. He gazed at the documents slapped upon him, his eyes brimming with indignation. "I am determined to participate in the Superhuman Championship. I must let you all know, whatever." Ashel interrupted the locomotive with a cold laugh, declaring, "We possess the most sophisticated detection equipment to ascertain that no contestant has injected any prohibited substances, including compound number 5. You stand no chance." With that, Ashel turned away, dismissing the locomotive's demeanor entirely. The individual competition of the Superhuman Championship offered the coveted position of the Super 7. The death of the Invisible Man could not be disclosed for the time being, as the atmosphere surrounding his demise clearly contrasted with the competitive spirit of the event. Thus, the vacant position could only belong to the locomotive. He would be forced into retirement, his seat serving as the reward for the individual champion. As for the Invisible Man, news of his death would be revealed later, and the question of who would inherit his position was a matter for the future. Ashel hurriedly departed, but soon after, a figure emerged from behind a drawn curtain. Zugarin, casually stepping beside the locomotive with a smile. "I trust you understand the importance of keeping your mouth shut, yes?" Gazing at Zugarin, the locomotive's inner fury was swiftly quelled, and he nervously nodded. "Why, yes, of course." As Zugarin turned to leave, the locomotive struggled to sit up, calling out, "You can assist me." Upon seeing Zugarin turn back, he continued, "I have aided you so much. All you need to do is utter a single word, and they will not allow me to leave so easily." The moment the locomotive spoke, Zugarin's expression darkened ominously, and the locomotive felt a jolt of apprehension. In the next instant, Zugarin seized him by the throat with a swift motion, his voice chilling. "If you dare to reveal even a fragment of the circumstances within the Watt Group, I will ensure your demise, along with your family. I promise. Do you comprehend my words, locomotive?" An overwhelming sense of terror and relentless pressure enveloped him, as if a great hand were clutching his heart. He nodded frantically. I understand. That is good to hear." Zugarin abruptly released his grip, pushing him back onto the bed. "Take care to heal. This is your final opportunity for free medical care." As Zugarin's silhouette faded from view, the locomotive exhaled deeply, a wave of relief washing over him. Just moments ago, he had feared that Zugarin might take his life right there, but he had survived. It was not because Zugarin lacked the will to kill him. Rather, Lincoln, the man who had expelled him from the Watt Group, required him to remain alive to vacate a position for the Superhuman Championship. How ironic. The very person he ought to resent had inadvertently saved his life. Contemplating this, the locomotive's gaze grew vacant, and after a considerable pause, he picked up the documents to peruse them, a flicker of excitement illuminating his face. The following day, under the gaze of the multitude, the television channel of the Water Group commenced as promised. Ships and aircraft had already arrived in the designated maritime area in the midst of the Atlantic, poised to broadcast the construction of the island live to viewers around the globe. Not only was the news reporting department of the Water Group engaged, but intelligence agencies and satellites from various nations were also focused on this region. All were eager to discover the identity and capabilities of the commander who had proclaimed his intention to single-handedly accomplish the creation of the entire island. The television camera shifted to a luxurious cruise ship belonging to the Water Group. On the deck stood an array of individuals, diverse in stature and appearance, all gazing at the expanse of sea before them, prepared to witness the birth of an island. Among them were Ashley, Stivell, Deep Sea, and individuals from the homeland. As the camera panned across their figures, ultimately resting on an open space in the center of the deck, the sound of crisp footsteps echoed in the air, and at last, Lincoln emerged amidst the crowd's scrutiny. Is this the commander of the water group? He appeared utterly unremarkable. Could he be a new superhero introduced to curry favor with Asian nations? How disappointing. Why an Asian? Water group executives, is your judgment clouded? Water. White power. Only whites should reign over the world. Have you not noticed? He is not even wearing a uniform. Without a uniform, he cannot be a superhero. All superheroes from water company don uniforms. Ah, who says he cannot be a superhero? I believe he must be one. The moment Lincoln appeared, the online world erupted. Extremists, racists, defenders, and contrarians flooded the comment section of the related video, turning it into a cesspool. It was only when filtering mechanisms were employed that the chaos began to subside. Meanwhile, Lincoln's presence on the cruise ship caused some individuals to furrow their brows. With one senator approaching Stivell, an Asian? Is he truly the commander you have chosen? Why not select someone from the homeland? Stivell glanced at Lincoln, hesitating for a moment before deciding to keep certain thoughts to himself. Just watch, and soon you will understand everything. I do not understand, the senator replied, his brow furrowed. This decision could lead to a complete collapse of your national defense security plans. Stivell regarded the senator with a knowing smile, remaining silent, feeling dismissed and patronized. The senator's dissatisfaction intensified, yet he refrained from pressing further. In the center of the deck, amidst the collective attention, Lincoln raised his hands to either side. In the next moment, to the astonishment of all, golden lines materialized from thin air, swiftly forming a shimmering golden outline within mere breaths. With a honeycomb-like hexagonal pattern continuously spreading and filling the golden contours, after a few breaths. A uniform dominated by black and adorned with golden threads materialized before the eyes of all present. Witnessing this production, entirely distinct from any previous superhero, left all onlookers in stunned silence. Those of legislative stature pondered the new power and technology represented by such a unique attire, while online audiences were utterly captivated by the impressive effects of the costume. Although I'm not particularly fond of this new superhero, I must admit that he looks remarkably striking in his uniform. I hope that all future superheroes from Water Company can embody this standard. This is the uniform a superhero ought to wear, rather than those laughable garments that shamelessly highlight the crotch. Can we truly trust an Asian to wield such power? Shouldn't we implement some safeguards? I believe we should keep him in check. Foolishness. A bunch of imbeciles. Can handsomeness represent everything? I see little substance in him. He is merely a sensationalist. I admire the bravery of those above. But aren't you afraid someone will come to your home? What is there to fear? This is America. I have the right to free speech. Wait, someone is knocking at the door. My delivery has arrived. I'll go fetch it. Kill him. Only white people should possess such power. An endless, world-altering force surged within, while Lincoln heard a cacophony of either vile or virtuous comments ringing in his ears. He took a deep breath, his cape rising without a breeze, and ascended rapidly under the gaze of the multitude, soaring to bask in the blazing sun. With the scorching sun illuminating his form, all who gazed up at him felt as if they were witnessing a deity descend to earth. Just as they shook their heads to dismiss this absurd thought, Lincoln spoke. His lips parted, and a clear, commanding voice resonated in the ears of all present across the globe. From this day forth, the deity of mankind has arrived. Bow before me, mortals. Lincoln's voice echoed clearly, captivating even those who had not witnessed the live broadcast, causing them to pause and look around in confusion. Meanwhile, those who had watched the live stream were filled with astonishment. They could distinctly differentiate between the broadcast and the voice resonating in their ears. Gazing at the screen with the sun as a backdrop, countless individuals fell into silence. But online, this brief stillness erupted like a volcano. Deity of mankind? You gotta be kidding me. He is more like a fool. Does anyone know where he lives? Let us find his family and teach him a lesson. Despicable yellow-skinned monkey. A sensationalist imbecile. This is absolutely laughable. Has his entire family perished? The incessant cacophony of abuse erupted across the digital expanse, and Lincoln perceived every ounce of the relentless information with acute clarity. A subtle intensity flickered in his gaze as a golden radiance surged forth from his grasp. This golden ripple transformed into a tangible force, emanating outward from the Atlantic, creating a resounding commotion. Where the golden light traversed, the fabric of space fractured like a shattered mirror, revealing translucent fissures. As reality converged upon this mirrored domain, the world succumbed to an unfathomable dread. Without uttering a word, Lincoln extended his hand once more. With a resonant hum, the world began to warp at that moment. Soil and rock converged from all directions, and the ocean was parted by an inscrutable power. Witnessing the monumental mass of sediment and debris cascading into the sea like a divine phenomenon, all were rendered speechless. Such might, what humanity's mechanical strength could scarcely achieve, appeared effortless and natural under Lincoln's command. The tons of earth thunderously plunged into the ocean, visibly forming a cluster of islands. Yet, as the multitude focused intently on the frenzied torrent of earth and stone, a horrifying realization dawned upon them. The brownish deluge contained not merely vast quantities of sediment, but also silhouettes of those entombed within, struggling futilely against their fate. Each figure, seemingly insignificant amidst the overwhelming mass, was numerous enough to instill terror in the hearts of all who beheld them. Gazing upon the figure that proclaimed itself divine while committing acts of malevolence, countless individuals found themselves unable to maintain their footing, collapsing in sheer disbelief. Time elapsed, 1 breath, 100 breaths, 1,000 breaths, and from the profound silence of the world, a colossal island materialized from nothingness. Tons of sediment were consumed in the Atlantic, buried alongside an unknown multitude of those who had vociferously voiced their opinions online. The nation's talents required the support of the common populace, requiring attention to their vitriol, but Lincoln did not need such validation. In this mirrored realm, where space twisted and matter was summoned, the godlike power he exhibited was insurmountable. Would a deity concern itself with human judgment? Certainly not. This was merely a game. To kill one is a crime. To kill thousands is valor. To slay millions is a testament to true supremacy. As they gazed upon the islands, founded on the countless lives extinguished, the digital world fell into silence. After a prolonged pause, the first message emerged. Perhaps he had his reasons. Even a superhero should not be subject to unfounded ridicule. Those who perish deserve their fate. Seemingly awakened by this sentiment, a deluge of messages surged forth from the network in the next moment. Regardless of whether it is a website requiring real name registration or the shadowy realms of the dark web, the current evaluation of Lincoln stands at an unequivocal 100 approval rating. Everyone is convinced that he is indeed a divine being among men, while those who have perished are deemed mere refuse. Lincoln has demonstrated through his actions just how effortlessly one can embody the essence of a superhero. A superhero with a 100 support rate. This is a phenomenon that has never before occurred in the history of the Water Group. For it is universally acknowledged that those who do not support Lincoln are destined for demise. The island serves as irrefutable evidence of this. Chapter 92, The Fortunate One. The term divine being evokes such laudatory connotations. Yet, it is evident that a deity's descent to earth cannot be wholly benevolent, for humanity possesses countless means to unveil the grime and malevolence inherent in society. A being with near-divine powers, such as Superman, may not be met with reverence. Even those hailed as patriots may be suppressed and exploited by humankind. Only Lincoln reigns, unshackled and free to wield his will. In the heart of the Atlantic, the island, constructed from billions of earth and stone, as well as the remnants of flesh and bone, lies in tranquil repose. A distorted portal, resembling a hemispherical curtain, envelopes the island, bridging the realms of reality and reflection. Amidst the gaze of countless onlookers, Lincoln descends once more onto the opulent cruise ship of the Water Group. He casts a sidelong glance at the politician within the crowd. As he takes his first step, the once congested throng parts to create a wide path leading to the politician. I have just heard that you seem quite dissatisfied with my identity and complexion, Lincoln inquires. And no, stammers the politician, his mouth dry and body aflame with anxiety as he fervently gestures. I absolutely did not mean that. Then you imply that I have misheard you? Lincoln raises an eyebrow. You claim that I am in error? And no, I did not mean that. Beads of perspiration begin to form on the politician's brow. I'm you're simply toying with me. In the face of the politician's near desperation, Lincoln defines his actions and then extends his hand, gently touching the politician. A resplendent, golden light erupts from the politician's shoulder, and a terrifying energy instantaneously rends his muscles apart. No. The politician watches in horror as his body disintegrates into countless golden motes, frantically clawing at himself in a futile attempt to resist. Yet, That golden light burns like a flame that gnaws at the very bone. In an instant, the dissolution of his corporeal form accelerates. Amidst the terrified gazes of others, including Stivell, the politician's body is ultimately obliterated, transforming into a shower of golden motes that drift through the air. These motes shine as brilliantly as stars, symbolizing the final flicker of a life extinguished. Crushing a mote between his fingers, Lincoln turns to address the remaining crowd. I am aware that some among you still harbor dissent towards me. No problem. I permit you to do so, but remember to forever conceal your thoughts within your heart. Otherwise, I cannot predict what actions I might take. With that, he stomped his foot, and a thunderous roar accompanied by a howling gust of wind spread outward, forcing all but the superhumans to retreat 2 steps. Once they steadied themselves and lowered their trembling hands, all that remained visible was a white contrail left by Lincoln as he soared into the distant sky. Lincoln had departed, yet the impact of his presence did not dissipate. Rather, it intensified. The world of the Black Cloak Enforcers is one inhabited by superhumans and superheroes. And it is precisely for this reason that the imagination of creators often fails to transcend the confines of reality. When the real world lacks tangible references, humanity conjures formidable superheroes that defy logic. However, when the real world presents clear points of reference and the copyrights of superheroes are tightly controlled, humanity in this world is perpetually unable to transcend its constraints and create true superhumans. The Patriots are indeed powerful, but not invincible in the truest sense. Including the Red Weapon, humanity has developed various theoretical weapons capable of countering the Patriots. Yet, the power displayed by Lincoln is transcendent. His strength is sufficient to upend the entire understanding of superheroes and superhumans, captivating countless individuals with its sheer might. They dared not gaze upon Lincoln. Thus the Water Group became their singular focus. The formula for Compound 5 is a closely guarded secret of the water company, yet the completed product circulates in numerous places. The black market, hospitals, and psychiatric institutions provide ample human material for the water company to conduct experiments, ensuring that the Water Group cannot safeguard the secrets of Compound 5. The Patriots and the locomotive have been clandestinely supplying Compound 5, but that is no longer necessary. Lincoln's displayed power has overturned and influenced everything. Compound 5 is no longer a hidden secret, but has transformed into an expensive elixir with a price tag reaching millions of dollars. Consider the allure of an injection that could potentially elevate one to the level of a patriot or even Lincoln himself. Countless individuals would be willing to pay for it. Lincoln's almost brutal actions have not diminished the fervor of the superhuman competition. On the contrary, the force exhibited, capable of dominating all life on the planet, has propelled humanity's thirst and reverence for power to unprecedented heights. With the revelation of Compound 5, the world has drifted into an entirely unpredictable future. In the secret base, as they watched the familiar voice on the screen, Billy and his companions were left in a state of utter shock. After a moment of silence, Frankie turned to Billy and asked, "What you mentioned earlier about dealing with all superhumans, were you serious? Including him?" Frankie pointed at Lincoln's image on the television, casting a glance at Billy that conveyed a clear message. "Dare to utter a single word of dissent, and I shall turn and depart at once." It was not just Frankie. The silent Huey and the 2 others shared the same demeanor. Billy glanced back at the 3 silent figures and then at the television, shrugging slightly. "Do you truly perceive me as such an irrational individual? Answer me." After a brief silence, Billy replied, "Not included." "Very well. Remember what you said today." Upon hearing Billy's response, Frankie nodded. "I have no objections to your dealings with the Super 7, the Lantern, or the Patrioters. However, this individual, who can entomb countless lives merely for uttering a few words, must never drag me into this quagmire. Rest assured. So what shall we do next?" Frankie slammed a file and a vial containing a blue substance onto the table. These items once held significant potential, but now the Watt Group has chosen to reveal them publicly. "Butcher, all your plans are now rendered obsolete." "Not necessarily." Billy, undeterred by a sense of defeat, instead contemplated a previously unconsidered possibility. What if, just what if, the Watt Group has not only developed Compound 5 to create superhumans, but has also been researching special weapons designed to subdue or even eliminate these superhumans? "Are you mad?" "No, I'm not." Billy maintained a composed expression. "This is an opportunity. Trust me, this is an opportunity. Mr. Lin, this is the plan regarding the Invisible Man's abdication. We intend to orchestrate a malevolent terrorist attack, resulting in the death of the Invisible Man, followed by an official announcement of his demise, subsequently sourcing a new superhero to fill the void. Shouldn't this be conducted post the Superhuman Championship? Why advance it now? Our operatives have uncovered certain developments. Ashley pressed a button, and a brief video began to play on screen. In a seemingly mundane terrorist attack, a superhuman emerged, overwhelming and eliminating all American soldiers present without exception. Previously, terrorist incidents were mere skirmishes between ordinary individuals, but the introduction of superhumans into the enemy ranks altered everything. The emergence of superhuman terrorists has softened the military's staunch opposition to superhumans joining the armed forces. Certain individuals within the WWII group see this as their opportunity. By excluding the superhero team from the terrorist incident, they hope to achieve victory after a fierce struggle, while fostering a solemn atmosphere surrounding the Invisible Man's sacrifice for the nation. Perhaps they can reap greater benefits. Ashley succinctly introduced the entirety of the WWII group's plans. We refer to this initiative as supervillain. Supervillain? Lincoln squinted. Why not call it superantagonist? Lincoln's words prompted Ashley to swiftly reconsider. Superantagonist, a splendid term. Henceforth, it shall be referred to as such. What do you think of this plan? It's up to you. Lincoln nonchalantly tossed the documents onto the table. I couldn't care less about this matter. As for the superhero to fill the void, you may handle it as you see fit. He waved dismissively. Just ensure he understands the rules. Yes, certainly. Ashley hurriedly departed, and the world seemed to descend into tranquility. Yet beneath this calm veneer, everything was relentlessly advancing. Abandoning the direction of Compound 5, Billy and his companions began to focus on a potential weapon capable of eliminating superhumans, scouring everywhere for it, even neglecting their original grand ambition of eradicating superhumans. The progress of the Superhuman Championship was remarkably smooth, as Lincoln hinted that he would engage with the top 3 superhumans of the eugenics program. An increasing number of unidentified superhumans registered for the competition. Some hailed from societal superhumans. Others were concealed assets of the WWII group, and some were products of research from various nations and organizations. Lincoln was fully aware of this. He even knew that a portion of these competitors harbored intentions to eliminate him during the contest, though he remained indifferent. Furthermore, the WWII group collaborated with the military to conduct a counterterrorism operation. The operation yielded favorable results, as supervillain-affiliated terrorists were swiftly eliminated by superhumans dispatched by the WWII group. The military received an authentic combat report, while the WWII group profited immensely from the heroic sacrifice of the Invisible Man, capitalizing on his death to promote the new member of the Super 7, Storm. Blood money is indeed enticing. In the office of the WWII group's president, Edgar deftly inscribed his name on the contract before raising his gaze to Storm, who had come from the water company headquarters. You are joining us. But I trust you're already familiar with certain protocols within American Water. Do you need me to reiterate them? No, of course not. I will adhere to the protocols. Observing the African-American visage of love, Storm wore a mask of insincere smiles, dismissing Edgar's proposal with a wave of her hand as she took the contract and exited the office. The moment she stepped out, her forced smile vanished, replaced by an icy disdain. Damn black. Storm, a superhero who has survived since World War II, is unapologetically a radical, an extreme racist hailing from Germany. Yet, due to the allure of wealth, few have noticed or cared to acknowledge her true nature. Edgar was acutely aware of the composition of the Storm. He harbored no fondness for the extreme racist before him, yet the arrival of the Storm was a directive from the headquarters of Vortex. Following Lincoln's passage of the resolution to appoint a new superhero, the Storm was directly dispatched by the higher-ups, leaving Edgar, the president of the American division, utterly powerless to intervene. However, it would be inaccurate to say he felt outright anger about the situation. Upon leaving the president's office and securing the contract, the Storm promptly retrieved his phone and activated the live stream within the Vortex building. We meet again. Yes, I'm the Storm you all know. And this time, I shall take you on a tour of the Vortex headquarters in America. What? You wish to see Captain Superman? Alas, I may not have the means to arrange that unless he happens to be in his office on the 99th floor. Then it will depend on your luck. Expert in wielding public opinion and steering emotions, the Storm adeptly handled the inquiries from the live stream audience, all while making his way toward the 99th floor, where Ashley's hesitant expression caught his attention. The moment he pushed open the door, astonishment and delight illuminated the Storm's face. "Look, you are indeed fortunate. Captain Superman is here." As he moved closer to Lincoln, he said, "Let me show you what Captain Superman looks like. By the way, Captain Superman, I trust you do not mind greeting the audience?" Lincoln, seated in his chair, glanced at the encroaching Storm and then at the live stream audience, which had swelled to several million. After a moment's pause, he replied, "Did Edgar not inform you?" Lincoln's calm voice stirred an unsettling feeling within the Storm, which was soon followed by Lincoln's words echoing in his ears. "You are the first to dare to directly defy the rules I have laid down, and also the first to attempt to leverage numbers as a form of coercion. To the first individual brave enough to challenge me, I shall treat you accordingly." With that, Lincoln rose, taking the phone from the Storm's hand and switching the camera to the rear-facing mode, his demeanor transforming into a commanding smile. "Indeed, you are quite fortunate." Chapter 93. Conspiracy in Shadows. With both front and rear cameras activated, the livestream presented a split screen, one half showcasing the Storm, the other capturing Lincoln's countenance. Even through the screen, the viewers recognized that an unexpected turn of events had transpired, and the Storm's expression shifted dramatically as he faced Lincoln. Having conducted some research on Lincoln, the Storm had noted numerous indications that he seemed indifferent to the opinions of the masses. Yet, her conclusion diverged from that of others. Many, including Edgar, had sought to minimize their interactions with Lincoln to avoid any unpleasant repercussions, but the Storm felt emboldened to engage with him. The amalgamation of racial prejudice and her inherent mindset clouded her judgment in her dealings with Edgar, to the extent that she failed to thoroughly comprehend the rules established by Lincoln within the Vortex Group. As the Storm Woman appeared before Lincoln, brandishing a live-streaming phone in an attempt to orchestrate his abduction, Lincoln remained resolute and did not acquiesce to her intentions. A thunderous boom erupted, and a shockwave roared forth, shattering the tempered glass curtain wall in an instant. Jagged bolts of lightning burst forth from the gaping hole, revealing a figure enveloped in blue and white electric light, hovering in midair. Damn yellow-skinned monkey, with disheveled hair and a grave expression. The Storm Woman gazed at the silhouette emerging from the shattered wall, her facial muscles taut, each subtle movement igniting sharp pangs of pain from the wound on her cheek. Radiating with the ferocity of thunder, the Storm Woman raised her hands, grasping a searing ball of electricity. With a fierce cry, she thrust her hands forward. Zap! The fierce lightning sliced through the air, akin to a wild silver serpent, lunging towards Lincoln, who held the phone and continued to broadcast live. The high-definition camera captured the flickering electricity, causing the hearts of the viewers in the live stream to race. Oh my God! Zap! The white lightning exploded in the air, the deafening crackle of electricity allowing everyone in the stream to witness the immense power wielded by the superhero. Yet, under the influence of Lincoln's biological stance, the electric bolts, capable of rending steel, failed to inflict any damage upon the lens of his phone. As the fierce lightning dissipated, Lincoln, unfazed and still holding his phone, reappeared before the audience of the live stream. This singular attack showcased Lincoln's might. However, the attention of many shifted towards the Storm Woman's earlier remarks. Do you remember what she said before? I recall her referring to yellow-skinned monkeys. So, she's a racist too? How could the water company select a racist to be a hero in the Super 7? Wait, I found more information. It seems the Storm Woman was a superhero long ago, known as Liberty Woman. Wasn't she also a racist who killed a black mother? How is it that such a person still lives? I thought all racists were buried beneath the depths of the sea. This is unbelievable. Moreover, it appears she has existed since World War II, and supposedly, she was the wife of an officer. What a despicable individual. But now, she finds herself facing the Superman captain, does she not? She is as good as doomed. Go, Superman, eliminate this wretched Liberty Woman. While killing is an immoral act. In this instance, I concur. Who knows what kind of individuals are behind the scenes in the live stream? But once the dual identity of the Storm Woman as a racist was exposed, public opinion swiftly shifted dramatically. No one cared for the previous trivialities. Now, all stood firmly on the right side of the argument. The intangible biological stance neutralized the lightning unleashed by the Storm Woman, regardless of how ferocious the bolts were. Upon colliding with Lincoln, they merely dissipated into mere sparks of light. With relentless fervor, the Storm Woman realized that her attacks could not even leave a wrinkle on Lincoln's garments. She had come to deeply understand the vast chasm that separated her from him. The situation had clearly transcended her expectations, yet she was resolute in her refusal to surrender. With her hands poised at her sides, an inexhaustible surge of electricity erupted from within her. In an instant, her pupils were consumed by the intensely concentrated white lightning, which surged upward, igniting the clouds above. The friction among the clouds generated electrical currents. Even in the absence of rain, the storm woman drew upon the formidable power of the rolling cloudscape, surpassing her own limits. This overwhelming exertion unleashed torrents of lightning from the heavens, lacerating her form with searing wounds. The heat and sting invigorated her nerves, yet she remained undeterred, gathering even more lightning. Gazing down from her lofty perch, she bellowed with the resonance of thunder, "You shall perish." The clash of thunder and her roar reverberated through the air as she wielded the terrifying lightning to suppress her foe. At that moment, all of New York City bore witness to the electric pillars cascading from the sky. The sheer force of nature evoked an almost instinctual reverence among onlookers as they beheld the potentially annihilating lightning. Even those who had witnessed Lincoln's extraordinary abilities felt a peculiar unease stir within them. It was truly terrifying. Could he withstand it? He was Superman after all. Surely he could endure. But what would it matter if he were injured? The storm woman could easily claim his life. Once again, a hint of racial prejudice emerged. The storm woman's full-throttle strike, empowered by the clouds and lightning, redefined ordinary people's perceptions of superhero capabilities. Aside from Lincoln's previous actions, this vast, almost continuous thunderstorm constituted the most potent attack they had ever witnessed. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the lightning descended. The blinding white became the dominant hue of the world at that moment, while the incessant crack of thunder echoed relentlessly. The raging storm shattered the barriers surrounding Lincoln. Walls crumbled, and the tempest spread outward, generating overwhelming electromagnetic interference. Yet amidst this chaos, everyone in the live stream was horrified to discover something remarkable. The lightning, potent enough to melt steel, did not incinerate the camera. The magnetic storm, which severed all signals, failed to disrupt the broadcast. And the shockwaves capable of hurling boulders did not cause the camera to tremble in the slightest. It was as if they were ensconced in a completely sealed realm, with the phone remaining utterly unaffected. As the lightning gradually dissipated, Lincoln, donning a black and gold uniform, held his phone in one hand and, with an unruffled expression, regarded the storm woman. "Is this all you can muster? You dare challenge my authority?" As I gazed upon the unscathed Lincoln, the internet fell into a momentary silence before erupting into chaos. "Mother, come quickly. God has been born." "Jesus? Who is Jesus? I do not recognize him. Henceforth, I declare that the superhuman is the sole deity." The discourse in a live stream bore no impact on the reality around us. With my body marred by the crimson scorch marks left by lightning, I stared at Lincoln, who had withstood a direct blow without a trace of injury. The expression on Storm Girl's face had become utterly frozen. She looked in disbelief at Lincoln and the phone in his hand, which continued to function smoothly, her emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. How could this be? How could this be? Nothing is impossible. In an instant, Lincoln appeared behind Storm Girl, placing a hand upon her shoulder, his demeanor indifferent. "It is simply because you are too weak that the world is rife with impossibilities." With a swift motion, he tightened his palm and gently pressed downward, unleashing a terrifying force akin to a meteor's descent upon Storm Girl. Boom! A wave of white energy exploded in midair, and Storm Girl plummeted to the ground like a fallen Black Hawk. Crash! The sound of shattering concrete echoed as Lincoln peered downward, witnessing the complete destruction of the solid pavement. Cracks formed like a spider's web across the surface, revealing a scene of devastation. And within the deep pit, Storm Girl's body lay utterly crushed. Her skin ruptured, muscles torn, bones shattered. Apart from the vibrant hues of red and green and the remnants of cells that might reveal her identity, she would never rise again to recount her origins. Convinced of Storm Girl's complete demise, Lincoln shut down the live stream, allowing the phone to drop as he floated away. The screen went dark, leaving the viewers in stunned silence. Just moments ago, they had been awestruck by Storm Girl's ability to wield the power of thunderclouds to unleash cataclysmic force. Now, this once formidable figure had been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh by a single gentle strike. There were no elaborate techniques involved, just a simple palm thrust. Yet it was this very gesture that had claimed the life of a powerful superhuman, leaving no trace of her existence. The ordinary viewers were left in shock by the stark contrast of events, while those observing from the shadows were rendered speechless by Lincoln's display of immense power. After a prolonged silence, they resolved to take action. In the Red Weapon laboratory, they contemplated unlocking the Red Weapon, believing that perhaps only he could eliminate this superhuman. Yet, they acknowledged their inability to fully control him. Releasing him at this juncture could lead to uncontrollable chaos. "I don't care," the leader declared. "Release him. Let him eradicate that damned self-proclaimed superhuman. This world needs no gods, nor does it require beings of godlike strength. One compatriot is already the limit. The world cannot bear more. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand. What are you waiting for? Follow my instructions." "Dr. What? Are you certain your formula is effective for superhumans?" "Absolutely, I am quite assured." The doctor solemnly nodded. "I have thoroughly reverse-engineered compound number 5 and derived numerous inspirations from it. The synthesis of various compounds in aerosol form, when inhaled in minute quantities, can instantaneously amplify superhuman abilities. Conversely, should it be entirely injected into the body, even the mightiest superhumans will be rendered as feeble as ordinary humans. I have already tested this on a superhuman with exceptional defensive capabilities. Theoretically, even the most formidable individuals cannot withstand the potency of this agent. The only drawback is that its effects are not everlasting. Those superhumans will ultimately regain their powers. Therefore, it is imperative to eliminate them during the period of influence, ensuring their complete demise. How much of this compound is currently available? Very little, merely a trace, and it cannot be mass-produced. However, if it is solely intended for one individual, the laboratory's output is sufficient. Continue the synthesis. I grant you a fortnight. I desire as much as possible. In the biological laboratory of the WWII group, the exposure of compound No. 5 has led to the emergence of organized entities possessing small quantities of the compound, yet they pale in comparison to the reserves within the laboratory. Utilizing superspeed, a patriot infiltrated the laboratory's storage without detection. Observing the test tubes filled with the azure compound, his expression shifted continuously until he finally reached for them. In his personal chamber, the patriot gasped, exerting control over the flow of blood within his veins, regulating the strength of his capabilities. Under self-restraint, his skin, once robust enough to withstand a missile strike, gradually softened. With a sharp sound, a specially designed high-strength alloy needle pierced his vein, and the azure liquid was injected ceaselessly into his bloodstream. The mysterious blue serum mingled with his crimson blood, spreading throughout his body. Under the heightened stimulation, his cells surged with unprecedented excitement, and a power more formidable than ever before surged within him. His fist instinctively clenched. In the next moment, clang, the high-strength alloy needle was crushed by his muscles. Ignoring the segment embedded within him, the patriot inhaled deeply, rose, and made his way to the rooftop. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted on the rooftop as he soared through the air with astonishing speed. This groundbreaking power afforded him an exhilarating taste of newfound strength. In that instant, his perception of compound number 5 transformed entirely. This is the power that can empower him, enabling him to reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to him from Lincoln. He craves this strength, and not merely this strength. He desires more. More. Soaring freely through the air, the fierce currents whip past him, and the mouth of the patriotic man gradually widens as he bursts into laughter, as if the thought he had long suppressed within himself has finally broken free from its confines. The Superhuman Championship is a grand event for the superhumans, yet it transcends mere superhuman significance. Chapter 94. The show begins. Most individuals are inherently selfish, whether ordinary humans or superhumans. Few are inclined to welcome an imposing figure looming above them. Those ordinary folks under the sway of capitalist politicians might remain indifferent, but the capitalists themselves, perched high atop their thrones, would certainly care. Similarly, superhumans who have always acknowledged the existence of the patriotic man may be unconcerned, but the once dominant patriotic man would undoubtedly object. Lincoln profoundly understands the self-destructive spirit that permeates humanity. He is acutely aware that many eyes are fixed upon him. Their intentions do not revolve around stripping him of his current status. Rather, their singular desire is to eliminate him. thus restoring everything to its original trajectory. God only knows how many in the shadows wish for Lincoln's disappearance. He may have an inkling, but he is disinclined to keep count. Unless the shadowy figure's intent on Lincoln's demise are of the caliber of Thanos, no number of adversaries or intricate schemes can disrupt Lincoln in the slightest. This is precisely why he dismisses their plots. Doomed schemes warrant no scrutiny. The impact of the Stormwoman's demise is profound. Most are not fixated on Lincoln's public execution of Stormwoman, which appears trivial. Rather, they are concerned with her image. How can a superhuman, laden with attributes such as racism and the slaughter of innocents, manage to repackage herself and deceive everyone anew? Such a duplicitous act incites fury among many of Stormwoman's former supporters. Stormwoman once had a dedicated fan base known as the Storm Chasers. However, Lincoln has since exploited that group for his own ends. Consequently, the online discourse has become overwhelmingly one-sided. This escalating tide of resentment extends beyond Stormwoman. It has even begun to affect numerous other superheroes associated with the WWII group. Superhumans are not inherently superior to ordinary humans. Their might is limited to physical strength, rather than moral fortitude. Furthermore, their formidable power often exacerbates the various desires and ambitions that dwell within them. The WWII group seeks to exploit their weaknesses to maintain control, leading to various issues among the superheroes under its banner. These issues posed no threat previously, but now, in the wake of the Stormwoman incident, they have become targets of public ire. The profits of WWII company have begun to decline amidst this burgeoning wave of discontent. However, there is nothing detrimental about this. For the fervor surrounding the Superhuman Championship has intensified. Marvelous humanity. The Red Weapon Laboratory. Commander, the preliminary brainwashing prior to the awakening procedure has been successfully completed, thanks to years of experimentation. Although he is unable to follow complex instructions post-brainwashing, he excels at defeating and eliminating opponents. I require him to engage in a preliminary combat to ensure no issues arise. Yes, we have identified a group of individuals from America attempting to breach the laboratory as suitable opponents. They carry a green compound that, when injected, endows temporary superhuman abilities. The commander nodded, observing the figure in the arena with an expression of calm. Let it begin. Within the laboratory's confines, several battered figures were securely bound by iron chains. With swollen eyes, Billy gazed at those outside with a mixture of rage and confusion. The information he received was utterly incongruent with reality. The laboratory's security measures exceeded his wildest imagination. Just as he descended from the plane, with the Red Laboratory as his objective, he was covertly apprehended by the laboratory's security forces. All his trump cards were taken from him, including not only the compound that grants temporary superhuman powers, but also a dagger he had acquired from Lincoln, coated with a layer of Edmund alloy at the blade's edge. This dagger was sharp enough to slice through nearly any superhuman skin, rendering steel as fragile as tofu in comparison. Originally, this could have served as one of his weapons against the Patriots, but now it was gone. The heavy iron door trembled, and soon after, a line of fully armed soldiers filed in, seizing Billy and escorting him toward the predetermined laboratory. The green serum was injected into Billy's body, awakening and evolving him, while his grievous injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate. In the pitch-black arena, a golden light began to flicker in his eyes. But before he could fully harness its power, a robust figure emerged from the darkness. With disheveled hair and beard resembling a vagabond, defined muscles, and eyes as cold as a machine, the figure, despite having undergone significant transformation, was instantly recognizable to Billy. The soldier boy? The unimaginable sight of someone thought to be dead left Billy momentarily stunned, but the voice from the shadows snapped him back to reality. Soldier, eliminate him. As if activated by a switch, the moment the figure descended, an overwhelming force erupted from the soldier boy's body. With a sudden thrust of his foot, his extraordinary physical prowess propelled him to an unprecedented speed. Bang! The heavy sound of impact echoed as Billy was sent flying outward with a single point of contact. With his palm pressed against the ground, he lifted his gaze toward the soldier boy, unleashing a furious roar. Golden light rapidly coalesced within his pupils, igniting in an instant. The blinding radiance erupted against the soldier boy S-form, releasing searing heat and tremendous force. Yet, in the face of this powerful strike, the soldier boy merely dug his feet in the ground, resilient against the terrifying beam. Chaotic golden light erupted around him, tendrils of crimson revealing themselves beneath his skin, converging toward his chest. Maintaining the golden laser, Billy's expression soured as he beheld the soldier boy, who stood firm against the laser, even beginning to gather the crimson glow at his chest. Cursing inwardly, he swiftly abandoned his plan to annihilate the soldier boy, diverting his gaze elsewhere, aiming to obliterate those hidden figures pulling the strings with his formidable laser. However, the moment his focus wavered, the soldier boy surged forward, chest thrust out defiantly. A roar akin to a raging beast erupted, and in Billy's terrified expression, a column of crimson light, reminiscent of a luminous cannon, erupted unreservedly upon him. The thunderous sound reverberated throughout the room. Under the onslaught of the red beam, Billy's powers were instantly suppressed, and he bore the brunt of a cataclysmic strike, his body reduced to a mass of blackened remnants. Beyond the charred debris lay the ruins of collapsed walls and severed steel. The potency of the red weapon exceeded all expectations. The head of the laboratory was thoroughly pleased with the soldier boy's performance. Did you see that? He can suppress those damned superhuman's abilities. With him, no matter how powerful their abilities, they are rendered useless once suppressed. Their ultimate fate will not differ significantly from that heap of debris in the corner. The soldier boy's displayed strength delighted the overseer immensely. Additionally, have you thoroughly researched the dagger? Not yet, sir, a researcher stepped forward. The primary composition of the dagger is not dissimilar from conventional special alloys. The only distinction lies in the presence of another metal along the blade's edge. It is an undiscovered metal, and our current findings indicate that it contains a unique elemental composition. Without locating this element, replicating the dagger will be impossible. Then go find it. I regret to inform you, sir, that this appears nearly impossible, the researcher stated calmly. This element does not conform to the periodic table. It may not exist on Earth at all, possibly originating from the cosmos. The only sample might very well reside in the hands of a superhuman. As the researcher spoke with composure, the head of the laboratory, once elated by the success of the Red Weapon project, now simmered with rage. Enough, he interrupted the researcher, who was incessantly delivering bad news, with a thunderous shout. I wish to know, previously, if that superhuman were to don this metal. Would you have any means to inflict harm upon him? The researchers exchanged glances before shaking their heads. Unless armed with that dagger, we believe there is no assault capable of penetrating the metal to injure him. What about the red weapon? There is insufficient data to ascertain. Damn it, the leader exclaimed in frustration. Continue, instruct the red weapon to equip the dagger. We must ensure the success of the plan. At the Walter Laboratory, one of the researchers exclaimed, Doctor, I have devised a new method of attack. The doctor, eyes gleaming with excitement, replied, All we need is to identify a suitable superhuman, and we can ensure that the suppressive substance affects them. Please elaborate. The doctor nodded enthusiastically. My plan is as follows. In the Dimension Tower, after concluding a day of routine, Lincoln returned to his grand edifice. Within the room, where showcases were meticulously arranged, several new plaques from the world of the boys adorn the walls. Item, Red, Source, the boys' universe. Function, suppresses compound V superhuman abilities and inflicts harm on superhumans. Item, Anti-compound V. Source, the boys' universe. Function, suppresses compound V superhuman abilities. With a sense of accomplishment, Lincoln gazed at the illuminated displays. A smile gracing his features. If others were as diligent as you, it would not be long before the 7th level showcases are filled. As he spoke, Lincoln's gaze drifted to the vibranium vein floating in the display case. They actually believe that their weapons can harm me. My anticipation for the championship grows ever stronger. Seated upon the throne within the Dimension Tower, Lincoln resembled a deity, capable of perceiving the affairs of the world. With a smile playing on his lips, he awaited the arrival of the championship. Time flew by. A month is but a fleeting moment, particularly for those organizations and individuals meticulously preparing various strategies and plans. As the host's impassioned voice resonated, the highly anticipated inaugural Superhuman Championship commenced. On the vast island, amidst the cheers of countless spectators, the superhumans began to mobilize, advancing towards their distinct objectives and interests. The inaugural Superhuman Championship featured a multitude of participants, yet their abilities varied significantly. However, It was precisely this disparity that allowed certain superhumans to emerge at an astonishing pace, capturing the attention of the entire world. The taciturn figure, wielding a dagger, effortlessly dispatched other competitors like Winter Soldier. The witch, manipulating green luminescence, could unleash beams of green light with a mere gesture, compelling others to retreat with a single display of power. The former member of the Super Seven, now re-employed, dashed across the arena with superhuman speed, embodying the essence of a locomotive. Regardless of the desires of any individual, it appears that they can invariably discover the superhuman they wish to behold. The number of competitors among these superhumans is exceedingly vast, and for the sake of long-term interests, the Water Group has intentionally extended the entire competition process. Thus, it was only several days after the commencement of the contest that a genuine victor of the Superhuman Championship finally emerged. It was neither the taciturn Winter Soldier nor the nature which wielding the verdant energy. They claimed the second and third positions, respectively. The champion, however, was an African-American who had previously garnered little faith in his ability to seize victory, yet he adeptly filled the void left by the departing locomotive. Upon the elevated platform, Lincoln observed the victor below, a flicker of anticipation and amusement illuminating his gaze. Having prolonged this event for so long, the anticipated spectacle of their plans must be imminent. On the podium, the fortunate victor, awarded a trophy by his homeland, was brimming with uncontainable excitement, struggling to articulate his joy until the host prompted him. "Champion, do you wish to challenge the captain of superhumans? This honor is reserved solely for the top 3. Regardless of the outcome, you will become a superhuman who has confronted the Superman, an unparalleled glory." The African-American glanced up at Lincoln, hesitating momentarily before shaking his head. "No need for that. I'm destined not to be Superman's match, so let me simply observe." A chorus of disappointment echoed through the crowd, mirrored on the host's face. Yet he approached the Witch and Winter Soldier. "What of you? Do you intend to relinquish your right to challenge Superman?" "Absolutely not. I shall challenge him," roared the Nature Witch, as a cacophony of cheers erupted like a volcanic eruption. She summoned forth green light with both hands, gracefully descending onto the arena. The usually reticent Winter Soldier tightened his grip on his dagger and turned his gaze towards Lincoln. The black-gold battle suit manifested upon his form, Lincoln's cape billowing behind him as he descended towards the arena, facing the Witch and the Winter Soldier. Behind him, the onlookers, witnessing the fluttering cape, wore expressions of darkened resolve, their fists slowly clenching. What a magnificent scheme to vanquish Lincoln and reclaim his rightful position and power. Chapter 95, Superman. Unfortunately, our champion has declined the opportunity to engage in battle with Superman. Perhaps he yearns to more swiftly and effectively familiarize himself with the affairs of the Super Seven and serve the citizens of New York with greater efficiency. However, there is no cause for disappointment. Our runner-up, the Winter Soldier, and the third place, which have resolved to initiate their challenge against Superman. Now, allow me to unveil the ultimate challenge format, a no-holds-barred brawl. This island, crafted by Superman himself, shall serve as the arena. The final challenge will lift all restrictions, permitting challengers to employ any means to assail Superman. The singular aim and result shall be unequivocal. The sole victor will ascend to the throne that rightfully belongs to him. Will Superman successfully defend his throne, or will the subsequent challengers claim the crown? Let's await the outcome with bated breath. The host's impassioned voice elevated the atmosphere to a crescendo as the audience marveled at the black champion who relinquished his right to challenge, evoking a sense of bittersweet reflection. Yet, the entrance of the formidable Winter Soldier and the enigmatic which revitalized the previously awkward ambience, infusing it with renewed fervor. Throughout the weeks-long competition of superhumans, both Winter Soldier and Witch showcased their immense powers. One by one, the audience's favored contenders fell before the merciless onslaught of the duo. With near impenetrable physical defense, the Winter Soldier stood as an indomitable force, wielding a dagger forged from vibranium capable of rending anything asunder. Even the most adept defenders among the superhumans could not withstand the sharp edge for even a moment. He garnered the admiration of spectators as a paragon of both offense and defense. As for the Witch, her command over energy infused with a concoction of anti-V compound made her attacks irresistible, leaving an air of mystery that captivated the audience. Together, the hardened warrior Winter Soldier and the elusive heroine which formed an alliance to confront the mightiest hero, Lincoln, igniting a sensational topic that set the online community ablaze. In preparation for the impending clash, to prevent any collateral damage to personnel or equipment, a multitude of individuals and machinery were evacuated from the island, leaving only vessels and aircraft designated for remote observation. Moments later, the island stood deserted, save for the trio of Lincoln and the two challengers. With the exception of a vigilant observer from the homeland, poised to strike at Lincoln when the opportunity arose. On the island, clad in black and gold battle attire, Lincoln stood resolutely on the ground, calmly gazing at the Winter Soldier and the Witch. "Your crimson weaponry and anti-compound tactics, the hopes of many rest upon you," he mused. "How ironic and ludicrous that you would seek to vanquish me, the strongest of superhumans, with artificially modified counterparts." The brainwashed soldier, akin to a machine, remained silent as he unsheathed the vibranium dagger from his waist. His intense gaze fixated on Lincoln, muscles taut and coiled like a drawn bow, ready to unleash the latent power within him. Beside him, the witch coldly regarded Lincoln, her hands clasped as a swirling orb of ethereal green energy materialized within her palms. "You will perish here." "Will I?" Lincoln replied with a light chuckle, subtly diminishing his power to a mere fraction. "Let us see, then." With that pronouncement, the ground trembled violently. A potent shock wave surged forth, stirring dust into a swirling vortex that raced toward the duo. Before the dust could reach the Winter Soldier and the Witch, a black force interwoven with golden threads cleaved through the tempest. Lincoln's fist clenched tightly, and with a single punch, he struck with such speed that the Winter Soldier was rendered unable to react. Bang! Once again, a shock wave erupted, propelling the Winter Soldier's figure like a cannonball, trailing a white plume as he was flung backward. His form tumbled and crashed against the terrain of the island, his flesh colliding with trees and rocks, tearing through them with ease. Even a mere fraction of force from a single punch was an unbearable assault for the Winter Soldier. Lincoln did not pursue him. Instead, he cast a glance back, his crimson gaze sweeping menacingly toward the witch. Wherever the light traversed, the very fabric of existence seemed to cleave in twain. As the searing beam threatened to bisect her, the witch's expression shifted dramatically, and she forcefully struck the ground with her hands. With a resounding clap, an eerie green halo spread across the ground. Utilizing the resultant force, the witch's figure shot upward, and in the next instant, the crimson laser swept beneath her. A mere ripple from the dispersed energy was sufficient to shatter the protective barrier enveloping her. The witch was not a versatile energy manipulator. Her strength lay in infusing the anti-compound 5 substance into her energy to launch attacks. To Lincoln, her energy barrier was as fragile as parchment. Cursed, suspended in midair, the witch's countenance darkened as she unleashed a torrent of energy towards the debris and shattered what below. Encased in her energy, the fragments soared like projectiles toward Lincoln. The battle had barely commenced, yet the Winter Soldier had already been sent flying. While she was compelled to ascend to evade Lincoln's fierce gaze, she exerted every ounce of her power to manipulate various materials, obstructing Lincoln's line of sight while pulling herself further away. The anti-superhuman ray was formidable, even capable of confronting individuals from her homeland. Yet it also meant she would be subjected to the effect of this reactive compound. By encasing such material with energy, she could shield herself. But once she released that energy to attack, the unleashed compound would be beyond her control. To avoid collateral damage, she needed to maintain as much distance as possible. As was the case now, Lincoln was well aware of the witch's capabilities and understood her intentions at this moment. However, the anti-superhuman ray would ultimately prove futile against him. In contrast to the witch, the high-energy reaction emerging from afar on the island commanded his attention. With a powerful swing, he shattered a massive falling rock, his gaze sharpening as he peered deeper into the island. In the next instant, a crimson beam traversed the vast distance, sweeping toward him. Boom! Stone, wood, steel, and concrete. Before this red beam, all human creations appeared woefully fragile. Before the witch could even react, the laser unleashed by the Winter Soldier, imbued with terrifying radiative energy, struck Lincoln with a heavy impact. Lincoln did not evade. He merely raised one arm to block the beam capable of nullifying the superhuman abilities granted by Compound 5. Lincoln had never utilized the 5th compound, thus he was never constrained by the radiation laser. However, for the sake of engaging with these individuals, he deliberately suppressed his own power. Consequently, the minuscule biological force field could not firmly anchor him to the ground. Deep within the island, the Winter Soldier, bare-chested and subtly revealing a hint of the blue fifth compound, emerged slowly against the radiation laser. The witch, who had been momentarily dazed, finally regained her senses. She raised two orbs of ethereal green energy high above her head and forcefully hurled them towards Lincoln. With a resonating hum, a beam of green light surged forward, piercing through the space and colliding with Lincoln. Boom! A deep, thunderous explosion echoed as clusters of explosive energy radiated outward. The energy vehemently battered against his defenses, distorting the hemispherical biological force field he had erected. Confronted with the full might of their onslaught, the ground beneath Lincoln could no longer withstand such terrifying force, and he began to stagger backward. Increasing amounts of energy dissipated, leaving deep gashes in the earth with merely a casual touch. On the screen, the audience watched in awe as Lincoln was overwhelmed within the resplendent energy sphere unleashed by the Winter Soldier and the Witch. They were astounded. Had they truly become so formidable as to subdue even Superman? Well done. Just like that. Winter Soldier, Witch, keep going. Kill him. Eliminate this detestable Superman. Are you out of your mind? Insane? I'm not insane. If you understand the principle of blood for blood, you should know precisely who that Winter Soldier is. Soldier Boy? He is Soldier Boy. Wasn't he already dead? Yet he has returned, and now he is suppressing Superman in battle. This is the conspiracy of the Vought Corporation. Superman is doomed. He was the strongest superhuman decades ago, and now he has grown even more powerful. Superman is destined to fall at the hands of Soldier Boy. The once unrivaled superhuman is making a glorious comeback. In the sky, observing Lincoln being tightly restrained by the two energy beams, Patriot's expression shifted with constant flickers of uncertainty. His X-ray vision could not penetrate Lincoln's form, leaving him unsure of the true state of the seemingly superior Lincoln. While Patriot harbored a lingering suspicion of Lincoln's disguise, the passage of time began to erode his resolve. From the mingling red and green beams, he sensed an undeniable unease, akin to an animal facing its predator. Previously, he had never believed that anything in this world could pose a threat to him, but at that moment, he chose to trust his instincts. If those two beams instilled a sense of danger within him, it was only logical that they would also threaten Lincoln, a being of superhuman caliber. Watching Lincoln, now retreating under pressure, Patriot ultimately made up his mind. With a whoosh, a thunderous sonic boom erupted from the skies, drawing the gaze of many upward, only to be met with shock as they witnessed Patriot's figure plummeting from the heights. A crimson laser erupted from his pupils, seamlessly merging with the torrent of turbulent energy unleashed by the Winter Soldier and the Witch. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled violently, and Lincoln's expression shifted dramatically. He realized with dismay that even a fraction of his strength was insufficient to withstand the combined might of the three. How pathetically weak he was. His body was relentlessly pushed back by the fierce currents of energy until one foot unexpectedly found itself suspended in the air, revealing the island's precarious edge. Gazing up at the distorted figures behind the chaotic veil of energy, Lincoln inhaled deeply, allowing the suppressed power within him to surge forth. No longer resisting, he plunged his hands into the tumultuous energy stream, manifesting solidified magic within his grasp, and then, with a sudden rip, unleashed it. The delicate equilibrium between the three beams of light was violently torn asunder by Lincoln's overwhelming force, causing energy to spill uncontrollably in all directions, like a deluge flattening the very ground beneath it. Shockwaves reverberated across the island, permeating the island's structure built of mud and stone. Dense clouds of dust ascended with the rising heat, and beneath this swirling chaos, a massive fissure split the island, sending vast amounts of earth and rock cascading into the depths of the sea. Like the aftermath of a nuclear explosion, a thick fog enveloped one corner of the island. Scorching air currents and radiative energy ravaged the mist, rendering Lincoln's figure invisible to the astounded onlookers. As they beheld the cataclysmic explosion reminiscent of creation itself, countless spectators stood in stunned silence, merely watching as the haze gradually began to clear. Had he perished? The director of the Red Weapon Laboratory clenched his fists involuntarily, Such an assault should have resulted in his demise, shouldn't it? I cannot say for certain, sir. The researcher replied hesitantly. The energy raised from the red weapon, combined with that device developed by the water group, theoretically should be insurmountable for any superhuman. Moreover, our nation has intervened. Humanity, the water group, and superhumans all desire his death. Unless he is a deity, his chances of survival are minimal. The director remained silent for a long while. If he truly has survived, what would that signify? After a moment's pause, the researcher responded. This planet would have found its master. A shroud of radioactive mist obscured everyone's vision, yet ultimately, as all eyes were trained upon it, a figure slowly emerged from the haze. Wiping away the non-existent dust, Lincoln raised his gaze towards the trio, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Your attacks are formidable, compelling me to unleash a bit more of my power. However, the game ends here. Impossible. The witch stared at Lincoln in horror, her arms gesticulating as she prepared to unleash a wave of eerie green energy upon him. Yet, before her arms could descend, Lincoln had already materialized behind her. Seizing her arm, her limb felt as though it were encased in steel, immovable, and the excruciating pain of shattered bones filled her eyes with terror. She turned to Lincoln, only to be horrified as she witnessed him pluck the orb of ethereal green energy from her palm, akin to a precious gem. After kneading it briefly, he forcibly inserted it into her mouth. Despite her desperate attempts to resist, Lincoln's overwhelming power rendered her as feeble as a fledgling. The verdant energy was poured into her abdomen, causing the components of Compound V to be unleashed, rapidly dissolving her physical prowess and superhuman abilities. As the energy surged forth, her body erupted violently. With a resounding bang, the green energy halo dispersed, and a rain of crimson fell. Lincoln strode through the sanguine downpour untainted and approached the Winter Soldier. Looking up at Lincoln, the Winter Soldier's expression bore no hint of alarm at the witch's demise. Clutching an adamantium dagger tightly, he lunged towards Lincoln's abdomen. The dagger clanged, halting just short of penetration. With one hand, Lincoln seized the Winter Soldier by the throat, lifting him with ease, then twisted his arm, wrenching the dagger from his grasp. In a swift motion, he plunged it directly into the soldier's heart. The alloy blade effortlessly pierced skin, muscle, and bone. As the heart was pierced, the Winter Soldier's body convulsed violently. Lincoln merely observed him calmly, watching the light in his eyes fade, before casting his lifeless form aside and turning to the Patriot. Next, it is your turn. Chapter 96. Departure Silence. An oppressive, deathly silence. The blood rain, born from the witch, continued to cascade from above, while all eyes were fixed on the lifeless body below, its heart pierced by the dagger. Everyone stood frozen, whether it was the personnel from the Vought headquarters or the head of the Red Weapon Laboratory, utterly unprepared for the current scenario. The suppressive effect of the red weapons on superhumans had long been validated by the laboratory researchers through their experiments on these beings. Even the Soldier Boy, with his superlative defenses, could be torn asunder and transformed under the might of the red weapons. The augmentations made upon the foundation of Soldier Boy's body undeniably rendered the red weapons even more formidable. Decades ago, the most powerful superhuman, the biological red weapon, combined with the excessive injection of Compound V, had led the personnel of the Red Weapon Laboratory to believe that Soldier Boy had been enhanced to an unprecedented level. Even in combat against the current Patriot, they did not foresee a total defeat for Soldier Boy. Yet now, everything had exceeded their expectations. The Patriot, the Witch, and Soldier Boy united to unleash their most potent assault upon Lincoln, with two of their attacks capable of directly suppressing superhuman power. However, they believed even the Patriot would be doomed should he be struck by such an attack. Yet, astonishingly, Lincoln emerged unscathed. The explosion that shattered the island was akin to a miniature nuclear detonation, raising a dust cloud thick enough to obscure the sky. Everyone assumed that no one could survive such a terrifying assault, but what they witnessed now defied all reason. Under the dual suppression of the red weapon and the anti-V compound, Lincoln emerged unscathed, absorbing the assaults of three adversaries, including the compatriot. As he stepped out of the dense fog, all eyes upon him, he effortlessly shattered the anti-superhuman weapon developed by the water group into fragments. Shielding himself with his flesh against a dagger whose composition eluded their analysis, he retaliated by plunging it into the heart of the Soldier Boy, ensuring his demise. In a mere span of less than a minute, They had lost two weapons that had demanded considerable time, energy, and resources to manufacture. The scattered blood and the lifeless bodies on the ground starkly underscored Lincoln's invincible might. Even weapons designed specifically against superhumans were rendered utterly ineffective against him. Gazing at the corpses that lay strewn about, both the water group and others recognized the arrival of a true deity. Unlike the compatriot, a pseudo-god susceptible to calculations and defeat, Lincoln, who single-handedly shattered the combined efforts of three and buried them, embodied an invincible divine presence. Unease and fear swirled within, as those who had meticulously crafted various plans against Lincoln now found themselves engulfed in despair. They could no longer discern anything in this world capable of inflicting harm upon him. Even nuclear weapons paled in comparison to Lincoln's extraordinary speed. The absence of any countermeasures against Lincoln effectively sealed their fate. Silently retrieving a steel-textured handgun from a drawer, they loaded bullets into the magazine, calmly aiming the muzzle at their temples or chins before pulling the trigger. Bang! The sharp gunfire resonated across diverse corners of the globe, signifying the loss of countless lives. With their grand plan in ruins, they were left with no means to confront the uncertain future ahead. Once Lincoln had settled accounts with the compatriots, should they still be alive, they would face torment far more terrifying than death itself. While Lincoln may not pursue such actions, their former enemies would show no mercy. Suicide became their final vestige of dignity. On the Atlantic Islands, the compatriots chose not to take their own lives. As they beheld Lincoln, who had slowly ascended from the island into the air, the compatriot clenched his jaw, every muscle in his body trembling with an indescribable sense of unease and fear. Despair and trepidation coiled around him like a nightmare, recalling the moment just a minute prior when Lincoln had dispatched two superhumans with the ease of slaughtering fowl. The compatriot's inner turmoil transported him back to the laboratory that had overshadowed his entire childhood, a place of profound suffering. Lincoln stood before him, embodying that very nightmare, having seized his reputation, status, and power. The compatriot's heart raced faster than at any other moment. The effects of the V compound began to manifest fully within his body. The patriot felt his body becoming increasingly ablaze, as if infused with boundless energy. With a thunderous roar, a sonic boom erupted behind him, cloaked in a white mist. He surged toward Lincoln at supersonic speed. Bang! The sheer might of their physiques collided in midair, creating a shockwave that radiated outward. Grasping the patriot's fist with one hand, Lincoln beheld the transformation of the once fervent patriot into a state of eerie stillness, a sardonic smile curving his lips. Is this your confidence? Some compounds? Have they eroded your intellect? How pitiable. No, the patriot, witnessing the mocking expression on Lincoln's face, roared in defiance and unleashed another powerful punch. You have no right to be here. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as his fists were tightly gripped, with his hands restrained. The patriot bellowed and launched a kick with his right foot. I alone should be the deity of this realm. Crack! The sound of splintering bones resonated. Yet the patriot appeared oblivious to the pain as he swung his left foot. I am the patriot. Crack! Another foot was shattered by Lincoln's strike. Despairing madness filled his crimson eyes, and a searing gaze ignited within the patriot. I will do as I wish. A chilling gust escaped Lincoln's lips, creeping upon that fervent gaze like a venomous serpent. The intense heat capable of melting steel was extinguished under the terrifying cold, retreating inch by inch, until that icy breath enveloped the once frenzied visage of the patriot. His vitality was utterly severed, calmly releasing the frosted sculpture he had created. The completely encased patriot plummeted from the heights, crashing heavily onto an island in the midst of the Atlantic Ocean. With a resounding crack, ice met rock, scattering a myriad of tiny, crystalline fragments. Under the absolute zero temperatures, the structure of the patriot's body had disintegrated into ice. Gazing at the shimmering field of ice below, Lincoln reached into the void and procured a wooden box. Peering inside as he opened the lid, he found the once vibrant heart now stilled, transformed into a frigid ornament exuding a chilling aura. Lincoln contemplated the heart for a moment before loosening his grip, allowing the box with the heart inside to fall toward the ground. Before it could descend far, he waved his hand, dispersing the luminous portal. With a splash, the heart vanished into the tumultuous depths of the ocean. The Superhuman Championship concluded in a manner unforeseen by all. The champion of the individual competition relinquished his right to challenge, directly joining the ranks of the Super 7. Meanwhile, the runner-up in third place transformed their challenge into an ambush. The co-captain of the Super 7, the Patriot, personally engaged in the assault against Lincoln. The final outcome saw the personal runner-up in third place perish, while the former captain, the Patriot, met his demise in this attack. This contest of skill has firmly established Lincoln's unparalleled strength and position, leading everyone to realize that their previous notions of superheroes and supervillains have been rather superficial. Indeed, never before had such a powerful figure as Lincoln appeared in comic books, films, or novels, a grave oversight on the part of all creators. Following the Superhuman Championship, the Water Group approached Lincoln. "Superman, we must devise an entirely new public relations strategy for you." "What?" Lincoln, lounging in the office and basking in the sunlight, looked at Ashley with a hint of surprise. "A public relations strategy?" "Yes, indeed." Ashley nodded somewhat anxiously. "Surveys indicate that many people now hold differing opinions about you. Simple online campaigns can no longer salvage your reputation." She paused, for Lincoln's eyes, bearing a smirk-like expression, were fixed upon her. "When have I ever cared for their opinions?" Lincoln replied, his tone calm and unruffled. "Inform those individuals that I am indifferent to their methods. Present me with a list of all who speak ill of me, and send them all to Africa to mine." Ashley was taken aback. "The numbers are too great, and wouldn't the punishment be excessively harsh? Perhaps there will be more." "Then send them all to mine. If Africa is unsuitable, then the moon. If the moon is impossible, then Mars." Lincoln's gaze turned icy as he regarded Ashley. "I need to impart a lesson. Until they possess the requisite strength to contend with me, it is prudent for them to keep their mouths shut and their plans concealed. Moreover, if there are further objections, I would not hesitate to reopen the championship. Perhaps it would be more intriguing to pit superhumans against humans. Don't you think, Ashley?" Listening to the chilling intent in Lincoln's voice, Ashley found herself at a loss for words. As she struggled to regain her composure, Lincoln waved her away, returning to his sunlit reverie. Before him, a series of indistinct gray lines re-emerged, and on the fifth gray line, gold had nearly ascended to completion, missing only a fraction. In the realm of the Black Robe, many had perished at Lincoln's hands, yet the count of fictional characters he had slain was remarkably low, merely a handful. Though the number was not substantial, according to Lincoln's prior experiences, the lives of these few could suffice to illuminate that fifth golden string entirely. Yet, the ultimate outcome revealed he had overestimated the situation. The bloodshed had merely filled the golden string to 80 or 90%. The remaining fraction would necessitate a more conventional method of basking in the sun. Since his arrival in this world, several months had elapsed, and he had only managed to charge the golden string to just shy of completion. If he truly sought to bask in sunlight, he might need to immerse himself in the sun itself to energize the golden string. Whenever this thought crossed his mind, Lincoln found himself reminiscing about Freddy. Do not misunderstand. It is not that he is fond of Fred's fire-scarred visage, but rather that this individual, while conjuring a solar entity in the realm of dreams to enhance his spirit, also provides a source of rejuvenation. In the dreamscape, a sun hangs high. Should he dive into it in reality, it would yield a double dose of elation. Alas, Freddy's abilities are entwined with demonic powers, making them unattainable. During the superhuman competition, Lincoln established a new benchmark for this world through sheer strength. Yet his deeds here extend far beyond that. The native has perished, yet his son Ryan thrives. Unlike everyone else, including the soldier boy, Ryan stands as the sole superhuman in existence, born with innate powers. Other superhumans harbor varying degrees of the elusive Compound 5 within, relying on its properties to wield their abilities. Consequently, they're susceptible to the rays emitted by red weapons, which contain radioactive particles that suppress their powers and inflict harm. Ryan, however, is distinct. The alterations initiated from the very moment of fertilization have rendered the existence of Compound 5 an intrinsic part of his being. Simple radioactive particles can no longer suppress his latent abilities, and the counter compounds produced by the Water Group can only induce momentary weakness. Moreover, Ryan compensates for the deficiencies of other superhumans. His reproductive cells have been confirmed to fuse with egg cells, resulting in the birth of new life. The water company regards this as a top-secret matter, hesitant to conduct extensive research for fear of uncovering a method that would allow superhumans to emerge naturally. The water group, which rose to prominence by transforming individuals into superhumans through Compound 5, would face obliteration should superhumans begin to manifest spontaneously. Alongside the demise of Compound 5, the water group, which has monopolized superhuman affairs for decades, would also be consigned to the annals of history. However, their intentions do not align with Lincoln's vision. Lincoln has reignited the exploration into the natural emergence of superhumans, leveraging the genetic contributions from Ryan, the little native, augmented by a touch of ingenuity. Ultimately, a novel compound was synthesized, Compound 6, a vial radiating a golden luminescence. Distinct from Compound 5, this new substance directly awakens an individual into superhumanity without the adverse effects, including infertility. Naturally, as awakening correlates with genetic makeup, the results may vary dramatically from one individual to another. Those injected with this serum might awaken with powers rivaling those of the natives, or, conversely, find themselves transformed into gelatinous beings incapable of standing. In summary, this world is poised to become exceedingly peculiar. It will bear resemblances to the realm of RoboCop, yet differ in significant ways, ensuring that turmoil is inescapable. But what does this mean for Lincoln? As he is on the verge of departing this world, he remains unperturbed by these developments. Instead, his collection has just acquired a brand new artifact. As a multitude of hexagonal compounds were shattered and scattered into the ecological cycle, Lincoln withdrew from the towering edifice and plucked the golden strings. Chapter 97, Pirates of the Caribbean. The vibrations of the golden strings resonated and ultimately came to a halt. The damp, dim atmosphere, illuminated only by flickering flames, did little to brighten the surrounding darkness. Lincoln extended his hand and felt the cold, unyielding touch of a steel cage. Before he could utter a word, a familiar voice echoed from the adjacent cell. "Hey, when did you get locked up? I didn't notice you before." Lincoln turned to see a man adorned with a tricorn hat and matted hair. A hint of amusement flickered in Lincoln's eyes as he raised an eyebrow. "Captain? Captain Jack Sparrow? Wow." At the sound of Lincoln's address, Jack's eyes sparkled with interest. He pointed at Lincoln, his gaze filled with anticipation. "You are the only one who has remembered to address me as captain thus far. Those naval officers must be blind to confine such a polite fellow as yourself here. By the way, what brings you to this place? Are you a pirate too?" "Pirate? Not quite, at least not at the moment." Lincoln surveyed his surroundings and found a clean spot to sit, intrigued by Jack. "In fact, I have no idea why I was imprisoned here, but who really cares?" "I certainly don't." Jack pondered for a moment, then nodded. "It seems you are indeed a pirate, without a doubt. But can one be considered a pirate without a ship? I thought I might be better classified as a bandit." Lincoln glanced back at Jack. "So, Captain, where is your ship?" Jack's expression faltered as he gazed at Lincoln. The thought of his beloved Black Pearl being trampled by a horde of burly men further darkening his mood. After a brief silence, Jack resolved to steer the conversation away from the awkward topic. "My ship is just outside. However, I am more curious about your name." "Lincoln." "Lincoln?" Jack paused, taken aback. "Just Lincoln?" "Indeed." Lincoln nodded. "Do I need a title or something?" "Actually, you could add one, but Jack," observing Lincoln's dark hair and eyes, suddenly understood. "You hail from the eastern seas?" "Eastern?" Lincoln contemplated for a moment before nodding. Though there are some inaccuracies, they are not particularly significant. Just as Jack was about to respond, the sound of cannon fire and sharp shrieks erupted from outside the cell. Peering through the window, Lincoln clearly saw the Black Pearl, which once belonged to Jack, floating upon the harbor surface. The moonlight was shrouded by thick clouds, rendering the naval officers in the harbor oblivious to the peculiarities of the Black Pearl's crew. Cannon fire reverberated throughout the harbor, and fierce close-quarter battles raged through the streets, with the majority of the fallen being mere mortal sailors. Leaning against the not-so-spacious window, Jack pointed at the grand ship outside, addressing Lincoln. "Do you see that? That is the Black Pearl. Quite magnificent, isn't it? So your crew has come to rescue you?" Jack, taken aback by Lincoln's inappropriate remark, fell silent once more, the previously enjoyed atmosphere of the moment dissipating. With a wave of his hand, he gloomily retreated from the window, settling once again on the stone steps at the entrance. In the next moment, a deafening explosion shattered the silence, the cannon fire echoing against the hard stone walls of the cell. Debris flew, dust swirling in the air. As he waved away the haze, Jack beheld the completely demolished wall of the adjacent cell. He watched as the prisoners from that cell began to stream out through the breach, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Extending his hand, he approached the opening, just wide enough for him to squeeze through, and a sudden realization struck him. Perhaps his luck was not as favorable as he had previously thought. Yet, casting a glance at Lincoln's intact cell next to him, a sense of calm washed over him. At least he had someone to share this ordeal with, did he not? Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the bones discarded by the prisoners from the adjacent cell, and after a brief moment of hesitation, he feigned nonchalance and waved his hand before Lincoln. It seems my fortune is rather unfortunate. I can see that. Lincoln nodded, gesturing subtly towards the bones. Aren't you going to give it a try? Who knows, it might attract that dog. It will absolutely not come, Jack replied gravely. I'm quite confident in that. Ah, I see, Lincoln acquiesced, drawing a little closer. Since you cannot leave here for the time being, why not regale me with tales of your maritime adventures? Captain Jack Sparrow? Lincoln's suggestion plunged Jack into silence. Moments later, he settled down in the fleeting moonlight that peeked through the clouds. Very well, allow me to share my story. Suddenly, a thunderous crash interrupted Jack's narration, startling him. He looked up in surprise to see two soldiers clad in red naval uniforms tumbling down the staircase. Amidst the clamor of footsteps, two pirates appeared in the cell. This is not an armory. You have taken a wrong turn. Steady Tig, one pirate said, sheathing his sword as he approached Jack's cell, accompanied by another pirate armed with a single-shot pistol. Look who we have here, Captain Jack Sparrow. Upon hearing his companion's voice, Tig also lowered his weapon and stepped forward. The last time I saw you, you were alone on a perilous, deserted island, fading from my view. It seems your misfortunes are far from over. Take care of yourselves, Jack retorted defiantly, locking eyes with the two pirates. The very depths of hell await traitors like you. Jack's words ignited a flash of anger in the sword-wielding pirate, who abruptly seized Jack by the throat. The arm that reached through the bars, illuminated by the moonlight, transformed from muscular flesh into pallid bone, still adorned with remnants of sinew and fascia. Gazing at the pallid hand bones, Jack's expression shifted momentarily. Is it that incantation? How intriguing. You truly know nothing at all. Jack's words echoed the pain of the pirates, yet he abandoned the notion of killing Jack, instead giving him a shove before resolutely turning away. Jack, watching the retreating figures of the two, fell once more into contemplation. But Lincoln's voice roused him. Now that there is no one to disturb us, Captain, may we continue with your tale? Certainly. In an instant, Jack cast aside the recent events and settled down to regale Lincoln with tales of his adventures and whimsical maritime escapades over the years. What could be more delightful than boasting stories to a visitor from a distant sea, sipping rum aboard the Black Pearl while indulging in grand tales? Yet, with neither rum nor the Black Pearl present, this moment already felt like the pinnacle of joy. As the night wore on, the tempest of plundering that had beset the harbor had subsided, and the Navy, along with the port's inhabitants, began to clear the wreckage left in the wake of the pirates. Meanwhile, in the prison, Jack had lost count of how many stories he had spun throughout the long night. Lincoln was the epitome of a perfect listener, compelling him to share endlessly. Even as his throat grew parched, the hazy sunlight filtered through the holes in the walls, illuminating the cell. Jack raised a hand to shield his eyes, only then realizing he had rambled like a madman for an entire night. He waved away Lincoln's invitation for another tale, intending to lean against the wall for a brief rest, but before he could close his eyes, the sound of the door opening echoed once more. After a flurry of hurried footsteps, Wiltner burst into the cell, shaking the bars to awaken the sleepless Jack. Sparrow, roused from his slumber, Jack appeared somewhat dazed, his words slurred. You are quite familiar with the Black Pearl, are you not? Wiltner, with no time to spare, seized Jack. Where will it dock? A name you should have heard countless times in legends. Jack yawned. The Isle of Death, a place only those who have been there can locate. Please, do not disturb my sleep. You must know where it is, right? Why do you ask? Realizing that sleep was a distant prospect, Jack opened his eyes wide. Have you finally come to your senses and decided to become a pirate? Seeing Jack's reluctance to speak, Wiltner had no other recourse. They have taken Miss Swan. I must rescue her. It seems you have found your girl, but if you wish to play the hero, you must do so alone, as it holds no benefit for me. I can set you free. Wiltner looked intently at Jack. Take me to rescue Miss Swan, or remain here to await your execution. You have no other option. Observing Wiltner, Jack fell silent, then finally spoke. Tell me, how do you intend to release me when the keys are no longer available? The principle of leverage. Will meticulously explain the situation, then fixed his gaze upon Jack, urging him to make a choice. Undoubtedly, Jack wished to avoid the gallows, especially after learning Will's name, which sparked a brilliant idea in his mind to reclaim the Black Pearl. Nodding in agreement to the deal, the clang of steel echoed as Will effortlessly pried open the iron door. Stepping lightly from the room, Jack gathered his belongings, ready to depart, when suddenly he turned back to Lincoln's cell. I almost forgot. We need to rescue another person. I require an ally. Him? Will's expression was laced with skepticism as he regarded Lincoln. Are you certain? I haven't slept a wink. And if you believe a single individual can contend with the Navy, you might as well leave now. Clang. Let us move. We must hasten our departure. It won't be long before they discover our absence, Will urged. To Jack's astonishment, Lincoln followed closely behind, an expression of incredulity upon his face. Are you serious? You intend to take me along? Or shall we leave you here to be hanged? Jack retorted. I assumed you would adhere to the pirate code, abandoning the solitary, even if that solitary is the captain. The pirate code? What is that? Will's curiosity was piqued. Of course, Jack replied matter-of-factly. While the code serves merely as a guideline, it undeniably exists. Very well, does that code assist us in our current predicament? Will's inquiry left Jack momentarily speechless. If Barbossa and his crew were to honor the code, perhaps Parley could allow your girl to endure until we arrive. And if they do not, Will pressed. Jack quickened his pace. Perhaps collecting your girl's remains would also be a viable option. Oh, they would kill her, Will exclaimed. The likelihood is minimal, Jack observed, casting a glance at Will, who theoretically should possess the final coin and thus become Barbossa's target. If she is clever enough, she may well be alive and thriving at this moment. Moreover, are you certain you wish to squander time on such inquiries? Jack halted beneath the bridge, gesturing towards the distant ship. We must seize a vessel before they do. Seize a ship? Will instinctively shifted his focus, following Jack's gaze to the imposing ship. The Indomitable. Are we to take that ship? In truth, my aim is that one. Jack pointed to a considerably smaller vessel nearby. That is our ruse. A diversion to draw them away. Lincoln, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected. Why not set a fire on the shore? I am certain the entire Navy would rush to extinguish it. Indeed, your suggestion is quite astute, but the issue lies in the lack of incendiary tools. Personally, I excel at that, Jack replied with a hint of mischief. Lincoln's face radiated with a simple smile. While perhaps setting a fire may not be my forte, I believe that a sufficiently sensational explosion could yield similar results. Jack and Will fell silent, exchanging glances, before Jack spoke up. Share your plan. The plan is straightforward. Lincoln gestured toward the distant street. I will enter to procure some materials and create a striking piece of art, providing you the perfect opportunity to sail away. It's a flawless scheme. Wait, Will interjected, sensing an inconsistency. What about you? Are you not coming with us? You rescued me from that prison, so it is only natural that I provide you with a small token of gratitude. As for myself, I have other means to depart from this place. Do not concern yourselves with me. Gazing at Lincoln, Will, who was preoccupied with thoughts of Swan, hesitated momentarily before nodding. Stay safe. Rest assured, Lincoln signaled with a gesture, then slipped into the crowd, vanishing from sight. Moments later, within the naval port's armory, Lincoln gazed upon the barrels of gunpowder and various dangerous materials, a twisted smile gracing his features. Chapter 98. The birth of a legend. Lincoln departed, leaving Will standing silently beneath the bridge for a while. Do you think he could pull it off? Perhaps. Jack pondered for a moment, pointing at Will. I believe we should place our trust in him. He may surprise us. What sort of surprise? Will was about to inquire further when a sudden roar echoed in the distance, causing his ears to buzz. Boom! Like the arrival of thunder. The rumbling sound reverberated from afar. Cautiously, the two men leaned their heads over the bridge, and the next moment, they beheld the soaring flames reaching for the sky. The raging fire surged forth like lava from a volcano, the howling shockwave and fierce gusts scattering sparks in all directions. The harbor town, constructed of stone and wood, became a splendid stage for the flames, and in mere moments, the crimson glow illuminated half the sky. Gazing upwards at the dazzling blaze, Jack shook his head in confusion and rubbed his eyes, fleetingly believing he had seen a starfish in the shape of a pentagram. What is the matter? Will's attention was drawn by Jack's actions. Can we set off now? Jack peered from the other side, observing the naval officers hastily disembarking from the interceptor to extinguish the fire. The plan was a success. Let us depart. The strategy of misdirection and diversion proved effective. As the naval officers on the Interceptor rushed back to shore due to the unexpected explosion and flames, Jack and Will effortlessly seized control of the vessel. With the ship unfurling its sails under the influence of the wind, the Undaunted and the naval forces in the harbor were utterly incapable of pursuing or sinking them. Turner, you have made a foolish decision. Lowering the telescope, gazing at the intercept vessel rapidly retreating under Jack's command, and then turning to observe the inferno blazing in the harbor. Both Norrington and Governor Swan could hardly fathom that this was entirely Jack's scheme. The act of seizing a warship was already a capital offense that could lead them to the gallows. Adding arson and the detonation of explosives would warrant a triple execution. Fortunately, the gallows could be reused, and a person could not be hanged thrice. Otherwise, the merchant selling gallows would be in fits of laughter by now. With no hope of catching up to the intercept vessel, Norrington turned sharply and barked, "Seal off the city. Find that damned arsonist. I want him on the gallows by tomorrow, charged with aiding in the release of pirates and committing arson." The charges Norrington prepared were sound, but alas, by the time a contingent of armed sailors surrounded him, Lincoln had already positioned himself at the edge of the sea. "Arsonist, you have nowhere left to flee." Norrington advanced with his sword, his countenance icy as he regarded Lincoln. "Surrender. Nowhere to escape?" Lincoln laughed heartily, a surge of magic pulsing through his grasp as the distant sea began to churn. "It seems your interpretation of path differs from mine." Norrington intended to retort, but the tumultuous waves rising behind Lincoln captured everyone's attention. The ocean was cleaved by a formidable force, and through the parted waters, they could discern the seabed, previously concealed beneath the waves. The water continued to roil, and from the invisible depths, a colossal ship, shimmering as if gilded, ascended from the abyss. This magnificent vessel, forged by the very environment, surged through the waves into the harbor, leaving the assembled navy utterly astounded as they gazed upon this godlike creation that seemed to defy existence. "My God, what is this? A ship of gold. It must be a ship of gold, all crafted from gold. Incredible. Unbelievable." Not only were those who frequently heard various maritime legends left speechless, but even Brigadier Norrington himself was struck dumb by the dazzling golden ship. The aura of wealth emanating from this behemoth was overwhelming, instilling a profound reverence within him. Under the shadow of this golden vessel, the once proud dreadnought appeared as nothing more than a mere toy, devoid of any grandeur. Observing the navy, rendered speechless by the might of the golden ship, Lincoln chuckled. With a powerful leap, he ascended to the deck of the golden vessel, waving to the stunned Norrington and his men. The boundless sea holds countless avenues. Where's the notion of being trapped? Farewell, everyone, and remember the name of my ship, the Solar God. With that, Lincoln stamped his foot, and a resonant hum echoed through the air as the once still colossal ship resumed its operations. The vast expanse of the sea surged beneath the massive vessel, elevating the golden ship as if it were a surfer riding the waves. The sound of rushing water echoed, and as all eyes beheld the ship departing the harbor at an astonishing speed, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Gazing at the undulating surface of the ocean, a naval officer quietly nudged his companion. "Do you recall the Black Pearl you mentioned earlier?" "Indeed, that is the legendary ship," came the reply. "Yet, I believe this vessel is the true embodiment of legend." "I concur. The sun god's ship, conjured by Lincoln through arcane powers in defiance of this world's curse, bore a golden hue, intricately linked to that very curse. Curses are indeed a hallmark of the Caribbean pirates. In a bid for expediency, Lincoln appropriated certain traits of this world, thus giving birth to the sun god's ship, a craft that transcends both shallow and deep waters, eternally resplendent and indestructible, possessing unparalleled speed. Except for Lincoln, every crew member acknowledged by this ship would gradually transform into gold, ultimately merging with the golden vessel and succumbing to a final death. This metamorphosis would be protracted, during which the crew would lose their acute senses and dexterity until they ultimately relinquished all, including life itself. Lincoln, wielding his formidable strength, could defy the curse's power, yet all others would be ensnared and tormented by the ship's malediction. While such fate seems inhumane, one might reflect on the curses of the Black Pearl and the Flying Dutchman, which are not without their own acceptance. The golden ship could navigate solely by Lincoln's will, yet he resolved to seek out crew members. After all, the curse aboard could not be left unutilized. That would be an utter waste. Incongruent with the essence of the Caribbean pirate realm. Following Lincoln's intent, the golden compass automatically aligned with his desired direction as the tumultuous waters cascaded back to the surface, heralding the legend of the sun god's ship across the sea. Tortuga, an island belonging to pirates, was a chaotic yet uniquely ordered port, teeming with those who had lost their vessels yet still yearned for the sea. Here, day melded into night, with rum and gunpowder as eternal companions. Yet today, the city's notoriously raucous taverns had fallen into an unusual silence. Aside from the inebriated souls sprawled on the floor, not a single patron remained to share the rum's company. They had forsaken their firearms and swords, eager to rush to the harbor for a glimpse of the radiant ship, one that seemingly defied reality. Standing at the prow, atop a sculpture resembling a golden chariot, Lincoln gazed down upon the islanders, awestruck by the presence of the golden ship. His voice resonated powerfully. "I require crew members to join my ship. Among you shall emerge some fortunate souls." As Lincoln's voice resonated, the once tranquil harbor erupted into chaos, with countless voices clamoring. "Me, choose me. I have been a pirate for 2 decades. I am the finest pirate on this island." The sound of shattering glass echoed, followed by a thud as a pirate fell to the ground. Then, a fierce pirate declared, "Now I am the greatest pirate on this island." A gunshot rang out, and the menacing pirate collapsed, his expression vacant. Behind him, another pirate blew the smoke from his firearm, asserting, "Now I am the one." The pirates without ships vied eagerly to become crew members of this legendary vessel, while those who already possessed their own ships exchanged ominous glances. Without uttering a word, they shared a knowing smile before silently retreating from the crowd. Pirates, the marauders of the seas, are not known for their professional integrity, particularly when confronted with an entire ship forged of gold, awakening the deepest greed within them. Though Lincoln's golden ship had not docked, to these pirates, this posed no issue. If the golden ship would not come to shore, they would simply navigate their pirate vessels closer. What could a solitary individual aboard a ship possibly do against their fleet of 20 or more, comprising hundreds or even thousands? Once they dismantled the vessel, each could become a carefree millionaire for the rest of their lives. The night in Tortuga was ablaze with light, and every shipless pirate sought to draw nearer to the golden vessel. In the shadowy waters, the once-docked pirate ships stirred to life. The ocean's gentle waves began to swell as one pirate ship after another encircled the golden ship. Dark cannon mouths emerged from the vessels, aimed squarely at the sun god and Lincoln, who stood at the bow. Even the coastal artillery, originally intended for defense, targeted the wealth-symbolizing ship. All hands prepared to fire. The frenzied cries echoed through the night, and in the next moment, an orange glow illuminated the faces of the crew. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds of cannon fire roared like a tempest across the harbor, engulfing the golden vessel in a sudden eruption of flames. Massive columns of water rose and fell under the bombardment, and as the sun god was shrouded in flames, the previously frenzied pirates fell silent. They slowly retreated, and almost telepathically, all scattered into the night, vanishing without a trace. Ha ha ha! Watching the radiant sun god enveloped in cannon fire, nearly all the pirate captains could not help but laugh. A ship made entirely of gold. We are rich. We are wealthy. Gazing upon the sunken vessel, the solar god, enveloped in the chaos of cannon fire, the first mate of a pirate ship expressed his trepidation. "Captain, should we not cease fire? If the gold aboard is scattered by the blasts, the losses would be substantial." The first mate's counsel plunged the captain into contemplation. After a moment of reflection and conferring with fellow captains, he found merit in the suggestion. As the command to halt hostilities reverberated through the air, the cataclysmic bombardment, which had the potential to crumble mountains, finally subsided. All eyes were held captive by the dissipating smoke, eagerly anticipating the gleam of gold. A brisk sea breeze swept through, and as the smoke cleared, the solar god emerged unscathed before the astonished spectators. Not only was the ship intact, but even Lincoln, positioned at the prow and under heavy scrutiny, remained unharmed, a slight smile gracing his lips as he regarded the pirates, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Nearly suffocating from fear, "Your turn is over. Now it is my time." With a grand gesture, Lincoln commanded, "Solar god, unleash your cannons." The metallic clattering of lids echoed as square metal hatches opened, revealing rows upon rows of cannon muzzles encircling the ship. The sheer sight of these formidable weapons instilled terror in the hearts of the pirates. They could scarcely count the number of cannon barrels protruding from the solar god, their vision overwhelmed by the menacing array. Abandoned ship. Quickly, abandoned ship. A pirate, breaking free from the grip of fear, shouted in panic as he rushed to the rail, intent on plunging into the sea. However, before he could reach safety, Lincoln's voice rang out once more. Fire at will. Boom, boom. The thunderous roar of 6 rows of cannons erupted, the first volley commencing and the 6th concluding in a relentless barrage. With each round, as the 6th row of cannons discharged, the first row of the subsequent volley was already reloaded and ready to fire again. The continuous roar of artillery filled the air, as the solar god unleashed a barrage potent enough to rival an entire fleet. The unyielding barrage transformed the wooden pirate ships into splinters in an instant. Under the comprehensive firepower, the pirate vessels were obliterated before they could even sink, torn apart by the explosive shock waves and flames. The cacophony of cannon fire persisted for a full half-hour before finally beginning to wane, as the smoke dissipated under the caress of the sea breeze. The waters surrounding the solar god were littered with shattered planks and debris. Not a single pirate had survived the onslaught. The solar god demonstrated its legendary might, single-handedly dismantling the entire pirate force of Tethys. The island lay in eerie silence until, after several minutes, a daring pirate ventured from hiding to investigate. Surveying the floating remnants and lifeless bodies, he turned his gaze to the still-standing solar god. All pirates understood that, from this moment forth, a new maritime legend had been born. Chapter 99. The island of death, violence, and artillery proved to be remarkably effective, yet the hostile pirates, transformed into mere debris adrift in these waters, left behind only those without vessels. In this grand age of exploration, the caliber and quantity of cannon fire represented absolute justice. When the sun god ship unveiled its astonishing might, the pirates of Tortuga erupted in fervor. Even though Lincoln had recently sent a group of pirates to meet their demise, the remaining rogues relentlessly aspired to join the ranks of the sun god, indifferent to the inherent risks. Amidst the frenzied crowd, Lincoln meticulously selected a few pirates who, after some cleansing and grooming, resembled proper crew members to join the sun god. As layers of authority were granted, the sun god's extraordinary power left the crew, adorned with glimmers of gold, exclaiming in awe. At the port of Tortuga, the pirates gazed in reverence as the magnificent ship vanished over the horizon, before despondently raising their bottles once more. Their lack of allure had cost them the chance to board the sun god, a heart-wrenching realization. The events transpiring in Tortuga had no bearing on the lives of these pirates, intoxicated by spirits and women. After facing the sun god and enduring its relentless bombardment for several minutes, nothing seemed significant to them any longer. Only the appearance of other legendary vessels might warrant their attention. Days after the sun god's departure, other pirates began to arrive in Tortuga for supplies. The debris scattered across the ocean inevitably caught their eye. Upon learning from the island's pirates that this wreckage was the result of a ship forged entirely of gold, named the sun god, those who had never witnessed its glory were instantly ignited by greed. The singular lesson humanity has gleaned from history is that they never truly learn. Under the allure of gold, the fragments strewn across the sea served as no warning. Thus, after the British Royal Navy issued a bounty on Lincoln, the pirates in these waters united in their pursuit of the sun god. The unprecedented sight of the Navy and pirates collaborating to besiege a single vessel unfolded before them. Yet, even with their combined forces, they were but feeble insects against the resplendent sun god. It required no additional cannon fire. Its eternal hull and formidable speed were sufficient to shatter any vessel daring to obstruct its path. The waves from the high sea continually rolled beneath the sun god, accompanied by a torrent of debris, both of ship and of man, surging forth. One ship after another was mercilessly sent to the depths of the ocean, their shattered hulls serving as steps for the legendary reputation of the undefeated ship, the sun god, to spread across the seas. Tortuga, as he steered the interceptor into the harbor, could not help but furrow his brow at the disarray that had remained untouched since Lincoln's departure. "Is this what you call the free city of pirates?" he questioned. Jack, gazing at the chaotic scene, fell silent. Perhaps they are finally preparing to repair the port. Do not mind these trifles, just follow me. Gibbs? It was indeed rare that I did not find a dazed and filthy drunkard in the pigsty. Have you come into some money? Gibbs looked up at Jack, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Jack? You're still alive? Of course I am, Jack replied, taking a seat at the bar and gesturing outside. Tortuga has changed greatly. Gibbs took a swig of rum and remarked, ever since the sun god's ship graced this place, everything is transformed. Thanks to it, I have salvaged a considerable amount of valuable goods from the sea, enough to keep me in drink until today. I truly hope it returns soon. The sun god? Hearing this name, which had never before crossed his mind, Jack's eyes exhibited a flicker of confusion. What is that? A ship entirely made of gold. It is astonishingly large, shimmering with a golden glow under the light. Everyone desires it. And they certainly pursued it, which made me wealthy. Gibbs chuckled heartily. That fellow possesses cannons of unimaginable power. The bombardment lasted a full half-day, sending all the pirates who sought to claim it to the ocean's depths. A splendid affair. As he spoke, Gibbs took another gulp of rum, grinning broadly. Looking at Gibbs, not only Wolf fell silent, Jack too found himself at a loss for words. He recalled the wreckage he had seen upon entering the harbor and felt a pang of regret. If only he had arrived in Tortuga sooner. Perhaps he would have glimpsed that ship. Yet, it seemed that it was not too late after all. Contemplating this, Jack retrieved his compass from his pocket and opened it. However, after several seconds, the needle continued to waver, revealing his uncertainty. Well, he sighed, putting the compass away. I need your help. I intend to reclaim the Black Pearl. From Barbassa? Gibbs paused, taken aback. Jack, you know this is an utterly foolish idea. Barbassa will never return the ship to you. Jack hesitated, his gaze shifting to Will, who stood guard behind Gibbs. Perhaps we could find mutual benefit in this endeavor. Gibbs stared at him blankly, seemingly trying to ascertain whether Jack was merely intoxicated, but after a few minutes, he realized that Jack was not inebriated. Rather, it was he who felt somewhat dazed. The following day, at the port of Tortuga, the intercepted vessel set sail once more, having gathered sufficient crew. Jack, filled with a sense of purpose, navigated towards the fabled Isle of Death, intent on reclaiming his beloved Black Pearl. Days later, in a tranquil expanse of sea, Lincoln reclined at the bow of the sun god, basking in the warm embrace of sunlight. Arrayed upon the pedestal of the golden chariot were an array of exotic fruits, typically unattainable at sea. The sailors aboard gazed longingly at the fresh bounty before Lincoln, and after a considerable moment, one timidly approached and inquired, "Great Captain, might we anchor at the island ahead for resupply?" "Resupply?" Lincoln replied, "Indeed, our rum and fruits have been completely depleted. That island harbors the rum I buried during my days as a smuggler, alongside a plethora of wild fruits." Contemplating the distant island, Lincoln nodded in agreement. Very well. With the captain's consent, the sun god immediately altered its course towards the isle. Meanwhile, on the island, a voice exclaimed, "You are Captain Jack Sparrow. You managed to escape the watchful eyes of 7 agents from the East India Company and plunder Nassau without firing a single shot. How did you evade capture last time?" "Last time, I encountered a band of bootleggers who used this place as a staging ground for their illicit goods. I had to plead with them to allow me passage on their ship." Jack then flung open the dusty door of a cellar, declaring, from the looks of it, "They have yet to return." Hearing Jack's words, Swan stood in disbelief. "So, you merely lounged on the beach for 3 days, drinking rum?" In a moment of tense silence, Jack handed a bottle of rum to her. "Welcome to the Caribbean." Just then, an ominous roar akin to a tsunami echoed across the waters. With the rum bottle in hand, Jack and Swan hurried to the shore, where they beheld a magnificent ship, aglow with golden light, swiftly approaching on the horizon. Without needing an introduction, Jack recalled the sun god, as Gibbs had mentioned days prior. He did not flinch. Instead, he bit the cork from the rum bottle and took a swig, turning to the mesmerized Swan. "It seems we are fortunate. We might not have to linger here for 3 hours." Ignoring Jack's jest, Swan took a few steps forward, still clutching the rum bottle. "What is that?" "It is evidently a ship," Jack shrugged, "a vessel gleaming with gold. It appears truly magnificent." Standing on the deck of the sun god, Jack surveyed the extraordinary ship before spotting Lincoln emerging from the captain's quarters. "Ah, have we met before?" "Indeed, we have. I set fire to something, if I recall correctly." Lincoln chuckled as he gazed at Jack. "Captain Jack Sparrow, I recall your words before you departed. You intended to reclaim your Black Pearl. Could it be that the name of this desolate island is indeed Black Pearl? If so, I shall mark it on the map, thus bestowing it with a name. Courtesy of Captain Jack Sparrow. As Lincoln pretended to reach for the map, Jack fell silent once more. In truth, I was on my way to retrieve my ship, but a slight mishap occurred along the way. However, should you be willing to assist me, the issue may not be as insurmountable. You intend to venture to Death Island? Lincoln pondered for a moment before looking at Jack. Are you truly preparing to embark for Death Island? You are aware, aren't you? Jack looked at Lincoln with a hint of surprise, realizing it might have been his own words that had slipped out that fateful night. Indeed, I certainly plan to go to Death Island. Will you join me? Barbassa is quite wealthy. I only require the Black Pearl, and the rest shall be yours. Not necessary. Lincoln laughed heartily. I only seek that chest of gold coins. As for the remainder, let whoever desires it go and claim it. Hey! Swan's voice suddenly interjected from the side, shattering the amicable division of spoils between the two. She stood by the ship's railing, her expression one of astonishment. Your crew has run the ship aground. It is now stranded. At Swan's exclamation, Jack jolted upright and rushed to the shoreline, where he beheld the sandy beach glimmering beneath the clear waters. Now he must await another vessel here. Unnecessary, Lincoln replied with a smile as he approached them. The sun god possesses incredible capabilities. For instance, it never runs aground. As Lincoln spoke, a low rumbling sound echoed, and to the astonishment of Jack and the others, the golden compass began to turn autonomously, without a hand guiding it. Subsequently, an endless surge of seawater erupted from beneath the ship. The might of the waves lifted the sun god, which had previously been grounded, and with the tumult of the tide, it surged forth from the shallows, plunging into the deep sea. Releasing his control over the sun god, Lincoln turned to Jack and the others with a grin. See, it was merely a trivial grounding, hardly a challenge. The immense ship, weighing thousands of tons, had effortlessly returned to the depths, leaving even Jack momentarily speechless. He had witnessed many extraordinary tales, most intricately linked to the sea, yet he had never encountered such a method of returning a vessel from land to ocean. However, the sun god's remarkable nature only bolstered his confidence. With his ship at his side, he felt assured that he would undoubtedly reclaim what rightfully belonged to him, the Black Pearl. The golden prow of the ship gazed towards the distant Death Island, the waters parting into frothy white waves behind them, as the sun god surged with astonishing speed towards its destination. The Black Pearl, renowned for its swiftness, paled in comparison to the velocity of the sun god, as Barbassa and his crew, elated by the acquisition of Turner, navigated the Black Pearl back to their stronghold on the Isle of the Dead. A magnificent golden ship had firmly blockaded their entrance. The treacherous waters surrounding the Isle of the Dead were fraught with unseen reefs, rendering large vessels unable to approach, necessitating the use of small boats for landing. However, the sun god shattered this norm. With an indestructible hull, the ship recklessly surged through the vicinity of the Isle of the Dead, its formidable structure obliterating the hidden reefs at an astonishing speed. It then anchored near the sole entrance to the island's cavern, the robust vessel having pulverized vast expanses of rock. Aside from diving into the depths beneath, there was no conceivable way to bypass the presence of the sun god and access the cave. What is that? Who can tell me what that is? Gazing at the colossal golden ship, Barbassa, preoccupied with retrieving Turner and lifting the curse of the gold coins, found himself utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend how a large ship could approach such a reef-laden area as the Isle of the Dead. It was one thing to be near, but to completely obstruct the entrance was simply unreasonable. Chapter 100, The Dilemma facing Barbassa, was straightforward to Jack and the others. Yet for this band of pirates, who had been somewhat isolated from their peers and had become disconnected from the world, Lincoln's sun god was an unheard-of entity. The golden ship held an indescribable allure for the crew of the Black Pearl, but Barbassa keenly sensed something amiss about the resplendent vessel. Without hesitation, he commanded the Black Pearl to halt and aimed its dark cannon at the enigmatic sun god. Just as he was about to give the order to fire, he observed metallic panels on the sun god's hull unfolding. From the openings emerged an array of lavish golden cannons. Faced with the formidable golden artillery, Barbassa fell silent. He glanced down at the meager 20 cannons aboard his own Black Pearl, then lifted his gaze to the multitude of cannons adorning the sun god, feeling as though he had stepped into a fantastical realm. A single ship housed hundreds of cannons. Was this truly a ship or merely a mobile fortress. Even a mightiest flagship of the Royal Navy would scarcely boast such armament. Barbossa found himself in an awkward predicament, akin to brandishing a mere pistol while Lincoln held a machine gun to his temple. Undoubtedly, should a confrontation ensue, the first to sink would be the Black Pearl. Without the Black Pearl, even if they were to lift the curse of the gold coins, they would perish on this desolate Isle of the Dead, far from the mainland and devoid of any witnesses. Moreover, should Turner meet his demise at the hands of a cannonball, they may forever remain ensnared by the curse, living a fate far worse than death. After a moment of introspection, Barbossa resolved to take a calculated approach. He commanded his crew to retract the cannons before ascending to a vantage point, calling out to the sun god, "Hey, you obstruct our path. Step aside. Barbossa." "We meet again." Lincoln remained silent, instead pulling Jack upwards to address Barbossa from the deck of the Black Pearl. As Barbossa beheld Jack Sparrow shouting across the distance from Sun God, both he and his band of pirates were left in utter disbelief. Just moments before, they had cast Jack onto a desolate island, forsaken for years, yet here he was, having miraculously escaped. Is this truly the stuff of maritime legends? "Jack, you're still alive." "Of course I'm alive, until I reclaim my Black Pearl." Barbossa seethed at Jack's response, his teeth grinding in frustration. He gestured to his men, and a battalion of pirates promptly leapt from the opposite side of the ship. Under the moonlight, their silhouettes morphed into that of skeletal forms, as they tread upon the seabed littered with dust and remnants of marine life, advancing menacingly toward the golden vessel. They had executed underwater ambushes countless times before, and this occasion would prove no different. As more skeletal soldiers emerged from the depths, Barbossa turned his gaze back to the sun god. "Jack," summoned the vessel's captain, "I know the ship does not belong to you." Jack glanced back at Lincoln, who lounged, munching on fruit, then shrugged before addressing Barbossa. "I believe whatever you have to say to me is equally pertinent. You will perish. Once I capture you, I shall cast you upon an uncharted island, leaving you to die alone. This time, I shall not even grant you a bullet." On deck, Barbossa and Jack engaged in a futile verbal sparring, while beneath the waves, a multitude of skeletal pirates advanced under the cover of moonlight and ocean's embrace toward the sun god. Yet, as they neared the vessel, they felt their limbs grow lighter, as if the very sea possessed a life force that buoyed them from behind. Ultimately, under the influence of the unseen currents, their forms began to float within the water. It was then that they became aware of the relentless surging waves beneath the sun god. The ocean's might propelled their bodies irresistibly toward the turbulent surf. Their skeletal eyes filled with terror as they flailed helplessly, unable to evade the fate of being ensnared by the swirling currents. "No!" In the murky waters, muffled syllables erupted into bubbles, followed by the ominous cracking of bones echoing beneath the sun god. Jack leaned against the ship's rail, peering down into the depths, only to witness the tumultuous white waves reveal scattered bones, disassembled and drifting. He even spotted a couple of skulls with eyes that still turned, remnants of life, preserved by the cursed gold. Though they resembled skeletal warriors, they had not perished, merely lying quietly on the ocean floor. It was not only Jack who beheld these dismembered remains, but also Barbossa aboard the Black Pearl, observing with clarity the bones of his foolish crew sinking and surfacing amidst the rolling waves, jaws clattering against their mandibles. Barbossa fell into a profound silence. He had employed this tactic of ambushing from the depths numerous times, exploiting the fact that no one in this era would suspect an attack from beneath the waves. And each time it had proven effective. This occasion was no exception. Barbossa witnessed a sight he had never encountered before, bones helplessly tumbling in the surf. To be unable to die or escape, this was true torment. Noticing the shock and fear reflected in the eyes of his crew, Barbossa realized he might be losing this round. The unknown vessel before him was formidable. "Jack, cease. We must converse. Your proposition is intriguing. I would like to acquiesce. But perhaps you should consult the owner of this ship." Jack, with keen interest, gazed at the churning waters below, even managing to hook ahead with his grappling line, lifting it above the waves. "Ah, so it is you, traitor. Long time no see." The head, caught in Jack's grasp, fell silent for a moment before pleading in terror. "Captain Jack Sparrow, I implore you, do not discard my head. Please." Disregarding the plea, Jack scrutinized the fluid within his grasp, wrinkling his brow in disgust. "How revolting!" He then released the head, allowing it to plunge back into the roiling sea amidst its cries. "Apologies, I slipped." As Jack toyed with the scattered bones, a sudden clattering noise interrupted him. He turned to see several golden sailors carrying a massive treasure chest. With a resounding thud, the chest, filled with hundreds of Aztec cursed coins, landed heavily on the deck. Lincoln stepped forward, scooping a handful from a chest. The coins, imbued with the power of immortality, rang out melodiously. He lifted one, marveling at its exquisite craftsmanship, far too refined to belong to 1519, the curse within striving to ensnare all who touched it. The crew of the Black Pearl had suffered the punishment of immortality, losing their sense of feeling, yet the faint curse emanating from these coins held no sway over Lincoln. In comparison, the cursed power aboard the sun god was far greater than that of this chest of coins. Releasing the coins from his grasp, allowing them to clatter back into the chest, Lincoln ascended the prow of the golden war chariot, coming into Barbossa's view. "Surrender immediately," he commanded, "or await your fate of being reduced to a mere pile of bones, destined to be transformed into a skeletal work of art." "I shall never surrender," Barbossa retorted defiantly. But the sharp, clicking sound of the golden cannons locking onto his figure rendered his expression suddenly rigid. "I surrender," he exclaimed after a moment of realization. Moments later, the clamor of footsteps echoed as Barbossa and his men, disarmed and tightly bound, were escorted aboard the sun god by several golden pirates. To his astonishment, he found that the grand vessel was sparsely populated, with only a handful of individuals aboard. In that instant, he felt utterly foolish. Had he known the ship housed so few, his impulsive nature would have led him to boldly ram the Black Pearl and initiate a boarding battle. Now he stood humiliated, having allowed a mere dozen adversaries to capture a ship brimming with his own crew. From the furious depths of Barbossa's pocket, Lincoln retrieved the last cursed coin. With a subtle gesture of his gaze, Turner was seized by a few pirates adorned with shimmering golden specks and brought before the massive treasure chest. In a swift motion, a sharp blade sliced through Turner's skin, crimson blood dripping onto the cursed coin. A moment later, a scream pierced the air from outside the ship. Jack, intrigued, approached the railing to peer down, witnessing the murky waters grow even more turbid with the addition of blood. The curse of the coin was lifted, and the dismembered pirate could no longer maintain his undead form, promptly collapsing into a lifeless body on the seabed of the Isle of Death. Realizing this, cold sweat beaded on the foreheads of the pirates who had once sailed the seas, their hearts filled with relief. Had they followed him into the depths, they too would have met their demise. With the final coin restored, Lincoln partially closed the chest's lid, a golden glow enveloping it as Barbossa and the others stared in shock. The chest, once capable of containing a person, was forcibly shrunk and vanished into Lincoln's palm. "Where has it gone?" Barbossa questioned, gazing at the now empty floor and then back at Lincoln. "It has vanished. Indeed, it has disappeared," Lincoln affirmed with a smile, suddenly producing another cursed coin and placing it before Barbossa. "What? Do you desire this coin?" "No, I do not," Barbossa shouted, struggling against the torment the coin had inflicted upon him for countless years. "Keep it away from me, away." "Certainly," Lincoln replied with a chuckle, stowing the coin back into the treasure chest displayed in the case. He then turned to Jack. "Captain Jack Sparrow, take these individuals back to your Black Pearl. Farewell." "The Black Pearl is mine now?" Jack exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he looked at Lincoln. "If you do not wish to keep it, I may bestow it upon another." Lincoln surveyed the surroundings, and the eyes of the pirates glimmered with longing. They all yearned for the Black Pearl. "No, no, no. I certainly must," Jack hastily interjected. "You are truly a magnanimous captain." Moments later, the Black Pearl, carrying its crew, set sail from the Isle of the Dead. On the Isle of the Dead, behind the departing ship, Barbossa gnawed on the last remaining green apple he had managed to salvage, casting an envious gaze at the receding Black Pearl. "Jack, wait for me. I shall come for you," he declared, before turning to the other pirates, also exiled by Jack to the Isle of the Dead. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and find something to eat and drink. Do you wish to starve to death here?" "Royal Port, I regret to inform you that this port is now under my control." Lord Beckett observed the furious expressions of Commodore Norrington and Governor Swan with a sense of calm. "Due to your failed endeavors, the dignity of the Royal Navy has been tarnished in these waters. I have been dispatched in the name of the East India Company to assume command of this territory. From this moment forth, you are all to heed my authority. You have no idea what has transpired here." Commodore Norrington glared at Lord Beckett, who had so brazenly usurped his powers. The legends are true. In truth, I am well aware of what has occurred here, Lord Beckett replied with an indifferent countenance. I have come to address the matters at hand, and I hope for your cooperation, otherwise. He produced a set of documents from a wooden box held by his attendant. Your best fate would be to occupy the gallows prepared for pirates. You. Commodore Norrington's eyes burned with anger, yet the sharp blades and pointed guns surrounding him forced him to maintain composure. What do you want? First, Commodore Norrington, you are hereby relieved of your command. From this moment on, you are but an ordinary naval officer. Lord Beckett then turned his attention to Governor Swan. I require your daughter and your son-in-law, Will Turner, to assist me with a task. I cannot compel them to do anything against their will, Governor Swan protested. But this document may suffice, Lord Beckett replied with a slight smile, producing 2 death warrants. Now, they should be willing to do anything. Chapter 101. A Gamble. The Caribbean Sea is home to many peculiarities. While the cursed Aztec gold coins certainly symbolize immense wealth to Lord Beckett, who governs the East India Company, they hold no particular value. A mere chest of coins pales in comparison to the profits accrued by the East India Company, which are measured by the shipload. His intent in wielding the warrant against Will and Elizabeth is solely because they're the only ones who have had close contact with Jack, and they're among the few who have seen the compass that Jack possesses. Beckett requires the return of these 2 individuals to Jack, along with the compass that can reveal the innermost desires of the heart. This compass will guide him toward all the treasures he seeks upon the vast sea, whether they be lifeless gold and silver or living creatures of unique value. Under the threat of Lord Beckett, the unwilling Will and Elizabeth have no choice but to set sail once more. Fortunately, having had prior experience, they are aware of where to find the longed-for and freedom-seeking Captain Jack Sparrow. Lord Beckett hopes to utilize the compass in Jack's possession to procure what he desires, while Jack, holding the coveted compass, stares silently at the parchment in his hand. 13 years prior, he had bartered his very soul to have Davy Jones raise the Black Pearl from the depths. Although he only served as captain for 3 years before losing the ship due to the mutiny of Barbassa and others, it was clear that Davy Jones would not concern himself with such matters. Now commanding the enigmatic Flying Dutchman, Jack is filled with trepidation, fearing that if Davy Jones were to come for the debt he owes, he would be forever imprisoned aboard that ghostly vessel. Indeed, becoming the captain of the Flying Dutchman might not be entirely undesirable, yet it is evident that Davy Jones is unwilling to relinquish his position. Thus, Jack's mind begins to concoct dubious schemes. He knows that Davy Jones has concealed his heart within a wooden chest, hidden away on a deserted island. And Jack is confident in his ability to locate that chest. What remains is merely the key to unlock it. Once he obtains Davy Jones's heart, either the debt will be absolved, or Jack will pierce the heart and perish, thereby erasing his obligations once and for all. As for whether this act would offend Davy Jones, Jack remains unconcerned. He has amassed a plethora of enemies in this world, and one more would make little difference. With the parchment depicting the key in hand, Jack embarks on his quest for the means to unlock the chest. Meanwhile, Lincoln's existence is considerably simpler. With the innate guidance of the sun god, he can accurately locate any person or object he seeks, even without Jack's compass, as long as they remain upon these waters. Not even the elusive Flying Dutchman, summoned by the power of the sea god, can evade Lincoln's pursuit. Beneath the depths of the ocean, a colossal shadow swiftly navigates through the abyss. The decaying wooden hull is encrusted with coral and remnants of marine creatures, while the crew imprisoned aboard the ship bears grotesque forms, a fusion of human and sea life. Under the influence of the Flying Dutchman's power, they do not perish. Yet they are condemned to endure a torturous transformation, becoming the wretched beings they are now as time inexorably marches on. Certainly, Captain Davy Jones holds a vastly different opinion, for his existence as captain surpasses that of the crew confined within this vessel. In his quarters, he revels in the melodies emanating from the grand piano before him, when suddenly, a sailor with a hammerhead-like visage knocks upon his door. "Captain, the golden ship is anchored above us." Upon hearing this report, Davy Jones's eyes widened in astonishment as he stepped out onto the deck, gazing skyward. Through the shimmering waters, a colossal shadow loomed above, unmistakably revealing the infamous golden ship that had made its mark upon these waters. Davy Jones maneuvered the Flying Dutchman with extraordinary swiftness, darting away from the scene. Yet no matter how swiftly he traveled, he felt sluggish in comparison to the grandeur of the sun god. After a tumultuous moment, he stared up at the imposing golden ship that loomed above him, his eyes brimming with fury and disdain. Summon the Norwegian sea monster. Sink them. With a crack of a whip, the sound echoed as the enslaved souls, bound by chains, moved lumberingly beneath the weight of the timber. Round after round, the massive, heavy mallet was lifted until at last it fell with a resounding thud. A deep, thunderous boom reverberated through the air, accompanied by a rumble that sent invisible ripples cascading through the ocean, echoing into depths beyond human comprehension. 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, an eerie silence enveloped the seabed, yet all could sense the emergence of something dark and formidable. In the next moment, the tranquil surface of the sea erupted violently. Columns of white spray ascended into the heavens, and as the waters cascaded back down, thick, suction cup-less tentacles surged forth from the abyss, encircling the sun god. Beneath the waves, Davy Jones locked eyes with the Norwegian sea monster and roared, "Now, sink it!" With a fearsome bellow, the creature unleashed its jagged maw, and its robust tentacles lashed out towards the sun god. The resounding clash of the sturdy metal hull against the resilient appendages produced a remarkable impact, as sharp edges inflicted grievous wounds upon the tentacles. The towering main mast pierced one of the tentacles completely, eliciting a shrill cry of pain from the Norwegian sea monster. In a frenzy, it intensified its assault, attempting to constrict the sun god, yet all its efforts were in vain against a vessel impervious to damage and curses. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed, and the surrounding waters became stained with the creature's blood, yet the sun god remained steadfast, seemingly nailed to the surface. Its golden exterior remained untouched, pristine, devoid of any blemish. For the first time, the once invincible Norwegian sea monster felt a pang of fear and trepidation. After a brief moment of hesitation, its stout tentacles retreated silently, vanishing into the depths of the ocean. On the golden chariot at the bow of the ship, Lincoln, sipping exquisite royal wine plundered from the fleet, gazed down into the sea with a smile. His profound eyes pierced through the murky waters, locking onto the gaze of Davy Jones at the ocean's floor. "Are you not ready to surface yet?" Beneath the waves, Davy Jones, witnessing the retreat of the Norwegian sea beast for the first time due to failure, felt his tentacles twitch involuntarily. The expression in his eyes shifted repeatedly before he firmly tapped his wooden prosthetic on the deck. "Dive deeper, then leave this place." The shouts and crack of whips from the pirates erupted anew on the deck as the once still Flying Dutchman began to move, invisible currents flowing past its hull as they descended into the ocean's depths. But in the next moment, a series of sharp cracks echoed from outside the window. The pirates halted their actions, bewildered and terrified, casting their gazes outward. The previously tranquil and murky seabed was now rapidly covered with a dense spread of ice crystals. The ice formed with such swiftness and solidity that agile fish were completely frozen before they could react. The path to dive had been entirely sealed by the ice wall, and the chilling cold continued to spread, encasing more and more creatures in a frigid prison. "Ascend! Quickly ascend!" A piercing chill swept through the water and air, and Davy Jones instantly recognized the dire fate of being completely encased in ice. He roared, and the Flying Dutchman began its rapid ascent. Bubbles and ripples erupted on the calm sea surface as the black mast broke through the water, accompanied by the crashing waves and the sound of flowing water. The Flying Dutchman resurfaced. Only then did the pirates, their vision obscured by the murky waters, truly comprehend what had transpired. Standing calmly atop the golden chariot, Lincoln exhaled an endless stream of frigid air. It was as if the ice age had returned. Wherever the icy breath passed, the sea froze solid. Davy Jones and the imprisoned pirates gazed into the distance, where a vast expanse of white ice had already spread far and wide. In mere moments, Lincoln had transformed this area, once perfect for the flight of the Dutchman, into a frozen wasteland capable of sentencing any vessel to its doom. Bitter cold assailed from all directions, causing the sailors, who had become profoundly intertwined with marine life, to shiver uncontrollably. Some crew members were even transformed into icy statues in the grip of this relentless chill. With his wooden prosthetic, Davy Jones shattered the thin ice on the deck, relying on the mucus secretions from his skin to shield himself from the biting cold. He stepped forward, gazing at Lincoln, and declared, "Who are you? I am the indomitable owner of the sun god. As for my name, you need not concern yourself with it. From this day forth, you shall refer to me simply as Master." "Nonsense," Davy Jones bellowed defiantly, secure in the knowledge that his heart was not aboard the Flying Dutchman. "No one can claim dominion over me, not even the god of the sea. Is that so?" Lincoln chuckled softly, stepping down from the golden chariot. In an instant, it was as if space itself had bridged, and he stood directly before Davy Jones. "I have heard whispers of a rather intriguing gambling venture aboard your ship." Davy Jones seemed to grasp the implication. "Ah, that is meant for my crew." The sound of severed tentacles echoed as one was forcibly torn away, eliciting a cry of pain from Davy Jones. He soon realized a dire predicament as he glanced at Lincoln's palm, where the key to his heart's chest dangled from a slender tentacle. Lincoln nonchalantly plucked the key and discarded the tentacle outside. In mere seconds, the appendage was encased in ice. Yet Davy Jones had no time to mourn his loss. "Return my key." "Very well. Let us wager," Lincoln replied, surveying the surroundings before taking a seat at a rugged wooden table. He placed the key upon the surface and regarded Davy Jones calmly. "If you wish to reclaim this key, your only chance lies in winning it from me. I suspect Captain Jack Sparrow would be quite eager to possess this key. Can you guess what he might offer in exchange?" "That cursed scoundrel. I wager your soul." Davy Jones glared furiously at Lincoln, striding forward with heavy steps to sit menacingly across from him. "I stake your soul. Should you lose, you will serve eternally aboard this ship. Do you not desire the key?" Lincoln gazed at him steadily. "I believe it would be prudent for you to take the key first. Give me the key." Realizing Lincoln spoke truthfully, the tentacles on Davy Jones's face writhed. "What do you want?" Lincoln's eyes drifted to the crew members behind Davy Jones. "Let's start with them. If I win, you shall surrender a sailor to me. Otherwise, the key remains yours. This wager shall not conclude until everything is lost on either side. What say you?" "Agreed." Davy Jones's voice brimmed with fury as he slammed a cup containing 5 dice onto the table. After a vigorous shake, he looked at Lincoln and proclaimed, "It is your turn." Lincoln casually glanced at the dice cup before him and then at Davy Jones's, a faint smile gracing his lips. 5 ones. Davy Jones lifted his dice cup slightly and caught sight of 5 ones glaring back at him. He gazed at the dice cup before Lincoln, ensnared in a web of uncertainty. 6 twos. "Open," Lincoln declared without hesitation, revealing the contents of his own cup. Together, they had 10 dice. And apart from the 5 ones cast by Davy Jones, there was not a single 1 or 2 in Lincoln's cup. Staring at both their cups, Davy Jones was momentarily stunned. Despite his extensive experience in gambling, he had never encountered such a peculiar wager. "Now, one of your crew members belongs to me." Lincoln smiled as he resealed his cup, then turned to Davy Jones. "Next, my bet is this key. Along with a crew member, I have one. You must wager 2 of your crew." Chapter 102. Your life is mine. Engaging in a game of bluff with Superman is undoubtedly one of the most foolish endeavors in existence. Lincoln's physical prowess allowed him to manipulate any desired outcome effortlessly. His X-ray vision transformed mere speculation into certainty, and if worse came to worst, he could alter the numbers before anyone had the chance to react. As long as Lincoln wished, the myriad ways of securing victory lay before him. Bang! The dice cup was slammed down on the weathered wood, eroded by the ocean's relentless embrace. Davy Jones didn't even glance at his own dice. His small eyes were fixated on Lincoln, searching for any hint of treachery. 3 twos. "Are you certain?" Lincoln didn't even bother to reveal his own cup, instead observing Davy Jones with a bemused smile. "If I lose this round, the stake for the next will be 4 crew members. By the way, how many crew members do you have aboard your ship?" "I will not lose." Davy Jones seethed, glaring at Lincoln. "Soon, you will surrender the key to me, and then your soul. Is that so?" A faint smile curled at the corners of Lincoln's mouth as he revealed his dice cup, displaying 5 dice, each showing a number greater than 2. "Your turn." As Davy Jones beheld the 5 dice before Lincoln, his pupils constricted in disbelief. Not a single one showed a 1 or 2. This was entirely unforeseen. He now desperately wished for 3 dice showing numbers below 3 in his own cup. With a swift motion, he unveiled his dice, revealing 1 1, 1 2, and 3 others. Astonishment flooded his eyes as his facial tendrils writhed and contorted. He glanced up at Lincoln, then back down at his own dice, rendered speechless. Again, this time the stakes are 4. Lincoln gestured for 2 sailors to stand behind him, then casually shook his dice cup before covering it. "I'll go first, 5 fours. Your turn to roll. This unprecedented method left Davy Jones bewildered. Lincoln had announced a number before he even rolled, compelling Davy Jones to speculate whether Lincoln had somehow rolled 5 ones or 5s in his cup, prompting such audacious confidence. Lincoln's previous actions of opening his dice cup without glancing at it convinced Davy Jones that Lincoln could roll any number he desired. Davy Jones had yet to cast his dice, but Lincoln's behavior filled him with doubt and suspicion. He glanced at the dice before him, abandoning the thought of not altering the numbers. After shaking them hesitantly twice, he looked at Lincoln with uncertainty. 6s, open. Before Davy Jones's voice could fade, Lincoln swiftly opened his own dice cup and reached for Davy Jones's hand, which tightly grasped his cup. It is time to reveal. Gazing at Lincoln's numbers, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, Davy Jones felt a surge of anger and disbelief. As his dice cup was gradually pulled open, he realized he had been deceived. This wretched man had been fooling him from the very beginning. If he had not called out after Lincoln announced 5 fours, the victory would have been his. But now, I have 7 crew members. The next wager is 8. Davy Jones, how many crew members can you sustain for another round? 2 rounds? Or perhaps 3? You cannot win indefinitely. Panting from the weight of his frustration and anger, Davy Jones roared, "You cannot win forever." Who can say for certain? Lincoln chuckled lightly, observing as rage clouded Davy Jones's rationality. Now, we shall commence the 4th round, and this time you must wager 8 crew members. Davy Jones remained silent, shaking 5 dice in his cup with a clatter. After a brief glance at the rolled numbers, he glared fiercely at Lincoln. A 2. Lincoln regarded Davy Jones with a gaze full of pity, casually nudging his dice and revealing a hint of a mocking smile. 3 2s. Dare you to let me open? Davy Jones was deeply wounded by the condescending pity in Lincoln's eyes and the derision on his face, whether it was a feint or a display of confidence. Davy Jones's mind had lost all rationality, leaving him unable to glean any valuable insight from Lincoln. The tentacles extending from his wrist crawled restlessly over the dice cup. His palm clenched tightly around it as he found himself once again cornered. The numbers in his cup were 1 1, 1 2, 2 5s, and 1 6. For Davy Jones, reporting 3 was undoubtedly correct, yet Lincoln had preemptively locked the count at 3. According to the rules aboard the Flying Dutchman, if one reported 3 dice, the opponent must report a higher count, escalating until no greater number could be declared. He could not ascertain what numbers lay within Lincoln's dice cup. It was possible he had not a single 2, and revealing would mean defeat, but it was equally possible there was more than 1 2. Lincoln had never opened his dice cup, leaving everything in Davy Jones's perspective shrouded in uncertainty. As he stared at Lincoln, who bore a slight smile, Davy Jones hesitated, and after a prolonged moment, he finally stammered, "Open, open." Regrettably, Lincoln opened his dice cup, revealing 2 2s and 3 4s. If he can declare 4 2s, I am certain to lose. You have squandered this opportunity. As he spoke, Lincoln cast a glance at the pirates lined up behind Davy Jones, already designated as stakes. 8 of you are now mine. A heavy tread echoed nearby, and Davy Jones, fixated on the wooden table before him, twisted his fingers in a manner akin to a tortured soul. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly raised his head, declaring, "Continue. I wish to gamble with you once more." "Of course, no problem," Lincoln replied with a gentle nod. Then Davy Jones's voice, nearly frenzied, resonated, "Let us add another person. This time, I wager all the crew aboard my ship, except for the first mate." "All the crew?" Lincoln squinted at Davy Jones. "Are you certain? Let us begin," Davy Jones exclaimed, pulling his first mate to the gambling table. "You know what to do." The first mate, trembling under the weight of Davy Jones's menacing gaze, felt a surge of dread and reverence. I understand." With a resounding thud, the 3 dice cups were forcefully slammed onto the table. Lincoln observed the 2 men before him, unified in their fate, and laughed mockingly. 15 6s. "Impossible." Davy Jones erupted in laughter upon hearing Lincoln's declaration. 15 6s. "You are doomed, utterly doomed." In the midst of his manic laughter, he raised his dice cup with fervor. The moment a sliver of light pierced through the gap. Time itself seemed to slow. Birds, fish, and ocean currents moved as if suspended in an ethereal stillness. Lincoln leisurely rose, unveiling the dice cups of Davy Jones and his first mate, arranging the dice with 6s facing upward before restoring the cups. With a snap of his fingers, The world resumed its pace, and Davy Jones's raucous laughter was abruptly silenced beneath the weight of 5 sixes in his cup. His eyes widened in disbelief, shock coursing through him, rendering his body tremulous. Beside him, the first mate, equally astonished, hesitantly revealed his own dice cup. Before him lay 5 dice, each showing 6. As if his bones had been drained of strength, the first mate collapsed to the ground, a pile of despair and terror. Davy Jones had lost everyone but himself. The first mate understood his fate was sealed. Davy Jones would unleash his wrath upon him, and he was doomed, unless Lincoln's dice cup did not contain 5 sixes. In his moment of despair, the first mate glimpsed a singular ray of hope amidst the abyss, a notion that perhaps salvation could arise, electrifying his heart and mind. Your dice. The first mate's eyes widened like those of a desperate gambler as he fixated on Lincoln's dice cup. Surely, it cannot contain 5 sixes. It cannot be 5 sixes. The first mate's anxious voice suddenly faltered, gazing at the 5 sixes revealed beneath Lincoln's cup. The last flicker of hope in his eyes transformed into a profound despair and terror. No, it should not be like this. Silence, you wretched fool. Before Lincoln could utter a word, the enraged Davy Jones, consumed by his failure, raised the whip crafted from the tentacles of a cephalopod with a menacing glare. With a crack, the whip lashed out at supersonic speed, leaving a deep crimson mark across the first mate's flesh. The torrent of blood and the searing pain forced the first mate to clamp his mouth shut. Davy Jones then turned his gaze towards Lincoln, who was already laden with chips. I wish to gamble with you once more, for this final round, wagering my ship against yours. Not enough. Leaning back in his chair, Lincoln regarded Davy Jones with an air of calm. The Flying Dutchman was born from your pact with the god of the sea. While it may hold great value to you, in my eyes, it is worth little. You must wager more. What do you desire? Quite simple. Lincoln smiled. Have you not longed for my soul? Then let us wager my soul against yours. This is the final round. Should you win, you shall obtain what you seek. Should you lose, I too shall acquire what I desire. Davy Jones, will you choose to gamble on this round with me? Or will you tear up the agreement? As he spoke, Lincoln subtly gestured behind him, prompting the band of pirates he had won to step forward involuntarily. Their synchronized footsteps resounded heavily against the floor, and with a thunderous noise, a decayed plank splintered beneath their weight. These undead pirates drew their existence from the curse of the sea god. Davy Jones had lost them to Lincoln, yet this did not signify their demise. They belonged to the Flying Dutchman, yet were no longer under Davy Jones's control. Now, they were a band of pirates bound to Lincoln's will, immortal tools of his design. The Norwegian sea monster had fled in defeat, and all its pirates had become Lincoln's spoils and stakes. Even the Flying Dutchman was now ensnared in an impenetrable layer of ice, rendered immobile. In such a predicament, Davy Jones's capabilities were severely diminished. His ability to teleport was noteworthy, yet it bore no utility before Lincoln, for both his ship and crew remained trapped here. And the key to the heart-locked box was firmly in Lincoln's grasp. Unless he could eliminate Lincoln, he had no other recourse but to continue onward. Thus arises the question, could Davy Jones possibly defeat or even kill Lincoln? Clearly not. Even the abilities Lincoln currently displayed were sufficient to extinguish any notion of assassination in Davy Jones's mind. Continuing the gamble was his sole opportunity for a turnaround. The atmosphere around Davy Jones, with his cephalopodic head, bubbled as he said, I propose we alter the terms of our wager. Oh, alter the wager? Lincoln replied with a smile, gazing at Davy Jones. What do you have in mind? I wish to bet on luck, Davy Jones declared, holding 4 dice as he stood at the ship's railing. Each of us shall cast 2 dice onto the ice below, and the one with the highest total wins. The force, the air, and the friction on the ice introduce a myriad of variables that will render the outcome nearly random. Davy Jones had discerned Lincoln's extraordinary control over the dice and sensed something peculiar about him. His limited imagination prevented him from realizing that Lincoln's speed could cause the world around him to appear suspended in time. He could only conclude that Lincoln had employed some other means to alter the dice's outcome before unveiling them. Thus, Davy Jones resolved to cast the dice under the watchful eyes of all, believing that Lincoln could not manipulate the results in such a public setting. Lincoln, perceiving Davy Jones's thoughts, leaned against the railing and gestured, "Shall you go first, or shall I?" "I shall go first," Davy Jones huffed, unwilling to risk Lincoln throwing a higher number first. With that, he hurled his dice into the air, Lincoln calmly observed the 4 dice as they flipped gracefully, their descent slowing as they collided, bounced, and rolled upon the ice, ultimately coming to rest under his influence. The vibrant red faces of the dice revealed their numbers, and a smile crept across Lincoln's lips. He casually tossed a die showing 6 and turned to Davy Jones. "You've lost. From this moment forth, your life is mine." Gazing at the alluring dice on the ice, Davy Jones felt all strength drain from his being. How could this be? How could this happen? The world is vast and full of wonders. Lincoln reached out and removed Davy Jones's hat, stating, as a slave, "The captain's hat does not suit your station, Davy Jones. You must come to terms with your place. Now, kneel before your master." Davy Jones's wager was not sustained by any mysterious curse, but when Lincoln needed it to be, such power emerged. Under an irresistible force emanating from the depths of his soul, Davy Jones's knees crashed heavily against the deck. With a resounding thud, the fearsome Captain Davy Jones vanished, replaced by a mere slave named Davy Jones. No one can perpetually triumph. Lincoln's actions made it abundantly clear that the wager would ultimately strip a captain of all honor, reducing him to the status of slave.